Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The children of day and night are introduced as beings who hate each other. Their ancient feud spills over and causes humans to fight. Light and shadowed warriors clash, with monstrous figures looming behind them. The narration states that this conflict still continues in the present. A vehicle crashes down near a building, raising clouds of dust. At a bank, a narrator calls the attackers hideous villains from hell. A wide, menacing grin is shown, hinting at the villain about to act. A demonic clown appears over a large ball, shouting about longing for heaven. Police confront the clown as a showman voice hypes a horrifying highway to heaven performance. The clown dramatically welcomes everyone to his personal Ralph show. Someone yells for everyone to run from the impending attack. The clown slams down using his huge ball in an explosive death ball attack. He lands amid smoke after the destructive impact, introducing A-rank villain summoner Clown Ralph, who gleefully praises his own attack. A terrified officer's gun shakes in his hand. The officer points the trembling gun at Ralph, who watches from atop the ball. Ralph clicks his tongue in annoyance at the resistance. The clown charges up a crackling, toy-like weapon in his hand. He complains that pests always appear wherever he goes. Ralph fires a lightning-charged pin shot at the officer while mocking him. The clown looms ominously as the attack continues. Ralph dashes forward through an explosion, reveling in the chaos. Inside the bank, Ralph's henchmen torment hostages and discuss bringing more money and robbing more banks. A school bus speeds toward the scene. Its tires screech as it comes to a halt. Ralph notices the stopped bus nearby. A robber cheerfully tells his crew of criminals that it is time to go home. The gang runs toward the bus to escape with their loot. A gloved hand clutches a bag full of cash. Ralph contentedly fingers the money, inspecting his haul. Ecstatic, Ralph declares he loves the smell of cash and will use it to build his horrifying Ralph land. As Ralph admires the money, several robbers start boarding the school bus with two people. One robber bangs on the bus door, demanding it be opened. The bus doors finally slide open. A masked robber chastises the driver for opening the doors slowly, thinking nothing is wrong. Another robber notices a nervous blonde woman and asks about her identity. A tattooed robber grins and decides she will serve as a hostage. A robber inside spots someone else and asks who the other person is. He realizes the other is the governor's crying young daughter and grabs her. The robbers gloat that having both the governor's wife and child will make useful bargaining chips. The masked driver sits quietly, hiding his reaction. He suddenly moves, stepping with purpose toward them. The mother lunges at the kidnapper, desperately begging him to release her child. The robber hits her and orders her to stay still as she screams. The girl cries for her mother while the woman shouts her daughter's name. The kidnapper threatens to pinch the girl if she keeps struggling. Someone off-screen calls the kidnapper a blockhead, distracting him. A black-clad figure inside the bus calmly orders the robber to release the child, shocking the criminals. The kidnapper is suddenly grabbed, eyes bulging in surprise. The masked rescuer seizes his head and commands him to let go, making the robber scream. The gang's large enforcer charges the rescuer in rage. The rescuer narrows his eyes, focusing on the threat. Narration explains that some people are born with special abilities and, driven by greed, become criminals. Those who inherit the night child's blood and use their powers for crime are labeled villains, exemplified by Ralph. Ralph leads his cheering gang toward the bus, promising a celebratory barbecue party. One robber grabs the bus handle to board. Instead, he is hurled through the bus window as the mysterious rescuer strikes. Narration adds that there are others who stand against villains. These opponents are another type of superhuman. The black-clad man subdues another robber with ease. Narration says these superhumans fight on the side of the majority and enjoy strong public support, as another thug is knocked out. The mysterious figure stands confidently before the bus amid smoke. Ralph, startled, demands to know who the newcomer is. The man replies that he is just there to take out the trash. Narration reveals that those born with the day child's blood are the opposite kind of superhuman. These heroes are called psychers, and the newcomer is introduced as S-rank striker Cashin. Cashin greets Ralph after a year, cursing him, while Ralph panics at Cashin's unexpected arrival. Over his earpiece, someone angrily scolds Cashin for ignoring the plan. The unseen superior accuses him of disregarding the operation strategy. With distractions supposedly gone, Ralph suggests it is time for them to have some fun. Ralph curses Cashin while Cashin insults Ralph's gang as unrecyclable trash. Cashin vows not to spare a single villain and threatens to burn them all to death with his flames. Time passes and the story shifts to a peaceful city scene full of ordinary pedestrians. A news report discusses public backlash over the previous day's robbery response, criticizing the Psychers' excessive force. The broadcast says human rights groups have petitioned Lampus, the Psycher organization, to discipline Cashin for his ruthless violence. The scene moves to the Lampus Washington branch office building. Inside, S-rank Light Mage Director Tuppence Schiller asks Cashin if he considers himself a villain. Cashin nervously addresses the director, clutching a paper cup. He complains that calling him a villain is harsh, while the director urges him to feel remorse. Tuppence explains that because Cashin ignored the operation plan, Ralph escaped and public opinion turned against Lampus. Cashin argues that Ralph hurt the hostages, implying he had to act. Tuppence coldly reminds him that hostage safety is the top priority principle. Cashin insists he was confident he could rescue them safely. Tuppence tells him that as a psyker he must think and act rationally instead of impulsively. She warns that believing oneself right does not justify actions and asks whether his methods differ from a villain's. Cashin falls silent, troubled by her criticism. Tuppence places Cashin on temporary probation and warns him not to cause trouble during it. Leaving, Cashin mutters that she deserves her nickname as the Witch in the Steel Tower. He wonders how his friend Jeff ever became best friends with such a strict woman. Cashin grumbles that he needs to escape this place somehow. His phone rings with a call from Jeff. Cashin answers, casually greeting Jeff while buying a drink from a vending machine. Hearing something urgent, Cashin reacts in shock and asks for the location. When Jeff says Rhodes, Cashin is stunned because that means Greece. The story jumps to Rhodes International Airport, indicating Cashin has traveled there. A panoramic view shows the seaside town of Rhodes. Relaxing with tea, Cashin admires the scenery and thanks Jeff for inviting him. Sitting at an outdoor cafe, he wonders how long it has been since he last saw Jeff, guessing about half a year. Cashin quietly reflects, lost in thought. The scene cuts to HC Orphanage, hinting at a place from Cashin's past. Inside, children excitedly watch two toy monsters seemingly move on their own. The kids praise an older boy for the amazing display and ask if the toys are alive. Jeff, younger, explains they are dummies he moves with his powers, impressing the children. Young Cashin excitedly asks if Jeff will become a psyker and beat up villains on TV. Jeff modestly doubts he can with his seemingly trivial powers. Cashin insists Jeff's ability is really cool as they play together. Back in the present at the cafe, Cashin reminisces that those orphanage days after his adoption to the US were carefree and nostalgic. He sips his drink, still absorbed in memories. Time skips to evening, with Cashin now waiting alone outside as the sky darkens. Checking his phone at 7:30, he notes that Jeff is late. Cashin becomes worried when Jeff does not answer his calls. Jeff finally appears behind him at dusk, calling Cashin's name. Cashin turns in surprise. He sees Jeff badly wounded and bloodied, shocking him. Cashin grabs his collapsing friend, panicking and asking if a villain attacked him. Jeff weakly says he should not have called Cashin there, confusing him. Jeff presses a mysterious necklace into Cashin's hand, urging him to take it. Cashin protests that Jeff's condition is more important, but Jeff insists the necklace matters. Jeff suddenly spasms in agony, blood spraying as something attacks. Cashin reacts in horror. Jeff frantically tells Cashin there is no time, begging him to escape before he is also in danger. Cashin struggles to understand what Jeff means. He starts to call an ambulance while holding Jeff. Cashin pauses, sensing something approaching. A dark, sword-wielding figure advances through the night, terrifying Jeff and Cashin. Jeff shoves Cashin aside just as the attacker closes in. Jeff looks back in terror, realizing what is about to happen. The masked swordsman rushes forward with glowing eyes. Jeff intercepts the strike, clashing swords with the assailant in a burst of light. The attacker's blade slices cleanly through Jeff, mortally wounding him. Cashin stares in shock, splattered by his friend's blood. He screams Jeff's name in anguish. Jeff's lifeless eye stares as his body falls. Cashin trembles over Jeff's corpse, barely able to speak. He then spots the killer leaping away across the rooftops. Cashin grits his teeth, overwhelmed by rage. Furiously, he sprints after the murderer, ordering him to stop. The chase leads to a lonely, moonlit coastline at night. Cashin stands exhausted before the killer at the rocky shore. Panting, he curses the man who murdered Jeff. Facing the distant swordsman, Cashin demands to know if the killing was due to a grudge or a client's request. He clenches his fist and declares that the reason no longer matters. Cashin ignites his flames, vowing to burn the killer to death with his own hands no matter what. The swordsman lifts his mask and calmly remarks that Cashin's crude way of speaking has not changed. Cashin widens his eyes in disbelief at recognizing the man. The killer is revealed as S-rank psyker Jack Khalid. Shaking with anger, Cashin demands to know why Jack did this to Jeff. Jack coldly answers that Jeff was a traitor to their organization. Another figure with long white hair steps in, saying Jack speaks the truth. She further claims that Jeff himself had killed a comrade, leaving Cashin stunned. The interrogators state they not only have a witness but solid evidence. Lyra, an S-rank Cold Air mage, says the Lampa's executives have already confirmed the accusation. The blue-haired man tells Cashin he is also listed as a suspected traitor, shocking him. Fixing Cashin with a glare, the man orders him to reveal everything he knows. He demands information specifically about Cashin's conversations with Jeff. The one-eyed interrogator watches Cashin closely under the night sky. Cashin looks troubled while Lyra waits behind him with her magic ready. Cashin exhales tensely, reacting to the accusations. Cashin recalls that in over a decade Jeff never killed anyone and questions how Jeff could have murdered a comrade. Lyra warns that besides them there are two more elite psychers present and urges Cashin not to make a reckless choice. The one-eyed man advises Cashin to stay rational as a psyker and declares this is his final warning. Cashin responds with a faint, unsettling smile. The interrogator agrees Cashin has a point, momentarily relaxing. Lyra repeats to herself that she must act like a calm, rational psyker. Cashin suddenly rejects restraint and charges, vowing to kill the interrogator first. The one-eyed man draws his sword and rushes forward. Cashin and the swordsman clash in a violent, high-speed exchange. Cashin lands a fierce flaming punch on the swordsman. The swordsman counters with a powerful sword strike that overwhelms Cashin. He concentrates, imbuing his blade with blue energy. The swordsman activates his technique Sword Spirit, surrounding himself with multiple spectral blades. Lyra unleashes her own technique Cold Blast, filling the air with icy shards. Cashin, enraged, yells for them to come at him with everything. All three unleash their powers simultaneously in a chaotic explosion of ice, fire, and sword energy. Cashin dives back into the fray, his fists blazing. A distant sniper fires, a glowing shot streaking toward Cashin. The bullet hits Cashin, making him cry out as he collapses bleeding. Clutching his wound, Cashin realizes one of the unseen psychers is a sniper. Lyra tells the wounded Cashin to surrender or the sniper will aim for his head next. Cashin defiantly tells them off as flames ignite in his hand again. The one-eyed man is startled by Cashin's renewed resolve. Cashin charges through a torrent of fire, shouting as he attacks. He detonates a massive hellfire blast that engulfs the area. After the explosion, Cashin curses in frustration. Using his flames to propel himself away, he shouts that he will get revenge on them later. Mid-escape, Cashin is struck again by a sniper round, blood spraying. Shocked and bleeding heavily, Cashin realizes he has been fatally hit. As he falls toward the water and debris, he curses his fate. His body sinks underwater, leaving only bubbles and faint traces of blood. Drifting down, Cashin thinks he never expected to die so easily and regrets not avenging Jeff. Cashin's glowing necklace falls beside him, beginning to react. Scene shifts to a modern restroom, hinting at a new setting. Water drips from a faucet as someone nearby shouts in alarm. Students panic over a boy whose head is in the toilet, believing he is not breathing and might be dead. One of them yells for everyone to run away. The boy's head remains submerged as bubbles rise around him. His body twitches slightly, showing signs of life. He suddenly jerks up from the toilet, gasping for air. Soaked and panting, he kneels on the bathroom floor by the toilet. Looking into the water, a boy with golden eyes and Cashin's necklace gasps in confusion. The scene reveals he is in a schoolboy's restroom. He wonders where he is, hearing water dripping from the toilet. He recalls falling from the cliff just before. His wet shoes splash on the bathroom floor as he moves. He notices his voice sounds strange and unfamiliar. Looking in the mirror, he sees a different boy's face staring back. He mutters in disbelief, still trying to understand. Examining his reflection closely, he panics, asking if that person is really him. He insists the situation is impossible and nonsensical. He questions why he is in a kid's body and what happened to his original one. Assuming it must be a dream, he splashes his face with water. He runs a hand through his wet hair, still unsettled. Realizing the sensations are too real, he curses, accepting this is not a dream. He demands to know what is happening. Grabbing the sink, he starts to ask why this is happening to him. A sharp pain stabs his head, making him cry out. Memories flood in. His life as a Korean student, bullies tormenting him, and being drowned in a toilet. Reeling from the implanted memories, he is stunned speechless. He realizes the body belongs to a Korean boy named Kwon Kong-woo. Looking at the glowing necklace, he wonders how this happened and why strange memories are in his mind. A voice inside his head greets him as Cashin, confirming he is awake. Startled, he spins around the empty restroom demanding to know who is speaking. The necklace glows ominously, shadows rising from it. Dark smoke forms a floating eye-shaped being before him, shocking Cashin. The entity introduces itself as MORALS, a noble soul from ancient times. Cashin reacts with disbelief and confusion at the talking spirit. He accuses it of coming out of the necklace, while MORALS calmly repeats that it is MORALS and hints at more to explain. MORALS says he knows Cashin has many questions. He tempts Cashin by asking if he does not want answers. Outside the school, Cashin listens as MORALS begins explaining. Cashin confirms that MORALS claims to have resurrected him, while MORALS dryly notes he has already said that, and is fluent in Korean. MORALS explains his Korean fluency comes from having lived in Korea before being adopted to the US. Cashin walks through the schoolyard, silently processing the situation. Internally he curses in frustration. He struggles to accept that he died and was brought back to life, questioning the logic of it. MORALS asks if Jeff gave Cashin the necklace, stating Jeff did so to protect him. Cashin recalls Jeff's final moments, and realizes Jeff entrusted the necklace to save him. He exhales, weighed down by this revelation. Cashin then asks what Jeff had been searching for, referencing the scrap metal sword. MORALS names the target as the Annihilation Sword mark. MORALS explains that mark was forged long ago during the wars of the mythical era. When Cashin asks how MORALS knows this history, MORALS replies that as a noble soul he knows and tells Cashin to listen and learn. Cashin eyes him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. He questions the basis for believing MORALS, while MORALS says he sacrificed half his power to revive Cashin. Cashin doubts the claim about sacrifice as he checks Kong-woo's smartphone. Cashin's eyes widen as something on the phone shocks him. He reads an article declaring Cashin Lee a corrupt psyker tied to dirty money, officially reported dead, while Jeff is praised as a fallen hero. Outraged, Cashin realizes the media is saying he killed Jeff. His hands shake as he stares at the slanderous article. Remembering Jeff's kindness, Cashin insists the accusations are lies and that Jeff would never betray him. He clenches his fist in anger. Cashin curses Lampus for framing him and trying to bury an innocent person instead of protecting him. Morals urgently tells Cashin to calm down, warning that something is wrong with him. Blue energy crackles around Cashin as his power begins to surge out of control. His eyes change color, revealing a dangerous transformation. The surrounding space fills with unstable blue energy. Cashin's body crackles with power as he rages, asking how they could do this to him. A monstrous clawed blue hand forms around his arm. Seeing his own transformed hand and eye, Cashin is stunned. Looking at his new claws, he panics and swears, not understanding what is happening. Elsewhere on campus, someone impatiently curses about a boy who is taking too long to show up. Another voice curtly tells him to quit whining. 3 bullies wait in a secluded area, assuming their target will arrive soon. A chubby student runs up to them, out of breath. The purple-haired bully mocks the boys running while watching him approach. He demands to know if the messenger checked on their victim. The blonde bully hears that the bathroom is now empty. The leader questions this and asks if the boy checked carefully, receiving an uncertain confirmation. The messenger admits he saw neither police nor ambulance at the scene. Annoyed, the leader mutters in disbelief. The blonde bully shouts that the victim was supposed to be dead and berates the messenger for saying he was not breathing. The leader replays the memory of finding the unconscious boy, insisting he truly seemed dead. Deciding the matter is over, the purple-haired bully dismisses the messenger and lets him go. The blonde complains the scare was pointless, saying the messenger exaggerated and nearly gave them a heart attack. The leader casually says it is fine since the target survived, so there is no real problem. When asked what they will do about the boy now, the leader hints he already has a plan. He calmly snacks while considering his next move. Smirking wickedly, the leader vows to hunt the boy down and beat him again. The scene cuts back to the school building exterior. Cashin has retreated to the rooftop with Morals so others will not see his transformation. Morals praises his judgment, but Cashin angrily tells him off. Cashin demands an explanation for why he has become a villain, while Morals sighs about his temper. Morals explains that resurrecting Cashin distorted destiny's balance. He reveals that Kangwoo was originally fated to survive and become a future catastrophe-class villain, a fate Cashin has now inherited. Cashin is horrified to hear that his new destiny is catastrophe-class villainy. He confirms Morals means that by coming back to life he took over Kangwoo's doomed destiny, and Morals agrees. Cashin lets out a strained laugh. He summarizes the situation. Once a top-class psycho-hero, he has been reborn as a villain. Staring at his trembling clawed hand, he notes he is now a catastrophe-class villain as well. Overwhelmed, he slams his empowered fist into the wall and screams in rage. He cries out, demanding to know why this is happening. He then turns his fury on Morals, shouting why he was revived at all and telling the spirit to be quiet. Morals warns that villains easily lose rationality to desire and that Cashin should sense that corrupt intent within himself. Cashin realizes with horror that a coiled evil intent now resides inside him. Morals says he is holding that darkness back for now, but if Cashin's anger keeps growing, it will become uncontrollable. Morals hints ominously at what will happen afterward. Cashin, shaken, yells for Morals to stop, saying he has heard enough. Sitting on the rooftop with his head in his clawed hands, Cashin mutters about being labeled a villain and begins to state his preference. He grips his face tightly, wrestling with his emotions. Morals cuts in with a firm declaration that Cashin must live, pushing him toward accepting this new fate. The shadowy eye tells Cashin that if Jeff were present he would have already explained things, leaving Cashin confused. Morals recalls that before meeting Cashin, Jeff confided that he regretted dragging Cashin into this situation. Morals explains that even when Jeff sensed his impending death, he made no preparations to save himself. Instead, Jeff preserved a single means of survival and entrusted it to Cashin. Morals urges Cashin not to waste Jeff's sacrifice. Overwhelmed, Cashin sighs heavily. Morals addresses Cashin by name. Morals tells him to stay calm like he is now, which annoys Cashin. After being asked if he really wants to stay non-human, Cashin resolves that he will act. Cashin casually calls to Morals, who insists on being addressed by his proper name as a noble soul. Cashin bluntly questions what Morals actually is and rejects the noble soul label. Morals asks if Cashin is truly that curious, and Cashin enthusiastically confirms it. Cashin wonders if Morals can revive the dead, and Morals says that when Cashin finds the Annihilation Sword he will naturally learn more, prompting Cashin to recall the junkie sword. Cashin speculates that the Annihilation Sword might be linked to Jeff's death. Morals affirms that the sword is indeed connected, leaving Cashin silent. Cashin and Morals are interrupted by someone loudly calling him a loser. 3 bullies approach Cashin on the roof, mocking him. The purple-haired leader sneers that he is glad Cashin is still alive. The scene shifts to the school building exterior. Inside, some girls in the hallway look towards something in surprise. One girl internally gushes that someone is very handsome. A red-haired boy, Kim Wuchan, a psyker apprentice of striker class with flame attribute and undecided rank, walks the hall as girls admire him. Wuchan continues down the hallway, drawing attention. His phone rings with a call from Lee Dae-woong. Wuchan answers respectfully and asks what Lee Dae-woong wants. As he listens, nearby girls chatter curiously. Wuchan's eye sharpens as something he hears catches his attention. He listens silently, thinking. He tells the caller he will return the call shortly while looking out the window toward the roof. Back on the rooftop, the three bullies stand before Cashin, one holding a bat. Cashin faces them calmly. Memories of their past abuse flash through Cashin's mind as he recognizes them. Morals reassures Cashin that no one else can see him, while Cashin is inwardly stunned by the situation. The blonde bully complains about the stress Cashin caused him, insulting him, while Cashin sighs. The purple-haired leader, Quan Kong-woo, is called clueless as he pulls out cigarettes. Kong-woo berates Cashin for not reporting in after surviving and demands to know who gave him permission to hide on the roof. Cashin cuts him off, asking if he is finished talking, surprising the bullies. Cashin states that he is extremely angry. He says he usually avoids hitting kids but decides these bullies deserve a beating, while Morals shouts his name in alarm. Morals warns that even without transforming, villains like Cashin possess physical abilities far beyond normal humans. Morals advises him to restrain himself or else, and Cashin curtly replies that he knows. One bully reacts with a curse, moving toward Cashin. The blonde bully yells at Cashin, asking what he is muttering and if he has finally gone crazy. Cashin glares intensely at him. The blonde bully is suddenly terrified by Cashin's eyes. Enraged, the blonde rushes Cashin, ordering him to look down. Cashin's punch lands violently on the bully's face. The impact sends the blonde flying as Cashin stands with his fist extended. The remaining two bullies stare in shock. Cashin calmly raises his fists, ready to fight. The two conscious bullies watch as their blonde friend lies sprawled on the ground, stunned by how fast he fell. Kong-woo panics, wondering what Cashin the supposed loser just did. The boy with glasses charges at Cashin with the bat, screaming threats. Cashin focuses intensely. He stomps forward to meet the attack. Cashin closes in, grabbing the bat and striking. He follows up with a powerful punch. The blow sends the bespectacled bully crashing away, his bat flying. Kong-woo is left speechless by how easily Cashin knocked out two of his friends. The blonde bully lies injured on the roof. The glasses-wearing bully is also down, and Kong-woo realizes Cashin dropped both of them in a single strike each. Cashin turns toward Kong-woo, prepared to continue. Cashin asks Kong-woo if he has ever felt guilty about bullying others. Kong-woo, shaken, trudges forward. Cashin demands an answer as Kong-woo approaches. Kong-woo smirks and mocks the idea of guilt, asking what that even means. He laughs wildly, saying it disgusts him to see a loser like Cashin acting cocky. Kong-woo accuses Cashin of thinking he is a big shot for beating weaker lackeys, while Cashin concludes that Kong-woo feels no remorse. Cashin decides that since Kong-woo has no guilt, he needs a beating to make him feel some. The rooftop battle area is shown from above with the two standing and others down. Cashin suddenly dashes toward Kong-woo at high speed. Kong-woo hurriedly raises his guard in shock. They sprint straight at each other. Cashin slips past Kong-woo's punch with incredible speed. He lands a devastating blow squarely on Kong-woo's torso. Kong-woo's body bends and flies from the impact. Cashin keeps punching with fury, his eyes glowing. Another heavy strike smashes into Kong-woo from above. Kong-woo screams as the attacks overwhelm him. He chokes out a groan from the punishment. Cashin looms over him, expression hard. Cashin asks if Kong-woo is starting to feel guilty, while Kong-woo snarls curses. Cashin notes he had been holding back but grabs Kong-woo's collar, implying he might escalate. Cashin decides he will beat Kong-woo even more. Cashin's expression darkens further, as he is consumed by anger. Kong-woo stares in terror at the change in Cashin. Wuchan's voice intervenes from off-screen, asking if this is not enough. Wuchan stands on the rooftop, having arrived to stop the fight. Kong-woo, recognizing him, mentally screams Wuchan's name in fear. Wuchan walks up and questions Cashin about why he is meddling and what he gains from hitting someone so outclassed. Kong-woo is stunned that Wuchan considers Cashin stronger than him. Kong-woo grits his teeth angrily. Ignoring Wuchan's warning, Kong-woo rushes Cashin again, screaming profanities. Cashin steps forward to counter. Cashin delivers a brutal kick or strike that sends Kong-woo crashing away again. Kong-woo slams into the rooftop, skidding across it. Wuchan grabs Cashin's shoulder from behind, shouting that the beating is enough. Cashin reacts in surprise to being stopped. Wuchan is equally shocked that Cashin still attacks despite his intervention. Cashin swings another strong punch toward Wuchan. After the clash, Cashin looks confused, having been blocked. Wuchan has intercepted Cashin's attack with crossed arms, revealing his skill. Wuchan quickly counters with a swift approach punch while Cashin tries to react. Cashin turns, startled by Wuchan's speed. Wuchan's foot slams against the ground as he moves. Wuchan's kick or strike arcs toward Cashin, forcing him to evade. Cashin internally notes that Wuchan is very fast. Morals yells Cashin's name urgently. Morals warns that Wuchan is a psyker and Cashin is at a disadvantage fighting him like this, shocking Cashin. Wuchan charges in again for another punch. Wuchan's blow slices past Cashin with high speed. Blood splatters, showing Cashin has been hit. Cashin reels back with his shirt torn and curses inwardly. The scene briefly shifts to the exterior of the school building. Cashin and Wuchan now square off properly, both in fighting stances. Cashin, lightly injured, keeps his guard up and studies Wuchan. Wuchan also realizes that Cashin is a villain-like existence equivalent to a psyker. Wuchan's eye glows with focus. He suggests ending their fight here, saying nothing more can be gained, leaving Cashin bewildered. Wuchan produces a small bandage. He tells Cashin he has a cut on his face and offers the bandage. The two exchange a tense but curious stare. Cashin accepts the bandage from Wuchan. Cashin walks away from the rooftop while Wuchan watches him leave. Wuchan gazes after Cashin thoughtfully. Observing the unconscious bullies, Wuchan is surprised that one student could defeat all three at once and notes he never knew someone like Cashin attended this school. Wuchan's eyes widen as he continues to process what happened. He raises his arm, still thinking about Cashin's strength. The scene shifts to the city skyline. A sign for a PC gaming cafe comes into view. Inside the PC cafe, people are gaming. Cashin sits alone at a terminal. Cashin attempts to log into Lampas but finds his member ID is no longer accessible. He had expected this but still finds losing access to the game very frustrating. The view cuts to the broader cityscape again. In an alley, Cashin calls out to Moros. Eating a burger, as he walks down the alley, Cashin asks Moros how he could tell Wuchan was a psyker. Moros explains that when Cashin struck Wuchan, the impact allowed him to sense Wuchan's psyker nature. Cashin remarks that this sensing is a useful ability, but Moros dismisses it as nothing special. Moros adds that if he uses something called appraisal eye he can obtain far more detailed information, bragging about his knowledge as a noble soul, which surprises Cashin. Moros suggests that since they are talking about abilities, Cashin should try transforming into a villain now so they can learn what powers he possesses. Cashin silently considers the idea while holding his burger and phone. Moros guesses he does not want to transform, and Cashin admits he does not. Cashin nonetheless decides he will still attempt the transformation. He grips the burger's wrapper as he steels himself. Cashin reflects that he has nothing else to depend on except this villain power. He asks what he must do, and Moros explains that becoming a villain is like losing control over desires and emotions, which Cashin says sounds complicated. Moros clarifies that for Cashin specifically, intense anger seems to be the trigger. Moros fixes him with a serious gaze. Cashin repeats the word anger and begins to clench his fist. A montage of Cashin's painful past, Jeff's death, and the rooftop fight surges through his mind, stoking the rage needed for his villain transformation. Cashin gathers intense dark power, his eyes glowing as energy surges. Someone lets out a furious roar. An enraged delinquent screams that he will kill the group called Lampas. Cashin yells back, asking what the guy is doing and saying he is getting angry. The Shadow Eye explains Cashin does not need to shout and should just imagine things, and Cashin complains for not being told earlier. The scene shifts to the city skyline. Narration introduces the villain Blaster, a maniac who loves blowing things up and admiring the destruction. Info reveals Blaster illegally entered through Wuchan and was seen earlier in the Gatam district. The red-haired psyker reads that Blaster has already caused 102 casualties and notes how many that is. Blaster casually eats as sound effects play. Lee Daewon, a B-rank night-class psyker, explains that Blaster is weak in direct combat but dangerous because he can create explosives. While still snacking, Daewon adds that Blaster is mentally unstable with a bad personality, and says villains must simply be annihilated. Kim Wuchan coldly calls villains antisocial criminals who must be eradicated before they act. Daewon teases that Wuchan gets scary when talking about villains, but Wuchan replies that a psyker's job is justice and he only spoke the truth. Daewon smirks quietly. He says he will worry about justice himself. Wuchan glares as Daewon tells his apprentice just to focus on supporting him. The view moves to another building, setting for the next scene. Cashin looks at a glowing blue screen that has appeared before him. The Shadow Eye shows Cashin his status window, labeling him a Darkness Attribute Catastrophe class villain whose trigger is anger, and whose main skills are Shadow Blade and self-healing, which Cashin compares to a game. Cashin focuses on the listed skills, and the Eye says those are the abilities he can currently use. The Eye explains that self-healing is already rapidly fixing the injury on Cashin's face, amazing him. Cashin asks if lost limbs would regrow, and the Eye says the healing is probably limited by his current mana. Cashin asks about the hidden skills, and the Eye says they are powers he has not unlocked yet, and will gain as he grows. The Eye is shocked that Cashin's mana is only 300, remembering it was over 1500 when it was a psyker. Cashin doubts such low mana for a catastrophe class, and the Eye clarifies that the catastrophe rating reflects his potential. The Eye likens him to a diamond in the rough, saying whether he becomes powerful depends on his effort. Cashin asks if the appraisal eye can be used on others, and the Eye agrees but warns it can only be used 3 times per day. Cashin asks what happens if the limit is exceeded, and the Eye recalls once collapsing into a half-day's sleep from overwork. Cashin considers that drawback while Eye trails off nervously. The Eye suggests testing his main skills, and Cashin asks what to do and whether he must shout the name like in a game. The Eye instructs him to visualize the Shadow Blade in his mind. Cashin affirms he is imagining it. Cashin swings his arm and a massive shadowy blade cleaves the ground, unleashing destructive power. Astonished, Cashin exclaims that the skill works and notes something emerge from the shadows, startling the Eye. He reaches out and discovers he can physically touch the manifested shadow. Cashin remarks that the shadow feels sharp like a knife, sharp enough to cut, while the Eye watches. The eye internally admits it expected a day of practice before Cashin could manifest the skills and is stunned he did it instantly. The eye wonders if Jeff foresaw this potential, while Cashin taps the hardened shadow and uses it might serve as a shield. The eye reminds him that as a villain he can also create his own outfit and gear, which Cashin says he already knows. Cashin materializes a black battlesuit and says clothing is not urgent, so this simple outfit will do for now. The eye mocks his terrible fashion sense, and Cashin snaps at it to be quiet. The scene shifts to a downtown street at sunset. As they walk among pedestrians, the eye asks where he is headed now that the sun is setting, and Cashin answers that he is going home. The eye silently reacts, watching his expression. Cashin reflects that Quan Kongwu, whose body he inhabits, has a family. He recalls that Kongwu's parents are gone, and he instead lives with an older sister who works in an office. Asked if he plans to see her, Cashin firmly says yes. Remembering Kongwu's fate, Cashin thinks that although Kongwu was destined to be a catastrophe-class villain, he clearly treasured his sister deeply. The eye asks if Cashin feels guilty, and Cashin retorts that the eye itself said Kongwu died because of him even though he was not supposed to. Suddenly a blinding flash and shockwave erupt nearby. Cashin's eyes widen as he turns toward the blast. He sees panicked civilians fleeing from a devastated building ahead. Cashin stares in shock as debris and sparks fall around him. The camera shows the burning, cracked facade of the building. People on the street scream that a villain is attacking and note the incident is already spreading across news and social media. Someone reads that a mother and child have been taken, and Cashin realizes there are hostages. Cashin looks up tensely at the burning building. The eye races after him in alarm. As Cashin runs toward the site, the eye shouts his name, trying to stop him. The eye warns that fighting a villain will be far more dangerous than his earlier scuffle with delinquents. It emphasizes that a villain's powers far surpass those of a normal human. Cashin responds that in that case he will become a villain himself to confront the threat. The eye reminds him that villains normally avoid fighting each other and that, as a former psyker, he should know this taboo. The eye explains that unless there is personal hatred or revenge involved, villains see such interference as crossing a line. It warns that if Cashin attacks as another villain, others will see him as meddling in their livelihoods. The eye adds that doing so would make Cashin public enemy number one among villains even before his inevitable clash with Lampas. Cashin's foot slams down as he decides anyway. He stops at the foot of the ruined building, staring up at the smoke and cracks. Cashin, resolute, says he is fine with becoming their enemy. The eye is shocked by his determination. The view lingers on the damaged entrance of the building. Inside, the eye calls to Cashin, hoping he is not acting from lingering psyker duty, but Cashin says that is not the reason. Cashin walks deeper into the shattered lobby, insisting he must act because hostages, a mother and child, have been taken. Climbing the stairs, he says that once he knows about such a situation he cannot ignore it. Cashin states that doing nothing after learning this would be wrong. The eye silently takes in his resolve. A flashback shows Jeff telling the eye that Cashin is hot-tempered and nicknamed Mad Dog. Jeff looks at a locket photo and says Cashin is kinder than anyone he knows. Jeff concludes that this warmth is why he trusts Cashin. The eye thinks back, noting that it chose to follow Jeff. It remembers Jeff in turn choosing Cashin as his successor. Accepting this chain of trust, the eye decides it can no longer object. The eye now urges Cashin to transform and promises full support. Outside, the burning building looms in the evening light. Inside a toy store floor, shattered display cases and scattered merchandise show the aftermath of an explosion. Crushed toy boxes and debris litter the floor. Stuffed animals sit behind cracked glass, emphasizing the violence. In a devastated room, a terrified mother begs the unseen attacker not to proceed. A close view shows a bomb device crackling with red energy. Blaster coos mockingly at his victims from behind masks on the chairs. He tells the bound mother and son that this spectacle is for everyone's enjoyment, and scolds the child for crying. Standing behind them, Blaster orders them to smile for the camera. He adds they should smile like him, with a twisted heart symbol. The panel reveals Blaster's crazed grin as a C-rank flame attribute villain, clutching his bomb. Meanwhile, Daewoo and Wuchan have stopped at a gas station. Wuchan waits by their car, looking up at the ominous sky. He adjusts the bandage on his arm, still thinking about fighting Cashin earlier. Wuchan recalls being hit, and admits Cashin surprised him even though his guard was down. He realizes he does not even know Cashin's name. Answering his phone, he introduces himself as Kim Wuchan. Whatever he hears shocks him. Daewoo also answers a call, apologizing to the person on the line and promising to treat them to food later. Flirting over the phone, Daewoo says he is serious about them, then hangs up as Wuchan says their target has appeared. Wuchan tells Daewoo they have received mobilization orders. He informs him that the villain Blaster is currently attacking. Back at the hostage room, fireworks fill the night sky above as the frightened boy is asked if he has ever seen such colorful explosions. Blaster laments that the child has never witnessed such beauty and calls it a tragedy. He strokes the boy's face and says there is no need to be sad. Blaster promises to show the child even more beautiful sights. In Cashin's memory, another villain once explained that a victim's loved one would be sacrificed. The flashback voice describes how the beloved mother's body will explode together with the fireworks. Blaster raves that he is trembling with indescribable excitement at the upcoming spectacle. He approaches the gagged mother, suggesting he might start by blowing off her arms and then her legs. He adds that he will save her head as a souvenir, so her neck and chest will be destroyed last. Suddenly the lights go out, and all three captives stare in shock at the sudden disturbance. A close-up shows Blaster's eye, realizing something has changed. His grin returns as he senses an intruder. He remarks that guests have arrived and greets them warmly. The viewpoint reveals a staircase lined with wired bombs as he invites the newcomers to come in without shyness. His crackling, glowing hand calls the bombs to activate. Cashin smashes through the window in a burst of blue energy, startling Blaster. Blaster reels backward from the sudden assault. Cashin's shadow-enhanced fist slams into Blaster's face. The impact blasts Blaster through the room and into rubble with tremendous force. Smoke clears to show Cashin standing in the wall he just smashed while Blaster lies amid debris. Cashin emerges from the dust, eyes burning with dual colors. The eye checks on the mother and child and confirms to Cashin that both hostages are alive. The eye then notices a bomb device has been chained to Cashin's own torso. The bomb on his body begins to charge and glow ominously. The hostages and the eye stare in horror at the active device. Cashin's foot digs in as he prepares to move. He rushes forward at blinding speed, lightning crackling around him. The exterior shows the building moments before another blast. An explosion erupts from within, shattering glass outward. Onlookers panic at the fresh blast and cry out for police and psychers to arrive. Debris rains down in the aftermath inside. The ruined toy floor smolders as dust settles over broken displays. Blaster, still standing, surveys the destruction from behind. He complains about someone barging in without knocking. Bruised but grinning, Blaster calls the attacker a rude bastard. Looking at shattered toys, he laments that his earlier victim died too quickly and could have made a better firework. He turns back toward the bound mother and child, igniting power in his hand and saying he has replacements. Blaster laughs madly, declaring the two of them will now be the highlight of the night. He hurls another bomb with a wild motion. Blood flies as shock registers in his eyes. The bomb falls from his injured hand amid cracks and rubble. Blaster screams in agony as Cashin's counterattack tears into him. In a surge of blue energy, Blaster's body flares like a detonating light. Blaster, enraged and shocked, reacts to Cashin's relentless assault. The dark-haired boy unleashes a powerful energy strike that smashes his opponent into the ground. The floor is left cracked and smoking from the devastating impact of the attack. The pink-haired villain lies half buried in rubble, growling as sinister energy crackles around his glowing hand. The protagonist's blue gauntlet flares to life as he braces himself, saying he expected this counterattack. Standing over the pinned villain, he mocks him for thinking the same trick would work twice while charging lightning in his hand. The enraged villain hurls an insult as the hero's glowing fist rockets toward his face. Their clash rattles the entire room, sending debris and shockwaves everywhere. The villain's head is pounded repeatedly by blinding bursts of blue and red energy. The hero mounts him and continues the relentless barrage of blows. Lost in fury, the hero smashes his enemy into the floor again and again, demanding more. With manic glowing eyes, he screams for more violence until someone desperately calls his name, Cashin. A crazed, blood-stained grin hangs in the dark as the rampage continues. A huge blue eye appears in the void, shouting Cashin's name to snap him out of it. Cashin suddenly comes to his senses, staring down at the now unconscious, bloodied villain beneath him. The floating blue flame within eye tells Cashin that he has finally managed to hear its voice. Cashin, blood on his face and gauntlet, looks shaken as he realizes what just happened. Seeing the brutally beaten hostage-taker, Cashin curses and wonders what he has done. Horrified, he stares at his blood-soaked gauntlet and begins to question his own actions. The Eye Spirit explains that moments ago Cashin was in an uncontrollable frenzy. It tells him his emotions spiraled out of control and completely overwhelmed his reason. The spirit warns that if he had not regained his senses, he would have become a madman driven only by his own desires. Cashin angrily grips his head, cursing at the realization. He closes his eyes in frustrated pain while the spirit's words sink in. The spirit asks if he is alright and mentions the earlier blast, but Cashin insists he is fine and says they must rescue the hostages. The scene shifts toward the debris-filled part of the room where the hostages are kept. Cashin approaches the chairs where the bound woman and child are still tied up. He stops in front of them with the spirit floating beside him, looking uncertain. The terrified mother and child tremble, staring at him with wide, fearful eyes. Outside, police cars and emergency responders arrive at the damaged building. The defeated villain is loaded, unconscious and battered, into an ambulance. An officer reports over the phone that the kidnapped mother and child have been safely rescued. Investigators survey the ruined floor, concluding for now that the incident looks like a turf dispute between villains. Examining a child's teddy bear, a detective says witnesses claimed an unidentified villain was involved. The red-haired hero silently studies the teddy bear, thinking about that statement. Looking at the toy, he reflects that the criminals kidnapped a young child. He thinks grimly that villains deserve only death, then repeats the rumor that a villain saved the hostages. Nearby officers gossip that they also heard the story about a villain rescuer, and note there were many witnesses. The red-haired hero interrupts them, about to warn them not to spread that rumor further. Someone calls his name, Wuchan, drawing his attention. Wuchan is ordered over the phone to secure CCTV footage from the first-floor staff room, and he agrees to head there. He glances again at the teddy bear, looking troubled. The bear is dropped onto the cracked floor, symbolizing his unresolved doubts. Night falls over the city's tall buildings under a half moon. Cashin, back in his school uniform, stands outside looking up at the night sky, lost in thought. He recalls the mother desperately begging him to save them while he wordlessly stared with his dual-colored eyes. Sitting on a park bench, Cashin buries his face in his hands and sighs. The eye spirit floats beside him and asks if something is bothering him, while he stays silent. The spirit remarks that without its help things could have ended much worse. Cashin quietly asks if he would have become a lunatic like the villain earlier, and the spirit bluntly answers yes. Looking up at the sky, Cashin mutters to himself that he really is a villain. His phone lights up on the bench, catching his attention. He picks up the phone and checks a new message. He tells the spirit it is a text from Kangwoo's sister saying dinner is ready and he should come home to eat. The spirit asks if he plans to go home, while Cashin hesitates in silence. Still staring at his phone, Cashin begins typing a response. The scene shifts back to the damaged building where the investigation continues. A crack sign shows they are entering the staff room to review CCTV footage. Wuchan gasps in shock as he views the recordings. Staring at the monitor with others gathered behind him, he demands to know who the mysterious figure is. On the screen, the video clearly shows Cashin freeing the terrified hostages instead of harming them. Wuchan asks if the footage is some kind of prank, unable to believe a villain is saving people. He watches silently, sweating, as the evidence challenges his belief about villains. Time passes and the story jumps to another night over a different apartment building. The camera focuses on room 701, indicating Cashin's new home. Cashin returns to the apartment and finds a neatly prepared dinner waiting on the table. He picks up a handwritten note left beside the covered dishes. Reading it, he sees instructions from Kangwoo's sister telling him how to reheat the food and mentioning fruit in the fridge. The note ends playfully, saying she tried cooking today and signs it as the world's cutest sister. Her message triggers a childhood memory of being scolded for coming late to dinner at the orphanage. The strict director denies young Cashin food for missing meal time. A hand suddenly offers the hungry boy a piece of bread. His older friend secretly shares the bread, telling him to eat quickly without getting caught. Young Cashin happily devours the bread, savoring the rare kindness. Back in the present, Cashin stares at the note, moved by the familiar warmth. The freshly heated rice and soup steam on the table, ready to eat. Cashin sits alone before the full homemade meal, still looking contemplative. He tastes a spoonful of the soup, testing her cooking. After sipping, he quietly admits that it tastes good. Remembering eating meals made by his older friend long ago, he reflects that it has been a long time since anyone cooked for him. Finishing his food, he politely thanks her out loud even though she is not there. The next morning dawns bright over the apartment complexes. Sunlight streams into Cashin's bedroom as he lies under the covers. The alarm clock shows 7:50 as it rings. Cashin slowly opens his eyes, waking up. He sits up in bed, shutting off the alarm. Still lying there, he stares at the ceiling with a weary expression. The scene moves to the bathroom as the sound of running water begins the morning routine. His toothbrush and cup sit by the sink, ready for use. Cashin brushes his teeth while thinking grimly about the version of himself that is not truly him. Looking into the mirror, he thinks he cannot believe he is living another person's life. As he gargles, he reflects that he expected to feel better after some sleep but instead still feels unsettled. Gazing at his pendant with the eye symbol underwater in his thoughts, he wishes he could return to the past. The spirit greets him with a good morning, but Cashin replies that it does not feel like a good one. He steps into his shoes, getting ready to leave the apartment. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he reaches for the door as the spirit asks if he is heading to school. Kangwoo's sister, Yuri, appears in pajamas, mildly scolding him for leaving without telling her. Cashin feels awkward around her and answers that he already ate breakfast while thinking how strange this situation is. He wonders privately if he should tell her he is not actually her real brother, as she rummages for something. She hands him the check card they discussed earlier, a debit card meant for his use. Yuri explains she put his allowance on the card and tells him to use it wisely, while he marvels at where she pulled the card from. Cashin examines the cute check card in his hand. Later, he hesitantly calls out to Yuri while she relaxes on the couch watching TV. Dressed formally, he asks if he can borrow some of next month's allowance. She points out it has only been a week since she last gave him money, prompting him to nervously begin explaining. He remembers being pressured by school bullies demanding he lend them 100,000 won. Back then he lied to Yuri that he lost his wallet to cover up the extortion. In that memory, Yuri turns off the TV and simply agrees to help. Smiling, she says she will do it because he asked nicely, and he thanks her with relief. She adds that instead of cash she will make a check card for him to use. The younger Kangwoo, confused, repeats the unfamiliar word check card. Returning to the present, Cashin looks at the card and realizes how their past arrangement works. At the door he awkwardly thanks Yuri, stumbling over calling her Nuna, and promises to be careful with the card as she wishes him a good day. A speech bubble calls out telling Kangwoo to wait a moment. Yuri studies him and comments that he looks a bit different today. Then she decides it is just his changed hairstyle, and says he looks like a totally different person now. She teases that he refused haircuts before, while he insists he only brushed his hair differently. As he heads to the elevator saying he is off to school, she jokingly asks if he got a girlfriend. At school, students chat excitedly, many on their phones as rumors spread. The view shifts to classroom 3-1 where Cashion's class is held. Classmates whisper in surprise as they notice a bruised student entering, wondering what happened to him. Other students speculate in shock over who would dare beat up nose Sukchan. Sukchan, the blonde bully, sits angrily at his desk checking his phone, face bandaged. His eye twitches when he overhears classmates whispering about him. He glares around the room, noticing people staring and talking behind his back. Exploding, he yells at them for looking at him and threatens anyone who talks. Seething with rage, he blames all his humiliation and injuries on the loser he tried to bully. Suddenly a hand grabs his shoulder from behind, startling him. Sukchan turns to see Cashin standing over him calmly, gripping his shoulder. Cashin fixes him with a cold stare and demands to know where his seat is supposed to be. Terrified, Sukchan breaks into a nervous sweat. Stammering, he points out Cashin's desk while classmates murmur his name. Cashin walks away to his rightful seat, leaving the trembling bully behind as the class watches in awe. He slouches into his chair by the window, dropping his bag and acting indifferent. The spirit notes that Sukchan is shaking under Cashin's glare, while the bully curses him silently. The spirit reacts to talk of a villain terror incident in their neighborhood. A student brags that he personally saw villains fighting each other during the incident, astonishing his friends. The spirit tells Cashin it sounds like the students are unknowingly gossiping about him, but he just focuses on his phone. The group continues discussing how scary it was and mentions a random serial murder case involving a high school girl. Another student says he saw news that the girl's limbs were cut off and all her blood drained, concluding it must have been a villain. Cashin hears someone say the culprit was a villain known as Driver. The others react in shock, noting that Driver is supposed to be the boss of the Ville Zone in the Gatam district. Cashin thinks to himself in surprise that there is a Ville Zone operating in Gatam. The students go on, saying they also heard rumors that Driver was performing human experiments, calling him insane. Hearing their disgust, Cashin scrolls his phone and curses inwardly, wishing all villains would die and rot in hell. The scene transitions outside to the school's grounds in daylight. In a different spot, a rough student laughs loudly and swears, finding something extremely funny. His friend warns him to watch his mouth, teasing that he is acting tough despite being beaten by a loser. Annoyed, the purple-haired delinquent tells him to stop messing around while the other laughs and tries to calm him. One of them grinds a cigarette into the ground and asks curtly, "So what?" Grinning darkly, the thug suggests they should all team up to kill Cashin. A determined student grabs a thick envelope, resolved not to stay idle. The purple-haired delinquent offers the envelope as payment, promising to make the favor worthwhile. The bespectacled boy watches as the delinquents happily accept the money. Narration introduces Kwak Daegu, Ki-hoon's childhood friend, shown bowing in fear. The observer thinks he never wanted to get involved with that guy while the gang admires the cash. Kwak slings an arm over the leader, reminding him that friends should help each other out. Kwak excitedly asks if he should maim or even kill the target if given the word. The scene shifts to the school exterior as the bell rings. Inside, students leave class chatting about after-school plans while one boy walks alone down the hallway. A red-haired student calls out, ordering the black-haired boy to stop. The redhead, serious, approaches the boy he previously rescued. He admits he does not know the boy's name and asks if his injuries have healed. The black-haired boy peels off a bandage from his cheek. Pointing at his face, he tells the redhead to see for himself that the wound is fine. His shadowy eye spirit appears, surprised as it observes the exchange. The boy reapplies a bandage over the already healed spot. In the bathroom, the spirit notes the injury is fully healed and questions why he still wears a bandage. The boy explains he wants to avoid running into the redhead again and arousing suspicion. The spirit realizes the redhead had been watching out for the boy. Kamwoo bluntly asks why the redhead called him and jokes whether he plans to pay his hospital bills. The redhead silently considers his response. Instead of paying hospital fees, he proposes offering Kamwoo something else. Kamwoo smirks at the offer. He then dismissively tells the redhead to mind his own business and walks away. The redhead calls after him, asking for his name. Kamwoo gives his name, Kamwoo Kwan. Kamwoo waves casually as he continues down the corridor. The redhead repeats Kamwoo's name to himself, clearly intrigued. After school, Kamwoo exits the gate among other students while his spirit companion hovers nearby. Kamwoo feels awkward about the earlier interaction. The spirit asks if the psyker they met is bothering him, but Kamwoo says nothing. The spirit assumes it guessed right and identifies the redhead as Wuchan Kim, a pyrokinetic psyker. It describes Wuchan as a handsome, trouble-free, straight-A student whose fire ability and looks rival in idols. Narration adds that Wuchan can't ignore injustice. It further calls him a rising top-class psyker with a strong sense of justice. The spirit sweats nervously, reacting to how ideal the description sounds. Kamwoo comments that all this impressive information is what appears when you search Wuchan online, concluding he seems to have everything. The spirit bluntly asks Kamwoo if he is jealous. Narration reveals Wuchan's role model is a man with the same ability as him. That role model is named as top-class psyker Cashin Lee, shocking Kamwoo. The spirit is surprised that Kamwoo was Wuchan's role model and questions why such a rising star is in a normal school instead of a psyker academy. Kangwoo walks silently while the spirit flutters around him. Two delinquents peek around the wall, spying on Kangwoo as he leaves school. The spirit notices them, thinking these punks never give up. One of the tailing students calls someone, asking for an update on Kangwoo's movements. On the phone, he reports they are following Kangwoo discreetly and will keep the caller informed. The scene shifts to a rooftop and connected buildings, showing the area Kangwoo heads into. The three main delinquents wait below, asking what their lookout is saying. They hear that Kangwoo is being tailed and smugly remark that even this bastard keeps his promises. One flicks away a cigarette and suggests they follow as well. The leader agrees, telling his crew to move out. The three bullies stride forward menacingly, eager for confrontation. Kangwoo walks into a back alley area between old buildings. The alley is cluttered with trash and machinery, emphasizing the seedy setting. His footsteps echo as he advances. One lookout curses in alarm after seeing where Kangwoo is going. Panicked, he wonders why Kangwoo has come here, noting this route leads towards something dangerous. He yells in shock, startling the friend beside him. When the main trio suddenly appears, he screams that they scared him and asks what the hell is going on. The orange-haired thug laughs at him for being an idiot, while looming threateningly. The purple-haired leader demands to know where Kangwoo is, and the lookout frantically points down the alley. Looking, the lookout is shocked to find Kangwoo no longer visible. From the alley entrance, they see only an empty path. The lookout insists he was there moments ago. The bespectacled student hurriedly shouts that Kangwoo must have turned into a side alley. The main group sprints after him, while the lookout tries to warn them that place is a vill zone. Realizing the danger, the lookout curses again. From above, we see him chasing after the others into the dangerous zone, begging them not to leave him behind. The chase continues deeper into a dilapidated district filled with tall, grimy buildings. The bullies emerge onto a wider street under tattered awnings, still searching for Kangwoo. They reach a dead-end wall and wonder where he could have gone. Doubtful, the purple-haired kid asks if Kangwoo really came this way while the others complain. Suddenly a powerful blow slams down, accompanied by the thug's furious shout. The bespectacled boy's eyes widen in terror as he witnesses the sudden attack. The orange-haired thug rants that they are being made fools of while holding the bespectacled boy by the collar. Trembling but defiant, the bespectacled boy asks if they were looking for him. The gang momentarily freezes, surprised by his unexpected boldness. Kangwoo then appears behind them in a misty light, revealing he deliberately lured them here. He calmly states that if they were looking for him, they have come to the right place. The camera above them clicks on, capturing Kangwoo facing the entire group. The bullies notice the security camera now recording everything. A close-up shows the camera's glowing lens watching the confrontation. On a computer monitor, a hacker observes Kangwoo entering the alley. The hacker's dark control room is filled with screens all displaying the scene. A gloved hand idly taps a tool as if readying for action. The hacker, wearing futuristic goggles, lounges in his chair while toying with a glowing device. Grinning, he remarks that they have an unexpected guest. Outside, the narrative returns to the oppressive apartment canyon enclosing the vill zone. Kangwoo walks forward resolutely, unafraid. The bullies note he is not surprised by their presence, and think he must have no sense of self-preservation. The lead thug asks if Kangwoo is the one who beat up Ki-hun. Kangwoo silently narrows his eyes at him. The thug laughs crudely at Kangwoo's glare and steps closer. He gives Kangwoo 3 seconds to kneel if he does not want to die. Kangwoo begins counting calmly from 1. The thug, eyes glowing red, continues the count to 2. Kangwoo finishes the count with an indifferent 3, refusing to kneel. Enraged, the thug yells an insult, preparing to attack. Face to face, he taunts Kangwoo, assuming he cannot fight. Kangwoo suddenly jabs his fingers into the thug's eyes, catching him off guard. Screaming in agony, the thug clutches his eyes and howls that he cannot see. Kangwoo seizes his head in a firm grip. With overwhelming force, he smashes the thug's skull into the wall, or ground. The impact leaves the thug dazed and broken, eyes blank. The other bullies stare in shock and horror at what just happened. The thug lies crumpled on the floor, the wall around him cracked from the blow. Kangwoo casually wonders why the thug keeps offering up his face like an idiot. The purple-haired leader begins to curse in disbelief at Kangwoo's brutality. The big henchman charges at Kangwoo, roaring insults. He swings a heavy punch toward Kangwoo. Their fists clash in a violent exchange. Kangwoo slips behind the henchman in the midst of the attack. The henchman is startled as Kangwoo moves faster than he can follow. Kangwoo drives a devastating blow into the man's midsection. The henchman collapses flat on his back from the impact. Groaning, he barely remains conscious. Standing over him, Kangwoo says he had planned to go easy but they pushed him too far. The man screams in pain as Kangwoo continues to crush him underfoot. Kangwoo coolly looks away from the writhing henchman. He asks the remaining 3 if they will just stand there watching. Kangwoo is irritated, calling them assholes for hesitating. Behind him, the orange-haired thug painfully begins to rise again. With bloodshot glowing eyes, the thug swears he will kill Kangwoo. Kangwoo, a bit puzzled, wonders if he might have gone too easy on the guy. The thug raises his fists again, preparing to use proper fighting techniques. Narration identifies him as a national-level high school Muay Thai fighter and tournament runner-up as he launches a kick. The purple-haired boy exclaims that their Muay Thai expert is finally taking things seriously and believes Kangwoo is doomed. The onlooking students react with shocked silence. Facing the revived opponent, Kangwoo stands firm, ready to counter. A close-up shows Kangwoo's focused, unshaken gaze. The scene cuts to a combat gym where fighters train with heavy bags. Other athletes run and lift weights in the same facility. Flashback or parallel scene shows a psyker named John Klaus, a C+ rank striker with physical skills, viciously attacking someone. Spectators at the gym laugh, saying John should go easy or he will kill the rookie he is sparring with. Another coach asks what is going on, addressing a man named Jack. Jack, a muscular man with an eye patch, greets him and notes he arrived a bit late. Jack demands to know what they are doing, and is told the rookie is being educated, under the guise of sparring while others laugh. Jack silently studies the situation, growing concerned. John continues to pummel his sparring partner with brutal punches. Jack questions why John is not wearing protective gear, learning the arrogant rookie refused pads, but clarifies he meant John, not the rookie. The onlookers are shocked that Jack is criticizing John. Jack identifies John's opponent as Cashin Lee and explains Cashin is a PCTA graduate who finished top of his class, astonishing the others. He adds that Cashin specializes in close-quarters combat and has never lost a one-on-one match. The astonished gym members exclaim that they only knew Cashin for pyrokinesis and assumed he was a mage type, not a close combat specialist. All three spectators stare in disbelief at the ferocity unfolding in the ring. Cashin, eyes glowing, delivers a devastating finishing punch. The opponent's body is flung violently by the blow. Back in the alley, Kangwoo looms over the battered Muay Thai thug, blood dripping as he trembles. The remaining bullies panic, realizing how badly outmatched they are. The orange-haired thug staggers on his feet, injured yet still conscious. Kangwoo's hand flashes toward his face again, signaling another brutal strike. Cashin, eyes glowing with rage, violently grabs one of the thugs. He looks down on the group, thinking they act tough only because no one has disciplined them. Cashin reasons that if someone stronger opposed them, these small-time thugs would never dare cause trouble. Remembering powerful foes, he regrets not being strong enough back then. He recalls how, if he had been stronger, he, Jeff, and Kangwoo might have escaped their grim fates, vowing now to gain strength. Cashin resolves to become so invincible that even the powerful group Lampas would fear him. Terrified by Cashin's aura, the thugs panic and decide to run away. One thug starts to suggest they escape before something worse happens. A sudden scream makes Cashin turn alert. Above the alley, a gadget-riding villain appears, shocking the thugs. A glowing device descends, heralding the newcomer's arrival. The villain formally introduces himself as the B+ rank engineer villain Driver, hovering atop his screwdriver-like weapon. He loudly activates an attack named Screwdriver, brandishing his weapon in the sky. Driver smirks confidently as he prepares to intervene. One thug can only stammer in fear at the villain's presence. The thugs bolt, cursing, leaving Cashin behind with the newcomer. Their leader is abandoned and cries out not to be left alone as Cashin calmly watches. Cashin narrows his eyes, focusing on the new threat. Driver smiles, clearly amused by the situation. Cashin's spirit companion calls to him, drawing his attention. Cashin recognizes Driver's weapon and recalls their past encounter. Driver lands nearby, asking Cashin if the spectacle is not entertaining. He grips his massive weapon, readying it. Driver says he came to lend help but realizes he misjudged what was going on. Cashin coldly replies that he never asked for any help, which Driver laughs off. Annoyed, Driver asks if Cashin even knows who he is, and Cashin bluntly identifies him as Screwdriver. Driver, powering up his arm, complains that Cashin's lack of reaction hurts his pride. Energy gathers at the muzzle of Driver's weapon. He fires a blinding shot directly at Cashin. Cashin, unfazed, holds the glowing weapon as he begins to speak. Driver taunts that anyone entering the Ville zone should know the danger awaiting them. The attack swells to full intensity. Instead of a lethal blast, the shot comically turns into an exploding flower aimed at Cashin. Driver laughs and insists it was only a joke while Cashin stares in silence. Driver warns that next time his attack might be real, calling Cashin a useless idiot. Cashin and his spirit stare blankly, unimpressed. As Cashin walks off saying he is going home, Driver shouts after him, confused. Left standing alone with his crackling weapon, Driver wonders if he was just ignored. Cashin and his spirit head down a quiet alley away from the scene. The spirit scolds Cashin, saying what just happened was extremely dangerous. It stresses that Screwdriver is far stronger than Cashin in his current state. The spirit estimates that the villain's spell power is tremendously high. Cashin walks on without answering, prompting the spirit to call his name in alarm. The spirit rushes to follow, puzzled by Cashin's silence. Cashin leans against a wall, visibly troubled, while the spirit hovers nearby in concern. The spirit concludes that the encounter has badly shaken Cashin. It starts to say Cashin could one day face Screwdriver with training, but Cashin instead asks it to pull up data on the villain via the Eye of Insight. Cashin views this as an ideal chance to fight a strong opponent. The spirit protests, but Cashin insists he learns best in real life and death battles. The spirit, crackling with energy, yells that he should risk everything and engage in a true fight. Cashin, eyes of two colors blazing, says he cannot let such a good opportunity slip by. The night sky over the city looms above the impending clash. Driver experimentally mimics Cashin's earlier footwork. He wonders aloud if moving that way explains Cashin's strange agility. Thinking back to Cashin's movements, Driver realizes they were far from ordinary, and asks himself who this kid is. He notes that Cashin did not even flinch in fear facing him. Driver retreats rapidly, remarking that high schoolers are terrifying these days. As he moves, his visor flashes, reacting to something. Cashin, now fully powered and masked in shadow, launches a surprise lightning-charged attack from above. Driver's eyes widen as he senses the sudden assault. Cashin crashes into him with a brutal strike, engulfing him in energy. The impact tears up the ground, sending debris flying. Driver reels from the blow thrown back at high speed. Cashin pursues through the air, relentlessly pressing his advantage. He unleashes a technique called shadow knives, summoning blades of shadow that rain down on Driver. Driver dodges amid falling debris, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Cashin, impressed, acknowledges that Driver is as skilled as expected. Driver is blasted backward again, struggling to regain balance. He spins his screwdriver device, preparing another technique. Driver activates weapon summoning, calling forth a massive, glowing version of his weapon. Cashin's spirit urgently warns him that Driver has summoned his true weapon. Cashin stands atop the earlier weapon and remarks that the previous blast could have been truly dangerous. Driver, charging another shot, asks if Cashin understands that. He then points his fully charged weapon downward, preparing a heavy attack. Driver decides it is time to return the favor for being attacked. He unleashes the accumulated energy. A devastating attack named Driver Beam shoots down like a pillar of light toward Cashin. The beam slams into the area, exploding in a huge column of purple light. The blinding explosion continues to engulf the surroundings. Other villains nearby react with surprise as the blast's glow reaches them. Red Eye also notices the intense light from a distance. Black Hand, holding a thug, pauses and looks toward the explosion in confusion. As the light clears, Driver stares, shocked that Cashin survived. He then fires a follow-up beam at Cashin's spirit companion. Cashin emerges from the dust, cloaked in lightning and shadow, having endured the attack. The spirit analyzes that Driver's mana exceeds 1,000. It calculates from the Eye of Insight that Screwdriver has about 3 times Cashin's power, listing his skills and mana value. The spirit asks if Cashin is even listening to this worrying data. Cashin, studying the status screen, smiles that this fight will be fun. The spirit questions his confidence as Cashin calmly readies his shield. Driver admits Cashin blocked his attack well. He wonders if he has been going too easy and powers up again. Shouting to do it once more, Driver launches another powerful charge at Cashin. Cashin's heterochromatic eyes narrow, fully focused. Their attacks collide in a violent clash of energy and debris. Cashin steps through the light, pressing the offensive. Driver charges, swinging his weapon in a barrage. The two exchange rapid, high-speed blows across the rooftop. Frustrated, Driver curses at Cashin. He realizes in disbelief that Cashin is predicting all his movements, and wonders who he is. While trading blows, Driver thinks that someone this skilled should be famous. Mid-attack he suddenly hesitates, sensing something off. Cashin asks himself if this is the same villain who once defeated Blaster. The two clash again in a bright arc of blue and pink energy. Driver's visor flashes as he struggles to keep up. Cashin's counterattack shatters part of Driver's weapon. Cashin emerges from the fragments, startling Driver. Driver's visor glows menacingly as he prepares another ability. He channels a red beam through his weapon and fires furiously. Cashin evades and counters, striking at Driver's legs. The blow sends Driver flying upward from Cashin's kick. Driver curses midair, calling Cashin crazy. Cashin rushes after him, demanding if Driver is truly a master of combat. Driver dashes and slides to reposition while preparing a new attack. He charges energy into his gauntlet, transforming it. Driver activates his machine hand technique, enlarging his fist into a massive, powered gauntlet. He launches the gigantic fist toward Cashin. Cashin responds with his own powerful strike, aiming directly at the attack. The two forces collide, creating a huge burst of energy. Driver's weapon is knocked away at incredible speed. Driver gasps in shock as his armament is sent flying. Cashin closes in and delivers a crushing blow to Driver. Driver is blasted away yet again by Cashin's attack. Bruised and rattled, Driver admits Cashin is far from a joke and that his fighting style feels different. Driver concludes Cashin's skill is too high to be self-taught, suspecting professional training. A new voice cuts in, asking what the group is doing and calling them idiots. Cashin and his spirit turn toward the newcomer. Driver, exhausted, braces himself as powerful allies arrive. The A-rank summoner villain Crow is introduced as one of those allies. Another ally, the B-rank archer villain Red Eye, is also revealed. The three villains, along with Cashin, now stand facing Black Hand. Someone asks why the fight is being prolonged unnecessarily. Black Hand, a B-rank striker called Black Hand, criticizes Driver for going too easy on Cashin. The scene shifts to show Cashin alone on one side and the trio of villains regrouping opposite him. Cashin smirks and taunts Driver for needing backup after losing a one-on-one. Crow and Driver bicker as she remarks that it sounds like he really was beaten, which Driver defensively denies. Crow insists that from what she saw he did get destroyed, while Driver stubbornly claims the fight is not over yet. Black Hand reacts in disbelief to the word destroyed. He is stunned that someone he considers an amateur managed to overpower Screwdriver. Driver then asks Cashin why he even picked a fight with him to begin with. Crow and Red Eye quietly observe Cashin's answer. Cashin states he challenged them because he wanted to face strong opponents, and has another reason. He adds that he cannot ignore a murderer who kills people at random. Driver looks confused, unsure who Cashin means. The villains clarify that Cashin is referring to a notorious serial killer, and say killing such a person would be justified. In a humorous aside, Chibi Crow confirms to a Chibi Driver that he is indeed that supposed murderer. Black Hand laughs loudly, claiming he is being framed and that Cashin believed false rumors. Cashin's spirit wonders who Cashin is to stand up so boldly even before Screwdriver. Black Hand, seething internally, thinks he wants to kill Cashin immediately. Driver tells Cashin he will be direct and declares that he is not the murderer Cashin is searching for. The black-haired man asks the group if they have any proof, and the one with the visor admits they do not. Someone realizes that without evidence the questioned man could actually be the killer. The black-haired protagonist looks tense and conflicted as suspicion falls on him. A muscular man with glowing green eyes suddenly shouts to attack now. The enraged fighter charges at the protagonist, vowing to beat him to death for his insolence. He continues his explosive rush, fist drawn back to deliver a devastating blow. His huge gauntlet fist crackles with power as the attack nears its target. He activates his named ability Death Gauntlet, surrounding himself with lethal lightning. He aims the killing strike at the protagonist, screaming for him to die. The electrified punch smashes downward with tremendous force, obliterating the area. The protagonist appears behind the attacker, criticizing his sneak attack as cowardly. The attacker is shocked to realize his blow missed and his opponent is unscathed. The protagonist says scum like him specialize in stabbing people in the back. Furious, the gauntlet user swings another lightning punch at close range. His glowing fist hurtles forward but something blocks or counters it. The protagonist dashes in, saying he will show the remedy for people like this. He slams a brutal headbutt or strike into the attacker, calling him an asshole. The masked woman reacts with surprise as dark energy spills from her throat or chest. The red bandana man is startled by what just happened. The visor man smiles, clearly impressed or amused by the turn of events. The defeated gauntlet user crashes into the ground some distance away. The trio watch him fall, one remarking on how sudden and intense that was. The gauntlet fighter lies beaten and stunned, unable to respond. The red bandana man internally panics that someone ranked third in the Ville Zone was taken down. The protagonist clutches his head as his shadow companion asks if he is alright. The companion correctly notes he is dizzy and his head is spinning from the battle. The visor man's device scans his own data, displaying digital readings. He explains that the protagonist's spell power had been under 300 but recently spiked sharply. The masked woman is surprised to hear his spell power had only been around 300. The bandana man concludes that with 300 spell power the protagonist should only rank as D rank. He struggles to understand how a mere D rank achieved such a feat. The narrative notes Blackhand's spell power is higher than a typical B rank, yet he was felled in one hit. The masked woman tells them not to be too shocked, since on rare occasions a B rank can beat an A rank. The bandana man looks at the unconscious Blackhand, still rattled. The visor man adds that spell power alone does not decide victory or defeat. He analyzes that the protagonist also has abnormal physical strength, reflexes, and combat skills beyond his stats. He concludes that the protagonist is an exception, like a perfectly optimized high-end machine. The visor man retrieves a glowing orange crystal from his weapon. Holding it up, he asks the protagonist if he recognizes the item. The protagonist identifies it as a magic crystal that boosts spell power. The visor man explains that villains can raise spell power through harsh training or by ingesting such crystals. The protagonist abruptly snatches the crystal with his clawed hand, startling his companion. Examining it, he's told he should eat the crystal. He asks why it is being given to him, and the visor man says he wants to strike a deal, which the protagonist rejects. The visor man claims he hates injustice and wants the indiscriminate murderer caught, offering the job to the protagonist. He frames the crystal as a gift for taking the request and says the protagonist may accept or decline as he likes. The protagonist remarks that this insistence sounds like protesting innocence, and the visor man claims he really is not the killer. The protagonist suggests they find the culprit themselves if they feel so wrong, but the visor man laughs it off. The visor man says everyone has circumstances they cannot reveal. The protagonist and his companion silently mull over his words. The visor man simply smiles, keeping his secrets. Later, the protagonist walks through the city at sunset with his shadow companion. He wonders about actually ingesting the magic crystal now in his hand. The companion explains there are natural gene crystals and man-made magic crystals, with a vast difference between them. It laments that this one is not a gene crystal but says it will still raise his spell power significantly, which he already knows. It advises that the crystals should only be taken while he is in his villain form. He holds the crystal thoughtfully between his fingers. He transforms, now holding it in his armored villain hand. Confirming with his companion that it really is a magic crystal, he prepares to use it. He lifts it toward his mouth, determined to consume it. He remembers Jeff always warning him not to eat anything dangerous. Despite the warning, he swallows the crystal. Afterward he looks at his hands, initially feeling no change. He says nothing feels different, but the companion tells him to be patient. Suddenly a surge of power flashes through his eye. Dark blue energy erupts across his body in shock waves. Overwhelmed by the violent transformation, he panics at what is happening. The companion urges him not to panic and to stay calm. Its own eye glows as it reacts to the intense power spike. Blue energy crackles around the protagonist's legs and feet. His body is increasingly covered in glowing armor like energy. A blinding column of light engulfs him as the power fully manifests. The energy pillar shoots into the sky above the surrounding buildings. He realizes in astonishment that his spell power has risen dramatically. The massive golden beam continues blazing high above the city. He stares at his transformed arms in speechless amazement. He notes that after swallowing just one crystal he already feels supercharged. He now understands why villains obsess over magic crystals, though he thinks relying on them feels like cheating. He asks Moros to check his current stats with the Eye of Insight. Moros reacts with shock to what it discovers. The status screen shows his spell points have jumped to 350, and he complains it rose only 50. Moros is offended that he calls such an increase only. Moros explains that even the best crystal usually raises points by at most 5 to 10. It calculates that a 50-point jump is a record-breaking 500% increase, proving the crystal worked exceptionally on him. Moros says this result is unbelievable even for someone in the catastrophic class. The protagonist notices another entry on the screen and wonders what it is. He reads that his hidden skill is labeled Magic Crystal Extraction. Wondering how to use such a skill, he is told it works exactly as written. Moros clarifies that he can draw spell power out of weapons, including those forged from gene crystals. The protagonist dismisses it as a lame hidden skill, to Moros' dismay. Moros insists that being able to extract crystals from weapons is unique to him, and could grant unlimited crystals. The protagonist then frets about where he is supposed to even find weapons made with magic crystals. The scene shifts to the city, highlighting the Sungshim department store area. Inside a donut shop, a man with braids excitedly shows off his newly acquired ornate sword. He proudly gushes over finally owning this sword, which he calls the Great Bear and Four Tigers sword. His red-haired friend dryly calls it a nice sword, which the excited owner finds too emotionless. The owner boasts that the blade is made using at least 2 top-quality magic crystals and is unparalleled. The redhead asks if he has learned anything about the mysterious villain who fought Blaster. The sword owner complains he is dodging the topic. Eating donuts, the owner admits he searched all data but found nothing, concluding the villain must be newly transformed. When asked if the villain could be an outsider, he says the man's appearance and traits clearly mark him as a villain. He adds that now is not the time to fret over that villain, while patrons gossip about the handsome redhead. He brings up the notorious serial killer that forced the Gatam Goose special team to go on red alert. The redhead wonders if the killer might be Screwdriver, since he is the main suspect, but the other denies it. The redhead is puzzled and unconvinced. The man in yellow explains that Screwdriver would target luxury goods, not random people, implying he is not the killer. He says Screwdriver may be a villain but not a murderer. The redhead describes Screwdriver as an unpredictable villain regardless. He sips his drink, considering this information. The other man says the ruthless nature of the killing suggests a villain, yet leaves room for doubt. He points out that not only villains are crazy and that the culprit could be an ordinary person. The redhead silently recalls the mysterious black-haired figure and another man from a past encounter. Their conversation turns to the redhead's younger sister, a student model, and he mentions imposing a curfew on her. He notes it is safer to be cautious until the serial killer is caught. He gazes pensively out the cafe window at the city. The scene shifts to AC's studio as evening falls. Inside, filming equipment is set up for a photo shoot. A photographer directs his models to look cute and nonchalant for the camera. 2 girls, one pink-haired and one blue-haired, pose confidently in matching shirts. The photographer praises their poses and continues the shoot. After a final pose, he tells them the session is over and thanks them for their work. Later, the pink-haired girl leaves the building alone as dusk settles on the street. She checks her phone and is startled to see it is already 7 o'clock. Realizing it is late, Na-eun Kim decides she will have to skip buying stationery and head straight home. Nearby, her blue-haired friend walks looking worried while Na-eun complains to herself about missing a limited edition item. The blue-haired girl is introduced as Min Young-an, also a sophomore at Seowa High School. Na-eun spots Min Young still around and calls out to her. Na-eun looks at her friend curiously, wondering why she seems nervous. Min Young hesitates, beginning to respond. She abruptly grabs Na-eun's arm and calls her name urgently. Min Young suddenly suggests they go play with the toy crane machine, surprising Na-eun. She insists it has been a long time since they went there, trying to coax her along. She begs that they go for just one round, while Na-eun protests that her brother's curfew will not allow it. Min Young pleads adorably until Na-eun is left speechless. Na-eun finally agrees, saying just one round, and the two head off together. As they leave, a shadowy figure watches them from a nearby alley. The watcher's sinister red eye and smile reveal a dangerous intent. The narrative cuts back to the residential district under the same sunset sky. An online news article promises the indiscriminate killer will definitely be caught, highlighting the special force led by the man in yellow. At home, the protagonist reads about 3 confirmed victims while contemplating whether to accept Screwdriver's offer. He decides the killer's cold-blooded murders cannot be ignored and he must act. Morals silently takes in his resolve. It remarks that a murderer without motive is hard to track. Morals notes that the only clear detail is that all of the murders occurred within the Gatam district. It also reminds him about the item Screwdriver gave him. In a chibi aside, he pretends not to remember what item Morals is talking about. Night falls over the city, setting the stage for the next move. In flashback, the protagonist asks Screwdriver why he is being handed a special phone, and is told they need a way to communicate. Screwdriver explains the device can only send texts and files and has no GPS tracker to spy on him. The protagonist initially refuses the phone, but Screwdriver says he will use it to send information about the killer. The masked hero is told he can text his tech ally anytime. The goggled supporter promises full backing and urges him to catch the killer. Reading the message, the hero realizes it is a formal request. At home, he silently stares at his phone, conflicted. He hesitates with a trembling finger over the phone screen. His anxious eye shows how nervous he is about contacting the villain. Slamming the phone down, he decides he cannot bring himself to text. He complains that his pride will not let him casually message a villain, while his spirit partner asks where he is going. He declares he cannot just sit idle and will go investigate personally instead. Evening falls over the community arcade where the next events unfold. Inside the arcade, a claw machine seems to successfully grab a masked bear plush, exciting onlookers. Two schoolgirls focus on the claw, one intensely controlling while the other cheers her on. The plush slips from the claw at the last second, prompting a cry of dismay. The girls lament their bad luck after failing to win any prize. One girl wants to try again, but the other says she should be heading home. A surveillance drone notes it is not yet 8, while the girls talk about leaving. The drone labeled D buzzes outside the arcade at sunset. The pink-haired girl complains her strict brother has imposed a curfew. Her friend nervously falls silent, looking troubled. Sensing something off, the pink-haired girl asks her to stay a bit longer. She then asks if something is wrong as her friend avoids answering. The friend trembles, trying to find the courage to speak. She finally admits she witnessed something important. She explains she actually saw the murder of their schoolmate that happened days ago. Shocked, the pink-haired girl reacts to her revealing she saw the incident. The witness clarifies she wanted to tell someone but was too afraid. She confesses she fears the same fate might befall her. The pink-haired girl urgently asks whether the killer noticed her. Realizing the danger, she says this is no time to hesitate. She insists they must go to the police immediately and offers to accompany her. Grabbing her friend, she runs for the exit, warning that both of them are in danger since the murderer was seen. As they run, something suddenly changes, accompanied by a blinding flare. The girls stop in terror as darkness and ominous noise close in. They panic when the arcade shutters descend and the lights go out. The pink-haired girl looks around, confused by the sudden change. She steps into a spreading pool and realizes in horror it is blood. A sinister voice remarks that it has encountered them again. Other students in the arcade react with shock to the eerie scene. Blood surges toward the two girls, isolating them. The blood gathers and drips ominously in the darkness. The girls scream as terror overtakes them. A B-rank villain called Blood Rain manifests from the blood, mocking them. Meanwhile, the heterochromatic hero surveys the city from a rooftop. He wanders with his spirit ally, doubting whether aimless searching will help. Annoyed by the spirit's complaints, he says it could have stayed home, but it reminds him it must remain nearby. His phone vibrates, catching his attention. Seeing which phone it is, the spirit notes it is the device given by Screwdriver. The spirit teases that he still carried the phone despite his pride, while he stays quiet. He decides he will throw the phone away if the message is strange and opens the notification. Whatever he reads shocks him greatly. Back in the arcade, the pink-haired girl steels herself while her friend hides behind her in fear. Blood Rain grins menacingly at them. The girl notices the patrolling drone outside the window, realizing help might be near. She recognizes that the threat before them is a full-fledged villain. She concludes this villain must be the murderer her friend witnessed. Terrified, she wonders what they should do next. In a prior memory, her brother handed her a small device. She asked what it was and he told her it is a panic button. He warned her not to press it lightly. He added that she should use it only in emergencies. He promised he would locate her immediately if she did. Now she secretly activates the panic device in her hand. Walking forward, she thinks this emergency is real and pleads inwardly for her brother to hurry. The sky over the arcade darkens as the crisis escalates. Blood Rain observes the frightened girls and comments that they look exhausted. He proclaims he will bestow eternal sleep on these pitiful creatures, while she angrily calls him crazy. Her defiance surprises the villain. She shouts that if eternal sleep sounds appealing he should give it to himself instead. He dismisses her as insolent. He advances toward them, towering menacingly. The girl resolves to buy time until her brother arrives. She demands to know why he is doing this. He stares at her silently at first. Then he replies that he kills simply because he enjoys it, showing his madness. He nevertheless offers to answer her naive question with actions. He explains that craving fresh blood and ripping apart emptied bodies is the only truth he has discovered. Continuing, he says nothing is more pleasurable than this as the girls try to threaten him to stay back. She warns him that her powerful brother will arrive any second. To intimidate him further, she claims her brother is strong enough to finish him in 3 seconds. The villain smirks at her bravado. He repeats mockingly that her very strong brother is coming, while she goads him to run away. Instead, he muses about how her brother will look when he sees her lifeless, drained body. Blood Rain raises a massive blood sphere, promising to present her corpse to her brother. The girls can only stare up in horror as blood droplets rain around them. He first lashes out with a deadly blood attack. A different scene shows another schoolgirl noticing a red beam headed toward her. The beam pierces her abdomen, spilling blood. She collapses as chaos erupts around her. Others nearby are struck too, making clear the villain's previous massacre. A close-up shows the girl's eye wide with trauma, underscoring Min Young's memory of the murder. Back in the present, Min Young lies bleeding on the ground as her friend screams her name. The pink-haired girl shakes her, desperately trying to wake her. She breaks down, crying that this cannot be happening as the villain looms behind. Blood Rain tells her that now it is her turn. He prepares another attack, calling her a gift for her brother. She clutches Min Young tightly, bracing for death. Overwhelmed with rage, she screams a curse at the villain. At that moment, a blue streak smashes through the arcade windows as the hero arrives in an explosion of energy. Shocked, she looks up while still holding her unconscious friend. Blood Rain readies a bloody strike against the newcomer. The hero launches himself at Blood Rain, shouting that he has a gift for him. Surrounded by lightning, he powers up for a devastating blow. He dives from above, unleashing his shadow attack. Blood Rain attempts to counter by raising a huge blood barrier. The hero's attack slams into the barrier, violently distorting it. Through the clash, the villain still grins confidently. The hero presses forward with a lightning-charged kick. The impact tears into Blood Rain, sending blood flying. The hero follows through with another powerful punch. The force of the blow hurls Blood Rain backward in a spinning arc. The two clash across the sky, trading overwhelming blows. The hero closes in again, determination on his face. He lands, panting, noticing his armor beginning to crack. Blood Rain steadies himself, surprised but still composed. The villain wonders who this powerful stranger is and briefly suspects he might actually be the brother she mentioned. The pink-haired girl also stares at the hero, wondering about his identity. The hero looks back at her and her injured friend, sweating from the battle. Blood Rain's eye narrows as he reassesses his opponent. He thinks he has never seen abilities like this or this mysterious fighter before. Realizing, he guesses this must be the one who defeated another villain named Blaster. Excited that such a foe now targets him, he decides the fight will be enjoyable. However, he chooses to withdraw for the moment, warning them they are not safe. The hero's eyes widen in alarm at this declaration. Blood Rain's head begins to sink into a pool of blood as he vows they will eventually die within him. The pink-haired girl trembles, hearing his promise of a supposedly sweet death. As the villain tries to escape through blood, the hero shouts for him to stop and chases after. The hero, splattered with blood, dives toward the fleeing mass. Blood Rain's hand dissolves into blood as he completes his retreat. The blood puddle finishes vanishing from the arcade floor. The hero coughs in frustration, realizing the villain has escaped. He wonders if the villain fled outside and prepares to pursue. Before he can leave, the pink-haired girl calls out, saying she needs a favor. She pleads with him to save her friend's life. Cradling Min Young, she begs again through tears. Elsewhere, her brother notices the panic button alert in the city. Racing by car, his associate asks if she might have pressed it by mistake, or as a joke. He replies she would have at least called and is not the type to prank about such things. He adds that the police have also been notified and are heading there. As the car speeds through the night, he silently wishes for her safety. The scene returns to the exterior of the Welcome Arcade at night. Inside, the hero calls emergency services by drone, urging them to hurry for a critical patient. He tells the girl an ambulance is coming and instructs her to give him something he can use to bind the wound. She quickly rummages for something elastic, repeating his requirement. He indicates an item he thinks will work. She hands over stockings, explaining their elasticity despite his embarrassment. They tie the makeshift bandage around Min Young's abdomen to stop the bleeding. The girl asks the spirit ally to assess Min Young's condition. The spirit agrees, noting it will not need its special eye of insight for a basic check. The floating eye glows as it examines the wounded girl. It concludes that nothing is immediately fatal at the moment, and the hero expresses relief. The pink-haired girl anxiously asks if Min Young will survive and is reassured she will if medics arrive quickly, which greatly relieves her. Sirens approach as the two wait with the unconscious Min Young and note how quickly help is coming. The black-clad man says he has already given Min Young first aid and that medics can handle the rest, and the girl gratefully thanks him. As he turns to walk away, she asks in surprise if he is leaving. He confirms he is and warns her that once people realize who he is they will run from him. She stares after him in troubled silence. Left alone with the injured Min Young amid the wreckage, she watches him disappear. She stays beside Min Young quietly, waiting for the medics. Elsewhere in the city, the black-clad man dashes between buildings with bursts of blue energy. His eye-like companion comments that the victims were lucky he reached them in time or they would have died, and he silently continues moving. He frowns, thinking. He accelerates through the city at high speed. He lands on a rooftop. He says something has been bothering him for a while. When his companion asks what, he stops, seeing an approaching drone and reacting in confusion. Dark energy gathers around his hand. He looks toward a sudden presence with surprise. He sees a flamboyantly dressed woman materialize on a nearby rooftop amid swirling feathers. The woman dramatically greets him, declaring that they are meeting again. She asks if he remembers her and threatens to kill him if he has forgotten. He internally recognizes that the woman is definitely someone he knows. At a control room, Screwdriver watches their meeting on screens and remarks he saw her only hours ago, while she cheerfully thanks him for remembering. The woman approaches and teasingly asks if she has introduced herself. She introduces herself by the codename Raven and remarks that it suits her. Raven asks his name, and he replies he has none, so she jokes that he still lacks a villain name. He dismisses the name issue and instead points to the drone, demanding to know what it is. Raven explains Screwdriver has deployed hundreds of these drones in places the serial killer is likely to strike to catch him. He asks if that drone sent him the previous location, and she confirms with amusement. Raven says the surveillance let them identify the murderer, and he asks incredulously if she really knows who it is. She names the killer Blood Rain and says he roams the country committing brutal murders. She admits she had suspected Blood Rain but could not be sure because he is hard to track. Raven adds that internal issues also complicated things. When she almost reveals more, she panics and tells him to forget what she just said or she will kill him with a skewer. Watching remotely, Screwdriver mutters he does not want to upset Screwdriver himself and looks for popcorn while Raven appears on one of his monitors. One of Raven's bird drones suddenly reacts with a shout. Raven holds out a blue box and says Screwdriver asked her to give it to him, promising an explanation after he deals with the situation. As she tosses it, he catches it midair. Examining the box, he grumbles in confusion, and she explains it contains part of his promised payment. He opens it to reveal glowing golden magical crystals. He realizes they are magical crystals of the highest grade and is stunned. The next day dawns brightly over a residential complex. A news reporter announces that the suspected mass-murdering villain struck again the previous evening. The report continues that thanks to psychers arriving quickly, no one died. It also states that a female high school student is hospitalized but in no life-threatening condition, which makes him sigh in relief. His guardian asks if he is heading to school and he answers yes. As he leaves, she warns Kong Wuchan to be careful because times are dangerous, and he casually says goodbye. The city bustles under a skybridge as life goes on. He reflects that several days have passed since he possessed Kong Wuchan's body. He thinks he must grow stronger. He adds that he needs strength to take revenge on Lampas. However, he admits he is unsure how much he can trust the strange eye-like entity accompanying him. He is also uneasy about the deal he made with villains in the Ville Zone. Night falls under a full moon. Back on that rooftop in the past, he incredulously repeats that Screwdriver is giving him 3 high-quality magical crystals. He gazes again at the shining crystals. He confirms with Raven that this is only a portion of the total reward. When Raven asks if it is insufficient, he answers that it is actually more than enough. She agrees and muses that the reward is quite generous. Raven warns that Blood Rain is extremely strong and says that with his current spell power he cannot defeat Blood Rain. She adds that Screwdriver also included a micro-GPS tracker he can use whenever he decides. Raven further explains Screwdriver compiled a file listing all the locations where Blood Rain has been spotted and tells him to examine it. She frankly says she does not expect much from him. She coldly warns that if he disappoints Screwdriver, she finishes the threat by asking if he understands, her glowing eyes emphasizing the warning. Later, walking as Kong Wu, he broods over Raven and Screwdriver's expectations. He mutters that their behavior is baffling as he walks with the eye spirit. The spirit notes, he is not actually heading towards school. Kong Wu replies that he has another place to go, while the eye teases him for skipping class. In a flashback, Raven studies drone data and notes that COA High School is a key location. Kong Wu realizes that the girls he saved attend COA High as well and thinks he may find clues near that school. When the eye asks if he will inquire about the killer there, Kong Wu says he will if necessary but admits something else is bothering him. Looking at his phone, he recalls that one of the girls from yesterday. He discovers via social media that Na-eun is the younger sister of the most feared student at his own school. Kong Wu decides he should inform the school he will be absent before leaving. He phones in pretending to be Kong Wuchan with a bad cold and says he will stay home to rest. Scene shifts to a medical center building. Inside, Na-eun's red-haired brother waits anxiously alone in a hospital corridor. Someone calls out to Wuchan, drawing his attention. A senior colleague arrives with coffee, asking if Wuchan was awake all night, and Wuchan greets him respectfully. Sitting together, the senior asks how Na-eun is and hears that she just fell asleep. The senior then asks Wuchan if he has read the case report, and Wuchan confirms he has. The senior explains the CCTV footage was destroyed but the report clearly points to Blood Rain as the murderer. He notes that Blood Rain normally drains victims' blood while leaving bodies intact, yet the Gatam district victims had severe bodily damage. Because of that difference they initially ruled Blood Rain out, and he laments that it still turned out to be him. He sighs heavily. The senior mentions the villain who helped Na-eun and Min Young and suggests it seems to be the same guy they met earlier. Wuchan silently recalls their previous encounter with that mysterious villain. The senior adds that Na-eun called that villain her savior. Wuchan reflects that if the man were truly a villain he should be deranged, yet he actually saved people, including his sister. The senior wonders aloud what the villain is planning, and Wuchan says he has been thinking the same. He remembers that this villain previously aided a psyker named Blaster as well and wonders who he really is. Wuchan broods, still perplexed. His untouched coffee cools on the table. Meanwhile, students chatter happily outside a school under a clear sky. Kang Wu and the Eye pass gossiping girls who are excited about the recent incident. He walks down a busy street toward a line of shops near Siwa High. The Eye comments that Kang Wu has gone out of his way, even skipping class, to come here. A sign shows they are at a convenience store. Inside, Kang Wu grabs a can of cola from the shelf. He overhears a male clerk flirting with two schoolgirls, asking if one is a model. The girl coyly denies it, saying she is a student on leave and flirting back as the other asks what college he attends. The clerk plays along and asks why they want to know. Kang Wu steps up with his drink to purchase it, momentarily surprising the girls. At the register, he politely agrees to ring up their item. The clerk smiles pleasantly at him. A comedic flashback shows Raven excitedly buying couple phones during a promotion. She gushes that their first photo with the new phone will be of her and Screwdriver. She then shyly offers the phone to Screwdriver as a gift, despite him saying he already owns one. Another flashback shows Screwdriver later handing that same phone to Kang Wu, puzzling him. The skit ends with Raven attacking Screwdriver in jealousy over something seen on the phone. Back in the present, Kang Wu stares at an image on his phone and wonders what on earth he is looking at. The scene returns to the real world outside the convenience store. The cashier scans Kang Wu's cola. He tells Kang Wu the total price is 3,201. As Kang Wu opens his wallet to pay, his eye is drawn to a thick, locked book sitting on the counter. The cover identifies the book as The Bride of Corinth. Kang Wu looks at it curiously. The clerk bags his drink, still smiling. An elderly recycler enters and asks if he can take the store's waste cardboard. The clerk agrees and goes to help, while Kang Wu and the girls watch. Kang Wu volunteers to help carry the stacks of cardboard outside. His eye companion suddenly narrows sharply, sensing something. Kang Wu apologizes politely to the clerk as they move the cardboard. From inside, the Eye Spirit observes the clerk kindly helping the old man load the cardboard outside. Kang Wu watches them with a serious expression. He then leaves the store and heads down the street. The Eye calls his name, preparing to share important information. It tells him there is something he needs to know, while Kang Wu flatly asserts that the clerk is a villain. The Eye reacts in shock at his certainty. Kang Wu explains that he could tell from the clerk's eyes and menacing aura. As he walks away, he admits he is not yet sure whether this man is actually Blood Rain and again recalls the book titled The Bride of Corinth. The book is shown ominously resting on the counter. The narrative explains that The Bride of Corinth is a classic story about a vampire. Kang Wu remembers Blood Rain speaking to his victims and promising them a sweet death, telling them they would die in him. Kang Wu realizes those words came directly from that novel. He says he is surprised he remembered, explaining that he used to read a bit while living in an orphanage. He takes a long drink of his cola. With renewed determination, he suggests they go find out whether the man he has targeted is truly the Joker card they drew. The exterior of the convenience store is shown again as the clerk later steps out, checking his phone. He walks calmly down the street, unaware he is being tailed. From a distance, Kang Wu and the Eye follow him. The sky overhead is clear as tension builds. The Eye narrows, watching closely. It realizes the route the man is taking leads towards Siwa Girls High School. Kang Wu wonders where exactly the man is headed as he continues to shadow him. His eyes sharpen, noticing something about to happen. He spots a truck rushing toward the elderly recycler in the street. The old man turns in alarm as the vehicle bears down on him. Kang Wu dashes in and tackles the old man out of the truck's path, narrowly saving him. The truck screeches past, its wheels skidding where they had just been standing. After saving a collapsed delivery man from a near accident, the protagonist anxiously asks if he is okay. He suddenly realizes something important, reacting in shock. Later he walks through the city, eyeing a specific commercial building. He quietly confers with the floating Eye Spirit Morals while preparing to act. The scene shifts to the tall building's exterior, setting up his next move. Inside, Moros wonders why he chose to transform here, and he explains there are no rooftops he can access nearby. In a restroom stall, he decides to swallow a magical crystal in advance. Power flares beneath the door as the crystal activates. He completes his villain transformation, surrounded by swirling golden energy. He orders Moros to use the Eye of Insight to analyze something. A status window reveals his villain profile, darkness attribute, skills like shadow knives and a hidden skill involving magical crystal extraction. Seeing the screen, he notes he has gained 2 new skills, hidden shadow and shadow movement, while Moros explains they evolved due to increased spell points. He is surprised to learn that merely raising spell points can grant new skills. Remembering his days as a psyker, he compares this easy growth to the past when only training made him stronger. He checks his 470 spell points and is baffled that 3 crystals yielded only 120 more. Moros explains his body is developing tolerance, so each future crystal will grant fewer points until the gains become minimal. He realizes strong psychers would never have handed over crystals if power-ups were that simple. Concluding he cannot rely solely on crystals, he resolves to seek other ways, such as training, to grow stronger. He asks Moros to show Blood Rain stats too, despite Moros warning that using the Eye again is risky, and insists he already knows. Blood Rain's profile appears, listing his mind attribute, spell points, and blood-based skills like Blood Cutter, Blood Spear, Hypnosis, and Terror. Seeing a technique called Blood Step, he recalls the horrifying blood teleportation they previously witnessed and asks if that is it. He notes that Blood Rain also wields mental powers, and Morals says the villain's attributes naturally favor that side. The protagonist focuses on the hypnosis skill as a key threat. Studying Blood Rain's image, he admits this upcoming confrontation will be difficult. Evening falls over a hospital building. Inside, the hospital lobby lies quiet and seemingly ordinary. A nurse passes by as ominous sounds and red lights seep from a back corridor. The unsettling glow fills an examination room as dusk light shines through the windows. Blood is smeared across the floor, hinting at recent violence. In a ritual-lit room, 3 entranced staff members stand before a demonic blood figure that calls them its loyal servants. Their silhouettes twist into grinning red-eyed thralls. The blood demon commands its servants to bring certain children to it. The exterior of the hospital is shown again as this threat looms. Security and staff gather elsewhere inside, unaware, while police stand watch. And 4 bag drips in a patient room. Naeun sits by her roommate Minyoung's bed, using her phone as Minyoung sleeps. On her phone she checks profiles of known psychers but cannot find the mysterious savior. She thinks about the masked man who rescued her, and wonders who he really is. A staff member arrives at the room calling Naeun's name. She is told Minyoung must undergo some tests immediately, and questions why it is so late. The staffer says it is an important test and asks Naeun to accompany Minyoung in place of a guardian, leaving her unsure. The doctor and nurses smile unnervingly as they stand over her. Outside, the city skyline at dusk sets the stage for another battle. The transformed protagonist uses his new shadow powers to slip through alleyway darkness. He travels rapidly within a stream of shadows. Emerging from one shadow portal, he immediately dives into another. He resurfaces on a rooftop, wrapped in dark energy. Then he vanishes again, leaping away in a burst of shadows. His shadow form streaks across gaps between buildings at high speed. While traveling, he realizes he can chain hidden shadow with shadow movement to move continuously. Morals warns that this technique has drawbacks and not everything about it is positive. The shadows whip by as he accelerates even more. He lands in a crouch, still encased in shadow energy, pressing onward. Morals comments that the movement's magic crystal consumption is extremely high and advises careful use, prompting a curt retort from him about the nagging. His GPS tracker interface beeps, showing Blood Rain's location. Looking at his phone, he confirms they have found their target. He sees the marker heading toward the same hospital where Naeun was admitted and mutters that he suspected as much. A brief flashback shows him secretly attaching a GPS tracker to Blood Rain and being grateful he did. Thinking of Naeun's terrified face, he grows tense and determined. His heterochromatic eyes sharpen as urgency spikes. He launches forward, kicking off with explosive speed. He tells Morals they must hurry as he races toward the hospital. Meanwhile, in the hospital's underground parking lot, cars sit parked in dim light. Minyoung lies alone in bed upstairs and suddenly wakes, calling out in confusion. In the parking lot, Naeun, led by staff, hesitates and questions why they are using an ambulance for a simple test. The doctor replies that it is a special test that cannot be done inside the hospital, leaving her uneasy. A chilling voice behind her reveals it is actually a loyalty test. She turns to see Blood Rain's red, spectral form materialize in the garage. He greets her, declaring she will die inside him. Naeun's eyes widen in horror. She screams that a villain is here and urges the staff to run. To her shock, the staff merely stare at her blankly. Their eyes glow red, revealing they are already hypnotized puppets of Blood Rain. Blood Rain explains that they respond only to his commands. He corners Naeun, saying he could easily turn her into a puppet as well. As his blood tendrils creep up her neck, he suddenly says this plan will not work. Her hand clenches around the GPS tracker device hidden in her clothing. He recalls how she once displayed fearless resolve against another villain, praising her strength and ability to overcome terror. He announces that such qualities make her suitable to be his bride, provoking her furious rejection. Her expression shifts from fear to stunned defiance. Blood Rain senses an intruder approaching. Naeun demands to know who has arrived. A familiar voice orders her to drop to the floor when he counts to 3, confusing her. Blood Rain realizes with disbelief that his old enemy is here. Naeun ducks as someone grabs her and pulls her down. The protagonist crashes down from above with a lightning-charged attack toward Blood Rain. The impact blasts Blood Rain away in a beam of blue energy. Blood Rain reels, shocked by the sudden assault. A glowing shoe drives the attack home with immense force. The two clash in midair, power exploding where fist meets body. Blood Rain is hurled backward in a massive shockwave. Enraged, he curses that the hero is ruining his plans again. The protagonist declares that this fight is only beginning, power surging around his arm. Blood Rain's eye gleams ominously in response. The hero dives down like a comet, debris flying as he attacks. He slams Blood Rain repeatedly, pummeling him through the parking lot. Energy and fragments erupt as the beating continues. Blood Rain howls and retaliates, dashing in with renewed fury. He unleashes his name technique Blood Cutter, blades of blood slicing forward. The hero braces himself, eyes blazing as the attack closes in. Their bodies clash violently amid streaks of red and blue. The protagonist charges a lightning-covered fist, roaring for Blood Rain to die. He drives the electrified blow straight down, causing another massive explosion of power and rubble. Blood Rain's body is flung away, battered by the onslaught. They collide face to face again in a high-speed exchange. Blood Rain activates hypnosis, his glowing eyes attempting to seize the hero's mind. Instead, the protagonist's own eyes flare, and he claims he has caught Blood Rain in return. The villain begins to protest, starting to shout in outrage. The hero's punch interrupts, connecting solidly with Blood Rain. Blood splashes artistically, emphasizing the brutal strike. The impact pulverizes Blood Rain's form in a burst of light and fragments. Debris and blood rain down across the parking lot. What remains of Blood Rain's body skids across the ground. The protagonist lands, electricity crackling around him, ready to continue. Sitting on the fallen Blood Rain, he says that since the villain has always done whatever he wanted, now he will be beaten as much as the hero wishes. He raises his charged fist, promising to pummel Blood Rain relentlessly. Blood Rain only laughs darkly in response. Naun trembles nearby. When he questions the laughter, she says it is impossible not to find the situation strange. Blood Rain taunts that they can never truly defeat him because of what he is. The hero, still straddling him, angrily calls him a lunatic. Blood Rain's mouth oozes liquid blood as his body begins to melt. The red goo forms a grinning blood creature that giggles. The hero realizes in alarm that something is wrong. The blood mass erupts violently, forcing him to leap back. He lands, watching the blood seep into cracks in the ruined floor. Moros comments that the enemy is extremely troublesome. Moros confirms that just as expected, physical attacks cannot harm Blood Rain when he turns into liquid blood, leaving the hero momentarily silent. The hero thinks of a powerful ally's flame ability and laments that he cannot use ignition here. Suddenly he notices Blood Rain has vanished and wonders where he went. Nearby, the previously hypnotized doctors and nurses regain their senses in the parking lot, and Naun checks if they are alright. From a distance, Moros observes that Blood Rain's hypnosis over them has dissipated. The protagonist, still in villain form, orders the staff to evacuate the patients to safety, startling them as they recognize him as a villain. As he dashes off, Naun reaches out and calls for him to wait. She stands stunned, hand outstretched, unable to stop him. His footsteps fade into the echoing garage. He sprints through the parking structure, insisting Blood Rain cannot have gone far. Determined, he tells Moros they must capture Blood Rain quickly. Elsewhere, two psychers in red and yellow race toward the hospital entrance. They burst inside the building corridor. Moments later they reach the parking area where the battle has taken place. The protagonist lands before them, blocking their path. One of the psychers identifies him as a villain. The protagonist and Moros stare back, equally surprised by their sudden appearance. The red-haired psyker realizes this is the mysterious man they have been looking for. The purple-haired psyker prepares his weapon, drawing a glowing device. He mounts his activated flying sword, soaring toward the hero in attack. The protagonist, bristling with lightning, shouts at them for ambushing him. Clashing with the flying blade, he yells at them not to block his way and to move. The swords whirl around him in a storm as the psyker controls multiple flying blades. One sword streaks straight at him, signaling the next phase of the confrontation. Wuchan's partner yells at him for hesitating as he charges with his sword. Wuchan recalls Naun describing her mysterious savior and grows conflicted. A memory surfaces of Wuchan at a funeral, tied to a shadowy, ominous man. Wuchan's eyes ignite as someone shouts his full name, snapping him back. Power gathers in Wuchan's glowing hand as he declares what a villain is. He unleashes a blazing attack, shouting that villains must be exterminated. Wuchan fires an enormous flare of fire toward his dark-clad opponent. The black-haired man counters, slashing through the oncoming blaze. The dark fighter surges with icy blue power, eyes shining mismatched colors. He activates his shadow knives skill, summoning crackling blades of darkness. While trading blows, the dark fighter complains that this drawn-up battle is irritating. He suddenly senses something alarming, eyes widening mid-fight. The swordsman triggers his lightning technique called the Great Bear Lightning. The lightning assault slams into the dark fighter at close range. The dark fighter is gashed and bleeds, reacting in pain. The swordsman orders Wuchan to finish their foe with a single decisive strike. Wuchan rockets in, wreathed in fire, prepared to land the blow. Charging his fist, Wuchan invokes his role as a player before attacking. Naun's memory overlaps the scene as she internally insists that this mysterious man saved her. Wuchan is shocked by the realization that the supposed villain rescued his sister. The dark fighter uses the distraction to slip into the surrounding shadows. Wuchan locates the point where the enemy vanished, realizing he moved through darkness. A massive shadow snakes across the parking structure toward Wuchan. Wuchan stumbles out of the collapsing shadows, shaken and disoriented. His partner berates him for losing focus, and Wuchan can only apologize. The swordsman notes that Wuchan is acting strangely unlike his usual self. The scene shifts to the empty parking lot ceiling and exits as things calm. Examining his sword, the swordsman wonders if the enemy used a darkness-type ability he has never seen. Unsure how to file their report, he questions Wuchan, who silently broods. The swordsman snaps Wuchan out of his daze with a light touch. Smiling, he tells Wuchan to stop worrying about the fight and go check on his sister. Wuchan looks down, troubled but thinking about Naun. He quietly agrees and prepares to leave his partner in the garage. As the sun sets, narration transitions away from the battle. Elsewhere at dusk, a bloody man frustrated about losing both targets staggers through an alley, complaining of thirst. He curses the person who ruined his plans and notes again how parched he is. The red sky darkens, emphasizing the approaching night. He focuses on his dry throat and desire to quench it. His injured mouth twists into a grim smile as he walks. Revealed as the bespectacled man, he ominously regains clarity and intent. His lips curl into a sinister, anticipatory grin. Spotting Club Red Juice, he decides it is the perfect place to satisfy his thirst. He thinks about quenching his craving there. The club's dance floor pulses under a spinning disco ball. Clubgoers dance and drink, oblivious to the coming danger. A woman on the floor notices the new man's strange appearance. Flirting, she points out the blood on his clothes and asks if he is hurt, while he insists he is just thirsty. When she offers to buy him a drink, he replies that he craves something else. A demonic visage looms behind her as he inwardly desires something tastier than alcohol. Sirens wail as a car speeds through the city toward an emergency. Over the radio, psychers hear that an incident at Club Red Juice involves a villain called Blood terrorizing citizens. Hearing the name, the swordsman explodes in profanity and alarm. Racing in the car with Wuchan, he rails that this villain has completely gone mad and asks what is going on. He explains that Blood is again rampaging and wonders how many times this has happened. Wuchan listens in grim silence, processing the news. At the hospital, staff call out Naun Kim's name as she appears in a gown, startled. Wuchan and the swordsman rush to her, asking if she is okay as she cries out to her brother. Wuchan frantically checks for injuries while Naun insists that the dark-clad man saved her. Shocked, Wuchan demands clarification about who rescued her. Naun confirms that the same person who saved her previously intervened again. Wuchan falls silent, troubled by this new information. Meanwhile, the psyker car speeds through the night toward the club. Night falls over the city as the scene shifts to another district. In an alley, the dark fighter stands bleeding from his side, wounds dripping. He coughs but concludes the injury is not fatal. His shadow companion remarks that his earlier behavior was uncharacteristic. Confused, he asks what was so unlike him. The shadow observes that he fought differently, less ruthlessly, perhaps because his opponent was a psyker. After a pause, he vows that such hesitation will not happen again. He reflects that his enemies are not only villains but psykers as well. The shadow notes the wound is nearly healed while he examines it impassively. The shadow suddenly reacts as a red notification light appears. The dark fighter, holding the glowing bead, impatiently asks what is happening now. He and his companion read the new mission alert with intense focus. Screams and chaos erupt from inside Club Red Juice. Bodies and gravely injured people lie in pools of blood on the club floor. One terrified survivor hides, shaking amid the gore. The swordsman and Wuchan arrive, horrified by the slaughter. At the club center, Blood lounges amid rivers of blood, calmly drinking. Blood remarks that he finally feels somewhat recharged after his feeding. He sips his glass, saying he now feels more stable. The swordsman calls him a lunatic while Blood tells them to be quiet. Blood, holding his bloody wine, says he does not want his healing session interrupted. The swordsman sweats, gauging just how dangerous Blood is. A terrified survivor at Blood's feet trembles, barely hanging on. Seeing the victims, the swordsman groans angrily, Wuchan tense beside him. The swordsman decides they must first secure survivors before taking Blood down. Blood tosses aside his drained glass, announcing that healing time is over. He gathers Blood into a huge orb of power above him. Blood then launches a massive blood spear attack across the club. The swordsman reacts instantly, eyes sharpening. Wuchan, startled, sees the incoming strike. The swordsman draws his blade in a blur to counter the attack. He slashes through the rushing blood energy while surging forward. The two psychers charge together, Wuchan right behind the swordsman. Wuchan fires his own energy toward Blood as the swordsman closes in. Wuchan, surrounded by flames, prepares to unleash another fiery technique. The swordsman shouts for Wuchan to stop, warning that his flames might hit hostages. Wuchan is caught off guard by the sudden warning. Blood taunts that Wuchan should be worrying about himself instead of others. The swordsman realizes too late that Blood has turned his focus on him. Blood lunges in, telling Wuchan to worry about himself as he attacks the swordsman. A colossal explosion rocks the club as their powers collide. The swordsman is blasted through debris, still gripping his glowing sword. Crying out, he coughs blood from his wounds. Blood's next strike smashes the swordsman brutally into the wall. Blood gathers another swirling blood orb, promising a spectacular finale. He executes his blood smash technique, crushing the swordsman under a violent blow. The impact leaves the swordsman mangled and motionless. Blood laughs darkly, clearly pleased with the devastation. Wuchan hurls himself back into the fray, flames wrapped around his fist. His fiery attack detonates, engulfing the area in a blazing blast. Blood effortlessly evades, mocking that Wuchan's skill is useless if it cannot hit. Wuchan reels, shocked by Blood's sudden speed. Blood cackles and prepares another vicious blood strike. He slashes Wuchan across the torso with a crimson blade. Wuchan looks down at his bleeding chest, cursing as pain hits. Blood, wreathed in red tendrils, presses the attack relentlessly. Desperately, Wuchan slashes back with his blade, trying to hold Blood off. He then flings Blood away with a powerful strike, yelling for him to back off. Wuchan drops to one knee, clutching his stomach and bleeding heavily as Blood approaches. Exhausted and wounded, Wuchan struggles to stay conscious. Blood on the floor begins to twist and rise again under Blood's control. Blood casually notes that Wuchan's last strike only grazed him. He admits that a full-force hit would have sliced him clean in half, bones included. Wuchan thinks grimly that this enemy is incredibly strong and he cannot win without using his full flame power. Blood comments that Wuchan looks furious and resentful. He correctly deduces that Wuchan is holding back to protect the hostages. Blood deliberately mentions Naun Kim by name to rattle him. He reveals he has investigated Wuchan's model younger sister and knows about her. Blood explains that Naun mistakenly believed the stalker villain was her real brother, which amused him. He declares that tricking him is a crime and that she deserves punishment, provoking Wuchan. Enraged, Wuchan ignites his flames and vows to kill Blood if he harms his sister. Blood inwardly gloats that Wuchan has walked right into his plan. He hungers to taste the blood of an enraged psyker, savoring the idea. Blood notes, with relish, how confident Wuchan now looks. Smiling, Blood promises to give Wuchan a chance to prove that confidence in battle. The fight then shifts to a deserted construction site under the moon. Blood confirms this lonely site is ideal, since Wuchan can now fight at full strength. Wuchan, still wounded, steels himself, knowing nothing holds his power back here. Blood thinks that with no civilians nearby, he can freely drink as much of Wuchan's blood as he desires. Wuchan's eyes flare as he commits fully to the confrontation. He charges, vowing to make Blood regret ever bringing him to this place. Fire surges around him as he begins invoking his full flame technique. A blinding fiery sphere engulfs Blood at the center of the structure. Blood smirks through the flames, unfazed, as the attack surrounds him. He bursts forward from the inferno, launching a blazing counterattack kick. Wuchan gasps in shock as Blood breaks through his flames. Blood, body glowing red with power, swings a lethal strike toward Wuchan. The red energy slams into Wuchan's neck and upper body, leaving him in dire peril. The red-haired psyker grabs Blood Rain mid-charge and taunts him about whether this is truly his full power. Blood Rain rushes in, laughing that his opponent also was not using full strength. The red-haired psyker realizes too late that Blood Rain is suddenly attacking more seriously. Blood Rain unleashes a much stronger blow, admitting he too had been holding back. At the Bloody Club, Cashin steps onto a floor stained with ominous energy. Seeing the corpses and gore, Cashin coldly remarks on how grotesque the scene is. Cashin and his eye familiar examine a wall that is shredded and tainted with red energy. Touching the wall, Cashin notes that the gouge is a genuine, massive scratch. His familiar senses lingering traces of extremely strong magic in the damage. Cashin is shocked, wondering if the culprit is the dangerous enemy he knows. Following the trail, Cashin finds the heavily injured Wuchan slumped against the wall. Cashin recognizes the wounded man and realizes he is the infamous psyker he knows. Checking his condition, Cashin confirms Wuchan is barely alive, not dead. Cashin deduces Wuchan must have fought here and wonders where he has gone. Cashin's familiar calls him over, having discovered something important nearby. Cashin approaches and sees that the discovered object is a glowing magical sword. Cashin picks up the sword, triggering a surge of energy through his arm. Feeling the immense power through the hilt, Cashin confirms the weapon is special. The familiar urges him to use this chance to extract the sword's embedded magic crystal, though Cashin hesitates because it belongs to someone else. Remembering Wuchan struggling against Blood Rain, Cashin decides it is acceptable to take the crystal. He drops the now empty sword once he has removed its core. Cashin's gauntlet opens to reveal the glowing orange magic crystal he has extracted. He swallows the crystal, while his familiar watches in uneasy silence. The crystal's power rips through his body, mingling with his own dark energy. Cashin is engulfed in crimson energy, as the new power violently reacts within him. The power explodes from his chest, causing him pain but completing the absorption. His eye flashes with a new, ominous light as the awakening finishes. Even the eye familiar is startled by Cashin's sudden change. Dark purple lightning crackles across Cashin's body as his aura transforms. He tells the familiar he does not even need the Eye of Insight to read this enemy now. Feeling this energy, Cashin recognizes it as the same sensation from his former villainous self. He realizes he is intimately familiar with this sinister power that now fills him. Elsewhere that night, a construction crane looms under the crescent moon. Blood Rain and his two female accomplices wait high on the crane's structure. Impatient, one of them asks when their target will arrive, while another says he will appear soon. Blood Rain stares at the city and complains he is tired of playing with lesser opponents. On a nearby rooftop, Wuchan screams as he charges Blood Rain with burning fists. Wuchan gathers his strongest flame punch, determined to strike with everything he has. His fiery fist collides with Blood Rain's red aura. Blood Rain easily grabs him and slams him around with overwhelming strength. Wuchan is shocked that Blood Rain's flames are not hurting him at all. Blood Rain forms a huge sphere of blazing blood energy in his hand. He smashes Wuchan with it, blasting open the psyker's side in a spray of blood. Wuchan reels, horrified by the devastating difference in power. Bloodrain mocks him for being pathetically weak as Wuchan struggles to stand. Bloodrain's long claws extend again, preparing to finish the injured psyker. He cruelly blames Wuchan's own weakness and declares he will absorb him into his body. Before he can act, a disgusted voice cuts in, calling the scene sickening. Bloodrain turns and sees Cashin standing amid swirling dark shadows. Cashin, crackling with blue energy, tells him to stop spouting nonsense and insults him. Bloodrain faces this new foe while Wuchan kneels behind, barely conscious. Cashin silently assesses him alongside his floating eye familiar. Bloodrain sneers at the interruption and curses Cashin as a meddling leech. Cashin counters that for someone who gets beaten every time, Bloodrain sure talks big. Bloodrain smirks and claims his current body has far surpassed their previous encounters. He boasts that he has absorbed dozens of humans and their blood has fully awakened him. Reveling in the red energy surging through his arm, he declares this new power invincible and beyond the reach of even S-rank Siskers. Cashin responds calmly, questioning that boast. His heterochromatic eyes narrow, unimpressed by the bragging. The three of them stand on the rooftop as Wuchan clutches his wound in pain. Wuchan looks up, shocked by Cashin's sudden appearance. Recognizing Cashin, he realizes this is the mysterious fighter he encountered before. Bloodrain gathers multiple orbs of burning blood in his hands. He bellows for them to witness his invincible might as the orbs grow huge. Watching this, Wuchan realizes Bloodrain had still been holding back against him. Bloodrain smiles and prepares an even more lethal technique. He launches his named attack Blood Spear, sending a rain of spear-like blasts at Cashin. The volley converges on Cashin, threatening to skewer him from all sides. Cashin coats himself in crystalline blue shadow armor at the last second. The blood spears crash into his defense, creating a blinding explosion of red and blue. A single massive spear streaks toward where he stood. Instead of Cashin, it skewers only his discarded sleeve, which he used as a decoy. Bloodrain thinks he has landed a hit and exults that he got him. He whips his arm through the air, trying to finish the job with slashing strikes. Suddenly sensing danger, he reacts in confusion. Cashin appears behind him and mockingly tells him to look back. Bloodrain swings furiously, trying to hit the elusive Cashin. He screams while unleashing a wild barrage of punches and claws. Cashin slips through and smashes him in the face with a lightning-charged fist. The blow hurls Bloodrain away and shatters part of his mask. Cashin follows up with a powerful kick infused with blue energy. The kick lands squarely, knocking Bloodrain across the rooftop. Bloodrain howls in pain and rage as he is pummeled. Cashin demands sarcastically to see this so-called invincible power while brandishing a condensed blue energy mass. He continues beating Bloodrain down, yelling for him to actually show that power. Bloodrain is sent crashing into the roof and skids helplessly along the surface. Wuchan watches in disbelief as the once overwhelming villain is now helpless. He stares at the scene, baffled by the sudden reversal. Wuchan realizes Cashin is far stronger than during the hospital fight, and wonders if he had hidden his strength. Seeing Cashin now, he questions what happened to transform him so drastically. On the ground nearby, Bloodrain's fingers twitch in a puddle of blood as he curses. Cashin approaches and coolly repeats Bloodrain's earlier claim that even S-rank Siskers cannot defeat him, asking if this is really all he has. Bloodrain's body begins to steam with red energy again. Cashin asks if he plans to run away once more. Bloodrain admits Cashin has surpassed him in strength but declares he cannot be killed by mere physical attacks, especially now that he can fully liquefy into blood. As he starts to melt away, he ominously promises they will meet again next time. Cashin snaps back that there will be no next time for this mosquito-like monster. He activates his shadow capture skill, sending black tendrils to bind Bloodrain's liquefying form. Bloodrain is seized mid-escape, eyes wide with terror. Cashin coldly adds that a creature like him is not even good enough to recycle. Blue flames roar up around his shadowed hand. Cashin, remembering his old ally, vows to burn Bloodrain completely with all his might. Bloodrain realizes too late what is coming. Cashin unleashes his ultimate technique Flames of Darkness, engulfing Bloodrain in blue-black fire. An on-screen status window identifies Cashin as villain Quan Kongwu, an awakened Grand Catastrophe villain with darkness and dual property Flames of Darkness, listing his skills and 520 spell points. The system further highlights that he is an awakened villain of darkness with dual flame attributes. The scene shifts to a medical center the next day. A news bulletin begins airing from the hospital room's television. The anchor reports that in Gatam district the serial killer Bloodrain was finally apprehended after a fierce battle. She explains that although Bloodrain had terrorized the nation, the rising top-class psyker Kim Wuchan played a crucial role in stopping him. In the hospital, Wuchan's friend enthusiastically praises him for doing a good job. Wuchan modestly says he does not even want to imagine what would have happened if Bloodrain had not been stopped. He corrects the misunderstanding, saying he actually was not the one who captured Bloodrain. Wuchan grows quiet, clearly troubled by the false credit. He admits he only contacted headquarters after the real fight was already over. The story flashes back to Cashin gripping Bloodrain's head in blue flames. From Wuchan's perspective, he sees Cashin standing over the defeated Bloodrain on the rooftop. Watching Cashin ignite Bloodrain, Wuchan realizes the man even wields a combustion-type power, contradicting his original dark-only assumption. He concludes in all that Cashin possesses unprecedented dual properties of darkness and flame. Back on the roof that night, Wuchan weakly calls out to Cashin. Cashin simply tells him to call the authorities and report that the villain has been captured. In the present, Wuchan tells his friend he already informed the association that he was not the captor, yet they insist on crediting him anyway. The friend speculates that the mysterious other fighter who once battled Blaster must be the true hero. Wuchan confirms that this same unknown man is the one who defeated Blood Rain. A mundane shot of a coffee maker transitions the scene back to the school setting. Wuchan's friend teases that he is acting like he put the cherry on top despite not doing the actual work. Wuchan falls silent, uncomfortable with the undeserved praise. He finally says not to worry about it, brushing off the issue outwardly. Still staring out the hospital window, Wuchan reasons that Cashin likely had his own motives, such as disputes over rank or territory. His friend suddenly remembers his treasured magical sword and asks what became of the North Star Dawn blade. Wuchan says the police recovered it intact. Relieved, the friend celebrates that his favorite sword is safe. Wuchan gazes out the window again, quietly lost in thought about Cashin. The narrative shifts to a peaceful school campus under a bright sky. Another view shows the school grounds and surrounding buildings. Behind the school, a few delinquents loiter, one of them injured and crouching. On his phone, one boy excitedly shows the news that Kim Wuchan beat a villain, calling it amazing. They marvel that they might have died had they gone clubbing that night, and joke crudely while reading the article. Dong-sung, still traumatized, listens quietly as they talk in the background. A friend asks why Dong-sung is alone and where their other buddy went. The sitting boy explains that since being stomped in the face by Cashin, their friend has been hospitalized with an orbital fracture. The purple-haired delinquent yells that they should at least make Cashin pay the hospital bills, though the other notes the victim started the fight. The hot-headed one argues they cannot just ignore the slight and wants to rally everyone for retaliation. The injured boy refuses to join, asking to be left out and hinting that Cashin no longer seems like an easy loser to him. He confesses he is more afraid of Cashin than of Wuchan, the hero who beat Blood Rain. Remembering Cashin's terrifying gaze, he wonders how such eyes could belong to a human. The purple-haired leader falls silent, clearly unsettled by that description. Back inside Classroom 3-1, classmates excitedly share the viral news. Students gush over how amazing Kim Wuchan is while Cashin sits quietly at his desk listening. Cashin notes that everyone is fixated on last night's events and Wuchan's supposed heroism. Thinking of his allies from the villain's side, Cashin decides he should make time to meet them again soon. The protagonist relaxes in class, thinking he must verify something beyond just receiving his reward, while an unseen voice asks if he has his own questions. He closes his eyes and falls silent, lost in thought. In a rundown district, gunshots or impacts ring out between tall buildings. A red drone or camera box bearing a symbol is hit by those shots. The symbol on the damaged red device is shown as it continues to be struck. A pink-haired girl blows bubblegum and sprays purple paint from a can. Her spray forms a large purple animal mask graffiti symbol over many smaller tagged emblems. She admires the huge graffiti piece while surrounded by pasted tags and cleaning tools. A masked cleaner silently stands behind her as she smugly chews gum with her spray can. Elsewhere in the slums, a loud whirring sound begins above the buildings. The whirring comes from machinery and cables in a cluttered tech workshop. Inside, a goggle-wearing technician works amid humming equipment and tools. He adjusts his visor and gear, focused on his work. 3 sharply dressed newcomers arrive, one chiding that he should at least greet visitors. The flamboyant masked man in front complains about the filthy, moldy-smelling hideout and suggests tidying up, while his 2 young companions react. The technician dryly asks why they came while the flamboyant man answers he is only there because the tech called for him. The technician, surprised, wonders aloud if he actually summoned them. Drinks with clinking ice are prepared. The technician pours a drink and asks if the visitor really saw that guy fight in person. The flamboyant villain recalls in detail watching the entire battle between the protagonist and a shadowy opponent. Introducing himself as A-rank mage villain Royal Garnet, he says he viewed the fight from start to finish like a movie. While grabbing cookies, someone asks for his review of the battle, and he blandly says it had no plot or emotion. The horned girl Aroma calls it a cliché-filled, poor film, while Holt remarks the criticism is harsh. Royal Garnet claims his review is acceptable. He adds that although the story was weak, the main fighter was uniquely dazzling, like a black diamond, which the technician notes is high praise. Royal Garnet smirks that such praise is unavoidable. The technician accuses him of knowingly sending him into that encounter fully aware of the opponent's nature. He clarifies that Royal Garnet knew the target possessed dual elemental properties. The accusation is repeated as Garnet lounges on the sofa. The phrase about the enemy's dual properties is emphasized. The technician is shocked by this revelation. He goes quiet, thinking about what he has just learned while everyone watches him. Royal Garnet and his girls look on with serious expressions. The technician acknowledges the point, and someone asks in disbelief if he truly had not known. Garnet laughs, saying he had assumed the opponent was unlike ordinary villains, and that the tech really did not know. Royal Garnet admits he has never even heard of another villain possessing dual properties. He then recalls that there was in fact one such case long ago. The technician explains that a dual property being existed in the distant past. He specifies that these beings appeared during the so-called mythical age. Narration reveals that the Vil Zone was not created as a prison for villains. Instead, it was formed to stop wars between villains and psychers and to let villains move freely. Ultimately, Vil Zone is described as a place meant to preserve harmony for everyone. The narration concludes that this balanced sanctuary is what Vil Zone truly is, as the protagonist arrives there. Standing between decayed skyscrapers, the protagonist remarks he can never get used to the atmosphere. A familiar voice greets him, saying he arrived right on time. The technician appears on a rooftop and notes that the protagonist's aura has changed since their last meeting. He descends with energy and cheerfully says he is glad to see the protagonist again. The scene shifts to rooftops of the district under the evening sun. A sign reveals their destination as the Heaven Pub. Inside the cozy bar, various patrons drink while the bartender serves at the counter. A fancy grapefruit drink with ice is set down. The technician praises the bar's grapefruit latte and says that once they finish, he will show the protagonist around Vil Zone. He also slides over a small box, reminding the protagonist of the promised reward. As his visor activates with scanning data, he hesitates with a but. He notes that the protagonist's magic power has shot up as if he had swallowed magic crystals, while the protagonist feigns ignorance. As the protagonist drinks, the tech silently wonders who this guy really is, recalling that his magic points were only 300 before. Now seeing them exceed 500, the technician reasons that the gain far surpasses what his own magic crystals could explain. He suspects that the huge growth might be tied to the protagonist's dual properties. The technician, still curious, watches the protagonist examine the crystal reward and admits he has wanted to ask something. The protagonist directly asks where the technician acquires these magic crystals and whether there is a particular supplier. A soft male voice behind them answers that the crystals all come from him. The bartender, introduced as A-rank summoner Outer Uchiha, is shown holding a wine bottle. Uchiha manifests a small chest-like totem with electricity in his hand. The totem brings out an elaborate sandwich platter. Uchiha presents the sandwich as a complimentary dish for an especially important guest, leaving the protagonist puzzled. The technician explains that Uchiha owns the pub and is an outer who lives in Vil Zone, while the bartender shyly asks not to be called brother. The technician cheerfully begs Uchiha to sell magic crystals at a cheaper price, but the bartender says he is already giving them at rock bottom. The tech melodramatically laments that their friendship must not be worth much if he still pays full price, but Uchiha insists business is business. Sipping his drink, the protagonist mentally repeats that Uchiha is an outer resident of Vil Zone. Uchiha looks at him thoughtfully, deciding the protagonist must have an interesting backstory. The protagonist then asks if he too can buy crystals there, and Uchiha answers yes, as long as he becomes part of the Vil Zone family. The technician clarifies that membership simply means living in Vil Zone's residential district. Becoming his subordinate boss would be up to the protagonist. He adds there is an entrance test and jokes that depending on the results the protagonist could even end up boss himself, observed by another patron. Uchiha is surprised the tech wants to quit being a Vil Zone boss, and the technician admits he has been thinking about stepping down. The protagonist flatly says he has no interest in becoming a Vil Zone boss and tells the tech to keep the position if he likes it so much. The technician counters that the boss holds absolute authority in Vil Zone, can command subordinates, and enjoys a private luxury training room. The protagonist replies he only cares about getting stronger, and the tech points out he could also buy crystals on the black market. The mention of a black market sharply catches the protagonist's attention. He listens intently as Uchiha stands across the bar from him. The protagonist admits he had only suspected it, but now realizes Uchiha is connected to that black market. He mentally confirms that Uchiha is in fact a black market dealer. He also notes that the imposing bartender seems dangerous as well, judging both men as formidable. The technician tries one more sales pitch, mentioning that Vil Zone bosses also receive a decent monthly stipend as an activity allowance. Curious, the protagonist asks how much that stipend is. The tech leans in and whispers the amount into his ear. The protagonist's eye goes wide in shock at the disclosed sum. The technician watches him expectantly, clearly pleased with his reaction. The protagonist and his floating companion stare back, weighing the offer. Uchiha looks on with an annoying smile. The story shifts back to a ruined city under sunset. Elsewhere, a muscular villain complains that his current sandwich tastes awful and wonders if it is even real meat. Frustrated, he rants about wanting fast food chicken burgers instead of survival rations, while his blue-haired partner casually mentions other chains. The blue-haired fighter Crush says he loves pizza but cannot remember the last time he had any. His partner angrily reminds him Crush destroyed the only pizza joint in Vil Zone, while Crush coolly declares pineapple pizza unforgivable. A new voice interrupts, saying everyone has gathered, and the two look around. The masked assassin Double Blade appears, warning this is no time to joke about pizza. When asked if a psyker invaded Vil Zone, Double Blade replies that a certain hated enemy has arrived. He clarifies that it is the black-clad guy who previously beat up the shouting villain. The villain erupts in rage as he remembers that humiliating defeat. Flashbacks emphasize the brutal clash between him and the protagonist. He grits his teeth in fury, vowing payback. He demands to know where that bastard is now, and Double Blade says the target is currently with the driver. Double Blade adds that they were heading to Heaven Pub and asks if he intends to chase them, which the villain answers affirmatively. The enraged villain admits driver forbids villain-on-villain fights in Villezone but declares he will break that rule starting today. The scene returns to the cityscape at sunset over Villezone. A shovel repeatedly digs into the ground in a construction-like area. The technician tells the protagonist that the digger is called Dirt Dog because he is obsessed with excavating soil. He then points out the man behind Dirt Dog, Cleaner, an obsessive cleaner who complains about any dirt kicked his way. The tech explains that Dirt Dog and Cleaner are both crazy but harmless to people, though their antics can still cause property damage. He concludes that this is precisely why a contained place like Villezone is necessary. Watching the odd workers, the protagonist thinks these villains are unlike the ones he normally fights, likely because of the technician's influence. The narrative jumps back to when the protagonist asked his superior why he was tasked with apprehending blood and is told it is because there is a traitor among them. The protagonist reacts in surprise to hearing about a traitor. The superior explains that to expose the traitor they needed someone unconnected to Villezone or to him, namely the protagonist. He adds that, similar to psychers, villains are divided into different factions. He describes one faction as villains who abide by certain rules. The other faction consists of those who ignore rules entirely and act however they please. The protagonist asks if Blood, Villezone's residential area, and the traitor are linked, and the superior says Blood was only bait to startle the traitor. The superior believes something bigger is at play because the traitor's true aim is the destruction of Villezone. The protagonist replies that such schemes have nothing to do with him, and the superior admits he expected that answer. With a small smile, the superior says that selfish detachment is exactly why he likes the protagonist. He then earnestly urges the protagonist to join the Villezone residential family. The protagonist begins to dismiss the idea as nonsense. The superior swears by his life as a villain that his request is genuine. He reiterates that this is a sincere plea, not manipulation. The story shifts to evening in the ordinary city outside Villezone. A signboard reveals an upscale venue named Vesperna. Inside, the elegant restaurant is shown with fountains and tables. Bottles of wine sit on neatly arranged shelves. Manager Kwan, dressed as a server, checks inventory with a clipboard. She thinks about Kongwoo, noting she rarely sees him since he handed her his bank card. Another staff member calls out to Manager Kwan, and she responds. The co-worker tells her the owner wants to see her. The scene cuts to a corridor as someone agrees without hesitation. In a private room, a businessman praises Kwan to someone on the phone as diligent, sociable, and without notable faults. A woman on the other end says the employee matches the good reputation she heard and that she looks forward to working with her, though the current manager is sad to lose her. The woman laughs that she feels guilty for poaching such a valued worker. Inside, the man confirms his identity as Kwan Yuri and notes that Manager Kwan has just arrived outside his office. Ending the call, he says he will contact them again later. The long-haired woman, having finished the conversation, smiles at her phone. The narrative shows a warm, decorated office, setting the tone for their meeting. Kwan is handed a sealed envelope with instructions to take it. The owner explains it is an invitation from the company's American head office. He says the head office recognized her efforts and wants to give her advanced training there. He adds that they will pay for her flights and provide an apartment near headquarters, leaving her overjoyed. He calls it a major opportunity and asks if she will accept. She starts to answer enthusiastically that of course she will. But memories of Kongwoo and her coworkers flash through her mind, making her suddenly pause. Night falls over the ruined Villezone district under a crescent moon. The protagonist returns to the devastated battlefield with his floating companion, setting the stage for what comes next. Cashin silently recalls the recent proposal. He is told he should join a family in Villezone's residential area and angrily questions the idea. He vows on his life as a villain to take this seriously. The goggle-wearing man insists his request for Cashin to join Villezone is sincere. Later, Cashin walks away deep in thought. His eye-shaped companion asks if something is bothering him. Cashin sharpens his gaze as he senses someone. He confronts two lurking villains in the ruined area. One of them asks if Cashin is their target. Cashin faces them calmly, prepared. He remarks that there is another hidden enemy nearby. The masked assassin realizes Cashin has already sensed him and judges him above average. The blue-haired thug rages, wanting to beat Cashin to a pulp, while his partner complains about etiquette. The enraged thug charges up electricity in his fists. He rushes Cashin, saying he will pay him back for the humiliation from their last encounter. Cashin's companion notes the thug started the last fight and warns Cashin that the enemies may attack together. The thug glares fiercely, ready to attack. He leaps in, shouting for Cashin to die. Cashin uses a barrel that spins through the air like a projectile. The thug smashes down hard on the barrel. Suddenly a woman appears, scolding them for such a rough greeting as Cashin is leaving. She is introduced as the B-rank physical striker villain Jueke. Jueke yells at the thug for his stupidity, and tells him he is breaking the rules. She explains Villezone forbids ganging up on someone, though the thug argues that only applies to family members. She hints that Cashin will soon be recognized as part of the Villezone family. Elsewhere, a knife-wielding masked figure moves as crows swirl around. A mysterious crow-themed woman perches above, watching Cashin and the others. The masked woman calmly sits with her crows under the moonlight, observing. The thug recognizes her as Crow and is shocked she appeared. Crow smirks silently. She tells the thugs to let Cashin go. The two brutes stay silent, sizing up the situation. Time shifts to that night in the city. Someone returns home and unlocks the door. Cashin's sister, a tired waitress, arrives home from work. Entering, she wonders if her younger brother is already asleep. She approaches his room door. She hesitates, about to knock. She recalls being offered additional training at the company's head office. She silently debates outside his room. Setting down her bag, she moves away. She decides to wash and sleep. Her bag falls, revealing the sealed invitation envelope. The envelope lies on the dresser, unnoticed. Next day, Cashin is out training under a bright sky. Weighted sandbags on his ankles pound the ground as he runs. He runs hard with masked face and waits, drawing attention from bystanders. While jogging, he and his companion note that sandbag running is a classic way to build stamina and strength. Cashin thinks he must prepare not only for duels but also for fighting multiple opponents. He concludes that stamina is crucial and keeps running as his companion praises his judgment. Back to Villezone, someone shouts for them to wait. The blue-haired thug asks if Cashin must take a test to join the Villezone family. His partner fumes that he would rather kill Cashin than wait for any test. Cashin agrees to take the test. He specifies that he will take it in 10 days, surprising them. The two villains exchange uneasy looks. Cashin confirms the welcoming ceremony will be in 10 days and offers to explain the rules. He states the fights will be one-on-one and killing is forbidden unless unavoidable. He begins to add another rule. Jueke announces that she will be his first opponent and tells him to look forward to it. Cashin and Jueke lock eyes, anticipating their match. Later, while training, Cashin admits he does not care about joining Villezone itself. Onlookers admire his impressive exercise routine. Doing dips on bars, he thinks that becoming stronger is what matters. He pushes off the ground, continuing his training so that he can eventually take revenge on powerful enemies seen in his memories. He thinks specifically of avenging himself against Lampus. Resolute, he chooses this path. He vows to pursue it even if it leads him to hell. As he runs, something catches his eye. He notices two silver-haired women training nearby. He passes between them without stopping. One woman comments on the workout as the other watches him go. Voices wonder if that runner is really the person they are looking for, and decide he is. Two horned girls decide to keep their discovery of him secret from someone named Garnet. Time passes back at his apartment complex. Cashin showers after training. He relaxes under the water, his body toned from exercise. He slips on indoor slippers. Drying his hair, he wonders if his sister is still sleeping. He heads out and realizes something is off. The living room is messy and his sister is not there. He decides to clean up the scattered belongings. While tidying, he spots the sealed letter on the floor. His sister wakes up yawning and notes that he is up early. She sees him holding the letter and reacts with alarm. Flustered, she demands to know what he is looking at as she snatches it away. Cashin casually says it appears to be an invitation letter from America and asks if she read it. She starts to answer, but he quickly assures her he will not force her to go. When he asks why she would refuse, she says she cannot leave him alone. Cashin insists he will be fine living by himself, thinking it would even be easier. She protests, questioning if he can cook, clean, and do laundry on his own. While drinking milk straight from the carton, he stays quiet as she reminds him about taking out trash. He grumbles that he is not a child, mentioning his age, while she retorts that he is still a high schooler. Cashin smiles and tells her to accept the offer, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He tells her not to worry about him, and to do what she really wants. Holding the letter, she falls silent, clearly moved. Days later, we see the ruined Villezone grounds again. The three villains wait in the debris, discussing Cashin's promised return. The masked leader notes that only a week remains and wonders if Cashin will show up. The thug confirms Cashin is Juike's upcoming opponent, and complains he wanted to fight Cashin first. They talk about Cashin's strength, mentioning he even defeated someone called Screwdriver in one hit. The leader scolds the thug's temper while pointing out they only get a shot at Cashin if he survives Juike. The thug smirks that it will be amusing if Cashin loses badly to her. The blue-haired thug, however, decides he will bet on Cashin instead of Juike this time. The electric thug declares he will seize this chance for revenge and devote everything to it. Morning light streams into Cashin's home. At his desk, his companion asks if he really means to send his sister to America. Cashin answers that it is a good opportunity while the companion questions if that is his only motive. Cashin falls silent, pondering. He then says sending her is best for both of them. He clarifies that this decision is not as Cashin the villain, but as Quan Kongwu, her brother. The companion asks if he will be okay alone, and Cashin claims he has lived alone before. The eye spirit teases that he is searching online how to cook rice, revealing his inexperience. The morning sun brightens the house again. His sister sits on the living room floor, still holding the invitation and thinking. She sighs while staring at the sealed envelope. Remembering Cashin's words about opportunity and doing what she wants, she reconsiders. She looks at the open letter, still conflicted but thoughtful. Later at work, someone calls out her full name, drawing her from her thoughts. That night the sign of a beer restaurant glows under the crescent moon. She meets two friends there, who see her gloomy face and start ordering food. Her friends press her about what is troubling her, joking that it must be about a man. One loud friend is hushed by the other as they urge her to explain. Their beers arrive at the table. The friends propose they just drink, saying she will open up after some alcohol. She starts downing her beer. Later that night, after heavy drinking, the city quiets. Cashin's sister stumbles home, flushed and mumbling. Cashin supports her on the walk, scolding her for drinking so much while she insists she is not drunk. Hugging him, she slurs that her Kangwoo is so cute, and his companion notes, she is totally out of it. Cashin tucks his drunk sister into bed. Watching her sleep, he remembers how he used to follow her everywhere as a child. Half asleep, she murmurs that he is now mature enough to worry about his sister. Cashin recalls an older man once praising him similarly. He gazes thoughtfully, absorbing those words. He gently pulls the blanket over his sister. Standing by her bed with his companion, he remains wordless but resolute. Another morning dawns brightly over their apartment. His sister wakes with a hangover, regretting how much she drank. She notices something prepared for her in the kitchen. She picks up a small note. Reading it, she learns Cashin cooked bean sprout soup to cure her hangover. Another note says to heat it with rice and proudly mentions he showed off his cooking skills, insisting he is not a child, while he is seen out training again. Time skips to the airport where she is now departing for America. At the gate, she fusses over him, telling him to eat properly and promising to call often. Cashin keeps telling her not to worry and to lock the door carefully at home. She still frets, telling him to call if anything happens. Cashin replies that he should be the one saying that to her. He assures her that if she ever faces trouble in America, he will fly there immediately to protect her. A black-haired young man stands in an airport, looking confident and relaxed. A woman in professional clothes faces him with a gentle smile. Pulling her suitcase, she waves goodbye and says she will call once she arrives. Her airplane takes off into the bright sky. The man watches the departing plane from the ground. Time shifts to a ruined city beneath a red evening sky. A group of villains is told that victory comes when the enemy surrenders or cannot fight. Cashin is informed he will fight 3 times, but participation alone gives credit with no major penalty. The Vilzone boss mocks that this means Cashin will never get a chance to challenge him. Cashin, annoyed by the boss's chatter, tells them to start the battle. The boss smirks in anticipation. The red-haired fighter Jueke eagerly agrees to begin, powering up. Cashin reminds himself to ignore taunts and calmly answers that he will. Commentators wonder if Cashin's speed or Jueke's strength and stamina will prevail. They explain Jueke is far beyond a normal brawler in both strength and endurance. Another observer adds that Jueke is a trained close combat expert who fights intelligently. They conclude that speed tactics alone will not work on Jueke, making her Cashin's worst matchup. Watching from afar, one villain remarks that this fight will be interesting. The boss signals the start of the match. Jueke charges aggressively, declaring they should not waste time. Dark energy erupts as Cashin triggers his shadow ability. Cashin's skill shadow bind coils around Jueke and her weapon, leaving her shocked. Someone shouts for her to look up. She glances skyward but realizes Cashin is no longer above her. A teammate warns that Cashin is actually right in front of her. Jueke's eyes widen as she senses danger. Cashin appears within the bindings and launches a lightning-charged kick at her. His follow-up electric strike smashes Jueke with overwhelming force. The boss swears in surprise at what he just saw. Jueke's comrades stare in shock. Jueke lies defeated and unconscious. Cashin, crackling with lightning, calmly says the next opponent should step up. Jueke remains down on the ground, clearly unable to continue. One villain marvels that the result is unbelievable. He thinks through how Cashin knocked out Jueke, one of Vilzone's toughest in endurance, with a single blow. Cashin impatiently calls for the next challenger, while others wonder what kind of monster he is. He taunts that anyone who wants a beating should come out. Jueke's allies nervously argue about who Cashin is calling to fight. A glowing arrow is fired at incredible speed. The arrow lands beside Cashin, marking the entrance of his next opponent. Cashin glances at the arrow with narrowed eyes. A voice warns him not to get overconfident after beating just one foe. The archer introduces himself as Red Eye, Vilzone's greatest hunter and Cashin's next opponent. The scene cuts away to a dark, derelict building at night. Inside, someone says there is no chance a certain feared event will occur. A man relaxing in a chair assures his listener there is no need to worry about a bloody case, admitting he never expected much from that person anyway. Asked about the Gatam district's Vilzone, he predicts that zone will soon collapse. With a sinister smile, he asks the president to trust him and wait. He vows that he will make sure this collapse happens no matter what. Back at Gatam, Red Eye's arrows bombard the ruined city with explosive force. Homing arrows streak through skyscrapers, tracking their target. More arrows keep turning midair to pursue Cashin. The arrows relentlessly chase him between the buildings. Cashin runs and dodges as his companion realizes the arrows are homing shots. One of the beams still chases Cashin closely as he sprints along the wall. Cashin plants his foot to change direction with high speed. An arrow smashes into the structure Cashin just left, shattering concrete around him. Red Eye believes he has finally locked Cashin in his sights. Drawing back another glowing arrow, Red Eye declares that this shot will end the hunt. He unleashes a skill called Rapid Fire and rains arrows down in a deadly volley. Cashin is engulfed in red light as the barrage closes in. The explosions rip through the battlefield, filling it with dust and debris. Red Eye lands on a rooftop, scanning below for signs of Cashin. Thinking the fight might already be over, he admits he expected more of a challenge. Suddenly a dark portal opens behind him, startling the hunter. He senses something wrong just as a presence approaches from the shadows. Cashin bursts out powered by lightning and declares that Red Eye is actually the one being hunted. Red Eye puts his fingers to his eye patch in sudden alarm. He quickly surrenders, conceding defeat before Cashin can strike. Cashin is baffled as Red Eye explains a ranged fighter cannot win once caught in close quarters. Cashin complains that giving up over such a small issue is ridiculous, while Red Eye insists he is serious. Red Eye says he never planned to fight Cashin at all and only did so because Screwdriver asked him for a favor. A surveillance drone flies overhead, recording the match. Cashin confirms that Screwdriver requested this, and hears that the boss does not want anyone to be badly injured during the test. Red Eye hands Cashin a small item labeled DSP, telling him to take it. Cashin asks what it is and learns it is a desire suppression patch carried by all villains in Gatam's Ville Zone. Red Eye explains that sticking the skin-colored patch under one's ear activates its effect without drawing attention. Cashin stares at the patch in surprise. He recalls seeing the drug injected into villain convicts before and wonders who managed to turn it into patch form. Cashin's spirit companion guesses that Black Hand will be his final opponent. Red Eye describes Black Hand as temperamental yet sensitive, and tells Cashin not to be too harsh on him. Remembering Black Hand's ferocious demeanor, Cashin doubts the claim that he is cute. Black Hand stands apart, quietly grinding his teeth as he thinks. His group debates who likely won the fight above, noting that the Bao user is weak in one-on-one battles. One member argues Cashin's power cannot be explained by compatibility alone if he can one-shot Juike, but another insists Cashin just got lucky. Black Hand asks whether they truly believe that. He proposes attacking Cashin 3-on-1 if solo combat is too hard, shocking his comrades. He challenges them on what is wrong with ganging up. The others hesitate, confused by his suggestion. Juike, now awake, supports the idea by comparing Cashin to a buffalo that lions would naturally hunt together. Black Hand smiles darkly, finding the situation unbelievable. He boasts that unlike Juike he is like a lone Siberian tiger, though she reminds him he was also knocked out in one hit. Juike cuts off their bickering and says she is not here for jokes. She states that this so-called test is only a test in name. Facing the three, she explains that she, Red Eye, and Black Hand are being used as mere sacrifices to highlight Cashin. She adds that having Black Hand fight last is meant solely to make Cashin shine the brightest. When Black Hand erupts in anger, Juike urges him to listen to her whole argument. She reveals she overheard Screwdriver in a pub saying he would hand the Ville Zone boss position to Cashin. Black Hand yells that this must be a lie, but Juike says another witness, Yu Chaiha, can confirm it. Black Hand, thinking of Screwdriver's undefeated reputation, struggles to believe the rumor. Juike recalls how easily Cashin restrained and struck her earlier. She insists Cashin is just a rootless villain and questions why they would simply hand him Ville Zone's supreme title. She prods Black Hand, asking if it does not bother him that an outsider is earning Screwdriver's favor when Screwdriver they know would never act that way. Juike tells them to decide whether they will join her in flipping the current plan on its head. She smiles knowingly as they consider her offer. She then reveals she has already gathered like-minded accomplices to help, emphasizing that the more allies they have the better. The story cuts back to the plane carrying the woman, now flying at night. Inside the cabin, passengers and crew go about their routines during the flight. The woman receives an in-flight meal and politely thanks the attendant. Checking the time, she notes they still have a while before landing. She sighs and starts to eat. Looking out the window, she worries inwardly whether Kangwoo is eating well. The scene fades to the dark night sky outside the plane. At that same time, Cashin casually eats a sandwich in the ruined city. Red Eye had given him a bag of sandwiches for his health. Cashin muses about the gift and privately suspects there might be another motive behind it. He recalls advice from Jeff to always be cautious of people who act altruistic. Footsteps approach the battlefield. Black Hand appears before Cashin, clearly tense and ready to fight. Cashin observes that, as expected, Black Hand has become his next opponent. Black Hand demands to know what Cashin did to Screwdriver. Cashin, confused, asks what he is talking about as Black Hand repeatedly presses the same accusation. Before Cashin can finish his sandwich, another villain with a hammer suddenly attacks from above with lightning. Cashin dodges, causing the hammer blow to crash into the ground. A masked ally then tries to stab Cashin from behind. Cashin's eyes glow as he instantly reacts to the surprise attack. He counterstrikes fiercely, sending the knife wielder flying. The stabbed villain marvels that Cashin could counterattack even in such a dangerous situation. Cashin stands on higher ground as the agile foe prepares another charge. Cashin smiles, amused by their efforts. He mocks them for needing 3 people since they cannot beat him one-on-one, accusing them of relying on numbers instead of skill. Cashin focuses, his heterochromatic eyes sharpening. Juike's huge hammer is hurled toward him. Cashin shatters the airborne hammer with a powerful kick. He looks down calmly at the broken pieces. His eyes flare as he senses something else coming. Juike suddenly reappears in front of him, asking if 3 opponents are really enough. Her expression turns wild as she prepares a new assault. She activates a charging technique called Drunken Dash and rushes Cashin. Elsewhere on a rooftop, Screwdriver and Crow sit together, noting how late it has gotten. Screwdriver wonders aloud if Blackhand is doing okay, and Crow jokingly calls him a black duck. They tease about Blackhand's lack of a proper villain name, while Crow playfully complains about Screwdriver's attention to him. Screwdriver repeats the phrase, "that attention," as he adjusts his clothes. Crow flirts, telling him to shower all that attention on her instead and asking what name would suit Blackhand. Red Eye arrives on the roof and greets the pair. Crow jibes that they look like lovebirds, while Screwdriver casually returns Red Eye's greeting and tells Crow to stop interrupting. Red Eye asks about the black duck, and Crow pretends not to know who that is. Suddenly Screwdriver's visor activates, displaying intense scanning patterns. Crow and Red Eye look at him in confusion, asking what is going on. Behind his glowing visor, Screwdriver falls silent as he focuses intently on what he is seeing. A digital cityscape distorts, as if reality itself is being scanned or rewritten. Someone in a chat titled Dirt Dog types, wondering where everyone is and why no one is responding. A pink-haired girl checks her phone and is startled by what she sees. Looking up from the phone, she notices a bright flash atop distant ruined buildings. In another scene, a blue-clad fighter is blasted backward, shattering a barrier with a surge of energy. The heterochromatic fighter grimaces in pain but steels himself to continue. A crazed opponent with a lightning pickaxe taunts him and swings a new powerful attack. The electrified strike slams down, sending a beam of blue energy into darkness. The fighter intercepts with a crystallized blue weapon, meeting the attack head-on. He darts in and slashes, sending blood and debris flying from his foe. Another bruiser charges in, cursing the fighter and winding up a thunderous punch. He roars for the hero to die and drives his glowing fist forward. The fighter slips past him with a spinning kick, reversing the momentum. Dark blue energy claws rake across the attacker, tearing into him. The hero grabs his opponent by the head and drives a glowing blow into his skull. With lightning gathering around his fist, he prepares an even stronger punch. He hammers the foe into the ground in a brutal, rapid impact of dark power. Seeing this, the blue-haired villain sprints at him, shouting in rage. The fighter counters with a kick that detonates against the runner's torso. He whirls around, staying ready as the battle continues. A red-haired woman attacks from above with swirling energy, trying to catch him off guard. The fighter launches upward, his leg trailing light as he aims a kick. He axe kicks the woman's head, smashing her toward the ground. Dazed but grinning, she looks up as if still eager to fight. The hero's fist crackles with lightning as he cocks it back. He slams that lightning punch into her face, knocking her out cold. Surrounded by fallen enemies, he stands crackling with power while a bruised thug groans. Watching this, that thug seethes and mentally curses the arrogant fighter. He realizes in fear that the electric warrior is far stronger than they expected. The fighter narrows his mismatched eyes, focused and unshaken. Two new villains appear, introducing themselves as Hammerboy the Ore Archer and Pointer the Flame Knight, excited by the strong prey. The fighter thinks more pests keep appearing and dismisses them as insignificant flies. Pointer is offended at being called a fly and snaps back angrily. The fighter's eye glows bright blue as he activates another power. A foot steps forward, signaling a new movement in the confrontation. Pointer advances through a darkened area toward the fighter, tension rising. Suddenly another figure yells that the fighter is his target and rushes in. The newcomer reveals himself as Iron Mask, a B+ rank striker known as the Guardian of Order. He rockets forward with incredible speed. Iron Mask closes in, eyes blazing, intent on striking. Declaring he will execute justice and protect peace in the Ville Zone, he drives a charged punch at the fighter. The blow explodes nearby, hurling rubble and shocking the fighter. The fighter turns, confused, asking what is happening as debris rains down. Hammerboy raises his weapon, readying a heavy hammer attack. He proclaims the hunt has begun and fires his signature hammer shot projectile. The massive shot hurtles past as the fighter dashes in, poised to counter. Their attacks collide in a storm of blue lightning that carves across the battlefield. The force stuns the trio of villains, while the fighter continues charging forward. Iron Mask snaps at his ally to get out of the way, insultingly calling him an idiot. Pointer snarls back not to boss him around and calls him a grouch. Pointer then gathers flames into a spiraling attack called Flame Spear, eager to burn the fighter. In response, the fighter summons an ominous blue-black flame, preparing a counterspell. Pointer is shocked as the dark fire surges toward him. The fighter unleashes a technique named Darkness Combustion, engulfing Pointer. Pointer screams in pain, struggling against the searing dark flame. Iron Mask watches in disbelief, asking what kind of flame it is. Two lesser thugs realize the fighter is also a mage, and yell at each other to stop hesitating. One of them describes their upcoming coordinated strikes as time differential attacks and calls the plan crazy. The red-haired brawler powers up, body blazing as she dives for a crushing punch. She hurtles down with a fiery blow, shouting for the fighter to die. Cloaked in dark lightning, the fighter prepares to answer their combined assault. His attack tears a vertical trench through the ground between huge drums the villains are using. The dark energy continues rising like a sharp pillar of power. The blue-haired thug swings his charged weapon, but the fighter moves up to meet it. A crackling dark fist arcs through the air toward the incoming strike. That blow cleaves straight ahead, scattering debris and raw power. The fighter reveals a technique called Shadow Blade, splitting the massive hammer shot and shocking his opponent. His eyes flare as he instantly follows up. He drives a devastating punch into the blue-haired thug's gut, sending blood and shockwaves outward. Another thug stares in terror, cursing under his breath. Iron Mask, locked in close combat, wonders aloud what kind of monster the fighter is. He notes with horror that the fighter shows no hesitation at all while beating them. The thug with dreads gulps, starting to suspect a terrifying truth. He realizes they may have misjudged everything and that they, the villains, are actually being hunted. At that moment, shadowy purple tendrils whip toward the fighter. Those tendrils entangle him midair, and a hidden enemy shouts that he has been caught. The fighter looks back in surprise to see a dark-robed figure controlling the bindings. The new villain Binder, a darkness attribute supporter, gloats that she knew he would eventually be snared. She tightens the shadow chains around him and cackles that he will never escape. Binder explains that her binding not only restrains his body but also shackles his inner desires and attachments. She adds that as another darkness attribute user he cannot resist, while he realizes the poison within the bind is sapping his strength. Binder commands him to be trapped in despair and to experience hell within her restraints. She orders her allies to attack immediately, screaming for them to kill the immobilized fighter. Pointer charges with his spear, promising to skewer the fighter like a kebab. Despite his bindings, the fighter clamps his armored fist around the flaming spear. Pointer is stunned that the weapon has been stopped as the fighter holds it inches from his body. Iron Mask laughs manically, insisting he will defeat this rebel for the sake of peace in the Villezone. He dives in again, determined to execute justice with a finishing blow. The red-haired brawler hurls herself forward, praising the setup and readying a powerful punch. Pointer adds another explosive thrust, shouting for the fighter to take his attack. The fighter coughs blood from the relentless impacts, badly wounded. The blue-haired thug slams his fist into the bound fighter, enjoying the advantage. The villains gang up, yelling to trample, crush, and kill him as they laugh wildly. The fighter's vision blurs as he reels under the beating. One of the thugs screams for him to die while calling him nothing but small fry. In the darkness of his mind, a cold voice asks if this is really all he can do. That same inner voice sneers at him as a weakling. The original owner of the body, with red eyes, berates the fighter for taking over his body only to be this pathetic. The voice continues, dismissing the attackers with a contemptuous just. It ends with a single murderous command for the enemies to die, as power gathers. Memories and emotions surge through the fighter's mind as he begins to say I. The inner voice finishes, asserting I am, as blood and debris swirl around a falling figure. The surrounding villains suddenly look up in confusion, sensing a change. The familiar eye-shaped spirit reacts in shock to what it perceives. The fighter's face emerges from the gloom, both eyes blazing blue and yellow with renewed power. The scene shifts to Philadelphia International Airport, establishing a new location. An American flag hangs inside the terminal, marking the country. Someone arriving at the airport messages that they have landed and asks if the recipient is asleep. Pulling a suitcase, this person thinks that Kang-woo is probably asleep at this hour. At the arrivals area, a blond man waits with a welcome sign for Kwon Yuri as she approaches. Recognizing him, Yuri murmurs in surprise. The blond man warmly welcomes Kwon Yuri, holding up his sign. During the drive, Yuri thanks the senior manager for picking her up, and he tells her to call him Sean while asking if she wants to go to the lodgings first. She comments on how considerate he is, and he replies that it is no problem. Curious, Yuri asks what kind of person the hotel manager is. Sean answers that the manager is a charming person who loves his work. He adds that the manager is currently on a business trip, so Yuri will meet him in 10 days. Sean tells her to ask him anything she wants, and she thanks him for being so considerate. Smiling softly, Yuri seems determined and reassured. She resolves that she will do her best from now on. The scene shifts to HC Orphanage at sunset, setting up a nostalgic memory. A younger Sean listens as a child off-screen declares they will become a psyker like him. The younger Cashin insists he wants to be a cool villain, then sheepishly says that was when he did not know better. Jeff calls out Cashin's name, prompting the boy to respond. Cashin asks why Jeff wants to be a psyker, thinking it is because psykers always fight for justice. Jeff laughs that talking about the side of justice is childish and tells Cashin to listen carefully. He explains that not all psykers stand for justice. Cashin naively asks whether psykers do not just beat up bad villains, and Jeff replies that he is not so sure. Cashin then wonders aloud who truly stands on the side of justice if not psykers, maybe even villains. Jeff thinks quietly about the question, looking thoughtful. He finally answers that a just person is someone who fights for true righteousness. Jeff advises Cashin not to blindly accept what seems obviously right, since what feels righteous might differ from what truly is. He tells Cashin to grow into someone who performs genuinely righteous deeds. Jeff smiles warmly at the boy as the sun sets behind them. In the present, someone shouts Cashin's name, snapping him out of the memory. Cashin bolts awake, eyes wide, reacting to the call. The ceiling of an unfamiliar industrial room comes into view. Tools and cables on the floor suggest he has been resting in a maintenance or storage area. Sitting up on a couch, Cashin asks where he is, and the eye spirit comments that he has finally woken up. Cashin asks the spirit if it was the one who called him. He stares intently, his expression serious and wary. A masked figure in orange and purple tells him they thought he was sleeping but are glad to see he has awakened. The goggle-wearing stranger smiles calmly at him. Cashin, hand still clad in dark armor with the eye spirit floating beside him, silently studies this new ally. The narrative shifts again to the Lampas Republic of Korea branch headquarters. Inside the Lampas building, a red-clad man walks down the hallway toward an office. He raises his gloved hand to knock on a door. Entering, he congratulates his senior on being discharged from recovery earlier than expected. The red-haired junior finds his senior sitting silently on the floor with a sword, giving no immediate response. A finger flips a light switch, signaling the start of a serious conversation. Wuchan walks in on his senior crouching in the dark and asks what he is doing with the lights off while the other stays silent. Wuchan calls out to his senior. The purple-haired senior weakly calls Wuchan and asks about his sword. He grabs the sword, cries out in panic and says he can no longer hear the special sword cry of the North Dipper 4 Tiger's sword. While Wuchan is confused, the senior insists the sword feels soulless and its life force is gone. Shocked that such a thing could happen, he concludes Blood Rain must have done something and accuses him. Wuchan listens as his enraged senior vows not to forgive Blood Rain. Scene shifts to Heaven Pub, introduced as the best restaurant in the Ville Zone. Inside, a visor-wearing man celebrates the black-haired youth passing the test by treating him to food, saying they are there to support Chaiha's business. The visor man explains he personally punished those responsible for the cheating incident during the test and tells the youth to accept that as enough. The youth silently remembers the vicious test-takers who attacked him. The pub owner announces that a special dish is free of charge. A luxurious steak dish is served, topped with a small chess piece mascot. The youth looks at the dish in surprise. The owner explains the free steak is to commemorate the youth becoming Gatam District's Ville Zone boss. The youth is baffled about suddenly being called the boss, while the visor man casually forfeits their duel and says the youth's strength against upper ranks makes him most suitable. The pub owner refuses the boss position himself, disliking hassle, and jokingly puts the steak on the new boss's tab. The visor man offers to handle all troublesome work, and even pay the youth a salary. The youth realizes he is being asked to act as a puppet boss. The visor man replies that however it is done, he wants the youth to be the Ville Zone boss. He explains that Gatam Ville Zone needs a strong, charismatic leader like the youth. The youth doubts the local villains would accept him so easily. He worries others will see him as an eyesore, and is told many oppose making him boss. Despite opposition, the visor man declares his faith in the youth and says his decision will not change. He firmly states he is certain making the youth boss is the right choice, startling the youth. The youth recalls an older man once asking who truly stands for justice, and answering that it is someone who fights for righteousness. In that memory, the man adds that what seems righteous to you can differ from what is truly righteous. The memory concludes with the advice to become someone who does truly righteous things as the youth stares at his drink. Back in the pub, the visor man notes the youth lacks a villain name, and proposes the name Cashin. The visor man grows serious as he says this. The pub owner reacts with visible shock upon hearing the name. Narration states that the famed top-class psyker Cashin no longer exists. It declares that from now on Cashin will be the name of a revenge-seeking villain instead. The youth reflects that his chosen villain name is Cashin. He affirms to himself that his villain name is Cashin. Later, a blue barrier erupts around ruined city buildings. The visor man and two comrades ride in quickly toward the disturbance. The masked woman with them asks if the visor man is overthinking the situation. She wonders what could possibly go wrong, while he says he hopes that is true. The visor man adds it would be troublesome if many people get hurt, and activates his visor's scanning mode. His two companions react with alarm as they detect something. He looks up, saying it appears something is happening ahead. Seeing the raging blue barrier around the skyscraper, he concludes something definitely went wrong. Inside, two attackers react in horror to what they are seeing. Two more assailants stare ahead in shock. Cashin appears engulfed in dark power with twin glowing eyes. One attacker panics, realizing the magical binding restraining Cashin is breaking. Their leader rallies them not to lose courage and insists they only need to crush Cashin again. Cashin's eye flashes intensely as power gathers. Energy shards explode outward as his power surges. Cashin unleashes a massive vertical slash of dark energy. The slash multiplies into countless blades tearing through the surroundings. The attack smashes the enemies and ground, sending debris flying. One opponent is flung away while trying to leap clear. The others are blasted aside by the spreading spikes of energy. From Cashin's perspective, numerous black spikes fill the area as his foes are blown back. The red-haired leader tumbles across the ground, badly hurt. She stares at Cashin's power and calls the situation insane. Cashin's body crackles with blue lightning as he thinks about his revenge. He roars that he cannot die here for the sake of that revenge as power erupts in every direction. The visor man lands nearby, boots skidding on the ground. From above, his group sees Cashin's writhing, overcharged form and the visor man asks if that is the Black Duck. He adjusts his visor to analyze Cashin's condition. The skin shows Cashin's mana points exceeding 2,000. His companions are stunned by the reading and cry that such power is impossible. The archer explains that anyone exceeding 2,000 mana is classified as catastrophe grade. The masked woman worries about leaving Cashin like this and asks what they should do, while the visor man is silent. He silently watches Cashin as shards of energy swirl around them. Cashin's eye companion yells at him to get a grip and not let his grandeur end here. The companion berates him, demanding to see the warrior's spirit he prides himself on, while Cashin pants and growls. It shouts again for Cashin to wake up. Cashin responds internally that he is awake. Now in control, Cashin dismissively answers the worried companion. He asks if they really thought he could not regain control just from going berserk. Cashin tells it not to underestimate his mental fortitude while steadying himself. The eye spirit looks at him in startled relief. It comments that Regday's DSP item must have helped him withstand the rampage. Watching from afar, the masked woman notes Cashin has regained his senses, and the visor man laments missing a chance to witness Cashin's full power. The visor man scans again with his visor. He observes that compared to moments ago, Cashin's mana has dropped to less than half. He continues to analyze Cashin thoughtfully. He wonders if Cashin's earlier rampage was really only him losing control. The eye spirit asks Cashin if he is alright, and Cashin admits he just feels a little dizzy. Cashin narrows his eyes, regaining focus. Facing his defeated enemies on the ground, he asks if they still want to continue fighting. The red-haired leader curses at him through gritted teeth. One of her comrades abruptly concedes and declares their surrender. That comrade tells her they clearly lost, shocking her. He snaps that she can surrender by herself if she is too scared. She furiously insists she still wants to fight. He punches her to stop her reckless charge. He yells at her to give it a rest. His words cut off her angry retort. He berates her for being shameless enough to refuse to admit defeat after they had ganged up on Cashin. He asks if she plans to throw away the last of her pride. She snarls at him, calling him a bastard, and coldly tells him that if he wants to keep fighting so badly, she suggests he instead beg their boss for another chance at a fight. Hearing the name Screwdriver, she realizes the visor man is nearby. The visor man and his team stand imposingly before the beaten group. Cashin steps toward them on unsteady feet. The visor man tells Cashin that this battle is his victory. He then congratulates Cashin for passing the Vilzone entrance test. Cashin just looks at him silently. The visor man asks if Cashin was satisfied with the test and welcomes him as part of the Vilzone family. Cashin smiles faintly and says that since he is among family, he concludes he can safely fall asleep right here. Cashin collapses forward and the visor man catches him in his arms with a smile. Cashin's face relaxes completely as he falls into unconsciousness. Time passes and a new day dawns over the city skyline. Cashin later stands on a rooftop with his eye companion, looking out over the district. He watches a plane passing overhead in the bright sky. The eye spirit asks if he is worried about his older sister, and he stays quiet. Cashin brushes it off, saying nothing is likely to happen to her. The spirit admits it never asked before but wants to know something. It asks whether power was why Cashin joined the Vilzone, and he answers that gaining power is indeed useful. Remembering his new allies, he adds that having capable comrades at his side is another reason. But he resolves that before relying on others he must become stronger himself. He thinks that the more he moves and uses his abilities, the stronger and more familiar they become. So joining the Vilzone amid the Lampa's conflict is the best way to train. He reflects that whatever the reason, his power seems to have catastrophe-class potential and has even granted him unheard-of dual attributes. Cashin reaches his hand toward the sunlight as if grasping for his future. He believes that with proper training he can take the first real step toward revenge. He adds that along the way they might find the exterminator sword Jeff had been searching for. He shares a knowing look with the eye spirit. The eye spirit teases that Cashin already forgot some promise, and he responds wordlessly. Later, Cashin in uniform leans over another rooftop railing, lost in thought. He quietly considers his situation. He reflects that he has truly become the Vilzone's boss. The scene shifts to Gatam District's Siwa High School of Arts. Inside, the story focuses on Classroom 1 to 2. Students chat in the classroom while checking their phones. A pink-haired girl notices the commotion while sipping milk. She asks her friend what everyone is looking at and hears that news about Gatam's Vilzone has been released. Seeing something on the phone, she suddenly reacts with shock. Recognizing Cashin's image, she thinks in disbelief about that person. Her friends explain that the man on the screen is apparently the new Vilzone boss, debating whether he looks scary and joking that Naun's powerful brother would one-shot him anyway. They gush that Naun's brother even captured the serial killer Blood Rain, impressing everyone. Naun stares at her phone in conflicted silence while classmates call her brother amazing. She realizes with wide eyes that the frightening new Vilzone boss is actually her brother. The narrative cuts to an exterior view of the older district streets. Below, Naun's 3 villain acquaintances argue loudly as they walk. They look at an online ranking of Gatam's most dangerous villains, where Cleaner, Iron Mask, Screwdriver, Crow and Cashin are listed, and one shouts angrily about who made the list. One teases that the other is just upset he is not ranked. The accused denies it, and demands to know about his own standing. Another smugly shows off that he is listed as rank 6, provoking a claim that the list is fake. The upset one insists the list is wrong and begs their armored companion to agree that it is strange. The armored man wonders aloud why Cashin chose that particular villain name. The others admit they wondered too and explain that Cashin was the name of a top-class psyker. One thug is surprised such a famous psyker even existed. His friend says he is the only one ignorant of that, but he dismisses Psychers and vows to crush Cashin with his fists anyway. The armored man then reveals that the real Psycher Cashin died recently. He explains gravely that Cashin was stabbed to death because he had murdered an ally. The blue-haired villain recalls an old rumor called the floating superstition. He explains that if a villain uses the name of a dead Psycher, they supposedly gain new strength. The black-haired villain listens skeptically and asks what that is. He mocks the idea as stupid while the blue-haired one insists many villains actually follow it. The blue-haired villain says there should be such name-stealing villains in their own vill zone. The two henchmen bicker while their boss tells them to calm down because they just left the punishment room. The masked boss wonders if the villain name matching Cashin's is coincidence, and suspects it might grant new power. Seeing Cashin's profile, he thinks this superstition could really mean gaining a new power. Time shifts to a peaceful morning over the city. We move to Gatam District's Villzone basement training area. Someone steps out of water, ending a shower. Cashin dries off, saying the training left him feeling refreshed. His inner voice notes he trained twice his usual amount today. His eye spirit questions if his body can handle this pace, but Cashin says he is staying within his limits. Cashin remarks that his physical condition has changed from before. He believes his body altered after the last time he went berserk. The eye spirit silently reacts to this revelation. A gloved hand knocks on the door. Someone outside asks if Cashin is inside and if they can come in. Cashin says he will come out soon while the spirit notes he is not in his villain state right now. Two people walk together down a corridor. Cashin's ally teases him about training all day, but Cashin tells him to get to the point. The ally announces an emergency meeting, and Cashin asks if he must attend. He is reminded that as the boss, he has to be there. Cashin asks what the meeting is about. He is told the prisoners from the punishment room have escaped. The ally says their escape is one problem, but their destination is another. Their destination is revealed as Boxen District's Villzone. The scene shifts to the interior of a large, grim building. In Boxen's Villzone, Barracuda berates his subordinates for failing and daring to return. Jueke, battered, is mocked for her ruined appearance. Another villain notes that with Gatam's leadership change, the former boss driver is now obsolete. Barracuda calmly asks for a week. He vows that within a week he will take over the Gatam district, revealing his S-rank identity as Barracuda. Back in Gatam, they explain about 400 residents live in their Villzone. Cashin and his ally continue walking through the base. They clarify that about 100 of those residents are villains, the others vagrants and homeless. Because those people live among villains, their behavior is far from normal. The meeting shifts to Gatam District Villzone's meeting room. The staff report that Jueke and Pointer escaped the punishment room and are moving together. They confirm the pair went to Boxen District's Villzone. Cashin wonders why. When Seoul has 4 Villzones, they chose Boxen's. He is told it is because Gatam and Boxen are on bad terms. The ally explains that Boxen's side is always eyeing a chance to strike Gatam and ignores friendly warnings. Cashin listens quietly, concerned. They reveal that the Boxen boss is Barracuda. Another officer describes Barracuda as a violent S-rank villain always spoiling for a fight, which surprises Cashin. The ally says not to be intimidated since Barracuda relies heavily on items. He explains Barracuda's signature item, Barracuda's canines, rumored to be a true magic crystal weapon. Cashin is shocked to hear mention of a real magic crystal. They add that Boxen also outnumbers them and has more high-ranking villains. They reason that although Boxen acts rashly, they still need a pretext before attacking. The plague-masked strategist says Boxen often fabricates excuses to justify aggression. He imagines them claiming Gatam's villains are incompetent and announcing they will take over the district. The ally admits such things have happened but believes they can still win in a direct fight. He insists they have a reliable secret weapon on their side. Cashin abruptly leaves the meeting, saying he is going home. He explains he has to study for upcoming midterm exams, so the others reluctantly accept. The remaining leaders react with disbelief when they hear he left for exams. The scene cuts to the city skyline outside. We see the exterior of a cafe called Starbucks. Inside, 2 friends with coffee remark it has been half a year since they last met, and resolve to meet more often. They talk in the cafe, one saying he never ignored messages and the other never initiated contact. Seo Ji-ho, a psycho apprentice, notes it is autumn and asks what his friend plans to do with graduation near. The red-haired friend asks what he means. Ji-ho clarifies he is asking whether he will become an active psyker or attend university. The red-haired youth answers that of course he intends to be an active psyker. He says he wants to travel widely and gain varied experience. Ji-ho points out that if that was his goal he should have gone to a psyker training school from the start. The red-haired boy replies that attending a normal high school was his father's wish. He looks down, thinking about his late father. Ji-ho quietly considers this. Ji-ho says that even becoming an S-rank psyker like the boy's deceased father would not fully satisfy him. The red-haired youth declares his true goal is to join the world's top 30 psychers, the top class. He grips his cup, steeling his resolve. He reveals that he wants that power to take revenge. He clarifies that his vengeance is aimed at specific people he hates. Ji-ho silently takes this in. Ji-ho explains that in the top class, rankings depend on combat ability rather than magic rank. He adds that for a support-type psyker like himself, such a goal is almost impossible, though one supporter has managed it. Jiho says enough about his own complaints and tells his friend that for him, becoming top class is achievable. He reminds him that he captured the serial killer Blood Rain, an enormous feat. The memory of that battle surfaces in the red-haired boy's mind, including Cashion's role. Jiho says many students now see the red-haired boy as a role model because of that incident, prompting him to respond awkwardly. The red-haired youth checks a message on his phone. He tells Jiho he is meeting his little sister Naun and invites him to come along. Jiho says he has not seen her in a while and asks why she wants to meet. Meanwhile, Cashin walks by Star Books, telling his spirit he is just buying a book. The scene shifts back to the ominous box in District Vilzone. We see its decrepit exterior buildings. Inside Boxen's punishment area, Barracuda walks toward a cell. A bound, deranged prisoner calls out for his toys and laughs. The prisoner wonders where his treasured victims were taken and suggests playing hide and seek. Barracuda appears and tells him he removed them. The prisoner reacts angrily, threatening gruesome violence if this is a joke. Barracuda instead offers him a new toy. The prisoner's expression changes with interest. Barracuda says the new toy will be found when the prisoner goes to Gatam district. The prisoner chuckles at the mention of Gatam, calling it his hometown. Barracuda checks that he still remembers Driver. He reminds the prisoner that Driver is Gatam's Vilzone boss. The prisoner excitedly calls Driver a dear friend he wants to mutilate. Barracuda informs him Driver is no longer the boss, laughing ominously. He orders the prisoner to go to Gatam district. Barracuda says that once there, interesting new toys will come to meet him. The prisoner grins wickedly at this promise. The story shifts to a normal cityscape with advertisements. A woman named Min Young hears someone call her name and turns. Her pink-haired friend Naun runs up cheerfully, waving. They greet each other, and Min Young says she just arrived and was surprised by the unfamiliar phone number. Naun explains she changed numbers after leaving the hospital. Min Young, remembering a traumatic kidnapping, says she wanted to forget those events. The scene cuts to another part of town. As they walk, Min Young asks about Naun's older brother, and Naun says they will meet him at the bookstore. Min Young nervously offers Naun a small paper bag. She says she bought it as a gift, leaving Naun puzzled. Jokingly, Min Young claims she is simply repaying kindness cutely. They arrive at the busy bookstore. Inside, Naun holds a book and smiles to herself. Min Young asks what she is doing, and Naun happily says she is smelling the book's scent. Min Young joins in, admitting she loves the smell of books too, though sounding doubtful. Naun says she has another book to buy and will grab it quickly, inviting Min Young to come. She explains she is searching for a specific cooking book her brother wants, only sold in store. While scanning the shelves, Min Young is surprised to learn Wuchan wanted a cookbook. Naun exclaims that she has found the book. A hand reaches toward the spine labeled Korean cuisine made super simple. Another hand snatches the cookbook away at the same moment. Naun protests that she grabbed it first, but someone off-screen insists their hand touched it first. The book's other claimant is revealed to be Cashin, and they stare at each other. Cashin looks closely, recognizing her. Naun begins to say he looks familiar. Cashin internally realizes she is the girl he saved before. He notes she seems to be doing well now. Cashin casually offers her the contested cookbook, telling her to take it. While the girls watch in confusion, he turns and walks away. Cashin thinks he will just miss his homemade meal, and Min Young asks Naun if she knows him. Naun silently hugs the cookbook, unsure how to answer. The scene changes to the exterior of a neighborhood arcade. Inside, a boy shouts one punch while attacking a punching machine. His friends make crude jokes about his performance, and lounge around. Bored, one of them complains that life is dull and he misses bullying their old victim Quan. The purple-haired boy sighs and wonders if there is anything fun to do. A mysterious voice repeats his desire for something fun. A stylish stranger with a hat and scarf appears before him in an alley. Later, the three boys cornered by this stranger nervously demand to know who he is. The stranger says he will give them a special present because he finds their search for fun amusing. Terrified, the leader asks if he is a villain while backing away. The stranger says they are free to refuse the gift, and the leader hurriedly declares he will reject it. The villain cheerfully announces that he rejects their rejection. Raising the large present over his head, he says he cannot allow that because it would not be fun. A sinister armored figure activates a time-related ability as the scene begins. Someone confidently says the recipient will enjoy what is about to happen. Two frightened boys watch as a person wearing a huge gift box approaches them. The gift box headed being grins menacingly, eyes glowing red. A voice cheerfully claims the box turns into a cute toy, while the boys react in terror. The villain toy maker proposes playing with toys together, revealing their A-rank identity. The scene shifts to a peaceful day at Jasmine Bookstore. Inside the bookstore, displays of books and magazines set a calm atmosphere. The red-haired psyker and his blue-haired partner browse while checking a phone. Naun waves and calls out to them, with Min Young standing shyly behind her. Naun asks why they met at a bookstore instead of a cafe, and the redhead says he wanted to buy a book. Naun happily presents a simple Korean cookbook she found for her older brother. He thanks her, admitting he only mentioned it casually, and the blue-haired friend is surprised he cooks. The redhead checks if Min Young has recovered from her recent ordeal, and she blushes and says she is fine. Naun explains that Min Young has a gift she wants to give him. Min Young shyly offers the gift to thank him for saving her, and he modestly accepts as part of his psyker duty. As they talk, someone bumps past them and apologizes, catching Naun's attention. The bookstore clerk informs the man that the book he asked about is already sold out. The man, who is Cashin, looks around curiously as the clerk and others react to something odd. The group of 4 turns toward the disturbance, wondering what is going on. Suddenly the front glass shudders as something hurtles toward the store from outside. The red-haired psycher's eyes widen in alarm. Cashin also narrows his eyes, sensing imminent danger. The redhead shouts for everyone to get down as glass explodes inward and debris flies. Shielding Naun, he nervously asks what the incoming threat is. Amid dust and rubble, a lone gift box-headed figure stands ominously inside the wrecked bookstore. The box-headed monster laughs with glowing eyes, clearly hostile. Outside, the city skyline shows normalcy above the chaos starting below. On a rooftop, a metal fixture rattles, hinting at more covert activity. Elsewhere, Driver lounges in a high-tech room, idly commenting on midterm exams while watching the news. He assumes students are busy studying as breaking news interrupts the broadcast. The news reports that monster-like humans wearing gift boxes are rampaging in the Gatam shopping district in what appears to be a villain terror attack. The anchor announces a live connection to a reporter at the scene. Beside Driver, a masked woman notes that the rampage involving gift boxes is timely for them. Watching the footage of the attacking gift box monsters, she suggests the culprit is a particular villain they know. Driver concludes it must be the crazy toy maker who escaped after being defeated 3 years ago. Back at the bookstore area, loud noises echo outside as the situation worsens. Inside, the red and blue-haired psychers confront the box-headed intruder, whose arm is wreathed in ominous energy. The blue-haired psycher wonders if it is a villain, while the red-haired one senses something strange. The box-headed victim convulses as toy maker's power prepares to unleash more horrors. The box's lid bursts open amid confetti and energy. A swarm of animated toy animals, including bears and fish, erupts from the box and fills the room. These toys charge straight toward the psychers and the entrance. The red-haired psycher punches a toy soldier bear head-on. The blue-haired psycher slams another toy away while trying to protect the girls behind him. Naun sees a fish-shaped toy flying straight toward her. The fish toy rapidly closes the distance. Naun and Minyoung scream in fear as it is about to hit them. The toy suddenly jerks away, intercepted by an unseen force. Cashin appears in front of the girls, batting the toy aside with a book. Minyoung nervously thanks Cashin while he stands calmly over the defeated toy. Cashin studies the scene with sharp, focused eyes. He realizes the toy is actually a controlled dummy rather than a living creature. The box-headed victim thrashes again as more dark energy surges. The blue-haired psycher warns his partner that something else seems about to emerge. The red-haired psycher charges in to subdue the enemy, asking for backup. Filled with zeal, he declares villains must be eradicated and prepares a powerful fiery strike. Cashin yells at him to stop, questioning if he intends to kill a civilian. Cashin explains that the box-headed figure is a hostage being used as a controlled dummy by the real villain. The blue-haired psycher is shocked by this revelation, wondering how Cashin could know such details. He recalls past instruction that a true psycher must think and act rationally, keeping composure. Cashin reiterates that the fundamental rule for psychers is to prioritize civilian safety and stay calm. As the redhead fends off the puppet's attack, he internally questions how Cashin knows psycher doctrine so well. Cashin shouts for him to stop looking back and focus on the enemy in front of him. A monstrous fist from the puppet swings toward the red-haired psycher. Realizing the danger, he reacts in shock. The red-haired psycher narrowly dodges as the puppet lunges past. The blue-haired psycher yells for Wuchan to get away from the puppet. He then activates his own shining energy, preparing a specialized ability. Wuchan reasons that if the gift box-headed person is truly just a puppet, he must treat him differently than a villain. He considers the implications if the target is indeed only a controlled dummy disguised as a civilian. The blue-haired psycher thrusts both hands forward, releasing a wave of restorative power. Calling out his ability Restore, he engulfs the puppet in bright blue energy. The energy saturates the puppet's body, attempting to reverse Toy Maker's transformation. The box and monstrous features begin to melt away under the beam. The victim's true human face emerges as the box completely dissolves. Exhausted, the blue-haired psycher pants and asks if his attempt succeeded. Naun and Minyoung watch in awe, with Naun gushing about how cool he looks. Cashin points out that the restored person is not a villain, confirming his earlier judgment. The unconscious man lies on the floor in normal human form, bathed in lingering energy. The blue-haired psycher proudly explains that his power reverted the man, and Naun agrees he is right. As Cashin approaches the victim, Naun and the others shriek in alarm, unsure what he is doing. Wuchan silently watches Cashin, now unsure of his intentions. Meanwhile, smoke and screams fill the broader city as the toy attacks spread. Gift box-headed monsters and their toy minions wreak havoc on crowded shopping streets. Controlled civilians with box heads grab fleeing people who cry for help. Flying toy monkeys yank at terrified civilians' hair and clothes. Toy Maker gleefully observes the chaos from a rooftop, delighted that everyone is having fun. His red eye glints as he senses interference with his plans. Realizing someone tampered with one of his toys, Toy Maker decides he should personally punish the culprit. He cheerfully sets off to hunt that person down, wondering where they are hiding. Driver suddenly appears nearby and tells Toy Maker he will not be going anywhere. Recognizing Driver, Toy Maker reacts with manic excitement. Driver reminds him he had been warned previously. Driver powers up a massive weapon, declaring that any disturbance in the Gatam district forces him to act. Toy Maker responds with insane laughter, thrilled by the confrontation. He taunts Driver, refusing to listen to commands and mocking the idea of obeying. Toy Maker drools with deranged enthusiasm as his bloodlust rises. In his mind he screams about being happy over and over. He says he is overjoyed to meet Driver again under these circumstances. Toy Maker raves specifically about Driver's bright, beautiful eyes, which he obsesses over. He lunges at Driver, vowing to rip those eyes out himself. Laughing wildly, Toy Maker rushes into attack. Driver counters by swinging his energized weapon with great force. His blow slams directly into Toy Maker, unleashing a powerful impact. Driver, calm behind his visor, prepares for what comes next. He focuses on the wider situation involving Toy Maker's dummies. Toy Maker recovers, enveloped in dark energy, ready to continue fighting. Driver's footsteps crack the ground as he remarks that the dummies are infuriating him. He admits he is far from happy to see Toy Maker's creations again. With a faint smile, Driver warns he might genuinely start getting angry. The narrative cuts to Seoul's ruined Boxen district, designated as a villain zone. Villains there watch the news coverage of the gift box rampage and deem it insufficiently spectacular. Their leader declares the opening act should have been flashier and says the people at Gatam will experience even more fun. The muscular A-rank striker Rockhand eagerly asks if they can just storm in and destroy everything. The Ice Mage Ice Demon says he is fine with any plan as long as he gets to freeze things. Their blonde leader, clearly focused, forbids them from targeting Driver because he wants Driver for himself. The woman with the fur coat teasingly remarks that he is choosing the tastiest opponent. Calling herself Smoker, she asks to take on Raven instead, joking about how smoked Raven might taste. A hooded figure asks if he too may choose a target, and the leader gives permission. The hooded A+ rank assassin Black Ghost says he is interested in the darkness attributes Psyker Cashin. Smoker notes how unusual it is that someone has caught Black Ghost's attention, confirming it is the new Gatam Villezone boss. The blonde leader tells Black Ghost to do as he wishes, and Black Ghost politely thanks him. When asked about Toy Maker's fate, the leader coldly says he planned to dispose of him anyway since his job of starting the festival is done. Someone off-panel comments that this plan is rather cruel. The leader smirks, unmoved by the remark. He vows that this time he will definitely seize control of Gatam. Back in Gatam, the sound of chaos echoes between tall office buildings. A girl controlled by a gift box charges forward shrieking, arms outstretched. More toys and dummies chase screaming civilians through the streets. A sudden blue whirlwind of energy sweeps toward the attackers. One of the gift box people is caught in the vortex, howling in pain. Wuchan and his partner race in as the attack ends, announcing that another rescue is complete. Someone notes with concern that this makes the third victim they have freed. Looking at another restored boy on the ground, they conclude they must catch the villain quickly to prevent further casualties. The blue-haired psyker worries about the danger and mentions backup, but Wuchan insists delaying will only worsen the villain's rampage. He acknowledges that he knows the mastermind is the notorious Man Toy Maker. The blue-haired psyker says he has seen Toy Maker's file in Gatam's villain records. Wuchan reflects that Toy Maker is a dangerous hedonist who commits atrocities purely for pleasure. The view pulls back over the city streets now locked down amid the crisis. Cashin, elsewhere in the district, checks his phone and wonders if something new has occurred. He learns from Driver's message that the mastermind of the incident is a villain named Toy Maker. Cashin's shadowy eye spirit remarks that anyone contacting Driver directly must be serious trouble. The spirit adds that Toy Maker appears to be somewhere nearby. Cashin decides he should move away from the crowded area since too many people are watching. As he starts to slip away, Naun notices and watches him leave. She runs up and demands to know where he is going, and he blandly answers that he is heading home. Naun and Minyoung urge him to stay with them for safety, pointing out that her brother is a psyker. The eye spirit comments that escaping unnoticed will be harder than Cashin thought, and Cashin privately laments how difficult this is. Something suddenly catches Cashin's eye, and he looks up in sharp surprise. A crazed villain drops from the sky holding a glowing present, while two girls watch in shock. Someone urgently warns that the situation is dangerous. Wuchan shields Naun and another girl as the present explodes behind them. The three land on the ground, panting and shaken but alive. Two male psychers notice Wuchan's speed and are impressed. The red-haired psyker runs toward Naun, calling out to her. The villain steps down ominously near them. He asks if they are the ones who interfered with his toys. Seeing the two psychers approach, he laughs and threatens to punish them. The psychers recognize him as Toy Maker and realize he has come to them. Toy Maker is delighted they know his name and decides to give them a reward. Brandishing an electrified gift box, he announces a special present for them. He boasts that the box is a rare item and charges forward with it. Wuchan powers up his flaming hand to counterattack. Toy Maker reacts as Wuchan's fiery strike approaches him. Wuchan unleashes his flare attack in a massive explosion. Amid the sparks, Toy Maker smirks confidently. He opens another huge present while laughing. A cute fish-like toy pops out of the box. The toy launches toward Wuchan. The toy detonates in a powerful blast that sends Wuchan flying. Naun screams out to her injured brother. Wuchan tumbles across the ground, battered by the attack. Toy Maker suddenly appears beside him with another live gift, teasing him. Laughing maniacally, he prepares to use the new charged box. Wuchan curses internally, realizing the danger. A thrown cell phone smacks Toy Maker's head, disrupting him. Enraged, Toy Maker demands to know who is ruining his fun. He whips his gaze toward the assailant, startled. Wuchan seizes the opening and charges in with a blazing punch. His fiery blow slams into Toy Maker as he yells for him to take the hit. The impact sends Toy Maker and his box hurtling away. Toy Maker crashes hard onto the street. Wuchan, hand still smoking, notices the fallen cell phone. He stares at the cracked phone, thinking it looks familiar. Ji-ho and his shadow-like companion acknowledge that they saw the phone throw. Na-eun picks up the damaged phone. She walks past Ji-ho, her body faintly glowing with strange particles. Ji-ho watches her in stunned realization. A close-up shows Na-eun's hand shimmering with awakening energy. Ji-ho's spirit remarks that Na-eun seems close to awakening her powers. Ji-ho silently takes note of this development. The blue-haired psyker also reacts with surprise to what just happened. Wuchan notices something alarming and widens his eyes. He realizes the Toy Maker they fought was only a dummy. The real Toy Maker's mocking laughter suddenly echoes, drawing everyone's attention. He reappears, crackling with electricity, scolding them for destroying his toys. Then he casually says it is fine despite the loss. Smiling before a massive ominous present, he claims to have plenty of fun toys left. Scene shifts to Lampa's South Korea branch building. Wuchan Sr. rushes out, excusing himself, while a superior scolds him for burdening Wuchan. Outside, the senior admires his superior's new car before being told to get in. They speed toward the incident in the city. The superior explains that the attack is occurring in Gatam's central district. Ham Ji-sun, an A+ rank striker, notes that damage will escalate due to the dense population. In the car they confirm that the attacker is Toy Maker, also called Gift Man. The senior says Wuchan reported the incident and asked for backup, worrying he is alone. He is told Wuchan is with apprentice psyker Seo Ji-ho, and plans to call them to avoid rash actions. Ham Ji-sun replies she already ordered them to hide safely, recalling past reckless behavior. Toy Maker privately muses that his sudden return after 3 years feels suspicious. The drivers discuss that Toy Maker was always incomprehensible, and probably just came out of hiding. One of them notes that unusual movements are occurring in every ville zone, not only Seoul. A cityscape of Gatam is shown as this broader unrest is implied. They suspect someone is deliberately provoking conflicts, setting ville zones against each other. Ham Ji-sun wonders who benefits and suggests someone might be trying to seize all ville zones. She concludes that such a mastermind would gain from the current chaos. In the car, the senior panics because Wuchan's phone is off and fears Toy Maker got him. Wuchan still does not answer, making the senior even more hysterical as Ji-sun yells at him to calm down. Surveillance drones hover above the battle site, watching the psychers. One drone with a marked camera focuses in on the scene. Meanwhile, a charged present falls through the air, cackling with Toy Maker's laughter. Toy Maker summons dozens of electrified gift boxes and declares they will play until they die. The swarm of malevolent presents lunges down toward the heroes. Wuchan dashes through them, smashing and detonating boxes midair. He lands a devastating strike on Toy Maker amid the chaos. A burst of colorful blob-like toys spills out from the shattered boxes. One sticky green toy clings to Wuchan's arm as he tries to shake it off. Other sticky toys splatter explosively around him like paint bombs. Wuchan groans, his body covered in stickies, while Toy Maker gloatingly announces the unique item he has acquired. Toy Maker taunts that Wuchan will soon become his finest toy. Wuchan struggles as the stickies restrain him. Ji-ho suddenly calls to the blue-haired psyker, ordering him to help Wuchan. Ji-ho yells that he must use his abilities on Wuchan instead of standing idle. The blue-haired psyker turns, startled by the demand. Toy Maker realizes with horror what Ji-ho is planning. The blue-haired psyker unleashes a powerful blue energy spell. His ability Restore surrounds Wuchan, beginning to cleanse the stickies. Toy Maker screams in protest as his sticky toy starts dissolving. Furious, he dives toward the healer, shouting for him to stop destroying his toys. Wuchan counters, clashing with Toy Maker in midair. Toy Maker is blasted away yet again. Wuchan charges after him, eyes locked on the enemy. He hammers Toy Maker with a relentless series of blows. Wuchan pauses, realizing something about Toy Maker's plan. Toy Maker binds him with an ultra-rare item and claims Wuchan should be honored to become a toy. Toy Maker chuckles ominously, eyes half-lidded with cruelty. A dark, electrified barrier suddenly slices between Toy Maker and Wuchan. The barrier hums with intense blue energy, disrupting the villain's control. Toy Maker recoils, confused, and asks what this new interference is. Wuchan readies a final blazing punch, determined to end it. With a furious shout denying that he is anyone's toy, Wuchan slams Toy Maker brutally into the ground. Toy Maker's body shatters and he collapses with a pained cry. The defeated villain lies motionless amid falling debris. Ji-ho rushes over, worriedly calling out to Wuchan. Wuchan, standing near the dark slash that saved him, stares at it suspiciously. He clenches his fist, thinking about the strange power that intervened. Visions of a terrifying blue-flamed figure and Cashin flash in his mind. Wuchan recognizes that the power he sensed came from Cashin. Elsewhere, a figure in yellow shoes watches the drones from a rooftop. The masked watcher adjusts his visor, analyzing the scene. Deciding to stay uninvolved, he remarks he will pretend he saw nothing. Time passes, and a quiet office setting marks the shift to the following day. On TV, news reports recap yesterday's disturbance in Gatam's shopping district. A news interviewer asks Ham Ji-sun to confirm Toymaker's role, and she explains the widespread damage he caused. The interviewer notes the continuous crimes in Gatam and asks the cause. She explains the Vilzone concept meant to socially control villains. She adds that cities with Vilzones statistically show lower overall crime. She concludes that the recent crime wave in Gatam is due to failures within its Vilzone administration. The anchor asks for solutions, and she says Gatam's Vilzone must be restructured with special measures. The broadcast credits Psychers with preventing heavier casualties. The anchor states that apprentices Kim Wuchan and Seo Ji-ho played major roles in stopping Toymaker. He further praises Wuchan, calling him a rising star of the Lampa's South Korea branch. The program mentions talk of shortening Wuchan and Ji-ho's apprentice period. At home, Wuchan quietly watches this coverage, remote in hand. He recalls his senior praising him and saying he could now graduate from apprenticeship. Feeling conflicted, Wuchan curses to himself. He grits his teeth in frustration. He remembers Cashin appearing during the blood incident and now interfering again. Wuchan questions why a notorious villain would repeatedly save people. He pictures Naun's shocked face as she too wondered why a villain helped them. Wuchan wonders what Cashin's true goal is. His eyes narrow as he continues to mull this mystery. He thinks there is still more to consider beyond that. Looking at his phone, he scrolls a list of Gatam's top-ranking villains. He stops on the profile of rank 5, learning that the mysterious savior's name is Cashin. Images of Cashin's two personas fill his mind as he repeats the name. Wuchan stares intensely at his phone, realizing how complicated things have become. In a different part of the city, an unknown observer remarks that the situation has become troublesome. The scene shifts to an interior corridor, leading into another meeting. A blue-haired girl munches cookies as crumbs fall on her. Inside a conference room, they discuss that certain groups want Gatam's Vilzone dismantled and that someone is manipulating the media. A mass leader says Boksan District's Vilzone will soon issue a statement claiming they will take over Gatam. Another girl calls this statement a formal declaration of war between Vilzones. Driver asks about the other Seoul Vilzones, and hears they are quietly watching from the sidelines. Someone predicts that the same turmoil will reach those Vilzones soon. Driver notes that the other Vilzones' silence means they understand the chaos is premeditated. He complains that Gatam is being treated as the first sacrifice and questions if they look that weak. The masked leader cheerfully offers his support, while Driver retorts that this is merely his responsibility. Driver adds that despite everything they still possess an unbeatable secret weapon. The masked leader wonders why that supposed secret weapon has not appeared yet. The cookie-eating girl says she still cannot sense or track that person, dismissing him as trash. The goggled strategist checks the time and guesses the protagonist should currently be taking his midterm exams. His teammates react in confusion and surprise when they hear about midterm exams. The scene shifts to Gatam High School, where the exams are taking place. On the school rooftop, the protagonist mentally reassures someone that he is fine. While snacking, he lies over the phone that he cooks and eats properly, and tells his sister not to worry about him. His sister, Yuri, anxiously calls from work, reminding him that an incident happened in Gatam yesterday. He insists he was at home studying for exams and downplays her worry. She confirms that midterm exam time is approaching and checks that he is studying. He notes that the exams actually begin that very day. Yuri warns him that his grades must not drop in her absence, and asks if he really studied. He answers that he has done his best for now. As a red-haired classmate approaches, Yuri lectures that results matter more than effort. Spotting the classmate, he abruptly ends the call with a toilet excuse. Yuri cheerfully wishes him success on his exams before hanging up. Off the phone, the protagonist silently faces the red-haired boy on the rooftop. They lock eyes, tension building between them. The red-haired student also stares back seriously. He formally calls Kwon Kongwoo by name, and says he has something important to tell him. The narrative cuts to a distant cityscape at sunset. The view settles on a luxury building named Vesperna. At Vesperna, Yuri frets that she might have pressured her brother too much about midterms and regrets not offering him her anxiety pills. Someone calls out to manager Kwon Yuri. Yuri turns, startled by the address. A colleague approaches, saying he could not reach her phone, and she explains she was calling home and asks if anything happened. Smiling, the colleague says nothing is wrong and informs her that the general manager has returned from a trip. He adds that the general manager came straight there specifically to see her, surprising Yuri. The story follows footsteps approaching a private room. A voice from inside grants permission for them to enter. The door opens to reveal a figure standing by a window in dramatic light. The silver-haired man stands with his back to them, gazing outside. He reacts subtly as they enter the room. Yuri is introduced to the white-haired man as the general manager, and she internally questions if he is really that high-ranking person. The man apologizes for summoning her so suddenly. Extending his hand, he also apologizes for calling her in at such a late hour. Yuri looks at him with a mix of surprise and curiosity. He smiles and introduces himself as Vincent, saying it is a pleasure to meet her. The scene returns to Gatam High School under a bright sky. On the roof, Kangwoo asks the red-haired boy what he wanted to tell him. The boy steels himself, eyes closed in resolve. He sincerely thanks Kangwoo for saving them the previous day, admitting they would have been in serious trouble without him. Kangwoo is taken aback that the boy came just to offer thanks. The red-haired psyker elaborates that in the crisis Kangwoo assessed the situation calmly and acted decisively, a quality even trained psychers like himself should learn from. He then holds out a paper bag toward Kangwoo. Kangwoo wonders if the bag is some kind of present, while his shadow companion is equally puzzled. The boy explains that his sister asked him to give Kangwoo the bag as repayment for his help yesterday. He adds, somewhat tensely, that aside from himself she has never given any man a present before. He emphasizes that the gift was hard to obtain, and orders Kangwoo to treasure it. As he walks away, something about the boy's shoes makes Kangwoo suddenly recall yesterday. Kangwoo starts to ask whether the boy had seen someone suspicious the previous day. He clarifies by asking if the boy happened to see a man dressed entirely in black. The red-haired student pauses in silence instead of answering. He brushes off the question and simply wishes Kangwoo good luck on his midterm exams as he leaves. Curious, Kangwoo opens the bag to see what gift is inside. His eyes widen slightly when he looks in. He finds a beginner-friendly Korean cookbook, realizing Yuri noticed his poor eating habits. The story jumps to the ruined Gatam District Ville Zone, a devastated combat zone. Several operatives move through the rubble, approaching an area they are fortifying. The goggled strategist instructs his team to erect a barricade at their current position. A hammer-wielding ally eagerly agrees and is told to make the barricade sturdy. The strategist also orders a deep trap dug in front of the barricade, prompting another teammate to ask how deep it should be. He wonders aloud whether the rival Boksan gang will really attack, while the masked woman beside him says she is preparing seriously because she is sure they will. The strategist concludes that Boksan's recent actions were essentially a declaration of war aimed at them. Kangwoo arrives in combat gear, and the strategist greets him, asking if his midterms went well and noting that he is early. A reinforced hammer is slammed down with power as the barricade work continues. The shovel specialist activates a skill called Master of Shoveling to dig the trap at high speed. Kangwoo asks what they are doing, and the strategist explains they are preparing defenses in case their enemies from Boksan attack. The masked woman confirms this with scorn for Boksan. The strategist notes that although their side has only 13 members, good preparation will allow them to overcome the enemy. Kangwoo then leaves, saying he is going to meet Yuchaiha. The villains jokingly assume he must have done badly on his exams and consider going out drinking together. The scene shifts to a shabby district where a bar called Heaven Pub serves as a black market hub. Inside, the bartender notices a suspicious customer. The flamboyant broker behind the bar confirms Kangwoo wants to buy high-quality magical stones and asks how many, only to hear he wants all of them. The broker warns him that the stones are very expensive, asks if he has enough bullets as currency, and states they do not sell on credit. Kangwoo simply asks the total price. The broker studies him silently, intrigued by his seriousness. The broker remarks that Kangwoo is really going all out. He double-checks that the payment card is genuine, wary of being scammed. Satisfied, he tells Kangwoo he will show the merchandise and asks him to follow into a back room. Kangwoo enters a secret basement area of the pub with his shadow companion. The broker opens locked boxes containing the stones. He reveals that he has 5 high-quality magical stones left, fewer than expected because a gullible buyer recently purchased many as a gift for someone. Kangwoo asks about the price. Holding the paperwork, the broker explains that magical stones are extremely valuable, and these high-grade ones are premium, so the listed price is fair. Kangwoo counters by saying he will buy them all only if he gets a 20% discount. The broker refuses, so Kangwoo suggests buying 4 and getting 1 free as a compromise. Amused, the broker laughs at how pushy his customer is. He finally agrees to the requested price on the condition of full immediate payment, and Kangwoo asks for the account details to send the cash. Kangwoo narrates that he alone knows of a secret Swiss bank account under Cashion's name, and wonders if it was created as an emergency fund. He recalls that Jeff once told him to set up such an account in case something went wrong. Using his hacking skills, Kangwoo accesses the Swiss account and triumphantly announces that he is in. Seeing the large balance, he thinks he should have moved all his assets there earlier. His shadow companion asks what he plans to spend this money on. Kangwoo answers that he will invest everything into increasing his own strength. After the deal, the delighted broker thanks Kangwoo for the lucrative business and invites him to return anytime. Once Kangwoo leaves, the broker checks his phone to confirm the huge transfer. Stunned by the size of the payment, he wonders just who this mysterious buyer really is. The story transitions to a bright urban street. At Café Eden, a menu board advertises a mango parfait special that excites Naun, who loves it. Inside the cafe, the dessert display and menu set the cozy atmosphere. 2 large mango parfaits are prepared and brought to a table. Naun and her friend Minyoung admire how delicious the parfaits look and comment on the generous amount of mango. Minyoung again asks Naun if she remembers where the boy who saved them yesterday went afterward. Minyoung assumes he probably just went home, repeating the guess aloud. As Naun eats a spoonful, something triggers a sudden memory. She recalls seeing Kangwoo run past them on the street with a grim expression. Her memory continues with him sprinting into a nearby alleyway. Back in the present, Naun reaches out in shock as she realizes who he was. In her mind, someone calls her name, Naun, startling her. Her hand trembles and her spoon falls as the realization hits. Min-young asks worriedly what is wrong with her all of a sudden. Naun relives the memory of a masked psyker fighting to save them, recognizing that Kangwoo is that same person. The revelation leaves her covering her mouth in the cafe, overwhelmed. The exterior of Cafe Eden is shown, establishing it as the meeting place. Naun excuses herself to go to the bathroom, and Min-young tells her where it is. In the hallway, Naun walks past a lurking masked villain who watches her from the shadows. The villain, his face half covered, eyes her menacingly. Unaware, Naun calmly washes her hands at the sink. The narration notes that at the time of the earlier incident, something crucial happened. Naun thinks back, certain that Min-young did not see what she saw. She also believes her brother has not realized the truth either. She wonders what would happen to Kangwoo if she were to reveal his identity. A sinister hand turns the bathroom door handle, heralding danger. Her internal question finishes, should she expose him? Suddenly, Naun sees Kangwoo's darkened figure manifesting behind her in the bathroom mirror. Frightened, she stammers and asks why he is there. Kangwoo appears in his psyker guise, wrapped in dark power, facing her silently. The scene cuts back to a peaceful exterior view, contrasting with the coming conflict. At the cafe table, Min-young notices Naun is taking too long and not answering messages, wondering if she is on the phone. A scream from inside the cafe makes Min-young snap to attention. Patrons flee in panic as someone yells that a villain has appeared. Kangwoo, in dark costume, strides through the chaos carrying an unconscious Naun over his shoulder. Min-young, frozen and unable to move her body due to shock or power, weakly calls out Naun's name. A disembodied voice asks Min-young if she is Naun's friend. Shaking and fearful, Min-young looks around, speechless. Kangwoo tells her to deliver a message to Naun's older brother. The message is that if her brother wants to find his sister, he must come meet Kangwoo in Gatam's Ville Zone. The narrative shifts to sunset over the wrecked Ville Zone, setting the stage for the confrontation. A trio of Box-sen gang members arrive, shocked by the extensive defenses built there. They learn the barricades were constructed in anticipation of a Box-sen raid and argue they should attack first instead of waiting. The impulsive leader wants to charge alone but is warned not to move forward because of hidden traps set in the ground. He is told about the elaborate traps prepared by the so-called ground dog, making him hesitate. One of his men suddenly notices something approaching in the distance. They see a fast-moving figure and wonder aloud what it is. As the red-haired psyker Kim Wuchan rushes toward them, one thug recognizes him while another assumes he is a villain. The masked subordinate corrects him, explaining that Kim Wuchan is a psyker, not a villain. He adds that Kim Wuchan has recently become famous online. The impulsive leader is shocked to realize their opponent is a psyker. He powers up his electrified gauntlet in preparation for battle. Declaring that the psyker is his prey, he orders his comrades to get out of the way and charges forward. He roars for the psyker to come at him, promising to make him regret entering their Ville Zone. Wuchan responds with a fiery blast, shouting that they must move aside because he came only to rescue his kidnapped little sister. The enraged gang leader, baffled by the mention of a little sister, yells in confusion, not understanding what Wuchan is talking about. In the past fight, a powerful kick slams down as part of a trap. The red-haired psyker realizes too late that he has walked into a trap. The trap detonates, blasting apart the ground in a massive explosion. One of the villains panics, demanding to know what the sudden attack is. Another crushing kick crashes down amid the chaos. Screaming in terror, the panicked villain begs anyone around to save him. Watching the disaster, the blue-haired villain dryly wonders which of them deserves to be called an idiot. Sometime later in Gatam district, Cashin trains alone in his personal training room. In the room's center, he stands within a swirling ring of magical energy to practice. His clawed, armored hand crackles with intense dark flames as he channels power. Cashin, wreathed in sparks and dark flame, calmly endures the power coursing through him. His shadowy companion asks how it feels after he consumed 5 high-quality magic stones, and Cashin tells it to check his status with Eye of Insight. The status window shows Cashin as an awakened villain of Grand Catastrophe grade with darkness and dark flame attributes, listing many shadow skills and a hidden magic stone extraction skill. Cashin notes he has only 860 magic skill points, barely B rank, and his partner says expensive high-grade stones are no longer worth the cost. The shadow explains that a genuine magic stone would give far better returns, otherwise Cashin must keep eating many high-grade stones. Cashin replies he would rather undergo harsher training than keep force-feeding himself those stones. The shadow comments that although that is Cashin's choice, their superior will be pleased his magic skill points rose dramatically after his last rampage. Cashin looks closely at the status screen, noticing something new. He sees numbers beside certain skills and learns this means those abilities have been strengthened. Cashin is surprised that some of his skills have actually leveled up. The shadow asks if, during his battle with blood, Cashin unconsciously used 2 shadow knives at once, which Cashin realizes he must have done. Cashin reflects that he has never specifically trained to enhance skills, while his companion infers he can power them up simply by raising magic skill points. They compare this to psykers, who usually develop abilities only through hard training. In rare cases, some psychers can even create entirely new skills by combining existing ones. Cashin concludes he should stop relying on magic stones alone and instead train diligently to strengthen his skills. He remembers unleashing multiple skills simultaneously in a past rampage, overwhelming foes on the battlefield. Acknowledging he cannot yet repeat that multi-skill feat, Cashin vows that one day he will become strong enough to take revenge on Lampus. A sudden thought strikes him as he considers a new way to use his abilities. His shadow partner is startled when Cashin suggests trying an intentional skill combination. Cashin begins experimenting, summoning a hand-sized shadow knife. He then adds the dual attribute Dark Flame to the knife's tip, forming a combined attack. When the fusion works, Cashin laughs in satisfaction, while the shadow is left speechless. The shadow is amazed that Cashin can execute a skill combination so easily. Remembering another psycher's assessment, it reflects that Cashin's potential ranks among the best of top-class psychers. The shadow silently ponders this frightening potential. Their planning is interrupted when someone pounds on the door calling for Cashin. Driver enters and says someone has come to visit him. Cashin is skeptical, doubting anyone would bother coming to see him. Driver explains that the visitor is a psycher named Kim Wuchan, which confuses him. Cashin reacts with interest at hearing that name. He mentally repeats Kim Wuchan's name, connecting it to something important. Meanwhile, in Wuchan District's Villezone, the rival villains prepare their own schemes. A drone flies between high rises, quietly scouting the area. Inside a grim building's corridor, footsteps echo toward a hidden chamber. A masked kidnapper carries an unconscious pink-haired girl deeper into the corridor. Somewhere nearby, dark energy gathers menacingly in a villain's hand. In a large, dim warehouse, the kidnappers wait for their guests. One masked leader senses the arrivals and remarks that their quarry has shown up. The kidnapper presents the unconscious girl before two seated leaders, showing off his captive. One of the leaders studies the sleeping girl with a sinister smile. They decide to imprison the girl, and one subordinate agrees to lock her in the prison. The female leader confirms she intends to corner the villains from Gatam by using this kidnapping scheme. She explains that soon the news will portray Cashin as a shameless criminal who kidnapped a psycher's family member. Pleased with the plan, she calls the scandal perfect bait to attract hungry reporters. She predicts the media will descend on Cashin's group like ravenous wolves. Then public opinion will turn completely against the villains of Gatam. She adds that Gatam's people will be isolated, just as she desires. At that moment, she declares they will launch a full-scale attack on Gatam. Back in Gatam district, the sun sets over the Villezone as tensions build. In one of its buildings, the day draws to a close while plans move in secret. Kim Wuchan, tied to a chair, summarizes his understanding of the dire situation. Facing Cashin's group, he confirms they believe Cashin kidnapped his little sister. Cashin recalls first meeting the girl and her older brother during earlier events. Cashin bluntly denies doing something so crude, and Driver immediately backs him up. Driver clarifies that on top of kidnapping the girl, the Boxen villains deliberately framed Cashin. Seething with anger, Wuchan warns them not to mess with him. He explodes, demanding to know where Na-un is and begging them to tell him his sister's location. Driver proposes they fix the misunderstanding and suggests letting Wuchan go, which Cashin agrees to. The others react with surprise as Cashin orders Wuchan's release. Cashin reminds them that resolving the misunderstanding is necessary before they act. Wuchan glares intensely, processing Cashin's unexpected attitude. Later in a virtual space, Wuchan is placed in a grid-like training field to test him. Cashin remarks it is good they prepared in advance, recognizing that Barracuda is behind the frame-up. Driver explains that, anticipating trouble, he had sent a high-resolution surveillance drone to Boxan. Watching the drone feed, they see Cashin's transformed double and discuss that it is likely the shapeshifter Black Ghost. Cashin learns that this enemy can transform and that he actually took on Cashin's appearance. Cashin protests that the fake looks nothing like him, while Driver jokes it does not really resemble him either. Wuchan, however, thinks the impersonator looks exactly like Cashin. Cashin dismisses the argument, and says now that they know the culprit, the only thing left is to punish Boxan, prompting questions about whether he is already leaving. Cashin declares it is not just a raid but an execution, and someone shouts for him to wait. As Cashin heads out, Wuchan stops him. Wuchan insists that if Cashin is going to Boxen's Villezone, he must take him along so he can save his sister, and Cashin allows it. Their masked ally also volunteers to come, unwilling to let the others go without him. Driver excitedly says preparing the raid is more fun than the raid itself and announces they will attack Boxan today. Cashin's rowdy subordinates crash in, yelling that they are coming to fight as well. They argue that the others should not get all the fun and insist on joining the attack on Boxan. Cashin accepts their help but notes there is something else to handle first. Driver looks puzzled when Cashin says this, wondering what he means. Cashin looks between Wuchan and Driver as an idea dawns on him. Wuchan silently waits, unsure of Cashin's next move. Meanwhile at La Vie en Rose Hotel, another party prepares for their own business. Inside the luxurious hotel, ornate staircases and balconies show the opulent setting. A plaque marks the lavish president's suite room. Inside, an array of glittering jewelry is displayed, prompting admiring comments. Someone gushes that the jewels remain beautiful no matter how long they are admired. A flamboyant thief adores the sparkling jewelry, calling it his precious treasure. Onlookers complain that he is obsessing over stolen goods again, muttering that he is trash while he coos affectionately to the jewels. His phone rings, drawing his attention away from his collection. Answering, he complains he is busy admiring his jewels while fielding a report about a job. Hearing the news, his lips curl into a pleased smile. Two twin girls nearby look on in confusion at his sudden shift in attitude. On the phone, Cashin says they are nearby and asks the jeweler what he means by certain details. The jeweler, now wearing a mask, eagerly assures Cashin that he can definitely help and tells him to leave the matter to him. Night falls over Boxen District's Ville Zone as Cashin's raid team approaches. Cashin stands ready in the dark, composed before the operation begins. He and his companions arrive outside Boxen's Ville Zone, taking in the towering building. Driver notes there is no turning back now and suggests they review the plan one last time before entering. Their masked ally yells at Wuchan not to act like a passive newbie and to pay attention. Cashin points at Wuchan, telling him to come as well. They christen him Red Mask, giving him the new identity for this mission. A helmet fills his vision as Wuchan catches it, realizing they expect him to wear it. Cashin tells Wuchan to put on the helmet if he intends to accompany them, leaving Wuchan confused. Cashin explains that a psyker working openly with villains would draw suspicion, so the disguise will hide his identity. Cashin warns that if Wuchan wants to avoid damaging rumors, he must listen and cooperate. Cashin clarifies their goal is to strike at Boxen District's leadership. He explains to the assembled group that they will defeat the leaders first, and then rescue the hostage. Driver activates holographic maps to calculate the shortest route, while Cashin emphasizes they must win through fast ambush and fearless assault. Wuchan, as Red Mask, tells everyone to listen carefully as he assigns roles and positions. Cashin instructs Driver to handle the front and have Crow cover his infiltration, while Crow reluctantly agrees for this mission. Cashin designates Red Mask to guard the rear, which confuses Wuchan. Driver, still mapping, asks what CQB means, revealing his inexperience with tactical jargon. Cashin moves on to assign the aiming group, but one of the muscular villains angrily interrupts. The bruisers protest that they are being ignored and want to charge in and smash everything like proper villains. Cashin tells them they actually have an important separate role, piquing their curiosity. The blue-haired fighter probably assumes this means they are the hidden trump cards of the operation. Cashin clarifies that while the core team attacks and withdraws, their job is to secure the escape route, essentially hiding and ensuring a safe retreat, which infuriates them. He insists that guaranteeing an escape path for the hostages is crucial, while the hot-headed villain yells in frustration at feeling sidelined. Cashin recalls past training where he was taught that victory comes from swift ambushes, not reckless charges. As a child trainee numbered 45, young Wuchan listens intently to this same lesson. His instructor praises him as a talented child and urges him to remember that strategic approach for his future. Back in the present, Wuchan silently dons the red helmet, accepting the role. He thinks to himself that it is ironic to hear such disciplined tactics coming from a supposed villain. The raid team moves closer to the damaged box and building under the crescent moon. From a rooftop vantage, Cashin, Driver, Red Mask, and Crow observe the enemy complex below. Driver launches his drone while also taking control of external surveillance cameras. The drone's advanced camera locks onto security devices with glowing targeting circles. One by one, he hacks into each camera and brings it under their control. The final camera falls to his hacking, ensuring their approach is unseen. Driver's visor glows as his interface confirms domination over the system. He reports that cameras number 10 and 11 are now clear. Driver proudly announces that all front surveillance cameras are under his control, and Crow gushes over how cool he looks. Cashin orders the team to move out. He glances at Red Mask beside him, then prepares to lead the advance. Cashin kicks off the rooftop, initiating the assault. Cashin, Driver, and Crow leap across the broken rooftops toward the enemy building. Red Mask follows behind, steeling himself for the rescue. Wuchan thinks of Na-eun lying unconscious and prays she remains safe. Determined, he races ahead, vowing he will reach her soon and save her. Deep inside the Boxen facility, a dim corridor leads toward the prison area. On the cold floor of that corridor, Na-eun lies unconscious, waiting for her brother and Cashin's team to arrive. A hand touches the pink-haired girl as something begins to happen. Someone hesitates, beginning to speak. The pink-haired girl slowly opens her eyes. She notices strange bars or a cage around her, and is shocked. Startled and screaming, the girl jolts upright. Finding herself alone in a dark cavern, she panics and asks where she is. Power crackles around a glowing hand as someone cries out. A girl remembers seeing a mysterious man during the incident, and realizes the person she thought it was is not the same. The dark-haired boy, half-conscious, wonders how he knows these details when he should have been passed out. The pink-haired girl looks up in surprise at a sudden noise. A dark, decrepit hallway echoes ominous sounds. Outside, someone angrily comments on the massive destruction in the city. Three villains argue about why they should prepare an escape route, with one agreeing reluctantly. The blue-haired bruiser declares that proper villains should charge in without overthinking, and his comrade enthusiastically agrees. A distant voice under the moon complains about how loud they all are. Another villain explains their group was excluded from the plan because they never stopped talking, which one hothead denies is his fault. The masked villain thinks his comrade is an idiot for being so thoughtless but prepares to address another issue. He asks the others if they have noticed how strange their boss has been lately, prompting questions and comments that he has always been odd. The masked villain recalls that their boss seemed particularly strange earlier while explaining the plan. One of the others brusquely asks what is so odd about that. Remembering the briefing, the masked villain says the boss felt like he was giving off psyker vibes. His companion demands clarification on what psyker vibes are, while another notes the boss does more than just yell like him. Someone suddenly calls out, demanding to know who is there. The masked villain and his two comrades whip around in alarm, realizing they have been noticed. A red-haired woman and her allies spot them, and the trio fearfully realize they have been caught spying. The red-haired woman calmly asks why this notorious trio has come to Wuchan district when they have no reason to be there. Realization dawns on her that the intruders might have an ulterior motive. She narrows her lips as she prepares her response. The three intruders stand stiffly, bracing for what comes next. The woman loudly asks if they have come to surrender to Wuchan, confusing them. The hot-headed intruder explodes, yelling that they came to fight and challenging Wuchan to face them. A menacing presence complains about the noise, wondering why it is so loud. A massive armored boot slams down, radiating crimson energy. The intruders stare wide-eyed as that ominous power approaches. A huge, tattooed man with a glowing mechanical eye appears, prompting one of them to recognize him in shock. The intruders identify the newcomer as the villain Rockhand. The scene shifts to the ruined cityscape surrounding them. Rockhand eyes the trio suspiciously, accusing them of being unknown spies from another district. The hothead fumes at being called an idiot. The red-haired woman dismisses the idea that the trio are capable of spying and suggests they must be here to surrender instead. The hothead yells again that they came to conquer Wuchan, while his friends quietly praise his boldness. The masked intruder despairs that his companions are ignoring their orders to stay hidden and predicts they will all die. Rockhand confirms that they claim to be there to take over Wuchan and, amused by their recklessness, prepares his stone-covered fists. Power explodes from his rocky armor as he demands they prove that their courage can surpass his rock. One of the intruders, with electrified shoes, scoffs at Rockhand's rocks. Rockhand's expression tightens as he notices the incoming threat. The electrified fighter lunges in, declaring that his steel fists are stronger than Rockhand's stones. Elsewhere in the city, tall buildings loom in the night. Deep inside a structure, another boss lounges on a throne-like chair in a vast hall. This long-haired figure sits calmly, seemingly lost in thought. The scene shifts back in time to sunset over the ruined city. At that earlier moment, a goggled villain questioned why another wanted to merge all the Villzones in Seoul. The long-haired boss argued that they should unite to stop living in fear of psychers and become stronger together. He spoke grandly of uniting Villzones across the country and world, but the seated villain dismissively told him to handle that grand plan alone. The goggled villain spun his glowing weapon and lectured that true artistry should be done alone rather than dragging in rough subordinates. The boss protested, but the other accused him of just trying to run away like bullies who prey on the weak. Frustrated, the boss rejected the proposal while the goggled villain noted that two others nearby seemed to share his opinion. Now in the present, the long-haired boss curses the goggled villain Driver for opposing him. Driver powers up a massive energy cannon and warns everyone not to do anything rash that would tire them out. Another figure's eyes blaze as they sense the overwhelming energy Driver is gathering. Driver calmly tells them to listen to his warning, or they will be seriously hurt. Back in the present hall, the long-haired boss mutters Driver's name. He opens a sharp green eye, clearly irritated. A techno girl rushes up to him, saying she has a report, and asking what is happening. She explains she has found intruders from the Gatam Villzone at the Villzone's outskirts and introduces herself as B-rank Mage Lens Girl. Lens Girl reports that there are exactly 3 intruders and all appear to be B-rank, which makes the boss incredulous that there are only 3. He asks who else is present where the intruders are. She answers that Rockhand is currently engaging them. Confident in Rockhand's strength, the boss says a B-rank like him can handle them alone. He pauses, then silently reconsiders. Deciding it is suspicious, he orders Lens Girl to search elsewhere because he suspects the intruders are merely bait. Smirking, he claims Driver's tricks are too obvious and says such tactics will not work on him. He unleashes his own power, calling on Barracuda's canine teeth and boasting that he can beat any other Villzone boss, Driver included. He shouts to Driver not to underestimate him, insisting he is much stronger than before. Night falls over the towering buildings once more. From afar someone identifies which building houses Wuchan's leading members. Driver's group arrives on the rooftop faster than expected and credits their speed to him. Before going in, Driver suggests using a tiny drone to scout who is inside. Crow sees the small drone and excitedly begs to have it. Driver says he has spares he built at home and will give Crow one later. Watching Driver, the helmeted man thinks it would be troublesome if Driver ever became his enemy. Suddenly the drone in front of them is shot down, shocking the group. The helmeted man worries their presence has been detected, muttering that things have become annoying. The black-haired fighter decides that, since they are discovered, they must proceed with a rapid ambush. His heterochromatic eyes widen as something approaches through smoke. Surrounded by billowing clouds, he braces himself on the rooftop. His allies react in surprise to the strange mist enveloping them. He turns toward the source of the smoke, alert and ready. Through the fog, a woman's voice asks where everyone is hiding. The group stands cautiously within the obscuring smoke, watching for the new threat. A masked, fur-clad woman emerges, mocking them for hiding like rats. In chibi form, she recognizes that Driver and Crow have both appeared. Driver's teammates wonder if he knows her, and Driver playfully denies it. The woman declares that, since Driver is the boss, she will leave him to fight her, insisting Crow is her chosen opponent. Crow smiles dangerously, beginning to respond. Crow tells her she has personal business to handle and instructs her teammates to go on ahead. When asked, Crow explains she simply wants to talk with the woman for a while. She warns the men not to interfere, calling it girls' talk. Driver watches Crow walk off and, thinking she looks angry, asks if they should help, but decides she is enjoying herself. The black-haired fighter and the helmeted man leap off to continue the mission while Driver stays behind. Driver cheerfully tells Crow to play with the woman for a bit, and later rejoin them. Driver then jumps down toward incoming enemies with his huge cannon. The masked woman smirks as she prepares to face Crow alone. She notes that with the others gone, there are no more hindrances. Crow approaches and suggests they enjoy some private time together. Crow repeats the word hindrances with a chilling smile. She tells the woman that she is delusional, saying those so-called hindrances are actually the ones who will save her. Crow's weapon appears, wreathed in dark purple energy and feathers. Surrounded by a storm of crows and darkness, Crow declares that no one is left to stop her. She excitedly invites her opponent to go wild with her until they both collapse. Inside Boxen's headquarters, alarms blare and defenders shout to kill the intruders on sight. The black-haired fighter sprints into the building. Driver, the fighter, and the helmeted man race down a corridor toward the interior. The fighter narrows his eyes, focusing on the enemies ahead. A large group of armed villains charges straight toward them. Their leader, Sharktooth, a B+ rank water striker, orders his followers to kill the intruders. Sharktooth commands his gang to knock all three of them down. A sudden surge of blue lightning and speed erupts past Driver and the helmeted man, startling them. The black-haired fighter blitzes through the mob, striking everyone at blinding speed. He continues dashing, becoming a streak of light. His high-speed kick smashes into an enemy, sending bodies flying. Someone off-panel remarks on how skilled he is in combat. Sharktooth bares his crystal-like teeth as his body hardens. He boasts that those weak punches cannot hurt his extremely tough body. Energizing his jaws with an attack called prey hunting, he vows to kill the fighter with a single bite. He lunges forward, jaws wide open. The fighter evades and propels himself off the wall, ready to counter. He flashes past Sharktooth, leaving the shark-like villain reeling. The fighter crashes down on Sharktooth with a shattering blow. Sharktooth collapses bleeding and broken. His head is smashed further as the barrage continues. The fighter finishes the assault, pulverizing Sharktooth's crystal body. Sharktooth lies defeated in the rubble, barely twitching. Driver compliments the fighter's work while the helmeted man, seeing the pile of knocked-out foes, silently notes how strong he is. Elsewhere, another masked person watches through a visor, observing the fighter's strength. That observer thinks the fighter grows stronger every time they meet, while the fighter humbly says it was nothing. The fighter tells his companions they should split up from here. Driver suggests that he and the helmeted man will go after Boxen's leaders while the fighter rescues his sister, handing him a device. Driver explains that the sister is imprisoned in a nearby building's basement, and that the drone linked to the device will guide him there. Overwhelmed, the helmeted man begins to thank Driver. He then dashes off to save his sister using the directions provided. Watching him go, Driver comments that the man clearly cares deeply for his younger sister. Driver's visor lights up as he senses approaching enemies. A large group of masked thugs charges toward him down the corridor. The black-haired fighter tells Driver to proceed while he stays behind to handle the small fry. Driver reasons that if they linger, the enemy numbers will only grow and that he must also be ready to support Crow later. The fighter agrees, trusting Driver to cover him, and Driver runs ahead. Driver smiles, turning back toward the oncoming enemies. Power surges through his cannon as he prepares to fight, saying it is time. He unleashes a massive blast at the swarm of thugs, inviting them to have a nice long talk about everything that has happened. The woman with flowing hair complains that being treated like her opponent has annoyed her from the beginning. She unleashes a powerful technique called Death Breath. The crow-masked fighter narrowly evades the oncoming attack in midair. He lands and sprints away at high speed to escape the assault. She mockingly praises the crow for slyly dodging and admits his evasion is impressive. The crow retorts that dodging is only one of his many strengths, while she grumbles about his need for the last word. Deciding to get serious, she begins forming a large vortex of power beside her. She ominously warns that this next attack might truly kill him. She launches an upgraded move called Death Chain Breath. The crow whirls his staff, gathering dark energy and feathers. His weapon surges with power as he finishes charging it. He activates a counterattack skill named Crow Peekaboo, diving through the attack. She is shocked as something unexpected interrupts her move. Smoke and debris billow where the clash occurred, obscuring the result. The crow plants his staff on the ground, emerging from the smoke. Laughing, he says the attack was nothing and asks if she has anything better to show. Suddenly a massive surge of blue lightning and clouds gathers overhead, alarming him. A huge beam of energy crashes down toward him, exploding on impact. The crow screams as he is struck by the devastating blast. His mask's lens cracks from the force of the blow. Surrounded by swirling lightning and feathers, he stabilizes himself and readies another move. She calls him a pitiful crow and explains that even a tiny inhale of her black smoke will stop blood flow and burn lungs. As he grabs at the smoke, he mocks her for looking pathetic after showing off and calls her smoker. Enraged, she accuses him of committing an unforgivable sin. Darkness wraps around the crow as he rises within a storm of feathers. Furious about her broken treasured mask from Driver, he vows revenge. She panics that her skill is failing and finds it impossible that a mere crow has so much power. She suddenly suspects that his masks have awakened. The crow's form turns ominously dark as his power fully manifests. A voice condemns her as guilty. The crow's darkened body glows as he prepares to pronounce judgment. He declares that from now on she will be judged by the way of the crow. Bathed in red light, she looks terrified of what is coming. His transformed, monstrous silhouette looms over her within the darkness. The scene shifts to Boxen District's Villezone, basement's second floor. Inside the underground structure, something races along the corridor. A red-masked figure runs through the hallway toward his destination. Elsewhere, two allies wonder if certain people are intentionally being considerate to one of them. The red-masked man reflects while running that those allies might be going out of their way for his sake. He concludes he now owes them a debt. He pulls out a tracker that begins to react. Seeing the signal spike, he says the target should be close. A huge explosion of ice erupts from the ground. The red-masked man is stunned as ice spikes burst up around his feet. A distant voice asks if he is from Boxan, noting he has never been seen before. Ice spreads under a stranger's sneaker as he steps onto the frozen ground. The masked ice user remarks that waiting here was worthwhile, expecting someone to come rescue the hostage. Flames ignite in the red-masked man's hand. His fiery step begins melting the ice. He completely shatters the ice at his feet with a burst of fire. He angrily tells the ice user to shut up and leave while brandishing his flames. The ice user notes with interest that his opponent manipulates fire, an ability opposite to his own. Excited, the ice user proclaims a battle of fire and ice and anticipates an entertaining fight. The two foes square off, each surrounded by their respective elements. At the building's exterior, the crow's earlier judgment attack erupts skyward in a pillar of purple light. The shockwave from that distant battle rattles a city building. Focus returns to Boxen Villezone's 12th floor. The darkness-using protagonist steps forward, his power crackling around his arm. He walks into a large empty space, ready for confrontation. Staring ahead, he orders his hidden enemy to reveal themselves. Purple shadows swirl below as something rises toward him. A masked man steps out of the darkness, complementing the protagonist's sharp senses. The newcomer admits he really wanted to meet him. The protagonist notes that this is a villain who shares his own darkness attribute. He immediately asks if this man is the one who kidnapped Naun. The masked villain says he investigated the protagonist and praises his impressive debut feat. He explains that villains usually avoid fighting each other outside the Villezone, but the protagonist broke that taboo. Calling him a public enemy, the villain says killing him here would bring no consequences. The protagonist dismissively asks what it matters even if he becomes a Villezone boss of this heretical group. The villain clarifies that he was not being sarcastic and states that he respects the protagonist. He claims a true villain should act like an unrestrained outlaw. He admits that as someone who hides in the shadows, he himself lacks the courage to live that way. The protagonist's companion notes that the villain seems to be praising him, while the protagonist remains silent. The villain confesses that he wants to become like the protagonist. He elaborates that he wants to transcend being just a shadow and become darkness itself. The protagonist and his companion privately question if this admirer is some kind of stalker and call him crazy. Realizing he has talked too much, the villain readies his weapons to start the fight. He signals the beginning of their battle. The protagonist narrows his eyes, focusing intently. The villain, moving quickly with twin weapons, observes that the protagonist excels at close combat. He slips into the surrounding shadows, eyes glowing. More of his shadowy figures appear around the room. Several shadow clones approach the distracted protagonist from different angles as he senses them. The villain says that if 4 attackers assail him at once, his success is nearly assured and activates Shadow Doppelganger. The protagonist wonders if the figures are ghosts and doubts that all 4 can be real. The villain rushes in with all 4 bodies, announcing his charge. The protagonist smiles, saying it does not matter whether they are real. He unleashes a surge of crackling power around himself. Declaring he will eliminate them all, he fires a barrage attack called Shadow Knives. The villain dodges desperately as shards of dark energy rip through the area. In a flash, the protagonist appears right in front of him, shocking the villain. The protagonist swings his weapon in a blindingly fast strike. The impact sends a massive shockwave through the room, shattering remnants of shadow. He taunts the villain for trying to hide in darkness. The protagonist relentlessly pummels the villain through the shadows with continuous blows. He hurls the villain away with another powerful strike. Smoke and electricity fill the air from the onslaught. The protagonist calmly notes that his opponent's speed is decent. The villain, panting, realizes the protagonist is far stronger than his information suggested. Determined, he prepares another move, channeling more darkness. Shadow projectiles shoot toward the ceiling device. The ceiling shatters, plunging the room into deeper darkness. The protagonist stands in the now darkened room, unfazed. The villain darts around him in the dark, attacking with glowing blades. The protagonist's eyes widen as he senses the new tactic. The villain confirms to himself that blinding the protagonist works and tightens his grip on the weapon. Disembodied, his voice explains that even for someone like the protagonist, fighting while half-blind should be difficult, while the protagonist notes the voice echoes from everywhere. The villain remarks that though they both wield darkness, their specialties differ. He boasts that among assassins he reigns supreme in controlling darkness. Saying his earlier strike was just a teaser, he promises to make the protagonist die in impenetrable darkness. The protagonist laughs at the idea of being frightened by death. He says his opponent cannot comprehend the real terror of sinking into endless darkness and awaiting death. Hearing this, the villain becomes uneasy. A colossal dark figure with the protagonist's glowing eyes looms above, terrifying the assassin. The protagonist reveals he has already died once and been reborn. Darkness surges violently around the assassin as he is engulfed. A voice reminds him that he himself said he wanted to become darkness. The protagonist appears before him wreathed in overwhelming dark power, making the assassin tremble. The voice finishes by declaring that the protagonist truly is darkness itself. The scene shifts again to Boxen District Villezone, Barracuda's hideout basement level 2. Inside a dungeon-like hall, a lone cell holds the kidnapped girl. Naun hears the distant commotion and nervously wonders what that sound is. A massive explosion of mixed fire and ice erupts elsewhere. Red Mask is blasted around by waves of fire and ice colliding in rapid succession. The ice villain unleashes a huge spiraling attack named Glacial Torrent. The torrent slams into Red Mask's allies, forcing them to scatter. Red Mask tries to push through the icy assault, grunting in effort. He realizes his opponent has no openings and links skills together with the smoothness of an experienced fighter. The ice villain comments that Red Mask, once hot-headed, is now fighting with composure. He adds that this new calmness will make freezing Red Mask even more thrilling. Red Mask looks confused as the ice villain brings up how exciting burning things must be for him. The ice villain confesses that slowly freezing people excites him most, preferring to immobilize limbs one by one. He describes with relish how victims tremble while watching their limbs freeze solid. The protagonist, still undercover, angrily blurts out that the ice user is a disgusting villain. Realizing he is supposed to be a villain himself, he panics internally while repeating the insult aloud. The ice villain says he senses no true rage from Red Mask and recalls hearing that the hostage's brother is a psyker. He begins to suspect Red Mask might actually be that brother in disguise. The undercover psyker thinks bitterly that he should not compare himself to such a despicable villain. He loudly proclaims himself Gatam's strongest villain, Red Mask, to maintain his cover. Flames erupt as he charges straight at the ice villain. The ice villain responds by coating himself in ice armor. He then rains down a barrage of icicle daggers. Red Mask counters with fiery swings, smashing through the incoming icicles. He continues breaking apart the ice storm with powerful fiery blows. In a flashback, someone asks him what was so urgent that he called for a private meeting. The protagonist, in that meeting, bluntly tells Red Mask that the delay between his attacks is too long. He further explains that Red Mask gets distracted mid-fight and needs quicker decisions and actions. He says that instead of only explaining it, it is better to demonstrate the principle in real combat. Back in the present, the protagonist ignites a massive technique called Combustion of Darkness. Red Mask watches in shock as he witnesses the true power of this attack. Someone explains that speed and relentless offense are key to preventing an opponent from defending. The red-haired man wonders why the instructor is sharing this advice as he watches him wield blue electricity. The instructor mentions combining compressed mana with heat to create explosive power. He explains that people with combustion abilities ignite their power differently from those without. The red-haired man is told that psychers and villains alike grow stronger by surpassing their limits. The instructor suddenly steps close to the red-haired man, startling him. He urges the red-haired man to think unconventionally and not close himself off. In a different scene, a masked fighter launches a fiery attack called Flare. The blast rushes forward toward an unseen opponent. An ice user counters with a massive defensive spell called Icicle Barricade. The fire user and the ice user clash at close range. The fire user follows up with a spinning kick technique called Blaze Kick. The ice user is sent flying by the attack. Believing his strategy is working, the fire user thinks he can win if things continue this way. Convinced of victory, the fire user feels confident he can defeat his opponent. Suddenly the ice user changes tactics, forcing the fire user to note the unexpected shift in attack patterns. The ice user wonders if the fire user has been hiding his true power until now. Remembering the earlier lesson, the fire user resents being underestimated as a mere opponent. The ice user vows to fight seriously and unleashes a powerful attack called Glacial Torrent. The fire user is caught off guard and frozen, cursing his own carelessness. The ice user approaches, excited by freezing his enemy, while the fire user realizes he cannot trigger his ignition. The ice user decides his next amusement will be removing the fire user's mask. The fire user panics, unable to move his frozen body. From a nearby cell, a captive desperately calls out to whoever is there, begging to be saved. Hearing the voice, the fire user realizes in shock that the prisoner is Naun. The ice user yells at the captive to be quiet while she continues pleading to be freed. Angrily, the ice user fires an ice projectile toward the source of the cries. The icy blast hurtles down the corridor toward the barred cell. The fire user, horrified, cries out Naun's name again. He recalls the instructor's words that his judgments and actions must be fast and outside the box. Thinking of his sister, he swears vengeance against those who harmed her. Heat flares around his frozen arm as something starts to crack within the ice. The ice binding him begins to shatter apart. The flames fully burst out, breaking the remaining ice chunks. He ignites a small but intense flame in his gloved hand. Overwhelmed by rage, he remembers Naun's suffering and vows he will never forgive her tormentors. Channeling that fury, he unleashes a colossal inferno technique called Hellfire. The scene shifts to Boxen District's Villezone at Barracuda's hideout, indicating the location of the battle. Barracuda clenches his clawed hand, sensing that things are not going well for his side and that victory news should have arrived by now. Dark smoke gathers around a pair of approaching feet. A shadowy figure apologizes to his unseen boss as a long-haired man stands ahead, confused. The long-haired boss turns, surprised by the ominous presence. The shadowy intruder's electrified gauntlet suddenly appears beside his masked subordinate. The intruder grips the subordinate and calmly asks the boss if he is Barracuda. Elsewhere at Gatam District's Villezone entrance, villains remark on how quiet it is, contrary to their expectations of an assault from Boxan. One villain says peace is nice, while another scoffs that he sounds like a psyker. A masked man comments on finding them there. Their elegant ally arrives with pizza, thanking everyone for their hard work. Curious, one asks how he obtained pizza when the local shop was destroyed, and he explains it came from outside the Villezone. Two girls excitedly proclaim their love for pineapple pizza while another silently disagrees. They wonder if the group infiltrating Boxan is okay, but someone replies that Driver would never accept a job that risks his life. The pink-haired man clarifies that the new boss, not Driver, led the mission, though another insists Driver's presence is what truly matters. Observing this, someone notes that the pink-haired man seems to place great trust in Driver. The pink-haired man answers that it is probably because Driver is an old friend. The long-haired villain counters that his trust is not about friendship. He begins to say that Driver is something more significant. Meanwhile, Driver's hammer crackles with purple electricity as he grips it tightly. Sitting atop a mountain of defeated foes, Driver remarks that he has taken down many enemies. Someone calls out Driver's name. He turns, noticing the voice. A tall woman in a hat and bodysuit appears, saying she came because she was waiting for him. Driver, delighted, asks if she really waited, and she replies she is only keeping her promise. She shows him the battered mechanical bird caw and says she has sad news, asking what to do about it. After examining it, she concludes it might be reparable, to Driver's relief. Driver realizes caw must have been destroyed in battle and worries about what that implies. He hesitantly asks if she was the one who damaged caw. Then she senses someone directly below them, and Driver identifies that person as Gatam's dark horse, Red Mask. Driver activates his visor's scanning function. Looking downward, he notes that their boss seems to be only beginning his own fight. The scene returns to Boxen's hideout basement, where the main confrontation is taking place. Barracuda recognizes the intruder's moniker, Black Ghost. His masked subordinate recoils in terror at hearing that name. Barracuda coldly tells his subordinate he has failed to meet expectations. The terrified subordinate stammers, trying to explain that Black Ghost is the one causing trouble. Barracuda violently strikes him without warning. The blow sends the subordinate crashing into debris with explosive force. Bits of shattered stone rain down after the impact. Black Ghost criticizes Barracuda for mistreating his own men, but Barracuda dismisses the matter as none of his concern. Black Ghost's companion Eye Spirit reacts in shock to Barracuda's power. Barracuda's claws emit a cold, magical aura as he prepares to fight seriously. The Eye Spirit informs Black Ghost that Barracuda's weapon is forged from a genuine magical stone. Barracuda wonders why Driver himself is not present, while Black Ghost replies that Driver will arrive later, and that he alone is enough of a challenge. Barracuda laughs off the rookies, saying he only has business with Driver and telling Black Ghost to get lost. Black Ghost responds that he actually has business with Barracuda instead. Barracuda is startled by this unexpected declaration. Black Ghost states he knows Barracuda kidnapped someone and tried to frame him, then asks if Barracuda expects compensation. He concludes that since Barracuda did wrong, it is only right that he be punished. Barracuda laughs menacingly, mocking Black Ghost for not knowing his place. He recalls hearing that Black Ghost has impressive skills despite low mana, but claims those tactics only worked on opponents of Dark Ghost's level. Barracuda taunts him further, asking if such skills can affect an S-ranker like himself. He adds that he heard most of Black Ghost's strength comes from his items. Outraged, Black Ghost demands to know who said that, and the Eye Spirit bluntly answers that it was Driver. Barracuda reacts with a dark, irritated expression. Driver, elsewhere, senses that something involving him is happening and calls Black Ghost's name. Barracuda assumes Black Ghost is provoking him because his skills are lacking, but the Eye Spirit notes that Driver has never truly gone all out. Barracuda decides responding to the taunts might still be amusing while his wounded subordinate lies groaning. Black Ghost compares this fight to appetizers before the main course, signaling he is ready to enjoy it. Barracuda grins and anticipates seeing how enjoyable this new opponent will be. He smiles predatorily as his power surges. Barracuda launches forward in a flurry of clawed slashes, filling the space with blinding green energy. Black Ghost notices that Barracuda's magic manifests as a barrage of spikes. Barracuda loudly proclaims himself Boxen's ruler, Barracuda, as he closes in. The two clash fiercely amid streaks of blue and green light. Black Ghost shouts back dismissively and meets Barracuda's attack head-on. Barracuda is thrown back by the counter-strike. Black Ghost follows up with a devastating blow, smashing Barracuda with his electrified gauntlet. Looking down at his opponent, Black Ghost says Barracuda is unimpressive. Barracuda scoffs that the attack merely tickles him even as blood sprays. He erupts into mad laughter while sending Black Ghost flying with another powerful strike. Barracuda relentlessly pursues him through the collapsing structure. He snarls that he has him and prepares another attack. Barracuda drives his claws into Black Ghost in a brutal combo. He continues slashing in wide arcs, battering Black Ghost around the arena. The vicious barrage of spikes forces Black Ghost to defend desperately. Their weapons lock as electricity and green magic collide. Barracuda propels Black Ghost away with another blade of force. The next strike nearly impales Black Ghost, grazing past and tearing the environment apart. Black Ghost realizes just how close he came to being skewered. Barracuda clenches his gleaming multi-bladed knuckle weapon, preparing a decisive blow. He boasts that this weapon, Barracuda's canines, is his strongest armament. Barracuda unleashes a technique called homing skewer, sending countless guided spikes after Black Ghost. The deadly projectiles explode against the ground as Black Ghost dodges. Using his speed and shadow energy, Black Ghost darts amidst the destruction. He weaves through the storm of spikes with acrobatic movements. The chase continues as he repeatedly avoids near-fatal hits. Barracuda sends even more spears of energy tracking him across the space. Black Ghost grumbles that he anticipated this but still finds the homing skill annoying, deducing it targets moving objects. He thinks back to Driver warning him about Barracuda's canines and realizes that information saved him. Barracuda mocks that if Black Ghost truly had business with him, he is only showing off dodging instead. He sneers that such a weak opponent being Gatam's Vilzone boss makes Driver look unimpressive as well. Black Ghost calmly notes that their magic ranks are worlds apart. He adds that despite this, it is not a fight he can afford to lose. Barracuda insists that any effort against him is futile, and that Black Ghost's straightforward attacks are easy to read. Black Ghost counters that Barracuda only tracks an opponent's movements, proof he has fought mostly weaker foes and lacks real combat experience. He concludes Driver was right that Barracuda relies heavily on his items. Barracuda repeats those words, shaken by the accusation. Black Ghost recalls Driver describing Barracuda as a washed-up boss who only bares his teeth. The Eye Spirit comments that Black Ghost's plan to provoke Barracuda appears to be working. Barracuda growls that it does not matter if he depends on items. Charging again, he roars that no one will respect Black Ghost once he is stripped of those advantages. Barracuda and Black Ghost rush toward each other with renewed intensity. Barracuda screams for Black Ghost to die as he swings his claws. He fires another massive homing skewer barrage straight at him. Black Ghost dives in with a powerful kick to meet the oncoming attack. His counterattack sends Barracuda hurtling through the air amid shattered energy. Barracuda tumbles and cries out in shock. Frustrated, he accuses Black Ghost of using cheap tricks. Black Ghost darts through the air enveloped in shadows and lightning. He answers with his own technique, shadow knives, sending dark blades to intercept the homing spikes. Barracuda's face twists in fear as the shadow blades close in on him. Using his shadow ability, the masked hero taunts his opponent and launches a surprise attack. The enemy is struck by a powerful descending blow that shatters the surroundings. Enraged, the long-haired villain charges at the hero while cursing him. Projectiles streak through the air as the clash continues at high speed. The villain notices a bright, fast-approaching energy shot. The hero activates a powerful dark combustion skill and dives toward his foe. Shocked, the villain realizes the hero is using combustion-type abilities. The villain conjures a defensive spell called Shield of Thorns around himself. Behind the fractured shield, the wounded villain groans from the impact. He is astonished the hero possesses two different attributes, while the hero arrogantly says it is only natural for him. The hero tells him not to judge others by his own limits and declares they are fundamentally different. Fearing real injury, the villain panics as he gauges the hero's overwhelming threat. He screams for the hero to shut up and hurls himself forward amid a storm of blade-like thorns. Their repeated exchanges blur into a frenzy of slashes and movement. The villain, still attacking, demands to know why the hero does not understand. He explains that the hero's attack patterns are predictable and tries to counter. The hero's blow sends the villain flying as smaller fragments of his body double in the air. Only debris and swirling energy remain where their clash devastated the floor. Blood drips from the villain's mouth, showing how badly he has been beaten. The hero coldly asks how it feels to confront someone clearly stronger. Clutching his bloody face, the villain groans in shock at this humiliation. The hero states he never prolongs battles unnecessarily. Dark energy gathers again around the hero as he prepares the finishing move. He declares the fight should now end while stepping toward the staggering villain. Furious, the villain screams that someone of his status should never be treated like this. He introduces himself as Barracuda, an S-rank villain and boss of Boxen's Villezone. Elsewhere, sinister mechanical energy surges as another power readies a move. The hero unleashes a huge blue vortex of power that overwhelms Barracuda's defenses. Barracuda is left bruised and bloodied, eyes wide with disbelief. The hero says magical ranking is meaningless when their difference in skill is so vast. He adds that the outcome of this battle was decided from the very start. Barracuda, seething, curses the hero as a bastard. His eye flares with green power as he summons more rage. Engulfed in green flames, he vows he will definitely kill the hero. Barracuda unleashes his ultimate technique, Hell of Thorns, raining countless blades down on the hero. Screaming, he dives in for the final impaling strike. A blinding counterattack erupts, stopping his assault midair. The hero calmly reminds him he already warned how this would end. Showing Barracuda pinned and helpless, the hero repeats that the winner was already chosen. Barracuda's clawed weapon is severed and sent spinning away. Howling that his arm is ruined, Barracuda staggers as the hero says he should have been content with ruling Boxen alone. The hero remarks that losing both arms is a cheap price for Barracuda's greed. Barracuda collapses to his knees, shaking in pain and despair. Close up, his battered face shows fear as sweat runs down. He mutters in disbelief that losing both arms could ever be called a cheap price and tells the hero to stop spouting nonsense. Barracuda swears he will someday repay everything that was done to him, insisting that is the kind of villain he is. The hero dismissively asks what nonsense Barracuda is babbling. He says promises about next time only matter if Barracuda survives, adding he never said he would spare his life. Barracuda can only stare silently, realizing his situation. The hero coldly pronounces Barracuda already dead. On his knees, Barracuda shakily calls the hero a bastard. The hero narrows his eyes, preparing another attack. A beam of blue energy shoots outward from him. It detonates in a massive explosion that tears through the structure. Barracuda watches the destruction with stunned, exhausted eyes. In the aftermath, he spots his subordinate Lens Girl standing nearby. Lens Girl rushes to his side, asks if he is alright, and is told to hurry and carry him away. She says she will open a path so they can escape elsewhere. Activating Jump Place, she summons a large teleportation portal. Supporting Barracuda, she steps with him into the glowing portal. The portal's energy swirls as they vanish from the battlefield. Back in the ruined arena, the hero notes an unexpected hidden enemy interfered. He wonders where they disappeared to, and his shadow companion explains they escaped via portal, surprising him. Thinking back, he realizes he was ambushed without sensing Lens Girl at all and judges her to be no ordinary villain. His shadow asks if he will pursue them, but the hero answers he cannot since he does not know their destination. He adds that Barracuda is in no condition to counterattack now anyway. The hero then says there is something he must take care of first. He approaches Barracuda's severed arms, saying there is something he needs to bring along. He stands over the twitching arms as they still crackle with stolen power. Scene shifts to Boxen District Villezone, basement level 11. As someone in heels descends the stairs, she complains they should have used the elevator. Her companion explains elevators can fail during battles, while she cheerfully says that kind of chaos sounds fun. Turning a corner, they are startled to see the hero waiting calmly on the stairs. The hero acknowledges their arrival in silence. Entering the devastated hall, they comment on the dust and remark that he clearly fought a fierce battle. The hero says he let Barracuda go, confusing his ally until he clarifies Barracuda escaped. Surprised he allowed the escape, the ally presses him, and the hero says someone else interfered. The hero asks about Kim Woo-ch, quickly correcting to Red Mask, and is told there is no need to worry. A drone display shows Red Mask and his sister safely retreating from the area. The team decides they should also withdraw and regroup with others who secured the exit. Their analyst checks another drone feed and notes a new problem has arisen elsewhere. The hero suggests they go help, but the woman tells him to go ahead while she stays with the hero. The hero says he still has something to do here, hinting at unfinished business. The ally smiles and says he will join them shortly. Meanwhile, at Barracuda's hideout in Boxen's Villezone, the atmosphere is tense and quiet. Barracuda, barely conscious, clutches his mangled torso and groans in pain. He laments that someone who dreamed of conquering all Villezones and even the world has ended up in such a miserable state. He thinks bitterly that without certain enemies, his ambitions might have succeeded. Lens Girl examines his wounds and says both arms can still be restored if treated now, though they were severed. She tells him to wait while she returns to retrieve the missing limbs. Barracuda watches her leave, silently brooding. Lens Girl again opens a jump place portal to travel back for the arms. Her eyes glow as she focuses on stabilizing the portal. She pushes energy into it, making the doorway fully open. A close-up of her goggles shows the intense light from the activated portal. Suddenly she is blasted back violently, thrown across the room as the portal explodes. Barracuda looks on in shock at the unexpected attack that struck her. He turns toward the source and realizes an intruder has arrived at the hideout. Hearing a familiar voice say he was hard to track down, Barracuda recognizes it and tenses. A large mechanical cannon emerges, humming with power in the damaged wall. A voice tells him they should stop exhausting themselves with reckless schemes. The newcomer says he clearly warned Barracuda beforehand. Barracuda recognizes him as Driver and demands to know why he was ignored. Driver mutters that he is seriously angry now. He channels power through his gear, preparing a special mode. Driver activates Limit Break, revealing himself as an S+ rank villain and engineer-class machine user. Smiling coldly, Driver asks Barracuda how he will compensate for everything he has done. An explanation notes that some villains place limits on their mana for sanity, and releasing these limits, as Driver did, has side effects distinct from an awakening. Elsewhere on a rooftop, another fight rages as electricity crackles between combatants. The hero charges in with a kick, entering that battle as well. He smashes a monstrous enemy down with a devastating punch. The defeated brute screams as his body is shattered by the blow. Another fighter, badly beaten, looks up in shock at this sudden turnaround. Their wounded comrades stare wide-eyed, equally stunned. A third ally on the ground wonders what just happened as the enemy falls. The hero's eyes glow blue and yellow as he assesses the situation. Standing over the collapsed enemy, he scolds his comrades for getting caught after being told to hide. One of the red-haired allies cries out the hero's name, relieved he arrived. The hero remarks that all the traitors have conveniently gathered here. He raises a crackling blade of energy, and says he cannot show mercy to traitors. Realizing the danger, the red-haired woman urges her companion to flee while protesting being called a traitor. They bolt away even as she tries to argue she is not one. The hero's expression hardens, teeth gritted, at their attempted escape. Their beaten comrade yells at them for letting his last piece of prey get away, while another jokes it looked more like he was the one hunted. Two bruised villains return, noting they came back sooner than expected and asking what became of Barracuda. The hero answers curtly that Barracuda ran away, shocking them that their feared boss fled. The hero silently recalls the mysterious lens girl who enabled that retreat. One of the bruised fighters curses that hero, amazed by his strength. He wonders in disbelief if the hero truly defeated Barracuda. Someone asks where Driver is, realizing he is missing from the group. The woman in white says Driver mentioned having unfinished business elsewhere. She ponders this quietly, lips pursed. Looking up at the night sky, she thinks that right about now Driver should be confronting that business. Back at the hideout, purple energy cracks the walls as Driver's attack continues. Striding through the light, Driver accuses Barracuda of orchestrating recent crimes in Gatam district to frame him. He reminds Barracuda that rumors painted Driver as someone who dismembers victims. Hovering above the injured boss, Driver asks how Barracuda intends to take responsibility for such slander. Barracuda trembles, beginning to speak in fear and confusion. Driver tells him he knows Barracuda is incapable of masterminding everything alone. Pressing his glowing device to Barracuda's face, Driver demands to know who is truly behind the plot. Lens Girl, recovered, steps out and praises Driver's strength, saying some mysterious benefactor spoke highly of him. Internally, Driver is shocked that she survived his earlier blast unscathed. Thinking of that unnamed patron, Driver wonders who this person really is. Lens Girl opens another jump place portal and says that person wishes to meet Driver. Driver replies that he refuses unscheduled meetings. A disembodied voice chides him for saying things that could upset it. Driver's visor glows as he listens carefully to this ominous remark. The voice reminds him that meetings are precious occurrences. Two imposing men step out of a new portal, revealing themselves as the ones seeking Driver. As Driver's cannon charges again, someone repeats the phrase about a precious meeting in wary disbelief. The tech villain tells the older man that a certain word does not suit him as he prepares his weapon. He suggests that what the older man really wants is war. The older man calmly replies that he is not here to fight. He explains he only came to meet the tech villain and retrieve his subordinate. The tech villain falls silent, reconsidering. The older man says his subordinates are precious to him, even if they are incompetent. The tech villain, puzzled, repeats the idea of their job. He realizes the older man ordered Barracuda to seize Soul and demands confirmation. The older man chuckles ominously. He admits Soul is only the beginning and boasts he will soon control all the world's vil zones. The tech villain remarks that it is surprising this global havoc starter is not already one of the 4 evil monarchs, and declines an offer to join him. A tattooed subordinate warns he will regret refusing, but the tech villain casually says he will not. The older man insists the tech villain will eventually obey him, while the tech villain prepares to make his own declaration. Cashin, surrounded by red energy, warns them never to touch his group and says defying him will only bring them regret. The older man's eyes glow as he reacts to this threat. Cashin stares back, power gathering in his eye device. The scene shifts to night over the Gatam district. It then moves to Cashin's personal training room. Cashin marvels that he has obtained a genuine mana stone. When asked why he only looks at it, he says he is stunned to actually be holding it. The Shadow Eye offers to explain something he likely does not know about the stone. It explains that this mana stone was extracted from a weapon and holds slightly less mana than an unprocessed one, shocking Cashin. The Shadow adds that the stone retains the weapon's unique properties, prompting Cashin to ask what happens if he consumes it. The Eye explains that eating it will grant him the properties of Barracuda's canine teeth weapon. Cashin regrets the stone's lower mana, and the Eye clarifies that is only in comparison to a normal mana stone. Cashin begins fusing the mana stone into his crystalline arm. Energy from the stone surges through his body. A rapid montage shows his traumatic past and violent awakenings. Dark power erupts as his form and a shadowy figure overlap. He unleashes that power in a flurry of attacks. Surrounded by blue flames, Cashin feels his revenge drawing nearer. Morning arrives over a large corporate building. News reports describe last night's major battle between villains from Wuchan and Gatam zones. An image of Driver in his helmet accompanies the article. Wuchan silently reads the news on his phone. Someone calls out to Wuchan, drawing his attention. His friend comments that he looks exhausted and asks if he stayed up all night. Wuchan asks about Naun's condition and is told she just fell asleep in her hospital bed. His friend asks whether he has seen the news. The friend says the article did not show everything, but Gatam's villains completely crushed Wuchan's group. He is shocked at how aggressive Cashin turned out to be, attacking Wuchan first. Wuchan listens in quiet reflection. He reveals that the Wuchan villains are the ones who kidnapped Naun. His friend is stunned by this revelation. The friend recalls checking the kidnappers and realizes Wuchan fabricated the story. He asks how Wuchan could know the truth and suspects Wuchan went into Wuchan's vill zone. Wuchan confirms he was helped by Gatam's villains. The friend is incredulous at the idea of getting help from villains. Wuchan states that working with them was his only way to save Naun. His friend quietly repeats Wuchan's name, overwhelmed. Internally he struggles with the idea that a hero received help from villains. Wuchan says he is simply relieved everything turned out well, while his friend still finds it hard to believe. The friend nervously laughs to himself, processing what happened. He thinks to himself that Wuchan's choices were completely unexpected. The story shifts to Wuchan District's vill zone in daylight. A loud scream echoes across the district. A mage named Rampage rages, asking who turned off the voltmeter during his ranked match. Furious that his promotion match was ruined, he curses while his profile introduces him as a D-rank mind attribute mage. His round companion suggests there might be a power outage across the entire vill zone, shocking them both. A flamboyant villain explains the bigger issue is that everything was stolen during the outage. They realize even personal devices like a tablet PC are gone, and are told Driver is responsible for the raid. Another villain says Driver exceeded his limits during last night's fight, and these thefts are the after effects. The flamboyant villain questions what is meant by limit and after effects. The archer clarifies that although Driver usually appears cheerful, he becomes terrifying when he truly loses control. Two henchmen whisper, confused about this talk of Driver releasing his limit. The flamboyant villain notes that despite the mess, this situation might not be that bad. The archer recalls a previous incident where Driver brought in outside electricity and built ridiculously large machines. Curious, the flamboyant villain asks what kind of oversized things Driver made back then. The archer hesitates, sweating at the memory. They remember Driver having constructed an enormous rocket marked with his initial, to everyone's dismay. The scene transitions to a quieter, sunny residential area. From a rooftop, the Shadow Eye comments that the city is noisy today while Cashin silently watches below. Cashin flexes his transformed arm, now stabilized. He decides it is time for the Shadow Eye to reveal more specific information. The Eye looks startled and confused by this demand. Cashin asks Morals to explain the circumstances surrounding Jeff's death. Morals initially falls silent, clearly reluctant. He reiterates that Jeff's death is tied to the Sword of Annihilation. Morals continues that there is more to tell. The narrative jumps to Neo Factory in Seonam City, Gyeonggi Province. A voice explains that only the key known as the Platinum Disc can lead to the Sword of Annihilation. Inside an office, someone sits alone at a desk. The older villain from earlier examines a glowing platinum disc in his hand. He chuckles darkly. The narration stresses that this key is needed to find the Sword of Annihilation. It further explains that the sword, capable of conquering the world, is held by the strongest villains known as the Four Evil Monarchs, with the older man identified as Money King among them. Night falls over a bustling city of high-rise buildings. One building labeled Vesperna stands out as the setting shifts there. A text conversation shows Kangwoo assuring someone not to worry, while the other person frets over reports of a major fight in Seoul. The texter reacts to Kangwoo's boast that he can beat everyone, calling him crazy just before bumping into someone. She collides with a tall person carrying boxes and tries to apologize. Realizing the collision was due to the boxes blocking her view, she starts to apologize again. Seeing the person's face, she is shocked to recognize the hotel's general manager. Later, she reflects that she did not expect to receive help from him. She thanks the general manager for helping them organize the event quickly, while he modestly says he did little. As they arrange decorations, she asks if a frame should go in a certain spot and he agrees. Looking at the photo she is placing, she becomes curious. She asks if the person in the photo is his friend. He answers that the man in the picture is indeed a friend. They stand together before the framed photo, sharing a quiet moment. The general manager smiles warmly. He describes the man in the photo as the closest friend he has ever had. The framed picture shows the general manager and his friend happily posing in suits. The narrative returns to Barracuda, describing him as Boxen's tyrannical Villezone boss who aimed to conquer Seoul. It recounts how he was tragically defeated in battle. After that defeat, Barracuda went into hiding from Boxen. Boxen's Villezone then came under the control of a new boss named Jwack and his group. Another day dawns brightly over dense city blocks. Inside a training facility, metallic walls stand ready for Cashion's practice. A whiteboard lists terms like villain, sword of annihilation, for evil monarchs, and platinum disc. Cashin launches blue mana spheres as part of his training. He crushes one with his crystallized hand. The narration explains that villains can absorb mana stones to boost power, and even gain new skills, while Cashin trains with the mana ball. Cashin continues attacking, as the narration notes that unique skills alone do not guarantee strength. It adds that few villains can properly assimilate those skills through systematic training. Consequently, most villains' fighting abilities remain relatively weak. Cashin smashes the training devices with a powerful blue attack. He then unleashes a spectacular combo, slicing and shattering multiple targets. The targets crack and discharge red and blue energy as they break. Cashin tests his new attribute, realizing the shadow knives now possess a homing effect. Morals confirms that a weapon attribute has been added to Cashin's abilities. The narration notes that among villains, there is always an exception. It describes certain villains who are obsessed with becoming stronger, and are viewed as monsters among their kind. Among those, a special class seeks power and authority above all else. These exceptional individuals were born different and are feared by others. Their overwhelming presence is shown abstractly as roaring golden energy. Together they are known as the four evil monarchs. Cashin, at his board, marks off what he knows and circles the word platinum. He recalls that the platinum disc is the key to the sword of annihilation and wonders why all four monarchs possess it. Moros admits he does not know that answer. Cashin suspects Moros is hiding something and mentally questions him. A status screen details Cashin's villain profile, attributes, skills, and magic points. Moros remarks that Cashin's magic points and skills have grown considerably thanks to the real mana stone. Cashin studies the data, deep in thought. He notes that not only his magic points but also his shadow knives and self-healing skills have leveled up, yet something still bothers him. He concludes that even this growth is insufficient to confront the four evil monarchs. Moros warns that high magic points do not automatically equate to strong combat ability. Cashin resolves that to oppose the monarchs he must at least reach the magic level of an S-rank villain. Moros cites the saying about making haste slowly, but Cashin thinks taking a longer path will only delay his goal. Cashin questions why he should take the long route when the direct road is right before him. Footsteps signal someone approaching. Driver appears and announces that a guest has come to meet Cashin. The guest, a masked youth in purple, kneels and desperately begs Cashin. Cashin and Driver look at him in stunned silence. Cashin asks what is going on, while Driver tells the youth to explain himself. The kneeling youth dramatically proclaims Cashin the strongest villain in history and a master of darkness. He calls Cashin the reincarnation of darkness and begs to dedicate his loyalty to him. Cashin and Driver react wordlessly, while the youth fawns over him. Cashin says he is fine with the idea of the youth surrendering but bluntly rejects accepting his loyalty. Driver then casually asks about the youth's test, and Cashin says he will pass him based solely on document screening. The youth is surprised that only paperwork is required when he thought there would be a test, but Driver cheerfully confirms this special employment for his new master. In an underground facility, the viewpoint lingers on the ceiling and equipment, as if foreshadowing trouble. Someone rummaging through a drawer flatly announces that a minor issue has arisen. The visor-wearing technician explains to Cashin that electricity, water, basic supplies, and even transport for support will soon be cut off. Cashin asks if this is really serious given that the Vilzone for villains is funded by government and corporations, and is told there is still a big problem. Cashin suggests bribing the responsible parties, and the technician laughs that such a solution is very villain-like. The technician says losing official support is only an inconvenience, and they can cope by finding another way. Cashin concludes that the true problem lies with whoever stopped the support, which the technician confirms. The technician recalls that among the four evil monarchs there is one called Money King and suspects he is behind this move. Cashin is shocked to hear that Money King, one of the four evil monarchs, is involved. The technician warns that King's support is only the beginning and that if Money King acts in earnest, Gatam's Vilzone could collapse within half a day. Cashin asks why everyone targets them, and his shadowy companion answers it is because Cashin rejected Money King's proposal. The technician explains that Money King plans to unite every Vilzone in the country, including Seoul, out of greed for both money and power. Cashin reasons that if Money King's motive is not pure power or money, there must be another reason. The technician suddenly realizes another possible reason for Money King's actions. He reveals that there is a special object located in Gatam. Cashin and the eye-like spirit react with puzzled curiosity to this statement. The narration shifts to a legend said to have been passed down about the ruins beneath an overpass. The story describes a legendary villain stronger than all others who could not be killed by any means. That invincible villain was known as the one who cannot be killed. The scene shows a sealed mechanism filled with cables, hinting at a containment device awakening. The narration explains that the black iron armor once worn by that undying villain is now sealed in this place. The story cuts to Seoul's Namkang District Vilzone, focusing on a grand estate. Inside the mansion, invited guests politely thank their host for granting them an audience. A visitor remarks in surprise that such a tranquil estate exists deep in the mountains. As the host savors tea, he praises how its aroma suits the serene surroundings. The masked master of the estate coldly notes that Money King's envoy did not travel here merely for tea. Introducing himself as the S-rank villain Mujin, the masked man demands the visitors explain their purpose. Director Kim from Neo Century says he came on the president's orders to present an ideal offer to Mujin, though Mujin finds his mechanical tone unsettling. Mujin muses skeptically about this supposedly generous offer. Lens Girl, another S-rank villain, explains that the president is troubled by how villains' human rights have sharply declined. Director Kim paints a vision of a world where villains' freedom and authority are protected, but Mujin cuts him off for talking too much. Mujin abruptly draws a glowing weapon, signaling his impatience. Holding the blade to Director Kim's throat, Mujin orders him to get straight to the point. Director Kim says the president wants to begin by organizing the 4 great vil zones of Seoul. He clarifies that the president aims to unite every vil zone nationwide into a single consolidated force. Mujin eases the blade away from Kim's neck as he listens. J-Lope, Mujin's ally, interprets the proposal as the president seeking complete control and manipulation of all villains under him. Director Kim replies that every puppet has its role and offers Mujin the special position of intendant within this new order. He presents a red box as part of the offer. Opening it, he reveals sparkling golden crystals, described as a small gift from the president. J-Lope insists there is no hidden meaning and urges Mujin to accept the present given with supposed goodwill. Mujin silently stares, weighing the proposal. The scene momentarily focuses on flowers in the room, underscoring the mansion's deceptive tranquility. Mujin gazes out the window and remarks that managing all vil zones as one would be a daunting job. J-Lope scoffs at the idea of unifying every vil zone and jokes that the money-obsessed president must have gone senile. When J-Lope asks Mujin what he will do, Mujin replies that while the idea itself is not bad, he cannot trust the president's word. Mujin states that the president must have another hidden objective they have yet to uncover. J-Lope complains about Mujin's stiff, mechanical way of speaking even when they are alone. J-Lope then asks what their neighboring vil zone leaders, like Driver, answered to the president's overtures. Mujin suspects Director Kim has been making the same offer everywhere, prying into many districts. They reason that Gatam's leader Driver would also have received the proposition and likely rejected it immediately. Mujin narrows his eyes as he considers this situation. Deciding Driver might understand Money King's true intentions, Mujin orders his side to contact Gatam. The perspective returns to Seoul's Gatam district vil zone, shown in its ruined, rubble-strewn state. A sign for basement level B5 indicates the deep location of the sealed object. The camera pans across the heavy underground framework as someone approaches. Cashin and the technician, carrying a lantern, arrive in the dim basement. Walking through, Cashin remarks on discovering this hidden level that was once a parking lot but remodeled into a restricted safety zone. The technician explains that the black iron armor emits a vile sound that seeps into minds and invades them, beyond just being loud. Cashin clarifies that he is being told the armor actually speaks like a person, and the technician likens it to hearing a ghost. The eye spirit reacts in alarm as they draw closer to the source. It senses a malignant thought clinging to the armor, describing it as a sinister will. The spirit thinks it must see the armor directly to confirm its suspicion, but anticipates the situation could become troublesome. The technician stops before a massive door and announces that they have reached the place. Facing the heavily reinforced vault, he explains it is layered with lead, concrete, and special steel so even a disaster-class villain could not force entry. He nervously asks if Cashin truly intends to go inside alone, worried about the rumored ghost. Cashin dismisses the concern, saying he has no time to waste on a mere spirit. The technician smirks slightly as Cashin prepares himself. The vault's locking mechanisms are activated to let Cashin in. Red misty energy leaks out as the inner chamber begins to open. The technician calls out for Cashin to be careful as the other steps inside. Sinister red energy swirls around the ceiling and structures of the armor chamber. The spirit warns Cashin that the evil aura here is intense and urges caution, but Cashin insists he can handle this level. Cashin's eyes focus sharply as he steels his mind. He and the spirit finally stand before the ominous black iron armor encased in glass amid the roiling red aura. Cashin recognizes it as the black iron armor and notes its old-fashioned design. The armor's eye slits glow red, showing that the malevolent presence within has awakened. A creepy laugh echoes through the chamber, startling Cashin and the spirit. The armor begins reciting a dramatic, poetic line about spring arriving and its excitement, leaving Cashin confused while the spirit identifies it as poetry. The voice continues with flowery metaphors about waiting through hardship for someone to arrive, as the spirit listens in awkward silence. The armor glares menacingly, its full form revealed, as it speaks. The spirit explains that the armor's former owner died with a powerful grudge, which lingered and became this hostile thought. Cashin declares he will risk anything to grow stronger, intending to subjugate the armor's will and make it his own despite the spirit's worried warning. The armor exults that Cashin's body seems perfect to host it. It commands Cashin to join with it so it can control him, but Cashin curtly tells it to be quiet. Cashin unleashes blue power and declares that he will be the one in control, not the armor. The grudge spirit within the armor reacts in shock as something unexpected approaches. Cashin's eyes blaze red as the battle of wills intensifies. The eye spirit clicks its tongue in frustration while watching the clash. The armor cackles madly as it attempts to overwhelm Cashin with its cursed aura. It tempts Cashin with promises to become a harbinger of disaster and enjoy an immortal body living for 10,000 years. Cashin appears to lose consciousness, floating amid the crimson energy. The armor triumphantly claims Cashin as its own as its aura engulfs him. A separate voice intones the word immortal, signaling a different, superior presence. That new voice scolds the grudge for overstepping its bounds as a mere spirit. It further belittles the armor's former wielder as only a disaster-class villain who arrogantly sought godlike eternal life, prompting the grudge to demand the speaker's identity. The grudge recoils in panic as it recognizes something terrifying. A towering blue-armored figure of overwhelming power manifests, brandishing a glowing sword. The grudge screams that this is impossible and demands to know how this being could be here. The Blue Knight's visor gleams intensely as it prepares to act. A brilliant blue starburst of power forms, concentrating its energy. The knight channels that light into a destructive beam and commands the grudge to disappear. The scene shifts to a dark, hazy landscape as the grudge's memories surface. The old owner narrates that he sacrificed his heart and soul, binding himself in chains, to try to quell chaotic times. Shackled to posts, he curses the rotten world and dreams of a new civilization that would arise after he destroys the current one. He recalls believing that with his unparalleled body he would one day rule the world. An angry mob advances with torches, flames reflecting their hatred. The mob sets fire to the wooden structure to execute him. The grudge remembers that among the onlookers that day someone simply watched as a bystander. The faceless crowd is shown again, emphasizing their complicity. A torch is thrust into the pyre, intensifying the blaze. The entire structure burns, engulfing the chained villain. Amid the inferno he vows that his bitter grudge will never fade away. The story returns to the sealed vault door, now quiet in the present. The spirit softly calls out Cashin's name in concern. Its dark form hovers anxiously, watching for a response. The spirit shouts Cashin's name more urgently. Cashin's heterochromatic eyes snap open in shock as he regains control. Breathing heavily, he stands amid drifting debris, clearly having survived the mental onslaught. Cashin, confused, asks what just happened, and the spirit answers that he was moments away from being dominated by the black iron armor. Cashin reacts in stunned silence to this revelation. He recalls that at the instant his consciousness began to fade, something else must have intervened. Cashin notes that he can no longer sense the armor's menacing energy, and the spirit confirms that the sinister thought has vanished. The spirit explains that although the grudge was intense and long held, like fireworks it disappeared once it fully flared. Cashin sits quietly, processing the ordeal without replying. Looking at the shattered remains, he exhales and begins to move on. He admits he was careless to face the armor in his current state, while the spirit reminds him it had warned this would be difficult. Cashin reflects that he underestimated his vulnerability to mental attacks. Standing over the now empty armor, he contemplates the legendary weapon, the black iron armor. The armor lies inert on the floor, emptied of its malevolent will. When the spirit asks what he is doing, Cashin says he is checking whether the armor itself is still intact. The spirit remarks that despite appearances the armor remains a high-grade weapon. Cashin prepares his ability, focusing power in his clawed hand. He activates magic crystal extraction, drawing crystalline energy from the armor. Outside, the massive vault reseals with heavy mechanical sounds. Waiting in the corridor and playing with a puzzle cube, the technician notes that Cashin is taking a long time. He wonders aloud if he should have accompanied Cashin inside. A sudden noise from the vault makes him look up in surprise. The external lock shows signs of disturbance from within. Mist creeps from the door as it begins to open. Cashin emerges calmly from the fog, seemingly unharmed. The technician rushes over, asking if he is alright and why he took so long, and Cashin replies that he was talking with the black iron armor. When the technician questions what that means, Cashin says the armor is now just an object and tells him to treat it as an antique or send it to Money King as he wishes. The technician is dumbfounded at the idea of selling a legendary weapon merely as an antique. Watching Cashin walk away, he wonders to himself what exactly happened inside the vault. Data overlays appear over Cashin's back as the technician scans him with his equipment. The readout shows Cashin's magic points have dramatically increased, just as the technician expected. Immersed in holographic data, the technician concludes that this surge must be related to Cashin's dual attributes. The scene cuts to a view over the densely packed buildings of Gatam, hinting at a new development elsewhere. On a rooftop, two new figures land and look over the city, signaling the arrival of additional players in the unfolding conflict. Crow threatens the blindfolded archer to hit the target or be stabbed, while he silently prepares. The archer draws his bow with intense focus. His glowing arrow shoots through the air at high speed. The arrow streaks toward a distant bullseye. It pierces the exact center of the target with explosive force. Crow reacts with amused interest at his accurate shot. She jokingly laments that his success denies her the chance to stab him. Crow mockingly congratulates him for barely surviving as his profile appears, identifying him as A-rank villain archer Red Eye. Red Eye senses something with his eye-patterned blindfold. Crow informs Red Eye that someone is approaching, and he turns to look. 3 other villains descend into the area, prompting Crow to wonder why they have come. The scene shifts to another location, suggesting a move inside the building. A plate of cookies is set out and someone takes one. A masked negotiator arrives with 2 girls, stating he has come today as a mediator. During their meeting, Crow asks where their boss, whom she calls Black Duck, is, clarifying she means their leader. The Lampus representative answers that the boss is likely training as usual, never taking a break. While the girls lament that the cookies are already gone, the Lampus agent asks why the negotiator has come. The negotiator relays that villains in the Namkang district wish to meet with them. The Lampus agent is puzzled and waits for more explanation. The negotiator explains he investigated and found that an envoy of the powerful Money King had visited Namkang. Crow asks if Namkang was threatened, but the agent reasons that given Mujin's notorious nature they would not keep quiet if that were so. A narration describes Mujin as the undefeated Mujin, one of the country's top fighters and a sword wielder feared as the most evil blade. The Lampus agent concludes Mujin must have been convinced to cooperate, and that other districts, including Xinhua, will also be approached. The negotiator then asks what Lampus plans to do about this situation. The agent decides they will meet with Namkang's people. The negotiator asks whether their boss should be consulted, remarking that a meeting between Cashin and Mujin would be exciting. The agent dismisses the idea of fun, saying Cashin and Mujin are alike in charging headfirst into danger. Another Lampus member casually agrees with this assessment. Cashin is shown surrounded by swirling auras, emphasizing his rising power. The Lampus agent eagerly anticipates Cashin and Mujin's eventual meeting. Lightning erupts around Cashin in the training room. Cashin stands amid crackling energy, reading a blue status screen with his shadow companion nearby. He notes that after extracting a magic crystal from legendary armor, his status changed, granting more magic points and new skills. Cashin wonders if the boost came from the Real Mana Stone smelted into that armor, and his shadow ally agrees. The shadow explains that the two new skills originated from the Black Iron armor's innate attributes. Cashin reflects that the powerful shadow armor skill can only be used for 20 hours, and the shadow suggests its cost or restrictions match its value. Cashin studies the skill's strong willpower, and the shadow clarifies it passively boosts his resistance to mental attacks, much like his self-healing. Thinking of past terrifying mental assaults, Cashin considers this new resistance especially important. Cashin decides that strong willpower will be very useful in future battles. His shadow remarks that extracting the magic stone from legendary armor was risky but turned out well. The shadow admits he thought Cashin's action was reckless, yet is relieved by the favorable result, while Cashin just chuckles. Cashin's eye sharpens with resolve. A silent beat emphasizes his worthless determination. He clenches his crystalline gauntlet hand, testing its new power. He recalls that while he may still be weaker than the top powers, this newfound strength will at least keep him from being dismissed. Cashin ignites the gauntlet in blue flames, vowing that with this power he will no longer be considered weak anywhere. His shadow notes that gaining new strength has left Cashin eager for a real fight. Cashin, energized by power, wishes for a worthy opponent to test himself against. The scene cuts to Lampus's South Korean branch headquarters building. Inside, fiery energy erupts in a training room ceiling. A red-haired fighter pants heavily, fists wrapped and glowing with heat as he trains. He recalls advice that both villains and psychers must surpass their limits and ignore common sense to grow stronger. A mentor figure's memory adds that fast, bold attacks are the surest path to victory. Fired up, the red-haired fighter focuses on speed as the key to effective skills. He channels energy into a blazing punch. He unleashes his technique Flame Gust, sending a massive spiral of fire forward. The flaming blast obliterates a distant target in an enormous explosion. The training target dissolves into smoke and cracks under the impact. He lowers his fist, still filled with fighting spirit. Dissatisfied, he thinks this power is still not enough. Meanwhile, Cashin fires an immense blue energy blast at a combat dummy. The red-haired fighter vows that he will one day catch up to Cashin. Elsewhere in the building, office workers pass by closed doors, signaling a shift to a different scene. A potted plant sets the calm mood of a corporate office. A man with purple braids delivers an investigation report on recent Villezone activity to his superior. His superior, Ham Ji-sun, asks if he remembers her earlier warning about unrest across Villezones nationwide, which he confirms. He says he remembers but suggests the report seems like a childish prank. Reading further, he complains that cutting off utilities and daily necessities in Villezones is an annoying move. A narration clarifies that while such acts may seem small, both government and private corporations were involved. Ham Ji-sun calmly confirms this with a simple affirmation. Her teacup rattles slightly as the tension sinks in. The subordinate notes that Villezones are under pressure from all sides and wonders who could be orchestrating it, then hears it is the Money King. Shocked, he exclaims about the Money King while Ham Ji-sun tells him to stop reacting and read the report properly. The report claims that all well-known Villezone bosses in the country have already become Money King's underlings. Ham Ji-sun adds that a special presidential guard squad named the Seven Intendants has already been formed from these forces. She concludes Money King likely intends to claim every Villezone in Seoul, though she doubts the more independent bosses will yield easily. She notes that bosses like Driver and Namkang's Mujin have not yet bowed to Money King. The subordinate also mentions hearing impressive rumors about Cashin, strong enough to be acknowledged by Wuchan. Ham Ji-sun's eye narrows with interest at Cashin's name. She concedes that Driver and Mujin are hard to sway but dismisses the smaller bosses as weak, to her subordinate's disbelief. He reflects that given Ham Ji-sun's own expert rank combat ability, He understands why she sees others as small fry. He adjusts his glasses, preparing to voice another thought. Internally he thinks, however, there is more to consider. He remembers Cashion's battle style as outstanding, relying on rapid, powerful movements. To him, Cashin fought like a psyker formerly trained in combat. Ji-sun snaps him out of his thoughts, scolding him for spacing out in front of his superior, and he hurriedly insists he is paying attention. She points out that despite Driver and Mujin's strength, they lack numbers, whereas their opponent is one of the 4 evil monarchs, the strongest villains. She warns that if that old man truly unites the Vilzones, the threat will be immense. The subordinate nervously wonders if Money King intends to start a war with Lampus, but she urges him not to say such dreadful things. He asks if there is anything they can do to handle the situation, and she retorts that discovering that is his job. She explains that without a concrete case Lampus cannot interfere, so he must find grounds to intervene. She stresses that to protect citizens they must preemptively block all potential dangers, leaving him sweating. She rises, declaring that this preventative mission is now their responsibility. Stepping forward, she says this duty is also the very reason Lampus exists. Looking out over the city, Ji-sun states that preempting such threats is the Psyker's ultimate mission. The story shifts to a ruined district filled with collapsed buildings. On a rooftop in this wasteland, a shirtless young man with braided hair sits brooding alone. Close up, he appears to be a tough fighter resting with banded gauntlets, clearly deep in thought. He recalls fierce past battles against monstrous foes, including Cashin, fueling his frustration. He clenches his fist, silently stewing over his current weakness. He wonders aloud what he must do to become stronger when his friends call out to him. Approaching companions tease him for sitting alone and muttering, while he angrily denies insulting himself. One friend jokes that he has not eaten yet and tends to badmouth himself when hungry, prompting more loud denial. When pressed on what is wrong, he falls silent, still conflicted. The masked friend answers for him, saying he was thinking about how to grow stronger. The friends ask what he plans to do with that strength, suggesting they themselves just enjoy beating people up, and reveal he wants to impress a girl he likes. They jokingly guess that the girl might be Crow, making him blush furiously and deny it. As they continue to tease him, the masked friend suddenly notices something approaching and tries to get their attention. All 3 stop bickering and stare in surprise at what he sees. Out of the smoke, 3 ominous figures walk toward them under a ruined overpass. One of the newcomers, a man with glasses and tattoos, smirks confidently. Another, a plump figure in frills, happily licks a colorful treat. A polished shoe steps forward, signaling their leader's arrival. The masked, sword-wielding leader comments that this place remains as vulgar as ever. The trio are identified as Mujin's group, with narration naming Mujin as Namkang District's boss and the most evil sword. The rooftop trio are stunned and wonder why someone like Mujin has come to their territory of Gatam. The tattooed man taunts them for staring blankly. He orders them to fetch their boss, treating them like underlings, to their outrage. The braided fighter snaps back that they are not his underlings and refuses, while his spiky-haired friend encourages his defiance. Enraged, the braided fighter tells him that if he wants their boss, he can go find him himself. The tattooed man remarks that he has heard of a foolish trio from Gatam before. He recalls rumors of a stupid group in Gatam who cannot read the situation and concludes these must be them. The insulted fighter screams, demanding to know what he just said. His spiky friend wonders if the enemy has just picked a fight with all 3 of them. Furious, the braided fighter charges forward wreathed in lightning. He rushes straight at Mujin's group, yelling about being called an idiot trio. The tattooed man smirks as the attacker closes in. The fighter barrels toward him at full speed, eyes wide as the distance vanishes. In an instant the tattooed man appears right in front of him, ominously addressing him as "You." Terror flashes in the fighter's eye as he realizes the danger. He roars for the man to shut up and swings a powerful punch at his face. His electrified gauntlet hurtles toward its target. However, the man's blue aura wraps the attacker's arm as his own block meets the blow. A red counter-strike slams into the braided fighter's limb, clashing violently. The fighter screams about his arm while the opponent calmly comments that it is sturdy. The fighter's gauntlet arm trembles violently from the impact. The tattooed man explains that usually his joint-based skill breaks an opponent's bones in a single hit, leaving the fighter groaning in pain. Seeing their friend in trouble, the hammer-wielding and masked companions charge, shouting Black Hand's name. Before they can reach him, something colorful explodes above them, startling both. The masked ally turns, realizing another threat has appeared. A playful voice sings about marshmallows. The plump villain Marsh, an A-rank water attribute summoner, raises a lit bundle of candy-like charges. She cheerfully declares that marshmallows are more fun when shared. Marsh joyfully throws her ability Marshmallow Dynamite toward the trio. At that moment, a glowing arrow streaks across the sky. The arrow intercepts and pierces the Marshmallow Dynamite mid-flight. The explosives detonate prematurely, creating a fiery blast near Marsh. Stunned, she watches the explosion and mourns the loss of her marshmallow attack. She and the others turn to see Crow's team, including Red Eye and Cashin, arriving on the scene. The tattooed man remarks that things were just starting to get fun as he releases the injured fighter's arm, acknowledging the new arrivals. The narrative notes that the true master of this territory has shown up, and a group of powerful-looking fighters stands ready. One of the newcomers, the visor-wearing fighter, surveys the area in silence. A dreadlocked combatant lies collapsed on the ground after a brutal battle. Another masked figure helps an injured ally whose face is grotesquely damaged, both of them groaning in pain. The visor-wearing fighter and his elegant partner arrive at the scene, amusedly commenting that a fight clearly took place here. A masked man in a suit criticizes the earlier fighters for starting a battle without understanding their standing. The woman in white lets out a sinister laugh as she prepares to act. She moves to attack, asking if they want to settle things with fists, but is suddenly told to wait. When stopped, she protests that they are being insulted, yet the visor-wearer urges her to hear the newcomers out a bit longer. The visor-wearer admits he should have mentioned earlier that they had arranged a meeting with these people, and identifies the man in the suit as Namkang's boss, Mujin. The visor-wearer is surprised that his ally already knows who Mujin is. Cashin, the black-clad protagonist, decides he should at least give Mujin a proper welcome now that he has come. Mujin's eye glows red as he reacts sharply to Cashin's presence. Facing Cashin, Mujin confirms his name and remarks that he lives up to his notorious reputation as a villain. The archer supports his battered comrade, anxiously asking if he is alright as the other can only remain silent. Mujin gets to the point, declaring that he refuses to recognize someone like Cashin as the Ville's own boss. He accuses Cashin of being a mere proxy leader installed by a scheming driver who prefers to operate from the shadows. Cashin's visor-wearing ally laughs awkwardly while Cashin himself stays focused and expressionless. Mujin says he despises upstarts who act uncontrollably, likening them to cockroaches, as he grips his weapon with killing intent. His eye glows ominously, emphasizing his murderous resolve. Red, chaotic energy erupts around Mujin as he unleashes his overwhelming aura. The masked subordinate reels in terror, screaming as he is engulfed by Mujin's aura. The injured duo trembles and gasps, internally recognizing Mujin's bloodlust as something monstrously intense. The tattooed man with glasses looks on in shock, clearly unsettled by the terrifying pressure. He notes to himself that despite the pressure, the visor-wearer and the doctor-like woman are still laughing, proving they cannot be underestimated. He then focuses specifically on Cashin, wondering what is different about this particular man. Cashin stands calmly amid the swirling energy, his resolve seemingly unshaken. Mujin dismisses Cashin as uninteresting and states that he came here to negotiate with the driver instead. Mujin warns Cashin not to misread the situation or interfere, or he will seriously regret it. Cashin coolly tells Mujin he can act however he likes. Cashin adds, however, that he has one condition of his own. The tattooed man in glasses is startled to hear that Cashin wants to impose a condition. Cashin states that, having heard of Mujin's undefeated reputation, he wants Mujin to fight him personally. The doctor-like woman giggles with excitement, while the visor-wearer covers his face, knowing this challenge will escalate matters. The tattooed man's eyes widen as he realizes just how serious this situation is becoming. Cashin unexpectedly appears in front of the tattooed man, his arm crackling with blue power as he launches an attack. The tattooed man retaliates with his own empowered strike, accusing Cashin of ignoring the boss's warning. Cashin's crystalline gauntlet snatches the man's face, stunning him. Cashin pins him and darkly says he will issue a warning of his own, causing the man to groan in pain. The tattooed man, overwhelmed by Cashin's strength, wonders how someone can be this powerful. Cashin slams him violently into the ground, shouting at everyone not to obstruct him. The marshmallow-like girl gasps in alarm as the shockwaves from the clash reach her. Mujin watches the devastation and tells Cashin to etch this moment into his memory. Cashin declares with blazing energy that he, not anyone else, is the Ville's own boss of Gatam. The doctor woman grins, saying the ongoing event has just become far more entertaining. The visor-wearer looks on with a satisfied smile, impressed by how things are unfolding. Mujin admits that the brazen reception has far surpassed what he expected from this meeting. Glancing at his beaten subordinate, he also calls the man pathetic for falling for Cashin's provocation. Mujin nevertheless says he has no intention of backing down from someone who openly seeks a fight. Cashin, increasingly irritated, thinks to himself that Mujin's arrogant voice is grating on his nerves. Mujin casually mentions Cashin's earlier victory over Barracuda, suggesting that defeating such a lowly opponent is nothing to be proud of. He then warns that if Cashin is feeling proud over that win, the price for such arrogance will be very steep. Both combatants face each other in the open courtyard, the tension between them building. Cashin narrows his mismatched eyes, completely focused on Mujin. Observing Mujin's left-handed grip on his sword, Cashin deduces that Mujin is left-handed. Cashin's shadowy companion cautions that Mujin is unlike any opponent he has faced before, and Cashin acknowledges this. The shadow warns that if Cashin treats this battle lightly to test his new power, the result could be disastrous, but Cashin rushes in anyway. Cashin charges forward while Mujin prepares to meet him with a powerful overhead slash. Mujin unleashes a named technique, Flying Sword Slash, sending a massive crescent of energy at Cashin. Cashin races directly toward the oncoming wave of energy, showing no intention of dodging. He counters the gigantic arc, shattering buildings as the two forces collide. Watching the destruction, the visor-wearer realizes Cashin is finally taking this fight seriously. Cashin's eyes harden as he commits fully to the battle. Mujin descends with another fierce strike while Cashin braces himself beneath the blow. Mujin's blade carves a bright arc as their weapons clash in rapid succession. Cashin meets the onslaught with his glowing gauntlet, sparks flying from the impact. Cashin follows with a lightning-charged kick aimed at Mujin. Mujin moves acrobatically to evade, continuing his counterattacks. Cashin is impressed that Mujin can predict and neutralize his techniques so effectively. Cashin notes internally that it is extremely difficult to find any opening in Mujin's defense. He then soars high into the air, gathering power for a straight, decisive attack toward Mujin. Cashin calls out that he is launching a direct strike as he dives with a thunderous punch. Mujin watches the incoming blow with glowing eyes, seemingly unfazed. Their clash causes a huge explosion that devastates a nearby building. Rubble flies everywhere as Mujin is blasted back through the debris. Mujin rises from the destruction, swords in hand and aura flaring even more intensely. He swings down, his sword meeting another torrent of Cashin's lightning power. Cashin counters with a named technique, shadow knives, sending jagged blades of darkness at Mujin. Mujin endures the storm of blades at close range, still pressing forward. Cashin chains the attack into an even larger barrage, chained shadow knives, filling the area with slicing energy. Mujin is hammered by successive waves of shadowy blades as the duel intensifies. The observing duo remarks with interest that now they understand how Cashin utilizes that particular skill. High above, Cashin readies another descending assault while Mujin prepares to meet him. Mujin answers with another named sword art, continuous strikes, surrounding himself with a whirlwind of slashes. He then stacks another flying sword slash on top of the combo, amplifying the destructive power. Cashin dashes through this storm with multiple afterimages, trying to break through the layered attacks. Mujin uses his cloak and footwork to deflect and evade Cashin's rapid onslaught. He activates a device or secondary weapon on his chest, further empowering himself. Cashin's golden eye gleams as he gauges Mujin's next move. Seeing Mujin draw a second blade, Cashin is shocked to realize his opponent is actually a dual wielder. Mujin dives with both swords, raining down a powerful vertical assault on Cashin. Cashin is grazed along the neck, wincing as blood is drawn. He quickly deduces that Mujin's initial left-handed stance was merely a strategy leading into his true dual-wielding style. Mujin keeps pressing, swinging both swords in a relentless offensive. Even Mujin is surprised that Cashin can so easily deflect his twin blades. Mujin recognizes that Cashin's gauntlet-like weapon is responsible for turning away his attacks. The two clash again, energy and shards flying as Cashin meets Mujin head-on. Cashin lands a heavy blow that sends Mujin flying backward amid exploding fragments. Mujin tumbles away while Cashin lands in a ready stance some distance off. Cashin concedes inwardly that Mujin is quite a formidable opponent. He realizes Mujin was able to deflect his attack at the very moment it was launched. Cashin observes that Mujin's fighting style is so disciplined and proper that it feels more like that of a hero than a villain. The Shadow Companion reminds Cashin that Mujin should never be treated merely as a test subject, since he is still hiding his real strength. Cashin decides he must provoke Mujin further if he wants to see the extent of that hidden power. The earlier fighters, still injured, marvel that Cashin and Mujin seem evenly matched. One of them, shaken, wonders how it is even possible for them to be that strong. Someone begins applauding the duel enthusiastically, calling it incredible. The visor wearer walks forward, suggesting that since both fighters have proven their abilities, they should end the battle here, but Cashin's side refuses. The visor wearer reacts comically, confused by the outright rejection of his proposal. Mujin counters that such an ambiguous outcome is unacceptable and insists they keep fighting until one of them falls. Cashin repeats the condition in his mind, processing Mujin's resolve. Cashin answers that Mujin's resolve still is not strong enough. He tells Mujin that if he claims to be a villain, he should fight like one and go all out like a man-man. Mujin quietly repeats the phrase about fighting like a man-man, letting it sink in. He accuses Cashin of deliberately saying crude things just to earn the label of vulgar from him. The Shadow remarks that Cashin's taunting has successfully provoked Mujin. Mujin reveals that his power stems from an attribute called Annihilation's wild energy, channeled through his crimson blade. Demonstrating that power, he boasts that he can slice through anything. A beam from his attack tears through a building, showing its destructive capacity as Cashin narrowly avoids it. An observer explains that Mujin's strength is not only due to this wild energy, but also to additional abilities he possesses. Mujin activates another skill, crystallizing ore-like energy that lets him fortify any part of his body. Cashin reflects that Mujin's ore attribute grants him both offensive and defensive advantages in direct combat, whereas Cashin's own darkness attribute favors stealth. The visor wearer ponders this matchup thoughtfully. He wonders if Cashin might be a rare exception who can overcome the usual limitations of the darkness attribute. Cashin stands amid swirling debris, fully resolved to push further. Elsewhere, the marshmallow girl leans over someone awakening, expressing relief that they are finally conscious. Offering comfort, she asks the revived person if they are alright, and even offers them a marshmallow. She then asks where Mujin is, while the tattooed man, still dazed, indicates his location. The tattooed man suddenly reacts in shock as flashes of battle light up the sky. Cashin and Mujin clash again in midair, their powers exploding together in a dazzling collision. They trade an intense flurry of kicks and sword blows, either side giving an inch. Cashin calls forth another massive wall of shadow knives to block and counter Mujin. Mujin responds with yet another flying sword slash, trying to cut through the barrier. The red arc of Mujin's slash collides with the blue mass of knives in a fierce struggle of energies. The two forces grind against each other, filling the air with violent shockwaves. Mujin's eye glows with renewed focus as he braces against the resistance. The shadow barrier slams into Mujin, battering him amid sparks and fragments. Mujin concedes internally that Cashin's shadow knives are troublesome, and wonders if they are purely darkness-based. Seeing Cashin use the same technique again, Mujin questions why he would repeat it. Cashin reveals an even larger version of shadow knives, sending a towering blade of darkness surging forward. Mujin plants himself at its base, power flaring as the structure looms around him. In the next instant, the towering shadow collapses inward, obscuring Mujin in a blinding burst. Cashin reacts with wide eyes, uncertain of what Mujin will do next. Mujin steps forward onto the solidified edge of the shadow construct, asserting control over the situation. He now stands high above on the sharpened peak of Cashin's own shadow blade, swords drawn and wind swirling around him. Mujin angrily mutters how dare Cashin use this kind of technique against him. His eyes burn red as his irritation and killing intent intensify. He rushes down the shadow with a continuous strike combo, demanding to know if Cashin is merely toying with him. Mujin then unleashes a powerful name technique, Dance of Raging Winds, spinning toward Cashin in a vortex of blades. The sequence ends with Mujin still in mid-assault, wrapped in a storm of slashes as he bears down on his opponent. The masked swordsman with glowing red eyes appears, ready for combat. Someone frantically wonders where the masked fighter disappeared to. An ally shouts a warning that the enemy is right behind their comrade. The red-eyed fighter realizes something is wrong and begins to turn. From a building wall, the blue-armored hero looms over the masked swordsman below. The hero activates the ability Shadow Transfer to move through darkness toward the enemy. The masked fighter hardens his leg with an ability called Metal Crystallization to attack. The hero counters with an iron counter-strike, meeting the kick head-on. Their clash explodes in a massive burst of energy and debris. Spectators excitedly comment that the hero executed the counterattack very well. Dust and fragments swirl in the air after the devastating collision. The masked swordsman curses to himself, realizing the danger he was just in. He glares forward, unharmed but clearly taking the hero seriously now. The hero thinks that without J-Lope's warning, he would have taken that deadly hit himself. The hero acknowledges the masked man's timing and admits the counterattack was impressive. The masked swordsman realizes his opponent is actually trying to teach him through this battle. He grips his glowing red blade tighter, preparing to continue the fight. The hero casually suggests they start the duel over again. The masked swordsman retracts his earlier insult, praising the hero's skill and guts and recognizing him as the Vilzone boss. Two onlookers note that the atmosphere of the battle has changed dramatically. The masked man apologizes for underestimating the hero and vows to put everything into his next attack. Wreathed in dark red flames, he warns the hero to dodge the upcoming blow or die. The hero and his floating eye familiar sense incredible magic and conclude the enemy is about to use an ultimate skill, prompting the hero to ask how dangerous it is. The familiar gravely answers that taking that attack head-on could be fatal. The hero considers this warning and steels his resolve with a determined stare. Energy slams into the ground as the two prepare for another violent exchange. The masked swordsman raises his blazing red katana, channeling power into a mighty swing. He leaps skyward and unleashes a gigantic red slash down toward the hero. Other fighters on the field look up in fear and confusion at the colossal attack. The masked swordsman dives with the attack, fully committing to the strike. He unleashes his named ultimate technique, Dragon Tooth Sword, sending a titanic beam down at the hero. Bathed in red light, the hero braces himself and refuses to flee. The blast engulfs the entire cityscape in towering columns of energy. One ally shields herself from the shockwave as debris flies. Another ally stares upward in stunned disbelief at the scale of the attack. A third observer reels on the ground, overwhelmed by the explosion. The destructive beam slams into a building, carving a massive crater. The masked swordsman remarks that the hero idiotically chose to meet the attack head-on instead of dodging. He looks around, wondering if his overwhelming strike really ended things so quickly. Amid the fading smoke, a silhouette stands where the attack landed. As the smoke clears, the hero appears protected by a glowing barrier and remarks that the attack looked flashy but could not penetrate his shadow armor. He concludes that the clash served as a successful test of his defensive skill. A system display shows that shadow armor has gone on cooldown for just under 20 hours. The masked swordsman is shocked that the hero took Dragon Tooth Sword without even a scratch. He reflects that even an S rank without strong defense should have been destroyed by that blow. He insists that surviving such an attack should be impossible. Realizing what happened, he wonders in disbelief if the hero's power exceeds that attack. The hero jokes that the enemies have gone quiet, assuming they are scared, while his familiar calls him endlessly provocative. The hero proposes resuming the fight now that he has taken the enemy's best hit, calling it his turn. The masked swordsman mocks him as overly agitated and warns that if he wants to see this through, it will be serious. The hero's eyes flash as he powers up in response. Charging forward, he shouts that he is coming and rushes the masked swordsman. His strike lands on a medallion at the masked man's neck, cracking it. The medallion shatters completely, shocking the masked swordsman. A massive cannon begins to charge with bright energy. The gun's wielder focuses intensely, visor glowing as he prepares to intervene. A huge blue-pink beam erupts between hero and masked man. The impact symbolically shatters the space between them, signaling the end of the clash. The ground explodes from the cannon shot, halting the battle. The gunner steps in, asking what the others are doing and insisting they stop fighting. He cheerfully asks if they have had enough fun yet. He advises that since they have enjoyed themselves, they should know when to stop. He smiles calmly, holding his still-charged weapon. The hero silently processes this interruption. The masked swordsman also watches in silence, allowing the ceasefire. The hero's familiar agrees with the gunner, saying the hero is getting swept up in the fight instead of just testing his power. The hero accepts this, saying he has achieved his goal, and the gunner is pleased to end things. The gunner asks the masked man if he is finished as well. Without a word, the masked swordsman and his companion walk away from the battlefield. The gunner wonders aloud if they are angry for leaving without a word and notes they had arranged a meeting. Time passes and the sun sets over the city. Later, in Gatam Vilzone's executive meeting room, the group confirms that the visitors really did just leave. One executive downplays the fight and tells the hero he should focus on the purpose of his visit. That executive privately puzzles over why Wuchan left when he usually knows when not to take things personally. Another member wonders if some new problem has arisen, while a girl complains that the cookies are disappointing as she keeps eating them. The executive asks the hero what he thinks of the situation, but the hero instead asks who these unfamiliar guests are. Someone remembers that the hero has never met them before. The hero waits silently for an explanation. He is told the long-haired man is Garnet, and the two girls beside him are Aroma and Hote, who politely greet him. The hero remarks that they are not Gatam's own villains and asks which Vilzone they belong to. The gunner hesitates, then reveals that they are from Winterbell. The hero repeats the name Winterbell in surprise, while others confirm that telling him this was the whole point of the meeting. As they begin to explain Winterbell, the hero interjects that he has at least heard the name. Garnet and the gunner are surprised that the hero already recognizes the term. A narration explains that Winterbell is made up of villain families who inherit their bloodlines and status. These proud families formed an international organization to unite their noble villain bloodlines. The narration identifies that organization explicitly as Winterbell. Further explanation states that Winterbell wields immense wealth, military might, and political and economic influence worldwide, even affecting the top psyker group Lampus. Despite this, the group operates in secrecy, known only to top-class psychers or high executives. Garnet reiterates to the hero that Winterbell is a secretive organization known only at the highest levels. The scene cuts to the past where Jeff tells the hero this is valuable information worth memorizing, though the hero hates such memorization. Back in the meeting, the gunner asks how the hero knows Winterbell's name, and the hero lies that he heard it by coincidence, which the gunner finds dubious. Garnet reminds him that among villains there exists a power that sets the overarching rules. The hero asks if that ruling power is related to Winterbell. Garnet takes over the explanation, ready to answer. He states that Winterbell's ultimate goal is ensuring the survival of villains. Narration describes how villains are always bound by the overwhelming power of the Seven Saints. It explains that every villain carries madness like a ticking time bomb, differing only in how well they suppress it. Garnet says that if villains simply follow their desires, they will inevitably clash with the world and destroy themselves. So, for survival, villain families needed to restrain themselves and demonstrate they could control their impulses. The gunner adds that this need for control led to the creation of the Vilzones. The hero's familiar asks if this is the first time he has heard such history. The hero reflects that even as a top psyker in his past life, he never knew about Winterbell but had no need then. He thinks it is surprising that Vilzones were established as a survival tactic and muses that the story of whoever created those rules is interesting. The gunner praises Garnet's clear explanation, and Garnet jokingly credits his natural eloquence. The hero clenches his hand, mulling over the implications. He then asks if Winterbell is responsible for manufacturing the drug DSP and gets an immediate confirmation. The gunner elaborates that producing DSP required enormous funds and advanced R&D, meaning Winterbell has someone unbelievably capable behind it. Curious, the hero asks what kind of person that is. He directly questions whether the masked driver is himself part of Winterbell. The story shifts to Mujan's elegant mansion at sunset. Inside the ornate hall, the lights glow as the scene changes. J-Lope nurses his injured neck with ice, still aching from the earlier fight. Wuchan coldly calls it punishment for J-Lope's carelessness, while J-Lope wishes for some sympathy. J-Lope reflects that the hero is no ordinary person at all. Wuchan admits they never expected the hero to withstand a direct dragon-tooth sword strike. J-Lope shows the ruined medallion the hero shattered and notes that it is normally indestructible, proving the hero's strength. Wuchan touches his chest, acknowledging that thanks to the hero the artificial voice filter broke and J-Lope can now hear Mujan's true voice. J-Lope announces he is leaving to get medical treatment. Wuchan removes his mask, revealing his face. Someone quietly speaks the hero's name, Cashin. Wuchan looks thoughtful as he sets the mask down. The unseen speaker notes that Cashin is the one person the driver himself acknowledged. Garnet brushes back his hair, considering this observation. Garnet decides that Cashin might be worth investing in. Back at the meeting, the hero again presses the gunner, asking if the driver really is a Winterbell member. The gunner hesitates with a thoughtful hum. He finally explains he has no special ties to Winterbell, only a business relationship, leaving the hero silently unimpressed. Someone turns the question around, asking Garnet about his own connection. Garnet smiles slyly and asks what the hero thinks his role is. The hero jokingly guesses that Garnet might be a slave. Garnet explodes in comic anger and chases him, while the girls egg him on and the gunner tries to calm things down. The gunner clarifies that Garnet is actually a vassal serving Winterbell's monarch. The hero is surprised that Garnet is merely a vassal to someone even higher. Narration reveals that Winterbell consists of 7 families whose leaders are called the 7 monarchs. The hero then infers that Mujin must also be connected to Winterbell. The gunner says that to explain Mujin, he must first outline Mujin's background. He recalls that he once told the hero about Money King, one of the 4 evil monarchs aiming to dominate the Vilzones. The gunner says he refuses to let Money King have his way, though he admits the man is powerful and extremely influential. He adds that even to oppose any one evil monarch, he would need support from Winterbell. The hero bluntly asks if that means Mujin himself is a Winterbell monarch. The answer confirms it, stating that Mujin is indeed one of Winterbell's 7 monarchs. The gunner grows serious and says there is a problem with Mujin's status. He reveals that Mujin has not yet formally earned the right to be a recognized Winterbell monarch. Elsewhere, Money King casually drinks as he considers the situation. He remarks that no matter how huge Winterbell is, unintelligent leaders become puppets, and because of that weakness they now have a great opportunity. Money King boasts that they can conquer all Vilzones while Winterbell is unable to interfere. He concludes that in the end Mujin will be the only monarch left standing. His associate notes that although Mujin's child ally is reckless, she is far too valuable to discard. The narration compares that talented child to the gunner, implying both are extraordinary assets. A scheming man thinks that if he can win over a certain girl with a bit of flattery, he can use her. Drinking confidently, he imagines that with the girl's support he could seize control of Winterbell for himself. The scene shifts to a bright modern hospital building. Inside, someone questions whether the pink-haired girl should remain hospitalized longer. A red-haired boy repeats the doctor's advice to rest, but the girl insists she feels completely recovered. She reflects that her injuries were minor, feels she is being dramatic, and complains about being bored in the hospital ward. He relents and prepares to tell her something important. He thinks about the masked swordsman Naun blames for her kidnapping, and decides he is not obligated to clear up that misunderstanding. A memory shows that masked swordsman easily fending off an attacker. The red-haired boy hesitates in silence, troubled. She asks why he suddenly went quiet, and he begins to bring up the day she was kidnapped. She reacts anxiously, saying she does not know or remember what happened that day and does not want to talk about it. Struggling to recall, she says her last memory is being in a cafe with a friend and then waking up in the hospital. He questions whether she truly cannot remember, while she brushes it off and acts like she does not know. He wonders if she unconsciously erased the memory of that day and considers other possibilities. She jokingly asks if he even knows her name, and then drags him out, playfully calling herself his younger sister and demanding tasty food after only eating hospital meals. She excitedly suggests going out for spicy rice cakes while physically pushing him along until he agrees. As they leave together, she falls into a thoughtful silence. Looking over a busy plaza, she inwardly wonders if a certain person is doing well. Elsewhere, a shadowy eye comments that many others work hard at exercise too, watching people jogging. As a young man opens a water bottle, the voice reflects that good health is the basis of happiness. The sweating runner drinks, and the voice teasingly asks if he is training so hard in search of happiness. Cashin drinks as well and muses on the word happiness. He recalls a warm memory of sharing fresh bread with happy children, when he often pondered what happiness meant. He concludes that perhaps only after completing his revenge will he finally be able to feel happiness. The shadow eye replies that Cashin still seems far from achieving either his goal or happiness. The voice then asks what Cashin plans to do about the recruitment offer he received the previous day. In Winterbell's headquarters, a masked monarch introduces Mujin as the most wicked sword. The narration describes Mujin as the sword-mad heir of an evil sword family, one of Winterbell's 7 monarchs. It explains that to gain full monarch rights one must pass special tests, and Mujin has not completed them. The last of these 3 trials is the crow-sealed coffin, which Mujin repeatedly failed. Cashin reasons that they must first help Mujin obtain monarch rights. The tech villain cheerfully tells Cashin that he needs Cashin's help. Cashin thinks back to their earlier discussion specifically about Mujin. He keeps drinking, silently considering the situation. He wonders aloud whether Mujin really needs his help. The shadow eye decides internally that Mujin will definitely want this opportunity. It predicts Mujin's interest while we see the lavish lobby on Rose Building, Winterbell's base. Inside the ornate hall, footsteps echo as someone approaches. A woman in black walks down the luxurious corridor toward a set of doors. 2 suited guards bow respectfully as she arrives. One of them opens the grand door for her. Inside, a refined blonde villain calmly waits. Another stylish woman in red lounges and snacks, watching. A third villain with red jewels sits pensively at the table. The jewel-wearing man remarks that she is late to their meeting. She glances at the clock and asserts that she is exactly on time. Taking off her hat, Seo Jaina coolly says she arrived precisely when she intended. Narration shifts back to explain that within the country, most Vilzone bosses have now sided with Money King. The three-seated villains discuss that the majority of Vilzone bosses support Money King. Choi Yosiop, Royal Garnet, worries that if this continues they may lose everything. Yu Sungjun, Blinding Darkness, scolds him for defeatism and says they gathered to take action, not complain. Kang Wyson idly eats cake while questioning if it is not too late to think of countermeasures. While devouring more cake, she suggests invoking Winterbell's absolute commandment as their remaining option. A flashback reveals that long ago Winterbell secretly made a global peace treaty with world leaders, creating the Vilzones. Sungjun explains that using the absolute commandment could force appeased Vilzone bosses back to their side, which Wyson affirms. The narration clarifies that only Vilzone bosses may speak directly with Winterbell monarchs, and that monarchs alone can issue absolute commandment to punish disobedient bosses. Seo Jaina, still without monarch rights, asks if they are looking down on her because of that limitation. The narration states that the absolute commandment compels obedience under penalty of forced execution. Wyson laughs awkwardly, claiming they misunderstand and that no insult was intended. Yosiop reassures Jaina that she had worked hard, saying she did her best, though she insists it was insufficient. Jaina begins to explain that Money King had everything already planned to his advantage. She concludes that Money King orchestrated the situation exactly as he wanted from the start. The narration notes that among villains there are 4 evil monarchs called the Absolute, who only care about profit and are indifferent to Vilzones. Yosiop wonders why Money King suddenly wants to conquer Vilzones if the Absolutes usually ignore them, and Wyson says his timing is too suspicious. Jaina says there is only one way to resolve their current crisis. She declares that she must acquire the absolute commandment for herself. The others agree it is the best plan but worry about the final hurdle of the test, and Sungjun hints that there is a way around it. Yosiop describes a hidden trapdoor midway through the crow's sealed coffin trial that was created for emergencies. Sungjun says that if they can open that trapdoor, someone could enter directly, though everyone already knows that is the theory. He complains that the real problem is lacking the key, but Yosiop hints there is someone who can bypass it. They name Cashin as the one person who can enter without a key. The narration explains that due to his darkness attribute, Cashin has a unique shadow skill allowing him to move freely between spaces and slip into the crow's sealed coffin. Sungjun and Wyson are shocked to hear Cashin has such a rare darkness shadow ability. Sungjun objects that even if Cashin can enter, he would still need to get past countless traps, but Yosiop insists that for Cashin this is no obstacle. Flashbacks of Cashin's feats emphasize he is that skilled. Jaina confidently states that none of the crow's sealed coffin traps can stop Cashin. Yosiop then asks Jaina how the offer to Cashin went, and she replies that she received a positive response though remaining conditions are unknown. She interprets their willingness to negotiate as a good sign and sees this as a chance to build a beneficial relationship with Cashin. Sungjun grimaces, not pleased with how dependent they are on Cashin. He grumbles that it feels like they are the supplicants, questioning if they truly must go this far, while Jaina insists Cashin's fighting style is extremely special. She compares Cashin's abilities, saying he far surpasses normal villains and even regular psychers, possibly ranking above expert level. Jaina adds that even the powerful driver acknowledged Cashin's strength, which cements her trust in him. She smiles smugly over her teacup as the others react with mixed admiration and unease. Jaina clarifies her stance internally, deciding that to become a monarch she will use anything or anyone she can. She vows determinedly that she will obtain the absolute commandment at any cost. The scene changes to a calm morning city skyline of apartment buildings. In his kitchen, Cashin mulls over what he has learned and confirms that Mujin is an outer. While frying eggs and sausages, he reasons that this explains Mujin's distorted voice and insistence on wearing a mask. Still cooking, he asks the shadow eye why it is telling him this now, curious about its true motive. He reflects that Mujin's fighting style felt unlike a villain's and more like a disciplined psycher's. Cashin recalls their battle, noting Mujin's unwavering balance and refined swordsmanship, and admits he learned much from fighting him. In Winterbell's meeting room, Jaina directly asks Cashin to name his price, offering payment in mana stones if he wishes. The masked monarch promises that they will repay any help Cashin gives, allowing him to ask for anything. Back home, Cashin wonders if he should simply request regular sparring sessions with Mujin. He suddenly realizes something about Mujin's ambitions and reacts with disbelief. He grows angry, realizing Mujin not only became a Vilzone boss as an outer but now also seeks monarch status. Ranting to the Shadow Eye, Cashin accuses Mujin of overreaching for a mere outer who already has power, while the Eye teases that he sounds jealous. Cashin concedes Mujin can be a Vilzone boss but insists an outer should not be allowed into Winterbell itself. The Shadow Eye cuts him off, warning that this is not the time to worry about others. It points out that his breakfast on the stove is burning. A brief shot shows the kitchen as smoke clears from the mishap. Cashin texts his sister that he is eating breakfast now and claims he is cooking at home rather than buying convenience food. She praises him enthusiastically over text, sending cute stickers while he replies with a silent ellipsis. His plate reveals horribly burnt sausages and egg. He still forces himself to eat the charred food. The shadow eye notes that his sister seems healthy and well, which comforts Cashin. Cashin thinks that continuing his current efforts is the best way he can support Mujin. Asked whether he will accept Winterbell's offer, Cashin says he intends to, poking at his burnt sausage. While unwrapping a triangle kimbap, the eye warns that the obstacles ahead will be extremely challenging. Cashin reasons that he needs at least one reliable backer in case something goes wrong. The scene shifts to a grim cityscape, hinting at dangerous territories. In an underground facility, 3 rough-looking villains confront and curse at a masked figure blocking their way. The masked young man dramatically tells them not to be shocked by who he really is. He boasts that he is darkness incarnate, the outlaw who rules over darkness, and his master's strongest, most loyal servant. The 3 thugs are baffled, muttering that he sounds crazy and suggesting they leave. He shouts that he came to meet Cashin, not them, while Cashin's subordinates say their master is not currently present. He insults them as filth unworthy to meet Cashin and orders them to know their place. One thug is enraged at being compared to sewage. Cashin suddenly appears, asking what commotion they are causing. The thugs panic at Cashin's arrival while the masked fanboy stiffens, calling him master in shock. Cashin calmly asks what business brought them there. As the fanboy rants about their intruding, Cashin's subordinate tries to cut him off, but he keeps loudly berating them. One thug starts to speak, his teeth clenched, before being interrupted. All 3 abruptly kneel and shout that they want to become stronger under Cashin. The camera pulls back to show the training hall where this plea echoes. Cashin asks why they suddenly want more strength. One companion blurts out that the leader wants to confess to a girl, provoking an embarrassed outburst as the others look away. Cashin asks if they have ever truly trained properly for strength. Their halting answers reveal they have not, aside from minor gym visits. Cashin states that passion alone is insufficient. He explains that real growth requires the will and determination to endure harsh training. The lead thug eagerly insists he has that passion and willpower while his teammates doubt him. He grows serious, saying more importantly he is tired of being treated as worthless trash. Yelling with resolve, he declares he no longer wants to be weak and desperately wants to become stronger. Cashin decides there is no reason to refuse their voluntary offer, seeing potential benefit in training them. He also thinks that strengthening his subordinates is necessary if he intends to challenge the 4 evil monarchs, including Money King and Lampus. With that goal in mind, he agrees to help and announces they must first pass a test. The recruits cheer, and Cashin says that if they are serious they must prepare properly. He outlines the grueling test of 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 chin-ups, 1,000 squats, and a 30 kilometers run, leaving them stunned. He adds that they must do this 3 times a day for a full week. Cashin orders Black Ghost to supervise their efforts, and even invites him to join the regiment if he wishes. One thug eagerly asks if he may wear a weighted vest, and Cashin says that would be even better while walking away. Cashin turns when the tech villain calls his name from behind. The tech villain approaches, asking if something interesting happened while everyone was gathered, as the others chatter about weighted vests and call him a Chuyuni. Cashin asks what is going on, and the tech villain says he has something to discuss. Smiling, the tech villain emphasizes that the matter he wants to talk about with Cashin is important. The scene transitions back to the lobby on Rose Building. Inside a bright room, sunlight streams through tall windows and curtains. 2 horned, doll-like girls in frilled dresses sit together sipping drinks, introducing the next development. The 2 horned girls are startled as a uniformed woman approaches them in the room. The woman arrives, confirms her meeting just ended, and the girls praise her work. One girl notes the woman looks exhausted, and she admits she is a bit tired. The blonde girl says the woman overworked herself as a Winterbell and Ville's own boss and offers her candy. The woman silently rubs her shoulder, clearly troubled. She thinks she must prove something despite feeling unqualified as a monarch. The girls tell her losing the key to the test room was not her fault. The blonde suggests she could hand control of Nam Kang to someone else. The woman says she could accept being abandoned but refuses to abandon her subordinates first, which the girls admire. She abruptly asks what they know about Cashin, and is told he only eats and trains. The girls are surprised he trains non-stop, while the woman explains he practically lives in the training room and even exercises in the park. The blonde recalls he also attends school regularly, and suddenly realizes something. Her twin calls her an idiot for the obvious comment. The woman stares silently at the embarrassed blonde. The blonde panics, and begs the woman to pretend she heard nothing. The woman calmly summarizes Cashin as someone who only eats and trains, which relieves the blonde. The blue-haired girl silently observes, thinking about this description. The woman looks resolved, as if forming a decision based on what she learned. On a distant rooftop, 2 other villains overlook the quiet city. The woman in red comments that the city seems dull compared to its noisy reputation. She glances at her armored companion, waiting for his response. La Finette reminds him he wanted to meet Cashin, revealing her identity as a B+ rank villain striker. Blinding Darkness, an A rank light attribute night villain, says he already conveyed his message to Driver. He asks why La Finette is lingering, accusing her of being overly interested in his business. He suddenly notices something below, startling La Finette. They see a colorful man waving from the alley below. The flamboyant man smiles and greets them warmly. La Finette wraps up, saying they will meet again at the next council meeting, and he agrees. As she departs, something unexpected flashes behind her. She smirks to herself, clearly plotting something. Scene shifts to the Vilzone meeting room. Driver asks Cashin if he is really going to accept Winterbell's offer. Driver expected Cashin to take longer, but Cashin says delaying his answer would gain him nothing. Cashin reasons that with Money King pressuring them, it is best to help Mujin quickly gain Winterbell monarch authority, which Driver praises. Driver then mentions they also received a separate message from Winterbell. He explains that Mujin and the other vassals trust Cashin and want to leave the task to him. Driver says they hope to start today or tomorrow and asks about Cashin's conditions, but Cashin postpones that discussion. Cashin decides they will begin the work first and negotiate conditions later, confusing Driver. Driver worries what happens if Winterbell rejects Cashin's terms afterward. Cashin says he never planned to ask for much and will deal with rejection if it happens, while Driver doubts that. Driver then wonders what to do with an additional item Cashin has given him. Cashin examines the photo and Driver explains Winterbell asked him separately to investigate that item. Cashin recognizes the image as connected to Cashin himself. His shadowy companion identifies it as the design of the platinum disc. Cashin realizes with shock that the item is the platinum disc. Driver says Money King treasures this mysterious antique object above all lately. He adds that Winterbell wants to know what the item is used for, and Cashin immediately retracts his earlier statement about delaying conditions. Cashin declares his price for helping is all available information about that platinum disc. Later, Driver works alone in his cluttered workshop, typing furiously. He grumbles that finding data on the disc is difficult and wonders what the item really is. He leans back, thinking deeply. He studies the printed image of the platinum disc on his desk. Cashin's earlier demand for all information about the item echoes in his mind. He recalls Cashin insisting that this knowledge be the main condition. Driver picks up the printout of the disc again. He concludes that Cashin clearly knows something important about the object. He resolves to keep working, slapping his coat as he moves. Exhausted, he yawns in front of his many computer screens while monitoring global systems. Debating his next move, he wonders whether to hack high-security places like the Pentagon or Lampus to learn more. The story shifts to Heaven Pub, a bar run by Uchiha. Blinding Darkness visits the pub and greets Uchiha after a long absence. Yu calculates that it has been about 14 months since he came to Gatam, surprising Blinding Darkness with his precise memory. Blinding Darkness begins to say anyway, preparing to ask his real question. Yu remarks that someone like Blinding Darkness blending into a bar proves how convenient changing identity is. As he passes over a drink, their conversation turns serious. Yu reminds him that at this bar customers must pay up front, disappointing Blinding Darkness who assumed it was free. Blinding Darkness protests at having his drink taken back, but Yu insists his place, his rules. Yu adds that there is even a penalty for running one's mouth here, alarming the armored guest. He clarifies that he wants Blinding Darkness to quit the small talk and get to the point. Blinding Darkness finally reveals he wants to talk about Cashin. He explains he has been hearing rumors about Cashin and wants Yu's honest opinion. Yu listens silently, weighing how to answer. Yu says it would be better for Blinding Darkness to meet Cashin personally, but Blinding Darkness insists on hearing Yu's view. Yu decides to answer from the perspective of former Psyker Uchiha. Blinding Darkness presses, saying he is curious what Yu really thinks of Cashin. The bartender's silent bodyguard listens from nearby. Yu looks straight at Blinding Darkness, preparing a candid description. The scene cuts away to the sky above the city. Elsewhere, Cashin starts another training segment, timing something with a stopwatch. He announces a brutal 30-kilometer sprint and begins running full speed with trainees. The exhausted villains complain they have to do this 3 times a day. Cashin berates them for slowing down, calling them insects, while they marvel that he is still fine. One trainee struggles so hard he can barely breathe. He briefly wonders if they should just give up the training. Remembering their organization Black Hand, he bites down and refuses to surrender. He shouts that there is no such thing as giving up and charges ahead, rekindling his comrades' fighting spirit. The others shout for him to wait as they chase him through the city streets. From a rooftop, Cashin watches their effort from afar. He concludes they are working harder than expected but wants to see if they sustain it. His shadowy companion notes Cashin seems eager about this, but wonders if that was just imagination. Cashin reflects that many desire strength, yet only a few endure the hardship required. He views this regimen as more than a test, but the groundwork for strong bodies and minds. The Shadow comments that such discipline will be hard for villains obsessed with desire. Cashin says he never intended to train fools, contradicting the Shadow's suggestion that he had no expectations. He explains that if these villains grow stronger, others will be driven to chase power as well. The Shadow suggests Cashin might be trying to strengthen all of Gatam's Vilzone, but Cashin says he simply hates having weak people under his control. The Shadow muses that this goal is selfish. It worries that stronger villains might not ultimately remain on Cashin's side. The Shadow questions whether these villains, unlike Cashin, have real reasons to fight, and whether Driver can truly be trusted. It wonders if letting Winterbell investigate the platinum disc is safe, and Cashin decides that since he cannot stop them, he will at least share in whatever they discover. Cashin concludes it benefits him to receive information without acting himself. He imagines that, if luck holds, he might gain not only data on the platinum disc but something more. He specifically hopes to learn more about a certain person tied to the disc. Suddenly Cashin senses something and turns sharply. A bright beam of light shoots from a distant building, drawing his attention. The shadow asks what that light is as they both look toward it. The beam reveals blinding darkness, glowing in full armor with a radiant staff at a nearby rooftop window. Cashin admits he has never seen this man before and wonders who he is. Blinding darkness smirks in response. He gestures provocatively, wordlessly inviting Cashin to come over. The shadow comments that the stranger appears to be calling Cashin. Cashin transforms, telling the shadow that it, not he, should go. Blinding darkness looks confused when Cashin does not respond as expected. The scene holds on the sky, emphasizing the tense pause. Blinding darkness grins slightly, prepared to engage. Cashin appears beside him on the rooftop and criticizes him for rudely summoning people at will. Cashin tells him to stop spouting nonsense and demands to know who he is. Blinding darkness' surprised driver never mentioned his identity and calls Cashin arrogant. He then grandly introduces himself as Blinding Darkness, a vassal serving Winterbell's monarch. Cashin is startled to hear he represents Winterbell. Cashin connects this to driver's earlier request about the platinum disc and realizes this is the same person. Blinding Darkness likewise deduces that Cashin is the man investigating the disc. On the rooftop he acknowledges hearing that Cashin supposedly stepped up to help them, while Cashin insists he merely accepted a request. Blinding Darkness says he has heard of Cashin's recent actions. He notes Cashin defeated Barracuda and destroyed Boxan, but belittles those foes and scolds Cashin for pridefully treating that as a big victory. Cashin counters that he also beat Wuchan, Namkong Vilzone's boss and Winterbell's monarch, provoking Blinding Darkness. Blinding Darkness accuses Cashin of exaggerating their brief match and calls him a liar, while Cashin's shadow privately admits the criticism has some truth. Blinding Darkness concludes Cashin is not just lying but has a fundamentally rotten personality. Cashin inwardly remarks that his opponent talks far too much. Out loud, he asks how long Blinding Darkness intends to run his mouth and taunts him to let their fists talk instead, implying he is scared to fight. Blinding Darkness says he wants to test whether the rumors about Cashin are true. He charges up a blazing light sphere, saying Gatam's villains truly are rude. He tells Cashin to be grateful because he intends to cure that bad habit by force. The narrative briefly returns to Heaven Pub. Uchiha wipes the counter. He stands alone behind the bar after Blinding Darkness's earlier visit. He silently remembers Blinding Darkness's questions about Cashin. Yu muses that he is curious how Cashin appears through the eyes of former Psyker Uchiha himself. Blinding Darkness returns in memory, asking Yu directly to describe Cashin. Yu hesitates before answering. Yu finally says Cashin is aggressive, violent, and disrespectful of hierarchy, with a terrible personality that leaves him almost no followers. He adds that Cashin is also shameless and unprincipled, like a brazen scammer. Yu laughs at his own harsh description. Blinding Darkness thinks to himself that this is how Yu truly views Cashin. Blinding Darkness asks instead about Cashin's actual fight with Wuchan and whether Yu witnessed it. Yu explains he did not see it but heard that Driver halted a very intense match midway. Blinding Darkness mutters that Driver is always causing trouble. He thanks Yu for the valuable information and rises to leave, while Yu asks if he is already going. As he departs, Blinding Darkness remarks that the best way to discipline a rabid dog is to beat it. He steps out of Heaven Pub wondering aloud why Wuchan and the others never disciplined Cashin that way. A flamboyant villain reflects that it is not that certain powers weren't used, they simply do not work on a particular person. The narration adds that if those powers had worked, the result would have backfired anyway. A powerful spell called Lightning Orb is invoked. Multiple glowing orbs of lightning surround the Darkness user on the battlefield. The Darkness user learns his opponent's attribute is light, the direct opposite of his own. The light-armored enemy says he investigated beforehand and knows the hero has a special darkness and shadow skill. The light user taunts him, asking if he can even use his vaunted shadow powers in this bright place. The hero's shadow companion comments that this opponent is irritating, and the hero sighs. The light villain boasts that light naturally suppresses darkness, and claims to be a superior type of light user. He declares that the hero's defeat is certain. The light user offers mercy if the hero admits his arrogance, but the hero bluntly refuses. The light user internally brands him as scum who must be purified by holy light. He charges forward, hurling his lightning orbs while shouting for the hero to come at him. The hero casually accepts the challenge and rushes in. The darkness user smashes a kick into the light villain with overwhelming speed. Power surges as the hero continues his relentless assault. He prepares another strike, focused and unshaken. The light user calls the hero's darkness filthy and prepares to eradicate it with a massive orb. He fires a gigantic colossus beam of light, proclaiming that darkness will be purified. The hero charges straight toward the incoming beam. He clashes with the colossal light blast, bracing himself with his gauntlets. The impact engulfs him in golden light. The light villain thinks he has the upper hand as the beam drives toward the hero. They trade blows at close range while the light user channels power through his orb. The hero breaks through and lands a devastating hit to the light user's head. He follows up with more brutal strikes, pummeling his opponent. The light user collapses, gasping and badly injured. The hero, fists crackling with power, coldly asks what was said about attribute advantage. He states that attribute matchups do not affect him, saying he can simply beat people up. He lands another crushing blow on the light user. The hero raises his leg and declares that this fight is over as he stomps down. His final stomp shatters the ground and the opponent beneath it. With the light user groaning on the floor, the hero asks if they really thought he only relied on darkness skills. He stands over the fallen opponent in silence, radiating dominance. The hero narrows his eye, focusing intently on what to do next. He kicks the light user while demanding that he get up and try purifying his darkness as promised, while the shadow companion watches in uneasy silence. Someone off-panel shouts for them to wait. The hero looks back in annoyance, asking what they mean by telling him to wait. The beaten light user hastily admits he underestimated the hero and calls himself careless, while the hero prompts him to continue. The light user secretly activates a glowing device, invoking the name Winterbell. He says that since he now acknowledges the hero as a true opponent, he must match his own class to the hero's level. He begins Limit Break, warning the hero to prepare himself as his body flares with golden power. Empowered by Limit Break, he stands radiating intense light while the hero observes. The hero recalls rumors about villains who hide their strength with self-imposed limits. He concludes that this opponent is one of those disguised monsters. The light user, drawing a radiant spear, says if the hero had listened earlier he might have avoided falling into despair. Holding the completed golden spear, he warns the hero not to expect any mercy. He vows to make the hero pay for enraging the king whose power he serves. He calls down many beams of light from the sky, surrounding the hero. The beams merge into a single immense orb of light. That fused mass of power is named Mega Lightning Orb. The hero notes with concern that all the light has combined into a single orb. The Mega Lightning Orb is fully charged and blazes with destructive energy. The light user raises his spear and proudly calls this display his ultimate power. The hero, unimpressed, says the enemy still cannot defeat him. The light user reacts with shock at the hero's confidence. Dark power surges around the hero as he begins a counterattack, stating a principle about where light appears. He proclaims that wherever there is light, darkness is also present, invoking his ability. A massive torrent of shadow knives erupts upward toward the blazing orb. He orders his shadows to destroy the enemy's attack. The homing shadow knives chase and converge on the Mega Lightning Orb. The blades pierce into the orb, causing a huge explosion as light and darkness collide. The light user is stunned as his powerful spear is disrupted and energy scatters. Watching the broken attack, the hero and his shadow find the fight boring, while the light user is left speechless. The light user grudgingly admits the hero is strong but insists the battle is not over and that he still has one last move. He reveals a glowing trump card weapon, a more dangerous form of his spear. He channels the power of light that can cut through darkness into this enhanced spear. He launches his ultimate technique, Shining Spear, vowing to purify the hero completely. The hero responds by activating shadow armor, forming a defensive barrier that blocks the spear. The light user exclaims in disbelief as his finishing blow fails. The hero counters, smashing the light user with another shadow-empowered attack. He summons another storm of shadow knives raining down from above. The blades slice through the arena and send the light user flying and bleeding. The impact flings the light user across the field as the hero maintains the offensive. The hero flexes his crystal-like gauntlet, ready to continue if needed. The battered light user, amazed, drags himself up through the debris. The hero mocks him, saying he is very skilled at rolling around on the ground. The light user curses internally about the miserable situation he has ended up in. He admits to himself that he was not using his full strength yet is shocked to be pushed this far, while the hero tells him to stop just sitting there. The light user mentally cries out that this cannot be happening. The hero realizes that the one whose attributes actually have bad synergy here is not the light user but himself, yet he is still winning and taunts the other for spacing out. The light vassal laments that the mismatch is actually his problem. A new voice calls out to the fighters, heralding new arrivals. 2 more villains appear, saying the commotion drew them and that they arrived at the perfect moment. The hero recognizes them and complains they are interfering in his battles again. The light vassal remarks that it is a pity, since the interruption ruins his chance to fully show his strength. The newcomers casually say they only came to watch the fight and even brought popcorn. The light user announces he will withdraw for now but warns everyone to prepare for their next encounter. As he walks away, the hero incredulously asks if the light user is just ending it like that. The hero refuses to let him leave, demanding to know where he thinks he is running off to. He states he still has many questions and forbids the light vassal from leaving until he answers them. The hero asks what a Winterbell vassal like him is plotting, noting how suspicious his actions have been. Another villain points out that seeking a favor, then hunting down and fighting the hero, is too risky to be meaningless. They press him on why he would take such a risk, asking what his hidden motive is. One of the villains realizes the hero's suspicion makes sense and starts to agree. The light vassal angrily yells back, denying that he has any ulterior motive. The hero quietly asks who would actually suffer if he were taken out of the picture. He names Mujin as the most evil sword and implies Mujin depends on him. The hero then asks the vassal if that is not exactly the person he serves. He suggests that from the outside it looks like the vassal is trying to prevent Mujin from becoming the Winterbell monarch. The light vassal is left stunned and speechless when asked if this deduction is wrong. The scene shifts to a quiet bar setting, signaling a change of atmosphere. Someone exclaims in surprise at the fancy surroundings. The group now sits around a table, wondering why they have all been gathered there and whether it is just for tea. The bar's owner grumbles that if it is not for tea, maybe they came for gossip, but he wonders why they had to do it in his place. The masked woman says she will listen, but warns she will kill the speaker if the story is boring. Her partner assures her the story will be interesting, which excites her. The light vassal, now seated formally, says they should hear from today's guest. He struggles to begin speaking, letting out a tense breath. He finally admits he opposes Wuchan becoming the Winterbell monarch. The red-hatted woman says she suspected as much and asks him to explain why. The vassal answers that Wuchan lacks the qualifications to become Winterbell's monarch, leaving others surprised. The hero counters that the Wuchan he fought had excellent combat skills and was not lacking in ability. Someone wonders if Wuchan's flaw is poor leadership or personality. The vassal insists that is not the reason for his opposition. Another villain presses him, asking why he is against it if not for a concrete flaw, and jokingly calls him a traitor. They tease that Wuchan would be dismayed if a long-serving vassal betrayed him, and that traitors should be executed on the spot, prompting the vassal to protest loudly. The vassal shouts that everything he is doing is actually to protect Wuchan. He explains that if Wuchan becomes Winterbell's monarch, he will inevitably become a target. The hero confirms that the threat he means is the infamous Money King, who, though dangerous, is at least someone negotiable. The vassal clarifies that he is not talking about Money King alone, but about the most evil and strongest of the four monarchs. A vision shows the aftermath of a massacre attributed to Red Death Peony. It is revealed that Red Death Peony will specifically hunt for Wuchan. The bar's interior reappears, bringing the focus back to the present discussion. The vassal repeats that Red Death Peony is the one who will pursue Wuchan. The hero is shocked that such a man would target Wuchan, and the vassal confirms it. The goggle-wearing villain notes that the hero seems to already know about Red Death. The hero thinks to himself there is no way he would not know of this figure. He recalls that among psychers, Red Death is the villain they most want to kill. A narration describes how Red Death used Shanghai as a base to conquer surrounding Chinese provinces, forcing the government to intervene. Governments and Lampus joined forces in a global operation to eradicate Red Death and his followers, including top-class psychers. That operation failed catastrophically and none of the attackers survived. The goggles villain remarks that since they are talking about Red Death, even the masked woman must know him, prompting her silent reaction. The light vassal speculates, then corrects himself, that Wuchan will certainly draw his sword to attack Red Death. The hero realizes Wuchan plans to strike first and assumes this is motivated by revenge. A bloody Winterbell emblem appears, symbolizing the grudge. The goggle-wearer explains that Wuchan's father, the previous Winterbell monarch, was murdered by Red Death, making revenge his main drive. The vassal adds that beyond that personal revenge, Red Death will return to Korea because Winterbell itself is a thorn to both Red Death and Money King. He concludes that confrontation with Red Death cannot be avoided, but the hero cuts off further explanation. The hero states that if the storm is inevitable, they should just face it directly and announces they will attack head-on. Others around the table agree, with one saying avoiding danger would only cause trouble and another perversely saying they like getting wet in the rain. The vassal shouts that he will handle the lesser enemies, but his outburst is dismissed as nonsense. He demands to know how the hero can be so confident, while the others note their boss claims he will personally take on Money King and Red Death, and a companion eagerly records this bold statement. The vassal protests there must be limits to arrogance, reminding them that their foes are the four strongest villain monarchs. The hero asks if they really think he will simply be crushed in such fights, while the goggle-wearer calmly answers that it should be impossible for one villain boss to oppose all four monarchs. Someone wryly remarks on how quickly that admission came. The hero concedes that right now fighting all four may indeed be impossible, but hints there is more to consider. He then declares that in the near future he will make all of those monarchs kneel at his feet. The group decides that for now the priority is to install Wuchan as Winterbell monarch, and the goggle-wearer cheerfully agrees to set a date. The exasperated vassal clutches his head, wondering in disbelief what crazy ideas these people are entertaining. The group discusses who would win between Red Death and Money King, recalling that Red Death came to Korea 5 years ago in a terrifying incident to prove it. One suggests making Red Death and Money King fight now, but another notes it would require an enormous amount of prize money. Wuchan ponders seriously, his crystal arm visible as he thinks. He remembers that if Red Death came 5 years ago, the related tragedy happened a year after he himself arrived in Korea for a youth psyker event. He recalls reading an official report about that incident. The report stated that many active psychers from Lampus's South Korean branch died. He also remembers hearing that even an S-rank psyker was among the casualties. Wuchan wonders if that fallen S-rank was Kim Kwang-ho, while in the present someone casually asks the bartender for more dishes. A glowing, fanatic psyker declares he cannot leave anything impure unpurified. He rants about purifying everything with light, while the others call him noisy and attribute his craziness to a side effect of Limit Breaker. The scene shifts to a peaceful cityscape. Jiho exhales in frustration. At a park, Wuchan asks Jiho why he is sighing, and Jiho says he is worrying about his future career despite not being an average high schooler. Jiho resentfully mutters that Wuchan has it easy. Wuchan points out Jiho is graduating while already becoming a regular psyker. Someone narrates that Wuchan used to be a promising rising star and gained more fame after catching the villain's blood and toy maker. Wuchan stays silent, thinking. He tells Jiho rumors exaggerating his achievements are false, but Jiho insists he saw Wuchan's abilities firsthand in the toy maker case. Jiho adds that Wuchan helped him too. Jiho explains he was bullied at school for supposedly benefiting from Wuchan's success. Jiho describes how sarcastic and cruel his classmates were toward him. Wuchan says Jiho should have spoken up about the misunderstanding and offers to visit the school to set things straight. Jiho refuses the offer. Jiho says the controversy is finally dying down and warns that Wuchan showing up would only reignite it. He adds that there are haters at his school who resent Wuchan for being a celebrity. When Wuchan asks who they are, Jiho teases him, then wonders aloud why Naun has not arrived yet. Wuchan spots Naun in the distance and notices a pushy boy following and pestering her. Wuchan's eyes widen in alarm. Naun angrily rejects the boy, who boasts about being a psycho training school student while still trying to hit on her. She grows more exasperated. Naun warns she already told him no and that if he continues her brother will hurt him badly, but the boy laughs off the threat. He brags about being a prospective psyker who once appeared in the news. Naun is startled as she notices someone approaching. Recognizing Wuchan, she calls out to her older brother. The harasser panics when he realizes the red-haired man is Kim Wuchan. Wuchan asks if the guy is Naun's friend, and Naun clarifies he is just some stranger who has been harassing her. Wuchan's aura turns murderous as he demands to know who dares harass his sister. The boy is shocked to discover Naun and Wuchan are siblings. He hastily insists it is all a misunderstanding and that he only approached her because she was pretty, while Jiho recognizes him as Cha Indium. Jiho calls out Cha Indium's name. Onlookers assume Cha Indium is some weirdo as he sweats nervously. Cha Indium flees the scene while the trio and bystanders watch. Jiho confirms to Wuchan that he knows the guy, saying Cha Indium attends his school. Jiho identifies Cha Indium as one of Wuchan's school haters he mentioned earlier. The story shifts to a mansion in Seoul Namkang's Vilzone district at sunset. Inside, a masked man is thanked for his efforts as a meeting concludes. A monocled man remarks that the masked man's plans have progressed well, and the masked man says a date has been set for opening the sealed room. The monocled man is relieved, admitting he had been worried. Someone asks what he had been worried about. He explains he feared a massive fight would break out if the masked man held a grudge, but is glad their ally turned out generous rather than vindictive. He congratulates Mujin and suggests celebrating with champagne, but Mujin replies that it is too early. Mujin says he is not yet Winterbell's monarch and that even gaining that title will only be the beginning. Slamming a knife into the table, he declares they can celebrate only later. The masked man reveals he intends to take revenge before any celebration. The scene cuts to another sunset over a city. Narration notes it has been 5 years since Wuchan's father died. He reflects that during those 5 years he has worked tirelessly toward his goal. Yet he feels he has only just begun to piece together the larger puzzle and apologizes inwardly. A memory shows his young daughter having eaten all the cookies in his special box. She nervously confesses she ate them all. Little Gina bursts into tears, admitting she ate her dad's favorite cookies. Her father gently wipes her tears and tells her not to cry. He reassures her that he does not even like sweets that much. Hugging her, he says he is happy if she enjoyed them. He tells Gina she is the one person he truly treasures and loves. Back in the present, Gina sits silently in the car, lost in thought. The driver offers to escort her to the charnel house, but Gina says there is somewhere she must stop first. She instructs him to head to the Gatam district. The perspective shifts to the Gatam cityscape. A sign reveals the destination is a cafe. Inside the cafe, reporters congratulate student Bang Sungtae for placing first in a recent national competition, and he thanks them. They ask for his thoughts on the upcoming national Psycho Youth competition hosted by Lampus in 2 months. Sungtae says his mindset is less a mere resolve and more a pledge. He adds that while winning would be great, he mainly wants the competition to be a stepping stone toward becoming the best psyker. The reporters gush that his goal is cool and promise to cheer for him, and he thanks them. One interviewer clarifies that by becoming the best he means aiming to be a top-class psyker. They comment again on how cool it is to aim for top-class status, and Sungtae replies that people should dream big. The interviewer brings up that another popular person shares that same dream. She notes that Sungtae and this person attended the same middle school. Asked whether they are close, Sungtae says they only learned after graduating that they had gone to the same school. He begins to speak candidly. He says he regrets not realizing sooner they were schoolmates, believing they could have become good friends due to their shared goal. His phone suddenly vibrates on the table, catching his attention. A message from Cha Indium asks if his interview is over. Sungtae remarks that time flew and politely ends the interview, saying he has another appointment, while the reporters pledge support for his dream. As he leaves, the reporters comment that Sungtae is a model student and unusually polite for today's youth. Sungtae silently exits the cafe. The scene moves outside to a sunset view of office buildings. In a nearby alley, Sungtae asks Cha Indium if he really got into a fight with Kim Wuchan. Cha Indium insists he did, explaining he saw Wuchan trying to chat up a female student. He claims he told Wuchan to stop, but Wuchan supposedly went crazy. Pumping himself up, Cha In-beom says he could not just stand by because that is not who Cha In-beom is. Sungtae listens, skeptical. Cha In-beom dramatically reenacts throwing a punch and says Wuchan's friends suddenly appeared. He concludes that he left only because they outnumbered him, insisting Seo Jiho was there and can prove it. Sungtae thinks to himself that Cha In-beom must be lying if he really tried to confront Wuchan. Cha In-beom starts gossiping about Seo Jiho, saying at school Jiho acts like a quiet nerd but seemed close with Wuchan, while Sungtae claims disinterest. Sungtae's eyes narrow thoughtfully. Cha In-beom repeats rumors that psycho-training school students are pampered weaklings who tremble before villains. Enraged, Sungtae grabs Cha In-beom by the collar and threatens to kill him if he keeps lying, while Cha In-beom swears he is telling the truth and offers to be Sungtae's dog forever if he is lying. Sungtae releases him but warns that he had better keep that promise. Sungtae muses that if Wuchan really called them rookies in contempt, that arrogance cannot go unpunished. He concludes that if the insult is true, Wuchan must pay a heavy price, watching Wuchan walk somewhere in the distance. Meanwhile, Wuchan walks through the city, following directions on his phone, saying he has a place to stop by that is opposite from home. He steps onto the pavement outside his destination. He confirms he has arrived at the much-talked-about shop. Inside, Wuchan asks the others about Malcolm Ran, not recognizing the name. His eccentric teammates joke that Wuchan must be a spy for not knowing it, while another brags about being able to eat 20 of the treats. Red Death explains Malcolm Ran is a famous macaron shop everyone in Gatam knows. She rhapsodizes about the Earl Grey macaron, praised for its enveloping tea flavor. Wuchan enters the shop and approaches the counter to buy macarons. He asks if the boxes before him contain all the remaining Earl Grey macarons, and the clerk confirms they are the last. A bell with a macaron charm jingles as another customer enters. Wuchan buys all the remaining Earl Grey macarons for himself. Jaina arrives right after and asks for Earl Grey macarons, only to hear the last batch was just sold. She repeats in disbelief that it was just now. She looks over at Wuchan, who is taking the bag of macarons. She calls out to him. Wuchan turns toward her, still holding the bag. Jaina politely asks if he would be willing to give her the Earl Grey macarons he just bought. She offers to pay, even promising 10 times the price, shocking the clerk. Wuchan wonders why she insists on that flavor when there are many others available, and Jaina replies that only those will do. Jaina anxiously bites her lip. She then explains that today is the death anniversary of someone she loved and that Earl Grey macarons were that person's favorite. Wuchan silently considers her words. He holds out the bag and casually claims his stomach suddenly hurts, implying he will not eat them. As they pass each other, he says he will buy macarons another day. Jaina watches him leave, surprised. Outside, his floating companion mocks his poor acting, and Wuchan tells it to be quiet. Jaina runs after him and grabs his sleeve, asking him to wait. Wuchan glances back with a faint smile. Jaina says she dislikes feeling indebted and insists on giving at least one box back to him. Wuchan answers that one box of macarons is enough for her memorial and implies he does not need any. Jaina smiles and asks him to take the other box anyway. Later, Wuchan stands outside, silently holding the pink box. His companion notes that his act of sympathy worked. At a fountain plaza, the spirit remarks that it is surprising to see Wuchan empathize with a stranger. It asks if Jaina reminded him of Jeff. Wuchan vaguely agrees, saying they can pretend that is the reason, while dismissing the idea as nonsense inwardly. The spirit adds that Wuchan may not have realized something. Wuchan asks what it means. The spirit reveals that the person he met at the shop was Mu Jin. Wuchan responds that he merely sensed she was unusual. He clarifies that he did not know she was Mu Jin, only that she seemed out of the ordinary. He recalls that when she stood near him her aura felt distinctly different. Observing the calluses on her hand, he deduced she trains daily with a sword. Wuchan assumes the deceased loved one she mentioned was likely her father. We then see Jaina alone at the charnel house, standing before a wall of cremation niches. She places the macarons beside an urn and a photo of herself as a child in her father's arms. Jaina gazes at the memorial with quiet resolve. Elsewhere, a foreboding gate labeled Crow's sealed coffin hints that the sealed room connected to the revenge plot is nearing its opening. A masked figure with glowing red eyes silently observes. Outside the massive gate, the group is warned that the sealed coffin is deadly and full of traps. The armored leader stresses that a single mistake could mean death, while another member complains about hearing the warning repeatedly. The anxious leader overreacts to the teasing, only to be bluntly ordered to stop worrying and do chores. Cashion's ally cheers him on and expresses faith in his success as Cashin prepares to enter. The red-eyed masked man watches quietly. Cashin steels himself beside his floating-eye companion Moros. The masked man tells Cashin to return alive. Cashin confidently agrees. Dark energy erupts as Cashin activates his power. Cashin opens the gate to Crow's sealed coffin, letting the black energy pour out. Surrounded by crackling power, Cashin vows to come back soon. As he descends the spiral passage, he recalls the first instruction inside, to find a large knight ore at the entrance. Following those prior explanations, Cashin asks if the ore is needed for the switchgear and is told it will act as lighting. He remembers that without the ore the coffin interior is pitch black. Cashin follows the earlier advice, placing his hand on the knight ore and channeling mana into it. All the knight ores in the tunnel flare to life together, illuminating the inside. Cashin finds the glowing orbs fascinating while Moros asks if it is his first time seeing night, or Cashin momentarily considers stealing an orb to sell before Moros curtly stops him. Deeper in, Cashin encounters an unexpected fork in the path. He wonders why they were not told about a split route, and Moros notes the outside group knows little about the coffin's interior. Cashin realizes he must both evade traps and make critical choices himself. Remembering the earlier nagging, he acknowledges the leader had a point in obsessing over the dangers. Cashin asks Moros to alert him if any strange energy appears, and Moros agrees. Cashin decides they will sprint through the corridor in a single rush. He dashes forward with blue energy streaking around him. The charge accelerates into a blinding burst of light at the tunnel's end. In mid-rush, Moros suddenly yells for him to stop. Cashin skids to a halt, electricity crackling around him. Moros reports sensing a different aura, prompting Cashin to ask what he detected. Moros explains a faint, unusual aura is leaking from a nearby dead end. Cashin infers there must be a hidden chamber beyond the wall. Moros worries it might be a trap, but Cashin insists investigating is exactly what Moros wants him to do. Moros warns him not to be careless, and recalls how dangerous foes like the Immortal nearly killed him. Cashin asserts that he has changed. Empowered, he declares he will not fall for the same trick again. His attack reveals a slim crack or opening in the wall. Outside, others wonder if Cashin will really clear Crow's sealed coffin. The anxious leader frets that Cashin is taking too long inside. Another notes it has only been 10 minutes and reassures that Cashin is capable. The masked man agrees, saying that while Cashin's mouth is crude, his skills are reliable. A teammate adds that Cashin is reckless and charges ahead, but always keeps his word. That teammate jokes Cashin will be fine as long as he does not get distracted. Inside, Cashin continues forward as dark energy swirls. He arrives at an ornate hidden gate guarded by stone figures holding glowing orbs and marvels that such a place existed. Cashin's attention is drawn to a strange circular emblem at the center of the door. Moros recognizes the emblem as the three-legged crow and is shocked to see it here. Moros realizes this connection to the crow's sealed coffin should have been obvious, and that the situation is far more serious than expected. He explains to Cashin that this is not a trial arena but a sealing ground meant to imprison something. When Cashin asks what is sealed, Moros connects it to the evil sword and its clan. Moros narrates that Wuchan's villain family once had a proud history but was twisted when an outsider was born among them. Moros speculates that Wuchan's bloodline might once have been a renowned psyker family before turning villainous. Clarifying, Moros says their lineage changed from psykers into villains, and hints that a specific thing triggered this change. He reveals that the catalyst was the object sealed within the three-legged crow incense burner. The scene shifts to Vesperna Restaurant in Philadelphia, introducing a new location. Inside the upscale restaurant, guests enjoy food, wine, and conversation. Bodyguards stand watch near a table where a refined man drinks wine. A young female staff member peeks nervously from a doorway to observe. She internally wonders who the important man with bodyguards is as she watches him. A coworker sneaks up, asking whose presence she is secretly staring at. Startled, she complains that he scared her, and asks if a famous customer has arrived. He pauses with eyes shut as if thinking. He explains that a VIP arrived whose name was not on the reservation list, prompting her to ask if the man is famous. He reveals that the VIP is Seth, president of the organization Lampus. The woman realizes this makes Seth top-ranked among psykers, and her coworker calls him the best. She gushes that someone incredible is dining at their restaurant, while her coworker notes Seth is actually a regular. Jokingly, he offers to take a photo of her with Seth in the background, claiming Seth is generous. She declines, saying that secretly taking such a photo would be unprofessional as a manager. Seth, eyes glinting, seems aware of the attention on him. Back in the coffin, Cashin pushes through a mist-filled doorway. He sees the sealed incense burner encircled by tall crystalline headstones crackling with energy. Cashin focuses, analyzing the situation with sharp eyes. He identifies the central object as an incense burner. Cashin asks if the surrounding stones are traps, and Moros confirms they are. Cashin realizes it is a trap layered within another trap, reinforced by some kind of lock. Moros concludes that this level of protection means the object is extremely dangerous. Moros points out a sword embedded in the front headstone, noting it likely strengthens the trap and is no ordinary weapon. Observing the fresh cut where the sword pierced the stone, Moros deduces it was placed there relatively recently. Cashin asks if Moros understands what the burner truly is. Moros begins a lecture, explaining that since ancient times humans have instinctively feared one thing above all, namely death. He continues that no matter how powerful or wealthy someone is, death remains inescapable. Cashin asks what this has to do with the incense burner, and Moros says the three-legged crow symbolizes the sun and immortality. He explains that such an incense burner served as a sacred object in ancestral rites, used in rituals seeking prosperity, health, and long life. Those in power, unsatisfied with mere blessings, sought even greater power through it. Over time they developed an obsession with true immortality. They began performing human sacrifices in their quest to live forever. Their greed desecrated offerings meant for vengeful spirits, causing the burner to be sealed away. Cashin remarks on how knowledgeable Moros is, and Moros smugly reminds him he is a high and noble soul. Moros summarizes that an absurd desire for immortality ultimately produced the monstrous object they now face. He adds that the burner is full of that twisted desire for a specific reason. Moros explains it is because the burner itself once witnessed a mortal being attain immortality. It further hints that all recorded history of powerful beings longing for eternal life traces back to that one individual. Cashin demands to know who that person is. Moros dodges the question and instead presses Cashin on how he plans to handle the incense burner. Cashin thinks aloud that if the burner truly is a sacred object, then it might contain a genuine mana stone he could extract. Moros counters that holy objects are not always made from real mana stones, then concedes that this one does contain such a stone. He emphasizes that the mana stone within is exceptionally large. Moros warns that because the object is so dangerous and doubly trapped, obtaining the stone will be difficult, but Cashin insists they must try. Cashin steps closer and activates the trap around the burner. Energy surges as the ice pillars flare and the protective mechanism fully awakens. The crimson barrier forms around the burner and pillars, sealing them inside. Cashin notes the trap has activated and wonders if it is meant to block outside intruders. Moros corrects him, explaining the barrier prevents what is inside from escaping. Cashin deduces that means the barrier may be vulnerable to attacks from outside. He charges his lightning-clad fist and launches a powerful blow at the barrier. Glass-like shards explode as his strike shatters the protective layer. Cashin's eyes widen as he sees what his attack has triggered. The cracked burner begins leaking ominous energy that warps the surroundings. The incense burner's carved faces glow red as it fully awakens. A storm of shadowy crows erupts from the burner and fills the area. Moros identifies this as an evil spirit vessel holding those who died unjustly. The sky of the chamber darkens as countless crows swirl around Cashin. Moros urges Cashin to keep his composure, warning that recklessness could let the spirits enslave him. He reminds Cashin that this corrupting power is exactly why the burner was sealed. While the crows screech for death, the spirits repeatedly shriek for their victims to die as they dive toward Cashin. Moros panics, fearing Cashin will be lured in by the murderous voices. Cashin calmly says he will not be fooled and confirms to Moros that he is fine. He explains that thanks to a real mana stone he acquired earlier, he gained the passive skill Strong Willpower. Cashin credits this skill for his resistance to the spirit's mental assault. Relieved, Moros suggests they now deal with the malevolent beings. Cashin instead says what he senses is not wickedness but overwhelming sorrow. He elaborates that beneath the resentful cries he can feel a deep valley-like sadness. Moros asks how Cashin can recognize that feeling. Cashin answers that he knows because he has experienced similar sorrow himself. He resolves that, standing before death, he will release the grief buried in the spirits' hearts. Even as the crows continue screaming for death, Cashin prepares his counterattack. Moros believes Cashin's compassion is futile and that the spirits are beyond saving. Cashin internally invokes annihilation as his chosen method. Moros reacts in shock to this decision. Cashin gathers blue flames, declaring he will burn away the spirits' impure sadness. He states that purifying them will grant them true freedom. His blue inferno surges, intent on burning the spirits out of existence. The torrent of blue light engulfs the flock of crows in a cleansing blaze. The flaming crows are purified and begin to dissolve. Feathers and embers fall as their forms vanish into Cashin's blue flame. Cashin, surrounded by fading sparks, proclaims he has saved all the evil souls. Moros, stunned, questions how such a thing is possible when the flames should have reduced them to ash. While Cashin dismissively asks what the issue is, Moros silently accepts that something miraculous occurred. He concludes that only a miraculous power could truly destroy or release evil souls and realizes Cashin's flames possess a unique property. With the hatred gone, Moros confirms the burner is now safe as Cashin approaches it. Cashin, satisfied the danger has passed, prepares to proceed with his plan. He activates mana crystal extraction on the incense burner. The narrative briefly cuts away, labeling a place called Neo Center. At Neo Center headquarters, someone remarks that the organization Winterbell is acting unusually. Intelligence reports say Winterbell's leader has been meeting often with Gatam Vilzon's boss, and that Wuchan, the evil sword, and Cashin were present. Inside an office, an elder hears Cashin's name, and is told he recently became Gatam Vilzon's boss. The elder recalls Cashin as the rookie puppet boss working under Driver, the one who cut off Barracuda's hand. Another report says rumors claim Cashin fought Wuchan to a draw. Director O Namchiol of Neo Center admits he has not yet confirmed whether that rumor is true. The cigar-smoking elder muses that if the rumor is accurate, Wuchan's overconfidence must have taken a serious blow. The suited subordinate is ordered to carefully investigate Winterbell and uncover the goal behind its frequent meetings, which he accepts. A white-haired boss commands his man to dig up everything related to Cashin. A swirling mana vortex appears, heralding the emergence of something from the depths. Cashin retrieves a strangely colored crystal and notes it differs from his previous finds. He realizes it is a blood mana crystal, a blood mana stone. His shadowy companion explains that the crystal is formed from the essence of people sacrificed as offerings. The entity adds that although this real mana crystal is incomparably powerful, it also holds the essence of death and is extremely dangerous. A vision shows how ordinary villains who touch such a blood crystal go mad from its magic. Cashin remarks that he seems unaffected, while the entity credits his purifying flames for burning away the evil. Cashin bluntly asks if he can consume the blood mana crystal. The entity suggests that if he is worried, he should postpone ingesting it. It advises him to wait until he grows stronger, then he can absorb it without risking insanity. Cashin brings the crystal to his lips, ready to bite into it despite the warning. The blood crystal pulses violently with energy as he prepares to consume it. His eye flares red with power, showing the crystal's potent influence. He ultimately decides there is no need to risk his life now, and the entity affirms he chose correctly. Seeing the incense burner restored, Cashin concludes the traps are obsolete and that the sword used to power them is probably no longer needed either. He draws the sword, asking if it too is made from a real mana crystal, and the entity confirms but says it is weaker than the burner's crystal. Cashin decides to use mana crystal extraction on the sword. As he grips it, he realizes he has seen the pattern on this blade somewhere before. He recalls the same pattern appearing on a glowing object in his hand during a past incident. He remembers an ominous swordsman whose weapon bore the same pattern. Cashin silently studies the sword, piecing together its connection to that man. Outside Sealed Crow's coffin, someone complains that Cashin has been inside too long and assumes he failed. The anxious man predicts Cashin must be dead or in serious trouble after so much time. Another warns him not to speak such unlucky words. They insist their boss is not someone who would fall for mere traps. The gamer-type ally reasons that although the coffin is dangerous, Cashin is strong enough and probably only delayed by distractions. The anxious one yells that getting sidetracked like that is a problem by itself. The masked family head senses something and looks up sharply. The others also react as they feel a disturbance from the coffin's entrance. The gamer twists his cube rapidly as if sensing the same change. He finishes the puzzle and notes that it seems the ordeal inside is ending. The sealed gate to the coffin begins to open with a resonant sound. Light bursts from the passage as everyone watches the opening. They marvel that Cashin actually succeeded but are confused because he is not visible yet. The gamer tracks him via his device and reports that Cashin is rushing toward them at full speed. He calculates that Cashin will arrive at the exit in 20 seconds. Dark energy surges, heralding Cashin's rapid approach through the tunnel. A spiral of blue power clears a path from the coffin's depths to the outside. Cashin dashes out surrounded by swirling energy and his shadow companion. His allies stare in stunned silence at his dramatic emergence. Cashin calmly declares the mission in the coffin complete and that their deal is now fulfilled. His companions immediately complain that he calls it completion after tormenting them with worry, while he teasingly asks if they were concerned. Cashin glances aside, reacting to someone approaching him. The gamer happily pats him on the shoulder, praising him for returning safely and doing well. The gamer's visor glows as he examines Cashin more closely. Noticing the sword in Cashin's hand, the masked head asks what he is holding. Cashin and the gamer walk forward, drawing everyone's gaze to the unfamiliar blade. Cashin presents the sword, explaining he found it inside the coffin. The masked head draws the blade, unleashing a torrent of blue energy. He asks Cashin if he understands what the sword is, and Cashin simply answers that it is a sword. Wuchan, watching, recognizes it as the legendary White Tiger Sword. The narration recalls that this weapon vanished after the previous monarch died. It is revealed that the White Tiger Sword is the twin of the Black Dragon Sword and a treasured symbol of the Evil Sword clan. Cashin's shadow praises him for bringing the sword back. The scene returns to Sealed Crow's coffin, emphasizing its importance as the place where Cashin found the blade. The masked head explains that the White Tiger Sword was forged as the twin to the Black Dragon Sword. He demonstrates that channeling mana into it activates its power. He states that with this sword, one can control the way of the sword god. Cashin's shadow remarks that they are fortunate they did not strip the sword's mana stone, while the gamer asks what is wrong. The masked head bows his head in gratitude. He formally thanks Cashin for finding and returning the White Tiger Sword. Wuchan asks where Cashin discovered it, and Cashin answers that it was in a special chamber within the coffin. The masked head confirms he knows of that chamber where the incense burner was sealed and asks what became of the burner. Cashin reports that the incense burner reverted to normal and the negative energy vanished, so the traps lost their purpose. Wuchan deduces that someone deliberately placed the sword there to reinforce the seals on the burner. The head recalls that the previous head never used the White Tiger Sword against Red Death, and concludes that the previous head must have hidden it inside the coffin. Wuchan realizes this means the sword's placement was a deliberate arrangement for him by the previous head. The masked head tells Cashin that the Evil Sword clan repays debts and invites him to state any request later. Cashin asks if passing the coffin means Wuchan will become Winterbell's monarch, and Wuchan says this test only fulfills half of their overall plan. Wuchan explains he still needs final evaluation from Winterbell's main group in France, and that the coffin test was merely part of that process. He notes that if Cashin becomes Winterbell's monarch, certain changes will follow. Cashin asks what will happen to Namkang's Villezone, and Wuchan wonders if Cashin wants it, but Cashin says Gatam Villezone is enough. Wuchan replies that Namkang Villezone must still be managed properly. He remembers that gaining rights to the Winterbell monarchy is tied to his responsibilities as Namkang's boss. Wuchan thinks back on how Namkang Villezone became the pillar that allowed him to prove himself. He concludes that Namkang Villezone is central to his position. A flashback states that the previous monarch died. People lament that he died leaving behind a very young child. In the aftermath, elders argue over appointing an interim monarch or holding an election instead of relying on bloodline. One elder protests that giving both family head and monarch roles to a 15-year-old is unacceptable. He adds that the child is not even a villain, implying she lacks proper qualifications. Others mention her depression after losing her father and the trauma of being kidnapped, while a supporter cautions them to watch their words in front of her. The critics question how someone with such a weak heart could be made monarch. Another elder declares that the girl never had the right to be monarch from the beginning. The girl steps forward and boldly volunteers to take the position herself. The elders react with surprise and disbelief. Others look on tensely, judging her declaration. She identifies herself as Seo Jaina, 27th head of the Evil Sword family, and vows to prove she deserves to be Winterbell's monarch. She further swears to kill Red Death with her own hands to avenge her father. An elder is shocked by her fierce resolve. The council announces it will make a decision on her proposal. The woman in the hat pledges to serve at Jaina's side. A blonde ally also voices support, saying he will stand with the interim head. Critics demand to know what they are doing, accusing them of acting rashly. One elder scolds another, Ancient Blue Viper, asking if he too will side with the opposition. The chief elder calmly says he will let his son decide his stance. He explains that since his son is grown, he is considering transferring his own position to him. Jaina promises that if they grant her a chance, she will prove she is worthy of the throne. She prepares to answer how she will demonstrate her worth. She declares she will prove herself by becoming boss of one of Seoul's 4 great Vil zones. The chief elder eventually agrees, saying such a feat would best prove her power and leadership. Over drinks, he and another elder remark that an outsider becoming a Vil zone boss seems impossible, yet that is precisely her test. They conclude that whether she becomes interim head will depend on whether she can accomplish that task. Jaina steels herself to undertake this challenge. Narration explains that after 5 years of intense training and fighting, she succeeded in becoming Namkang District's boss, though to the Evil Sword family that only proved half her worth. Now, as a respected head seeking the Winterbell monarchy, she knows there remains one final hurdle. Back in the present, Mujin is wished good luck as he enters Sealed Crow's coffin again. Cashin notes that there are many deadly traps inside. A companion assures him that Mujin is not weak and that Cashin's concern is unnecessary, though still appreciated. Mujin reacts in surprise to this backhanded encouragement. He heads into the coffin, promising to return. The scene shifts to a clear sky, signaling a change of setting. We move to Seoul's airport, where a new chapter of travel begins. A suitcase rolls along, showing someone arriving or departing. At the busy terminal, a woman worries whether the traveler will be alright alone. Young Mujin, preparing to go overseas for the first time, insists she is not a child and mentions that Winterbell will send a guide. Her guardian yields, saying she cannot win against Mujin's stubbornness. The guardian picks up a cute lunchbox decorated with a bear. She explains that Cashin asked her to give Mujin the sweets inside to help during her test. Mujin silently accepts the gift, visibly affected. The guardian checks the time and says she has to leave. Mujin quietly calls her family head, seeking a final acknowledgement. The guardian bows and wishes her a safe trip. Mujin reacts with a small, emotional smile. She grips the lunchbox handle more firmly. Walking toward departure, she asks the guardian to thank Cashin for her. Both women exchange proud, affectionate smiles as Mujin leaves. The story cuts to Seoul's Shinhwa district, setting up the next location. Inside an opulent room, a call begins concerning recent events. An elder listens on the phone, pondering the news. He is informed that Mujin has just departed for France, confirming the scenario they feared is unfolding. His blue-haired counterpart concludes they can no longer delay a crucial decision. She urges the chief elder, Ancient Blue Viper, to act quickly. Elsewhere, someone confirms Mujin traveled to France alone. The white-haired boss remarks that he never expected her to clear Sealed Crow's coffin. His aide delivers the requested investigation report on Cashin. The boss reviews the dossier while smoking a cigar. He taps his cigar on a glass as he continues reading. Concluding from the report, he calls Cashin a monster and wonders where such a person came from. His subordinate offers to issue a kill order immediately, but the boss refuses to waste a competent talent. The boss decides it is better to recruit Cashin, believing that though it will take effort, adding him to their side would be valuable. While golfing, he muses that Cashin must have greatly helped Mujin pass the coffin and that although this development was unexpected, it might benefit them. He concludes that, despite the unforeseen twist, events have turned in their favor. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he contemplates his next move. An aide notes that Mujin is currently away and offers to mobilize their forces against the Evil Sword family, but the boss declines. He says other chess pieces will act for them, so they need not expend their own effort. Someone ominously observes that Ancient Blue Viper, the Evil Sword family's chief elder, will soon take action. The aide clarifies that this Blue Viper is indeed the Evil Sword clan's chief elder, underscoring the coming threat. Someone describes an ambitious subordinate as a powerless yet vicious viper who wants to devour his own master. It is revealed that this man planned to make Mujin his puppet and secretly seize Winterbell in addition to controlling the Evil Sword family. After witnessing Mujin's rapid growth, he changed plans and decided to cultivate Mujin as a weapon for his future. Now that Mujin is gone, he is expected to unleash all the schemes he has prepared. The characters conclude that his likely target will be the Xinhua district, which he has carefully developed. Xinhua District's Ville Zone is introduced as a place that houses some of the nation's most powerful offensive fighters. It is foretold that an internal conflict will soon erupt within the Evil Sword family. The old man on the golf course prepares a shot, clearly plotting while he plays. Using a fire on dry grass metaphor, he suggests that once things start they will escalate violently. They anticipate interference from Gatam but decide to simply keep Gatam's people occupied. They agree they at least owe that much help to ancient Blue Viper. The golf ball is struck high into the sky, symbolizing the start of their plan. One of the men casually praises the impressive shot. The old man smirks and notes that their plotting is possible because of a secret alliance. Elsewhere, Cashin praises his subordinates for their performance. Two of his trainees boast that the warm-up was barely exercise and insist they can do much more, only to be told he was not referring to them. Cashin acknowledges Black Ghost's hard work training the rowdy duo, while they loudly object to being called idiots. Cashin announces that, as promised, he will let them participate in his own training. He declares that he will begin with a simple test, to the dismay of his already tested trainees. Cashin calls Black Hand first for a one-on-one spar. Black Hand arrogantly assumes he was chosen because he is the strongest, while his teammate thinks it is actually because he is the easiest opponent. Black Hand grins and vows to display the results of his special training. He charges toward Cashin, claiming that the reborn Black Hand will finish the fight in seconds. Black Hand rockets forward wreathed in lightning, while Cashin calmly waits. Cashin activates his own power, radiating energy in response. Black Hand launches a powerful aerial attack at Cashin. Cashin blocks the blow and criticizes Black Hand for recklessly extending his arm. Cashin explains that such overextension creates the perfect opening for a counterattack as he retaliates. The other two trainees watch in stunned silence as debris falls around them. Black Hand lies defeated and twitching while Cashin calls for the next challenger, prompting the blue-haired trainee to surrender without fighting. Cashin asks what the blue-haired trainee claims to have learned from watching. The trainee solemnly states that ignorance is worst, and one must not rush in against a strong opponent. Cashin is baffled by this conclusion, prompting the trainee to realize he guessed wrong. The blue-haired trainee suddenly sees a violent impact nearby that shocks him. Cashin appears at his side mid-lesson, warning that being careless before an enemy is dangerous. The trainees scream in pain as Black Ghost admires how merciless their master is. Cashin stands calmly amid the rubble, while the two sparring partners writhe on the ground, overwhelmed. Cashin calls out to Black Ghost, who answers eagerly. He orders Black Ghost to spar with the trainees in rotation once they wake up, and she enthusiastically agrees. When she asks if she should treat them as roughly as he treats her, Cashin casually permits it, and she happily accepts. In Xinhua District's Ville Zone, a ruined cityscape shows other villains already engaged in violent activity. A group savagely beats a man, accusing him of stealing their money and venting their rage on him. One thug raises a weapon, shouting his intent to kill the victim. He suddenly notices something off-screen that shocks him. The thugs nervously point and cry out that something is approaching. Realizing who has arrived, the gang panics and flees, leaving onlookers confused. Heavy footsteps announce the approach of a new, ominous figure. A glowing-eyed swordswoman appears, radiating menace as she carries a blade over her shoulder. The battered man thanks her, but she coldly says she did not save him. She admits she merely chased the others away so she could have him to herself. The confused man is left staring into the sky, unsure what she means. She smiles and declares that she has finally found the thief who took her money. Her attack shatters the surrounding structures as she closes in. She slams the man into a wall with overwhelming force. The scene shifts to Xinhua District's Ville Zone headquarters, identified as Mad Pin's hideout. Inside, a visitor remarks that the place always looks the same, and Mad Pin treats that as a compliment. Mad Pin notes that the visitor came without prior notice, implying the visit must be important. He politely asks why his guest has come, while his villain profile introduces him as A-rank Mad Pin. Mad Pin tells his blue-haired ally that their long-awaited chance has arrived. The guest, revealed as the chief elder, explains that with Mujin gone this is the perfect opportunity to seize the Evil Sword family and Winterbell. Mad Pin corrects his wording, insisting that they must speak of shared ownership. He emphasizes that the spoils will not be his alone but must be described as theirs. The chief elder silently absorbs this reminder, his expression stiff. Mad Pin argues that to gain what they want they must cooperate and divide the benefits fairly. He warns that without fair distribution, dissatisfaction will lead to infighting and madness. Holding up a joker card, he likens uncontrolled chaos to the fool depicted on it. Back at Cashin's base, someone delivers a package, saying Mujin sent it, prompting Cashin's curiosity. Inside the box are several glowing golden mana stones. Cashin stares at the gift, puzzled as to why Mujin sent it. His companion reminds him that he once helped Mujin by giving her the white tiger sword from the sealed crow's coffin, so this is likely repayment. Cashin decides not to refuse the gift despite having intended to postpone accepting such favors. His ally then mentions there is new information he just received. Cashin learns that suspicious movements from Xinhua District suggest something bad is brewing. The ally believes Xinhua plans to target all major regions including Seoul, Boksan, Namkan, and Gatam, and notes that powerful people rarely need real justification. He explains that Xinhua District is the world's strongest Ville Zone, with multiple fighters on par with Ville Zone bosses. Cashin acknowledges that he already knew Xinhua's reputation. The ally says that among Xinhua's villains, one in particular warrants special attention. He identifies that key villain by the name Python. Python is introduced as one of 3 leaders famed for exceptional one-on-one combat ability. The ally recounts that Python once fought Money King. He predictably lost but still managed to impress. Cashin notes that Python is not the Xinhua boss he had heard of. The ally confirms that Xinhua's true boss is someone else. He reveals that the real boss of Xinhua District is Mad Pin, though Mad Pin is relatively weak compared to typical Ville Zone bosses. Cashin asks if that makes Mad Pin just a puppet ruler. The ally disagrees, explaining that Mad Pin earned his position through his intellect and excels at directing large-scale battles. Cashin concludes that Xinhua's boss is a strategist like his ally, who modestly says he is still superior but admits Mad Pin's power is troublesome. Mad Pin's signature ability, mind control, is described as letting him freely manipulate opponents' minds. Cashin compares this power to Blood's hypnosis and Toy Maker's madness-inducing tricks. He asks if Mad Pin's ability is similar to those mind-altering powers. The ally answers that it is, but on a higher level, since Mad Pin's control persists rather than being temporary, though there is a limit to how many people he can control. The ally reports that Winterbell is desperately planning countermeasures against Xinhua, and with Mujin gone their command now falls to the Chief Elder. Cashin realizes that the Chief Elder, whom he knows personally, is the one issuing orders. At Mad Pin's hideout, a flamboyant woman excitedly arrives calling out to her. "Honey!" Eager to show what she brought. Crow enters cheerfully with cookies, greeting Black Duck and Cashin while showering the room with sparkles. She proudly presents a tray of cookies she claims are the world's tastiest because she baked them herself, and the ally notes that Crow's cookies are special. Crow and the ally excitedly discuss which animal shapes the cookies resemble. Cashin watches the light-hearted scene from behind a monitor. He calls out to the ally as Crow insists he try the cookies and asks if they are delicious. Cashin then casually asks the ally if he also trades stocks, surprising him. The ally shyly admits that investing is a small personal hobby. Meanwhile, the Chief Elder rides in a car, deep in thought as it speeds along the road. He gazes out the window, clearly preoccupied with his schemes. A close-up of his eye shows he is remembering Mad Pin's earlier words. In his mind he replays Mad Pin's statement that they must cooperate to obtain what they desire. He also recalls the warning about distributing the gains fairly. Mad Pin's voice echoes that without fairness, dissatisfaction will cause chaos. He also remembers Mad Pin pointing to the Joker card as an example of the madness they must avoid. Now, Mad Pin's mocking laughter warns that it will be too late to regret things once events are set in motion. The Chief Elder broods on the threat that he might lose everything. He admits to himself that he misjudged Mad Pin as a loyal dog when in fact the man is a cunning fox. Accepting that Mad Pin will not be tamed, he resigns himself to dealing with that reality. He addresses Butler Yoon, his driver, who answers respectfully. The Elder orders Butler Yoon to assemble a capable team of hunters, and the butler asks when the hunt should occur. The Elder says the sooner the better, tired of watching inferior pieces, and prepares to add another order. He reveals that his next target after the current maneuvers will be Cashin. Back in Xinhua's Ville Zone hideout, Mad Pin gathers his lieutenants to discuss the coming conflict. Mad Pin gleefully recalls the displeased expression on the old viper's face, clearly enjoying their friction. One subordinate chomps into an apple while listening. Python, now identified as an S-rank villain, asks which faction they are supposed to support, Money King or Ancient Blue Viper. Mad Pin answers by asking which side they think is more corrupt, while Python dodges the question as too difficult. Red Shot, another high-ranking villain, says he dislikes both sides and is confident he could simply kill everyone. Mad Pin laughs and says that is also a valid option. He then asks his blue-haired lieutenant for her opinion, but she replies that she does not care. She casually drinks from a can, showing her indifference. Introducing herself as Gu Inseo, an S-rank Win Knight, she states she only cares about fighting Mujin. Red Shot bristles at this, his glasses glinting with irritation. He angrily shouts that he called dibs on Mujin first while pointing his gun. Gu Inseo calmly aims her own weapon at him, warning him to put his gun away if he wants to keep his head. Red Shot smirks darkly instead of backing off. He sees at being threatened and prepares his multi-barreled gun. An ominous voice, presumably Mad Pin's, tells him he should not act that way. Red Shot's eyes widen in shock as the warning reaches him. He continues to tense up, sensing danger. A glowing ace card appears in a hand, signaling Mad Pin's use of his power. With Red Shot subdued, Mad Pin remarks that things are finally quiet. Holding up another card, he lectures that enemies, not allies, are the ones they should fight. He resumes the strategy talk, suggesting they remain outwardly aligned with Ancient Blue Viper due to their existing ties. He then adds that after using that alliance, they will eventually side with Money King, since big schemes require playing in the big leagues. Flipping a card, he says that when the situation becomes difficult to control, they will change course again. Ultimately, Mad Pin intends to seize all the spoils for himself. The scene shifts back to the city skyline as time passes toward evening. Cashin, likely in a training facility, is asked how he feels after using the mana stones. He notes that while his body feels energized, his magic power itself does not seem to have increased. His companion explains that Cashin has probably reached his limit with ordinary mana stones, and now needs real mana stones to grow stronger. Cashin considers the dangerous blood mana stone he possesses and decides it is too risky to use yet. He resolves instead to reach S rank through normal effort, even if it takes longer. Reviewing his status screen, he thinks about the hidden skill he will unlock upon attaining S rank. Determined to progress, he concludes that he needs a harsher kind of training. When asked about the remaining mana stones, Cashin says he cannot sell a gift, hinting he will keep them. He looks down at the box, quietly contemplating his next move in the escalating struggle around Xinhua District. In Gatam District Villezone Area C, the story opens over a sprawling, rundown cityscape. A masked fighter is violently hurled through the air amid an explosive impact. Crashed into a wall, Black Ghost groans while another trainee yells at the fallen group to get up. Black Ghost taunts them, demanding if this weak effort is all they can show. He berates the 3 trainees lying around him, ordering them not to collapse or kneel. Clenching a glowing fist, he declares they each have an unawakened inner fire. Surrounded by purple energy and a spectral beast, he explains that this hidden fire is their will and urges them to draw out every last bit of it. Exhausted, one trainee admits their opponent feels stronger than before and despairs that they no longer have the will to fight. The trainee reflects that despite harsh daily training he thought made him stronger, the current beating proves otherwise. Bitterly, he realizes how weak he still is. Black Ghost furiously shouts that they are lower than sewer filth and orders them to stand, when a calm voice suddenly asks if they are training. Startled, Black Ghost greets his approaching lord, who casually praises his work. The lord notes the trainees look terrible. Black Ghost offers to beat them more, but the lord says it is unnecessary. The lord instead says he has brought them a gift, prompting a wary trainee to fear it might be harsher training. Opening a case, the lord reveals several gleaming crystals. Black Ghost recognizes the items with shock. The trainees gape as they realize the box contains top-grade mana stones, and wonder if he really plans to give them such treasures. Black Ghost protests that such valuable items should not be wasted on trash, but the lord pointedly asks if he cannot do as he pleases. The lord casually states that one of the stones is for Black Ghost, making him instantly swear absolute devotion. Overjoyed, the trainees cheer that they believed in their boss, though one mutters that he just called them trash while still feeling moved. The lord then clarifies he will not hand the stones over for free. He explains that before receiving them, the trainees must first complete a certain task. The scene shifts to Xinhua District Villezone, at Mad Pin's hideout under the night sky. Inside another building, tension builds as an imposing figure studies documents in the dim light. A masked man with bandaged hands reads from a clipboard, clearly assessing someone. Mad Pin, smoking a pipe, says the file came from Money King. Mad Pin explains that Money King asked them to win over the person in the report, concluding that this target must be exceptional. He asks Python for his opinion on the man in the file. Python offers to simply beat the target up and drag him in if necessary, and Mad Pin laughs, praising Python's straightforward answers. Handling apples, Python insists he is serious, while Mad Pin teasingly replies that he believes him. Mad Pin notes that their opponent is a Villezone boss who even held his own against the strong Mujin. He downplays Barracuda as small fry, claiming Mujin's undefeated record comes from only choosing weak opponents, and jokes that Red Shot would go crazy if he heard that. Python analyzes that if Cashin excels at close combat he would still lose to Python, and that as long as Cashin faces him head-on the grappling master has no complaints. Mad Pin interprets this to mean Cashin has virtually no chance of winning and laughs in delight. Python confidently says that if Cashin fights him he will be utterly destroyed. Mad Pin reveals he has already run a battle simulation showing Python winning 9 out of 10 times. He warns, however, that simulations are only predictions and that carelessness could still flip the outcome. Mad Pin then asks what Python thinks about another figure known as Driver. Python silently ponders the question. He finally admits that Driver's strength is uncertain even to him. Mad Pin mockingly asks if Python is backing down, but Python says he will know Driver's level only after fighting him. Python adds that Driver is the lone person who has survived facing him so far. Elsewhere, the Lord Cashin thinks about having to face an entire group of strong foes including Black Ghost, admitting that even for him it will not be easy. His shadowy companion notes that Black Ghost has greatly improved thanks to constant training sessions with Cashin. The companion bluntly summarizes that this means Black Ghost was simply beaten up every day. Cashin acknowledges that Black Ghost's team now shows excellent teamwork because of that training. Cashin reasons that if he can recruit a solid long-range attacker, his side will be able to challenge anyone. His gaze hardens as he resolves to find such a comrade. Soon after, he is approached at night by 3 men in suits who come seeking him. Their leader introduces himself as Yundeho, a representative of the Evil Sword Clan's chief elder. Cashin, recognizing the title of chief elder, pays attention. He recalls the elder's moniker, Ancient Blue Viper. Cashin waits silently, clearly interested in the message. Yundeho relays that the Ancient Blue Viper wishes to meet with Cashin, revealing his own identity as an A-rank striker. A news broadcast reports that leaders across society are calling for stronger controls on vil zones. A university professor on TV argues that restrictions on vil zones must be tightened. The report singles out Gatam district as having reached maximum risk because of brutal incidents caused by villains like Blaster, Toymaker, and Blood Rain. The broadcast adds that territorial wars among vil zones have erupted and that these conflicts all originated in Gatam. Narration states that calling the Gatam vil zone a nest of heinous criminals still does not fully capture its horror. Watching the news, the Gatam trio bristle as one indignantly asks who is being called a heinous criminal, while another jokes that it obviously refers to him. In a psyker office, two agents listen as the media questions why psychers remain inactive and wonders who will protect citizens from villains. The public anxiously asks who will now shield them from such dangerous criminals. One agent curses at the professor's comments, while his superior calmly notes the man is just an academic. During a live interview, the professor is asked for solutions and replies that they must fight fire with fire. He suggests that before Gatam's villains grow more extreme, they should request help from the Xinhua vil zone to protect civilians, prompting an off-screen cry that he is insane. The braided psyker rants that the professor is forcing vil zones into conflict under the guise of protecting civilians and questions his expertise. His superior points out that the recent destruction of Wuchan was caused by Xinhua villains, not Gatam, and argues those villains only got what they deserved. She tells a pink-haired subordinate that if his report is accurate, then the Gatam villains actually rescued a kidnapped civilian. She concludes that the Gatam villains at least have common sense but reminds him that political realities prevent them from publicly stating the truth. The subordinate reluctantly agrees, worrying that Wuchan could become entangled as well. She notes that beyond Wuchan, many incidents have been misreported around Gatam through rumor and exaggeration. She feels the reaction to those incidents is excessive and suspects someone powerful is orchestrating the media narrative. She speculates that whoever is behind it likely has strong influence over social media and news outlets. Just as a knock comes at her door, she invites the visitor in. An A-rank psyker named Kong Saiwa cheerfully enters and greets branch head Hem Ji-sun. Hem Ji-sun says she heard Saiwa transferred from Busan to Seoul and is surprised she arrived that very day, while a male colleague senses he has seen her before. Saiwa explains she came straight from Busan to visit Hem Ji-sun before her official transfer and admits she wanted to stay on her senior's good side. The male psyker reasons that if Saiwa is close with Hem Ji-sun, she must be someone noteworthy. He suddenly realizes she is Kong Saiwa. He recalls her reputation as a regular psyker who joined the elite squad and single-handedly captured infamous Russian villains in Busan. He further remembers she is captain of the great villain subjugation special forces while she affectionately clings to Hem Ji-sun, who pushes her away. Hem Ji-sun introduces Saiwa to her colleague Lee Dae-woong, and Saiwa warmly says she has heard about him from her senior. Dae-woong, expecting praise, learns that Hem Ji-sun mostly called him stupid. Hem Ji-sun asks about Saiwa's team, and Saiwa says they are resting at their lodgings. Hem Ji-sun invites Saiwa to dinner, but Saiwa declines because she promised to meet her cousin who attends the psyker school. Hem Ji-sun recalls that this cousin recently won the national tournament. Saiwa says the cousin's name is Bang Sung-tae. The narrative returns to Mad Pin's Xinhua hideout on a rainy day. Inside, a dripping window sets the scene as someone asks what is being proposed. A blue-haired villainous objects to a plan to attack Nam Kong in Wuchan's absence, saying she has no interest in slaughtering innocents. Mad Pin argues that now is the perfect time to unite all Seoul's vil zones, but she insists it has nothing to do with her. Producing a card, Mad Pin remarks that it is foolish to ignore such an opportunity. She replies that unless Mujin is involved she is uninterested and tells them to send someone else. She suddenly senses danger and narrows her eyes. The assassin laughing ghost bursts from the wall, descending with a massive blade aimed at her. Light flares as his initial strike clashes with something midair. The blue-haired swordswoman counterattacks with explosive force, shattering the environment in a violent exchange. Power gathers in her fist and eyes as she prepares another technique. She unleashes an attack called Destructive Wind in a sweeping arc at Laughing Ghost. When he evades her strike, she is surprised he dodged it. Excited rather than annoyed, she grins and finds the fight interesting. Madpin watches the duel and comments with a proverb about experience, addressing Laughing Ghost as he darts around slashing. The woman, angered, confirms that Laughing Ghost is one of the 3 vil zone leaders she is fighting. Their clash drives both combatants upward and then apart in a blinding vertical exchange. Before the next blow lands, a huge bandaged fist smashes down between them as someone shouts for them to stop. The woman halts, startled by the sudden intervention. Laughing Ghost also pulls back, his smile frozen. Python has stepped in, physically separating them with his overwhelming presence. The woman glares in frustration, her eye twitching at being restrained. Python coolly asks her what she thinks she is doing. She retorts that she thought he had common sense but might have been mistaken. Madpin calmly states he ordered Python to restrain her. She argues that Laughing Ghost began the fight and accuses Madpin of breaking customary rules, yet he insists a Vilzone boss's command is absolute. Trying to placate her, Madpin says if Laughing Ghost's actions offended her, he apologizes on his subordinate's behalf. He proposes they pretend the request to attack Nam Kong was never made. Laughing Ghost giggles to himself nearby. The woman smirks dangerously, clearly still itching for battle. She walks away with her sword, leaving the room while the others watch. Mad Pin clicks his tongue that the meeting has devolved into a mess. Examining an ace of spades, he wonders if he should have played his final trump card to recruit her. The scene shifts to Gatam High School as narration notes plans to go to a study cafe after class. Outside the school, Cashin comments that the rain has stopped and reminds his companion that crucial exams are coming. The shadow companion teases that Cashin is studying hard for his sister's sake despite claiming he would skip university, which he irritably denies. Cashin spots a pink-haired girl on her phone and recognizes her as Kim Naun. Naun remembers Cashin from a past encounter where he received something from Sungtae. She wonders if that previous incident with him was genuine. Nearby, Sungtae approaches Naun and asks why she came to his school, mentioning that he had messaged her and that social media is currently exploding. Naun, confused, asks what he is talking about, and he says her photo has gone viral. As Sungtae thinks about this, Naun suddenly grabs his hand. She drags him off, saying they should talk somewhere quiet, and he protests while being pulled along. Just as they leave, a familiar red-haired boy is approached by someone calling out excitedly that it has been a long time. The newcomer, Bang Sungtae, reintroduces himself warmly to the red-haired boy. Smiling, Sungtae asks if the boy has time and invites him to a cafe at his expense. Rain pours down again, foreshadowing coming turmoil. At a modern building, wind rustles plants in a corridor as night falls. Inside, Sungtae sits alone at a table, head in his hands, clearly distressed. A woman with glasses asks him what he thinks about staging a battle between villains and psychers. She sips tea and assures him there is no need to feel pressured. She reveals she has already arranged an ally who will assist him, addressing him by name. Sungtae, clenching his fists, curses and wonders how he has been roped into this situation. He thinks bitterly that he, once a top psyker prospect, has ended up in this mess. Resolving to escape, he decides he must do anything necessary to free himself just as someone calls his name. He turns sharply toward the voice. His classmate Cha Inbum appears and casually asks how Sungtae knew he was there. Inbum evasively replies that their department head Han Young-eun should already have informed Sungtae. Sungtae's eye widens in shock at the implication. Overwhelmed, he instinctively grabs Inbum by the collar. He demands to know if Inbum is the one that Han Young-eun recruited and angrily asks what scheme he is part of, while Inbum insists there is a misunderstanding. Inbum says he is actually in a similar financial bind and suggests they first focus on resolving their immediate problem. He then states that their urgent task is to wipe out the Gatam villains. Cha Inbum claims they are allies while handing over a file, but the protagonist secretly distrusts him. Inbum presents photos and says he has listed loyal people who will join and obey orders even unto death. The protagonist realizes Inbum prepared everything long ago, meaning this scheme predates his meeting with department head Han Young-eun. He begins to suspect a disturbing possibility. He concludes they have pre-planned this operation and intend to pin all responsibility on him, then answers Inbum's casual question by admitting he is worried. Inbum downplays the mission, saying they only need to look like they are attacking the Ville Zone rather than actually subjugating it, contradicting his earlier boast about destroying it. He admits that, honestly, he believes their combined strength is enough. He states that with their current power they could completely wipe out the Gatam Ville Zone. Inbum argues that the villains are an untrained rabble while they are educated elites, likening the conflict to adults against children. The protagonist internally concedes that Inbum has a point, reasoning that disorganized villains without teamwork will be easy to divide and conquer, especially if they lack proper combat training. He concludes that such villains cannot stand as true psyker opponents. Inbum adds they will also hire outside help and says he has two specific people in mind, prompting the protagonist to ask who. Inbum names his older cousin Kang Saiwoo, shocking the protagonist who yells at him in disbelief. Inbum insists hiring family is basic business and notes that his cousin dotes on the protagonist excessively. He mentions that Kang Saiwoo is transferring to Seoul soon, suggesting the timing is ideal, while the protagonist reacts tensely. The narration introduces Kang Saiwoo as captain of the Great Villain Subjugation Special Forces and warns that involving her could make things spiral out of control. Inbum claims he has considered that risk but says she could serve as backup if anything unexpected happens. When asked about the second recruit, he names Kim Wuchan. The protagonist questions that choice, and Inbum explains Wuchan is infamous for obsessively fighting villains. Inbum recounts rumors that a villain murdered Wuchan's father, while an inner voice clarifies that this is true. Inbum says he now understands Wuchan's behavior and believes Wuchan will join if told the mission targets villains. The protagonist dislikes the idea but admits to himself that using Wuchan is strategically sound. He realizes Inbum has been steering the conversation from the start, and that he is being swept along by him. The protagonist agrees to contact Saiwoo himself, while Inbum suggests they visit Wuchan immediately, startling him. The protagonist reminds Inbum that he and Wuchan recently fought, but Inbum presses him on whether he will still go. The protagonist coldly tells Inbum that if he lacks confidence he should back out now because he will not tolerate a hindrance. Inbum is left sweating under the pressure. Scene shifts to Cafe Eden, indicating a new meeting place. At the cafe, Wuchan hears they plan to attack Gatam Ville Zone and is told they specifically thought to include him. Wuchan, with his sister beside him, bluntly questions their sanity. The protagonist frames their plan as protecting civilians and fulfilling a psyker's duty, while separately insisting in his mind that attacking the Ville Zone is a different matter. Wuchan silently wonders what is wrong with the protagonist's attitude. Wuchan's internal monologue reveals he expected the protagonist to eagerly accept the bait of fighting villains. The protagonist appeals to media reports about Gatam's danger and asks how aspiring psychers can simply watch. Wuchan demands his main point, and the protagonist explains his philosophy of treating the villains like unruly children who must be pacified or disciplined. He clarifies that although they say they will attack the Ville Zone, they do not actually intend to destroy it. Instead, he says they will merely punish the villains enough to keep civilians safe. At another table, the main protagonist with his shadow companion complains he cannot hear because the spirit is talking and sends it closer to eavesdrop. He notes that only he can see the spirit, reassuring it as he prods it with his fork to move. Wuchan summarizes that their plan is to flaunt their power to instill fear, calling it the most efficient method, though he starts to voice reservations. Wuchan then says he is uncomfortable because Inbum once hit on his sister, leaving Inbum flustered. Inbum awkwardly apologizes for that past behavior while the others judge him. Wuchan's sister says she will overlook it for the moment, since they are discussing something else. She adds firmly that she still has not forgiven Inbum, which the protagonist notes inwardly. Wuchan questions whether their plan is not recklessly dangerous. He points out that they are still students with no real combat experience yet want to assault a Ville Zone. Wuchan warns them that the Gatam Ville Zone is deadly serious, and that if things go wrong they could die. He adds that no Ville Zone in the region is easy, laughing bitterly. The protagonist admits the warning was a harsh dose of reality, surprised that Wuchan of all people would back down. He provocatively asks Wuchan if he is scared. Wuchan replies that he is not afraid for himself but worried about the two of them. Inbum arrogantly dismisses the danger, boasting about their elite training and secretly recording the exchange while his shadow spirit approves. Enraged, the protagonist accuses Wuchan of insulting all students at their school, including himself. Wuchan protests he never meant that, but the protagonist yells over him. He calls Wuchan a coward, taunting that even his late father would be ashamed. Wuchan's sister looks uneasy at this cruel remark. Wuchan finally concedes he will not stop them anymore but urges them to be careful. He specifically warns them to avoid a villain known as Red Mask, whom he calls extremely dangerous. The protagonist dismisses Wuchan as disappointing and mocks the name Red Mask. He ends the conversation, tells Inbum they are leaving, and the two students depart the cafe. As they go, Inbum laughs that the rumors about Wuchan were exaggerated and complains they wasted their time. Unaware, the main protagonist quietly listens nearby. Wuchan's sister gently asks if he is angry. He tightly grips his glass, saying no. Flames surge around him as he insists he is not angry, betraying clear fury. Outside, the main protagonist muses that modern psyker apprentices are terrifying for daring to consider attacking a Ville Zone. In an alley, he tells his spirit he cannot tell if they are stupid or reckless, noting he never acted that way at their age. The spirit asks if Wuchan will join them, while Wuchan's sister privately thinks he would never be part of such a scheme. The main protagonist glances at his phone, thinking about the situation. Wuchan suddenly appears in the alley and asks how the protagonist knew where he was. Wuchan's sister's eye glows as something triggers within her. Her latent power activates, and she fully awakens her ability. The protagonist says this awakening is possible since her brother is a psyker, then wonders why she is revealing such an important secret to him. She answers that she does not know why, only that she wanted to tell him. Her inner thoughts explain that he is not a bad person and has saved her several times. She says she simply wanted to thank him face to face. The scene briefly cuts to the city skyline, marking a transition. The protagonist realizes their meeting was not coincidental. He asks if her power is detection-based, and she replies she can only see the past, not the present. She elaborates that any events around her are stored in her memory and replay like vivid videos. She further explains that anything within her usual surroundings is unconsciously absorbed, even while she is asleep or unconscious. The spirit wonders if this is psychometry, judging it similar but exhausting. She demonstrates awareness of the unseen spirit by asking if someone is next to him, startling it. She clarifies that she cannot hear the spirit but saw him talking to someone invisible. When he asks when she awakened, she says it happened around the time she met the villain toy maker. The protagonist remembers that battle and deduces she may have known his true identity since then. He notes she does not seem afraid of him despite her brother's hatred of villains, and she replies she would not have sought him out if she feared him. She mentions receiving macarons from Wuchan, hinting that a minor incident occurred because of them, but brushes it off. The narration comments that the implication of that incident is obvious. The protagonist asks her to keep his identity secret, and she eagerly promises to do so. Relieved, he remarks she is the only one who knows his secret. She hesitates and starts to say that is not entirely true. She reveals that more people actually know who he is, leaving him puzzled. A sunset view signals the passage of time to later that day. Inbum impatiently calls classmates Go Youngtae and Ansango, berating them for being late while waiting in a park with two other students. After hanging up, he tells the group the others are on their way and urges them to hurry. Han Serim greets Sungtae enthusiastically and Nam Ka-hoon looks up from his phone as both are identified as unranked psyker trainees, supporter and mage respectively. Inbum asks if everyone has been gathered, and Sungtae says Youngtae and Sango are still coming. Inbam asks Sungtae how his talk with cousin Saiwa went, and Sungtae's silence implies it was a disaster. A cutaway humorously emphasizes that Saiwa completely rejected the request. Saiwa explains that her special forces team targets villains who commit crimes outside Ville zones and refuses to participate in Sungtae's scheme. She sternly warns Sungtae not to do anything reckless. Back in the park, Inbam guesses the conversation with her went badly, and Sungtae admits he never expected her to agree anyway. Someone clicks their tongue in frustration at the situation. Sarum scolds Sungtae for being late too, and he apologizes. Ka-hoon says he was briefed on their plan. The others excitedly mention that a famous YouTuber with 1 million subscribers will live stream tomorrow's mission, impressing Sarum. Ka-hoon worries that a live broadcast will expose any mistakes they make. He then mocks the idea of failing against small fry villains, while Sarum jokes about mistakes looking cute, and Sungtae tells him to shut up. Sungtae clenches his fist and declares their real goal is to make the vile criminals pay, telling anyone lacking confidence to quit now. As they head off, Sarum praises Sungtae as cool while Inbam bickers on the phone about directions, and Ka-hoon skeptically questions the lofty talk of justice. Ka-hoon privately thinks Sungtae's rhetoric is nonsense and suspects he has a hidden agenda. Ka-hoon mentally dissects everyone's motives, calling Sarum an aspiring idol who joined to gain popularity. He concludes that Youngtae and Sango are in it because of the YouTuber publicity. Sungtae, however, regards their selfish aims as useful since they are all talented. He decides they are ideal supporting cast members for himself, whom he sees as the story's protagonist. Ka-hoon watches Sungtae chuckling to himself and, when asked, tells Sarum to ignore him because he is always like that. Night falls over a stately mansion, shifting the focus to the villains. Inside, masked villain leaders discuss that Cashin has accepted their offer. They note that Cashin demanded a genuine mana stone as payment. One leader remarks that Cashin is young but very greedy. The masked boss asks how other villains responded to the proposal. His subordinate reports positive replies from several major villains but admits he could not approach a dangerous figure named Crow. The boss accepts this with a thoughtful gesture. He says it is unfortunate they could not recruit Crow, but they have already secured most major villains in Gatam and expects more to join with Cashin on their side. He decides there is no need to wait longer. He reasons that prolonging things could allow clever opponents to discover their plot. A visual shows powerful villains as he considers that delaying increases the chance of being caught. He then declares they will execute their plan the following night. His one-eyed lieutenant vows to prepare everything perfectly. The boss remembers he has a late-night visitor from the Money King faction and debates whether to send him away for coming at such an hour. The door bursts open as the visitor complains it would be rude to turn him back after such a long trip. The lieutenant eyes the intruder warily. He yells at the cloaked man for barging in without permission. The newcomer casually says he must be at the old snake's house and wonders if he has the wrong address. The bosses confirm Money King sent him and ask why he is here, and the visitor answers that their president promised to provide support. He hints ominously that this promised support is actually himself. Revealing robotic limbs and a sinister smile, he introduces himself as Barracuda. An exterior shot of the mansion passes time as the leaders digest this news. The old snake mutters Barracuda's name, surprised. He recalls hearing that Cashin destroyed Barracuda's Ville zone only a month ago. He is shocked that Barracuda has already recovered his strength. Barracuda challenges their skeptical expressions. He accuses them of doubting him, reminding them they were supposedly promised solid support. He pointedly asks if he does not qualify as that support. The old snake contemplates him with a tired expression. He admits he expected the legendary 7 intendants and feels slighted receiving only Barracuda. Barracuda seethes, saying he did not want to be dismissed as trash who lost his Ville zone to Cashin. Someone cuts him off, saying there has been enough disparagement. The old snake retorts that Barracuda is actually the one looking down on him. Barracuda powers up his mechanical arm with crackling energy and offers to demonstrate his restored power on the spot. The blue-haired observer recognizes the protagonist's fierce fighting spirit, realizes he grew stronger after being expelled from Baksan, and wonders how he obtained such power. Another man speculates that the protagonist's abilities should be impossible without full backing from Money King and questions if they are secretly related by blood. An eye-patched man promises that if the other wants Winterbell, he will arrange it. The villain, glowing with power, vows that after obtaining Winterbell he will personally crush Cashin and Driver. A view of the city precedes someone beginning a summary of the situation. Cashin evaluates a teammate, saying their attack and agility are fine but their ability to sustain combat is terrible. He instructs 2 teammates to focus on charging forward, using agility to bypass enemies and exploit their weaknesses, which one of them enthusiastically interprets as a reckless no-looking-back strategy. Cashin tells 2 tank-type members that one of them must act as the frontline caller who directs combat, while one of them is distracted thinking about lunch. Cashin explains he needs a vanguard who can break enemy formations and assigns the role to Crush, who protests because he is supposedly a striker. Cashin points out the contradiction of a striker carrying an enormous hammer, and Crush admits he chose it only because it looks cool, drawing insults from his teammate. Cashin recommends Crush abandon the hammer for armor since his physique suits a tank role, leaving Crush wondering if he was just complimented. The masked fighter salutes and agrees to Cashin's instructions. Cashin assigns Black Ghost and Double Blade to infiltrate the enemy rear and annihilate their forces. He orders Red Eye to neutralize the enemy's core strength and to command the battle during combat. A teammate complains about not having a role yet, and Cashin replies that he will be given a very important responsibility. The teammate repeats in disbelief that he is getting a very important role. Cashin clarifies that this student will act as the DPS attacking alongside the tank, shocking him. That student boasts loudly about being the DPS while others quietly remark that he is essentially bait who will just draw enemy aggression. The scene shifts to an exterior view of dilapidated buildings. Inside a control room, a tech specialist works at multiple monitors tracking accounts and data. Someone asks permission to enter a room and is told to come in. Cashin visits the tech specialist, who says he has finished compiling the requested information. The specialist notes from Cashin's expression that he seems to have forgotten what he asked for and activates a holographic interface. He reminds Cashin about Money King's cherished antique and projects a hologram of a cracked disc, asking if Cashin really forgot. Cashin denies forgetting while the specialist explains the object is called the Platinum Disc and that even learning its name required great effort. The specialist reports that despite extensive research there is almost no information on the Platinum Disc, making him doubt its existence. When Cashin urges him on, the specialist says he instead found a few terms related to the Platinum Disc. Cashin's shadow companion asks if he has heard of thalassa, explains he has not, and is told it meant sea in ancient Greek. The specialist adds that thalassa can also mean flood, prompting Cashin to question how seas and floods connect to the Platinum Disc. The specialist suggests it is only a hunch, but the disc might relate to myths about a great flood. Cashin thinks that perhaps Moros could answer his questions about this. He notices Moros is distracted by a new tablet instead of listening. Cashin asks if there is anything else, and the specialist ponders for more information. Cashin's eyes widen as something the specialist says catches his attention. Cashin tells him to keep talking, while the specialist internally notes Cashin's surprised reaction and says he is sure the mysterious mark is connected to the Platinum Disc. The specialist theorizes that the related terms might be combined ancient words and adds that there may be 4 Platinum Discs instead of just 1. Cashin reacts with shock on learning there might be 4 discs. The specialist explains that Money King possesses one of the 4 discs, and Cashin asks about the locations of the remaining 3. The specialist says that fortunately he has some clues. He reveals that a figure known as Red Death holds one of the remaining discs. Cashin confirms the name Red Death Peony, and the specialist affirms it. The specialist concludes that this implies the other evil monarchs likely possess the remaining discs, though he cannot yet fully confirm it. Cashin reflects that he never knew there were 4 discs but recalls Moros previously saying the Platinum Disc is in the hands of the 4 evil monarchs. He then wonders how the Platinum Disc, the key to locating the Sword of Annihilation, ended up with those monarchs at all. Cashin suddenly suspects that Jeff may have been involved in handing over the key. Cashin abruptly ends the briefing, thanking the specialist for the information and trying to leave as the other asks to switch roles and question him instead. The specialist chases after Cashin, promising even better research if Cashin satisfies his curiosity. Cashin finally divulges that Mark is the name of a sword forged in mythical times. The revelation stuns the specialist. He repeats in disbelief that Mark is actually a sword. The specialist internally confirms that Mark is indeed an ancient compound word but wonders how Cashin could know such lore and becomes even more curious. The scene cuts to a rooftop broadcast where popular YouTuber Tiger introduces his guest, the rising mukbang star Daduri. During the live stream, Tiger and Daduri greet viewers while comments pour in about their location and her fame. Daduri cheerfully greets the audience, while 2 Psyker students watch the show from nearby seats. The 2 Psyker students, Go Young-ho and An Sang-chun, complain about the childish commotion in what they consider a serious training ground. Smitten Young-ho declares he has decided to devote his life to Daduri and warns his friend not to stop him. Sang-chun dismisses him as pathetic and notes he has heard the same dramatic vow just days earlier. Sang-chun points out that Young-ho merely switched his idol from Han Serum to Daduri, while Young-ho insists that the feeling of love is the same, earning another insult. Sang-chun notes that it appears everyone for their mission has now gathered. Their squad leader calls everyone together for a final briefing before they begin the operation. He psychs them up, saying they should enjoy the intense mission like a crazy party. The setting shifts to the ruined Gatam Ville zone where the operation will take place. The leader reminds everyone not to act alone and to stick together. Their teacher emphasizes that their priority is to return safely, not to defeat villains, and therefore they must move strictly as a trained team. One student suggests they choose a commander for battle, but the silver-haired leader insists he will give the orders from the rear while others fight at the front. Another student volunteers firmly to serve as commander instead. A stoic teammate listens silently, apparently accepting this arrangement. The new commander announces they will infiltrate the Ville zone in 30 minutes, prompting a question from Young-ho. Young-ho asks who will protect the YouTubers, observing that they do not seem to have bodyguards. Another student argues the YouTubers should avoid danger anyway and do not need bodyguards when Psyker students are present, though the teacher warns that they cannot predict what will happen. Young-ho volunteers to personally guard Daduri and the YouTubers, only to be told to stop talking nonsense and just follow his assigned role. The teacher glances warily at a suspicious cameraman filming the area. The cameraman continues recording Daduri's activities with hidden intent. The cameraman smirks, hinting at malicious plans. At another location, someone apologizes for being unable to attend and mentions having an afternoon meeting. Money King's masked subordinate clarifies that the meeting is the regular Winterbell gathering, whose time has suddenly been moved from evening to 2 p.m. When asked why the time changed, he explains it was ordered by the chief elder. The tech specialist hears that the chief elder gave the order and suspiciously wonders about the old man's motives. Relaxing in his chair, the specialist is asked if he wants to say something. He abruptly ends the call, hinting that something involving Cashin has come up again. Watching events unfold, he murmurs with interest as his glasses glow. He sees on his monitors that uninvited psyker students have entered the Ville zone. Focusing on the student leader's face, he asks if these outsiders are psychers. He then concludes they look like students from a psyker school. Amused, he wonders aloud what has brought such youngsters into this dangerous area. The scene shifts to the sterile interior of a facility. Cashin runs rapidly down a corridor inside this base. He unleashes a powerful, glowing kick, testing his physical abilities. His electrified foot slams into the ground with force. Cashin analyzes that while his shadow knives penetrate well, they are difficult to use in close quarters. He contemplates his clawed hand in silence, thinking. Remembering a lightning-charged brawler style, he wonders if he can adapt that technique for himself. Dark chains begin manifesting around his claw as he experiments. Moros asks if he is developing a new technique, and Cashin answers that he is only testing it. Cashin resolves that he needs additional techniques that function effectively in real combat. He also desires a decisive ultimate move capable of killing an opponent when necessary. His phone suddenly vibrates in his pocket. Cashin and Moros look at the glowing device, puzzled by the incoming urgent message. At Gatam Villezone District A, someone wonders if the emergency summons indicates that trouble has started again. Young-ho steps into the area, remarking that it does not look very intimidating. The psyker students comment that rumors said the Villezone teamed with villains and note that word of their presence seems to have already spread, so they must stay alert. Their teacher warns that villains are inherently cowardly and treacherous, and could ambush them at any time. Tiger's live-stream audience praises Sunti's leadership speech while asking him to protect them during this dangerous shoot. Serum watches the three YouTubers excitedly charging ahead together. She puffs her cheeks in irritation at their closeness. Tiger asks Sungtae on camera whether he has ever fought villains before. Smiling for the live stream, Sungtae dodges the question with bravado, and viewers flood the chat with admiration. He boasts that their elite team has nothing to fear from villains. Serum and the white-haired student privately scoff at his claim, calling it nonsense. Daduri notices something off-screen and reacts with surprise. The group spots a man in an animal hoodie digging, and Tiger exclaims in shock. Daduri asks if the digger is a villain while Sungtae eyes him and jokes that he looks like a dog. Tiger excitedly tells the live stream that a real Gatam villain seems to have appeared, hyping up the viewers. The chat recognizes the digger as Driver, a known figure famous for his digging skills. The psyker teacher urges Sungtae to start giving orders, but Sungtae dismisses the digger as a low-ranking, non-threatening opponent. The teacher angrily reminds him they came to destroy villainy, not go easy on it, and grabs him in frustration. Sungtae retaliates physically, showing hostility toward the teacher. He threatens that he will spare the teacher this time but will kill him if he oversteps again. The white-haired student then orders everyone to prepare for combat. Young-ho declares that their mission is to kill the villain standing before them. The commander decides he will lead the charge while Kahun and Serum support him. At his shout, the team rushes forward aggressively toward Driver. As they attack, Sungtae suddenly reacts to an incoming fiery strike. A massive fireball hurtles toward them. Sungtae is warned to dodge but instead hardens his arms with a petrification ability to block. He raises a giant stone shield that barely holds against the explosive impact. The shattered remains of the stone defense fall in pieces around them. Tiger and Daduri gasp in awe as someone off-screen begins lecturing about manners. A new figure criticizes the students for barging in without even knocking, likening them to rude dogs. The shocked teacher and Sungtae demand to know who the armored intruder is. The newcomer ignites his hand with flames as he starts to introduce himself. He reveals his identity as Red Mask, Gatam's strongest villain. The story briefly cuts to a school building exterior. Sungtae's angry recollection shows him calling someone a coward. In the same memory, he yells that his late father would be ashamed of that person. The narrative returns to Jeff, who sits at his desk lost in thought. Hearing a sound, Jeff looks to a box containing Red Mask's helmet. His eyes narrow as he reacts to the sight. In a rooftop flashback, Cashin once asked Red Mask why he was helping him. Red Mask replied that although Cashin is a villain and he is a psyker, there is no need to distinguish sides when acting for a just cause. Red Mask then falls silent, contemplating this statement. Cashin reflects that he now understands Red Mask's perspective, realizing he himself used to view everything from only one side. He admits he once believed psychers were always just and villains always evil, assuming that all-or-nothing thinking was the whole truth. Images of Jeff and the tech specialist show Cashin reconsidering his past assumptions about people around him. Cashin concludes that merely believing something is right does not make it so. He tells Jeff that if Jeff doubts his motives he can just assume a crazy villain is acting on a whim. Cashin then turns and walks away under the starry sky. Jeff gazes at his helmet, moved by Cashin's words. Back in the present, Jeff lifts the Red Mask helmet out of the box. As he puts it on, Jeff thinks that acting on a whim does not suit a psyker devoted to justice, implying he is about to embrace that role once more. The scene opens in Gatam District's Ville Zone. A hooded archer unleashes a powerful energy shot. The blue-haired punk braces himself confidently against the attack. The energy strike explodes in a massive fiery blast. The robot and his friends stare in awe at the resulting spectacle. The blue-haired fighter proudly declares he blocked the attack. His masked comrade praises his strong defense, wondering if he held back too much power. The robot and the shirtless leader rush to check on him, and he laughs it off as nothing. Joking around, they tease that he is crying from being moved, while the archer quietly watches. The archer receives a sudden urgent message on his device. From a rooftop, the red-haired girl announces to the group that something bad has happened. She tells the gathered villains that the feared opponents have arrived. Chewing gum, she clarifies that the ones who came are psychers. The villains at ground level react with confusion to the news. Their leader explodes in shocked disbelief at the mention of psychers. The focus shifts to Gatam's Ville Zone Area A, another part of the district. A masked man called Red Mask appears there, drawing attention. A white-haired trainee recalls a warning from Kim Wuchan about being careful of this man. Two other trainees mock Red Mask's old-fashioned title of Gatam's strongest. A narration explains that psyker trainees and even full psychers are forbidden from entering Ville Zones. Red Mask coldly tells the students that Ville Zones are not playgrounds and orders them to leave. Two streaming trainees excitedly broadcast that a villain just threatened them and melodramatically beg for rescue. One of the trainees suggests maybe they should actually retreat. Their blue-haired leader instead challenges Red Mask, asking if he plans to fight them alone. Red Mask replies that a lone lion versus a pack of dogs has an obvious outcome. The leader scoffs at being called dogs. He calls Red Mask arrogant, and proposes they teach him a lesson. Red Mask gives a final warning, telling them to leave while he is still being nice. The leader orders his teammate Indum to charge when he gives the signal. Thinking to himself, the leader admits the villain is unknown but believes their team can defeat any opponent. He reasons that a solo villain should be easy prey. Confident because they have a special strategy, he begins to rally his team. One of the villains grins menacingly as they prepare to intervene. The rooftop villain squad dramatically appears, declaring their presence. The streamers excitedly show that a whole group of villains has now gathered. The blue-haired punk realizes the newcomers are not psychers after all and starts to recognize someone. He and the others identify Red Mask and wonder why he has appeared again. The shirtless leader insists he will handle the trainees himself, and tells Red Mask to back off, shocking him. Another villain shouts that the real person who should leave is their own overeager leader, noting he is a nuisance and an unfamiliar face in Gatam. The leader boasts that the others do not realize how strong they have become, and hints at special training. He proudly explains that their boss personally trained them, with Double Blade adding that he himself led their training. Watching remotely, Cashin is surprised to hear that he personally trained this group. The trainees, seeing villains arguing among themselves, are puzzled and scoff at the apparent infighting. Feeling insulted that the villains act relaxed in front of them, the leader grits his teeth in anger. He orders his team to attack. The shirtless leader charges first, crackling with energy, while Double Blade yells that the idiot should not rush in alone. Double Blade calmly reorganizes the team, placing Crush at the vanguard and deciding to abandon their impulsive leader's solo charge. The leader laughs maniacally, declaring he will defeat all the trainees himself. The trainee leader tells his team to focus on defeating this reckless frontrunner first. The Ice Mage trainee launches a powerful blast of ice from his hand. He shapes it into a massive ice missile aimed at the charging villain. The missile hurtles forward with dazzling speed and power. The shirtless leader's eyes widen in surprise as it nears. He is slammed by the ice missile, encasing him in ice. A trainee with a rifle sees this as his long-awaited opportunity and prepares to shoot. He fires an explosive round. The frozen leader glows red, bracing under the incoming attack. The explosive bullet detonates in a huge blast. Double Blade and the robot stare toward the explosion in shock. Smoke and debris swirl violently from the blast site. The rifleman smugly notes he used an explosive bullet that should critically injure even a strong opponent. Suddenly, a bored voice speaks out, startling him. The leader reappears from within the smoke, remarking about the rewards of patience. He reveals a huge gauntlet shield created through his harsh training, explaining this protective ability is the result of special drills. The scene cuts away briefly to the calm sky over the city. Elsewhere, Psychers Cashin and an ally comment that the situation is getting ridiculous. In their control room, another ally watches the confrontation on monitors, remarking that the children seem to be on a reckless field trip. Cashin recognizes the trainees on screen as the ones from the cafe. He wonders aloud what Red Mask is doing in that situation. The tech ally notes that, even if they are kids, trespassing into a Ville Zone cannot be overlooked. Cashin asks if he plans to handle it personally, but the tech replies he has another task. The tech reveals he has already contacted Red Eye, trusting him to deal with the intruders. Cashin observes that this will create a heavy mismatch since even this situation alone is a lot to manage. A disembodied voice asks which side he is worried about. Cashin answers that he is concerned for the children, recalling that aside from Black Ghost the others are mocked as an idiotic trio. He notes, however, that they trained as if in real combat. Cashin's mismatched eyes narrow as he thinks this over. He concludes that the trio currently has the best teamwork among their trainees. The tech compares the situation to a grown chicken fighting a chick. He admits that is true and recalls that those kids always go all out. Their flamboyant ally Crow eagerly agrees to manage things here when asked. Cashin confirms that he was not summoned because of the children alone. The tech answers that their real goal now is to hunt down a traitor. The focus returns to Gatam Zone Area A where the battle continues. The leader, shield raised, taunts the trainees to come at them. The ice mage realizes with shock that their opponent is actually a tank-type fighter, and the rifleman laments his wasted bullet. The trainee leader orders everyone to maintain formation and focus on attacking the damage dealer instead of the tank. One melee trainee recklessly charges the tank, promising to handle him alone as his comrades call him an idiot. Another student yells for him to move out of the way. Crush barrels forward, smashing the reckless trainee aside and shouting that the tank is coming through. The trainees are stunned to find there are now 2 tank-type villains blocking them. Their leader yells for everyone to keep the second tank from breaking through. Frustrated, Inbum curses the situation. He powers up, readying his spear to charge. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepares an ultimate technique. He vows to finish the enemy with a single ultimate move. Inbum unleashes his flaming helix spear attack. His eyes flash with determination as the attack strikes. Crush winds up, preparing a counterblow. He smashes the spear mid-attack with his ability Crush Guard, shattering it. Inbum screams in disbelief over his broken spear. Crush laughs that such a toothpick cannot hurt him. Inbum demands to know what trick he used, while Crush taunts that it was no trick at all. Crush declares he now understands their level and that they talk big only because they have never felt the fist of death. He blitzes Inbum with a devastating punch. Inbum, bruised and panicking, yells for Han Serum to give him a support buff. Serum angrily shouts back that she will buff him and to stop yelling. She activates her wind-based support ability. Meanwhile, an arrow streaks toward the battlefield. The ice mage quickly raises an ice wall to intercept it. The arrow explodes against the barrier, stunning Serum. She whirls around warily, sensing danger. The robot suddenly appears behind her, scaring her with a loud boo as she shrieks. The ice mage uses ice punch on the robot, while Inbum yells at Serum again to support properly. At the rear, Double Blade slips through their lines and another trainee panics as more villains appear from behind. One bespectacled trainee nervously calls out, trying to get someone's attention. He looks up in terror as the shirtless leader looms over him. A simple command bubble indicates the poor student is told to sleep well. Comically, that trainee is shown flattened on the ground with smoke rising from his head. Crush follows up with a brutal kick, knocking another trainee away. The live streaming duo's viewers joke that the villains are the ones getting beaten up in this fistfight, mocking the trainee's earlier bravado. The trainee leader, panting, is shocked that they are being overwhelmed and realizes the villains' teamwork is also formidable. He wonders in disbelief if villains are really capable of this degree of coordination. Meanwhile, Double Blade presses the rear attack, and Serum shouts in frustration that she is only support while being told to fight too. The leader calls out to Red Mask, surprised by his presence nearby. Red Mask, stepping in, reminds him that he had warned them. Standing before the exhausted leader, Red Mask tells him not to look down on their Vilzone. The trainee leader angrily yells that they are not finished yet. He launches a furious multi-strike assault on Red Mask. Red Mask acknowledges that the chain attack is impressive enough for a top psyker candidate. However, he thinks that despite the skill it still does not make his body tremble like a certain other opponent once did. He remembers that terrifying person from his past. Enraged, the trainee curses at Red Mask. He charges again, demanding to know how long Red Mask will keep running away. The trainee unleashes his stone wave technique, sending towering rock pillars surging upward. The stone pillars crash down with overwhelming force. Red Mask plants his hand against the falling stone, halting the massive impact. He calmly states he is not running away but merely allowing the trainee to keep attacking. His anger flares as he prepares a fiery counterattack. The trainee watches in horror, eyes wide. Red Mask drives down a colossal flame spear, engulfing the area in explosive fire. He thinks that if he simply ends this in a single move, it will be over. The scene cuts to the bright sky above Gatam Vilzone's rooftop. Cashin looks up there and notices something unexpected. The tech proudly presents a new VTOL aircraft, explaining it has just passed trial flights. Cashin is stunned and asks how he obtained such a craft, only to be told the tech built it himself. The tech explains its aerodynamic design allows supersonic travel, reaching destinations in minutes. He adds that it includes stealth systems to avoid radar, while Cashin silently thinks how frighteningly capable he is. The narrative shifts to Gatam Vilzone's Heaven Pub, a bar within the district. Inside Heaven Pub, a nervous drinker insists to his skeptical companions that psychers really have stormed into the Vilzone. The pink-haired bar owner realizes that unauthorized psychers coming here would be breaking regulations and confirms with the masked witness that strange non-regulars really did appear. The witness admits he did not see it in person but watched a live YouTube stream and thinks the stream is likely still ongoing. The owner asks who handled the incident on their side and hears that an unknown man in a gaudy mask stopped the intruders. Watching the stream, the witness recognizes Black Hand and Red Eye among the fighters. The owner silently reacts, clearly disturbed by this revelation. Elsewhere, a huge fiery explosion rips through part of the city. A red-masked fighter slams a blazing fist into the ground, splitting and incinerating the area. The shockwave and flying debris force the white-haired student and others back. Sungtae struggles up from the ground, determined to continue fighting. His classmates stare in shock at the overwhelming power on display. Two villain spectators praise Sungtae's strength yet question whether such brutality is allowed. The red-haired girl rushes to support her exhausted teammate, asking if he is all right. Red-Eye decides further fighting is pointless. He warns the villains that if they withdraw quietly now, he will not hold them responsible. A frustrated student curses internally, blaming the situation on not being the one issuing commands. One of the reckless villains angrily protests Red-Eye's intent to let the students leave. Red-Eye insists they end it here before things escalate beyond control, but the villain shouts back defiantly. The angry villain argues they should destroy the Psychers completely now or they will return. Another villain powers up, claiming the Psychers will only learn after being beaten. He charges toward the wounded students, declaring he will fix their bad habits. Suddenly he is caught in a strange blue field and exclaims in confusion. That same field intensifies, slamming him to the ground. Struggling to his knees and crackling with blue energy, he realizes his body has suddenly become unbearably heavy. Nearby streamers nervously decide to end their live broadcast as the situation turns dangerous. A man in a hat reveals he suspected trouble but did not expect he would have to intervene personally. Stepping forward, the S-rank support Psyker Go Sungchul says he acted because watching any longer would have led to disaster. One spiky-haired villain demands to know who the newcomer is as another tries to hold him back. The second villain explains that the man is a regular Psyker. He adds, to their shock, that this newcomer is also S-rank. Black Ghost realizes the presence of such a figure means there must be other powerful Psychers involved. In a dark alley, three mysterious figures silently watch events unfold. From above, another observer notes their presence proves additional players are in this conflict. Red-Eye wonders how long these watchers have been hiding there. He is unnerved that he never even sensed their presence. Footsteps announce yet another arrival on the battlefield. Sungtae turns and recognizes the person with a mix of desperation and relief. Saiwa appears, and Sungtae cries out in shock, asking why she has come. Sungtae fears the worst, starting to suspect who called her. He confronts Cha Inbum, asking if he summoned Saiwa, leaving Inbum confused. Inbum throws himself at Saiwa's feet, begging her to save Sungtae and the others or they will all die. He pleads again for her to rescue them. Inbum's partner protests that Saiwa was meant only as backup, calling Inbum crazy. Inbum snaps back with insults, demanding to know how his partner can talk like that in this crisis. He shouts that without calling Saiwa they would all have died already, while another student curses at his outburst. The partner hushes him, saying provoking the villains further is a bad idea. When Saiwa looms over them, Inbum nervously apologizes, awed by how imposing she is. Saiwa's team states they will escort the children out of the Ville zone. She adds a chilling warning about what will happen if anyone interferes. Saiwa then declares that as of today the Gatam Ville zone will be wiped from the map. The scene shifts to the Xinhua district at the ancient Blue Viper's estate. Inside the estate, the lights illuminate an ornate staircase, setting the stage for a family meeting. Around a round table, the Winterbell elders remark it has been a while since they all gathered like this, blaming the usually absent chief elder. Someone observes that one of them is still as foul-mouthed as ever. Discussion turns to the chaotic state of affairs and unease about the Money King's movements, but one elder hints at a more pressing matter. The chief elder notes that Winterbell's monarch, whom they are meant to serve, is currently missing. Another elder argues that is not their concern, saying Mujin passed the sealed crow's coffin and will be able to handle things once she returns from France, then questions her capability. The woman in the hat insists Mujin can fulfill her duties because vassals exist precisely to support the monarch. The chief elder privately thinks Mujin alone is not enough. He calls the Money King a seasoned schemer and claims Mujin is not suited to oppose him. Smiling ominously, he announces he will personally make all crucial family decisions and expects their cooperation. Shocked, the other elders accuse him of plotting to depose Mujin, calling such treason impossible. The chief elder replies that they have no choice, leaving the others asking what he means. He insults them as idiots, and expresses his irritation. A new figure stomps in angrily, cursing their failure to understand. This newcomer mocks the elders for acting like obedient dogs to the chief elder. The story jumps to the Lampas Seoul branch headquarters. Inside, someone runs down a hallway panicking at what is happening. A frantic subordinate bursts into an office calling for his superior. He points to a live stream showing the chaos in Gatam Ville zone. The section chief calmly says she is already watching the broadcast. She wonders aloud what she should do about the crisis unfolding on screen. The narrative then returns to the ancient Blue Viper's estate. The intruding figure with braided hair confronts the elders at their meeting. Someone criticizes bringing an outsider to a Winterbell-only event. Another elder mocks that the outsider is just a minor thug defeated by Cashin. The intruder warns that such talk could easily get that elder killed. The sneering elder invites him to try it if he is confident. The chief elder narrows his eyes, taking in the escalating tension. He then says he forgot to mention something important. The woman in the hat reveals that the tea everyone drank contained DS, preventing them from transforming into villains. She accuses the chief elder of behaving exactly like a poisonous viper. Ignoring the criticism, the chief elder calmly demands their final answer on whether they will side with him. Two elders immediately refuse, declaring they will not support his scheme. The blonde elder adds he can never betray Mujin. Another conspirator smirks in response. The braids man eagerly asks if he should simply kill the defiant elders. Someone else accuses him of trying to monopolize all the spoils for himself. The dissenting elders steel themselves, prepared to fight. A gun-wielding villain named Red Shot barges in with his crew, demanding a share for having come all this way. One elder scorns Red Shot and criticizes the chief elder for dragging in outsiders from Xinhua district. The chief elder insists all of this was necessary for the greater good. He justifies his plot as the correct decision for Winterbell as its chief elder and vassal. His braids ally grins, excited by the coming violence. That ally remarks that now they can truly have fun. He launches himself at the other elders, promising to kill them swiftly. Before he can strike, Cashin smashes through the ceiling and slams him to the ground. Reeling from the blow, the braids man tries to say Cashin's name. Cashin greets him with a cocky remark about meeting again. The braids villain erupts in rage. Cashin finishes his surprise attack with a devastating ground slam. Red Shot and his men panic, confused about who this new attacker is. Someone scolds Cashin for breaking the window the moment he arrived. Another newcomer, Driver, sits casually in the destroyed frame and reminds them to act properly at such a dignified meeting. The chief elder recognizes Driver with shock while Driver casually greets the old man. Cashin reminds the chief elder of their previous deal for real magic crystals and dismisses it because he was never paid up front. Furious, the chief elder demands to know how Cashin dares betray him. An unseen voice criticizes the elder for trusting people too easily as purple power gathers. Three allied figures appear, telling the chief elder he has been tricked. The man in the patterned suit explains they came because they suspected his movements. The woman in the hat adds they had already expected him to drug their drinks. Another elder expresses disappointment, saying he had wanted to believe the chief elder until the end. Far below, the braids villain lies in a crater as one of the newcomers cheekily says they are even for both sides bringing outsiders. Red Shot protests that his guests came with the chief elder's permission and tries to justify them as a special case. Driver calmly states they also had permission to be here. A cold voice then claims responsibility for granting that permission. A sudden shockwave tears through the room as a powerful presence arrives. The stunned chief elder looks toward the source. The arriving figure, Mujin, appears with red glowing eyes, and the chief elder screams her name in disbelief. Back in Gatam Zone, Saiwa warns again that anyone who interferes will be dealt with. Facing the villains directly, she repeats that from today Gatam Zone will vanish from the map. Red Eye and his comrades are stunned that someone even more extreme than their own boss has appeared and suggests letting her group leave. Black Ghost argues that opposing this elite psyker extermination force, composed of top regulars, would be suicidal. Black Ghost himself agrees they should let the psykers go. His impulsive disciple is shocked his master also wants to retreat, but Black Ghost insists they cannot win. Red Eye reminds him their own earlier clash hardly counted as a real fight, since they were just beaten up. Even Black Ghost admits that not even his liege could handle Saiwa's whole team at once. The braids villain, still battered, angrily questions what their earlier struggle was for. He shouts that they fought so they would not be treated like weak trash, only to now be told to hide like frightened rats. Sungchul notes it is impressive the villain can still stand under his gravity field. The braids villain roars that he will still show the pride of a damage dealer, while his teammate dryly points out he is merely serving as bait. Saiwa acknowledges his spirit but says ignoring her warning is unforgivable. She levels her gun and tells them to come if they want to die. Undeterred, the braids villain charges using his special move Death Gauntlet. He powers it up into Buster and hurls the massive electrified fist at Saiwa. Saiwa fires a blazing blue shot in response. Her bullet collides with the gauntlet's attack, overpowering it. The braids villain reels in disbelief that his ultimate technique failed. The attack fizzles out entirely, leaving him stunned that it did nothing. A new technique called Crow Peekaboo manifests as a dark-beaked apparition firing a purple beam. The crow mask exhales, signaling the end of the move. Saiwa continues to aim her gun, prepared for whatever comes next. Sungchul watches quietly, evaluating the situation. Cha Inbum also looks on nervously, trying to process the overwhelming power. The crow-masked villain appears behind someone with a playful greeting. Crow announces that now it is her turn to toy with the enemy as she menaces the shaken braids villain. Seeing Crow, Saiwa and Sungchul react tensely. A flashback shows Saiwa and Sungchul earlier being briefed that the particularly dangerous Gatam villains are Driver, Cashin, and Crow. Sungchul also mentioned Black Ghost as notable, but not on the same threat level as those three. Saiwa concludes that the Psychers only need to focus on those three key villains. The briefing emphasizes again that Cashin, Driver, and Crow are the main Gatam targets they must remember. The masked woman with a cane announces that it is an honor to have their opponent join their fight. Someone repeats to themselves that this situation is an honor. A blonde psyker with twin guns declares she will personally focus on fighting a specific enemy. At a large building, someone is shocked that a certain person has appeared there. A red-eyed masked man is recognized and his name, Mujin, is shouted. During a formal gathering, Mujin explains that several months are needed to evaluate someone's right to be Winterbell's monarch, saying he already shortened the process, which another person angrily doubts. A red-haired gunman greets Mujin after a long time, saying he has waited eagerly to meet him again today. Wuchan coldly asks the overjoyed red-haired man who he even is. The red-haired man grits his teeth in anger at not being recognized. Furious, he aims his gun and vows to make Wuchan remember him forever. A sudden blur of motion cuts through, interrupting the gunshot. One of Wuchan's masked subordinates slashes the red-haired attacker from behind. The red-haired man panics, unable to understand where this attack came from. The older Winterbell elder realizes with shock who these masked fighters are. He recognizes them as the Black Sika, an elite group. He recalls that the Black Sika are executors who act only under the Winterbell monarch's command. Realizing this, he concludes that the new monarch has truly obtained the monarch's authority in a very short time. A Black Sika member condemns the ancient Blue Viper for treachery and says it cannot be overlooked. The elder remembers a ruling that ancient Blue Viper would be stripped of his chief elder title. That same sentence declared he would also be exiled. Now battered, the ancient Blue Viper watches the case while nearby a blonde subordinate struggles to sit up. The blonde fighter curses internally, thinking that he is in serious trouble. He recalls advice that victory in combat is decided by one's fighting spirit. In a memory, an older mentor tells him that unwavering spirit always creates a chance to turn the tables. The mentor adds that to win, one must never lose fighting spirit. Remembering this, the blonde fighter steels himself, deciding this is exactly the time to hold on to that spirit. He thinks that to escape his predicament, he needs something that can overturn the situation. He concludes that he alone is the one who can create that reversal. Cashin arrives, and his ally calls out his name in alarm. The blonde cyborg asks Cashin to accept a one-on-one duel despite just having been beaten. He taunts Cashin for relying on sneak attacks, accusing him of fearing a direct fight. Cashin's companion notes that the provocation is childish, but Cashin still agrees to the duel. The companion is comically dumbfounded by Cashin's acceptance. The blonde charges in confidently, shouting that Cashin will never defeat him. Cashin opens the duel with a heavy right-handed punch. He immediately follows with a left hook, exactly matching the blonde's expectations. The blonde explains he has studied Cashin through countless simulations and knows his patterns by heart. Empowered by his new strength, he believes there is no way he can lose now. He boasts that Cashin's straightforward attacks will never work and urges him to fight harder as their blows clash. Seeing what he thinks is a gap in Cashin's defense, the blonde dives in. Cashin's stance appears to reveal an opening that the blonde eagerly targets. The blonde activates his mechanical arm, revealing this position was what he wanted. He charges while announcing that he is still the fighter called Barracuda. Laughing, he begins to threaten Cashin's life, but something suddenly binds his arm. Shocked, Barracuda finds his mechanical arm wrapped in dark chains he cannot control. Cashin has used an ability called Shadow Chains to restrain him mid-attack. Barracuda struggles desperately against the tightening chains. Cashin remarks that Barracuda has become more talkative since they last met and tightens the bindings. Cashin ends the struggle with a devastating blow that sends Barracuda flying. Barracuda screams in agony from the impact. Cashin's follow-up strike slams him into the ground. Their heads collide violently as Cashin closes the distance. Observing from afar, two masked figures comment that the hit looked painful and that Cashin likely held back to avoid killing Barracuda. Barracuda's prized mechanical arm is shattered and sparking. Cashin examines the arm, asking if it is a new weapon and commenting that it had caught his attention earlier. He then casually asks where Barracuda sold his previous gear. Bloodied and exhausted, Barracuda roars in frustration, demanding to know why he still cannot defeat Cashin. He insists that he trained through hundreds of simulated fights specifically to win against him. Cashin, unharmed, stands over him as if the training meant nothing. Cashin tells him that real fighting skill is gained in actual battles. Barracuda is stunned by this realization as he lies there beaten. Cashin finishes him with another crushing attack, saying one learns by getting beaten up. He decides to keep the ruined mechanical arm as payment for teaching Barracuda a lesson. Watching this, the red-haired villain laments how easily Barracuda was defeated and how bad their situation has become. Wuchan begins walking forward, declaring he will end this boring spectacle and will no longer tolerate resistance. Facing Wuchan, the ancient Blue Viper orders him to bow his head and surrender while summoning a powerful vortex. Cashin notes that many influential figures are now gathered in this one place. A trio from Neo Center appear via portal, and their leader Onamchiol politely introduces himself. The ancient Blue Viper is shocked to see Onamchiol in person. Cashin's ally asks who that man is and is told he is the Money King's right-hand man. Onamchiol explains he was sent by the president to congratulate Wuchan on becoming Winterbell's monarch, though Wuchan curtly demands he get to the point. Onamchiol reveals his true purpose is to mediate the ongoing conflict. Someone from Wuchan's side immediately wonders what will happen if they refuse that mediation. Cashin questions whether the newcomers really intend to fight them with just their small group, but concludes they are strong enough. A thought bubble adds that despite this, Cashin and his ally should not drag things out any longer. Cashin asks what that insinuation means, while his ally inwardly admits the assessment is accurate. The ally then says they must return to Gatam now, signaling a strategic withdrawal. The story flashes back to 4 years earlier at a tall corporate building. Inside that building, attention focuses on a training room. A young blue-haired girl drinks water after training. She asks her black-haired senior if she is not tired after sparring and reminds her that training should push one's limits. The senior, still doing handstand exercises, warns she might get hurt but believes constant hammering, like on steel, makes one stronger. She elaborates that though the process is tiring and tedious, there are no shortcuts to gaining strength. The junior confirms that her senior's goal is to become a top psyker. The senior replies that while that is every psyker's goal, she personally has a more immediate desire. She admits there is a particular person she wants to defeat and asks if her junior has someone like that too. She describes this target as an arrogant man who became the youngest top-class psyker. The junior realizes she is talking about someone they met during training in America and wonders if he is a rival she will face again. The senior recalls that meeting him was ultimately a valuable experience. She realized then that there was a higher level of power beyond what she had known. The junior says that if her respected senior praises him so much, he must be remarkable and notes, he is also a close combat specialist among top psychers. The senior remembers that this man once told her something important. She recounts his doctrine that in any fight, regardless of who the opponent is, one must always use full strength in order to grow strong like him. The junior summarizes that he is an arrogant younger man than herself. The scene returns to the present city where explosions and gunfire rock the skyline. The blonde psyker, inspired, thinks about what she truly desires as she attacks with twin guns. Crow, the masked woman, dives toward her to meet the challenge. The blonde unleashes a massive technique called Ice Tornado at Crow. She remembers that her wish is to reach the same level as her admired senior Sunbae. Determined, she focuses her power for the next attack. She rushes Crow again, deciding to fight with not just 120% but far beyond. She vows to pour 200% of her strength into this battle. She cries that she will destroy everything in front of her as she kicks downward. Her kick blasts Crow away, shattering the ground. Their clash escalates into a flurry of explosions and rapid exchanges. Crow counters with agile movements and purple energy as bullets and blades fly. The blonde continues firing relentlessly, eyes locked on Crow. Crow laughs that the battle is entertaining as her own power surges. Nearby allies watch the intense duel and choose not to interfere. One hot-headed fighter protests, refusing to simply watch like a coward. He declares he will destroy the enemies, but his comrades immediately move to restrain him. The spiky-haired ally hauls him back while he yells to be released. The masked woman in purple notes that restraining him was a wise decision. Another psyker explains that involving more fighters would complicate everything and could provoke the other side into rash moves. He concludes that for now the smartest move is to stand down. Someone asks what will happen if a full-scale war breaks out anyway. The masked ally coolly asks which faction the undecided figure would side with in that scenario. The helmeted man stays silent, unable or unwilling to answer. Two A-rank psychers from another team complain that everyone is just watching instead of acting, though one teases the other for obviously wanting to fight. Another teammate, Kim Jimin, says fighting weak opponents is dull and that only boss-level enemies make for satisfying battles. He adds that Crow is strong enough to be a worthy opponent for their team leader, and that she seems to still be holding back. A voice disagrees, saying it is actually Crow who is not fighting seriously. Their bespectacled comrade states that the one limiting themselves is Crow, not their own leader. Surprised, the pair ask if that is really true and he calmly confirms it. He adds that their own team leader appears to have realized this fact as well. The narrative reinforces that recognition, hinting that the leader understands Crow's restraint. The blonde psyker doubles down, charging again with empowered dual pistols. She fires a barrage technique named Cold Bullet, filling the air with icy projectiles. Crow deftly weaves through the storm of ice as the bullets freeze the surroundings. Crow responds with a powerful spinning attack using her staff. She calls forth a technique called Crow Dance, launching waves of dark feather-like slashes at the blonde. One of those strikes grazes the blonde's face, drawing blood and shocking the onlookers. The observing man with red glasses notes that, as rumored, Gatam indeed has 3 powerful leaders. Kim Jimin powers up and declares he will never allow their team leader to lose. The red-glassed man remembers a past tragedy and vows to prevent it from happening again. He concludes that they ultimately cannot avoid clashing with the villains. He resolves to use any means necessary in that coming battle. Energy swirls as he begins unleashing his own power. Cashion's ally charges in with a glowing cannon to support the heroes. The red-glassed man reacts with alarm to this sudden intervention. The ally fires a massive driver beam attack. The red-glassed man counters by erecting a gravity barrier to block the beam. The 2 nearby heroes look on in shock at the sheer power being displayed. A new figure calmly tells them they should not interfere. Cashion's ally notes that his companion often meddles in duels and warns that interrupting this one-on-one fight would make things dull. Another group arrives, and someone tells Cashin that their lord has come at the perfect time. The shield-bearing psyker and his partner react to this. Deciding it is time, they start warming up to join the fray. Meanwhile, the blonde and Crow continue their fierce exchange, their powers colliding in blue and purple shockwaves. The blonde senses the presence of their superior, thinking that the true owner of this territory has arrived. After the clash ends, Cashion's ally praises Crow for her work. She replies that it was enjoyable, and he is relieved that the intense battle ended without any major incidents. The girl clings to her ally as he confronts the enemy, insisting everyone except the children be held responsible. A black-clad man with markings asks why the visiting psychers barged in without warning. The psychers explain they came because students entered the dangerous Ville zone, while the man retorts they should have quietly extracted the kids instead of starting trouble. Someone furiously yells for the arguing sides to stop spewing nonsense. The furious onlooker cites a live stream proving who attacked first and accuses the other side of lying. The marked man casually relays that accusation, backing up the claim with a snap of his fingers. A voice asserts that the children themselves are blameless in this conflict. Another man agrees but stresses the kids are still legal minors and must be protected as such. The psycher in white coat tries to walk away, but the marked man objects that breaking the first punch rule cannot be settled with an apology. The silver-haired woman asks what terms will end this, urging him to state what he wants. Power flaring, the marked man declares that anyone who does wrong must first take a beating. The white-coated psycher and his ally tense up, sweating at the pressure of his aura. Thugs cheer for their boss's stance while another wonders how the situation escalated so far. Two observers note his anger and conclude someone has deliberately provoked him. The white-coated psycher refuses the demand to be beaten, finding it an unacceptable proposal. The silver-haired captain counters that a veteran from the great villain subjugation special forces will never be humiliated by a villain and must uphold psycher pride. The marked man questions whether their notion of justice is really about pride. He offers a condition of justice, promising to let them leave if they can land the first hit. With power swirling around his gauntlet, he affirms that challenge as his own definition of justice. The scene shifts to Neo Center, a towering building in the city. Inside, someone hears that Wuchan has already returned. An aide reports she became Winterbell monarch and arrived with the executioner squad sooner than expected. The white-haired superior admits he underestimated Wuchan's speed and capability. They discuss Barracuda's backup mission and learn he was defeated yet again. Asked who beat Barracuda, the aide reveals the opponent was Cashin. The superior clicks his tongue, deciding he can no longer back his own underperforming nephew. He reflects ominously on Wuchan and Cashin as twin sources of coming upheaval. Sensing a storm brewing, he orders that the 7 intendants be summoned. The story returns to Gatam Villezone District A, the battleground of psychers and villains. Cashin and the silver-haired captain face each other in the open square as onlookers watch. Scared students whisper that the boss of Gatam has appeared, wondering about a connection to Sunti's sister. One panicked student shouts back, telling the other to shut up as the tension skyrockets. Sunti glares intensely, silently processing the case. Someone can only mutter that they are completely at a loss for words. The captain scoffs at a villain lecturing about justice while aiming her gun at Cashin. Cashin calmly asks what they plan to do and says that, for trespassing and causing a disturbance, they all deserve a severe beating. Two of his allies note that he does not look angry at all and seems to be enjoying this fight. The captain concedes they broke protocol, as Cashin claimed. She adds that the responsibility lies with her alone since the team merely carried out their captain's orders. She offers herself up for punishment but fears losing to a villain would destroy her reputation as a psycher. Leveling her pistols, she acknowledges Cashin's achievements and decides to test whether he truly lives up to the rumors. Her subordinate calls out to her, but she orders that no one may interfere in the duel. Cashin and the captain stand opposite each other, ready to clash while both teams hold back. The captain bursts forward with astonishing speed, initiating close-quarters gunplay. One of Cashin's allies exclaims at how incredibly fast she is. He realizes she is moving far faster than in her previous battle against Crow. Cashin blocks her attack midair, their weapons colliding violently. He immediately follows with a counterstrike that drives her back. Observers note in shock that he defends and counters simultaneously. The captain grimly recognizes that his skill and pressure in close combat are formidable. She grudgingly admits he is impressively strong for someone labeled a villain. Cashin's attacks open wounds and send her spinning, blood flying as he dominates the exchange. Furious and hurt, she curses him and prepares to retaliate. Cashin charges in again, lightning crackling around his legs. He slams a powerful kick into her, amplifying the onslaught. She analyzes that, in addition to strong kicks, he has extensive real combat experience. Realizing a prolonged fight favors him, she decides she must finish things quickly. She launches a desperate close-range barrage, determined to win before she is worn down. Cashin seizes one of her guns mid-exchange, surprising her. He blasts her at point-blank range, drawing more blood and staggering her. He criticizes her for spamming the same tactics, implying they have become predictable. The captain's eyes widen as she realizes her approach has been read. Cashin flips her through the air and prepares another devastating strike. He warns that such repetition leaves her wide open to counters like the one he is about to execute. The captain quickly activates a device on her belt while in motion. She unleashes an empowered, spinning gun assault, yelling for him not to underestimate her. Bullets crash into Cashin's barrier, which shatters under the concentrated salvo. Within the protective sphere, he reforms massive crystalline arm guards and stays unhurt. The captain thinks she has finally landed a clean hit, believing the opening is hers. She dives back in, convinced this is the moment to finish him. Cashin smashes apart his own crystal armor, powering up for a brutal counterattack. As shards fall away, the captain hurtles down toward him again. He darts forward with blinding footwork that leaves icy trails behind. She responds with a named sliding kick technique, observers swearing the two combatants are fighting in earnest now. Watching from the sidelines, villains marvel that this supposed gunner is actually a highly trained all-round psyker. Another observer notes Cashin is not being pushed back at all despite fighting the ace of the subjugation special forces. In fact, they realize he is overpowering her without even resorting to his darkness attribute powers. Someone who knew him before senses he has grown much stronger since their last encounter. The captain desperately strafes and fires, filling the arena with bullets to keep him at bay. Cashin smirks, pointing out that she seems to have run through all her ammunition. Startled, she demands to know how he could tell her magazines are empty. He says he recognizes the gun model because he has used it himself, then punishes her again with a heavy blow. She groans and realizes his strikes are steadily increasing in power. As Cashin charges up an even deadlier attack, she calculates that taking it head-on would be disastrous. He gathers energy into a massive, glowing strike, intent on overwhelming her. The blow slams into her guarded body, forcing her back despite her attempt to block. Her teammates admit she is being overpowered and that even shields are useless against such force. Images of a past tragedy involving their organization flash by, hinting why the older psyker is so desperate to prevent a repeat. The white-coated psyker watches anxiously, sweat dripping as he recalls that history. He resolves that the same tragedy must never be allowed to happen again. The devastated building and swirling debris show the scale of the unleashed powers. Cashin drives another blow into the captain's leg, further compromising her stance. She realizes in dismay that her leg has been firmly caught. Her teammates cry out in panic, calling to their team leader. Cashin readies another attack, wondering if she will again aim low. She anticipates instead that he is going for a high kick that she cannot endure even blocked. Accepting she cannot tank it, she tries to brace as the lethal kick comes. A massive burst of blue energy erupts outward from the impact. The explosion of force and rubble sends combatants flying across the area. The air fills with drifting debris and glowing fragments from the blast. Cashin's allied driver quietly reacts as the situation escalates further. The white-coated psyker envelopes the field in blue energy, chiding driver for making this one-on-one duel more troublesome. The shockwave spreads across the entire district, shaking distant buildings. He scolds his subordinate for disobeying orders to stay back and warns that losing would make their honor meaningless. Nevertheless, he promises to accept punishment afterward, while the smiling purple-haired psyker says he wants in on the punishment too. Fire and shield psykers prepare for a wider battle, one of them saying events are unfolding as expected and welcoming the coming fight. Cashin complains that these psykers shamelessly insert themselves into other people's duels. Surrounded by shattered stone and aura, he demands to know where their psyker pride has gone. The shield psyker charges him, yelling that a villain has no right to speak of pride. With a shout that this is now war, the subjugation team rushes Cashin together. A cannon-like device hums with energy, beginning a powerful bombardment. The captain urgently warns everyone to be careful as the weapon fires. Blinding beams of blue energy rain down toward the battlefield. The shield psyker barely withstands one blast with his barrier, grunting in pain. The fire user is rocked by continuous shots and yells, confused about the shooter's hidden position. Driver's disembodied voice taunts that knowing his location would not help them anyway. The white-coated man calls to driver, realizing his ally is attacking from stealth. The shield wielder angrily labels driver's sniping a cowardly stealth tactic. Driver cheerfully calls their hypocrisy out, since they interfered first. Appearing with floating cannons, driver says they turned it into a group battle, so he will treat it as a team fight and activates his limit break. Some villains excitedly volunteer to join Cashin's side, while their leader tells them to stay out of it because driver alone is enough. Driver reveals a new experimental weapon he invented. He launches its first live test, sending a swarm of energy drills down toward the psykers. The attacks spiral around the group, hemming them in with deadly trajectories. The shield psyker vows to block everything while his ally prepares a counterstrike. He activates Iron Shield, bracing his barrier against the rain of projectiles. Even as the barrage slams into him, he acknowledges the enemy's impressive firepower but insists it is still manageable. The fire psyker urges him to hold out a bit longer so she can knock driver out of the sky. As she leaps toward the rooftop, Cashin suddenly appears behind her, charging a counter. She turns, eyes blazing, as she prepares to unleash her own flames. She roars an attack command, hurling a massive wave of fire meant to burn Cashin down. Smirking, she notes that a lone stealth attack will not be enough to take her out. Cashin coolly responds that if she wants to play with fire, he has a fire-type move of his own. His eyes glow as he prepares to switch attributes. He recalls a compatible fire-type technique and decides to use it. Cashin unleashes combustion of darkness, blue flames of shadow roaring toward driver. The dark fire floods the area, its energy spreading like a wave. Cashin steps calmly through the fading flames, unscathed. The white-coated psyker barely pulls the fire user out of harm's way and remarks how close it was. Cashin frowns that the man's perfectly timed barrier to save his teammate is annoying. Driver studies Cashin's savior, realizing the man's face feels strangely familiar from somewhere. The fire psyker shouts that Cashin just used a fire-type skill, and another teammate confirms witnessing it. They are baffled because they know his natural attribute should be darkness. As one of them charges Cashin head-on, he wonders aloud how Cashin managed that elemental trick. The charging psyker slams his empowered fist into Cashion's guard, exploding energy between them. He lunges in gleefully for follow-up blows, intent on pounding Cashin. Cashin instead grapples him mid-rush, flipping the situation. Realizing too late that it was a throw rather than a strike, Cashin curses at his opponent's audacity. The grappler taunts that since Cashin refuses to answer questions, he will just capture him first and interrogate him afterward, only for Cashin to retort that he talks too much. Cashin's sudden counter leaves the grappler wide-eyed in shock as the tables turn again. During the earlier battle, the white-haired shield user had been struck hard by the enemy. Another combatant charged through a glowing portal or device to join the fight. The shield user admitted the opponent was strong as he braced behind his barrier. The ranged attacker praised his endurance while calmly aiming with floating guns. The attacker laughed menacingly, enjoying the situation. The shield user taunted that the villain had lost because none of the ranged attacks could penetrate his shield. The gunner considered switching tactics, deciding that if long range failed he should try something else. He resolved to personally break the shield, powering up a huge weapon. The shield bearer peeked out, confused by what the opponent was doing. The gunner leapt down, declaring he was coming to smash the shield, startling the defender. Terrified, the shield user begged him to wait. The empowered strike crashed down on the shield with immense force. Afterward, the gunner concluded that this new approach worked. In the past, when Barracuda hit Cashin, Cashin realized he had actually been struck. Cashin's eyes burned with fiery determination. He launched himself toward his foe, flames trailing behind him. Cashin kicked another opponent away, calling them irritating. A fire wielder tried to counterattack by diving down with a massive fireball. Cashin activated a powerful blue armor ability. He then generated a huge sphere of energy that clashed with the flames. The flame girl cheered on Sungchul, urging him to go for it. A comrade shouted for Cashin to act now. That ally conjured a technique called gravity chains to support him. The chains wrapped around Cashin, momentarily binding him. The chain user explained this was his emergency ultimate skill. He boasted that the chains reflected mana and that once caught, no one could escape. Cashin replied that saying never was reckless. A flame user rushed in, thinking Cashin talked big for someone trapped. She powered herself up with flames as she charged. She unleashed a huge fire attack called Inferno, vowing to incinerate him. The Inferno engulfed the area. Enemy bystanders panicked at the overwhelming fire. A massive explosion rocked the surrounding buildings. One of Cashin's allies, coughing in the smoke, admitted he thought he would die. Another teammate mocked him for acting out of his league. The flame leader proudly declared their team the strongest, and said they would never lose to villains. Someone off-panel questioned if they lacked real combat experience. The chain caster looked over, startled by this remark. Cashin revealed his shadow armor, reiterating that never should not be used lightly. The flame girl was shocked he had withstood her fire while still bound. As the icy mist cleared, something unexpected began happening. A teammate warned everyone that Cashin had vanished. Cashin's darkened form appeared behind the flame duo. Another ally screamed for them to look behind. The two realized too late that Cashin was directly behind them. Cashin activated continuous shadow chains, showing them how chains should really be used. The heroes found themselves shackled by Cashin's black chains. Even the original chain user was suddenly bound, recognizing them as shadow chains. Cashin shattered the restraints with a move called Rupture. The released chains snapped away, flinging the psyker apprentices through the air. Dust and debris settled after Cashin's overwhelming display. Watching students trembled yet admired how cool Cashin looked. A rival psyker cursed internally, stunned at how badly their side was losing. One defeated opponent groaned on the ground. The chain caster admitted he could not understand losing a battle he thought they could never lose. Cashin's inner voice noted that the opponent still had not recovered from being beaten. Cashin calmly told him again not to use the word never so lightly. The chain man demanded to know how Cashin escaped his technique that he had perfected for revenge, while Cashin asked if that obsession was worth letting his comrades be attacked. Cashin lectured that if the man had stayed composed he could have blocked Cashin's final move, and that losing awareness and failing allies is worse than having no ultimate skill. He added that this principle applied even to an excellent S-rank psyker. The psyker gave a weary smile, saying he never expected to be scolded by a villain. Still shocked, he wondered aloud how things had turned out like this. Cashin criticized the way he spoke and decided that, for old time's sake, he simply needed another beating. Before Cashin could continue, Uchiha suddenly appeared and interrupted. The chain caster stared in surprise at the newcomer. Recognizing Uchiha, he exclaimed her name in disbelief. Cashin asked why she was interfering, and she requested he spare them this once for her sake, which he bluntly refused. Uchiha clarified she was not asking for free, implying a price. She offered Cashin a 30% discount on their next deal if he let the team go. Cashin silently considered her offer. He replied that what he had heard and understood earlier was half price, prompting an awkward pause. Cashin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Their blue-haired leader stepped in, telling Uchiha to take her team and leave, and to challenge her directly if she felt wronged. Two more high-level psychers arrived, saying that half measures would not do. They argued that if they ended things sloppily, they would be ashamed to call themselves psychers. The blue-haired woman was shocked and addressed her senior anxiously. Spectators realized that if this confrontation ended well for them, the situation might reverse in their favor. Some villains watching asked who the newcomers were and were told they were psychers named Ham Jisuin and others. A masked villain remained tense and silent. Ham Jisuin asked Cashin what he intended to do to end matters properly, and he repeated that he would bring things to a conclusion. The blue-haired leader admitted her subordinates had invaded Gatam zone without cause. She added they had broken the rules of Lampus and the zone by picking a fight. Before punishing them by official rules, Ham Jisuin ordered Kang Saiwood to apologize properly. The blue-haired girl was told that doing so was how she could uphold a psycher's dignity. Time passed, and at Lavi and Rose Hotel, a new meeting began. A host commented while sipping tea that forcing the psychers to apologize was quite a result. Around an ornate table, leaders noted the internet frenzy and that the apology idea had actually come from the formidable Ham Jisuin. One advisor worried the traveling monarch was overexerting himself with flights and meetings. Another teased him for suddenly being so formal, addressing him as blinding darkness. She asked why he was not acting like his usual self. He answered that as the Winterbell monarch's vassal he could not act casually, and another official formally agreed. The monarch accepted their concern and asked if there was any activity from Gatam district. A subordinate reported that Gatam remained quiet. The official elaborated that Cashin was training alone as usual, while the operative driver had his own situation. A comedic cutaway showed driver being chased and tied up by his own quirky teammates. They explained driver was currently confined due to worries about his limit break side effects, to which the monarch reacted blankly. He found this surprisingly out of character. Resting her chin on her hand, the monarch said she had expected Cashin to cause more chaos than driver. Others begged her not to even imagine that, since Cashin's greater anger would draw Lampus head office's attention. They mentioned Cashin had already requested an investigation, believing someone orchestrated the psyker apprentice's attack on Gatam, likely the villain Money King. One woman ordered that Cashin's request be accepted because they owed him a favor and said she would personally handle it. They then checked on Xinhua district, noting they had dispatched twin agents there but no incidents had occurred yet. The monarch stressed that Ancient Blue Viper's betrayal could not be ignored and that Xinhua district must answer for sheltering him. Another suggested preemptively attacking Xinhua before it could fully ally with Money King. They discussed forming their own alliance and possibly deploying Winterbell's executive squad. Yet they agreed a direct Winterbell assault might draw unwanted attention from Lampus, so another method was needed. Someone proposed using Cashin instead. The monarch quietly repeated Cashin's name, contemplating that idea. Meanwhile, at Mad Pin's hideout in Xinhuaville zone, the villains complained angrily about how unfair the recent outcome was. One ranted that they had fallen into their enemy's trap by trusting Ancient Blue Viper. Another mocked him for that foolish trust, and they bickered as tensions rose. Their strategist admitted that while they had accounted for Cashin and driver's interference, Mujin's sudden appearance had ruined their plan. A dark figure asked if they had really expected the scheme to succeed. The top-hatted mastermind replied that even without Mujin the odds were only 50% and that he had trusted Money King's plan. Reflecting on the chaos involving psyker apprentices and Cashin, he remarked that the old man had stirred up quite a scene. Blue Viper declared that unlike Money King, he preferred straightforward action and would simply charge in. Another villain agreed that straightforward aggression was enough. The mastermind mused that if someone that powerful was staying still, they must be plotting something else and wondered what to do. An enraged ally shouted at them for idly theorizing when they could be attacked at any time. He yelled that they did not know when the psychers would strike, while another mocked him for returning like a frightened dog. The red-haired villain emphasized that Mujin was strong, but Cashin in black clothing was terrifyingly powerful. Ancient Blue Viper confirmed he meant Cashin, recalling that Cashin had destroyed Barracuda. He described witnessing Cashin crush Barracuda single-handedly. He concluded Cashin was in a different league altogether. Another villain repeated that Cashin was on another level, gripping his weapon as he said it. Blue Viper, intrigued, said this talk had piqued his interest in Cashin. The mastermind quoted a proverb about striking the ground to scare a snake. When asked what he meant, he admitted he had misread the situation. He realized that in Money King's original plan, the real star meant to be highlighted was himself. Because Mujin returned earlier than expected, the plan changed and that direct confrontation had not happened. Blue Viper said that since events had turned out this way, they now had to take action and asked what the next move would be. Blue Viper decided he personally needed to meet Mujin. The mastermind chose Mujin as the main character of his treasured hidden card. Grinning, he vowed to make Mujin his own asset. That night in Gatamville zone, the moon shone brightly. Cashin continued training inside a facility, surrounded by swirling blue energy. His inner system congratulated him on finally obtaining S rank, though he modestly said he was just lucky. He acknowledged it was possible because of Barracuda's weapon. His shadow companion admitted worrying the mana stone he'd extracted was too small but was relieved it had worked. The entity then asked Cashin what he planned to do next, suggesting he could now consume his stored blood mana stone, but Cashin first wanted to check his status window. Someone called from outside, asking if Cashin was inside. Cashin turned, and his subordinate reported that a guest had come to see him, surprising Cashin since he expected no one. Footsteps approached as the guest entered, remarking that Cashin had been in the midst of training. Winterbell's masked monarch and their aides stepped into the training room. The monarch asked if they were interrupting, and Cashin bluntly answered yes. Cashin guessed they were not there for a tour and asked why they had come, while the aide marveled at being in her liege's training room. The monarch stated directly that they needed Cashin's help, prompting him to ask why the Winterbell monarch would need him. The monarch revealed the intention to launch an attack on Xinhua district. Cashin simply responded by asking when. The monarch said the sooner the better and asked Cashin when he thought would be the ideal time. Cashin powers up and prepares to act immediately. The scene shifts to the Lampus branch office in South Korea at night. A blue-haired psyker sits alone in an office, writing. Close up, she continues writing with a serious, bandaged face. Remembering kneeling before Cashin, she sincerely apologizes for having been disrespectful. Onlookers are shocked that a psyker is apologizing to a villain. The beaten villains scoff that an apology is meaningless after their earlier thrashing. Cashin accepts the apology but states they will demand compensation for their damages. Back in the office, the girl sighs heavily over her written apology. Someone enters, saying they could hear her sighing from outside. Startled, she turns toward the door. Her superior arrives with drinks, asking if the apology letter is finished. The girl admits it is not. They sit together as the superior wonders why she has not gone home yet. The superior grumbles that extra work from this incident is keeping her from going home. She explains she has just completed a trouble report on everyone involved, including Saiwoo, and the girl thanks her. The girl apologizes again for causing trouble as soon as she came to Seoul and blames herself as a careless team leader. The superior tells her regretting it now is pointless. She advises Saiwoo not to repeat the mistake, while Saiwoo promises to remember. A text from Jimin arrives. Saiwoo says the message is from Jimin, who assures her everyone is fine. The superior reassures her that the others will be okay. She reminds Saiwoo that the team only suffered minor injuries and no one was critically hurt. She adds that even Yu Daegun was fine, despite his shield being destroyed by Driver. Reading this, Saiwoo concludes the situation had been fully under Gatam's control. Troubled, she grips her phone in silence. She admits she had believed they could not lose because they had thoroughly studied Gatam's Vilzone. She reflects that they underestimated everyone except Driver and Crow, assuming the rest would be easy to dominate. She now realizes every member of Gatam turned out to be unusually strong. Her superior particularly finds Gatam's new boss irritating, even his name, which matches someone from her past. She explains that this boss also does hero-like things such as saving civilians, which confuses Saiwoo. She notes that Xinhua is known for cruel villains, so verifying such reports is essential. Saiwoo anxiously wonders what form of compensation Gatam will demand, fearing it might be money. The superior says she is just as curious about their demands. The story cuts to Xinhua district at night. Two horned girls sit on a rooftop, one snacking and the other watching with binoculars. The girl with binoculars spots something below. Through her view, a car arrives and stops. Its door opens as someone steps out. A masked swordsman in a suit, Mujin, emerges with his blade. He looks up, sensing something. The two girls leap down with umbrellas, descending toward him. One of them lands lightly. They rush up, happily greeting him and congratulating him on becoming Winterbell's monarch. They discuss how to address him now that he is monarch, but he says they can speak casually as friends. He adds that formality is only required in official settings. The girls, confused by the idea of formal settings, react. In the car, Cashin complains about stiff seatbelts while Driver deadpans that they are just seatbelts. Mujin identifies their current location as the Xinhua district. Cashin joins Mujin and the girls, asking why they came with Cashin, and Mujin answers it is nothing special. Mujin declares they are here to raid Xinhua right now, startling Cashin. One girl questions attacking with only 3 people and suggests Driver should be present too. Cashin explains Driver is incapacitated by side effects, so he will handle Driver's role himself. She insists that is impossible. She argues that even with Mujin, 3 of them cannot take on all of Xinhua. Cashin agrees that would be true if they intended to fight everyone. As he steps forward, he says there is more to the plan. Cashin explains their real target is Ancient Blue Viper, who is hiding, so a small covert group is better for the operation, though his shadow eye calls this glorified kidnapping. One girl demands to know if other vassals approve this raid, but Mujin replies a monarch does not need vassals' permission. Cashin asks which of the 2 girls has a wide-range attack. The poison user volunteers. Cashin asks about the range and effect. She describes a poison cloud the size of a soccer field that causes full-body paralysis. Cashin orders her to spread the cloud near the western area at reduced strength, while the others react to the huge scale. The other girl protests that such a cloud will cause chaos in what is supposed to be a secret operation. Mujin calmly states that chaos is exactly what he wants. Cashin summarizes Mujin's diversion tactic of attacking one side to move enemies to the other. Mujin notes, this strategy worked well in Baksan. Cashin wonders if poison alone will give them the advantage. Mujin hints he has further preparations. The scene shifts to Xinhua's western guardhouse. A guard carrying a spiked bat walks down the stairs. Grumbling about the late shift change and his hunger and fatigue, he yawns. He hears a strange sound nearby. The poison cloud engulfs the post, and he panics, recognizing an enemy attack. Another guard collapses, realizing their foe uses poison. The bearded guard tries to call in a report. Driver, in a gas mask, appears behind him and interrupts. Driver knocks him out with a technique named dark smashing. He commands the guard to just sleep. Cashin sprints away from the cloud. He thinks to himself that the core of their plan is deception. Mujin's earlier instruction echoes that Cashin will play the decoy role. Cashin accepts this, vowing to obey his liege's command. The scene jumps to Shinhua's Ville zone, at Mad Pin's residence, under the full moon. Security cameras show Cashin infiltrating. Someone remarks that a rat has entered. Mad Pin's group confirms the intruder is Cashin and sees only him on camera. They note simultaneous reports of poison clouds in the west and wonder if Cashin can use poison, recalling rumors he may have dual attributes but no data on poison. One man concludes Cashin must have allies and wonders if Cashin is acting as bait. Mad Pin scoffs that no one would use their strongest fighter as bait. He then notes this is exactly what people would assume, so Cashin must have another target. They identify that target as Ancient Blue Viper. Mad Pin's subordinates ask why anyone would care about that useless old man, but he says Cashin's companion specifically wants him. The muscular man recognizes that only Mujin, the instrument of swordsman, would pursue Ancient Blue Viper. He reasons that Cashin himself has little reason to attack Shinhua, but Mujin does because Blue Viper is there. Mad Pin concludes Cashin and Mujin are cooperating and is amused they walked into his territory voluntarily. He proposes throwing a welcoming party worthy of Winterbell's monarch. The story cuts to Shinhua's eastern region. Someone inside the building shouts angrily down a corridor. Ancient Blue Viper rages upon hearing that his company faces takeover attempts. An aide explains that a firm named MDC has already acquired 40% of the shares, and Viper demands to know why this is only reported now. The aide apologizes. Viper urgently asks about his butler's whereabouts. The aide reports the butler has been unreachable since that afternoon. Furious, Viper slams the table and curses the butler's absence in such a crisis. His expression twists with mounting rage. Viper orders the aide to gather all stockholders immediately. When the aide hesitates, he is told that Viper cannot leave the Ville zone for his own safety and neither can the shareholders come in. The aide elaborates that Viper's safety currently depends on remaining inside Shinhua District Ville zone. Viper broods that he was meant to become Mujin's instrument wielder, yet now finds himself humiliated. He blames this downfall on Money King for breaking his promise and sending an incompetent subordinate instead. Determined not to give up his position after struggling so hard for it, he vows he will not back down. He thinks of Cashin as one of the enemies responsible. He similarly recalls Driver, and he fixates on Mujin as well. Enraged, he curses these three. At that moment Cashin bursts through the window, blasting Viper out of his seat. Viper tumbles through glass in shock, crackling with Cashin's energy. Cashin notes that his prediction about where Viper would be hiding was correct. He mocks Viper for skulking in corners like an old snake, while Viper and the aide cry out in panic. Mujin tells Cashin not to exaggerate and says he simply guessed right. Mujin strides in through the shattered window, revealing he has joined Cashin. Viper recognizes him in horror. The aide yells at Cashin to stay still. Cashin calmly looks at him. Trembling, the aide points a gun and threatens to shoot if Cashin moves. Cashin warns him to put the gun down unless he wants a beating, and the aide immediately surrenders. Mujin addresses Ancient Blue Viper and asks if he is ready to face punishment for treason. Viper glares nervously. Mujin's red eyes glow ominously. Viper suddenly begs for mercy. Desperate, he tries to argue he is still useful, but Mujin replies he does not need him. Mujin says someone bent on revenge might betray at any time, so they cannot trust Viper. He draws both swords and tells Viper to die without regrets. A blast interrupts as a loud voice calls Mujin's name. Redshot and his crew crash in, announcing they have come to capture Mujin and laughing that they knew he would come. Seeing Cashin with Mujin, Redshot is stunned. He panics, saying he thought Cashin was supposed to be in the western region. Cashin observes that their plan has been discovered and notes Shinhua's leaders are sharper than the Boxan gang. Viper's eyes widen as he senses things turning against him. He bolts, trying to flee while others shout his name. Cashin responds by unleashing an ability called Shadow Chains to stop him. The chains slam into Viper and bind him. Another masked villain slices open the chains, creating an escape path. Cashin is shocked that his attack was cut through. Mujin tells Cashin to pursue Ancient Blue Viper while he himself holds off the enemies. Cashin agrees, leaving Mujin to take care of the battlefield while he goes after Viper. More Shinhua thugs rush in behind Redshot, ready to fight. Mujin warns Cashin there are too many foes for him alone, but Cashin dismisses them as nobodies. Surrounded by crackling power, Cashin vows to kill the enemies before they even understand what happened. Mujin smirks, preparing his own move. As Redshot starts to react, an ally shouts for him to get down. Cashin hurls a massive attack named Shadow Knives. The blades tear across the hall. The slashing barrage continues to devastate everything in their path. Shadow Knives obliterate the surroundings, shattering walls and windows. Cashin, wreathed in lightning and shadows, stares ahead with lethal resolve as the assault begins. A masked fighter with glowing red eyes appears amid flying shards, signaling the start of a confrontation. A young man lies unconscious or dazed, face framed by shards. Someone acknowledges that the protagonist has become stronger. Black Ghost tells Mujin he will stay behind to finish the battle and then chase the villain Ancient Blue Viper. A red-haired man pushes himself up from the ground, cursing angrily. Struggling to his feet, the redhead wonders what terrifying force almost killed them all in a single attack. Someone off-screen addresses the redhead to get his attention. Cashin calmly approaches, saying they have met before and confirming the man is the villain Red Shot. Red Shot proudly introduces himself, and boasts that anyone who knows his name should be afraid. Cashin dryly comments that Red Shot is just as talkative as his reputation. Cashin recalls someone saying Red Shot's arrogance is basically insanity, and mentally agrees with that assessment, shocking Red Shot. Red Shot demands to know who insulted him and Cashin answers that it was Mujin. In a past briefing, Mujin and an ally studied data on Xinhua district villains, noting that this red-haired man once worked with Barracuda. Mujin and his masked aide review the villain database, and note how thoroughly it is organized. Mujin asks Black Ghost if he created this database, and the latter answers somewhat bashfully. Black Ghost explains that he compiled the information so they can know both themselves and their enemies, warning that Xinhua's leaders are especially dangerous. Cashin taunts Red Shot by bringing up how Mujin once beat him so badly he ran away crying, offering to recreate that humiliation. Enraged by the mockery, Red Shot screams, while his ally Laughing Ghost warns him not to be provoked. Laughing Ghost analyzes that Cashin just used a large area skill and believes his mana is drained, so they should drag out the fight to win by attrition. Cashin internally thinks that strategy sounds fine but has an answer prepared. Showing his crystallized hand, Cashin estimates the two villains will only last a few seconds, maybe 10 at best, against him. He adds that he has no intention of spending any more time than necessary dealing with these two. Laughing Ghost chuckles ominously in response. Laughing Ghost charges in with a massive cleaver, promising to tear Cashin's mouth apart. Red Shot launches his powered-up technique double pistol rampage, firing wildly while screaming. Cashin counters with shadow knives, unleashing a cascading wall of energy that blocks the barrage. Red Shot is stunned that Cashin is blocking all of his bullets. Cashin follows up with another powerful thrust of his crystallized arm. He activates the Dark Prison skill, sending towering blades of darkness surging toward Red Shot. Red Shot is swallowed and battered by the Dark Prison attack, screaming in pain. Bleeding and panicked, Red Shot curses and wonders how someone supposedly out of mana can still use such powerful skills. Meanwhile, Laughing Ghost charges in laughing, rushing Cashin with his weapon. He unleashes an explosive attack that whirlwinds toward Cashin. Cashin meets the descending blow head-on, blocking with his empowered arm. Their clash sends shards flying as Cashin's crystal blades grind against Laughing Ghost's weapon. Laughing Ghost is startled when something unexpected happens during the exchange. Cashin counters with a brutal strike that sends the red-haired gunman flying and spurting blood. Both villains coordinate a furious rush, screaming for Cashin to die as they charge. Red Shot continues firing in rage, screaming that Cashin should die. Cashin dashes forward, leaving a dark trail as he prepares another technique. Using shadow acceleration, multiple afterimages of Cashin blitz through the hail of bullets. Red Shot panics as he fails to track Cashin's overwhelming speed. Cashin suddenly appears right beside him, arm raised for a decisive blow. He slams into Red Shot with a devastating downward kick while channeling energy. Cashin declares that Red Shot is useless at close range as he crushes him with a point-blank attack. Laughing Ghost attempts a surprise charge from a distance. He thrusts out his glowing hand and activates a skill called Telekinesis Shock. Cashin is wrapped in swirling psychic energy but remains focused. Telekinetic force hurls Cashin through the building, smashing walls and rubble. Cashin rises from the debris crackling with energy, confused that something feels off. Laughing Ghost smugly explains that with his telekinesis, Cashin will be completely immobilized simply because he wills it. Cashin recognizes the ability as telekinesis, and hears that many strong opponents have already fallen to this skill. Laughing Ghost asks if Cashin knows who he is, identifying himself as Laughing Ghost. He boasts about his moniker and claims Cashin must learn it if he wants to survive, while Cashin says he has no interest. Cashin mentally notes that more than 10 seconds may have passed since his earlier prediction. Laughing Ghost begins to theatrically explain the reason behind his nickname. Cashin snaps the restraints with brute force and slams Laughing Ghost to the ground, saying they should stop talking. Cashin continues pounding Laughing Ghost into the floor with a follow-up strike. Cracked and stunned, Laughing Ghost gasps in disbelief. He stammers, wondering why his telekinesis is no longer working on Cashin. Cashin asks if Laughing Ghost still does not understand what is happening. He declares that the reason is simple. He is far stronger than Laughing Ghost, then crushes Red Shot as well. The dust settles over the ruined warehouse ceiling. Looking over his beaten enemies, Cashin concludes that this battle has been enough testing for his newly acquired power. Black Ghost's inner voice asks whether Cashin had been certain the telekinesis would fail, and Cashin frankly answers that he was not. Cashin admits he had planned to use shadow armor if the telekinesis took hold, surprising his companion. The Eye Spirit points out that shadow armor is currently on cooldown from earlier use and asks if Cashin realized that. From above, the spirit realizes Cashin truly did not know, leaving an awkward silence. Elsewhere in Xinhua District's eastern Villezone, Mujin hunts the escaping villain Ancient Blue Viper across the rooftops. Mujin tracks the fleeing foe, mocking that for all his reputation as a snake he scurries like a rat. Black Ghost races along as well, equally intent on the pursuit. Wuchan dashes across rooftops with twin swords drawn, following Blue Viper's trail. He senses the killer intent being broadcast and remarks that such open bloodlust is unbefitting an assassin. Looking up, he sees Blue Viper's ally, the blue-haired swordswoman Gu Inseo, waiting atop a building and asking if he came for her. Gu Inseo happily confirms she has been waiting and has looked forward to this confrontation. Black Ghost comments that anyone would be excited to fight the infamous Wuchan. Gu Inseo introduces herself as the Wind Dragon Sword Master and invites Wuchan to a duel under the moonlit sky. Elsewhere in Xinhuaville Zone, the cityscape shows the scale of the conflict. In another location, the girl Aroma clutches her head in worry, groaning. Her companion Hote suggests that if she is that worried, they should go search for their missing allies together. Hearing someone call their names, Aroma and Hote look up in surprise. Garnet rushes over asking if there is still no news about their liege in Cashin. Garnet laments that charging alone into Xinhua to capture ancient Blue Viper was reckless even for them. She imagines Cashin must have talked Wuchan into the crazy plan and is certain of it. Garnet asks about the other vassals. Aroma reports that Blinding Darkness and Lafayette are on their way and senses someone approaching. Cashin, wreathed in shadow, sprints across rooftops toward them. Aroma spots him and shouts Cashin's name in relief. Garnet angrily assumes Cashin abandoned Wuchan, but then realizes the approaching figure is not actually him. Aroma identifies the newcomer as the villain Black Ghost, whom she calls Cashin's underling. Back at the earlier rooftop, Wuchan critiques Gu Inseo's dramatic title and notes that his own, most evil sword, is not much better. Wuchan asks to postpone their fight because he is in a hurry, but Gu Inseo refuses, not wanting to miss this rare chance to duel him. She declares this is her opportunity to defeat the most evil sword, Wuchan, and add the feat to the Wind Dragon Sword Master's achievements. Wuchan coolly warns that her desired glory will be fake and that she should keep her delusions to herself. Gu Inseo says she has something to tell him before they truly begin. She insists it is nothing major. She explains that her power manipulates wind and that whirlpools constantly form around her when she fights. These wind vortices slow and hinder her opponents, effectively acting as a debuff. Wuchan points out she could have kept that advantage secret, and wonders why she is revealing it. Gu Inseo replies that she knows him very well, but doubts he understands her to the same extent. From above she clarifies that she wants a fair victory because defeated opponents always disgusted her with excuses. Wuchan answers that her concern is pointless since he has no intention of losing. She laughs, saying that attitude is exactly what she expected from Wuchan and that she likes it. Gu Inseo launches herself toward him declaring she is coming. She smashes down with a powerful wind-boosted strike against Wuchan. Wuchan darts away from the impact zone. He then charges her with blinding speed, readying his twin blades. Their swords clash violently in midair, red and blue energy colliding. Gu Inseo rides a massive gust upward, slashing past Wuchan in a high-speed exchange. Wuchan activates Crystallize on his leg, powering up his movement. Using the enhanced speed, he lands a deep slash on Gu Inseo. He follows up by trapping her blade with his foot. Then he drives another brutal strike into her torso. She mentally accuses him of using a cheap trick. Wuchan chains relentless strikes in his continuous strike technique, while Gu Inseo throws up a wind wall to defend. Overwhelmed, Gu Inseo cries out in pain as the barrage crashes against her. Wuchan unleashes an even heavier attack, venting his anger while pressing the offensive. He moves again, stepping through the swirling winds. Wuchan notes that his previous hit might have been shallow and deduces that her slowing debuff is passive and troublesome. Gu Inseo declares it is now her turn and raises another massive wind wall to counterattack. Wuchan refuses to give her a chance, firing his continuous strike, flying sword slash technique. His spiraling red and blue slash carves through the air toward her. Gu Inseo's eyes widen as she realizes the danger. The flying sword slash tears through stone and structures in a devastating arc. Wuchan taunts her, asking how long she intends to hover there, and if she is trying to run away. Gu Inseo laughs nervously from above, blaming her awkward floating ability while conceding he fights very well. She asks if he is really the strongest villain in Seoul. Wuchan answers that someone stronger than him exists. He tells her he will reveal that person's identity only if she comes down and kneels before him, which she finds excessive. Wuchan prepares for another move as he senses something. Suddenly Mad Pin dives in with a powerful, glowing punch aimed at Wuchan. Wuchan slashes him across the back in retaliation. Mad Pin is knocked away while Wuchan braces for the next assault. Wuchan plants his foot, initiating a new technique. A woven net trap suddenly springs around him as he moves. The net closes, suspending Wuchan high above the ground. Caught in the net, Wuchan angrily shouts at Gu Inseo, asking if this ambush had been her plan all along. An unseen hand readies a remote control with a glowing button. Electricity or energy surges through the net, painfully shocking Wuchan. Gu Inseo, outraged at the interference, demands to know what her supposed allies are doing. An unseen villain gloatingly declares checkmate and laughs maniacally. The eccentric villain oil cook Billy appears, announcing he arranged this special welcome for the visiting monarch. Billy asks the captured Wuchan if he enjoyed the spectacle, while Wuchan strains inside the hanging cage. Billy orders his henchman Mad Pin to bring Gu Inseo down as well. Seeing them, Gu Inseo furiously calls out Mad Pin and Oil Cook as traitorous bastards. She rages that they dared to interfere with her duel and threatens to kill them both if they do not release Mujin. Cashin's earlier line about not giving opponents a turn echoes ominously. At that moment, the net binding Mujin is suddenly sliced apart by crackling blue energy. Mad Pin and Oil Cook Billy look up in shock at the unexpected development. Cashin appears holding the freed Mujin, declaring that he will simply kill the two villains first. Surrounded by shattered ropes and lightning, Cashin stands ready for battle, gripping Mujin with one hand and his blade with the other. Watching this, Oil Cook Billy realizes the situation has become troublesome and regrets assuming Red Shot and Laughing Ghost alone would be enough to handle them. Mad Pin notes that even revealing his plan now will not change the final result. He reminds himself he still has a trump card he can use if necessary. Cashin looks on steadily, ready for what comes next. Cashin, held in someone's arms, calmly says he was never unconscious and asks to be put down. A man begins walking away from Cashin. Cashin questions if the man will fight while injured, but the man insists he must finish what he started and capture Viper. Gu Inseo declares she is leaving the fight because she has lost the will to continue. When stopped, Gu Inseo blames the others for ruining her duel by interfering. She claims a particular place as her own spot to rest. Settling there to spectate, Gu Inseo tells the others to do their best and not to worry about her. Observing, someone remarks that Gu Inseo has already fulfilled her role by keeping up with Mujin. Mad Pin assesses that despite Mujin's composed look, her injuries are severe, and says their side will win if they secure Cashin. Mad Pin provocatively tells Cashin that Cashin is the prey and he himself will be the hunter. Another observer comments that Mad Pin is as arrogant as his reputation suggests. Python prepares to speak, his expression serious. Python warns Cashin that overconfidence is deadly. Cashin taunts the muscular man, confirming he is Python and mocking him for being beaten by Money King. Cashin continues provoking, suggesting rumors of Python's valiant loss are self-made and insulting him for spreading them. Python admits he has been provoked but vows Cashin will pay a heavy price, offering to pay that price in advance with no negotiations. Powering up, Python says he will rehabilitate Cashin's big mouth and soon show him his true powerlessness. Cashin announces he has one more thing to say before they start fighting. Gu Inseo, watching, complains that the old man's long introduction is annoying. Python tells Cashin that a stealth specialist like him is foolish to choose a direct confrontation. Cashin retorts, asking how well Python knows him to judge him and predicts Python will not last even 5 seconds in a proper fight. Cashin scoffs at the 5-second claim, saying it leaves him speechless. Python believes Cashin's provocations have failed to manipulate him. Python smugly thinks he is the one who tricked Cashin into a head-on fight. Cashin, now in motion, invites Python to attack with full strength, warning that realizing their power gap will come too late. Python charges forward furiously, screaming for Cashin to come. Cashin suddenly vanishes from Python's view in a burst of blue power. Using shadow acceleration, Cashin blitzes Python and strikes him with overwhelming force. Mad Pin is shocked at what he just witnessed. Gu Inseo is equally stunned by Cashin's speed. Cashin's masked ally reacts with glowing red eyes to the sudden move. Python cries out in agony as Cashin's blow lands. Cashin states that it did not even take 5 seconds to deal with Python. Cashin finishes the exchange in what he calls a 1-second knockout. Standing over the fallen Python, Cashin acknowledges part of Python's earlier words as correct. He agrees it really is too late to regret once the difference in strength becomes clear. The scene shifts briefly to the moon shining over the battlefield. Mad Pin stares at the defeated Python in disbelief, thinking this cannot be real. Gu Inseo, impressed, admits Cashin's speed exceeded what her eyes could follow. Watching Cashin from above, she begins to suspect he might be the person Mujin mentioned. She grows more certain Cashin is the one Mujin had talked about. Despite his defeat, Python's hand trembles as he refuses to give up. Python insists he was only caught off guard and that he will not collapse, while Cashin sarcastically agrees and notes Python might have lasted longer otherwise. Cashin then tells Python that whatever chance he had has already been lost, confusing the battered man. Cashin clarifies that the lost chance is merely the opportunity to be beaten up even more. He sends Python flying again with another devastating blow. Cashin glances toward the remaining enemies and prepares to move on to the next opponent. Realizing the danger, Mad Pin and his ally turn and flee, shouting for each other to run. Cashin's ally urges him to pursue the fleeing villains, but he hesitates at leaving Cashin behind. Cashin tells the ally he is fine and points out there is still a Xinhua member nearby, though he himself is not from Xinhua. Gu Inseo formally declares, as the Wind Dragon Sword Master, that she is cutting ties with the Xinhua Vilzone. She asks Nam Kong to take her in from now on, and Nam Kong replies that they always welcome talented people. Someone comments that they already knew Nam Kong was that easygoing. The scene shifts to Xinhua District's Vilzone, specifically Mad Pin's hideout at night. Mad Pin orders his companion to stall Cashin using traps until reinforcements arrive, leaving the underling shocked at being left alone. Someone urgently cries out Cashin's name. Mad Pin frantically presses an elevator control in his rush to escape. In the elevator, Mad Pin nervously admits Cashin has exceeded his predictions and is extremely dangerous. He decides to flee via the helicopter he wisely kept on standby on the roof. Cashin suddenly appears, mocking Madpin's wealth and asking where he got the helicopter. Panicking, Madpin furiously jabs the elevator button while calling Cashin crazy. Cashin's blue shadows tear through the elevator, closing in on Madpin. Cashin rushes Madpin inside the elevator, asking if he really thinks he can escape. Madpin reels in shock as Cashin reaches him. Madpin slaps a magical card onto Cashin's forehead, shouting that Cashin fell for his trap. He exults that this trump card will make Cashin his slave. The scene repeats the moment the card hits Cashin's forehead, emphasizing the activation of the spell. Madpin triumphantly chants again that his long-saved trump card will enslave Cashin. As Cashin stands inside a glowing magic circle with the card on his forehead, Madpin smugly compares catching him to mistaking a chicken for a pheasant yet still finding value. He laments missing out on Wuchan but notes that controlling Cashin will also be very useful. Madpin decides to use this situation to reconsider which magical cards he keeps. Concluding that useless cards are unnecessary, he pulls out a joker card to discard or repurpose. Before he can act, Cashin's empowered hand clamps over the joker card, shocking Madpin. Madpin cannot understand how Cashin is moving freely and demands that he release the card, while Cashin says he is simply tired of hearing Madpin talk. Cashin blasts Madpin away with raw power, leaving the villain stunned. Madpin is horrified that his strongest control card, the Ace of Spades, failed to work. Cashin calmly states that mind control techniques do not work on him. Powering up his gauntlet, Cashin bluntly tells Madpin that this means he is completely doomed. Cashin offers Madpin a chance to surrender peacefully and reveal Blue Viper's location. Madpin outwardly agrees to listen. Instead, Madpin uses a spell called Random Shuffle, scattering dozens of cards at Cashin while denying he would ever truly surrender. Cashin realizes something is wrong as the new cards stick to him. Madpin explains that the attached cards are draining Cashin's mana and paralyzing him, soon turning him into a motionless statue. He vows to personally finish Cashin off before that moment arrives. Madpin is surprised to see Cashin's body burst into blue flames, realizing his earlier success came only from catching Cashin off guard. Cashin, burning with power and shattering the cards, warns Madpin that celebrating prematurely will be his downfall and that he should have fled. Madpin, shocked that Cashin can use a fire-type skill, realizes the rumors of Cashin possessing that attribute were true. Overwhelmed, Madpin hastily surrenders and offers to tell Cashin Viper's location, but Cashin says that will not be necessary. Cashin instead declares he will simply beat Madpin up. He unleashes a final massive attack, proclaiming that today marks the end of Xinhua. The narrative shifts to the Gatam district building lobby on Rose later that night. Inside, Gatam's executives remark that it has been a while since they all gathered so late. They discuss how fortunate it is that events ended without major problems, reassuring each other that their monarch's injuries are not severe. One executive angrily blames Cashin for the monarch's injury, saying it all happened because Cashin persuaded her to go to Xinhua. Others counter that the monarch chose to go herself and that Cashin is not at fault. The angry man insists Gatam must somehow hold Cashin's district responsible, but is reminded they lack justification. Another voice points out that regardless of what happened, Cashin's actions ultimately kept their monarch safe. The sleeping monarch is shown, and it is emphasized again that Cashin saved her. They add that Cashin's group also neutralized Xinhua, a longtime thorn in Gatam's side, so he deserves a reward. The woman in red notes that Cashin even forced Xinhua's main leaders, including the notorious Madpin, to surrender. One man grumbles that Cashin must have had some secret advantage, and another comments he sounds very jealous. He denies being jealous, shouting that is not the case. Someone recalls hearing additional information about Cashin from their driver. The driver had reported that Cashin once went berserk on a mission. Gatam's leader analyzes that the driver judged Cashin's destructive power to be at least disaster rank. Another reacts in disbelief that Cashin could be a disaster rank villain, while the first suggests he might even surpass that. They acknowledge that if true, Cashin's level is extraordinary. The jealous executive nervously wonders if Cashin could actually be Grand Catastrophe rank. A narrator notes that individuals at such a level are so rare they can be counted on one hand. They regret failing to capture Blue Viper, but remember Cashin said to leave that target to him. Two of them comically react in chibi form, surprised and curious who made that bold claim. The story then returns to the Xinhua district Ville zone during the day. Inside, Blue Viper smashes a bottle in frustration. Drinking alone, he laments that he once believed he would become master of the world. Staring at his trembling glass, he wonders where everything went wrong. He thinks bitterly of Cashin as the source of his downfall. Blue Viper realizes that everything began to fail once he got involved with Cashin and blames him entirely. Seething, he vows to kill Cashin and rip him into pieces. He screams Cashin's name and his murderous intent, clutching a shard in rage. Butler Yun enters the room, remarking that this is where Blue Viper has been hiding. Blue Viper charges at Butler Yun furiously, while Yun calmly says he is glad the president is safe. Blue Viper angrily demands to know where Yun has been, and Yun says he has brought a guest who wishes to see the president. The guest announces that the board has requested Blue Viper's resignation for embezzlement and stock manipulation. He adds that the president of MDC has assumed control of the company, and is here as the board's representative. When the newcomer speaks, Blue Viper recognizes him and is shaken, trying to recall past warnings. Blue Viper realizes this is the person who once warned him and is terrified. The newcomer reminds Blue Viper that he warned greed would make him sick and that he should have stayed as he was. Blue Viper looks stricken, sweat on his face. Cashin, now revealed as MDC's president, rebukes Blue Viper for treating Butler Yoon like a servant, insisting he is a partner. Cashin reveals Yoon joined him before working for Blue Viper, meaning Yoon has always been on Cashin's side. Realizing he was being monitored from the start, Blue Viper collapses to his knees in despair. Cashin, impassive behind sunglasses, says nothing as he watches. Blue Viper grovels, admitting he was wrong and begging Cashin for another chance, promising never to be greedy again. Cashin coolly repeats Blue Viper's plea, questioning why he should give him any chance at all. Blue Viper snaps back into anger, accusing Cashin of thinking he is foolish enough to believe such words. Cashin points out that Blue Viper's outburst just exposed his true nature. He says that in Cashin's place he would have hidden and waited instead, implying Blue Viper lacks that prudence. Cashin concludes that this strategic difference between them is why Blue Viper lost. Smiling confidently, Cashin tells Blue Viper he is finished. A narrator states that Ancient Blue Viper and Mad Pin were soon arrested, as shown outside the Lampus Soul branch. A news report broadcasts Blue Viper being taken away in handcuffs for possession of drugs and blackmail. The same report shows Mad Pin under arrest, asking for a lawyer while facing identical charges. Elsewhere, 2 Lampus officials comment that taking down 2 tycoons at once is a big deal. They debate whether their cooperation with Cashin was wise. One worries they now look like puppets of a villain, but the other reminds him Cashin only requested they capture known criminals. She notes they had clear evidence of those crimes, giving them no reason to refuse. In chibi form they admit it feels like Cashin is manipulating them, yet he has grown stronger far faster than expected. Looking at Cashin's image on a tablet, they remark that he has already taken control of all Vilzones in Seoul and wonder if he now intends to target the entire country. The woman with glasses warns that the situation ahead will be difficult. She explains that the once unknown man is now infamous among Vilzones and Psychers as the Black Devil. Another Lampus member notes that because of this, many people, including their own group, are closely watching him. They add that even the villain overlord known as Money King will not let the Black Devil act freely. The woman mutters that a war. She concludes that this war between factions may already have begun. The scene shifts to a cityscape, indicating a change of location. Focus narrows to a coffee shop where the next meeting will occur. A man with red glasses arrives at the cafe. Inside, he spots a younger man in a hoodie waving him over. The youth cheerfully calls the older man Sunchul and invites him to sit. Over drinks, the older man admits he was very shocked by recent events. He recalls being stunned when the other man threw away his Psyker license and left Lampus, only to meet him again inside a Vilzone. He asks if the youth is living well there, and the reply is that life and meals are fine. Wondering if it is dangerous, he is told that Vilzones are safe as long as Psychers do not invade. The older man apologizes sincerely for the previous Lampus operation and says his teammates regret their actions. The youth agrees they all went too far and says it is hard for him, as an outer, to talk about that past. The older man observes that the youth looks much healthier now, reminding him he once suffered from PTSD. The youth credits his recovery to his current team leader, Kang Saiwa. In a flashback, the older man remembers that without his new leader, he would still be a cripple confined to a hospital. The youth asks if he has completely recovered, and he replies that while not fully healed, his daily life is no longer affected. The older man reflects that the horror he experienced that day still haunts his memory. He states he will live with that trauma for the rest of his life. The youth, now serious, says he has a question. He presses for the true reason the older man left Lampus, beyond the official story. He reminds him that he had followed Senior Kim Kwang-ho, who died in the war, more devotedly than anyone. The youth says it is hard to understand why someone like that would abandon Lampus to live in a Vilzone, especially after their backup request had been ignored. He begins describing the day their unit was massacred by a monster. He confesses that all he could do was watch Kim Kwang-ho and the rest of his team be brutally slaughtered. Shocked, the older man demands to know what the youth really is. The youth calmly asserts that it is true Lampus did not save them. He reveals that they were actually rescued by the Winterbell monarch Musung and his followers. The older man, surprised, says he had never heard that, and the youth explains Lampus hid it because it would damage their image. The youth adds that the older man fainted during the battle, leaving him the only witness to what truly happened. A child nearby repeats in disbelief that a villain saved them, while the youth clarifies that Musung only came to rescue his kidnapped daughter from Red Death. The older man then asks what happened to Musung and his people. The youth answers bluntly that every one of them died. The older man guesses that disappointment with Lampus and doubt about Psychers motivated his departure. The youth says that explanation is only half right. He explains the other half is that a person cannot live while deeply indebted and must eventually repay what they owe. The story shifts to La Vie en Rose in the Gatam district. Inside the luxurious building, morning light falls through the fixtures. A woman in bed begins eating a bowl of porridge. The black-haired patient silently eats, still recovering. Images of Cashin as the Black Devil and his electric attacks flash, recalling her recent defeat. Someone off-panel exclaims that she is finally awake. Two horned girls rush to the bedside where the woman is sitting up. They excitedly ask about the food, learn it is abalone rice porridge, and are scolded for trying to steal it. One girl asks how the patient feels, and she replies that she is almost fully recovered. They note her wounds are healing slowly, and she accepts this as the price for her carelessness. She explains that electrical powers are especially dangerous for someone with her metal solidification ability. She asks how Cashin has been lately, and is told the Black Devil has been unusually quiet. The girls discuss his new nickname, saying he beat all psychers who invaded the Ville Zone and even suppressed Xinhua, boosting his infamy. The patient remarks that he seems to be roaming around proudly on the strength of that reputation, though recent rumors say he has been keeping a low profile. One girl wonders if he is hiding in a training room. The blue-haired girl suddenly remembers that the CSAT exams are approaching. The patient asks if they are still spying on him, and they admit Garnet ordered them to keep watch. The woman falls silent, thinking. She then asks them to take her along the next time they go to observe Cashin. The two little demons protest in shock at the idea of all three going together, but she says it is not that she cannot go. She instead asks if she may carry Aroma for a while. She lifts Aroma princess style, making roses whirl around them as the other girl looks on in amazement. Aroma blushes furiously and demands to know what she is doing as the patient comments on her flushed face and labored breathing. The other girl asks if that is a normal reaction, and Aroma yells that such embarrassment is entirely normal. The patient decides the reaction is nothing special after all. She sets her foot down decisively, signaling a change of mood. Thanking the two girls for their help, she says she is fine now and walks out, leaving them confused. The girls wonder what she meant, feeling that her words missed the real point. Outside, the recovered woman walks with renewed determination. Elsewhere, Cashin's sister nags him over the phone to take his herbal Gongjin-dan medicine properly each morning. She doubts he is taking it faithfully and scolds him. While cooking eggs, he insists that he does, and she tells him to stay healthy for the upcoming CSAT exam. She worries that his weak body might collapse during the exam, while he mutters that he is actually very healthy. She tells him to stop sitting around, exercise more, and at least go for walks. He half-heartedly agrees. She further warns him to lock his door and avoid going out at night, and he hurriedly ends the call so he can eat. She reminds him again to eat 3 meals a day. He curtly replies that he is heading out now. The view returns to her workplace as she finishes the call, and a colleague remarks it sounded like she was speaking with her younger brother. She lowers the phone, still thinking about him. The colleague asks if he interrupted, and she says she had just hung up. He then asks her if her brother is doing all right. She answers that she believes he is fine. The colleague notes the worry on her face. He comments that he can clearly see she is anxious and asks if something happened. She explains she saw news of a recent incident in Gatam, near where her brother lives. She admits she fears he could be caught up in similar incidents in the future. The colleague observes that she really looks after her brother. He teases that such an obedient younger brother must listen well to his big sister. She laughs awkwardly and says that although he says he does, he has been a bit rebellious lately, likely due to puberty. The colleague offers to help her with that problem. She politely declines, saying she is only overly worried, and then excuses herself to head to the hall while he wishes her luck. She walks away down the long corridor as he watches. The colleague, who is actually Money King, smiles faintly as she departs. The scene shifts to the Neo Center in Songnam, where a high-level villain meeting is taking place. Inside, 3 powerful villains discuss how Money King granted them the title of Intendants. Bulgy, the fiery Incheon Villezone boss, complains that despite the title they are being worked like slaves and jokes about burning the place. Rosetail, the Chungbuk boss, mocks him for saying that when he was the first to rush over. She admits her curiosity is killing her. Bulgy says he is curious because Money King summoned all 7 Intendants. Someone suggests Money King probably intends to launch an attack on Seoul. Iron Beast, the Kangwon boss, recounts how the Mad Pin Villezone was wiped out in a single day. He adds that Xinhua district was also attacked and reveals that it was assaulted by just 2 individuals. He names the attackers as Mujin and Cashin. Rosetail gushes over Mujin as a cool, rose-suited man but is startled when she realizes the second name was Cashin. Bulgy recalls Cashin as the villain who was supposedly killed by psychers. Outraged, he asks why Money King would now employ such a villain. Iron Beast informs him that Cashin currently rules as Villezone boss of Seoul's Gatam district, replacing their old ally called Driver. The meeting is interrupted by the arrival of their host. Money King enters with 2 formidable subordinates and apologizes for making everyone wait. He confirms he summoned all 7 intendants but says some will be late due to circumstances, prompting mild scolding about manners. Iron Beast eyes the newcomer warily. An inner monologue introduces Genichi, a ruthlessly skilled outer who conquered Japan's Kansai region and earned Money King's trust. Genichi exchanges a tense glance with Iron Beast. Rosetail points at the tall masked man behind Money King and asks who he is. Money King introduces the silent figure as Python, the new powerhouse of the organization New Century. Rosetail says she knows of Python but asks why he is present, while Bulgy admits this is his first time seeing him in person. Money King states that Python seeks the right to become an intendant. Bulgy reacts with shock at this announcement. Rosetail smiles slyly, clearly amused by the situation. Iron Beast also watches the development with interest. Python calmly remarks that everyone seems to have complaints. Rosetail snaps back that their frustration is justified and insults one of the muscular bosses. The story jumps back to Gatam District's skyline. Inside a bookstore there, someone browses among shelves of books. Cashin reaches for a CSAT preparation book while pondering whether he truly intends to go to university. He answers himself that he needs to take the CSAT first. His shadow companion says he is doing it to reassure his worried sister, then remarks about Cashin inhabiting a borrowed body. Cashin falls silent, considering that. He decides to buy a meditation book to strengthen his mentality. A status window displays his villain profile, listing his dark-based skills and a hidden ability called Gluttony of Darkness. Cashin reads the description of Gluttony of Darkness and thinks the name sounds excessively violent. His shadow ally privately admits he never expected to see that cursed skill again. The window explains that Gluttony of Darkness, with a 30-hour cooldown, devours another awakened being's magic power. Cashin judges it a depraved power fit for a demon king, and the ally agrees. The ally reflects that Cashin's catastrophic class title Grand Catastrophe is well deserved. Cashin decides he should seal this dangerous skill, though the ally protests that it could strengthen him without costly mana stones. Cashin argues that growing his attribute power destabilizes his mind and that even now, with the ally's help, he is at risk. He says that is why he has not yet consumed the powerful Bloodstone. The ally suggests that rare weapons can help stabilize his mentality, prompting Cashin to think they should ask Uchiha about such items. The ally adds that Cashin's strong willpower skill could also be improved to protect his mind. Cashin asks how to level that skill, and the ally answers that meditation training will do it. Back in his civilian guise in the bookstore, Cashin hums thoughtfully. He considers a book titled along the lines of 11 Methods to Meditate Well and reaches for it. At the same time, another hand grabs the same book, creating an awkward moment. Cashin, a red-haired man, and a black-haired girl all stare at each other in surprise. Cashin and his shadow eye are comically confused, mentally labeling the pair as oddballs. Elsewhere, the recovering woman strolls through a tree-lined street, assuring a worried companion that the doctor cleared her to walk. They pass an ice cream truck where two girls buy cones and ask if Jaina wants one, but she declines. Jaina pauses, still looking slightly flushed yet resolute. She tells the twins she will head to the nearby bookstore to buy a particular book, and they promise to join her soon. The narrator admits they had been foolish. Jaina reflects that she acted rashly, carried away by the fulfillment of becoming the Winterbell monarch. She remembers arrogantly believing she could handle every threat alone. She realizes that without Cashin aiding her during battle, things would have gone badly. Acknowledging that many people could have been harmed because of her, she resolves to change. Time passes in silence as this resolve settles. Jaina, now determined, decides she will not repeat her previous mistake. She clenches her fist, steeling her resolve. She urges herself to grow stronger. Reaching for a book on a shelf, her hand collides with someone else's. Jaina finds herself standing beside Cashin and Wuchan in the bookstore, surprised. The scene shifts to another aisle of the bookstore. Wuchan recognizes Cashin and Jaina by name. An awkward silence hangs between the three as they face each other. Wuchan casually asks why Cashin is there and thanks Jaina for previously giving him macarons. Cashin is startled hearing that Wuchan received macarons from Jaina, explaining he met her earlier. Jaina's friend calls out to her from across the store, drawing attention. Cashin internally reacts in shock when his fairy companion recognizes Jaina. Cashin suddenly grabs Jaina's hand. His fairy hurriedly drags him away under the pretext of checking new manhwa releases, leaving Jaina confused. Jaina's friend, seeing Jaina and her fairy double, wonders if Jaina has a twin. Cashin's shadow companion suspects the twins might be something more and calls Cashin's name. Wuchan angrily interrogates Cashin about his macaron trading relationship with Jaina and demands an explanation about Naun. The scene changes to a peaceful plaza with fountains in front of apartment buildings. Over ice cream, someone reacts skeptically to what they have just been told. Jaina realizes the boy from the bookstore was actually Cashin. The girls excitedly discuss how shocking it was to run into him there and wonder why, before noting he lives in Gatam, so it is not impossible. Jaina recalls that the red-haired boy with Cashin is Kim Wuchan. Her friend explains Kim Wuchan is a well-known psyker apprentice in Gatam. They remark that it is interesting a Villezone boss and a psyker know each other through the same high school. Jaina falls silent, mulling everything over. One twin reassures her that Cashin and Wuchan likely do not know who they really are, calling it a one-off coincidence. Jaina quietly questions what it means if such coincidences have already happened 3 times. The twins jokingly say that would be fate but insist such a thing will never occur. One twin suggests they all go eat delicious beef noodles together, and the others agree. The group enters a nearby restaurant. Elsewhere, 2 men talk outside a cafe, regretting not eating together but assuming they will meet again. As Jaina walks past with the twins, one of the men suggests they all eat together next time. The younger man suddenly reacts with wide-eyed shock. Watching the girls leave, he listens to them excitedly plan a big bowl of noodles with dumplings, while being teased about gaining weight. His companion notices his odd reaction, but the boy brushes it off as mere dizziness. The story jumps to Neo's Sentry headquarters in Songnam, Gyeonggi Province. Inside, a staff member presents a large enclosed arena as the president's exclusive training area. They explain that the arena's reinforced, soundproof walls can withstand powerful shocks and earthquakes. A fighter asks if that means he can go all out, while being warned to keep things moderate. He replies he hates moderation. A heavily tattooed warrior criticizes this overconfidence, saying such an attitude will not be enough to defeat him. The pink-haired woman laughs at his comment, calling it the funniest thing she has ever heard. She mockingly suggests he become a comedian and tells him to stop saying things that are not even funny. She repeats his insult about bullshit, clearly provoked. She then asks if he knows why she despises him. Another fighter chimes in that he also hates arrogant people who spout nonsense. The pink-haired woman sneers that his boasting about lasting against Money King is complete nonsense. Enraged, she vows to rip him to pieces right there. Her opponent remarks that her constant talking only ties her in verbal knots, then advises her to open with her ultimate technique once the fight starts. She demands he use the supposedly undefeatable move he always brags about. Spectators comment that he could not even use that move in his fight with Cashin and ask if he can live with failing again. The taunting makes the warrior grit his teeth in anger. He activates his skill paying resistance, his body flaring with power. As petals swirl and she attacks with a rose, she taunts him, asking if he has used his trump card yet. He charges forward with a powerful punch toward her. She gleefully dodges, shouting for him to catch her if he can. The two clash repeatedly at high speed, exchanging violent blows. Their battle escalates into a rapid series of midair strikes, petals scattering around them. Laughing, she hurls a large thorny bud at him as a so-called gift. He smashes into the giant bud, which begins to unfurl threateningly. The bud swells overhead, vines spreading as he braces himself below it. The bud bursts into an enormous rose that threatens to crush him. She emerges inside the giant rose, protected and surrounded by dazzling petals. The warrior notes her skill must have a time limit, and presses her on how long she can maintain it. She grins from within the petals, asking how many seconds he has left instead. He strikes upward with full force, sending petals flying everywhere. Appearing behind him, she mocks him for silently enduring and not replying. He angrily yells at her to shut up while launching another fierce attack. His eyes burn with determination as he prepares something drastic. He channels power into his wrapped fist, making it crackle. He finally catches her in his massive, bandaged grip. Delighted, he declares he has been waiting for this moment with her trapped in his hand. He snarls that loudmouths always meet the same fate. Activating his move and hell, he dives toward the ground with her clenched in his fist, planning to use his devastating ground technique. She coolly calls him an idiot and hints that he might not be the one in control here. His eyes widen in sudden alarm as petals swirl. Her technique Thorny Stem Hell activates, binding him from head to toe with thick thorn vines. Shocked to be immobilized, he wonders how this could happen. An observer explains she tricked him with a summoning illusion and trapped him instead. Another onlooker acknowledges that she truly lives up to the title Witch of Mischief. She points out that his bound arm is bleeding and asks if it hurts. Amused by the long duration of her own skill, she marvels at how extraordinary it is. Looking at him menacingly, she says the situation makes her want to experiment cruelly on him. She contemplates gruesome options, like drilling his head and stuffing his brain into his mouth. Terrified, he hurriedly concedes defeat and offers to give up his position as an intendant. She questions whether surrender means she should actually stop. Laughing maniacally, she insists that once something starts it must be taken to the brutal end. A superior warns her not to go too far since the chairman would not like losing such fighting power, forcing her to relent. Annoyed but compliant, she instead decides to leave a distinguishing mark on this supposedly valuable fighter. She scribbles an insulting word on his forehead with blood, laughing that it suits him. Back at the fountain, someone again asks Cashin if nothing is really going on between him and Jaina. Cashin repeatedly insists there is nothing between them, including nothing with Naun, and asks Wuchan not to overreact. Wuchan still doubts him, but Cashin tells him to ask Naun herself before dismissing the topic. Wuchan changes the subject by asking if Cashin is studying for the college entrance exams. Wuchan explains he plans to become an official psyker immediately after graduating high school. Cashin notes how clear Wuchan's goal is, and Wuchan says it has been his dream since childhood. Wuchan states his calling is to protect innocent citizens from vile villains. Cashin quietly thinks that calling villains disgusting and horrible is biased and tells him not to misunderstand. Wuchan clarifies he does not believe all villains are like that and that some still possess normal judgment. Cashin prompts him to provide an example. Wuchan ponders for a moment. He cites Driver, the boss of Gatam Zone, and Red Eye as villains who are actually gentle or humane. In a chibi interlude, Cashin prods him to think harder, believing there are more such cases. Cashin then asks why Wuchan bought a suspicious self-help book. Wuchan says an experienced senior told him his mentality is lacking. He elaborates that she criticized his poor situational judgment, motivating him to read such books. Cashin privately agrees with the senior's assessment, while Wuchan wonders why he is even confiding this to Cashin. The scene shifts to Gatam Zone as evening falls over the city. The camera lowers toward a specific building within the Zone. Inside, Driver finishes stacking books, satisfied with his work. He admires how organizing has cleaned his workspace and plans to move remaining devices later. Feeling tired, he decides to take a short rest. He pours himself a cup of coffee. Holding the mug, he wonders aloud if he should relax in his now tidy workplace. From the hallway come crashing sounds, and he yells for people not to step on the equipment he left there. A loud impact rings out from outside the room. 3 of his subordinates burst in calling for Driver. Concerned, he asks what is wrong, and they urgently beg him to train them harshly. Driver suggests they should really ask Cashin for such training, but they complain they cannot find Cashin lately. Realizing Cashin may be busy with his own exams, Driver mutters about SATs. Looking at his coffee, he tells them he understands their desire to grow stronger. He warns that to do so, they must be prepared for certain conditions. The trio declares they are ready for any harsh training, and Driver comments on their strong determination. Stirring his drink, Driver says that achieving such growth requires innate potential in addition to effort. The 3 react with confusion and disbelief as Driver continues that only by surpassing their limits and awakening innate potential can they get what they want. He explains that this would trigger a second awakening, a different experience from their first awakening. One subordinate is shocked and thrilled at the idea of a second awakening. Driver affirms that their magic would increase explosively and let them overcome their limits, assuring them it is possible. He adds that monsters who have already undergone a second awakening roam the world, some rivaling or surpassing catastrophic level threats. A subordinate excitedly wonders if Driver himself is such a monster, but Driver denies it. Driver reveals that someone else in their Ville zone has already achieved a second awakening. As his subordinates stare in disbelief, he says he even baked cookies today for them. The narrative briefly cuts to a flamboyant woman offering cookies lovingly, asking if they will be eaten. Far away in Washington, D.C., a massive explosion devastates the downtown building. Sparks and debris drift through the air amid the destruction. Amidst the chaos, a villainous figure laughs ominously. Inside a jewelry store, thieves frantically scoop up jewels while being urged to hurry. Their leader orders them not to leave a single item behind. A huge clown villain named Ralph announces that it is showtime and rallies the gang to cause chaos. Charging himself with crackling energy, Ralph declares his dream of creating a terrifying Ralph land and urges his minions to sweep everything up. As he gathers power, he suddenly feels a tickle and prepares to sneeze. Ralph sneezes loudly, startling a nearby bystander who complains about the dust. Annoyed, Ralph berates the bystander for ruining the mood and calls him an insect. He reaches angrily toward the man's head, calling him a lunatic. Ralph swings a chained weapon down toward the bystander, ready to attack. A member of the Lampa's Special Task Force shows his badge and explains they are on a joint mission with the police mobile force. The psyker Raul Biardo formally arrests the criminal Ralph the Clown after catching him in the act. Ralph, enraged, gathers power in his eye as he prepares to retaliate. Ralph lunges while cursing, attacking a masked opponent with crackling purple energy. Suddenly water constructs grab Ralph's arms, shocking him. Ralph panics as both his arms are trapped inside swirling water restraints. Another agent taunts Ralph, reminding him he has already been declared under arrest. Water Mage Rikyun warns Ralph not to try anything because he can imprison him in water before they even reach prison. Ralph's masked henchmen react nervously, calling out to their boss. Ralph furiously orders his subordinates to stop hesitating and kill the agents. Raul extends his collapsible baton as he gets ready to fight. He spins the batons with overwhelming speed, launching into the fray. Raul blitzes through Ralph's henchmen, knocking them all out in a single sweeping assault. Ralph watches in stunned disbelief as his people are wiped out. Raul states that eliminating evil is the duty of psychers as the villains lie defeated. He vows to restore order by hunting down every villain, standing beside Rick amidst swirling water. The scene shifts to the Lampa's Washington branch headquarters building. Director Tuppence Schiller reviews Ralph's file, lamenting that they should have captured him much earlier. She praises Raul and Rick's work, saying Ralph's arrest feels like seeing light at the end of a tunnel, while they humbly reply they were only doing their jobs. Tuppence says she would like to give them a break but has received a new mission from higher authorities. Rick asks if the mission is for them and complains they should at least have time to rest. Rick points out there are many other psychers, questioning why their team is being tasked again. Tuppence answers that they are uniquely suited for the mission. She informs the pair that they will be dispatched to Korea. Raul and Rick, labeled as Korean Americans, ask why they are supposedly the right fit, surprised about going to Korea. Tuppence explains that both of them are elite course psychers fluent in Korean. She outlines the mission. A major power struggle among Korean villains is imminent, and the details are in the envelope before them. Rick, intrigued, asks when they depart, and is told they must leave immediately, to his comic dismay. Raul insists they go pack while Rick grumbles that he just wants to sleep, and Raul tells him to sleep on the plane. Rick perks up upon learning their tickets are first class as they leave the office. Before they go, Raul addresses the director again, prompting her to respond curiously. He asks if there is any news about their former teacher, and a requested reinvestigation into his case, and Tuppence notes, he still calls the man teacher. Tuppence recalls that the president rejected her proposal for an official reinvestigation. She bitterly remembers being berated for 30 minutes by that superior over the request. Looking at a photo of herself with her old comrades, she says the higher UPS considered the case closed and refused to argue further. Raul insists their teacher would never betray Lampas or kill his close comrade Jeff, whom he loved like a brother. Tuppence quietly acknowledges that she already knows this. She remembers mentoring the accused teacher during his probation. She also recalls working alongside Jeff as her colleague. Tuppence tells Raoul she wants to uncover the truth about the incident just as much as he does. Raoul resolves internally that, no matter how long it takes, he will get to the bottom of what happened. He declares to himself that he will reveal the truth. A few days later, in Korea's Gatam district Villezone, local villains wonder why they have been urgently summoned. In a hideout, coffee is poured as one villain remarks they were simply called to hang out. Strong villain Gu Inseo complains that she was summoned for something so trivial and finds the situation unbelievable. Cashin jokingly admits he called her at their boss's request for a meeting. Another villain arrives, noting he was summoned as well and not just her. The masked boss Mujin appears, asking if all Seoul Villezone bosses have been gathered. Cashin introduces Gu Inseo as the Buxan district Villezone boss, and Mujin says he already knows her. Mujin asks where Cashin is, and Cashin answers that he will arrive soon. A voice asks if they were made to wait. Cashin is startled when Cashin himself suddenly emerges from a shadowy portal into the room. The others freak out that he came from the shadows and tell him to use the door, but he replies that this way is easier. The view cuts to the ceiling, emphasizing the surveillance and closed space. Someone observes that all Villezone bosses are present except for Xinhua district. Cashin reports he contacted Xinhua's side but thinks their boss is unlikely to attend. He explains that Red Shot became Xinhua's boss by exploiting infighting, yet the underlings do not truly accept him and are fighting among internal cliques. Cashin concludes they need a new, saner leader stronger than Red Shot to stabilize things. Mujin asks about Gu Inseo and Namkon, and Cashin replies she is dieting. Cashin elaborates that Gu Inseo has been hanging out with Marsh, eating nonstop and gaining weight, and told them not to visit until she slims down. The group is stunned she could gain weight in just a week, but Mujin says that is plenty of time. Gu Inseo grows impatient with the small talk and demands they get to the real reason they were called. Cashin admits he did not tell them beforehand because he thought they would refuse to come. Mujin's shadow spirit remarks that anyone who would not come after hearing the plan does not belong in this alliance. Gu Inseo expects some grand scheme and presses Mujin to share it, while he says the idea is not that big. Cashin finally reveals the target, the evil monarch known as Money King. Mujin calmly states that their goal is to crush Money King. At the Lampa's Korean branch building, staff discuss a new delivery and whether its contents have been checked. Korean psychers hurry through the corridor, saying they will soon meet psychers visiting from the United States. One notes that these guests are not ordinary psychers but members of Lampas's special task force. He adds that one of them is an S-rank expert psycher, possibly on par with or stronger than their senior Ji-sun. Another confirms he is talking about Raul Gallardo. His companion agrees, subtly tense at the mention. The pair arrive, clearly on guard about these reputedly powerful visitors. Inside a conference room, the Korean duo are scolded for arriving late, though they insist they are actually early. One argues that if guests arrive first and must wait, it is the host who is late. Raul and Rick introduce themselves politely to the Korean psychers. The Korean host is surprised by their fluent Korean and murmurs that it has been a long time since he saw one of them. Rick casually greets Wuchan like an old friend, happy to see him again. The focus shifts back to Mujin's meeting room, underscoring that his speech about Money King continues. Mujin reiterates to his group that the plan is to crush the evil monarch Money King. Gu Inseo reacts with horror and disbelief at the idea. Mujin sits in ominous silence, his killing intent rising. Gu Inseo yells that going after Money King is crazy, and Cashin dryly notes it is only possible because their leader is mad. Mujin clarifies that they plan to strike Money King preemptively, so calling the move madness is understandable. Cashin enthusiastically agrees with the boldness of the plan while Gu Inseo berates him for encouraging it. Cashin shrugs that their boss never listens anyway and that the whole thing is entertaining. Gu Inseo still complains the plan is too sudden and says that if they were going to challenge Money King they should have done so earlier, since the warning came long ago. Mujin's shadow partner privately wonders if Mujin intended to manufacture this extreme situation. Cashin asks Mujin what strategy he has for such a big objective, and Mujin calmly takes over the explanation. Cashin begins outlining that superior information determines wars and boasts that Money King's intelligence network cannot match his own. He explains that he has deployed automatic cameras and surveillance drones throughout the city. He adds that he can also track targets via a nano satellite he remotely controls, astounding Gu Inseo. Mujin interjects that Money King is still formidable and they will need to first sever the old man's influence by taking down his key subordinates. Cashin interprets this as targeting Money King's 7 intendant lieutenants one by one to divide their forces. Gu Inseo argues that conquering the 7 intendants will not be easy because each is nationally recognized and dominates their region. Mujin counters that aside from a few particularly dangerous ones, defeating the rest is not impossible. Cashin asks which intendants specifically require caution and prepares to name one. He cites Rosetail, the Witch of Mischief, as a prime example. Mujin explains that aside from Money King himself, Rosetail is widely regarded as the second most dangerous villain in the nation. Cashin agrees that Rosetail may be the runner-up but stresses she is still utterly insane and must be treated with extreme caution. He adds that they must also not underestimate Prince, the reclusive leader of the 7 intendants. Mujin insists that despite their strength, The battle is winnable and reminds his team it will not be fought one-on-one. Cashin points out that the intendants' teamwork is brittle and that their internal bonds are fragile. He lays out a strategy of uncovering hidden conflicts among the 7 intendants and exploiting them to divide the group. Cashin continues that if they can recruit any disgruntled intendants, their own morale and strength will increase. Gu Incio worries that defeating Money King might make them targets of major villains worldwide. She starts to speculate about the terrifying villain Red Death from China, provoking a reaction. Mujin's aura flares blood red at the mention of Red Death, unsettling Gu Incio. Mujin confidently declares he will crush any foe who stands in their way and tells the others to follow his lead, while Cashin applauds. Gu Incio yells at Cashin for clapping for a man, but he laughs that the situation is fun. Mujin's Shadow Eye surmises that Mujin's true objective is the platinum disc possessed by the 4 evil monarchs. The Eye warns that while moving up their revenge is fine, many factions besides the 4 monarchs are also after the platinum disc. It reminds Mujin that Lampus Psychers are among those competing for the disc, startling him. Cashin then announces he has just received an unexpected piece of intelligence. He says the intel comes from monitoring Lampus's Korean branch, which has recently shown interest in their activities. He explains he planted numerous high-performance surveillance cameras around Lampus's facilities for this purpose. Mujin examines the tablet as Cashin excitedly says he has discovered new people. Cashin reveals that the new arrivals are American psychers dispatched to Korea and that both are top-tier members of the Lampus Special Task Force. He suspects they may be targeting the Vilzones rather than visiting casually and offers to display their faces. Mujin's expression changes as he recognizes something in the images. Seeing Raoul and Rick on the footage, he internally reacts and labels them as those guys. Mujin thinks back, wondering how long it has been since they last met. He recalls that the last time was around 6th grade of elementary school, roughly 6 years ago. Meeting outside, Raoul, Rick, and Wuchan remark that 6 years does not feel that long because they stayed in touch, and ask after their mutual acquaintance Naun. Wuchan answers that Naun is doing well. Rick anxiously asks if she ever asks about him. Wuchan flatly says there is no reason for her to, crushing Rick's hope as he recalls her childhood promise to marry him. Wuchan changes the subject, noting that Raoul lives in Gatam district where a Vilzone exists, and saying the Vilzone boss's name stuck in his mind. He bristles that someone as vile as that boss dares to use a certain respected name. Raoul responds that the boss has sullied their teacher's name and that, as the teacher's student, he cannot ignore it. He reaches out, vowing to administer a severe punishment for that disrespect. Raoul grabs some dust from the ground, momentarily distracted by how dirty the place is. The scene shifts to Namkang District Vilzone, another dense block of villain-controlled buildings. A newcomer steps into the area, surprised this tidy environment is truly a Vilzone. The fire-wielding villain Red Death arrives with an armored ally, asking if they are certain this is the right place. Red Death remarks with amusement that the streets are spotless and clean enough to sleep on. The armored companion identifies the local boss as Namkang's most evil sword, Mujin, notorious for being obsessively neat despite being a Vilzone leader. Red Death ignites his hand, saying that since they are already here, he might as well act. With blazing flames, Red Death declares he will burn the entire place to the last speck of dust. Elsewhere, a woman awakens sweating, sensing something is wrong. She walks to her kitchen and begins preparing food. She plates a simple salad of vegetables, eggs, and tomatoes. Staring at the salad with a knife in hand, she mutters about eating only vegetables. She fantasizes that the plate is actually a rich pizza with pepperoni and grilled shrimp when something suddenly shatters her window. Startled, she turns toward the source of the commotion, illuminated by an ominous glow. Outside, a fiery disturbance spreads over Namkang's tightly packed buildings. A terrified underling is grabbed and chastised for his sloppiness. Red Death easily manhandles local villains, saying that aside from Mujin, no one in Namkang is a worthy opponent. Seeing Mujin absent, Red Death wonders what to do next and complains that exterminating weaklings is boring. The blue-haired swordswoman crashes down behind the armored villain, initiating a surprise attack. She dives toward him with fierce determination, sword ready to strike. After landing, she demands to know the identity of the intruders menacing the area. The white-haired man dismisses the weaklings and identifies her as Wind Dragon Sword Master Gu Incio. The armored man realizes their intel was incomplete and that another named villain besides Mujin is present. The white-haired villain briefly wonders what being unnamed means. Realizing her threat, he focuses intensely and prepares to use his power. He unleashes his slicing tornado ability, filling the area with violent cutting winds. Amused, he remarks that this named opponent has quite a temper. The armored villain proposes they attack Gu Incio from both sides, but the white-haired ally insists he alone is enough. Someone states they are not here for enjoyment. They declare their objective is to annihilate the enemy as the armored villain charges with electrified power. Gu Incio braces herself, but internally worries because hunger is sapping her strength. The scene shifts to a peaceful city street where people chat and relax. The narrative introduces the Lampus organization's South Korean branch building. Kang Woo reflects that Lampus South Korea branch is actually close by. Eating a corn dog, he arrives there for the first time despite its proximity. His eye-shaped companion suggests he avoided the place because it made him uncomfortable. The companion asks why he came, and Kang Woo answers that his former students have come to Korea. He inwardly admits that he treasured those students very much. Flashback shows the two children he cared for being abandoned and shunned by others. He recalls that they displayed psychic powers early, moved to the US 7 years ago, and that he became their mentor. Back in the present, he throws away his snack while reflecting he died without ever saying goodbye to them. One of those students, now older with red hair, clutches his head in distress. In an earlier memory, Kang Woo asks the kneeling kids about the sudden red hair. The dark-haired child explains the other dyed it red, thinking that would let him use fire powers. Kang Woo asks why he wants fire specifically, and the embarrassed boy hesitates. The boy blurts out that he wants to grow up to be like his beloved teacher. Kang Woo gently places a hand on his head, surprising the boy. Smiling, Kang Woo notes the boy's attribute is water and asks if he still wants fire as the child excitedly talks about dual attributes. Kang Woo warns that wielding opposite elements like fire and water together may be impossible but not entirely unimaginable. The children muse that using both elements would be fun if it were achievable. Kang Woo jokes it might only be possible in another life, which the kids interpret differently, one dreaming and the other grounding him. In the present, the Eye Spirit asks what Kang Woo intends to do by meeting those students again. A familiar pink-haired girl greets him warmly by name. She approaches wearing casual clothes, clearly happy to see him. Kang Woo asks why she is here. She says she was just passing by to see Wuchan but now is also here for Kang Woo. He wonders how she knew he was nearby, and she explains she spotted him from a cafe. Kang Woo suspects she used her ability to perceive him from afar. She cheerfully explains her power recently leveled up and her range has increased. Morals, the Eye Spirit, worries that her expanding scanning ability is dangerous. He explains to Kang Woo that her power goes beyond detection and can actively interfere with chosen targets. Kang Woo silently agrees that if her ability reaches that level it will pose a serious threat. He then realizes such a power could also be exactly what he needs and is interrupted by someone asking why they are together. Wuchan appears with two suited men and calls out Kang Woo's name. The two suited students recognize Kang Woo with surprise. Morals notes this is how Kang Woo ends up meeting them again. Wuchan demands to know why Kang Woo and Na-eun are together, and she insists their meeting was coincidental. In a chibi exchange, Kang Woo and Wuchan trade stiff greetings while someone urges Na-eun to be polite. The blue-haired man excitedly suggests a reunion hug, but his darker friend calls him pathetic and tells him to behave. The dark-skinned man asks if Kang Woo is Wuchan's friend while Wuchan denies the label. The blue-haired man teases that Kang Woo claimed friendship, and Wuchan curtly denies it, which the other finds cruel. Kang Woo formally identifies the dark-skinned man as Raul Gallardo. He then names the blue-haired one Rikyun. Kang Woo smiles knowingly as they study him. Curious, they ask how he knows them, and he replies he has seen their exploits online and in the news. Na-eun quickly insists Kang Woo is just an ordinary high schooler when they wonder if he is also a psyker. She hurriedly says goodbye to Kang Woo and leaves with the others, prompting speculation that he might be her boyfriend, which she vehemently denies. Kang Woo, posing as a fan, produces a notebook and asks Raul and Rick for autographs. Raul agrees to sign despite joking rivalry, while Rick is surprised he carries a pen. Kang Woo politely asks Raul to include a short message along with the signatures. He tells Raul to address it to Cashin. Raul stiffens in shock at seeing the name as he signs. A caption clarifies that Raul and Rick are Cashin's top-class psyker students. Rick also reacts emotionally upon realizing the name. Kang Woo instructs Raul to write that Raul and Rick have met Kang Woo. Raul repeats the phrase about Cashin's top-class psyker students, clearly moved. Rick looks on, sharing the same realization. Kang Woo calmly reiterates that message about them meeting him. The three students stare at him, stunned by the implication of Cashin's name on the page. Raul, sweating, asks what Kang Woo means by this. Kang Woo simply says he is a big fan of Cashin. He praises Cashin as a hero who wiped out villains without compromise or injustice. Kang Woo continues that Cashin passionately fought for justice and democratic order. Raul responds intensely that the word Cashin embodied for them was justice itself. Impressed by Kang Woo's admiration, Raul compliments his knowledge while finishing the autograph. Raul adds that it is a shame Cashin's reputation was ruined despite that legacy. Kang Woo remarks that Cashin would have been legendary if not for the infamous incident where he supposedly took bribes and killed comrades. Wuchan and Na-eun listen, troubled by that version of their teacher's fall. A narration bubble notes that this accusation is only one side of what happened. Rick angrily counters that the teacher they knew was not like that, and that they must keep believing in him regardless of public opinion. Kang Woo accepts the notebook back, saying he will not force his viewpoint on them. Raul tells him that if he truly is Cashin's fan, he should keep believing in the teacher until the very end. Rick lightens the mood and suggests they all go eat together. Wuchan calls the group to leave, and Na-eun awkwardly follows while Kang Woo stays behind. As they walk away, Kang Woo watches silently with Morals floating beside him. He reflects that Raul essentially asked him to believe in Cashin. Kang Woo smiles up at the sky, declaring proudly that those psychers are his students. The scene shifts to Nakongville Zone, Mujin's estate, setting up the villain's side. Inside the mansion, footsteps echo as someone approaches along an ornate corridor. Gu In-seo, now injured and in a maid's disguise, suddenly appears before two masked villains. The masked man and his red-dressed partner regard her warily as she confronts them. Despite bandages and wounds, Gu Inseo smirks confidently while gripping her sword. Elsewhere in the mansion, someone admits feeling ashamed of their failure. Gu Inseo confesses to her allies that she was beaten badly by the enemy and barely escaped, but they reassure her considering she faced multiple powerful attendants. She corrects them, explaining there were actually 3 enemies and that a blue-haired woman suddenly appeared, announced they were out of time, and opened a portal. A visual of that 3rd enemy shows Lens Girl, a blue-haired villain who manipulates glowing lenses. The masked leader explains that Lens Girl is a villain capable of opening portals anywhere to move freely. His red-clad ally notes that this teleportation ability is what made the ambush so successful, calling the situation highly irritating. The masked woman recalls Driver saying that building an elevated defense system would block Lens Girl's portals. At a meeting, they note that such a project will be costly, so one of them suggests attacking their enemies before it is completed. The blue-haired woman proposes joining with Cashin for revenge, but the masked man warns that acting on emotion is dangerous, while she protests that their allies were already attacked. The masked man brandishes a knife and rejects the idea of letting the attack go unanswered. He vows to pay back the knife attack many times over, with interest. The blue-haired woman is taken aback by his ruthless resolve. The masked man declares that such merciless retaliation is the creed of the most evil sword. The scene shifts to Gatam Zone, a villain zone in the city. Inside a high-tech facility, machinery and equipment silently occupy the room. Someone in the facility checks that the other party has received their message. A trainee arrives asking about news that Na Kong was ambushed. The trainee thinks to himself that Mujin must be furious about the attack. The seated man agrees Mujin is mad but believes she will not recklessly rush in for revenge. He explains that the message lacked details but indicates Lens Girl is operating with the 7 intendants. The trainee clarifies Lens Girl is the portal user and warns that without preparation they could also be ambushed. The seated man reassures him that Gatam already has a layered defense system that also shields Winterbell's headquarters. He then brings up the likelihood that Box Sen will be targeted next but notes they at least have intruder detection security. He describes their arrangements as a trap in place while they wait, and asks if the other is thinking about counterattacking. A guard yells at intruders, outraged that they are trying to enter. Cashin demands the guards move aside because he needs to see their boss. The gang members rush in, calling for their boss and complaining about Cashin's rudeness. Cashin and his ally ask what is wrong, while the gang angrily question why their supposed supervisor has only appeared now. The gang insists Cashin promise to make them stronger and beg for immediate training, while he answers that training is normally self-driven and ineffective for them alone. They explain they have reached a massive bottleneck, and cannot surpass it by themselves. Cashin internally realizes that the group has grown enough to hit a real wall in their development. One of them says he heard Cashin is going to fight Money King and vows to defeat all enemies for him if he becomes stronger. Cashin's shadowy companion notes how unusual it is for villains to willingly seek instruction and submit to training to grow stronger. The companion asks Cashin what he intends to do, and Cashin hesitates, uncertain what is being implied. Cashin decides that since they want to experience hell, he will personally show it to them in training. Elsewhere in the city at sunset, the setting shifts to a normal urban area. Na-un cheerfully waves goodbye, saying she will see them next time. One of the boys jokes that next time he wants to meet Na-un alone, while another calmly wishes her a safe trip home. After she leaves, they ask their red-haired friend why he was told to stay behind, hinting they have a private question for him. One of them thinks that Na-un does not need to hear what they are about to discuss. They reveal that they intend to go to a Vilzone. The red-haired boy asks why, and they answer that it is to protect the honor of their deceased teacher. The dark-haired boy explains that they plan to formally ask the villain currently using the name Cashin to stop doing so. He admits simply asking may not work, so they also want to see the man themselves and verify the rumors about him. They consider what to do if talking fails, concluding they might need to fight him inside a Vilzone where collateral damage is contained. The red-haired boy uneasily questions whether such drastic action is really necessary. His friends insist that a brazen villain tarnishing a dead person's name deserves fitting punishment, which they call justice. The red-haired boy falls silent, sweating as he absorbs their argument. He tells them that Cashin is not the kind of villain they think, noting that he even defeated the elite great villain subjugation forces recently. He clarifies that this is not his real point. He emphasizes that Cashin is not a crude or shameless villain at all. The other two look confused and surprised by this defense of Cashin. The red-haired boy then seriously asks them to reconsider their plan to meet Cashin the villain. The two friends listen with conflicted expressions, unsettled by his plea. He finally concedes that he will think about their request. As he walks away, the remaining two remark that Wuchan has changed. The blue-haired psyker reflects that the villain became terrifying at the word villain, wonders if he respects the Vilzone boss, and concludes he is dangerous regardless. Someone recalls that this man already forced the Vilzones and Soul to submit through sheer power. They note he now aims to challenge one of the 4 evil monarchs, Money King. The two psychers discuss that Wuchan might sympathize with this gutsy villain, but think drawing that parallel to Cashin may be premature. They suspect there may be an unknown reason behind his actions. The blue-haired psyker decides they should go and personally find out that reason. At Green Factory, Someone thinks back on the previous fight there with regret. Two villains analyze their earlier battle, believing with more time they could have beaten the powerful opponent, who was strong enough to be unnamed. The armored villain remarks that if that woman only intended to flee, fighting her would have been pointless. He then asks if their next target is Boxan but is told they will not be going there. As he starts to question further, a knock interrupts them. A flamboyant newcomer dramatically announces himself as a courteous man who knocks before entering. He introduces himself grandly as Dark Star, an S-rank darkness summoner, and famous ambassador like a superstar. During an over-the-top photo session, his stylist Yoon is introduced as a B-rank chaser with a mind attribute. Rose greets Dark Star, who cheerfully apologizes for arriving late. Dark Star explains he is late because he had a photo shoot at the Autumn Sea. He melodramatically apologizes for letting his schedule make him late, while his photographer gushes over his poses. Iron Knight asks if Dark Star is the one going to Boxan and is told that Dark Star and Butcher will be heading there. Dark Star indignantly protests being called a bastard, prompting Iron Knight to quickly apologize. Rose is surprised that Iron Knight apologized so meekly. Rose acknowledges that Dark Star is a lunatic but also a named-level monster comparable to Rose herself. Rose asks which villains will be sent to subjugate Gatam, wondering about Rosetail's whereabouts. Iron Knight says Rosetail is likely somewhere in the building and asks why Rose is looking for her. Dark Star announces he plans to go to Gatam himself. He admits there is someone there he fell in love with at first sight and wants to meet as soon as possible, feeling an intense emotion. He describes this person as a fellow devotee of darkness with a wild, electrifying personality, while his photographer keeps praising his poses. Dark Star exhales, building up his excitement. He declares that the person he adores is Cashin and proudly calls himself Cashion's fan. The scene shifts to Gatamville Zone, the rough district they are heading toward. Inside a training facility there is a quiet moment before a new sparring session. Wuchan rushes Cashin with lightning wrapped around his fists, shouting. He yells that he is coming and unleashes his technique Violent Punch. Wuchan's punch slams into Cashin, starting their clash. Cashin counters with a powerful blow that sends Wuchan flying. Wuchan is hurled across the room by Cashin's shockwave. Cashin steps on Wuchan and says blindly charging will only get him beaten down. Wuchan groans in pain under Cashin's foot. Frustrated, Wuchan shouts that he is not there to hear condescending advice. Cashin calmly asks what Wuchan truly wants, and Wuchan replies that he wants to break through the wall blocking his growth. Cashin says there is only one way to break that metaphorical wall. The onlooking teammates perk up, expecting the answer. Cashin explains he will shatter Wuchan's blind certainty that he can achieve something without proof. Wuchan is confused by what Cashin means. Cashin says you must keep knocking on the wall until it eventually breaks. He questions why Wuchan knowingly attacks in ways that only get him beaten, saying he should be asking the questions instead. Wuchan struggles to answer, starting to say why he fights thoughtlessly. Cashin points out Wuchan must have known he would be beaten if he charged in like that. Cashin contrasts attacking with proof you can break the wall versus blindly rushing in, saying the difference is like heaven and earth. He defines proof as what accompanies certainty and tells Wuchan to use his head instead of treating it as decoration. Two teammates jokingly comment that Wuchan's head probably is just for decoration. Cashin says Wuchan must discover answers himself, and that thinking hard will eventually yield clues. Cashin's shadow familiar adds that even choosing the wrong method teaches you something. The familiar observes Cashin seems to be teaching from experience, and asks if he plans to strengthen his team for the coming battle against Money King, which Cashin confirms. Wuchan says he understands but hesitates, still in pain. He asks if he can really attain realization, while Cashin insists it depends on his own desperate effort. Cashin states realization only comes to those who are truly desperate. Another teammate eagerly records Cashin's words, calling them precious advice and likening the process to assembling a full picture from many pieces. Cashin says they have rested enough and moves to resume training, but Wuchan stops him, saying he is not sure yet. Wuchan declares that from now on he will actually think and only fight when he is sure he can land a hit. Cashin praises that mindset and says they will embed it in training, while Wuchan protests he is still uncertain and Cashin replies he will understand after more beatings. Cashin notices his phone ringing nearby. Reading a message, he wonders what is wrong. Whatever he sees shocks him, his eye widening. Evening falls over Gatam's buildings, setting up the next encounter. Rick and the blue-haired psyker arrive in Gatam, noting they have reached their destination. They confirm this is Gatamville Zone and remark how unusually clean and secluded it is, as if someone tidied it on purpose. They remind themselves that carelessness is dangerous here because the area is full of unstable villains. The blue-haired psyker reads survey data from Gatam residents and asks Rick if he knows which villain they most fear meeting. Rick assumes the answer is the villain named Cashin, but is told that is incorrect. The blue-haired psyker says the most avoided villain is someone called Cleaner. Cleaner is introduced as a bald-masked villain who constantly carries a broom. Cleaner turns confused as they talk about him. The two psychers confirm that this masked sweeper is indeed Cleaner. They wonder if this mild-looking man can really be the most feared villain in Gatam and ask if he is violent. Cleaner's glasses suddenly flash intensely. Interpreting that as an attack, Cleaner suddenly charges, dropping his broom. Rick and his partner panic at the apparent ambush, cursing their lapse in guard. Rick prepares to fight and thinks that villains here are as cowardly as those in the States. Cleaner leaps at them with glowing eyes, shouting for them to come. Rick starts to plan a defensive response to gauge Cleaner's abilities. They then realize Cleaner had actually lunged to catch a falling kitten. The stunned psychers watch Cleaner gently hold and comfort the rescued cat. The kitten happily meows, clearly safe and content. Back at Green Factory that night, someone reflects that despite flaws in the process, the outcome of their recent scheme will be memorable. Money King agrees, saying results remembered for a long time are worthwhile. The subordinate asks about the status of the 7 intendants. He reports that all members, including Radel, have assembled. He says the main actors for this stage are ready and they can attack Gatam Vilzone tonight if ordered, but Money King refuses. Money King says brute suppression can be done anytime, but that is not the spectacle he desires. He explains he wants a carefully staged event that captures public attention, so he must plan it out. The subordinate questions whether such theatrics are necessary. Money King insists senseless destruction is boring and that their show must be meaningful to be interesting. He says audiences crave extravagant shows with dramatic acting, but above all a plot that grips their hearts. He adds that any stage failing to move its audience will soon be forgotten, like the fleeting scent of cheap whiskey. The subordinate admits the idea of touching hearts is unfamiliar to him. Money King tells him not to worry, predicting he may experience that feeling soon. The subordinate agrees to trust Money King's plan as always. Night settles over the city buildings again, transitioning back to Gatam. The rescued kitten reunites happily with its mother. The blue-haired psyker affectionately tells the kitten to stay with its mother while Rick and Cleaner stand nearby. Rick reminds his partner they did not come to Gatam just to help a lost kitten. The blue-haired psyker still feels it was good they helped, and jokes that they contributed to cleaning alongside Cleaner. Rick points out technically they did not actually save the kitten, and his partner calls him rigid, then says they should find Cashin soon before it gets too late. They decide to ask Cleaner for directions to Cashin and caution each other to be careful. Rick addresses Cleaner directly. He politely asks Cleaner where they should go if they want to meet Cashin. Cashin, perched under the moonlight, comments that they want to see him. Rick gazes up at Cashin, preparing for the meeting. Cashin appears above them, aura crackling, looking down from the rooftop. The group on the ground recognize him, calling out Cashin in shock. Cashin lands heavily before them. He says he does not remember arranging a meeting with psychers. He asks why they are seeking him. The blue-haired psyker answers that they came not to fight but to make a request, which Cashin finds strange coming from psychers to a villain. Rick says he will be straightforward. He asks Cashin to change his villain name to something else. The blue-haired psyker offers to help think up a cool new name while Cashin laughs. Cashin calls them rude and arrogant but agrees to listen to their reason. They explain Cashin is originally the distinguished name of a top-class psyker. Cashin replies that he knows that man very well. He says that original Cashin posed as righteous while secretly taking bribes and murdering comrades, so using that name for a villain suits him perfectly. His shadow familiar silently reacts to this revelation. The blue-haired psyker angrily protests that their Cashin was framed. Cashin asks if they have evidence that it was a setup. Rick insists their teacher would never kill comrades or accept dirty money, and his partner agrees emphatically. Cashin says their belief is not proof, something they themselves should understand. Cashin turns away and tells them to leave if they have nothing else to say, prompting them to shout for him to wait. Rick declares he can never accept this man using the name Cashin because he is unworthy of it. Cashin repeats the phrase "the right" with an ominous smile. He says they are claiming he lacks the right to the name, and that such words are hard to ignore. Cashin demands to know their grounds for saying he has no right. Rick answers that he already told him. He explains Cashin is an elite, an honorable psyker title granted to only 30 people worldwide. Rick adds that this Cashin was also his deeply respected teacher. The shadow familiar remarks internally that Cashin raised these disciples far better than his previous minions. Rick says that if Cashin still refuses to change his mind after this explanation, then Rick tells him to prove he has the right by fighting. Cashin sighs that they want to fight and notes they are causing trouble in another villain's territory as well. The blue-haired psyker furiously calls Cashin's teacher a backstabbing murderer and says his students must be the same. Rick gives a final warning that if Cashin promises to change his name he will back off, and Cashin mockingly asks if he should. Cashin instead proposes the title Grand Catastrophe rank villain Cashin, embracing his fearsome identity. The blue-haired psyker swears he will kill Cashin, but Rick stops him and insists on fighting Cashin himself. Cashin tells them both to stop arguing and attack together. The two psychers steel themselves side by side. Cashin powers up with crackling energy, stating such a villain rank should be worthy of facing Cashin. The psychers doubt he can take on both of them, thinking he must be joking, but he calmly says he is not. Cashin charges lightning in his hands and says to stop wasting time and begin. The blue-haired psyker lunges to fight, but Rick pulls him back, saying he will test Cashin first. Cashin instantly appears before them, forcing their attention and telling them not to look away. He smashes both of them with a devastating attack, telling them never to turn their backs in front of an enemy. Cashin, wreathed in lightning, smirks and calls the overwhelmed psychers kids. Night falls over the city buildings. Inside a high-tech base, a young man works at a massive console. An archer rushes in yelling that the outside is in chaos, and the operator replies that he already knows. The operator reports that 2 psychers have forced their way in and are fighting at the entrance. He adds that their boss ordered them to ignore whatever happens, confusing the archer. The operator explains that they are forbidden from approaching the fight and that all recording devices in the battle zone have been disabled per the boss's orders. He says the Black Hand Trio are guarding the perimeter so nobody can get close. While the archer wonders what the boss is planning and asks what he is doing, the operator answers that he is designing a mask. He shows that he is making the mask because the boss ordered it. Outside, Cashin clashes violently with Raoul, blocking his twin batons with crystal gauntlets. Their high-speed exchange sends Raoul flying repeatedly as Cashin counters every move. Rick, watching, notes that Raoul's opponent is skilled and hard to hit. Rick then grins, implying there is a catch to the situation. As Raoul charges, Rick narrates that if someone discovers the alley he fled into is a dead end. The thought finishes that such a realization means there is no escape. Cashin stands ready at the alley's end, blocking Raoul's retreat. Rick concludes that in such a dead end it is already too late. Raoul dives in from above with all his strength for another crushing blow. Cashin again intercepts the attack, their weapons colliding in a burst of light. Rick is stunned that Cashin managed to catch such a powerful strike. Cashin's clawed hand releases the baton he has seized. Raoul critiques Cashin, saying he is strong but too straightforward and predictable in his attacks. He declares that if that is all Cashin has, then Cashin is not strong enough to fight him. Enraged, Raoul yells at him to shut up and swings again. Cashin's leg glows as he readies a counter to Raoul's attack. Cashin spins and kicks Raoul away with a powerful, electrified strike. Raoul immediately lunges in again with twin batons from multiple angles. Cashin smiles as electric power gathers around him. He easily dodges and calls Raoul's movements slow while striking him again. Raoul cries out in pain as he is smashed aside. Cashin taunts them, asking if their great teacher never taught them how a counterattack should be. Leaping high above Raoul, Cashin explains that a counter must be swift and deceptive. Raoul braces with one baton as debris flies from the impact. Cashin follows up with an overwhelming flurry, likening a proper counter to a single storm-like rush. After Raoul narrowly avoids it, Cashin compliments his dodge and tells him to use that speed offensively, leaving Raoul winded. Rick silently watches the battered Raoul face Cashin. Shocked, Rick realizes Cashin is overpowering Raoul, who is supposed to be an expert-rank psyker. Rick cannot understand how someone regarded as a mere villain can be this strong. Cashin calls out to Rick, demanding that they attack him together instead of letting Raoul fight alone. Rick angrily claims Cashin is overestimating himself, and insists that Raoul alone should be enough to handle him. Cashin drops in front of Rick, saying he already warned them. He explains that he has to maintain the standards of the Grand Catastrophe rank villain Cashin. Water begins gathering in Rick's hand as he prepares a serious move. Rick unleashes his Psyker Technique water stream to blow Cashin away. Cashin slips behind him mid-attack and warns that turning one's back on an opponent invites a strike. Raoul shouts not to get cocky and charges down again with both batons. Cashin meets Raoul's descending attack head-on, the clash shaking the area. Raoul shouts for Rick to cover him as they finally commit to attacking together. Raoul admits it is difficult to handle Cashin alone and says, for their teacher's honor, they must now fight him with everything they have. Rick anxiously realizes they are truly going to battle Cashin with full seriousness. Cashin thinks they should have fought seriously from the start. He smiles as his power erupts fully, saying he can now go all out as well. Rick yells if Cashin had been holding back, and Cashin answers he had only been using a small portion of his strength, enraging them. Raoul forms a glowing boundary on the ground, saying it does not matter if Cashin is lying about his power. Cashin is suddenly standing inside Raoul's newly created energy perimeter. Raoul declares that within this absolute area, they will win the fight. Cashin calls him overconfident, and Raoul replies that he has good reason for that confidence. Raoul explains that inside this field Cashin can only be hit or beaten, while Cashin dryly comments that sounds intimidating. Raoul says he has finished analyzing Cashin and now knows how to defeat him. Cashin tells him to keep talking, and Raoul states that fighting styles, like words and actions, follow habits and patterns. Raoul begins to describe Cashin's fighting style. Remembering something, Raoul's eyes widen in shock. He realizes with disbelief what Cashin's style reminds him of. Rick asks what is wrong, while Raoul wonders why Cashin's fighting method seems so familiar. Raoul struggles to accept that his carefully analyzed strategy might be mistaken and trails off, saying that man. Facing Cashin, Raoul shouts his villain name and prepares to confront the truth. Raoul's memory flashes to their old teacher as he asks Cashin who he really is. Cashin narrates how he always faced prejudice and ostracism because of how he looked. Childhood voices gossip about his different skin tone and speculate about his origins. Other children wonder if he can even speak their language, while one says their mother forbade playing with him. He recalls that, though painful, he had become used to such treatment. Even after being abandoned by his parents at an orphanage, the discrimination continued. The other orphans huddled together and avoided him. He thought the hardship would end there, but it only intensified. He then noticed another crying mixed-race boy and thought they were alike. The blue-haired child wonders if he did something wrong to deserve his suffering. Cashin realizes the problem lies in prejudice and discrimination, not in the children themselves. He thinks that if justice existed in the world, no child would have to endure what he did. Making that resolve, he sensed something awakening within him. His latent power manifests, surrounding him as a young psyker for the first time. Both he and the blue-haired boy awaken as psykers. Later, at Lampus's training facility, Cashin arrives as a child and sees the impressive gym. His excited redhead friend marvels at the place while Cashin calmly agrees it is impressive. Cashin explains that the facility is exclusively for psykers, and the redhead is thrilled they will one day use it as full members. The two boys dream aloud about becoming official psykers when they grow up. A large, intimidating man suddenly appears, scaring them. The redhead panics, calling the man a villain while Cashin looks on confused. Cashin asks why the mood suddenly turns strange as the man looms over them. Their instructor arrives, asking if the kids cried, and hearing that they thought a villain had come in. The large man apologizes for frightening them. He explains he rushed over because he heard there were children in the training room. He offers the red-headed boy a big lollipop. Smiling warmly, he says he only came to give them candies. Cashin watches the man kindly feed the delighted child and realizes he is not a villain at all. Cashin concludes that prejudice and discrimination caused him to misjudge people and wonders if he can change that. He now admits that youthful belief of being able to fix everything himself was arrogant. He reflects that maybe the stares from those children really were full of prejudice and discrimination. His teacher teases young Raoul about wetting his pants that day, while Cashin thinks he never truly escaped such judgments. Back in the present, someone again calls out to villain Cashin. Under the moonlit sky, the confrontation continues atop the city. Rick demands to know just who Cashin is. Rick asks Raoul what is wrong, and Raoul mutters that Cashin feels exactly like their teacher. Raoul says Cashin not only shares their teacher's name, but also his identical fighting style. He even notes Cashin copied the teacher's quirky habit of curling his fingers before kicking. Cashin wonders aloud if he really had that habit, while Rick calls him a crazy person. Rick angrily asks if Cashin thinks imitating their teacher makes him become Cashin. Cashin complains that despite all the hints, they still see him as a deranged stalker, which Rick furiously denies listening to. Cashin reminds Rick of old memories such as dyeing his hair red in hopes of using fire. Cashin further embarrasses them by revealing that Raoul wet himself his first night in America. He continues recounting the Lampus training room incident where they cried in fear of kind-hearted John, who had come only to give them candy. Raoul sighs heavily, shaken by these personal memories. He again demands to know who Cashin is. Cashin says that even if their brains refuse to accept it, their hearts already know the answer. Cashin smirks instead of replying directly. He asks how they feel about him demonstrating an even more decisive proof. Igniting blue flames, he suggests using their teacher's signature technique Hellfire on the spot. Raoul, horrified, begins to accept the possibility that Cashin truly is their teacher. Cashin decides they should not continue this conversation here. He proposes moving elsewhere, summoning his shadowy companion Black Ghost. Black Ghost appears as a terrifying dark creature. The entity kneels and addresses Cashin as its liege, ready for orders. Rick, startled, wonders aloud if Black Ghost had been hiding itself the whole time. Cashin orders Black Ghost to transform into him and handle the situation in his stead. Black Ghost eagerly accepts the mission, vowing not to betray his master's trust. The transformed Shadow Cashin leaps away and orders Raoul and Rick to follow. The two stand sweating, stunned by everything they have learned. On a rooftop near a crane, Rick yells in disbelief that their teacher died yet returned to life. Cashin asks Rick to stop repeating that reaction, pointing out how often he has already said it. Rick insists the story is insane, especially that their resurrected teacher returned as a villain he once despised. He begs Raoul for his opinion, and Raoul says that no matter how he thinks about it, there is only one conclusion. Raoul states with certainty that Cashin is their teacher. Relieved, Rick becomes emotional about their reunion, and says he has many questions. Raoul first asks why Cashin did not contact them sooner through normal means. Cashin replies that as a villain they would not have believed him, and that messages could be intercepted, exposing his identity. He adds that if Lampus learned who he really is, things would become troublesome. His shadow companion explains that although Cashin now inhabits a villain's body, he kept the name Cashin to preserve his true identity. Cashin also says he used the name knowing Raoul and Rick would eventually come looking for him. Close up, his determined eyes show he anticipated this moment. Raoul recalls Cashin had just proven his identity through those intimate memories. Raoul silently processes this, conflicted. Cashin quietly steels himself, eyes closed. Raoul says he understands now and moves on to his next question. He asks if the ones who killed their teacher and Jeff were. Cashin recognizes the name Lampus as Raoul trails off. The rooftop falls silent as Cashin faces the two disciples. Cashin admits he is angry whenever he remembers what happened. He says his blood boils each time that memory surfaces. Cashin confirms that Lampus and his people indeed killed him and Jeff. When asked why, Cashin explains they falsely accused Jeff of betraying Lampus and also labeled him a traitor. Raoul explains that the official report blamed their teacher for betraying the organization and killing Jeff, but he and Rick never believed it and know those accusations were lies. The protagonist reveals that Jack is the one who killed Jeff. A shocked ally realizes the killer is Jack, the sword ghost. The protagonist explains that Jack formed a team to kill him and Jeff. He lists Jack, Lila, Sniper, and an unknown fourth member as top-class psychers in that team. His companions note that such a team could even capture the 4 evil monarchs. Asked about his plans, he orders them to find the high-ranking Lampa's figure who framed him and Jeff. One ally admits they already investigated his death, but the information was top secret and inaccessible. Another says probing High Lampa's officials will be even harder, but the protagonist says he has an idea. He proposes forcing the hidden enemy to reveal themselves instead of trying to break in. One companion hesitantly asks something that has been bothering him. He asks how the protagonist revived in a villain's body. The answer is that Jeff's necklace helped. The protagonist mentions a strange spirit called Morals inside the necklace, who indignantly claims to be a noble soul. Unsure how to explain Morals, the spirit offers to reveal himself to the others. The protagonist wonders why Morals never said that earlier, while his friends think he is talking to himself. He pulls out the glowing necklace and tells the two to touch it. They approach nervously and ask what the necklace is as he urges them to hurry. They stare tensely at the floating pendant. Both place their hands on the pendant, activating its power. The necklace flares with intense light and energy. Morals' voice asks if they can see him, startling them. The spirit fully manifests as a dark, single-eyed entity. As Morals starts to state his name, the others scream that he is a ghost. The scene shifts to Lavian Rose, an upscale building. A self-help book explains that one must understand one's goals and beliefs to meditate well. A woman reads that meditation helps control distracting thoughts and maintain inner peace. She repeats the idea of inner peace while setting the book down. Wondering if she can find peace while pursuing revenge, she muses that peace of mind might still be possible. Remembering the protagonist, she silently reflects, her expression softening. She recalls how composed and stronger he was than her in any situation. She is amazed that, despite still being in high school, he stayed calm even in battle. She questions whether the difference between them is simply experience. Her thoughts pause briefly. She decides his greatest asset is actually his extraordinary insight. Looking through another book with notes and symbols, she keeps pondering. She reads that insight can be trained through music and poems, right as someone calls her name. 2 girls rush in shouting that social media is in an uproar, and she asks what is happening. Online thumbnails and headlines show sensational coverage of Gatam Villezone and attacks on psychers. The girls explain that the trending content all targets Gatam Villezone with hostile titles. One girl says similar incidents happened before, but the current backlash is overwhelming. They confirm the coverage is extremely unfavorable and accuse it of spreading fabricated content to incite subscribers. Jaina considers this quietly, touching her lips. She thinks that if it is him, he will stay calm even in this situation. She is sure the protagonist will not dwell on the smear campaign, imagining him at Gatam Villezone. In reality, he scrolls through the same biased videos and reacts with disbelief. Outraged, he wonders if everyone involved has lost their minds. His tech ally concludes that someone powerful, likely Money King, is orchestrating everything. They discuss how a tycoon-level evil monarch like Money King prefers underhanded methods since tycoons guard many assets. The protagonist repeats the idea that tycoons have exploitable blind spots, mulling it over. He reasons that only a Lampus tycoon could command multiple top-class psychers like those sent after him. He wonders if the person who framed him and Jeff was also a tycoon. Elsewhere, a hacker asks if his partner remembers the psycher students who recently raided their Villezone. The hacker reports that all incriminating live streams and cyberwrecker videos have been erased, together with related articles. He adds that new articles now frame the students as heroic saviors of Gatam, and people are accepting that version. He explains that by hiding key truths and presenting a curated story, manipulators can easily sway superficial viewers. Suddenly noticing something on his monitor, he reacts with a curious noise. He sees a current affairs program, answered questions, announcing that Gatam Villezone will be dealt with. He explains that the show is widely trusted and has strong public credibility. The protagonist realizes Money King might be spending heavily to manipulate public opinion through the broadcast. We see Money King, a wealthy old man, enjoying his ability to move events with money. The hacker describes Money King as a true rich man. He then remembers that he has already finished the custom items the protagonist requested. Proud of the job he liked working on, he points the protagonist toward a pair of helmets. He notes that Money King is burning cash to stage this event and will be furious if it fails. He suggests they should play their own roles properly to turn Money King's expensive scheme into a masterpiece spectacle. The scene cuts to another aging building under the sky. Inside a surveillance room, a bundled-up operator notices something strange on his screens. On his monitor appears a lineup pitting several powerful figures, including the protagonist's side, against a single enemy. Live chat comments gush over Darkstar and eagerly anticipate the fight. A giant banner message calls for exterminating the Gatam villains. The Boxen hacker fumes that outsiders are looking down on Gatam. He slams on his gear declaring that this means war. Revealing herself as the D-rank Mind Mage villain Rampage, she furiously vows everyone is screwed as she starts typing. The story shifts back to the construction site Villezone. The 2 students gape in surprise at someone off-screen. Their teacher arrives with Morals, wondering if they expected someone else. They recognize him as the man they met with Naun before and ask if he really is their teacher. In a comedic aside, they confirm he is always with Morals, even joking about whether that includes bathroom trips. Morals bristles in embarrassment at the insinuation. The teacher hands them a secure phone. He tells them to use it for text communication only, prompting a question about its security. The answer is that, despite its appearance, the phone's protection is top tier. He says the device was made by an acquaintance who builds nano-satellites, so it can be trusted. The two students are stunned to hear he knows someone capable of making nano-satellites. One of them starts to ask something more serious. He wants to know why their revered teacher is now living in a vill zone. He recalls that the teacher used to be a highly respected top-class psyker and hero. The teacher dismisses his former glory, saying he is a villain now and naturally belongs in a vill zone. He states that what he truly desires is revenge and to learn why he had to die and be framed. Morals narrates that achieving this requires greater power and loyal allies. A student understands but worries about the danger of involving villains in their teacher's struggle. The teacher reassures them he will not drag his villain allies into a direct fight against Lampus. However, he says if the conflict is framed as villain versus villain, especially against the 4 evil monarchs, that is different. Both students pledge to help him with anything related to his situation, which is why he summoned them. Since they have decided to help, he says it would be bad for them to do so while he looks like a typical villain. Smiling, he presents a box as a Children's Day gift for them. The narrative moves to Boxenville Zone, another crime-ridden district. A group there welcomes the famed Geichi and expresses awe at meeting him. Geichi thanks them while devouring meat and says he is grateful for the invitation. Introduced as an S-rank animal attribute striker villain, Geichi gleefully praises the food. The muscular host flatters Geichi as the man with the strongest fists in the world. Geichi proudly agrees that his fists are indeed the strongest. The host congratulates him for recently conquering Yeonju City. She adds that a man of his caliber should not be satisfied with just that. She urges him to join the big league since he is the best of all Villzone bosses in the country. She claims countless villains admire his strength and dignity, which Geichi happily accepts. She prefaces her next statement by saying she will be honest. She proposes that they join forces. Geichi eyes her cautiously, considering what she is suggesting. He asks if she is really talking about forming an alliance, mentioning rumors that she used to serve another boss named Driver. She insists that Driver has changed and lost his former determination and charisma. Geichi infers that she now sees Driver as a loser, having heard a new boss called the Black Devil rules Gatam instead. She presses for an alliance with Geichi as leader and herself as second in command. She promises that together they could conquer the entire country, including Seoul, which Geichi's advisor finds amazing. She urges Geichi to sign the contract, while a hidden observer mocks him for falling for her flattery. Another villain explains he left his previous boss Barracuda because he refused to serve such a clueless leader. Now he judges Geichi to be equally clueless. Geichi signs anyway, with the narrator noting that Barracuda was vastly stronger than Geichi. The host cheerfully praises his signature and calls for a celebration. Her eyes suddenly sharpen as if sensing something. Geichi, still eating, asks why it suddenly got so loud. She says a guest has arrived to congratulate their new alliance. With a sinister smile, she invites everyone outside for a big party. Outside Boxenville's entrance district, the sky and grim buildings set the stage. A glowing portal appears near two startled bystanders. The portal erupts with swirling blue energy. A girl in frilly attire steps out, complaining that she has come to a boring place and is already annoyed. She mutters that she thought she would be with Dark Star instead. A shirtless fighter appears and wonders if there was a mistake or a change in assignments. He confirms they swapped places, but she says she does not care, only that she is angry. She explains that her little brother begged her to trade so he could go see Cashin, which annoyed her greatly. She asks if he dislikes that she came instead, but asserts she is stronger anyway. He replies that any partner is fine. Irritated by his indifferent answer, she says his reply also annoys her. The story cuts back to the teacher's construction hideout. The unfinished structure is shown from another angle. The two students now wear the new matching combat suits and helmets. The teacher says the gear suits them well while Morose silently watches. They complain about the ugly design and suspect the nanosatellite guy made them, but the teacher vouches for his skills. One student's new phone suddenly vibrates with an alert. The teacher checks his phone intently. At Boxenville Zone, someone roars from a building demanding to know who the intruders are. Boxen's gang charges in outrage that anyone would dare attack their Ville Zone. They sprint toward the newcomers, shouting that the enemies are all dead. On seeing the girl, the leader recognizes her as Rosetail and panics. Rosetail smirks in acknowledgement. She teasingly asks if they rushed over intending to kill her, while they hastily deny it. With a flourish of rose petals, she asks why they came and invites them to dance with her. The view shifts to another cramped neighborhood of box-like buildings. A trembling hand rises, showing someone injured or overwhelmed. Rosetail dances gracefully through the battlefield, counting steps as defeated enemies lie scattered. Finding the slaughter dull, she sighs that everything is so boring. The pink-haired woman turns with a cold, interested look. She faces a group of villains approaching her in formation. Her lips curl into an ominous smile. Laughing, she mocks the newcomers as homeless strays and wonders why everyone has gathered here. The red-haired woman glares back in tense silence. Several of the red-haired woman's underlings lie defeated on the ground. A narrator identifies the mocking woman as Rosetail and the swordsman behind her as Money King's right-hand man, Janchi, while she treats the situation as a joke. Genchi thinks resentfully that the most troublesome enemies have appeared. The red-haired leader notes there are only 2 opponents and believes their side has the advantage because of Geichi and superior numbers. She reasons that if they minimize damage they can endure the fight, but Rosetail suddenly calls out to her. Rosetail taunts her, guessing she is thinking they can win just because there are only 2 on Rosetail's side. The red-haired woman continues calculating, thinking if they stall, reinforcements from another Vilzone will arrive. Losing her temper, she charges at Rosetail, shouting that they do not need reinforcements against weaklings. Genchi eggs her on, warning Rosetail's group not to underestimate Boxan and boasting they can beat them easily. The red-haired woman asks Geichi to back her up, and he agrees with a sinister chuckle. She internally admits Rosetail is monstrously strong but believes Geichi is powerful enough that if he keeps Rosetail busy while they defeat Genchi, they will win. Rosetail continues to read her thoughts aloud, joking that the strain of thinking might make the woman's head explode, enraging her further. Rosetail insists that the whole situation is hilariously funny. The red-haired woman screams that Rosetail must be terrified to talk so much and lunges, swearing and attacking. Rosetail casually responds with confusion at the outburst. Her eyes flare red as she sarcastically asks if being called a foul name is supposed to scare her. The red-haired woman is shocked and intimidated by Rosetail's sudden shift. One of her large allies comments that Rosetail seems to have gone completely mad with rage, while the red-haired woman nervously asks if she can still rely on him. She flatters the big ally as the man with the strongest fists who can surely defeat Rosetail, making him laugh smugly. The big man boasts that his fists are the strongest in the world and basks in her praise. Internally, he wonders what to do next. He privately admits to himself that he cannot fight Rosetail. The red-haired woman, stunned, demands to know what he means. Geichi reveals with a crazed grin that he cannot attack someone who is now technically on the same side as him. The red-haired woman reacts in horrified disbelief. She shouts that they were supposed to be allies, while Geichi giggles and confirms that was true. Another ally steps forward, saying he will explain the situation. Genchi reveals that Geichi has accepted Neo Sentry's offer to become an intendant, making him one of the 8 powerful intendants. The Boxen group reels in shock at Geichi's sudden defection and status. Genchi asks if they now understand the situation, while the red-haired woman yells, demanding when he received that offer. A matter-of-fact Thought Bubble answers that it happened yesterday. One of the spear-wielders accuses Ice Demon of deceiving them from the start, while Ice Demon claims he only just learned this too. Ice Demon reflects that he had thought Geichi was just an idiot but now sees him as a crafty glutton. Rosetail's rose explodes into glowing petals, signaling her power activating. The red-haired woman and her allies stare upward in horror as the petals and debris rain down. Wreathed in dark aura and petals, Rosetail demands to know how much more they intend to anger her, and tells them to hurry up and fight if they have finished sorting things out. The red-haired woman panics, begging her to calm down and talk things over instead. Rosetail dismisses the idea of further discussion and conjures another rose. She declares that the only thing left is a crazy dance party, brandishing her massive rose weapon with manic excitement. A new voice cuts in, saying they also want to join that party. The Boxen members recognize the voice with alarm as they look up. A lightning-wreathed figure rockets down from a skyscraper. The electric fighter lands in their midst, blasting lightning everywhere. Rosetail watches the newcomer with curious interest. Genchi also observes him, intrigued and slightly amused. Geichi grins, clearly entertained by the unfolding chaos. The electric fighter remarks that a good party needs many participants, stepping forward toward Geichi while Rosetail and Genchi watch from behind. Wreathed in blue lightning, he admits he is not good at dancing but will try his best, readying for battle. Rosetail thoughtfully studies him. She wonders where she has seen him before, then decides she does not really care about remembering. Genchi explains to her that the newcomer is Cashin, boss of the Gatam Vilzone, and she reacts with surprised recognition. Rosetail then clarifies that Cashin is actually the puppet boss chosen by Driver, prompting Driver to immediately deny that. Driver crashes down with his giant hammer in a burst of purple energy. Standing dramatically, he criticizes the others for underestimating them after all they have already proven. He reminds everyone that they have shown their strength many times and that doubting them is disrespectful to their boss who is listening in. The red-haired woman, confused, asks why Cashin and Driver fell from the sky if they came by plane, and Driver casually explains they landed on a rooftop before jumping down. Geichi complains that more extras have joined the fray, while one of Neo Sentry's people simply watches. Rosetail comments that events have taken an interesting turn and notes how quickly the reinforcement request was answered, while Genchi observes that the alert system seems to be working well. Genchi and Rosetail explain that Cashin and Driver are the reasons the 8 intendants were summoned and warn not to underestimate them, which Rosetail says actually makes the situation more enjoyable. Rosetail privately feels guilty toward her little brother but resolves to settle things here herself. She declares that despite her feelings she intends to end this fight with her own hands as her power surges again. Genchi tells her to postpone that plan as a new swirling portal of energy appears behind them, making Rosetail click her tongue in annoyance. A polished shoe steps out, announcing a new arrival. Genchi says that the president has arrived. A group led by a white-haired man steps from the portal, and he casually remarks on what a pleasant afternoon it is. Cashin recognizes the newcomer as Money King, one of the 4 evil monarchs. Narration explains that Money King is the strongest villain atop the villain ecosystem, someone entirely genuine and terrifying. Further description notes his sharp eyes, absolute confidence, and merciless nature. Cashin decides that if Money King is a mountain he must eventually climb, he might as well try now, preparing himself. His shadow companion warns him not to be reckless because Money King is beyond his capabilities. Cashin stands there in chibi form, silently ignoring the warning while the shadow calls him an incorrigible brat. The shadow complains that Cashin's silence is making him feel embarrassed. Money King addresses Cashin directly, saying he came here specifically to meet him. He offers Cashin a place in his family, but Cashin immediately refuses. Money King questions refusing without hearing the terms, while Cashin, unimpressed, says the offer sounds poor and not worth listening to, irritating Money King's aide. Cashin replies that he would only be interested if Money King promised to serve him like a boss instead. The red-haired woman screams that Cashin must be insane to talk like that. Driver laughs at Cashin's audacity. Cashin silently shares a look with his shadow companion as they gauge the situation. Rosetail sneers that another insignificant insect is mouthing off without understanding his place. Cashin mutters that this kind of arrogance is disgusting. Rosetail says his attitude makes her want to tear him apart. Money King remarks that Cashin is indeed as ambitious as he had heard. He thinks Cashin needs that kind of courage if he intends to wage war on him, but warns that bravery without power is just foolish bravado. Cashin counters that his fists speak louder than words and accuses Money King of mere arrogance. Money King says he will give Cashin a chance to prove his claims. He readies himself, telling Cashin not to disappoint him. From above the Ville Zone, someone yells for everything to stop. Rosetail, frustrated that her own duel has been derailed, screams in annoyance. She yells at Money King for interfering, while he apologizes to her for the unseemly behavior of an old man and steps forward with Cashin. He promises Rosetail a better opportunity to fight later and asks her to let him handle this one, which she grudgingly boos. Cashin's shadow warns him that Money King is on a completely different level with overwhelming firepower and close combat skill, but Cashin insists he has fought evil monarchs before and has a plan. Cashin admits he has long wanted to fight Money King, believing that facing such a strong foe will advance his growth more than lengthy training. The shadow notes this is a real and reckless fight, not training, but Cashin believes that thinking he will lose would guarantee defeat. Cashin mentally assigns Driver to handle whatever comes after, deciding he only needs to focus on fighting. Money King and Cashin square off across the rooftop battlefield. Their eyes lock in a tense stare down. Cashin launches himself straight at Money King with a high-speed frontal assault. He streaks toward Money King, electricity flaring around him. Genchi watches, surprised that Cashin is choosing a direct attack and wondering if Cashin really thinks he can handle the boss. Cashin's strike collides with Money King, shattering energy and glass around them. A flurry of rapid blows follows as Cashin batters Money King with ice-like claws. He drives a decisive punch or slash toward Money King's face. Money King emerges with only superficial damage, impressed and noting Cashin's battle experience. He acknowledges Cashin's solid fundamentals and rare villainous talent as Cashin continues attacking. Cashin lands a powerful kick that sends Money King flying. Despite that, narration hints there's a catch to these exchanges. Cashin lands, but his leg is shown crystallizing or damaged from the clash. Money King calmly says his heart is not racing, implying Cashin's attacks still have not truly excited him. Observing from afar, Boxen's members are shocked that Cashin is holding his own and wonder if he might actually win. A bubble points out that Cashin's leg may now be too injured for him to stand properly. Cashin claims he is unharmed, prompting Money King to reply that he is glad and can now go all out. Cashin responds by unleashing a massive shadow blade technique. Money King praises the technique but remarks that it is too slow. Cashin activates shadow acceleration, warning that his speed will only increase from here. He slams another fierce blow into Money King. The impact sends Money King hurtling at incredible speed. Money King recovers midair and counters with his own charge. Cashin responds by binding Money King's legs with a shadow bind. Cashin gathers enormous power into his fist, declaring that this should be the final blow. Money King braces himself as Cashin descends. Money King grins slightly unfazed. In the clash that follows, Money King catches or reverses Cashin's finishing attack and slams him instead. He compliments Cashin, saying the attack was good. Cashin is stunned that Money King appears to have taken no real damage, though Money King admits his heart raced a little. Money King announces that as a reward he will show Cashin his true power. He unleashes his devastating signature attack, King's Punch, generating a titanic shockwave. The blow smashes Cashin through buildings and the ground below in an explosion of glass and debris. The onlookers shield themselves from the shockwave, crying out in amazement. Rosetail, buffeted by the blast, complains that this is extremely irritating. Cashin's shadow companion watches in alarm, a tear of worry forming. The scene shifts to Cashin's broken form lying in a crater, as the shadow screams his name. The red-haired woman stares wide-eyed at the massive crater where Cashin landed. She and her allies exclaim that Money King is on a completely different level, almost inhuman. She berates herself for ever thinking of fighting such a monster, saying evil monarchs are untouchable, while Driver tells her to stop exaggerating. Driver calmly says the battle is not finished yet, to the red-haired woman's disbelief. Shattered crystal and residual energy show the impact as Cashin internally admits how strong the old man is. Cashin, bloody but alive, pulls himself from the rubble, saying he really thought he was going to die, while the shadow checks on him. Cashin insists he is still breathing and says he did not use shadow armor because he felt no need, despite the shadow warning that it cost him a lot of mana to regenerate. The shadow explains that his regeneration has healed the damage but drained much of his mana. Cashin exhales, steadying himself. The shadow advises that his mana will keep dropping, so a long fight would be bad and ending things quickly is best, while Cashin says being shaken proves the fight is worthwhile. Smiling fiercely, Cashin declares that the real fight is only beginning. A wide view of the Ville Zone emphasizes the scale of destruction around them. Cashin strides back through the smoke toward Money King, ready to continue their clash. The observing villains are surprised the hero survived and speculate he must have defended himself at the last moment. Money King notes the hero survived his attack and regrets holding back, saying the blow must have only felt like a light hit. Money King eyes the battered hero and is taken aback by his nonchalant response. Money King mocks the hero's shaking legs, saying he can barely stand and questioning whether he should even be fighting. Money King tells the hero to worry about the beating he is about to get but acknowledges his tenacity and decides to attack him seriously while he is still alive. Surrounded by dark energy, Money King vows to enjoy himself as he unleashes his power. The hero hurls a powerful shadow blade attack at Money King, insulting him as he does so. Money King recognizes the returning technique and prepares a counterattack infused with energy. He fires his own ability King's Orb upward to clash head-on with the incoming shadow blade. The two powerful attacks collide in a massive explosion of light and debris. Money King is shocked that the hero's blade is actually stopping his King's Orb, wondering if that is all his technique can do. The shadow blade slams down around Money King, smashing the ground to pieces and startling him. More blades rain down, pinning Money King and forcing him to block frantically. The barrage continues as blue energy streaks through the air, hemming him in. The hero activates Shadow Blade homing, surrounding Money King with tracking blades that keep harrying him, which he finds extremely irritating. The hero rushes in through the chaos and declares he is about to start beating Money King up. With the blade's support, the hero launches Money King away in a tremendous strike. Money King crashes violently through rubble, barely managing to guard himself. The hero pursues relentlessly, smashing Money King into a wall. He follows up with a close-range blow to Money King's face, continuing the assault. A rapid flurry of attacks from multiple angles batters Money King around the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, one subordinate nervously admits the hero is strong enough that their boss might actually lose, but is warned to keep such thoughts to himself. Their superior orders them not to interfere with the president's entertainment. Money King rallies and throws a furious counterpunch at the charging hero. His heavy blow lands on the hero's torso, briefly halting the onslaught. The hero internally realizes that if the fight continues like this, he will be in trouble. His shadow companion warns him not to drop his guard, reminding him that Money King remains dangerous even when pinned. The hero ducks low, driving into Money King's midsection to set up a grapple. Money King smirks that he can wrestle a bit too. The hero curtly replies that he can wrestle as well. They lock up in a grappling contest, each trying to overpower the other. Money King butts the hero and angrily dismisses his tactics as foolish tricks. He slams the hero into the ground, scoffing at the idea such tricks could work on him. Enraged, Money King declares he will smash the hero's arrogant face and lunges back into the fight. The hero is hurled away by the renewed assault but reorients himself midair. He lands lightly, and immediately dashes back in to resume the clash. The battered hero's mismatched eyes burn with determination as he steadies himself. Money King charges with a fist crackling red, promising this new blow will be far more painful than before. He gathers all his strength into his fist, saying he is putting everything into this attack. The hero stares back intensely, bracing for the fully powered strike. Money King unleashes his ultimate technique King's Punch at full power. Elsewhere, the hero's allies react in alarm to the distant shockwave. Rose yells at Money King, worried he might kill the hero, grumbling that the situation is getting irritating. The devastating punch tears a swath through the cityscape, carving a blazing path. Money King's hand trembles afterward, and he admits age is catching up with him as his wrist aches. He reflects on how long it has been since he last used King's Punch. Believing the hero finished, he starts to declare this place the hero's grave, when he is abruptly answered. The hero reappears clad in shadow armor, stating he will decide where he dies as he shrugs off the blow. Rose and the tattooed man gape in disbelief that the hero actually blocked the old man's King's Punch. Money King smiles, saying the hero neutralized his ultimate punch and that he has just witnessed an impressive technique. The hero retorts that since he has seen King's Punch twice, it is only fair that Money King now witness his own technique. He belittles Money King's supposedly great punch as sloppy and unimpressive. Money King calls his manner of speaking disgusting but admits the hero's skills exceed expectations and might even threaten Rose. The hero bluntly interprets this as being forced to fight trash, while Money King says Rose would be offended to be called that. The hero wonders why an evil monarch is so skilled at trash-talking and demands they stop chatting and resume fighting, while his companion warns he has used most of his mana. The companion privately thinks the hero should stop putting on a brave front. Rose laughs loudly, calling the hero an idiot for acting cool when he is outmatched. She mocks that he is only surviving because Money King is going easy on him and claims the party would already be over otherwise. A new ominous voice says it also wants to join the party. Rose's expression shifts as she senses the newcomer's arrival. The masked swordsman Wuchan appears, saying he already looks ready and asks if they should have a sword dance together. Another villain recognizes him in shock as the feared evil sword Wuchan. Rose and her ally excitedly fangirl over Wuchan, marveling that he has appeared. Rose gushes over Wuchan's good looks, dismissing the fact that he interrupted her. Money King greets Wuchan after a long time and asks why he has come, while accusing him of breaking Villezone rules by trespassing and causing chaos. Wuchan, calling himself the Winterbell monarch, says he is here to make Money King answer for that violation. Money King repeats skeptically that Wuchan intends to hold him responsible. He notes that Wuchan even brought Winterbell's elite executive squad, implying Wuchan is ready for everyone to die together. Money King asks darkly if Wuchan is truly prepared for such a result. The hero watches this tense exchange silently with his shadow companion. Rose and the tattooed man are entranced by Wuchan's presence. The hero internally repeats the word prepared, considering what it means. Wuchan answers that if he dies fighting the infamous Money King, it is still a worthwhile bargain to him. Drawing his sword, Wuchan says even if he dies here, Winterbell will target and judge Money King in retaliation. Money King realizes Wuchan is threatening him. He scoffs that Wuchan has just become Winterbell monarch and is already so full of himself. The hero counters that Money King is the conceited one. He argues that using the title and authority of an evil monarch to try to conquer all Villezones is arrogance. Money King insists that because he has the ability to unify the Villezones he is not conceited, but the hero replies that as long as he lives that unification is impossible. The hero boldly declares his own goal is to unify all the Villezones. Nearby allies complain of headaches from the chaos while watching this standoff. Money King claps slowly and says the hero's spirit is impressive enough that such a goal might be possible for him. However, he says the hero is far from ready now and might only achieve that dream in about 10 years. The hero listens silently, absorbing this condescension. Money King extends his hand again, saying he will repeat his earlier offer. He invites Cashin to join him so that Cashin can reach his dream more quickly. Cashin replies he would only consider it if he were the boss instead, prompting Money King to suggest settling things with a bet. Money King proposes a match of 5 fighters from each side. He explains that 5 of Winterbell's people will battle 5 from Gatam Villezone, with the rule that the winner remains to fight the next opponent. Cashin's allies clarify that in this format, whoever wins a bout continues straight into the next fight. Cashin admits it is a tempting bet. He confirms that if his side loses, they will become Money King's subordinates, and Money King agrees while hinting there is a reward if they win. Cashin says he will decide after discussing it with his team, and Money King accepts any conditions they set. Money King takes Cashin's response as acceptance of the bet. Cashin asks to choose the date and location for the match, and Money King readily grants that right. Money King asks Wuchan if he still intends to fight him now, and Wuchan says he has changed his mind. Wuchan explains he does not want to harm the main actors because he wants to see the next episode of this drama-like conflict. Instead, Wuchan declares as Winterbell monarch he will stay and oversee the upcoming matches to ensure fairness. Another leader agrees and says the current confrontation ends here. He calls for the meeting to be adjourned and announces they will return, with an ally opening a portal. Money King is puzzled by everyone's sudden behavior. Rose rushes toward Wuchan insisting she has something to tell him. Wuchan coolly orders his men to move aside and let her through, while they praise him. He asks Rose what she wants, and she says it is nothing serious. She then lunges, announcing she wants to tear off his mask. Cashin intercepts and grabs her hand as she reaches, stopping the attempt. Cashin scolds her for not asking permission and questions her manners while restraining her. Rose, flustered but intrigued, comments that he is actually a well-mannered gentleman. Thorny vines erupt from her power, entangling Cashin's armored arm. She tightens the vines around him and demands a gentleman ask permission before grabbing her hand. Looming behind him, she offers to give him a fun present. She says another brute like the same gift and threatens to brand something cute on Cashin's forehead with her glowing finger. Cashin casually asks if she smells something burning as she reaches for him. Her vine restraint suddenly begins to burn away in a burst of blue flame. Cashin is engulfed in blue fire that incinerates the vines, causing Rose to panic that it is burning. Watching, Money King realizes Cashin has been hiding fire abilities and confirms the rumor he possesses 2 attributes. Cashin lunges at Rose and declares that his counterattack is his own present to her. Rose spins away in a flurry of petals, twirling through the air to evade. She mocks that such attacks do not work on her, sticking out her tongue with a rose mark. Cashin answers with a swift strike that cuts her and scatters more petals. Seeing blood, someone registers in shock that she has actually been wounded. Rose touches the cut on her face and coldly asks if Cashin just dared to injure it. Her ally realizes this is serious, knowing how dangerous she becomes when her face is harmed. Rose trembles with rage. She explodes into a furious assault, screaming that she will tear Cashin to pieces. Cashin, wide-eyed, notes how fast she is moving. Before she reaches him, Cashion's ally with the hammer intercepts and clashes with her. Rose's eyes glow with unhinged fury as the battle continues. Cashion's hammer-wielding friend prepares something, his visor glowing. He announces that time is up as he readies his weapon. Empowered by ominous energy, he tells Rose to go home. Rose, seething and bloodied, screams that she will kill them all. Cashin dismisses her tantrum as obnoxious to the very end. Wuchan draws his sword, saying it has been a long time since something made him this angry. Cloaked in red darkness, Wuchan declares that the price for angering him is death. Cashin steps in and says Rose is his opponent, but that fight will not happen today. He proposes to Money King an inviolable treaty lasting until the scheduled party so the future matches can proceed smoothly, and Money King agrees. Money King tells Rose she heard the agreement and must abide by it. He then orders everyone to leave and heads into the portal. Rose rages about having to wait and insists she would rather finish things now. As she withdraws, she warns Cashin that he was merely lucky today and vows to tear him apart next time. While their ally comments she speaks too harshly, Cashin replies that ruining her face will not go unpunished and encourages her to keep that vengeful resolve until they meet again. Rose snarls a crude farewell at him before departing. The villains file through the glowing portal and disappear from the battlefield. Cashin's remaining allies confirm that Money King is really leaving. The blue giant thanks them for the good meal and cheerfully says they should meet again as he steps through the portal. Cashin watches silently as the last of the guests approach the portal. His bruised face shows a calm, hardened resolve after the intense encounter. Wuchan silently notes Cashin's name as he departs. Wuchan vanishes into the swirling blue portal, ending the confrontation for now. A mysterious man enveloped in blue energy smiles confidently as power gathers around him. The scene shifts to a modern cityscape of tall office buildings under a clear sky. The focus moves to a coffee shop sign, indicating the next setting. Inside, a character excitedly admires a fancy cake that looks delicious. At an outdoor cafe table, friends suggest photographing the cake for social media while another feels embarrassed. The red-haired man, drink in hand, asks why he was suddenly called out to meet. His two friends look slightly nervous, one holding up a phone as if unsure what to say. The blue-haired friend claims it is nothing serious and says he just wanted a proper talk after their last meeting. Relaxing over drinks and cake, he proposes they meet again at Rampus, the place where he works. He excitedly describes meeting at Rampus with good food and atmosphere, while the red-haired man dryly notes that its cafeteria is fine. The red-haired man internally identifies himself as Cashin, the boss villain of Gatam Zone. The dark-skinned friend explains he researched Cashin and found he did not seem as vile as previously described, then asks if they met him. The other two flusteredly deny meeting Cashin and question why their friend is jumping to conclusions. They insist they only researched the villain, and the blue-haired one privately notes how calmly his companion lies. The dark-skinned man recounts Cashin's heroics rescuing hostages from Blaster and helping capture the serial killer Blood Rain. He adds that Cashin even helped Nian, the redhead sister, and now understands why she respects him. Cashin admits there are undisclosed matters but says he has personally received help from Cashin before. The pair conclude that despite being a villain, Cashin has done much good, showing sound judgment and boldness beyond mere nobility. The blue-haired friend cheerfully agrees that he shares that positive view. Cashin muses that justice without power is incompetence, and credits Cashin's strength for upholding his beliefs while he drinks. Cashin cuts off the praise, saying they should stop talking about Cashin so much. He warns that if others hear them, they will think the two are Cashin's fans, which they both insist would be absurd. Changing topics, they bring up Quan Kongwu, the guy they met near the park, asking if Cashin is close to him. The blue-haired man thinks they should get along, but Cashin bluntly says there is no chance of that with Kongwu. Cashin angrily stabs the cake with his fork while starting to rant about that guy. He calls Kongwu a pest pursuing Nian and says such an insect should be eliminated, prompting shocked reactions and questions about whether Kongwu likes her. When asked why he called Kongwu a mentor, the dark-skinned man fumbles for words and checks his phone. Suddenly his eyes widen in alarm at something he sees. The story cuts to a rundown district identified as part of Gatam Zone. A sign reveals a place called Heaven Pub within that area. Inside, a box is presented as the requested item, described as an artifact that boosts resistance to mental attacks. The pink-haired broker notes it was hard to obtain, while the black-clad customer accepts it and is thanked for his business. The box opens to reveal a glowing ring inside. The customer asks if this is the artifact he wanted, and his shadowy companion confirms it is. The broker mentions hearing about Cashin's upcoming 5v5 challenge match with Don King and asks if he has chosen his team. Cashin replies that he has not selected the members yet. The broker declines to join, saying he prefers to watch the match like a show. Cashin asks the price of the ring and the broker begins calculating a discounted cost. Instead, the broker abruptly tells him to take it for free, explaining he has his own score to settle with Don King. He calls the ring a gift in hopes that Cashin will defeat Don King in the match. Time shifts to the Gatam Zone training room, where Cashin will prepare. In the training room, Cashin checks a glowing status screen while his shadow companion hovers nearby. He notes that his strong mental power skill has been upgraded, and the companion remarks this explains why Cashin challenged such a dangerous opponent. Asked if the goal of provoking Don King was skill growth, Cashin says fighting someone that strong yields many benefits beyond just upgrades. He states that this progress should meet the minimum quest requirements, but the companion senses something more. Cashin then reveals a red crystal he has obtained, shocking his companion. He identifies it as a bloodstone and resolves to conquer its power. Back in Gatam zone at sunset, someone shouts Cashin's name across the cityscape. Cashin's subordinates excitedly rush in, eager to fight Money King's crew and bragging they will kill them all. They burst into a room where other subordinates are sitting, asking where the boss is and being scolded for not knocking. They are told Cashin is in the training room and warned not to disturb his special training. The eager fighters want to join the special training but are told Black Ghost is guarding outside and they should not interfere. One worries Cashin's body should still be wrecked since Money King supposedly smashed his face in. Another is corrected and learns of the fight from a friend rather than the internet. They hear that neither Cashin nor Money King went all out and Cashin still withstood 2 of Money King's building leveling punches, making the bout nearly even. One subordinate boasts he could endure such punches too, since endurance is his specialty. Other higher-ups comment that rumors about the fight spread quickly, likely started by Money King's people since they have not spoken publicly. They discover that Money King's side has even named the event and created promotional posters. The promotional title Festival of Defeat, Villain Big Clash appears, and one of them says they actually like the name. As they marvel at this, a flamboyant masked hero barges in declaring that he has come to protect justice. He dramatically announces he is registering as a contestant in the Festival of Defeat. Cashin's crew stare at him in disbelief and call him a lunatic. At Lampas's South Korean branch, officials react with surprise to the idea of the Big Clash being sold as a paid live broadcast. A staff member holding a tablet complains that the villains are crazy to turn this into something like an MMA pay-per-view. 2 Lampas operatives discuss that this broadcast is just a money-making scheme from greedy villains. One wonders if they should let such a thing proceed unchecked. His colleague argues there is no advantageous way for Lampas to intervene. Still, they worry that if they do nothing, Money King might conquer the Gatam zone. Another official interprets this as assuming Cashin will lose, noting that Cashin already lost badly to Money King once. They speculate Money King himself might not join the fight and that even his chosen attendants will be formidable, though less terrifying than facing him directly. The Lampas leader notes Cashin is not the only powerhouse on the Gatam side and hints at other strong allies. She concludes that overall the match will likely be even. Her subordinate agrees after hearing her reasoning but still feels uneasy, thinking the situation is beyond their control. He muses that higher-ups must be debating and perhaps the director should personally get involved. He gets an idea but hesitates as he considers the implications. She says the director has not issued any orders yet, which surprises him. She warns him not to overstep, emphasizing this conflict is more serious than any local squabble. She adds that Lampas interfering directly would only make outcomes more unpredictable. Asked about the 2 agents dispatched from headquarters, she replies they operate independently of her. She guesses those 2 are currently on a secret mission assigned by HQ. The narrative cuts away to reinforce that they are, indeed, on such a mission. The scene returns to a nighttime construction site with a towering crane, setting up the agent's location. Inside an unfinished building near the crane, 2 suited figures wait. A close-up shows the blue-haired agent watching intently. Cashin suddenly emerges from the shadows with a burst of dark energy, startling them. He cheerfully asks if they waited long, while his 2 former students gasp at his sudden appearance. Cashin apologizes for calling them abruptly, saying he needs a favor from both of them. They pledge to do whatever he asks and ask after his condition following the fight with Money King. Cashin notes that news of the duel spread fast online and suspects someone leaked it intentionally. When asked about the battle, he acknowledges Money King's overwhelming strength and understands why Lampas fears the evil monarchs. He admits he fought using about 80% of his power, while Money King did not even use half. His students realize this means Cashin currently cannot beat Money King in a straight one-on-one fight. The dark-skinned student cites Lampas' manuals stating that 3 top-class psychers are normally needed to capture a single evil monarch. That guideline is illustrated with silhouettes of Lampas' strongest psychers. Cashin explains that only 3 grandmasters are said to be able to fight an evil monarch alone. His students say if the grandmasters come, they might stand a chance, though they admit such figures are hard to even glimpse. Cashin then says that soon he will also be able to fight one on equal footing, surprising them since he earlier said it was impossible. He attributes that newfound confidence to special training he did in the meantime. The story briefly flashes back to Cashin beginning that training with ominous red energy filling a chamber. We see intense red spikes tearing into him as he screams in pain. Covered in bloodstone energy, Cashin assures his companion he is fine and claims the power tastes good. The Shadow Eye remarks that if Cashin had just swallowed the bloodstone without prior preparation he would have been doomed, then tells him to rest. Instead, Cashin staggers forward demanding more of the energy, forcing himself to absorb a little further. Narration confirms his hard work paid off. His fists, encased in crystalline armor, clench with power. Cashin feels an unfamiliar overwhelming force inside, so vast he can barely estimate his mana. He admires the monstrous new claws now extending from his hands. He explains to his students that after eating the bloodstone he gained immense power. Shocked, they scold him for doing something so dangerous and question why he would eat a magic crystal. Cashion's dark-skinned student explains villains can grow stronger by consuming magic crystals, knowledge he himself only recently learned from MORALS. Another comment notes bloodstones are incredibly rare and more often kill those who try to eat them. The blue-haired student freaks out that Cashin risked such a deadly item and asks why MORALS did not stop him. MORALS sheepishly admits he just watched. Cashin admits he gained great strength from the bloodstone but still failed to fully make its energy his own. He worries that if he leaves things as they are, he might lose himself to madness and rampage. Turning this into advice, Cashin encourages his students never to give up, no matter how hard things get. He summarizes that unwavering determination is the key solution. The dark-skinned student recalls Cashin once teaching that sheer will can overcome anything, which Cashin is surprised he said. Both students reaffirm that they will help him with all their strength, and Cashin says they are the only ones he trusts. MORALS teases that Cashin called them partly just to show off his new power, and Cashin grumbles for him to shut up. Cashin announces they will now undergo hellish training together, and his students nervously ask where it will take place. With a grin, Cashin declares that their training ground will be Gatam Zone itself. The two students are left utterly baffled by this declaration. Later, alone atop the construction site, Cashin notes the two never actually showed up. We see him biting into bread or a snack as he waits. Cashin explains they fled after making flimsy excuses, while MORALS advises him not to be too harsh on them. MORALS imagines them clutching their stomach and throat, saying they probably needed more time to prepare mentally. He points out that acting like villains is hard for psychers and reminds Cashin that he initially struggled with that role too. Cashin silently reflects on this while chewing his snack. He admits he had been thinking only from his own perspective, which MORALS notes he is quick to acknowledge. Cashin explains that his impatience drove him, above all because he desperately wants to control his uncontrollable bloodlust. He further confides that ever since gaining this bloodlust he keeps hearing another sinister voice in his head, and wonders if other deranged villains experience the same. When asked if he regrets eating the bloodstone, Cashin says he does not, having expected a penalty from the start. He actually finds the outcome amazing since he gained both strong magic power and a new skill. Back in the training room, he reads his status board and sees his magic points now total 1,768. MORALS remarks that his points rose by 200. Cashin, relieved he did not gain resistance to future crystals, says this growth exceeded expectations. MORALS counters that a bloodstone is far superior to ordinary magic crystals and rare across the world. He explains that Cashin's previously high efficiency means this bloodstone result is still lower than he had hoped. MORALS begins to suspect the limitation might come from elsewhere. He concludes the issue likely stems from Cashin's uncontrollable red bloodlust. Even so, Cashin notes that with his current magic points he should now be able to fight anyone, matching the level of Rosetail. MORALS warns that Rosetail hides power beyond her visible magic points, making her more terrifying than numbers suggest. Cashin insists mana is not everything in battle and tells MORALS to instead look at his new skill. He proudly reveals he gained a new ability with an impressive name, Three-Footed Crow's Anger, though it is currently locked. MORALS explains that locked means Cashin has not met the usage requirements, which are tied to reaching higher magic points. Cashin reacts in a chibi pout as MORALS matter-of-factly states this. MORALS then seriously urges him never to use that skill even after unlocking it. He explains that the technique is so dangerous it could destroy an entire city. Cashin asks if that makes it legendary rank, and MORALS replies that it is an ultimate move recorded only once in myth, used against the strongest monster. When Cashin asks who wielded it, MORALS reveals it was used by Typhon, the guide of destruction and possibly the strongest villain in history, who commanded fire, wind, and darkness. Cashin asks how the shadow spirit knows so much, and it reminds him it is an ancient soul. As Cashin brings up Typhon, the spirit evaluates Cashin's new destruction skill for battle while Cashin notes it always changes the subject. Cashin's status screen shows destruction and a powerful locked inferno among his skills. Cashin reads that he now has an ultimate skill capable of destroying a city and reflects on its power. Cashin regrets wanting to exploit his students for his own selfish goals. Holding a soda can, Cashin apologizes internally, saying he has no choice. Looking over the city, Cashin admits he is still too weak to take revenge. The scene shifts to Neo Sentry's green factory building. Someone reacts in disbelief, shouting that something is impossible. A villainess casually reads a magazine, unaware of the commotion nearby. A distraught man laments how something happened while the woman tells him to be quiet or leave. He regrets not going to Boxen, blaming Cashin for ruining his chance at a destined meeting with him. He yells at the woman for not stopping him, and she coldly threatens him. She reminds him he was the one who insisted on switching places. He is warned that, because of his choices, he might never get to fight Cashin. Furious and possessive, the woman declares Cashin is hers to tear apart, and tells him to stop dreaming. He protests, asking why she suddenly wants Cashin when she claimed disinterest, and she replies that she is interested now. He confirms in surprise that she intends to compete in the upcoming festival. She answers confidently that of course she will. He asks if she plans to go out first in the lineup. She boasts that she will be the fifth fighter and naturally the leader. Another villain notes that unless the president interferes, her leadership is unquestioned. Hearing this, the fanboy realizes he might also have a chance to face Cashin. Imagining keeping Cashin away from her, he decides that if Cashin never meets her, he just needs to defeat Cashin himself as a devoted fan. While he gloats about being a lovable fanboy, she calls him an idiot and says she can see through his thoughts. Annoyed, she mutters how irritating he is. The story cuts to Gatamville Zone, a rough villain district. Two masked fighters dramatically arrive, posing in unison. Cashin and his shadow spirit watch them appear, confused. Cashin comments on their sudden visit and matching outfits, while they state they have come for hellish training, which he questions. One mask explains they did not hesitate, since pretending to be villains to train in the Ville Zone is difficult. They add that this harsh condition makes it perfect for true hell training and that if it were easy, it would not deserve the name. They reaffirm their promise to help Cashin not out of obligation but from genuine desire to assist. The spirit privately praises them as great students, and Cashin thanks them. Cashin, moved by their sincerity, declares he will push their training to the extreme. As he prepares, the spirit watches curiously while Cashin tightens his gauntlet. Cashin's serious gaze shows his resolve hardening. A shot of the surrounding buildings sets the location of the coming training. A large foot lands in Gatamville Zone as a new man arrives, remarking on the place. This newcomer, Python, thinks the notorious Ville Zone looks normal and wonders how to locate his targets. Noticing something, Python turns, intrigued. A taunting voice calls out to him as trash. A broom sweeps aggressively on the ground. Python sees a bald cleaner with a weapon and addresses him rudely. Python orders the bald man to come over and guide him. The cleaner's eyes glow menacingly as he readies his weapon. The scene shifts back to Gatamville Zone's skyline. Explosive movement and shockwaves ripple through the area, signaling a fierce clash. A heavy boot smashes down, beginning the confrontation. An archer villain crouches on a rooftop, saying the spot he seeks should be nearby. The red-masked archer narrows his eyes as he searches. He then sprints off a rooftop toward another location. He narrates that he rushed over as fast as he could, just in case. Arriving at a dumpster, he sees the bald cleaner already unconscious and realizes he is too late. A bruised hand shows the extent of the beating Python gave earlier. The focus returns to Neo Sentry's green factory building. Inside, an event titled Villain Big Clash, Festival of Defeat is announced. The president states he will now choose the fighters representing Neo Sentry in the Festival of Defeat. The assembled villains ask if 5 fighters will be chosen, and whether they must battle each other for selection. One villain impatiently crushes his can, urging them to hurry because he is bored. This impatient S-rank villain, Radel, slams his drink and demands that selection start. The president explains they will choose participants by drawing lots. The fan notices his beloved Rosetail's name is missing, and the president clarifies she is already scheduled to fight at a set time. He adds that Rosetail said anyone with complaints can confront her directly. Radel says he has no complaints and tells them to just proceed. Another attendant silently appraises Radel's power. The narration explains Radel's fearsome record of conquering multiple districts and his relentless fighting spirit. The silver-haired attendant reflects that even someone like Radel defers to Rosetail. Radel volunteers to draw first. He opens his paper to reveal a star symbol. Radel is confused by the star, and the staff tells him it means he drew a blank. Another villain happily shouts that he drew a qualifying mark. The silver-haired attendant announces he drew number 2. The armored villain reveals he drew number 3. The fanboy excitedly shows he drew number 4 and celebrates. Internally, he is thrilled because being 4th should line him up to face Cashin, the strongest. Radel explodes in anger that his lot is blank and demands a redraw. The president explains that those who drew stars will receive a confidential special mission instead. Interested, the tattooed villain with a star gladly refuses to trade tickets when asked to swap. Radel reminds the silver-haired attendant he wanted to fight in the festival, arguing that only the first fighter will actually battle since the 8 attendants are strong. The attendant reasons that Cashin and driver at Gatam are not pushovers and that their boss likely went easy on Cashin, who is far from an average fighter. Radel adds that Cashin is probably far stronger than a typical unknown villain. Iron Beast suggests they all just charge Gatam and wipe them out now, which excites Radel until he is told they cannot. The president states they have a non-aggression pact with Gatamville Zone until the festival, and the 8 attendants must honor it to preserve Neo Sentry's credibility. Radel clicks his tongue and wonders who Gatam will send out first. A voice under a bright sky asks if Gatam's people came to surrender. Surveillance equipment shows someone at Gatam contacting Neo Sentry. A battered Python answers that yes, he came to surrender. Later, Gatam's leaders question Python, pointing out he attacked alone, got beaten, and now claims allegiance. Python insists he left because Money King's side did not suit him and asks to be believed. Cashin's group thinks he simply got thrashed by Money King, but Cashin says they should at least hear him out. Cashin bluntly demands Python's real reason for surrender, threatening to throw him out the window if he lies. Python quietly says he wants to participate in the Festival of Defeat. The techie admits he did not expect that answer, while the archer says he actually did. Cashin confirms that Python wants to fight Money King by joining Gatam's side, and Python agrees. Python claims he has a personal reason, while Cashin grows irritated at his evasiveness. The techie produces a device and the archer says it is a lie detector. Python protests that everyone has secrets, But Cashin orders them to toss him out unless he explains, while the techie suggests hearing him first. Cashin argues that to gain their trust Python must reveal his secret, and Python agonizes over exposing a weakness he never wanted revealed. The lie detector displays the humiliating word written on Python's forehead, exposing his shame. Cashin's group is stunned into awkward silence by the revelation. Python angrily asks who wrote on his forehead, naming Rosetail as the culprit. Fighting back tears, he explains Rosetail never liked him, said he was unfit as an intendant, and Cashin dryly remarks that she judges people well. Python exaggerates their past duel as an even match. He insists he only lost to Rosetail because of one small mistake when she caught his ankle. He recalls waking up after the loss with the mocking word already written on his forehead, which will not come off no matter what he does. He says he wants just one thing. Python declares he wants to restore his shattered pride by defeating the 8 intendants in the festival. He proclaims that he, Python, wants to show the world who he really is. Cashin agrees to let him participate but says he cannot accept Python's terms outright. Cashin announces that from today everyone, including Python, will undergo brutal hell training to prepare for the festival. The Shadow Spirit notes that Cashin will choose festival fighters from those who survive the hell training and thinks Python could become a valuable ally. Cashin tells Python that if he wants to fight in the festival, he has to join the training, and Python reluctantly agrees. Python asks that they keep his secret, but a group of Gatam villains barges in loudly and immediately recognizes him. They shout in shock about the word on Python's forehead, reading it out loud. Cashin asks again about Python's condition, while another henchman wonders if the forehead writing is some new trend. One minion bursts into laughter, calling Python an embarrassing nickname based on the word. The scene cuts back to Gatam Villezone before training begins. A cocky villain declares he will fight first and destroy all of Gatam's opponents. Another masked thug, furious over past events, vows to kill every enemy. A sinister caster plans to hide and immobilize all of Gatam's people, to his allies' concern. Meanwhile, Cashin thanks the gathered volunteers for bravely signing up for the training. He explains that selection is simple, as they only need to finish the training, and that the highest scorers will earn festival slots. When asked who will score them, Cashin says a capable assistant will handle it. He reveals that Black Mask and Blue Mask are those assistants, invited specifically for this hell training. The techie proudly says he made their masks, and his stylish partner compliments his work. Some Gatam members, unfamiliar with the newcomers, learn they are Cashin's students. Shocked, they realize their boss actually has disciples. Driver asks when training starts, and Cashin replies it will begin right after the briefing. Python announces that tough training is exactly what he wants as Cashin warns everyone of how difficult it will be. Cashin says that if the training becomes unbearable midway, there is a way to stop. He shows them a bell and explains they can ring it to quit and leave. He clarifies that anyone who rings the bell will be automatically disqualified from the festival. The scene transitions to evening in the city, outside a modest building. Inside, 2 boys sit down to eat ramen together. One boy eyes the other, annoyed by his distracted behavior. He scolds his friend to eat or use his phone, and the blue-haired boy suddenly notices that new information has been posted online. The blue-haired boy explains that Neo Sentry has just released the lineup order of Money King's villains for the Festival of Defeat. He reads out the order of Neo Sentry's fighters: Geichi, Bulgy, Iron Beast, Dark Star, and more. Finally, he names Rosetail as the last fighter while the red-haired boy pauses mid-bite. They remark how terrifyingly strong those villains are and note there is still no information on Gatam's lineup. The blue-haired boy says the winner seems obvious since their opponents are all famous named villains. He adds that the Psyker's Guide warns people to avoid these villains, calling Gatam's challenge reckless. The red-haired boy replies that outcomes are never certain until the fight actually happens, though he admits it will be difficult for Gatam. As the blue-haired boy keeps reading article comments instead of eating, his friend complains the noodles are getting soggy. The red-haired boy silently thinks about the situation, looking pensive. The view returns to Gatam Villezone at sunset before the brutal training begins. A close-up shows a trainee's gloves straining under heavy weight. One villain screams while holding up a massive 1-ton block during Cashin's extreme training. Cashin stands above them, ordering the struggling trainees not to slack off. Blue Mask berates the trainees for struggling with the warm-up and orders them to climb 3 more times. He forces them to shout self-encouragement, while one trainee mutters he wants to kill the instructor but is stopped. Blue Mask yells that he cannot hear them, pushing them to be louder. He sets up a silly call-and-response chant with the exhausted trainee. He begins the count for the chant. The trainee screams the chant at the top of his lungs as ordered. One trainee notes the teacher has already climbed 30 times, but the teacher says he will rest only after sweating, while another observes he carries double weight. The black-haired trainee glances down, noticing something below. He sees Blue Mask ringing a bell in the street below. Asked how many opponents remain, Blue Mask says 6 plus the black-haired trainee, excluding those below. Reading a list, Blue Mask names the remaining villains including Driver, Crow, Python, Black Ghost, Red Eye, and Groundhog. The trainee questions Groundhog's name and Blue Mask explains that this villain has excellent strength and stamina. The trainee imagines Groundhog gaining power through constant digging. The trainee asks why the training period is 3 weeks. Blue Mask replies it is not long and wonders if it seems short. Blue Mask begins to explain about the 3 struggling trainees below them. He says those 3 lack skill but show talent because of their refusal to give up, especially the fierce-looking one with the reggae hair. Another masked instructor says with more time he wants to teach them properly and asks if the fight date can be postponed, and a third agrees. The black-haired trainee refuses a delay because the battle is scheduled right before his crucial CCT exam, shocking them. Blue Mask says he confirmed which villains and in what order will fight for Money King, and in other notes he saw it too. The trainee concludes Money King himself will not fight, and assumes Rosetail will take his place. The masked instructors acknowledge the coming battle will be hard and say they need data on the enemy's fighting styles, but one tells the others not to worry. The trainee explains that Driver will gather intel on the enemy because he specializes in that work. He proposes forming their strategy once they receive the data and is told the fight's time and place will be revealed tomorrow, with only him being publicly known. Since he must choose participants based on training results, the trainee looks serious and thoughtful. The 2 masked instructors react in surprise to something approaching. A red masked figure arrives on a nearby rooftop, drawing their attention. The newcomer steps forward, radiating power. The trainee recognizes him as Kim Wuchan, while others ask who he is and why his outfit resembles theirs. A burst of motion shows the red-masked man leaping. He lands before them on the rooftop. The trainee asks why he came, and the newcomer says it is about the Festival of Defeat, prompting the question of why that concerns him. The newcomer hesitates internally about what he is about to ask. He says if there are no worthy villains in Gatam, he, Red Mask, will have to participate in the festival himself. The trainee refuses his request, explaining this match is literally life or death, and they could truly die. He declares he will not accept anyone who lacks firm determination. He orders Red Mask to go back, and Red Mask realizes he had not considered the danger that far. Approaching again, Red Mask apologizes for his earlier attitude, and the trainee says an apology alone is not enough, confusing him. The trainee insists Red Mask should personally experience their grueling preparation for the match. He points out the trainees below them and asks if Red Mask sees those people. He explains that those people are currently undergoing tests to qualify for the hellish training. The trainee then tells Red Mask to join them. At Neo Sentry's green factory, someone announces that Gatam has sent the date and location for the match. An underling reports to the president that the match will be on November 15th at Boxenville Zone and that Gatam has not finalized its lineup yet, which the president notes is earlier than expected. The aide explains they allowed Gatam to choose the time and place, and even revealed their own lineup and order, questioning why they are being so generous. The president asks who would win if they fought right now, and the aide confidently replies their side would. The president says that is exactly why he is giving the enemy those advantages. He drinks and says he is merely giving them the chance to do everything they can to win. Asked if he wants the enemy to win, he clarifies he seeks a flawless victory for his side. He says simply wiping Gatam out is meaningless and that they must crush them completely so there are no future problems. He thinks that since Cashin conquered Seoul, defeating Cashin will give them control of the city, the final piece needed to unite the villains. He adds that if the plan succeeds, Winterbell will be forced to join their cause. The aide warns that anything could happen in the match and wonders who should fight Cashin to cover that risk. The president dismisses Cashin as only slightly stronger than rumors and says Cashin cannot beat Rosetail if he cannot handle half of the president's power. A woman reflects that the difference between Rosetail and Cashin is decisive and that Rosetail lost last time only because she let down her guard, something she will not repeat. The aide asks about Driver's role, and the president says Driver is not interested in participating directly in the match. The president asserts that all villains must ultimately unite under him and Neo Sentry. He concludes that uniting everyone like this is the only way to oppose their true enemy. The scene shifts back to Gatamville Zone. The city skyline shows time passing peacefully. Driver hands over a tablet, saying it contains the requested data on the 8 intendants. The trainee is impressed Driver gathered it so quickly, and Driver says he hurried so he could focus on his own training. Driver admits he found information on all 8 except their leader, Prince, whose picture and data remain elusive, though he is not on the current list so they set it aside. Driver mentions someone who insisted on joining training but refused to be in the match lineup. The trainee asks what they should do and who that person is, and Driver replies that the trainee knows him well. The view returns outside over Gatam's buildings. Mujin appears in a tracksuit and mask, having come to the training ground. 2 trainees are shocked to see Mujin and wonder if he will also fight. The black-haired trainee says Mujin is there only to undergo training, which slightly disappoints the others. Mujin says he was curious about the hellish training and came to check it out but now sees someone who does not fit in. He internally notes the odd one out among the group. The quiet, bandaged man reacts silently to Mujin's scrutiny. The black-haired trainee wonders why the backstabbing ambusher is here, and another says he must have his reasons. The blue-haired trainee mocks Python while laughing with the others. The black-haired trainee calls Python over. He orders Python to sincerely apologize to Mujin, and Python reluctantly agrees. Python bows deeply to Mujin and apologizes, but Mujin curtly tells him to stop bowing. Mujin says he does not forgive or care about Python's reasons and is only tolerating him because Cashin trusts him. The trainee tells everyone to return to their places if they have finished talking, then allows a question from the reggae-haired trainee. The trainee asks if Red Mask will be training with them as well. The black-haired trainee says Red Mask passed the initial test along with them, though the others protest because of who he is. The instructor says any problems with Red Mask should be settled through skill. He clarifies he is not picking kids for a talent show but warriors who will fight for Gatam Vilzone's honor. He explains that selection will be score-based, so they must compete to reach the top, while some trainees, including Groundhog, vow to meet his expectations. He announces that real training starts now with stamina, strength work, and one-on-one sparring to hone their abilities. Elsewhere, Driver relaxes with Black Ghost, who jokes his only talent is baking cookies for his beloved, making Driver laugh awkwardly. The instructor warns that failing to keep up with training will result in the same elimination as failing the test. A harsh rule is shown that such failures will be out by default. Driver smiles knowingly, apparently unconcerned. The story cuts to Philadelphia in the USA. People walk through the city, including a woman who will soon be important. This woman walks while checking her phone, thinking that someone has not been answering her calls lately. She worries that Cashion's CSAT exams are approaching and wonders if he is simply busy. A coughing man in a trench coat calls out to her from an alley. She approaches, asking what is wrong, and he claims he cannot stop coughing. Concerned, she steps closer to check if he is hurt. The man suddenly thrusts a gun at her chest, startling her. Revealing himself as an armed robber, he demands her money and valuables and threatens harm if she refuses. He tells her to start by handing over her phone. As he inspects her, he suddenly comments. He decides she is attractive and orders her to quietly follow him into the alley for a so-called date. Pointing the gun at her head, he warns her to obey if she does not want to be shot, while she panics over whether she can escape. He shouts abusive threats, demanding she listen. In a rage, he prepares to pull the trigger while yelling for her to die. As she mentally cries for someone to save her, something interrupts. She hears and sees something intervene in front of her. A hand grabs the gun. Her long-haired manager appears, calmly restraining the robber's weapon. Recognizing him, she calls out to her manager in shock. Smiling, he greets her politely by name. He remarks that it should have been a pleasant morning, but she has ended up in a sticky situation, while the robber realizes his arm cannot move. The manager muses that he heard this street was crime-free and laments the false rumor. The robber decides to flee, turning and running. He pulls the trigger repeatedly in terror. Furious, he fires wildly at the manager. The woman throws herself in front of the manager, shouting for him not to be shot. She realizes she could have been killed by doing this. The manager is shocked that she risked herself like that. The robber escapes into the distance as the manager holds her protectively. She clutches at him, breathing heavily. He asks if she is all right. She instead checks if he is hurt, and he says he is fine and worries about her. He gently scolds her not to do anything so reckless again and says he is relieved the bullet missed. She apologizes, explaining she just did not want to repeat a past mistake. She recounts that once, hesitating to act cost her the lives of loved ones, and she could not let that happen again. The manager silently reflects on her words. He points out her fallen phone with a shattered screen, and she realizes it is hers. She laments the cracked display as she walks away, while he watches. Internally he notes that she still hesitated despite acting. He recalls holding someone precious and the pain of that memory. He looks at the bullet he caught in his hand, thinking she too has lost close people. He concludes that her experience mirrors his own. The scene returns to Gatam Vilzone. Training resumes inside the facility. Red Mask throws a punch during sparring. The black-haired instructor dodges and tells him to relax his tense shoulders. As Red Mask attacks repeatedly, the instructor easily avoids and counters, again pointing out his stiff shoulders. The instructor criticizes his clumsy style as frustrating while striking him. Watching, the other trainees mock how badly Red Mask is being beaten and recall suffering similarly. Resting elsewhere, trainees comment on the lingering heat and empathize with those assigned to stamina training. Someone remarks that the instructor's training stamina are like demons. They note they have survived a week already and that Driver has not appeared since yesterday. Another speculates that their boss gave Driver a mission and wonders what sinister work he is doing. The instructor encourages Red Mask to punch with one hand and prepare follow-ups, while observers wonder why he is pushing himself so hard. One trainee explains Red Mask wants to become a very powerful villain, but another finds that motivation boring. The reggae-haired trainee complains that Red Mask is monopolizing training time and wonders when his own turn will come. He adds that Mujin is also waiting, implying both are eager. Outside, time passes over the Gatam buildings. Driver types rapidly at his keyboard in his hideout. Watching multiple screens, he confirms that events are unfolding as Money King planned and grumbles about the old man's schemes. Hearing a knock at his door, Driver tells the visitor to come in. Cashin is interrupted from resting when someone asks if he is busy. He joins his ally on a rooftop, accepts a warm drink, and reports that training is going very well. Relaxing on a couch, Cashin praises the trainees' passion and effort, saying their results are decent. When asked about Crow, Cashin says she surprised him while his ally prepares a latte. Cashin recalls that Crow even exceeded his usual standards. He admits Crow is so talented that he is considering training her personally, echoing that she surpassed his standards. His ally teases that Cashin might fear Crow taking his boss position, but Cashin says he never wanted that role. Cashin asks about the rest of the group, hearing that Black Hand and Python are doing fine. As they toast with coffee, Cashin confirms one trainee is a psyker. Cashin says he wants to pick that psyker for the team even if he must hide the boy's identity. His ally questions whether there is a special reason to protect the boy like that. Cashin explains he heard little, but believes the psyker owes a debt to Money King. Cashin announces he will choose the competition lineup this week and his ally asks about Cashin's own training progress. Cashin replies that his efforts have paid off greatly. Monitoring Cashin's mana, his ally sees that his mana points have risen again and wonders about Cashin's secret method. Suddenly his visor alerts him to something unusual, making him react in surprise. Cashin narrates that an annoying guest he had almost forgotten about has come. In a shabby apartment district, someone angrily questions if the situation they heard about makes any sense. Winterbell's vassals fume that their noble monarch is training in such a poor area and insist they must stop her immediately. One vassal notes she has already been training there for a week, prompting another to demand why they are only hearing this now. The hot-headed vassal blames Cashin for everything and runs off to find him while another tells him to calm down. He steels himself, eyes blazing, clearly furious. He confronts one of Cashin's robots, demanding to know where Cashin is and ordering it to lead him there. Cashin suddenly appears behind him mid-attack, asking if they were looking for him. Startled, the vassal yelps while another calmly observes that this must be how Cashin moves around so quickly. Cashin greets them and hears that they came to escort their monarch back, joking that their wording makes it sound like he kidnapped her. Cashin feigns hurt feelings at being treated like a villain, and asks what they mean. The furious vassal claims to be deeply hurt and powers up with lightning. Cashin, also crackling with energy, says he will vent his hurt by pummeling the vassal. The scene cuts back to the building exterior as their confrontation escalates. Cashin calls everyone to silence, gathering the trainees. Standing before the rundown complex, he announces he will introduce new instructors to assist with their training. Presenting Winterbell's vassals, he says these instructors will grow with the trainees and pass on combat experience, leaving the vassals confused. Cashin has the trainees applaud the newcomers, who react with excitement. While the vassal protests that they did not come for this, the trainees are thrilled to have them as instructors. The angry vassal silently wonders what on earth is going on. A flashback begins to 10 minutes earlier, when the vassals complained that Cashin was forcing them into something unreasonable. Cashin casually confirms he is forcing them, saying they forced themselves on him first, and he is just returning the favor. The vassal erupts in disbelief at Cashin's logic. Cashin asks them why they think Wuchan even came here in the first place. He bluntly answers that it is because they are weak and their unreliability made Wuchan seek strength. Shocked, they ask if their monarch really said that, then deny that she could ever have said such a thing. Cashin ignores their outrage and suggests they can ask Winterbell herself later to verify his words. He tells them to follow him, smirking as he leads them toward becoming instructors. The main vassal realizes Cashin planned to trick them from the beginning and decides he must get the monarch away from this place quickly. As he worries, a dark, hooded figure radiating ominous energy appears nearby. The masked figure's red eyes glow menacingly amid swirling red aura. The figure dismisses the vassal as pathetic, stunning the group. Recognizing the newcomer as the liege Wuchan, the vassal panics. Cashin politely tells Wuchan he will be in their care as well, implying Wuchan will also help train them. Time skips back to city streets, introducing a new day. Cashin meets Python and Driver at Yunji's study cafe, where they remark on the unusual meeting place. Cashin explains the cafe is soundproof and offers free drinks, making it ideal for their strategy session. A chibi narrator asks if Cashin's preparation for the CSAT exam is going well. Cashin shows his CSAT workbook and says he is studying by solving practice questions. His friends comment on how diligently he is preparing, but he says he studies out of obligation. He clarifies that this obligation stems from the unseen influence of his older sister. They recall she is the girl living in America and Cashin states she is his family. The blue-haired ally praises Cashin's dedication to family and enthusiastically supports him as a teacher. Cashin thanks them, saying that thanks to their help he could properly prepare his team for the Festival of Defeat. The two allies admit they worked hard but feel they cannot take all the credit. They insist Cashin did the most and is the center of the whole effort, though Cashin looks slightly exasperated by the praise. Python agrees, adding that many people contributed to the training as well. They remember how Winterbell's vassals were brought in as instructors. The blue-haired ally notes that those vassals were badly beaten up during training. Python remarks that evil sword Wuchan is extremely strong and that he himself learned more from Wuchan than Wuchan did from him. They remind Cashin the festival is only a week away and say he needs to finalize his fighters, which is why they are meeting. Cashin asks for their opinions, revealing a provisional list that includes himself, Driver, Crow, Python, and Black Ghost. The ally removes Black Ghost from the lineup because he has been given an important separate mission, making the last slot hard to decide. They agree the final slot should go to either Black Hand or Red Mask and ask who is better. The two discuss that both have clear strengths and weaknesses, making the choice difficult. They say Black Hand's reckless nature is valuable but his fundamentals are poor and he is rather stupid. However, they acknowledge his determination is incredible and recall seeing him train alone after others were done. Cashin then asks about Red Mask and is told Red Mask has everything Black Hand lacks. Someone wonders if it is really okay to pick Red Mask despite that. The blue-haired ally identifies Red Mask as Wuchan. Cashin, who had already suspected this, asks how they figured it out. Python reminds him they know Wuchan's ability and, after 2 weeks of training together, it was obvious. A dramatic image shows Wuchan and his armored Red Mask persona overlapping. The ally explains they initially could not believe Wuchan was Red Mask because he usually hates villains. They say their investigation uncovered many details about Red Mask's activities and ask what happened to Wuchan, but Cashin postpones the story. Cashin turns the conversation back to selection, doodling caricatures and listing each candidate's downsides. He sums up that the final decision is between Black Hand and Red Mask. Cashin thinks to himself that he must choose one of them. Later, at sunset by the old complex, he prepares to announce the festival lineup. Before naming names, Cashin says there is something he wants to tell everyone. He reassures the trainees that even those not chosen still did well and have his gratitude. He then begins announcing the lineup one name at a time. Driver and Crow are called first, and Crow receives enthusiastic congratulations. Python is announced next, and he becomes emotional. Cashin states he himself will also participate in the lineup. He moves on to choosing the final fighter. Cashin declares that Black Hand and Red Mask must fight, and the winner will claim the last spot. Red Mask asks when the match is and Cashin answers that it starts immediately. Black Hand grins wickedly as his power flares. Excited, Black Hand says he is glad there is no waiting and urges they start. Cashin positions them on the rooftop arena and prepares to explain the rules. He states that the match ends only when one fighter cannot continue or surrenders, and Black Hand accepts. Cashin signals the start of the battle. Black Hand charges with electrified fists, shouting his challenge. Red Mask leaps forward with flaming power to meet Black Hand's attack. Red Mask prepares a fiery strike and inwardly declares victory. He unleashes a massive attack called Flame Bomb, confident that the win is his. A voice cuts through asking who gave him the right to decide that. Red Mask braces as the attack collides with a forceful defense. Black Hand refuses to let him win and uses a technique called Gauntlet Shield to withstand the blast. Smirking through the golden aura, Black Hand claims he is the one who will win. The explosion rocks the building, sending debris flying. In the aftermath, Red Mask dives in and slams Black Hand violently. Black Hand retaliates with a powerful kick that shatters Red Mask's guard. Spectators comment that the fight has become a brutal slugfest, with Black Hand appearing to take more hits. Driver notes, however, that Black Hand is avoiding serious damage by deflecting or blocking many blows. The bystanders are surprised as Black Hand seems to be the one under constant assault. Yet Cashin's ally explains from observation that Black Hand is not taking any truly heavy hits. Red Mask then lands a major blow that knocks Black Hand hard into the ground, alarming the watchers. Black Hand crashes in a huge impact crater. Red Mask follows up by smashing him further with a diving strike. Red Mask prepares another flaming attack, declaring that this move will finish the fight. He launches Flame Bomb again in a roaring explosion. Cashin watches intently as flames and rubble swirl around them. Out of the smoke, Black Hand bursts forward, still fighting. Red Mask turns, startled that his finishing move failed. Black Hand mocks him, saying the attack did not hurt at all. The battlefield clears to show Red Mask standing while Black Hand is battered but still grinning. Cashin sees both combatants still ready, the fight unresolved. Morals notes that Red Mask's recent combo looked a lot like Cashin's own technique, and Cashin says he taught it to him though the ending was sloppy. Morals observes that Black Hand barely escaped the last attack and wonders if he is simply lucky, but Cashin insists it is not luck. Cashin says Black Hand's survival is the result of his tireless training. He explains that Black Hand's resilience and instinctive reactions are what allow him to keep going. Cashin reflects that this fight has become a contest between an offensive spear and a resilient hammer rather than a mere spear and shield clash. He comments that Black Hand is indeed stupid, but he adds that Black Hand hits like a heavy hammer and urges him on. A blue shockwave shows another violent clash beginning. Red Mask hurls more rapid attacks as the two continue trading blows. Red Mask thinks to himself that Black Hand's body is like steel and that while he has the advantage he cannot be careless. Observers remark that Black Hand keeps getting beaten, while Red Mask suspects Black Hand's true strategy is to outlast him and drain his strength. The two land simultaneous heavy blows, both shouting in pain. Red Mask decides to end it with one swift, full-power strike. Black Hand's eyes sharpen as he anticipates this decisive move. He internally declares that this is exactly the moment he has been waiting for. Black Hand executes a technique called cross-counter, colliding his punch with Red Mask's. Python notes that because Red Mask failed to account for a counter, he will suffer greater damage from the exchange. Another ally argues that Red Mask still has the advantage because his mask absorbs shocks. Moments later, Black Hand collapses, seemingly defeated, while he curses the shock-absorbing mask. Bruised and desperate, he starts to shout and protest. Seeing another fiery charge coming, he yells that someone should have warned him about the mask earlier. Red Mask's blazing punch slams straight into him. The blow sends Red Mask hurtling like a spear, his body wreathed in lightning. Onlookers gasp as he streaks forward, the attack threatening to skewer someone. The chapter ends on the image of Black Hand and Red Mask's bodies crashing together in a blinding, explosive impact. One fighter panics over Blackhand's new ability, and the bandaged man reveals he taught it to Blackhand. In a flashback, Blackhand urgently asks to be taught a ground-based technique he can use. The mentor recalls only giving Blackhand a rough idea of the move, surprised at how it's being used now. Someone reminds another that they had already been warned about this technique. The armored opponent lies amid ruined ground as golden energy gathers for Blackhand's finisher. Blackhand unleashes his massive golden death gauntlet, declaring the final tournament spot his. He asserts that the last remaining slot for the Festival of Defeat belongs to him. Blackhand crashes his empowered fist down on the opponent, claiming the coveted festival spot as his own. Spectators in stylish outfits react with interest as they watch Blackhand's victory. Other helmeted fighters look on as the battle's outcome becomes clear. The referee figure announces that the match is over. Blackhand stands burning with energy as it's officially declared that he has won. Time shifts to a quiet night over city rooftops. The defeated helmeted fighter sits alone on a rooftop under the night sky. Cashin approaches and says he thought the helmeted fighter had already gone home. Cashin asks why he is sitting there and whether he is upset about losing to Blackhand. The helmeted fighter stays silent, his visor reflecting the night. He admits he is not angry, agreeing that Blackhand deserved the win. Cashin's shadowy companion questions why he is moping if he accepts that result. Cashin reflects that wins and losses are natural, but he hadn't expected accepting this loss to feel so hard, pointing out Blackhand only beat him once. Cashin tells him he lost because he rushed in at the end and notes Blackhand also had some luck. The helmeted fighter broods quietly without responding. Cashin adds that luck itself comes from skill and effort, prompting the other to ask what his point is. Cashin recalls advice to fight as if dying upon defeat. The helmeted fighter says he needs to gain more experience fighting with that extreme determination. Cashin encourages him, saying doing his best is enough, and offers him a warm drink. Cashin teases him not to cry while drinking since he heard him sniffle, flustering the helmeted fighter. The scene shifts to Neo Sentry's Green Factory headquarters. Inside, someone confirms via phone or report that Driver will join the Festival of Defeat. A suited subordinate informs Money King that Gatam Vilzone has made a surprising official announcement. Money King complains that Python has already joined Gatam, notes he has just heard of Blackhand, and comments on Blackhand's growing reputation. The subordinate assesses that Blackhand is strong but still below the 8 top attendants, warning not to underestimate him. Money King confirms their fighters' strengths have been analyzed and orders the report sent to the 8 attendants. He muses that in the Festival of Defeat only the victors truly enjoy the event. Money King stresses that this festival is deadly serious, not a casual event. Smiling, he notes that in these matches it is normal for people to die. The story cuts to the lobby on Rose building amid heavy rain. Inside, a woman looks out at the rain, remarking that the big fight is tomorrow. She tells another woman that public opinion of Gatam is poor and many see defeating Gatam as justice. When asked who is considered just, she answers that people view Money King that way. She explains that this image stems from a recent broadcast that portrayed Gatam Vilzone as a criminal den. She elaborates that because the show aired on public TV, most viewers now think of Gatam as a villain's hideout. The twins remark on how frightening public opinion is while casually eating cookies. One girl asks who will win the upcoming battle, and the woman notes Cashin seemed more worried about his exams than the fight. She says she heard from Cashin's teaching assistants, and that they seemed to know him well, like a mentor with his students. The girl is surprised that a villain like Cashin would even have students, though admits it fits his character. The woman adds that Cashin's students themselves seemed unusual. She explains their mannerisms were stiff like soldiers and that they acted as if Cashin outranked them. The twins find that soldier-like discipline rare among villains and briefly mention the DSP enhancement that hampers abilities. One girl senses something suspicious and wonders if she should intervene, but the woman flatly tells her not to. Elsewhere, Neo Sentry's trainees, including Cashin, are said to have trained as hard as they could. The woman concludes that after such effort, it would be wrong to doubt them, though as Winterbell monarch she is still curious. She hints the issue may affect all villains, telling the twins to do nothing for now. She decides they will make any decisions only after seeing how the upcoming match plays out. She wonders whether the villains will seize great power or set new records tomorrow, saying they must wait and see. The scene moves to Boxen Vilzone, another villain territory. Media crews gather outside, preparing to film. Reporters complain about the number of cameras present. Inside, Boxen's leaders note there are over 10 cameras plus a filming drone. They notice the DBS logo on the cameras and realize Money King's broadcasting station is handling the coverage. The muscular boss is stunned by this massive exposure as she hears the fighters have arrived. Flower petals swirl as a boot steps forward, signaling the entrance of another villain team. Money King's elite fighters, including Geichi and a gothic woman, make a dramatic appearance. The gothic woman cheerfully notes that their side seems to have arrived first, facing a crowd of photographers. Geichi is disappointed by the relatively small number of live spectators. His silver-haired ally points out that with life and death stakes, a huge crowd would actually be strange. Geichi asks if killing opponents on camera is acceptable, and his ally says that choice is up to him. Someone silently considers the president's earlier instructions. They recall that the president requested avoiding killing opponents if possible. A suited official clarifies that this is the president's wish but not the fighter's strict mission, and dismissively claims life is precious while one fighter complains she wanted to tear Cashin apart. He states that their true mission is simply to win. Director O tells the gathered fighters that victory is the president's only order. Money King's fighters grumble that this is obvious and complain about the wait. Director O senses something and looks toward the newcomers. He announces that Cashin's team has finally arrived. Geichi and his armored teammate turn their attention to the approaching opponents. Cashin leads his group, including Python, Black Hand, and others, into the arena. Cashin casually remarks that the others arrived early and asks if they have been waiting. Money King's female fighter mocks Cashin for arriving late despite being the weaker side. Cashin shrugs off the jab, saying they are on time, and politely greets them. Dark Star theatrically introduces himself with a bouquet, calling himself the world's second coolest man. A flamboyant fan rushes in asking Dark Star for a photo, while Cashin looks on, confused. Dark Star drags Cashin into the photos, telling the cameraman to capture them together as the crowd cheers. Money King's pink-haired fighter fumes from afar, calling Dark Star an idiot for playing around. Cashin's teammates comment that Dark Star is strange as the atmosphere becomes chaotic before the battle. Another villain team arrives and scolds them for joking when life-threatening fights are about to begin. The pink-haired girl swoons over Mujin, revealing her crush on him. She excitedly runs to Mujin, who coldly tells her to go away. Mujin states he is there only as an observer to ensure the matches are fair, not to have fun. The pink-haired fighter adores his seriousness, while Director O says that very sincerity is Mojin's charm and announces the start of the event. Boxing's leaders lament that their own introduction was overshadowed by everyone else. Cameras position themselves to broadcast the matches. A cameraman frames the two teams from above, ready to film the tournament. The elegant host Smoker tests her microphone. Smoker cheerfully introduces herself as host of the Festival of Defeat and confirms she is visible on the broadcast. The muscular Boxen boss is stunned that Smoker, someone she knows, has been hired as MC. Smoker hypes up the long-awaited Festival of Defeat and declares that the first match is about to start. A title card announces the introduction of Gatam's first fighter. Smoker presents Black Hand as Gatam's fearless first fighter and prepares to introduce Neo Sentry's representative. She labels Neo Sentry's fighter as the ruler of Wuchan and Yangju. Geichi, proclaimed the man with the strongest fists in the world, steps forward as Neo Sentry's first fighter. Geichi dismisses Black Hand as boring and not worth punching, enraging Black Hand. Python asks who the second fighter will be. Geichi provocatively calls for more opponents to come out. In an earlier planning scene, Geichi had declared that one opponent would not satisfy him and that he wanted to fight too. A caption flashes that this was the day before the fight. Neo Sentry's green factory is shown in the rain where this strategy was discussed. Inside, Director O recites the planned order of Gatam's fighters, starting with Black Hand then Python. Money King confirms that Cashin will be the third fighter. Director O adds that Crow will fight fourth and Driver will anchor, surprising Money King who expected Cashin to be last. Director O reasons Cashin's order is just a practical countermeasure given their limited choices. Money King proposes they also craft a plan to crush the enemy's spirit quickly. Director O suggests demonstrating overwhelming power from the start, which Money King agrees is ideal. Director O calculates that Geichi is strong enough to potentially take out both Black Hand and Python. Someone internally realizes this is exactly what Money King intends. Later, Dark Star tells Cashin's group that Money King's side is planning such a strategy. He explains they want to turn the first bout into a 2-on-1 fight, and Cashin confirms this is technically within the rules. Dark Star shows a fight chart, saying if Geichi loses after provoking them, Neo Sentry will look foolish and their second fighter would also have to face both Black Hand and Python simultaneously. Cashin thinks that while a 1-on-1 against Geichi might be too much, a 2-on-1 could be manageable. Hunter questions whether they should accept the provocation, but Dark Star argues there is no reason to refuse. Someone notes that Money King is convinced Geichi will crush both Black Hand and Python. Dark Star counters that Money King has not accounted for the special training Black Hand and Python have undergone. Cashin reasons that although Geichi is tough 1-on-1, in a 2-on-1 his defeat is possible. Dark Star concludes that the real issue is whether Black Hand and Python choose to accept this risky challenge. The strategy board is shown again, emphasizing that the decision rests with Black Hand and Python. Back at Boxenville Zone, the arena is set for the match. Geichi repeats that one opponent is not enough and signals he wants two. He leers, saying fighting two of them at once will finally satisfy him. A golden armored ally is shocked that Geichi wants to face two fighters alone, calling the idea crazy. Black Hand angrily tells Geichi to get lost in crude terms. Shouting, Black Hand vows to shut Geichi up for insulting him. Python, disgusted by Geichi's arrogance, agrees to the 2-on-1 challenge while Black Hand yells at him. Black Hand panics at Python's acceptance, demanding to know what he is thinking. Python calmly states that he and Black Hand will fight Geichi together. Python explains that this is a life-or-death battle they cannot afford to pass up. He tells Black Hand he will endure Geichi's attacks so Black Hand can use the openings to defeat him. Smoker announces that, with both sides agreeing, the first match will indeed be a 2-on-1 fight. The signal to begin the match is given. Geichi launches himself forward laughing wildly as he attacks. Black Hand is shocked by Geichi's incredible speed and size. Geichi drives a powerful punch straight toward Python's face. Python blocks, dismissing the move as obvious. To Python's surprise, Geichi's fist slides through his guard and still lands. The narration names Geichi's ability as pain resistance. Geichi relentlessly batters Python, overwhelming him with a flurry of crushing blows. One of Geichi's punches slams directly into Python's face, demonstrating the power difference. Geichi's ally remarks that Python clearly underestimated Geichi, pointing out that blocking his punch does not fully negate its force. An explanation reveals Geichi's skin is so slick it feels like it is coated in oil. The narration compares him to an eel that effortlessly slips from a person's grip. It clarifies that Geichi's punches glide past Python's defenses like that eel, allowing his blows to land cleanly. The fish-like villain marvels at his opponent's endurance and suspects it comes from a pain resistance ability while impaling him. Grinning, the fish villain notes that this skill should have a time limit and wonders how long his foe can last. One of the two heroes reminds the fish villain that he is actually fighting a 2-on-1 battle and charges enwreathed in electricity. Enraged, the fish villain counters the airborne attacker with a devastating blow while shouting in outrage. The fish villain smashes the heroes with his massive tail, further dominating the fight. Laughing maniacally, the fish villain says he is having fun as he hurls one hero around by the leg. He slams the hero violently into the ground, causing a huge shockwave. One of the heroes curses internally at how overwhelming the enemy is. The fish villain mocks the other hero for repeatedly trying to attack him from behind. He declares that their inferior techniques are useless against him while launching another attack. Observing from afar, two allies comment that the battle is completely one-sided and that their two fighters are not enough. The silver-haired observer narrows his eyes, paying closer attention. He wonders why Cashin, whose fighters are being beaten badly, remains so calm. He speculates that Cashin might be purposely throwing away the first round despite his teammates taking a beating. The fish villain tries to finish one hero off with a killing stomp. The electric brawler rushes back in, angrily telling the fish villain not to get conceited. He insists he is not acting high and mighty, only that his opponents are weak. With a spinning attack, he sends both heroes flying while proclaiming that their weakness is the real issue. Cashin finds the drawn-out, one-sided battle boring. The fish villain, still excited, grins menacingly as the fight drags on. In the stands, Rose yawns and asks when the match will end while another spectator happily snaps a photo with Cashin in the background. Cashin notes that the spectators are beginning to lose interest as one hero lies battered on the ground. The fish villain prepares to crush the downed hero underfoot, ordering him to die. The grappler hero seizes the opportunity and grabs the fish villain while shouting that he has caught him. The fish villain arrogantly claims his body cannot be restrained just as someone calls out to him. The grappler taunts that they would never face such a pervert unprepared. The electric hero reveals special sticky pads crafted by their allied driver to hold the fish villain. Spectators wonder what the strange devices are, and someone identifies them as suction gloves. The fish villain dismisses the gadget as useless, but the heroes declare that now it is their turn. The electric hero activates his ultimate skill, Death Gauntlet, surrounding himself with crackling energy. Empowered by Death Gauntlet, he vows to finally carve up the fish villain. A brief celebratory illustration shows the team commemorating Driver's birthday on December 24th. The grappler unleashes a powerful throw, telling the fish villain to take it. He executes a German suplex, slamming the fish villain headfirst. The fish villain's face distorts in agony from the impact. The electric hero follows up with his Death Gauntlet attack, declaring it is time to chop the fish. He finishes the combo with Death Gauntlet stamp, smashing the villain into the ground amid debris. Onlookers excitedly shout that they have finally got the fish villain. The electric hero lands from the massive blow, surprised by something. He internally questions how the fish villain managed to dodge at such precise timing. The enraged fish villain counters with a sweeping tail strike that sends the grappler flying. The grappler refuses to let him escape and dives back in. The fish villain, recovering, drives his arm down for another brutal attack. He opens his jagged maw wide, roaring fiercely. The force of his own rage and injuries makes him cry out in pain. Rose, disgusted, wonders why the fish villain is wasting time on such small fry opponents. As the grappler clings to the enemy, the electric hero charges again, cursing him. Both heroes barrage the fish villain together, hammering his body with blows. The electric hero cocks back his charged fist for another heavy punch. The fish villain retaliates with a furious strike, calling the electric hero scum. The electric hero smashes his fist into the fish villain's face while yelling his usual fish head insult. Cashin is surprised that Kaichi, the fish villain, actually allowed a hit, and notes that his recovery and durability are extraordinary, perhaps aided by his own pad. The grappler drives another crushing punch into the fish villain's torso. He activates muscle expansion, powering up his arm for an even stronger blow. With a massive, wall-shattering punch, he orders the fish villain to eat the attack. Allies in the crowd cheer wildly, convinced their side is about to win. Cashin calmly remarks that it is too soon for them to celebrate. He warns that angering the beast has consequences and that the others will now pay the price, confusing one spectator. The ground cracks as Kaichi's rage and power begin to surge again. His eye opens amid the rubble, glowing ominously. Kaichi enters a terrifying hyper-overload state, vowing to grind his opponent's bones to dust. Scene shifts to Lampa's Korea branch headquarters. In a cafeteria, someone eating lunch asks who is currently winning the match. Two viewers watching the broadcast say it looks like a close, intense fight. The blue-haired student remarks that Python is holding his own surprisingly well against a berserk villain. His friend asks about berserk mode, and the blue-haired boy explains it is a kind of pre-awakening state. The darker student admits that even he would be unsure of winning against such a state but says the heroes are performing impressively. The monitor shows the brutal punch the grappler just landed on Kaichi. That same blow is replayed, highlighting how hard Kaichi is being hit. The grappler stands there panting, having exhausted much of his strength. Kaichi, still rampaging, screams for the heroes to die already as he charges them again. The electric hero leaps back in to intercept the attack, cursing in frustration. Kaichi nails him with another brutal punch, calling him annoyingly persistent. The electric hero stumbles, his sneaker tearing as he struggles to stay on his feet. Clutching his chest, he groans from accumulated damage. Cashin observes that the electric hero fought well but has clearly hit his limit, and notes that both sides are exhausted. He points out that Kaichi's stamina has plummeted after going berserk and wonders why the heroes still refuse to fall. He also notes that Python and Black Hand are actually in worse condition despite their determination. Cashin's floating eye companion explains that the heroes' endurance comes from intense prior training and that they have far surpassed their past performance data. Kaichi, facing two still defiant heroes, mutters in disbelief at how crazy they are for continuing to fight. Cashin observes that the heroes still glare at their foe, eager to keep going. The electric hero, gasping, nonetheless squares up for more. Cashin concludes that these two fighters are utterly insane. Kaichi glares back, increasingly unsettled. Rose and her bespectacled ally watch the stalemate with wary expressions. On Cashin's side, his armored allies silently observe the tense situation. Cashin exhales softly, considering his next move. Kaichi sweats nervously, sensing that something is about to change. Cashin decides aloud that they should end this now. The grappler looks over in confusion at Cashin's sudden declaration. Kaichi unexpectedly raises his hand and concedes defeat, saying the heroes have won, shocking them. The announcer relays that Kaichi has forfeited the match. The result is declared. The first match goes to Black Hand and Python. The two victorious heroes react in disbelief at the official announcement. Their villain teammates celebrate noisily, amazed that their comrade actually pulled off the win. Allies rush over to congratulate the pair on securing victory. Cashin approaches and tells them they worked hard, prompting the electric hero to wonder what is coming next. The electric hero complains that ending this way feels like leaving the job unfinished and looks toward the future match. Cashin thinks to himself that, given their current condition, it would be unreasonable for them to fight again. He tells them to rest and states that he will take part in the second match himself. The announcer declares that the second match will begin immediately and calls the new participants to the center. Rose, irritated, calls Kaichi a stupid fishhead as she heads toward the stage. Cashin's voice cuts in, saying he has a proposal for the opposing side. Rose turns back, puzzled by this sudden suggestion. Cashin says that after thinking it over, facing only one opponent would not be enough of a challenge. He proposes that all four of Rose's remaining fighters come at him at once to make the match interesting. Rose's eyes narrow, angered by his arrogance. Cashin calmly tells his comrades to come out, preparing for the group fight. Elsewhere, a dark-skinned man and his masked ally react in disbelief to the proposal. Other spectators call Cashin crazy yet laugh nervously at his boldness. Rose says the idea would almost be funny if it were a joke. Cashin realizes they thought he was joking even though he was completely serious. He repeats slowly and clearly that he wants all of them to come out and fight him. Rose storms over, calling Cashin a crazy bastard. Darkstar cheerfully agrees to join, saying it would be rude not to respond to such kindness. Another ally advises Rose to drop needless pride, though she is visibly irritated. Darkstar confirms with his teammates that they really will gang up on Cashin, and they agree since Cashin requested it. Rose fumes at being stared at and tells them to handle it among themselves. Cashin's eye companion thinks to itself that, as expected, the proud Rose Teo refuses to join, which actually helps their plan. Darkstar reflects that this unexpected turn might let them free Cashin from Rose's obsession if they win. Resting off to the side, Black Hand and Python wonder if Cashin's plan is really okay but trust he has something in mind. The announcer asks Cashin to confirm if the next battle will truly be 3 against 1. She then formally declares that the second match will indeed proceed as a 3-on-1 fight, agreed to by both sides. A title card proclaims that the second match is starting. In a flashback planning scene, Cashin explains that if the enemy provokes them with unfair numbers, they should respond in kind. He tells his eye companion that in the next match they will retaliate with 4 against 1. At headquarters, an ally reacts in shock to the idea of 4-on-1, while Driver enthusiastically approves. Driver's excitement visibly unsettles his comrade. Driver analyzes that the Palyanja fighters are individually strong but not truly organized as a team. He notes that their tactical understanding as a group is actually poor despite their reputations. Sipping his drink, Driver says their lack of team training will cause coordination problems and might even make them trip each other up. His partner agrees that, with bad team dynamics, their numbers might not matter. Driver asks Cashin if exploiting that weakness is the strategy, and Cashin confirms it is, more or less. Cashin adds that taking down several foes at once will make a much stronger impression than defeating them one by one. Driver warns that Rosetail is the real problem since that fighter is genuinely powerful. He suggests Rose's pride might lead him to refuse participation, and Cashin confidently guarantees that will happen. Driver gives a victory sign, certain the fight will end up as the planned 3-on-1. Back in the present, Cashin notes that Driver's prediction was correct and that even 4-on-1 would be fine as he considers their approach. Gremory and the armored ally debate who should fight first, clearly ignoring Cashin's teamfight suggestion. Gremory calls them idiots for focusing on order instead of attacking together. Cashin scolds them openly, saying they should rush him at once and asking if they have ever even fought as a team. He warns that if they remain this clueless, he will defeat them within 3 seconds. Gremory scoffs that such a claim is ridiculous, though he is unsettled. Growing impatient, he decides he cannot stand Cashin's arrogance any longer. Enraged, Gremory launches himself forward, vowing to burn Cashin with his own hands. He closes in with blazing determination, preparing his fiery attack. Cashin moves in response, power flaring around him and his eye companion. Gremory unleashes his fiery dragon strike, shouting that Cashin will not escape. Cashin calmly evades, thinking to himself that this crazy dog truly is ferocious and intentionally miscalling him hot dog. The narration notes that Gremory hates being called hot dog as he reacts with explosive fury to the insult. The enraged fire wielder corrects his name to Fire Dog and unleashes a blazing power. Cashin and Fire Dog clash violently as Fire Dog screams for his enemy to die. Cashin leaps in with an electric kick, taunting Fire Dog by calling him hot dog. Cashin mocks that Fire Dog even knows how to bark. Fire Dog is blasted off a building, screaming in pain as he falls. Cashin calls Fire Dog the weakest of the 8 spirit lords while pursuing him. Cashin decides the weakest opponent should be eliminated first and charges power into his fist. Cashin smashes into another armored opponent with a high-speed punch. The armored fighter complains about the noise and wonders if Cashin is provoking him. Cashin and the armored man collide fists in a powerful impact. The armored opponent declares Cashin's attack useless and counters with his iron fist. Cashin is slammed through debris by the iron fist attack. A blonde villain reveals he has been waiting for Cashin and traps him with clones. The blonde caster calmly tells himself to stay composed while channeling purple energy. He orders Cashin to be captured as multiple spectral hands grab for him. Cashin, dodging with his shadow familiar, questions if the enemy is using illusions or summoning. The caster surrounds Cashin with more clones, claiming he cannot escape and that others will join. The caster, treating the fight as fan service, urges everyone to end things quickly. Cashin's shadow companion warns they are surrounded, but Cashin angrily tells everyone to move aside. Fire Dog, furious and vowing to burn Cashin to ashes, rushes back into the battle. Humiliated that his fangs and pride were broken, Fire Dog's rage intensifies. Fire Dog screams at Cashin and unleashes a massive roar of flames attack. The blonde caster panics at the overwhelming fire, yelling for the flames to be extinguished as his clones burn. Fire Dog laughs maniacally as the inferno spreads. An observing fighter compliments the intensity of the blaze. The armored man dryly says the fire is perfect for roasting marshmallows. Someone explains that small flames are always consumed by larger ones, stating it as a rule. Cashin emerges unbothered within his blue aura, saying such flames have no effect on him. Cashin stands calmly with his empowered arm while his shadow familiar hovers beside him. Fire Dog looks on in disbelief, unable to understand how Cashin withstood the attack. Cashin notes everyone has revealed their abilities and decides it is finally his turn to attack. The armored fighter, calling Cashin insolent, powers his flaming fists for another assault. Cashin's speed overwhelms the armored man as they trade explosive blows. The armored man, shocked by Cashin's speed, loses track of where he jumped. Fire Dog spots Cashin up above and shouts his location to the others. Cashin hangs high in the sky, preparing another move while his enemies look up. The blonde caster confidently volunteers to catch Cashin. He summons a gigantic ethereal devil hand reaching up toward Cashin. Cashin braces himself as the enormous hand closes in. The caster believes he has caught Cashin in his giant fist. Fire Dog orders the hand to squash Cashin like a mosquito. The caster gleefully declares the mosquito squashed. Cashin instead bursts out from behind Fire Dog and slams him with a massive punch. Fire Dog is sent flying, bleeding and groaning from the surprise blow. Cashin skewers Fire Dog with a beam-like strike, quipping that ketchup belongs on hot dogs. Cashin's eyes flash as he tracks the next threat. He uses Iron Swing, swinging his empowered arm to clash again with the armored fighter. Cashin then launches Shadow Chains, extending chains of dark energy toward his foe. The armored opponent is wrapped in the glowing shadow chains. Cashin pulls on the chains, yanking the armored man toward him. Cashin dives down the chain path and strikes the chained opponent with a devastating blow. The armored man, arms numb, admits Cashin's strength even through his steel limbs. Cashin taunts him for not guarding properly and prepares another punch. Fire Dog and the armored man attempt a joint assault while Cashin counters with lightning speed. Fire Dog dives in again with a flaming punch, screaming for Cashin's death. Cashin intercepts and grabs Fire Dog by the head with his crystal gauntlet. Cashin slams Fire Dog violently into the ground, shattering the terrain. The blonde caster watches excitedly, calling Cashin cool and finding the fight thrilling. A teammate scolds him for cheering the enemy, but he just laughs sheepishly. The blonde man decides since he enjoyed the show he should pay an entrance fee, implying he will act. He activates his phantom assassin ability, his body turning into a dark, spectral form. With obsessive admiration, he prepares to attack in Cashin's honor. He sends waves of phantom soldiers charging forward at Cashin. Cashin's familiar grumbles that the assault is annoying while Cashin readies his power. Cashin unleashes chained shadow blades, a swirling storm of chained dark blades. The caster orders his phantoms to disperse the incoming blades. The phantom soldiers rush in but are overwhelmed by the raining blades. Cashin adds a homing attribute to his shadow blade, enhancing the attack. The guided blades relentlessly chase and cut down the remaining phantom soldiers. The caster cries out in despair as his summoned soldiers are destroyed. Cashin's follow-up strike blasts the blonde caster, making him scream in agony. The caster lies injured amid shattered ground, wailing in pain. Fire Dog bloodied curses and recalls the chairman's order to avoid killing if possible. Ignoring those orders, Fire Dog powers up again and declares he will burn everyone alive. Cashin's familiar warns that Fire Dog is preparing his ultimate move. Fire Dog releases his ultimate attack, Super Hellfire, a colossal inferno. Reveling in the power, Fire Dog laughs maniacally within the flames. An observer dismisses Fire Dog as foolish and unable to learn. Cashin stands before the huge fireball, calling it just a small spark. Cashin counters that a small flame is swallowed by a bigger one and unleashes his own hellfire. Cashin's blue hellfire engulfs the battlefield, clashing with and overpowering Fire Dog's flames. Fire Dog looks shocked as the blue flames close in on him. Consumed by Cashin's hellfire, Fire Dog screams in agony. A watching woman realizes Cashin is now using fire as well and concludes the rumors about him were true. Cashin and the armored fighter continue battling fiercely as Cashin uses iron cannon. The armored man notes Cashin controls both darkness and fire, impressed by his talent, while Cashin calls himself extraordinary. Cashin ignites his dark power further with dark ignition, pressing the attack. The armored fighter remarks on the sturdiness of his own steel body even under Cashin's flames. Cashin senses something off as the stalemate with the armored opponent continues. The armored man mentally calls to Cashin, admitting Cashin's speed and cunning surpass his data. He assesses that with Fire Dog defeated and Darkstar, the caster, crippled, their side is in trouble. Determined to end it now, the armored fighter powers up to maximum output. He unleashes another full-power iron swing at Cashin. Cashin responds with more shadow blades, sending a dark wave toward him. The armored man boasts his body is made of special steel that even anti-tank missiles cannot pierce. Cashin charges his attack to maximum, preparing an even stronger strike. Spectators gasp in shock at the towering blade of energy descending. Elsewhere, other villains and onlookers react tensely as they witness the overwhelming power. A calm observer watches Cashin, recognizing the magnitude of his strength. The armored man, defeated and kneeling, acknowledges Cashin's victory. Someone concludes simply that their side has lost. Cashin stands composed after the battle, his expression steady. His performance is replayed on a monitor, with commentary noting how easily he won a 3-on-1 fight. In a luxurious room, the chairman remarks that Cashin's dominant match was an unexpected development. An aide asks if they should stop the match, but another responds there is no need since Rose is unharmed. They discuss how the underdog's winning streak has caused an uproar at the betting office, with accusations of match fixing. The chairman admits he understands why people might suspect the match is fixed. He reflects that Cashin has grown far stronger than when they previously fought. The chairman finds Cashin's rapid growth over just 15 days unbelievable. He wonders if Cashin had concealed his true power during their earlier fight. Concluding it is bold but possible, he drinks while pondering this idea. He notes Cashin never showed a certain flame skill before and muses on how rare dual attribute fighters are. He sums Cashin up as a rare being with dual attributes, solid basics, and remarkable combat sense. He labels Cashin a broken character in terms of balance. Suddenly startled, he connects Cashin's name to some worrying thought. His aide calls to him as Mr. President, sensing his distraction. The chairman snaps back to attention, still holding his drink. The aide asks whether to implement contingency measures, but the chairman orders the event to continue. The chairman tightens his grip, deciding to ignore his earlier suspicions. He dismisses his own speculation as absurd imagination. Narration reflects that resurrection is mythic and would carry a price, hinting Cashin's existence may defy such rules. The scene shifts to North Sand District, Bill Zone, where the battle arena is located. A narrator announces that in a daring 3-on-1 battle, Cashin has demonstrated overwhelming power. Cashin's allies cheer, urging him to finish the final opponent for a complete victory. Other villains admit Cashin's performance is impressive, though some say it is what they expected. Asked if he foresaw this outcome, Mujin says he did because he trained with Cashin. Rosetail, annoyed she must now fight, complains that fools forced her to step in. Smirking, Rosetail warns Cashin to enjoy his fun while it lasts. She ominously proposes her own 3-on-1 challenge, inviting all remaining foes to face her alone. Cashin refuses the group challenge, insisting he will defeat Rosetail himself and warning she will regret declining a 4-on-1. Rosetail burst into laughter at his confidence, mocking the idea that she would ever regret it. She calls Cashin an idiot as her nails lengthen with pink energy. Rosetail warns that bullying weaklings has made Cashin overconfident, and vows to punish his sharp tongue. The two stare each other down, tension rising before their duel. A voice politely interrupts, asking for a moment. The announcer asks if they are ready to proceed, and both Cashin and Rosetail agree to start the match. Elsewhere, agents note that as Cashin's Billzone winning streak grows, the chairman has given the go-ahead for this bout. Narration frames the coming confrontation as the potentially decisive battle between Cashin and Rosetail. Spectators shout for Cashin to win, filled with emotion. The announcer dramatically declares that the third match is beginning. Cashin and Rosetail take their positions facing each other on the rooftop arena. Cashin's familiar cautions that Rosetail is far tougher than his past opponents, and Cashin agrees. The familiar recognizes Cashin's honest respect for Rosetail's strength. Cashin powers up his gauntlet, stating he is now far stronger than before. He declares this match a necessary step to surpass Don King and vows that he will definitely win. Rosetail questions why he is muttering instead of attacking. She asks if he is giving her the first move, and he answers yes, doubting Cashin has energy left after the earlier fights. Rosetail says a quick victory would draw criticism for beating a weakened foe too harshly. She concludes that even winning would be a loss for her image, but tells Cashin to relax since she is sure that will not happen. Cashin reveals he prepared a trump card for such a situation, activating a new golden crystal on his gauntlet. Rosetail's eyes flare with shock and anger. Cashin readies a magic stone despite Rosetail protesting, explaining it is the best way to restore his stamina and mana. A red-haired spectator freaks out that he is wasting incredibly expensive magic stones. Rosetail taunts that using such items might break the match rules, while Cashin tells the jealous onlookers to use them as well if they want. Cashin launches his opening move, blasting forward with a blazing blue punch. He unleashes his fire skill Hellfire in a massive blue eruption. The masked commentator praises the overwhelming flames and notes that he started with a strong move. Rosetail thinks starting the battle with such a powerful technique was a smart decision. Cashin stands amid drifting petals, unshaken as Rosetail's rose magic begins to manifest. Vines and glowing roses sprout, Rosetail acknowledging that his fire attribute skill is especially threatening. Giant thorny petals surround Cashin, and Rosetail remarks that he clearly prepared extensively to fight her. Rosetail encloses herself in a huge rose blossom while Cashin attacks from below. From within the flower, she mocks him for assuming she is weak to fire and presses him to admit it. As Cashin strikes, she theatrically cries out that he has landed a blow. The commentator calls another hit, but someone reacts in disbelief at what is happening. Rosetail, annoyed, yells that Cashin's assault is going too far. Cashin dashes through a storm of petals, continuing his offensive. Rosetail complains that punching a pretty girl's face is cruel and despicable. Multiple Rosetail clones drift in the darkness, hinting at a new trick. Rosetail declares a harsh punishment for the savage man, ordering her thorny roses to wrap Cashin and drain his blood while her clones agree. Her many faces laugh and ask which one is real, insisting he will never figure it out. Cashin asks Moros to identify the true body, and the spirit instantly points out the correct one. Cashin agrees and focuses, eye blazing with resolve. He powers up and charges, screaming as energy surges around him. Cashin slams Rosetail with a powerful aerial attack that hurls her away. Rosetail is knocked high above the buildings while Cashin watches from below. She reappears unharmed, smugly asking if he really thought he hit her. While retreating, she admits he is skilled and asks how he picked the real her out of the clones. Cashin answers that he chose her because she looked the ugliest, insulting her as he attacks again. Rosetail, still taunting, says she will reward him for landing a hit and produces a rose. The rose explodes into a massive attack called Rose Bomb. Smiling before the inferno, Rosetail admires the beauty of the resulting flame. Cashin emerges from the blast unfazed and asks how long she intends to keep playing such trivial games. He activates his next move, Shadow Blade, sending a towering slashing wave. Rosetail survives and, surprised that he is still alive, continues her assault from above. Cashin binds her with dark chains and warns that if she does not get serious, he swings her around on the chain, promising she will regret underestimating him. Rosetail only laughs and asks how she could possibly regret this fight. She mocks his struggles and invites him to keep resisting for her amusement. Cashin charges along the chain, turning the momentum back toward her in a counterattack. Rosetail's eyes widen as she realizes the tables are turning. Cashin slams her into the ground while still tethered by the chains. He speeds in again, intent on finishing the chained opponent. The impact shatters the surroundings as Cashin's blow connects violently. An onlooker excitedly shouts that Cashin's attack landed. Cashin, gripping the chains with a grin, states that he still has more techniques left. Rosetail stares in fear as he hoists her up with the crackling chain. Cashin whirls her like a flail, her scream echoing as they spin. He hurls her away with a final farewell. Rosetail crashes through debris, groaning Cashin's name. Her mouth twists, showing that her anger is rising. Overwhelmed by fury, Rosetail enters a state called rage and vows to tear Cashin to pieces. The scene shifts to Gatam, Wuchan, the high-rise district at the center of the controversy. Inside, A shady producer celebrates the huge online reaction to his newly uploaded exposé. The video headline sensationally claims that a top psycher student has exposed a hidden conspiracy behind the slander of Gatam Wuchan. While typing, he urges viewers to like, subscribe, and spread the video everywhere. Elsewhere, the mysterious driver sits at a keyboard, preparing to handle the next file he has received. He suddenly reacts in alarm, frantically typing as something unexpected happens. Driver shouts in confusion, wondering what is going on. Back at the battleground, one psycher scoffs that their mission turned out to be nothing more than a burglary and regrets not swapping cues. Another member notes that the opposing group also looks displeased with how things are going. Someone asks a partner over comms how the situation looks on their side. The scout reports there was nothing unusual, only some conventional traps. She explains she is searching for a teleportation jammer but cannot locate it, and may need to go deeper inside. The group wonders aloud what lies inside the building, speculating it might be Driver's personal workshop. The blue-haired analyzer smiles, guessing that the place probably contains a vast trove of valuable data. A man with an eye patch, intrigued by the mention of treasure, repeats the phrase with interest. Rado rallies his fighters, telling them to hurry and finish the job in one blitz. The strategist suggests splitting up according to the map, but another dismisses that plan, saying their enemies would never follow such detailed strategies. The opposing gang simply charges ahead with the order to smash everything. Rado's eyes burn with excitement as he prepares to unleash his power. He detonates a fiery blast, marking the start of large-scale destruction. Both sides look on tensely, realizing the conflict is escalating. Someone reflects that this chaotic outcome was exactly what they expected. Yellow Boots step forward onto the damaged ground. The newcomer remarks that as soon as the truce ended, hordes of rats poured into the area. Revealing himself as Driver, he notes that Cleaner is conveniently away in his hometown and calls out to the intruders. Radel is stunned to see Driver here and wonders how he arrived. The psychers confirm that the person in front of them seems to be the real Driver, questioning who is in Buxton district then. In Buxton, Driver's followers cheer for their lord as they watch another battle. The blue-haired commander suspects their movements were predicted and admits she felt something was off when they were challenged, asking how the match can continue if Driver is here. Driver answers casually that Cashin is there, implying the match is in good hands. One fighter doubts Cashin can defeat Rosetail, and is surprised the strategist believes so strongly in him. Driver insists he is smart, and that is exactly why he trusts Cashin, then politely asks the intruders to leave quietly. The blue-haired woman smiles and asks if his statement is a request or a threat. Driver replies that it is very clearly a warning. Someone laughs loudly, finding his warning amusing. Radel sneers at the idea and demands to know who Driver thinks he is. Rage flaring, Radel orders his gang to kill Driver. A masked subordinate charges as well, screaming in excitement. The gang rushes Driver from all directions while he stands calmly in the center. Driver grips his weapon, energy gathering as he prepares to respond. He strikes, felling enemies with a sweeping attack and beginning his lesson. As his blows continue to rain down, Driver remarks that they clearly do not understand what a warning really means. Radel's face twists in shock as he is overwhelmed. Driver's eye gear glows as he tells them they must learn their lesson and that he will teach them step by step. Watching, the blue-haired leader admits the plan has hit complications and asks whether the situation has been reported. Radel, refusing to retreat, shouts to ignore such reporting and focus on the battle. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he prepares to act on his own. He declares that Driver is his prey alone and orders the others not to interfere. A blinding beam of energy is fired, signaling another heavy exchange. Radel is blasted and cries out in pain. Driver comments that fools do not realize they are tightening the noose around their own necks. Charging another shot, he warns that disregarding his warning could cost them their lives. The two face each other across the rooftop, energy crackling between them. Bloodied but exhilarated, Radel laughs that he enjoys the thrill of this fight. He activates his ability Healing Factor, rapidly mending his injuries. Driver coolly identifies his power as Healing Factor. Radel boasts that this makes him immortal. He then calls himself the fighting demon who rules the northern region and prepares his wild claw attack. Driver notes matter-of-factly that even regenerative abilities have their limits. Radel reacts with alarm, realizing Driver intends to exploit that weakness. Driver reveals multiple floating cannons and asks if it is time to show his real trump cards. Observing from afar, the swordsman remarks that this firepower is too much for Radel alone, especially with additional summons overhead. Undaunted, Radel refuses any cover and says he is not afraid of such difficulty. Driver's turrets pivot and charge, readying another volley. His visor locks on target as he prepares to command the barrage. He issues the order barrage fire. The cannons unleash a storm of pink lasers that converge on Radel. Radel, realizing too late how dire it is, curses under the incoming bombardment. The blasts slam into the area, causing massive explosions. The swordsman uses the chaos to dive from above toward the battlefield. Driver points decisively, preparing yet another move. He summons huge spinning gears with the technique spinning gear. Simultaneously, the swordsman unleashes his own move, continuous slashing, cleaving through enemies with rapid strikes. He winces that the enemy's blows sting down to the bone. Feeling his sword hand tremble, He acknowledges how strong such a technique is to wield so easily. Driver powers up his main cannon and fires his ultimate mega screwdriver blast down at the swordsman. The attack smashes into the ground with overwhelming force. The swordsman crashes down, coughing blood from the impact. Rising with a bloody grin, he admits that seeing Driver's power firsthand proves why the boss values him so highly. Driver, surprised Radel survived, wonders aloud if his previous attack lacks sincerity. Hovering above, Driver warns them to be very careful now, as his next full power shot might actually kill. In a brief comedic aside, he remembers only firing at full power once 5 years ago. Over comms, a voice politely asks Driver for a favor. Driver relays the order that they must stop fighting, since higher UPS have commanded a halt. Looking at the intact barrier, he notes that the blue-haired woman blocked his attack without a scratch. He concludes that she is far from ordinary. She responds that after ignoring his warning they now seek negotiations, offering to extend their non-aggression pact with the Bill's own gang. Driver insists they must also pay for the property destruction and emotional damage inflicted on his members. She readily agrees to compensate, and pledges this on behalf of Neo's sentry. A watching fighter comments that while Don King can be tricky, his promises are reliable, and there seems no chance for him to intervene now. Driver grants them 5 minutes. He then firmly orders them to gather their men and disappear at once. The scene shifts back to Bill's zone of Buksangu, showing the battered cityscape. Someone, watching the dispersing smoke, wonders aloud what will happen to the match now. Rosetail, still enraged, lunges at Cashin with glowing pink claws. She screams for him to die as she strikes, but Cashin braces himself. Cashin blocks the blow and coldly asks if that weak attack was really meant to kill him. A narrator's thought remarks that if you truly intend to kill someone, you should. Cashin demonstrates how to properly strike by blasting Rosetail with a devastating blow. Rosetail recovers from the hit, angrily counterattacking and cursing Cashin. The impact triggers something in her, as she suddenly gasps and tenses up. A traumatic memory of facing an ominous figure with a weapon surfaces in Rosetail's mind. Cashin snaps her out of her daze and launches a powerful blue energy attack, startling her. He unleashes his technique Dark Flare, surrounding Rosetail with a massive swirling inferno of blue flames. A watcher is shocked that Rosetail, his sister, is actually being overwhelmed. Commentators note in amazement that Cashin is completely dominating the berserk Rosetail due to superior technique, strength, and speed. Cashin's dark flames and thorny vines clash as the battlefield crackles with power. An observing entity notes that Rosetail managed a good defense at the crucial moment. Rosetail, wrapped in thorns, bursts into maniacal laughter. Cashin stands amid her writhing vines, enjoying the challenge of being pushed this far. Rosetail admits he excites her like only the old man once did, thrilled by this fight. Cashin accuses her of underestimating him and insists he is not bluffing. Cashin's eye spirit realizes the girl's magical power is rapidly expanding. Another observer recognizes this surge as the beginning of something ominous. Rosetail undergoes a second awakening, flooding the area with overwhelming pink energy. Empowered by her awakening, Rosetail rises amid petals and thorns in a terrifying new state. Spectators panic as they sense her mana waves growing even stronger. Onlookers identify the phenomenon as the rare second awakening, a realm only elite villains reach. Other fighters stare up anxiously at the escalating battle. Cashin's allies watch tensely, recognizing the seriousness of what is unfolding. A glowing rose projectile hurtles toward Cashin. The rose strikes Cashin, beginning to channel explosive energy into him. A huge explosion erupts around Cashin, showering the area with petals and debris. Rosetail declares that their fun is over. Revealing her full villain profile as S++ rank Rosetail, she vows to torture Cashin horribly before killing him. The two opponents face each other across the ruined rooftop, preparing for the next phase. Cashin's spirit warns that her magic points now exceed his, but he dismisses raw stats as the measure of fighting ability. Rosetail grins close to him, saying that more than just her magic points have increased, surprising Cashin. They clash again at high speed, trading powerful blows. Rosetail gleefully accepts the challenge, whirling with Cashin in a frenetic midair battle she calls a dance. She mocks his sloppy footwork even as their strikes collide. Cashin hammers her with a crushing combo, telling her to relearn her steps. Rosetail is smashed to the ground by the ferocious impact. Someone calls out to confirm Cashin is still alive after the violent crash. Bloodied Cashin realizes every aspect of Rosetail, including her speed, has doubled. Rosetail, inches from his face, refuses to let him die yet and demands more entertainment. She seizes an opening and exclaims that she has him. A voice admonishes Cashin that touching a lady without permission has consequences. Cashin, eyes hard, reacts to the warning as he regains focus. Rosetail calmly wraps herself in layers of thorny vines, remarking that he will be punished. One of her thorn whips binds Cashin, startling him. She orders him to reflect on his actions as the thorns tighten. Rosetail unleashes a massive thorn and explosion attack, screaming for him to die. She coldly states she is not finished with him yet. Her thorn vines begin spiraling outward from the building. The vines rapidly spread, reinforcing and then tearing at the structure. Observers recognize the technique in disbelief. Rosetail, delighted, calls the coming devastation Cashin's bonus gift. She triggers plant shock, her thorns tearing the entire building apart. Nearby fighters panic as they see the building starting to collapse. Others curse and scramble to escape the falling structure. The enormous building crumbles completely under the assault of her plants. People scream and flee as debris rains down everywhere. From the rubble, it is confirmed that a huge building has indeed collapsed. The commentator worries aloud whether Cashin could have survived, only to hear his calm denial. Rosetail, irritated that he lived, compares his persistence to that of a cockroach. She continues to ridicule him as something even worse than insects or germs, laughing hysterically. Cashin strides out of the dust with crackling power, calling her non-recyclable trash and worthless waste. Rosetail criticizes him for making jokes in such a situation, saying he is not funny. Cashin replies he was not trying to be amusing as blue flames ignite around him. Surrounded by searing blue fire, he vows to burn Rosetail until nothing remains. She pants but defiantly tells him to try, insisting she will shred him first. Rosetail charges, promising to rip him to pieces. Cashin counters, soaring above the ruined city with glowing claws aimed at her. Rosetail suddenly appears behind him, ready to strike. They exchange rapid close-range blows, either yielding. Cashin slams down a brutal strike, eliciting a cry of pain from Rosetail. He follows up with another crushing blow, battering her relentlessly. Rosetail screams in agony, her composure broken. Cashin sends her flying yet again with overwhelming force. She crashes violently into the ground amid a spray of debris. Cashin rises within a vortex of blue energy, declaring that garbage must be burned. He unleashes his ultimate fire technique Hellfire in a blinding torrent. Spectators gape that Cashin is overpowering Rosetail even though she is in second awakening. The strategist analyzes that Cashin forced midair close combat to negate her superior stats, indicating his confidence at close range. Intrigued, the strategist finds Cashin's approach very interesting. Rosetail, reeling, thinks things were not supposed to turn out like this. She insists it should be impossible for him to face her head-on now, and questions why he can. The Eye Spirit praises Cashin's strategy of forcing close combat, which favors him. The spirit suddenly senses a strange new energy. It realizes with alarm that this energy comes from the Bloodstone. Cashin's aura turns blood red as the spirit identifies the influence of the Bloodstone. Cashin, breathing heavily and shrouded in crimson power, is called to by worried allies. Rosetail is bewildered that he can still fight her at all in his damaged state. A flashback of her past trauma surges again, focusing on her terrified eye. The memory shows a smiling, weapon-wielding figure looming over her. The younger Rosetail trembles in fear. She notices a pair of scissors nearby in that memory. Young Rosetail reaches for the scissors with desperate resolve. The flashback cuts to an unseen act as she faces the tormentor with the scissors. Back in the present, Rosetail clutches her head and screams in utter mental torment. Onlookers remark that she has completely lost her mind and that Cashin is acting strangely as well. They then see Cashin standing engulfed in red flames, shocking them. One of them stares in disbelief at Cashin's transformed state. Cashin stands eerily calm with glowing red eyes as someone wonders what is happening. Rosetail faces him while conjuring pink energy, preparing another attack. She summons massive spectral scissors from rose-like horns as petals swirl. The phantom scissors become real weapons in her hands. Fully armed with the technique Rose Scissors, Rosetail points the huge blades toward Cashin. Bystanders gasp, debating whether the weapon is truly scissors or twin swords. Cashin's ally identifies the weapon as Rose Scissors. He concludes that summoning them means Rosetail is completely consumed by her past nightmare. Rosetail hurtles forward, screaming as she attacks with Rose Scissors. She charges directly at the blood-shrouded Cashin for a lethal clash. Their weapons and powers collide in a massive explosion of light and force. The two continue exchanging furious blows, her scissors against his blazing fists. The battlefield erupts with repeated shockwaves as their duel escalates. Commentators describe the fight as evenly matched and marvel that Cashin's bare hands withstand her swords. A masked observer notes Cashin's abnormal condition and wonders if the Bloodstone's desires and emotions drove him mad. Another onlooker questions the ominous blood-red aura swirling around Cashin as he strikes Rosetail. Cashin lands a punishing attack on Rosetail despite her deadly blades. He is then sliced and battered by her counterstrikes, blood spraying. Cashin surges skyward trailing red energy, forming a deadly pattern overhead. Rosetail dives after him with her scissors as their clash shatters the surroundings. Frustrated, she screams that he is infuriating. She swings the giant blades in a killing arc toward Cashin. Rosetail howls at him to hurry up and die as she presses the attack. She slams the colossal scissors down, causing another enormous ground-rending impact. Cashin, injured, groans in pain from the assault. His eye spirit urgently yells for him to regain control, calling him a stupid, naive boy. Cashin snaps back to awareness, questioning if those insults were aimed at him. In a brief chibi interlude, the spirit celebrates that Cashin's normal self has returned. Cashin exhales, steadying his emotions. He reflects that the blood mana stone briefly robbed him of consciousness, and that he barely escaped its abyss. He admits the spirit's shouting helped bring him back. The spirit insists there is no time to discuss it further. It explains that while berserk he could not properly counter Rosetail, but now he can. The spirit points out that Rosetail still outclasses him in stats, yet Cashin asserts he can win despite her superior speed and agility. He also notes, she is mentally unstable, concluding he can prevail without relying on the bloodstone. Cashin powers up again and declares that he is going in. Rosetail's eye widens as she reacts to his renewed charge. She rushes him, screaming for him to die. Cashin uses blinding speed to move around the battlefield and reposition for his plan. Rosetail vows not to miss this time as she tracks his movements with her blades. The strategist wonders if Cashin intends another close combat victory even though circumstances have changed. He reasons that with Rosetail now wielding twin swords, close-range combat favors her, yet something still seems off. He concludes nonetheless that Rosetail ultimately will not win. Cashin dashes in to meet her huge downward strike. Rosetail believes she has him as she brings the blades down. Cashin says she will only become prey in his trap and that she will not manage to set her own. He reveals his trump technique, three-footed crow's resolve, asserting she was the hunted one from the beginning. Cashin detonates a colossal attack called Destruction, obliterating the area in a fiery blast. Shockwaves shatter nearby windows. Glass and debris continue to explode outward from the devastated building. The announcer shields herself from flying shards as the shock hits. Other spectators cower and shout that Cashin really destroyed everything. When the dust settles, a massive crater gapes where Rosetail fell, with Cashin standing at its edge. Cashin asks if Rosetail is dead, and his spirit confirms she is still alive. Someone marvels that the girl survived but notes her mana is raging and believes she has undergone a third awakening. Others confirm the idea of her third awakening while she lies unconscious among shattered rocks and roses. A voice urges Cashin to stop her before she wakes or else she will become the fifth evil monarch, but he dismisses the panic. Cashin declares he has a method to stop her. He prepares to use the forbidden skill Gluttony of Darkness, saying he has no other option. Someone screams Haram's name. In Haram's memory, a young girl is shaken awake by someone yelling for her to get up. A younger Haram looks at his bloodied hand in shock. He realizes the red stain on his palm is blood. The memory shows his sister collapsed in a pool of blood as he calls out to her. The crying child screams Haram's name. Haram stares in terror at what he sees. A faceless man with glowing eyes and a weapon looms in the doorway before the child. The child looks at the intruder, who smiles eerily, and trembles in fear. She desperately begs the attacker to stop and spare them. The man tightens his grip on the weapon, ready to strike. The girl recoils as the weapon is raised over her. She reaches back toward a pair of scissors lying behind her. Grabbing the scissors, she frantically calls for someone to help. As the killer swings down, she screams for someone to save them. The present Cashin, witnessing this memory, reacts in horror. Cashin's attack in the real world obliterates the murderer with a furious blow. The killer is blasted away in an explosion of debris as the child watches. A gentle voice asks the girl if she is all right. She looks up tearfully toward her unseen rescuer. In reality, Cashin's dark eye spirit manifests atop his body. Outside, Rosetail's awakening unleashes violent energy around the building. Onlookers panic, sensing that something enormous is occurring. Other villains feel the stinging, ominous energy filling the air. The star-themed woman says the energy reminds her of a past experience. She recalls the horrifying scene of Red Death peony amidst corpses. She remembers feeling this exact same energy from that figure. Realizing the implication, she reacts with shock. Another villain guesses that Rosetail is undergoing a third awakening. They reason her awakening is still in progress and insist it must be stopped. Someone points out that Cashin is inside the affected area. A girl insists they trust Cashin, who always achieves the impossible. Don King admits the situation has far exceeded his expectations. He finds the unexpected turn of events thrilling compared to his predictions. The black-suited villain asks Don King why he came, and Don King replies that as host he is allowed to intervene. Asked if he plans to tamper with the match, Don King claims he never breaks his own rules despite his dirty past. He warns everyone that if Rosetail's awakening continues, a disaster will arise that even they might not be able to stop. One of the fighters is alarmed by talk of a calamity beyond their control. The black-suited villain notes Don King is already a disaster as an evil monarch, but Don King says he has already reached his limit once. Don King adds that Rosetail's potential disaster may surpass even his own. Driver accuses Don King of intending to stop Rosetail despite her loyalty. Someone else says they trust Rose too, but her state still worries them. Don King declares that any dangerous element must be corrected, even if it belongs to someone he trusts. Another person calls Don King's justification nonsense. Driver mocks Don King, saying his foolish talk shows how old he has become. A new fighter suddenly strikes down toward Don King with a giant weapon. This newcomer demands Don King hand everything over before they continue talking, while his partner affectionately greets him. Spectators are shocked to see that this means there are two separate drivers. One driver reveals himself as Black Ghost as his disguise dissolves, proving he is not the original. Don King replies that he has no intention of giving everything up today. Driver says he has many plans and warns that delaying only makes things worse for Don King. Don King praises Driver's ability and intelligence but scolds his rudeness. Driver reminds him of their new non-aggression pact. Don King clarifies that the pact only protects Gatam Villezone and that they are currently in Wuchan. Driver feigns fear while his partner offers to punish whoever is threatening him. A broadcaster nervously asks about the match, and Don King answers that the match and stream are already halted. When Driver moves to stop Rose, Don King blocks him, saying she is in a building ahead. Don King physically restrains Driver as he tries to go. Driver argues that Cashin is inside as well. Don King asks whether Driver really believes Cashin can handle the situation, and Driver answers yes. Driver says his faith in Cashin is absolute. Don King laughs loudly at that declaration. He mocks Driver, calling him foolish for such blind trust. Someone suddenly tells the others to look in another direction. Everyone sees Cashin emerging from the ruined building carrying an unconscious girl. Observers recognize Cashin and note that he is holding someone in his arms. Don King silently stares at Cashin's return. A worried ally rushes toward them. Cashin presents the unconscious Rosetail to her little brother, who cries out to his big sister. The story briefly shifts to a peaceful countryside town. A voice there calls out that it is snack time. A cute robot harvesting grain wipes its brow in relief. Back at the battlefield, Rosetail's magic continues swirling violently in the crater. Her body floats amid shattered ground as the awakening vortex rages around her. Cashin marvels at the immense mana and wonders if he can absorb it all. His eye spirit tells him to wait, addressing him by name. It explains that the Dark Predator skill absorbs an enemy's magic, but the process is extremely dangerous. The spirit warns that stealing others' magic has serious consequences. It further explains that entering a target's mental world risks the predator going berserk. To guard against that risk, the spirit proposes synchronizing with Cashin. When Cashin asks if that is possible, the spirit indignantly insists it is. Cashin asks if he can change appearance inside the mental world, and the spirit replies that such changes are only possible there, not in reality. Within Rosetail's mind, another entity confirms that such a transformation is indeed possible. Outside, her brother again calls to his sister while Cashin holds her safely. Cashin tells him she is alive and not to panic. The brother takes his unconscious sister into his own arms. Other villains confirm that this girl is truly Rosetail and comment on how shocking and crude the scene is. Driver's partner notices Driver pausing and asks what is wrong. Driver reports that the magic levels have spiked again. Don King admits he is genuinely surprised by what has happened. He asks Cashin how he stopped Lot's awakening without killing him, and Cashin arrogantly answers that he is simply that capable. Someone interrupts, demanding clarification. Rosetail's brother angrily questions how their boss could talk so casually about killing his sister after they followed him with such devotion. Don King says he cherishes them too, prompting the brother to struggle with that contradiction. Two bystanders watch this tense exchange closely. Don King narrates that villain awakenings are as rare as winning the lottery, requiring both talent and luck. He compares that rare opportunity to a bomb strapped to the body that might explode at any time. He explains that each awakening grants power but erodes humanity, driving the villain toward the seven sins. A vision shows a monstrous, sin-corrupted form that such awakenings can produce. The narration concludes that in the end one becomes a monster devoid of humanity. Cashin asks if such monsters should simply be eliminated and reminds Don King he is no exception. Don King claims he has found a way to overcome that fate. His subordinate silently regards him. Don King boasts of having acquired a method to maximize power with minimal awakenings. He tempts Cashin by asking if that possibility attracts him. Cashin admits he is interested. Don King invites Cashin to join him and inherit his essence and legacy. Cashin's allies react anxiously to this offer. Other villains also watch with unease. Cashin curtly refuses Don King's proposal. He says that if he can challenge this path, Don King has no excuse not to, especially when Cashin has a far better mentor. Don King laughs at the idea that anyone could be a better teacher than himself. Someone asks if Cashin is referring to Driver as that superior mentor. Driver and his partner discuss whether the so-called Black Duck ever had a teacher, feigning ignorance. Cashin cuts off the discussion, asking how long they will waste time on idle talk. He reminds Don King that they won the Catalyst of Corruption event, and that Don King promised to grant his wish. Don King tells him to name what he wants. Cashin states that after defeating the number 2 villain, he now wants to challenge number 1. He formally proposes another match. Observers are stunned by his demand. Driver smiles as he listens. Don King says that since Cashin defeated Rosetail, he is qualified, and he accepts. Don King will choose the time and place, and Cashin asks for the same rules as the previous festival, which Don King finds amusing. Don King orders the cameraman to capture Cashin's declaration impressively for broadcast. Cashin's allies exclaim that he is crazy to fight Don King again. Others worry about his sanity, though one notes that fretting will not change anything. Another ally concludes that they have no choice but to trust Cashin. Cashin casually asks the cameraman if they should resume a cool pose for filming. The cameraman internally evaluates Cashin's impressive combat skill and composure before Don King. He senses Cashin's spirit has grown drastically, wondering if Cashin advanced several stages in mere moments. Don King, intrigued, thinks the situation is far more interesting than he expected. Time passes, and the scene shifts to Vilzone's participation area at dusk. Inside a personal training room there, blue energy crackles to life. Cashin, dripping with energy, remarks to his spirit that he cannot help but be amazed. He reviews his status, seeing that all of his skills have been evenly upgraded and his magic points now exceed 2,000. The spirit notes that surpassing 2,000 magic points is naturally impressive. It explains that while absorbing Rosetail's power, some of the blood magic stone's energy also fused with Cashin. Cashin observes that the powerful skill Fear Fire remains locked. The spirit says it would only recommend one drastic measure in an emergency, hinting that defeating Don King and devouring his power could unlock more strength. Cashin replies that although he used that absorption ability once, he would rather not rely on it again. He reflects that merely touching Rosetail's mental world caused severe aftereffects, and unexpectedly forced him to experience parts of her memories. He recounts seeing memories of brutal abuse by her stepfather, and admits he might have gone berserk without the spirit's support. The eye spirit silently listens. It asks if that shared memory is why Cashin spared Rosetail, but he says he no longer wants to discuss it. Cashin then wonders aloud why, despite surpassing 2,000 magic points, he still has not awakened again, prompting the spirit to explain that villain awakenings depend on the 7 deadly sins, implying he would need to embrace greater madness. The shadow spirit recalls Don King saying that awakening is a double-edged sword for villains. Kang-woo asks if he can still grow stronger without awakening, and the spirit explains villains hit strict limits without it. Kang-woo brings up Don King's special awakening method, and the spirit identifies it as transcendental evolution. Kang-woo reacts in shock upon hearing about transcendental evolution. The spirit admits it does not know how Don King learned that method but says it is a safer model awakening process. The spirit changes the topic and brings up Kang-woo challenging Don King under the same rules as the Festival of Corruption. Kang-woo states his real goal is to obtain the platinum disc. The next morning, someone on the phone reminds Kang-woo to check that his exam identification card is in his bag. Kang-woo insists he is not a kid who would forget his ID, while the caller worries his nerves might make him forget. Leaving his apartment with his notebook and spirit, Kang-woo is advised over the phone to stay calm and read the entire test before solving it. The caller asks if he ate breakfast so he will have energy for the exam, and Kang-woo replies that he ate plenty. Elsewhere, at the Vesperna Hotel, the manager is speaking on the phone. The manager is told not to be late and to take a taxi if needed, but she says walking will still get her there on time. She internally complains that the person on the phone never really listens to her. She then notices someone standing with the hotel manager in the hallway. Curious, she wonders who the mysterious person beside the manager is before ending the call, saying she needs to catch a taxi. Kang-woo's caller praises his preparation, wishes him good luck for the CSAT, and ends the call. Kang-woo confirms again that he has his ID as he pockets it. While doing so, he accidentally bumps into a girl passing by. The girl apologizes to him for the collision. Recognizing him, she nervously comments on the surprising coincidence of running into someone she knows. Kang-woo asks if she lives in the area while still holding his ID card. She notices his identification slip and guesses he is taking the CSAT today, which he confirms. She excitedly says she also knows someone taking the test today, hinting at a personal connection. She pulls out a neatly wrapped box, preparing to offer it. She gives Kang-woo the box of so-called good luck mochi, explaining she accidentally bought 2. After handing it over, she shyly says goodbye. She also wishes him good luck on his exam. As she leaves, the spirit mocks her terrible acting and says it was hard to pretend to be fooled. The spirit then notes that the girl clearly knows who Kang-woo really is. The scene shifts to Lampa's South Korean branch headquarters. Inside, someone shouts in disbelief about a man they think is insane. Lampa's executives discuss how crazy Cashin is for challenging Money King, one of the 4 evil monarchs, after already defeating Rosetail. Another officer adds that this feat has greatly increased high-level interest in Cashin. An elder warns that if Cashin defeats Money King, chaos will spread across Korea and the world. One man insists Cashin has no chance against Money King, but another admits he is no longer certain. They note Cashin has been active less than 6 months yet already conquered a Ville zone and challenged Money King. They say Cashin's rapid development has put him on headquarters blacklist for close observation. They reveal that, unofficially, a top-class psyker is being dispatched to Korea to deal with the situation. The new psyker is named the White Witch, a renowned figure everyone has heard of. The others are shocked that Lillian Griffith, the White Witch, is coming to Korea. One man says he knows her well because she trained him as his brutal combat instructor in the States. They conclude that if she was Cashin's instructor and famed in close combat among top-class psychers, she is extremely skilled. 2 agents fall into stunned silence at that revelation. Glancing at the clock, they suddenly realize it is time to leave. They excuse themselves from the meeting, saying they have somewhere to be, and are teased for leaving work exactly on time. They reveal they are leaving because Wuchan, Kang-woo, is taking his CSAT today and they want to treat him afterward. Another colleague asks the section chief if she will join them. She instead offers them her card so they can buy Kang-woo something tasty. The 2 agents are dazzled by the generous offer as she hands over the shining card. One of them gushes that their former section chief, now deputy head, is the best. Evening falls at the Year X University Math CSAT examination site. Outside the gate, Kang-woo stands expressionless, apparently drained. The spirit asks how long he will stand there since the exam bus is already gone, but he remains silent. Kang-woo sighs softly, revealing his disappointment. Other students exit chatting, with one lamenting he ran out of time on the problems. His friend worries about how many questions he missed, while a bystander silently thinks he never even studied properly. Another student brags that the questions were hard so he just guessed answers without reading, and others are impressed. Kang-woo starts to say he guessed too many answers when someone suddenly calls out and praises his effort. He turns and sees a pink-haired girl approaching him happily. She says she waited here specifically for him after the exam. Kang-woo is confused why she waited just for him. She explains her brother tested here too, learned Kang-woo's sight, and told her, and Kang-woo asks where Wuchan is now. She replies that the Lampas agents from America already treated her brother to a celebratory meal. Kang-woo realizes that is why the agents earlier promised to treat him after his CSAT. The girl grabs his sleeve passionately, saying it is precisely for that reason. Beaming, she declares that she will personally take care of Kang-woo today. Elsewhere, 3 boys who also just finished SATs wonder what to do next. They spot Kang-woo from afar and joke that his gloomy expression means he must have failed. One of them smugly says he deserved it. Then they see Kang-woo walking off arm in arm with the cheerful pink-haired girl. The 3 boys are left stunned and silenced by this turn of events. As night falls over the streets, the scene shifts to the city's restaurant district. The girl excitedly reacts to something, leading Kang-woo toward a restaurant. She is shocked it is Kang-woo's first time eating Chuncheon-style dekalbi and insists he has to try it. Inside, as Kang-woo eats, she asks if it tastes that good and he calmly replies that it is delicious. The spirit eyes the dish nervously, commenting that it looks very spicy. Kang-woo's eye widens the moment the intense flavor hits him. She happily asks if it is good while urging him to try the sweet potatoes and rice cakes as well, and he says it is decent. Kang-woo obediently tastes one of the spicy rice cakes. He notes that the texture is chewy. When asked if it is good, he says yes but trails off. She then asks how he knew she would be at the same exam site as her brother Wuchan. She proudly reveals that her scanning ability has improved, expanded in range, and become precise enough to track him, calling herself a specialist. The spirit tells Kang-woo he is growing dangerously fast and will soon attract worldwide attention, which makes Kang-woo fall silent. She cheerfully suggests they also try the famous buckwheat noodles from this restaurant. The mention of buckwheat noodles makes Kang-woo tense up and take notice. He looks up information on his phone, reading that dekalbi and buckwheat noodles are a famous killer combination. As he reads, something startling on the screen shocks him. He realizes from the menu or information that something unexpected has occurred. He apologizes, saying they should have buckwheat noodles next time because he urgently needs to go find someone. He insists they cannot spare time to linger if they want to locate this person quickly. Suddenly the spirit spots something in the restaurant, drawing his and the girl's attention. The spirit announces that the specialist they were seeking is nearby, leaving the girl puzzled. The story cuts to Namgang district in Seoul as the sun sets. In a back alley there, a figure collapses while surrounded by ominous dark energy. Close up, the white-haired man steadies himself, recovering from using power. Another man approaches, amazed that Darkstar is really in Namgang just as his boss predicted. 2 Lampas agents, J-Lob and Mashi, arrive and introduce themselves as support sent by Gumchungak Mujin. They ask where Mujin and the others are, and are told the boss is with Gu Inseal while Cashin and Driver are on their way. J-Lob and Mashi, confused, wonder what exactly is going on. Cashin begins explaining that he only knows a request for asylum was made and Mujin told him he would receive details upon arrival. Darkstar sighs heavily before elaborating. He asks them to listen carefully. He reveals that his sister has disappeared, or rather run away. When they fail to recognize who he means, he angrily demands if they really do not know who his sister is. Darkstar shouts that Rosetail has run away, stunning the others. One of the agents repeats her name in disbelief. Panicking, J-Lob assumes she came to raid Namgang, orders Darkstar killed, and chaos erupts as they attack him, while he desperately protests. Later that night, under the stars, someone resumes the conversation with a calm, so. Mashi confirms that Rosetail has actually lost her memory. Darkstar explains that she also lost the ability to transform into a villain. Her powers vanished with her memories. Mashi notes that this means the district is safe and asks what the real problem is. Darkstar says many factions are now targeting his powerless sister. He admits he cannot protect her alone from all of them and is therefore seeking Lampas's help. Mashi calls the situation karmic punishment for the sins they have accumulated. Darkstar accepts that explanation but says the punishment is too harsh for who she is now. He explains that she only remembers life from before awakening as a villain. Asked how far back that is, he estimates her memories stop around age 12 or younger. Mashi remarks that this means she is mentally just a child now. He then asks who exactly is targeting Rosetail, now simply Darkstar's sister. Darkstar answers that there are too many enemies, including the 8 spirits and others in Neo Century who hold grudges against her strength. When asked about Don King's role as leader of the 8 spirits, Darkstar says their boss is currently unavailable. The agents denounce anyone going after a now powerless and amnesiac Rosetail as despicable for preying on a toothless beast. Mashi says he understands the situation and asks what Darkstar was doing earlier. Darkstar admits he was remotely controlling phantom assassins. He explains that searching together using his phantom assassins is far more efficient than wandering around alone. The assassins streak through the night sky across the city. One of those phantoms slams into the side of a tall building above unsuspecting civilians. Dark energy spreads and seeps into the nearby structures as the search continues. The power coalesces into a dark portal. Through that portal, Cashin is flung across a rooftop, riding the dark energy. He and the masked girl land on a high rooftop, Cashin commenting that they arrived very quickly. She says she expected to be trembling on the way but stayed calm because, as a psychic sister, she cannot show fear at this level. Now wearing a pink mask costume, she proudly introduces herself as the sister of Red Mask. Cashin asks why she is wearing that, and she explains driver gave it to her to conceal her identity, which the spirit praises as good taste. Cashin asks whom they are supposed to find, and is told the target is Rosetail, a name he already knows. Pink Mask recalls Rosetail as the villain she fought alongside her brother yesterday. Cashin confirms that is correct, and she says she remembers Rosetail's appearance from the video. Cashin tells her Rosetail will not look like that now and offers to show a new picture driver provided. Narration describes how just yesterday Rosetail was a rampaging beast. Now, having lost her memory, she crouches in an alley trembling with fear. She is shown clutching her head, now nothing more than an ordinary, frightened girl. Pink Mask looks at an image of Cashin holding the unconscious girl in his arms like a princess, taken from the new briefing. The scene shifts to the city outskirts under the moonlight. Inside a gang office there, underlings gossip that Chan Sik has made it big in Seoul. In Chan Sik's gang office, men talk about how he now has a fine office thanks to help from their boss. Chan Sik, leader of the Namgang District Gang, asks his visiting acquaintance why he came without warning. The guest says he appreciates Chan Sik's bluntness and gets straight to business. Sitting with authority, the guest states that he came because he needs to find someone. When asked who, he avoids giving a name, saying it is not necessary for them to know. He stresses he is in a hurry to find this person, believing the target is hiding somewhere in Namgang District like a rat. The eye patch villain gives someone one day to capture and deliver Rosetail. The scene shifts to the busy nightlife of Namgang District. Crowds of people fill the streets, emphasizing how hard it will be to find one person. Kang-woo and the pink-helmeted girl note the crowds are celebrating after college exams. They worry searching for Rosetail among so many people will be difficult. Despite the odds, the girl agrees to help because Kang-woo asked her. Kang-woo promises proper payment, and she cheerfully requests pudding as her reward. She mentions a new pudding shop that has opened in front of Gatam Park. She enthusiastically suggests they go eat pudding together after the job. Kang-woo agrees, and she vows to put all her effort into finding their target. Kang-woo asks the girl about her scanning range, and she says she can search about 150 to 200 meters around herself. Darkstar observes that her untrained scan ability has already expanded significantly. He reflects that her true power lets her track a person's movements from past to present, and wonders how strong she could become with training. Kang-woo hands the girl a phone to keep in contact during the search. Appearing in casual clothes, he asks when she reverted from her transformed state, and she says it was just now. Kang-woo explains he cannot walk around in villain gear in a crowd, tells her to contact him via the phone if she finds Rosetail, and assures her the device is secure. Somewhere below, a nervous boy and two masked thugs move along an empty passage. Someone recognizes the target as Rosetail. The two thugs are shocked that the frightened, innocent-looking boy is actually Rosetail. They order Rosetail to transform to prove his identity. Curled up and trembling, Rosetail admits he is terrified. Crying, he wonders where Kang-woo is and why he has not come. A black cat presses against his chest complaining of hunger. After tasting dirty water, the cat angrily complains it is like drinking from a sewer. Rosetail watches as the irritated cat bolts out of the alley. Elsewhere, two delinquents complain their night is going badly and that the place reeks. One suggests they smoke and move on, but then notices something. They see Rosetail huddled in fear at the end of the alley. Approaching, they call him cute and teasingly ask if he was waiting for them. Rosetail stammers asking who they are, and they reply they are more interested in who he is. One thug leers and invites Rosetail to hang out with them. Panicking, Rosetail suddenly lashes out and tries to escape. A thug grabs him roughly by the hair to stop him. They scold him for trying to run. While he struggles and yells at them to let go, the other suggests silencing him. Rosetail bites the thug's arm so hard he screams. Furious, the thug swings to hit Rosetail, shouting that he has lost his mind. The blow sends Rosetail crashing to the ground and he goes limp. The two delinquents clutch their injured arm in pain, arguing over how hard he was hit. They panic, wondering if they killed him, then realize he only passed out, though he is bleeding. Seeing older gangsters entering the alley, one delinquent wants to flee while the other complains it is a waste to leave the unconscious boy. A calm voice tells them they should not be doing this here. Startled, a delinquent asks what the newcomer means. The gangsters loom over the delinquents, who begin to sweat in fear. Their leader declares their behavior unacceptable and insults them. The two delinquents freeze in terror. Shouts and impacts echo as the older gangsters beat the delinquents. The thugs lie groaning on the ground after being incapacitated. Rosetail, still dazed, sits among their bodies as one of the gangsters says they have found the person they were looking for. The leader phones someone, confirming that the unconscious girl matches the photo they were given. He reports that they have eliminated the troublesome delinquents, and will immediately move out with the captured target. He also confirms to his caller that they located her exactly where predicted. Meanwhile, Kang-woo, on the phone with his helper, promises to buy every pudding on the menu and impatiently asks why the gangsters around Rosetail are not dispersing. Kangwoo approaches the alley and warns the men to leave now if they do not want trouble, criticizing them for attacking a girl as adults. Don King, the gangster boss, mocks him and orders his men to bring Kangwoo over. Several henchmen charge at Kangwoo. Darkstar reminds him the enemies are ordinary humans, and Kangwoo replies that he is also in human mode. Enjoying the restriction, Kangwoo knocks all of the charging men away with overwhelming physical skill. Don King is shocked, wondering what kind of monster Kangwoo is. Kangwoo finishes the fight with a single monstrous kick that slams Don King into the ground. Standing over the unconscious thugs, Kangwoo notes he used just enough force not to kill them. He then turns his attention toward the injured, unconscious Rosetail. The boy lies bleeding and senseless as Kangwoo prepares to take him away. Time skips to the rundown Gatam Villezone district. Inside Heaven Pub, the bar that serves as Kangwoo's base is shown. Rosetail now sleeps safely in a large bed in Kangwoo's domain. Kangwoo remarks that Rosetail finally fell asleep around dawn. Later in the pub, the owner complains he lost sleep soothing the child. Kangwoo acknowledges the trouble, and they confirm the boy is indeed a Rosetail. The glamorous owner and his bodyguard listen seriously to Kangwoo's report. Kangwoo asks if keeping a Rosetail here is really acceptable, while the owner shrugs off concerns. The owner warns that although the boy seems harmless now, such beings can suddenly turn violently dangerous. Kangwoo replies they have prepared a much stronger DSP restraint, though the owner doubts it will suffice and worries another powerful figure will not tolerate this. Kangwoo says that is why they brought the Rosetail here, away from that person. The owner asks if Kangwoo intends to provoke Don King by harboring this child. Kangwoo calmly states that even scratching Don King is worth attempting. The owner worries such moves could trigger war, but Kangwoo points out a non-aggression pact with Neo's sentry makes full conflict unlikely. Someone cynically notes that promises are made to be broken. Darkstar explains that Don King prides himself on never breaking treaties and that as long as their pact stands, Gatam Villezone remains the safest refuge, which is why Darkstar sought asylum there with Rosetail. Kangwoo declares he will entrust Rosetail's safety to Darkstar for now. Darkstar counters that only an outer like Kangwoo can properly protect a civilian from villains, making the request difficult. The owner demands substantial payment for taking the risk and reminds Kangwoo that protecting a helpless girl should not only be about profit. He then teasingly asks if Kangwoo has forgotten that he himself is a greedy businessman. The owner laughs, calling himself an unscrupulous businessman who always seeks gain. The story jumps to Los Angeles, where a heavily guarded modern building is introduced. Strange ring-shaped structures hang from the ceiling of the meeting hall. At a round table, the leaders of the Heavenly Evil Society discuss rumors of an intriguing new rookie in Korea. One member, Elmago, jokes that Don King seems to have found new entertainment, and his title as one of the four evils is shown. Another, Moran, holding a rose, comments that the newcomer's charm cannot rival that of a certain heavenly fragrance. Moran, also one of the four evils, describes the rookie as a man with mesmerizing eyes who makes her want to rip out his heart. Dr. Ruthless, the third of the four evils, watches silently from the shadows. Don King remarks that everyone must be very free to show such interest in a single rookie. Moran admits she enjoys watching others fight instead of doing it herself. She says she cannot stand the idea of someone else spilling Don King's blood before she gets the chance. Don King answers that he is just as impatient as she is. He confesses it has bothered him for 5 years that their previous conflict with a certain enemy was never settled. Moran retorts that it is too late for Don King's regrets. Don King laughs that it is still not too late to correct the past and fight. He urges them to remember the original purpose of the Heavenly Evil Society and stop bickering among themselves. Dr. Ruthless continues to observe in silence. He reminds the group that as long as they possess their special target, a certain dangerous person can attack them at any time. Moran gleefully suggests that if Don King is that worried, he should hand the mysterious asset entirely over to her. Don King refuses, saying giving it to her would be like entrusting a fish to a cat and calling her criticism of him disappointing. He then mentions another disappointment in Korea, a thief who stole his treasured asset. An aide whispers more details in Don King's ear, catching his full attention. Dr. Ruthless quietly reacts to the new information. Don King pauses the meeting for a 10-minute break. During the break, Don King steps aside with his aide to talk privately. He is told the thief left home and is believed to be hiding in Gatam Villezone after disappearing in Namgang district. Don King confirms the location, repeating Gatam Villezone thoughtfully. He reflects grimly that the thief is now causing trouble there in various ways. The narration comments that Gatam Villezone is truly a place where no affection is shown. The scene returns to Gatam Villezone's exterior by day. Inside its facilities, we see a labeled personal training room. Books on meditation and its essence lie open, showing the method of Kangwoo's current training. Kangwoo sits cross-legged in full gear, meditating with Darkstar floating beside him. He asks if transcendental evolution is possible through this kind of training, and Darkstar scolds him for speaking during meditation. Darkstar concedes the question is understandable and says the answer requires understanding the core of transcendental mythology. Darkstar explains that villains gain immense power through awakening, but that power feeds on the 7 deadly sins. He adds that, as Don King once said, Repeated awakenings grant strength but eventually cause a villain to lose themselves and become a rampaging monster. Kangwoo summarizes that the key is not losing oneself and asks how that connects to meditation. Darkstar introduces the concept of metacognition and asks if Kangwoo has heard the term. Curious, Kangwoo opens his eyes and asks what it means, while Darkstar chides him again for breaking meditation. Darkstar defines metacognition as the ability to judge and monitor one's own thoughts, knowing right from wrong and recognizing one's own ignorance. Kangwoo wonders if such an ability is really powerful, and Darkstar insists it becomes crucial in certain situations. Darkstar compares it to dreaming, explaining that when metacognition shuts down, people can commit antisocial, inhuman acts without restraint, just as in dreams. Kangwoo infers that villains lose their metacognitive ability with each awakening, and Darkstar confirms this. Kangwoo begins to conclude that the essence of transcendental evolution lies in preserving that self-awareness. He resumes meditation intent on mastering this core principle. His phone vibrates. He checks it and senses that something unexpected has occurred. The story cuts back to Heaven Pub's exterior sign. A noisy line of costume patrons crowds the entrance as staff try to organize them. Inside, Rosetail, now in cutesy attire, blushes as he happily waits for his grapefruit ade with a sullen companion. 2 tall glasses of grapefruit ade are served. A charming maid tells them to enjoy their drinks. The scene shifts to Incheon Airport on a bright day. Security personnel and bystanders move through the terminal as someone important arrives. A masked, well-dressed woman steps forward with her entourage. She introduces herself as Ji-Suin, deputy head of the Special Task Force, and greets a man named Lee Dae-woong. They shake hands politely. A powerful psyker named Lillian Griffith appears, noting she expected her subordinates Raoul and Ricky to greet her. Ji-Suin says she personally came to escort Lillian by car, apologizing if it was an inconvenience. Another agent states they will take Lillian to Lampas's Korean branch after making a brief scheduled stop. Lillian agrees and says they should first visit Money King. A surveillance drone hovers above the group, watching them. Sensing it, Lillian remarks that someone is tailing them like an annoying fly. Back at Gatam Zone, Kangwoo is asked why he suddenly summoned his allies. He explains that a major figure just landed at Incheon Airport, likely a top-class psyker. The analyst jokes that Kangwoo guessed too easily. He reveals via hologram that the newcomer is the famed White Witch, Lillian Griffith, feared as the Grim Reaper among American villains. Darkstar assumes Kangwoo must know her if she is from America, but Kangwoo says nothing. The team speculates that she came to Korea to stop Kangwoo from fighting, and Kangwoo admits that might indeed be her purpose. The masked man reasons that if the woman came to Korea for Cashin, she might visit Gatam to meet him. His companion predicts she will meet Money King first, surprising him that a psyker would seek out an evil monarch. The visor-wearing strategist explains that Griffith recognizes the woman as a major figure who only confronts opponents on her own level. The red-masked subordinate fumes that the woman is insulting their boss and imagines Black Ghost ordering her execution, while Cashin stays silent. Cashin is reminded he recently gained another devoted follower, Darkstar, who was seen with Black Ghost that morning. They recount that Darkstar is a notorious villain who conquered regions through destruction, so having him as an ally makes them feel secure. Attention turns to Rosetail, with Cashin admitting he is worried she might lose control. A comrade says he understands Cashin's reason for bringing Rosetail, but insists it remains a major risk. Cashin assures them he will personally take responsibility and stop Rosetail if she goes insane. Another ally urges them to trust the boss's judgment, even joking that watching Rosetail go crazy might be entertaining. Cashin notes that only a few in their Zone know Rosetail, and says he has already warned Black Hand and Python to be cautious. As Cashin heads out to check on Rosetail, he explains he is concerned the loan shark might exploit her. Watching him leave, his allies wonder if his concern means he has feelings for Rosetail. At the Green Factory building, a meeting from the previous day is recalled. Someone reflects that they never expected all the evil monarchs to gather in America, where Lampas's headquarters is located. Now in Korea, Money King remarks on Len's girl's usefulness and suspects the visitor did not travel just to praise her. He admits being impressed by Lampas's intelligence network and vows to tighten security for future secret meetings. When asked the reason for the visit, Griffith bluntly requests that Money King postpone his match against Cashin, which he calls an impudent demand. Griffith acknowledges postponement would damage his honor by making him look afraid to fight. Money King presses her on Lampas's true motives, while she insists Lampas highly values its relationship with the evil monarchs and tells him to stop making absurd assumptions. He muses that only a few people in Lampas have the clout to push Griffith into making such a request. Griffith silently considers this while sipping her drink. Money King pointedly asks if her boss is behind the request. He wonders aloud if Lampas fears that fighting Cashin would disrupt the world's order. Lampas's representative dismisses speculation and states he will not grant the postponement regardless of the reason. Money King believes Lampas is satisfied with the current psyker-villain balance, but he feels the relationship has changed. Griffith notes that villains with 2 attributes are extremely rare and that Cashin, possessing 2, suddenly rose in power and challenged an evil monarch. Money King says anyone would be uneasy about such a development. He accepts Griffith's offer but pointedly asks if Lampas intends to kill Cashin. Griffith counters that Lampas was founded to uphold world peace and justice. Hearing this, Money King smirks and lights a cigar. He deems her answer acceptable, yet internally she is told to try harder if she wants to sway him. Back in Gatam Villezone, Heaven Pub is introduced as the setting. A crowd of excited villains lines up outside the pub, clearly drawn by something inside. Cashin enters the bustling pub and asks why it is so crowded. The pub's flamboyant owner scolds him for skipping the line despite being the boss and asks him to follow customer rules, but Cashin says he is there on business. Cashin notes how packed it is while the owner proudly credits his business skills, as a masked girl at the bar serves grapefruit ade to customers. Cashin dryly remarks that the owner lies and is the real villain, since the only drink sold is grapefruit ade. Rosetail, dressed as a maid, happily serves customers. Cashin is relieved to see her enjoying herself but warns the owner not to overwork her, and the owner says she is just a one-day hire for the rush. Among the patrons, a villain with a star-marked mask watches with an unnervingly wide grin. At another part of the bar, staff in maid outfits bluntly tell customers to order the only menu item and pay cash since cards are not accepted. A sign outside flips to indicate the pub is on break. Over a grapefruit ade, someone remarks that it is finally peaceful and quiet. Cashin drinks his ade during the break, complaining that pubs are supposed to be quiet, while the owner protests it is their rest time. Rosetail shyly approaches and confirms that he is Cashin. She formally thanks Cashin for letting her stay and work there. The owner jokes that he should be the one getting thanks for bringing in business, then observes Cashin is still hanging around Rosetail. Cashin, somewhat awkward, says he has a question for Rosetail and is told to ask it. Rosetail asks if Cashin knows the man who saved her, saying Cashin resembles him. She describes her savior as having gentle, clear eyes and says she even drew his face, which surprises Cashin. Rosetail shows her drawing. The picture turns out to be a crude sketch of Cashin's one-eyed shadow companion, confusing everyone. She then asks Cashin if he recognizes who the drawing is supposed to be. Elsewhere at the Green Factory, someone comments that Griffith has nerve. Outside the building, agents discuss how bold Griffith is to meet Money King alone, concluding she has strong self-confidence. One agent muses that anything can happen in this world. Another wonders if Griffith is overconfident, but her partner asserts that great people must first believe in themselves. Griffith walks out, silently determined. Her subordinate tries to object, but she cuts him off and tells him to be quiet because Griffith is arriving. Griffith and her masked aide approach the waiting pair. One of the watchers thinks Griffith did not come outside for his sake and wonders what her true intent is. Money King later questions whether Griffith's aim with the meeting was simply to provoke him. He asks his aide Nanchiolo for an assessment, and Nanchiol answers that Griffith is among the top-tier psychers. Nanchiol adds that Griffith's reputation also comes from her ruthless psychological manipulation. The narration warns that taking her words at face value is dangerous. Money King concludes that Lampas likely intends to use him as a pawn rather than merely provoke him. He smirks at this assumption. Outraged, he says Lampas must think little of him to equate him with a rookie like Cashin. Nanchiol remarks that if Lampas underestimates why a beast is feared, Money King decides they will have to teach Lampas a lesson through force. The scene shifts back to Gatam Villezone. At a nearby workshop, a message begins that something has happened suddenly. The tech operative informs Cashin's group that Don King's camp has just set the date for the match. Cashin asks when it is and learns the fight is in 10 days, chosen unilaterally. Since they delegated scheduling authority to Don King, Cashin accepts the date but feels the timing is strangely abrupt. The tech speculates Griffith's recent visit to Korea may have influenced Don King after they met that afternoon. Cashin internally notes how well informed his ally always is. Cashin asks if this intel came from drones, and the tech explains they instead hid tiny cameras around the buildings to avoid detection. Cashin's eye sharpens as he formulates a plan. He asks if there are any drones still available. The tech confirms there are and asks Cashin what he needs them for. Cashin intends to use drones to watch potential sniper positions outside the Villezone, which puzzles the tech. When asked who might be targeted, Cashin calmly answers that he expects someone to come for him. His reflection appears in the visor of his surprised ally. The tech worries that monitoring such a large area might exhaust their drones, but Cashin says they already narrowed down the likely sites. He adds that capable men have been working on the surveillance since that morning. Cashin also insists they need interior detection gear to spot hidden enemies, and the tech starts listing the necessary additions for the drones. Cashin admits he does not know the full story behind Lampas's moves but still wants to proceed. The tech, excited by the operation, happily agrees to pilot the drones. At the Lampas Korea branch, preparations on their side continue. Outside, Griffith is handed the keys to a requested vehicle. When offered a guide, she declines, saying she can manage. She is told that Raul and Rick are absent because they feel unwell. Her escort explains they partied all night celebrating a colleague's college entrance exam. Griffith remarks that they have quickly adopted Korean drinking habits, amusing her subordinate. The escort says he will take his leave, and Griffith thanks him for his work. He departs in his car. Inside, he checks and confirms there are no tracking or listening devices planted in the vehicle. He reasons that Lampas would have no excuse if caught bugging an evil monarch's car. Griffith is informed that Don King has now officially notified them of the match date with Cashin, and she comments that the old man must be getting nervous. She asks her aide if he thinks Don King will lose to Cashin, and he replies that the outcome of a fight is only known once they clash. Pressed on who he would bet on, he admits Don King in his prime would have been the obvious choice, but he is no longer sure. He quotes the saying that hesitation is poison and asks if Griffith plans to go to Gatam to meet Cashin. Griffith mentally scoffs at the idea, saying there is no need to meet him directly. She declares that dangerous seeds are best destroyed early, and that her aide is ideal for such elimination missions. He grips the steering wheel tightly in response. The aide, revealed as a rank psyker and sniper Adam Clay, accepts the assignment. The scene shifts to ruined buildings outside Gatamville Zone. A vantage skyscraper is shown, hinting at a future sniping point. A small surveillance camera there is shattered. Adam, watching through binoculars, says he has found the spot he wants. He sights Cashin in the pub flirting with Rosetail through his scope and vows to send this trash to hell. Adam calculates the 2-kilometer distance, boasting that his supersonic armor-piercing bullet will easily assassinate Cashin. The narration compares Adam's skills with the famed sniper Ma Kuang-ho, saying the difference is barely measurable. Adam trusts his super perception ability to ensure he cannot miss. Suddenly his attention is caught by a drone entering view. He realizes in shock that a drone has been hovering nearby without his notice. Cashin appears via projected presence, saying the drone has been watching ever since Adam started giggling to himself. A comedic aside shows Cashin ordering multiple grapefruit aids at the pub while Black Hand worries about his intake. Back in the building, Cashin crashes through the window, startling Adam. Cashin tells Adam he can tell from his behavior that the sniper was only watching through the scope instead of firing. Adam nervously demands confirmation. A flashback shows Cashin entrusting Black Hand with a dangerous mission beforehand. Cashin thinks he almost arrived too late, and could have regretted it if Adam had pulled the trigger sooner. Facing Adam, Cashin denies being a psyker and calls himself a villain, then challenges Adam's assumption about the Villezone rules. He identifies his opponent as the ruthless sniper Adam, shocking him. Cashin further reveals he knows Adam's background as a celebrated Special Forces marksman. Cashin points out that as a villain he understands villains well, implying Adam cannot escape easily. Griffith's earlier question about whether her aide came alone echoes in the narrative. Cashin answers that there are in fact 2 of them, referring to himself and his shadow companion. Adam looks toward the sky, realizing the situation has turned against him. Furious at being tricked, he draws a handgun and charges. Cashin blocks the shot with his empowered arm and counters with a powerful strike. Enraged, Cashin declares that he is the one who should be angry and launches Adam violently across the room. Adam is hurled back by the impact, smashing into the environment. Desperate, he draws a combat knife. He lunges again, panting and determined to turn the fight around with the blade. Cashin, now excited, smiles confidently at the challenge. Adam recognizes that Cashin's physical strength and speed both surpass his own, fitting the rumors that he defeated Rosetail. Still, Adam insists better stats do not guarantee victory, and rushes to prove his fighting skill. Cashin closes in with overwhelming speed, bearing down on the sniper. Adam thinks that if he can keep the battle in close quarters and prevent special techniques, he might still have a chance. Their weapons and blows clash in a flurry of red and blue energy as the duel intensifies. Adam feels the momentum shifting in his favor and resolves to press harder. Cashin suddenly shatters Adam's knife with a forceful move, stunning him. Adam is horrified that his blade could break under that level of power. Cashin immediately follows up with a crushing kick to Adam's torso, sending him flying and crying out. The narration notes that Cashin lands yet another clean hit on his opponent. Cashin smashes an enemy into the ground with a powerful blue punch. Cashin assures the defeated enemy he will not kill him. Cashin, glowing with power, approaches the fallen man saying he has many questions. Another voice declares that Cashin will not get the chance to question him. A furious woman with crystal power appears, cracking the surroundings. She charges toward Cashin, shattering the area as he braces himself. Her sudden attack blasts Cashin hard into the ground. Cashin glares intensely, preparing to respond. A blonde psyker with a massive crystal arm dives toward fallen Cashin. Cashin meets her charge and smashes her crystal arm upward in a huge clash. The masked sniper is shocked by this unexpected counterattack. The blonde psyker compliments Cashin's counterattack while facing him. Her status is revealed as S+ rank striker Lillian Griffiths, wielder of Or powers. The battle has devastated the upper floors of the high-rise building. Cashin asks if Griffiths is trying to pressure him and mocks her ruthless reputation. Griffiths silently appraises him, crystal arm ready. She formally demands that Cashin cancel his upcoming duel with Don King. Cashin dryly notes her demand sounds like an order, not a request. Cashin refuses and insists she simply answer him. Griffiths calls his refusal disappointing and says the original order was misguided. Cashin says Lampus should apologize for violating the Villezone Accords by trying to snipe him, and he might consider canceling then. Griffiths feigns ignorance, asking who supposedly fired a shot and accusing him of baseless claims. Cashin's shadow companion notes she plans to deny involvement to the end. Cashin says he actually has proof. He reveals drone footage of the attempted murder, saying the girl beside Griffiths is clearly recorded. The recording plays the sniper mocking Cashin for flirting while unaware he is about to die. The video then has Griffiths calling Cashin trash and vowing to send him to hell. Cashin muses that posting this evidence online would be entertaining. Griffiths calls Cashin a vile devil for using such leverage. Enraged, Griffiths powers up, saying she disliked his name from the very beginning. She unleashes her technique crystal explosion on Cashin, filling the space with shattering crystals. The two are blasted out through the building walls into the open sky. Griffiths pursues him outside, gathering even more crystalline energy. She slams down her next move, Diamond Smash, in another massive blow. Cashin survives, landing on the street and readying his blue arm again. He and Griffiths now face each other on the ground amid falling debris. Griffiths is stunned that her previous direct hit left Cashin essentially unharmed. Cashin criticizes her for attacking without hesitation, questioning her manners as a top psyker. Griffiths retorts that filming people without consent gives him no right to lecture about manners. One of Cashin's allies interjects, telling Griffiths not to speak ill of their boss. The ally admits he was actually the one who filmed without permission. Griffiths realizes Cashin did not come to this encounter alone. Another comrade appears behind Cashin, saying they would never let their boss take such risks alone. That comrade adds that he too has brought backup. Griffiths' subordinates angrily demand to know who dared target their boss. She shouts again, demanding the identity of the one who attacked Cashin. Cashin's entire villain crew steps forward, surrounding Griffiths. The next morning at Lampa's Korean branch, staff wonder about the uproar caused overnight. A staffer explains that the American guest caused trouble with someone from America, likely Raoul and Rick. He clarifies it was not them but Griffith who caused the incident. They discuss that the secretive top-class psyker who arrived yesterday actually tried to assassinate Cashin, stressing it is confidential. The red-haired man is shocked that a world-class psyker attempted Cashin's assassination. After calming down, he asks what happened. The colleague says she failed, which is why things are so chaotic. The colleague comments that Griffith far exceeded her authority, leading to all executives being summoned to the branch manager. They confirm the public only knows there was a night battle between psychers and villains. The bigger issue, he says, is that the attacker is a famous world-class psyker and that her secret visit turned into a civilian area fight. He adds that the real problem is she was recorded while trying to kill Cashin and that Gatam Vilzone holds that evidence. They suspect Gatam Vilzone may now want something in exchange, which is why everyone has been called. The red-haired man asks who won the clash between Cashin and Griffith. The answer is unclear, but it seems Griffith surrendered once she was surrounded by villains. He muses that a top-class psyker surrendering to a villain was actually clever in that desperate situation. He asks if Griffith is still held captive by villains. The colleague says she was freed immediately, which the red-haired man calls a relief. The colleague counters that the real issue is precisely that she was released. He explains that a psyker being imprisoned inside a Vilzone would have justified Lampa's launching an attack on that Vilzone. Now Lampa's already has sufficient grounds to attack Gatam Vilzone, and the spread of the video is only a secondary concern. The red-haired man worries about coming public backlash over the assassination attempt. His colleague predicts Lampa's will claim the attempt was Griffith's personal action, not in Lampa's interest. He adds Lampa's might frame it as an internal dispute over responsibility, which will likely end in their favor. The red-haired man replies that Lampa's has probably already lost that chance. They note that reporters have swarmed outside, clearly tipped off by someone. The purple-haired staffer warns him to avoid talking to reporters at all, or he will suffer for any slip. The red-haired man falls silent, thinking about the warning. He concludes internally that Griffith badly underestimated Gatam Vilzone. The scene shifts to Gatam Vilzone, showing its cityscape. In Cashin's personal training room, someone shouts for their liege. Cashin, annoyed at the noise, asks why his underling is so loud early in the morning. Two butler-like followers grandly announce they came to offer morning greetings, which Cashin bluntly rejects. One butler proudly explains that appearing immaculate in their best clothes is the basic duty of servants. Cashin asks why the second butler is there as well. The first says he welcomed him because the man sincerely desires to serve Cashin, while reminding Cashin he is still the first servant. Another ally enthusiastically declares he will take a commemorative photo of his brothers. He snaps a goofy chibi photo of the three, then insists it is a masterpiece and wants to take another. Cashin sighs in exhaustion while his shadow comments that he looks worn out. One butler says that because Cashin went through a rough time, they prepared him breakfast. They wheel in a cart with a special nutritious meal, prompting Cashin to tell them simply to eat quietly. The butlers insist Cashin must look after his health, but he angrily repeats that they should be quiet. The scene cuts to a bright sky, transitioning to a new location. A tranquil golf course and lake are shown under the morning sun. As a golf ball rests on the green, someone calls the situation ridiculous. A man golfing complains that he wanted headlines about himself as Money King, but Cashin and Griffith stole the spotlight in less than a day. His bespectacled aide reasons that Cashin is not an attention seeker, and wonders if there is another motive they missed. The golfer asks who Griffith fought. The aide says their Lampa's informant confirmed it was Cashin. The golfer concludes Cashin and Griffith could not have met by chance. The aide says they are still gathering details, but the golfer claims the reason is already obvious. He states Griffith tried to assassinate Cashin and failed, saying she greatly underestimated him. He generalizes that many top-class psychers are arrogant, believing themselves unbeatable. Yet he admits that although Cashin is his future opponent, he respects what Cashin accomplished. His golf balls roll impressively close to the hole. One ball drops neatly into the cup. Smiling, the golfer says news of all this may already have reached a certain important person. The scene shifts to Gatam Vilzone's Heaven pub. Inside, drinks and a special sandwich are served to Cashion's group. The flamboyant pub owner notes Cashin has been visiting often. Cashin says it is because the sandwiches are good. Cashion's ally complains that he did not get a sandwich, only the promised grapefruit drink. The ally argues he worked all night and deserves more than a drink, while Cashin points out he enjoyed the work. The ally remarks that Lampas is probably in a frantic executive meeting and that their silence only increases Lampa's distress. Curious, the pub owner asks what they did. Cashin tells him to stay ignorant, while ordering another sandwich. Cashin notices more allies arriving and comments that everyone is now present. Mujin and the masked woman enter the pub together. Cashin's ally asks why Mujin is here. Cashin explains he invited her because they will need Winterbell's help. Mujin suggests moving to a table, and the waitress shows them where to sit. As they move, the masked woman briefly startles the waitress. The waitress, Rosetail, looks up with wide, surprised eyes. Mujin internally recognizes the girl as Rosetail in disbelief. Back at the Lampas branch, officials gather outside a meeting room. Griffith quietly drums her fingers, saying she feels deeply ashamed. The sniper laments that if he had been more cautious things might differ, but Griffith tells him not to dwell on the past. She takes responsibility, saying her own misjudgment of Gatam Vilzone's strength was the main mistake. She reflects that she never expected them to foresee the sniping and monitor the area with drones guided by an astute strategist. Griffith looks contemplative, acknowledging how thoroughly she was outmaneuvered. She admits she knows regret is pointless yet cannot help feeling it strongly. The sniper listens silently, troubled by her words. He offers to report that the attack idea and execution were solely his, so he alone takes the blame. Griffith sharply asks if he thinks she is someone who shifts responsibility, and he hurriedly denies it. She firmly identifies herself as Lillian Griffith, that top-class psyker, implying she will face the consequences personally. The sniper apologizes for his earlier suggestion, and she tells him to stop saying such nonsense. Placing her hand on the window, she says that although the result was unfortunate, he still worked hard for a good outcome. She resolves that it is now her turn to act. The sniper reacts with startled eyes to her decision. Griffith leaves, promising she will return. The story cuts back to Heaven Pub. Someone there repeats the name Rosetail in confusion. Rosetail, still working as a maid, quietly wipes tables. Cashion's group debates whether leaving her alone is safe, while Cashin insists there have been no problems so far. He explains Rosetail still lacks memories and powers, making her effectively an ordinary civilian. The pub owner reassures them that if trouble arises, this supposedly corrupt but peace-loving pub owner will handle it. He serves special grapefruit drinks to Mujin's team, surprising them since they had not ordered. He says the drinks are complimentary for such important guests. The masked woman eyes him warily. Mujin praises the taste and proudly says it is delicious because he made it. Cashin wonders how the masked woman can even drink with her face covered, and she replies that it is no problem. She activates a mechanism in her mask. A small opening appears, allowing a straw to pass through. Cashin is amazed that her mask includes such a function. His ally proudly notes the mask's craftsmanship, revealing he designed it. Mujin decides they have exchanged enough pleasantries and suggests moving to serious matters. Cashin proposes they begin by discussing what compensation they should demand from Lampas for the assassination attempt. Mujin suggests options like a large sum of money or asking for someone's release from prison. Cashin dismisses both, saying he neither wants money nor has anyone he wishes freed, even briefly wondering if Lampas might possess space station blueprints. Mujin, unsurprised by his answer, confirms that space station plans are off the table and that Cashin truly seeks neither money nor a prisoner's release. Cashin considers the suggestion of offering Griffith immunity and thinks it is a decent idea. The woman says she has something she wants to know. She asks how Cashin predicted that Griffith would attempt to assassinate him. Cashin thinks he cannot simply claim he just knew, since even a seer could not have foreseen Griffith's attack. Cashin explains that Griffith loathes him so much she would do anything to kill him. Adam silently listens, processing Cashin's statement. Cashin's masked subordinate also listens intently. The woman asks if Cashin and Griffith are enemies. She presses him to clarify what their relationship actually is. Adam recalls Griffith's goal is to erase the name Cashin from the world and wonders why she targets his very name. Cashin states that Cashin is his own name. He reveals that Cashin is also the name of a notorious traitor. Cashin adds that this traitor Cashin was a top-level psyker. A flashback begins at Lampa's South Korean branch where students call out to Instructor Griffith. The younger Cashin is scolded in the hallway while being told that once an instructor, always an instructor. Young Cashin boasts to Griffith that he has become a top-class psyker too. Griffith reacts with a mocking laugh. She tells him he is still an immature child who has never once beaten her. She continues that a child should stay humble, while a colleague notes those words were from long ago. During a later briefing, Griffith yells at Cashin to return, and he hurriedly complies. Cashin runs back while his two colleagues watch silently. The colleagues remark that Griffith could at least praise her student instead of being so harsh, but she insists praise would spoil him. Griffith internally concludes that it is still too early to compliment Cashin. She decides she will only praise him once he surpasses her. Returning to the present cityscape, Griffith reflects that she never did manage to compliment him. A cleaner is knocked down as someone arrives violently at Gatam zone. Griffith watches the cleaner and thinks she failed to praise Cashin despite how easy it would have been. She senses the powerful presence of the person who just arrived. Approaching a masked guard, she remarks that it is surprising to meet such a strong person at the entrance, and realizes she underestimated Gatam. She tells the guard they must postpone their match because she came to meet someone. The guard silently adjusts in response. Griffith prepares deadly crystallized power in her hand in case her target refuses her. A voice orders the cleaner to step aside. Griffith turns toward the voice, alert. The newcomer declares Griffith is his guest. Cashin appears and tells the guard to treat Griffith with respect. The narration jumps to 4 days earlier at Lampa's Washington branch. A colleague rushes down the hallway shouting Griffith's name. Griffith turns as she is called. Her colleague struggles to keep up and wonders why Griffith walks so fast. The colleague asks Griffith to confirm that she is going to Korea with Adam to meet the evil monarch called Money King. Griffith silently opens a canned drink, thinking. Cashin narrates that a villain in Korea uses the name Cashin. Griffith describes that this villain is an arrogant opponent of Money King. The colleague realizes what Griffith might be planning. Griffith teasingly asks if the colleague thinks she will assassinate that villain, and the colleague points out that bringing Adam along makes it suspicious. Griffith replies that if someone has sinned they should be punished. In a chibi flashback, she insists it is fine if a filthy villain dies, while others complain that her ments copy this attitude, especially Cashin. Griffith softly agrees. She reveals to the colleague that Cashin was once her own mentee as well. She states that though branded a traitor, Cashin was an honorable top-class psyker whose name should not be sullied by a villain. The colleague is shocked by this revelation. Griffith says that as Cashin's mentor she must protect his honor. She resolves to do this even if she is reprimanded for it. Griffith concludes that such resolve is what a psyker should have. The story returns to Gatam Vilzone's rooftops. Cashin again tells the guard that Griffith is his guest. He repeats that she must be treated with respect. Cashin and Griffith face each other across the rooftop as tension rises. Griffith wonders why such an important person has come to a shabby place like this. She glances at Cashin, surprised. Black Anvil quietly informs his team that Griffith is a top-class psyker. Griffith studies Cashin calmly. Adam notes that Griffith remains composed and wonders if this is how a top-class psyker behaves. Addressing her courteously, Cashin asks why someone of her level came here and whether she intends to apologize. His companions question whether his tone is really respectful, while Black Anvil shrugs. Griffith answers that she came to make Cashin an offer, and he retorts he owes her no courtesy. She says he can do as he wishes but she will not share a meal with a villain, since psychers and villains cannot exchange pleasantries. Cashin jokingly asks if villains are disgusting despite showering often, while Griffith tells him to stop with nonsense. Griffith puts a hand inside her coat and declares she came for a single reason. She formally challenges Cashin to a one-on-one duel where the loser must grant the winner's wish. Cashin pauses and thinks about it. Griffith taunts that he should not be afraid and reminds him their previous fight was interrupted. Cashin casually admits he is scared. She is surprised he admits to fear. Cashin says it is natural to fear a top-class psyker like the White Witch. He adds that what matters is facing that fear. He defines courage as confronting that fear. Cashin smiles and says he intends to overcome it. Griffith completes the shared credo, saying one must then dominate the battlefield. Black Anvil and the woman remark how Cashin and Griffith suddenly sound in perfect sync. Griffith admits Cashin has solid fundamentals for a mere villain and asks if he will accept the duel. Cashin agrees, saying he would feel bad refusing someone who challenged him and describing the thrill of overcoming fear as like being pricked by needles. He remembers his rival in training and vows that, having conquered fear, he will win if they fight. In the present, Griffith admits Cashin oddly irritates her. Power surging, she declares she cannot let him live and will crush him to erase his smug expression. Adam starts to warn Cashin before the fight begins. He tries to explain Griffith's power level but Cashin cuts him off, saying he already understands. Adam is left speechless. Cashin thinks grimly that he knows Griffith's strength all too well. Griffith likewise steels herself. They charge at each other, launching their duel. Griffith lands the first heavy blow. Cashin counters with a powerful electrified strike. Griffith continues with rapid punches, pressing Cashin back. She smashes him with a devastating attack that sends blood flying. Cashin is hurled away by the explosive impact. Griffith notices he is willingly retreating toward a corner, and wonders why he is disadvantaging himself. She reasons that Cashin is too cunning to do something pointless. Cashin steadies himself, electricity armoring his fists. Griffith decides it must be a trap but charges anyway with crystal arm raised. Cashin slams an electrified blow into the wall, cracking it. He unleashes the ranged attack shadow knives at Griffith. Griffith angrily calls it a lowly skill as she readies a counterattack. She responds by forming a massive diamond spear and vows to crush him. Cashin's attack fails to scratch her diamond armor, making her realize his durability rivals diamond. She grudgingly acknowledges shadow knives as a good technique. However, she completely covers herself in diamond armor, saying it will not work on her. The scene cuts back briefly to Lampa's South Korea branch. An alarm blares through the building. Agents hear that a huge emergency has arisen. Another agent rushes in asking what happened. The messenger reports that Griffith has vanished from the interrogation room while still in custody. The agents fear she may have headed to Gatam. They add that a special task force has been mobilized and the situation is chaotic. One agent worriedly thinks of Cashin. Meanwhile, punching bags shake violently in a training room. In a past sparring match, Griffith chokes Cashin from behind, forcing him to surrender. Observers comment they expected his loss and mock him for being caught from behind. Griffith tells the exhausted Cashin that his stiff, predictable movements make him easy to read. Cashin pants from the lesson. Remembering this, he now asks Griffith if she claims she can read him completely. His rival grins confidently in that memory. Griffith advises him to study many fighting styles so he can move unpredictably. Cashin had remarked then how hard it is to earn a compliment from her. She tells him that in their purely physical spar he was at a disadvantage, and hints he might have won if allowed to use his fire ability Hellfire, though another warns the room would be destroyed. Cashin asks if Hellfire would work on Griffith, and his friend explains her full diamond body could defend against it, while Cashin notes that even diamond can burn. He believes that if Hellfire hits properly, anything, including diamond, will burn. His friends protest that using it repeatedly is already nearly impossible, especially against a top-class psyker. Cashin internally brushes off their concern. He vows to become Lampus's youngest top-class psyker and tells them to just watch. Back in the present, Cashin again unleashes shadow knives. Griffith darts through the storm of blades using her crystalline body for defense. Cashin continues his slashing barrage. He focuses that power into a single attribute attack. The blow slams against Griffith's diamond armor. She is shocked to realize he can precisely control shadow knives. The converging blades crash down on her in a massive strike. Black Anvil is amazed that Griffith blocked every blade. Enraged but protected, Griffith stares out from within the cracked crystal. Cashin suddenly surrounds them with blazing blue flames. He reveals the technique Hellfire, engulfing the area. Cashin gathers even more flames around himself. He then unleashes double Hellfire, amplifying the inferno. Adam and the others observe he is casting fire skills consecutively and wonder if he intends to incinerate Griffith. Cashin's expression shows he is completely serious. Griffith responds by erecting a massive diamond shield to block the Hellfire, and accuses him of even copying his old rival's skills. Cashin notes that even that rival could not chain Hellfire like this and reflects that Griffith still blocked it, proudly stating he trained hard. Griffith, half encased in crystal, is unsettled by hearing a villain talk about working hard. She roars for him to die and triggers her own ultimate attack, Crystal Explosion. Griffith's diamond fist swells with explosive power as she prepares to follow through. Griffith is shocked to see a crack forming in her supposedly unbreakable diamond armor. She realizes her opponent is trying to overload her with impacts until the armor shatters. Impressed, she internally calls his tactic clever. However, she dismisses it, thinking she can simply regenerate any damaged diamond armor. She believes his attacks are pointless unless he can destroy the armor in a single blow, and charges him. Cashin powers up his fist with intense blue energy. He blitzes in and smashes into Griffith, breaking through her diamond defenses. The empowered punch slams into her torso, sending cracks and shockwaves through her armor. The clash creates a massive explosion of energy and debris across the rooftop. Griffith recovers and rushes back toward Cashin for another exchange. The two combatants face each other again at a distance on the ruined rooftop. Griffith, bewildered by his techniques, wonders how such a fighting style is even possible. She questions Cashin about who taught him to fight, insisting he must have had an instructor, while he dodges the question. Cashin answers that he learned from many people, prompting Griffith to ask if one of them was an outer. Cashin tells her she will get that answer only if she manages to defeat him. When Griffith asks what he intends to do if he wins, Cashin says he will simply send her back the way she came. Nearby, a masked observer comments that he plans to take the prestigious name Cashin for himself, realizing the name is the core of this conflict. Cashin asks Griffith if she opposed his using the name of a dead top-class psyker, and if that was why she tried to have him sniped. In a brief flashback, the real Cashin promises not to dishonor the name, while Griffith argues that the villain already has by using it. Cashin accepts her stance and says the matter must be settled by seeing who wins their battle. A mysterious red-eyed figure suddenly locks onto the scene. Cashin and Griffith simultaneously sense the hostile gaze and look toward its source in alarm. The heavy cleaner with the glowing brush charges in front of Griffith, revealing himself as the sniper who intervened. With an unsettling look, he prepares to use his brush weapon again. Watching, Winterbell's people wonder if this surprise attack was orchestrated by Griffith. The support psyker with goggles leaps into action, wielding his massive hammer gun. He explains that by analyzing the bullet's angle and trajectory, he can triangulate the shooter's location. He decides to also use drones and CCTV feeds to sweep the surrounding area. Cashin's telepathic voice tells him not to bother searching for the shooter. Griffith kneels, picking up a fragment of the bullet, and saying she already suspects who fired it. She studies the evidence closely, reflecting on what it reveals. Recognizing it as a special round meant to kill great villains, she understands the assassination attempt was serious. Declaring that, as Gatam's boss, she cannot ignore such an attack, she asks Cashin directly who the sniper is. Griffith and Cashin silently regard each other, tension hanging over the question. Cashin stares back, waiting for her decision. Griffith concludes aloud that the assassin is targeting her specifically and tells Cashin not to meddle in matters that do not concern him. She apologizes for causing him trouble and says she hopes to repay the debt someday. She formally concedes, acknowledging Cashin as the victor. Cashin is surprised she gives up so readily, but she answers that the agreed condition leaves her no reason to stay. Cashin warns Griffith to be careful, saying he does not want her dying to another sniper shot. She coolly asks if they are close enough to worry about each other's safety, and he admits he is just being nosy. Griffith clarifies she only meant it is a shame their fight ended prematurely, and tells him not to misunderstand. She muses that since he spoke so strangely, she might as well respond in kind. Cashin replies that their duel was memorable and praises her fundamentals and techniques. He adds that to use her diamond skill more effectively she must fight more tactically. He advises her to anticipate opponents' movements and prepare counters in advance. Winterbell's people remark that it is unusual for a psyker to be giving a villain combat tips. As Griffith walks away, she wishes Cashin luck in his upcoming confrontation with Money King. Cashin silently watches her departure, thoughtful. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a tranquil sunset over Gatam City. Later, someone recalls the rooftop chaos, commenting on how wild the incident was. In a meeting room, Cashin recounts that the special task force was mobilized and everyone went on high alert. His colleagues note that Griffith's safe return quickly de-escalated the crisis. Cashin asks if anything else occurred. They answer that Griffith was arrested and will be summoned to America along with Adam. One colleague remembers Griffith saying she was being targeted and wonders what she meant. Cashin reveals that someone attempted to snipe Griffith while she was fighting him. Shocked, his students ask who would do that and whether the bullet was meant for Cashin instead. Cashin explains the assassin failed and fled but emphasizes how dangerous the attempt was. Asked if he identified the culprit, he says no, but that Griffith seems to have a strong suspicion. Winterbell's agent concludes that a villain must be targeting Griffith. Cashin challenges that assumption, asking why they are so sure the shooter is a villain. He points out that the attacker used a specialized bullet designed to kill great villains from long range, something beyond normal civilians. They infer that the shooter must be a psyker sniper, and Cashin confirms it was not Adam since Adam remained in custody. Cashin adds that the unknown shooter is even more skilled than Adam, and that someone in Korea matches that description. His listeners nervously begin to suspect who that person might be. The story jumps to the Lampa's South Korean branch headquarters. Inside, Griffith sits alone in an interrogation room, awaiting questioning. The door handle turns as someone enters the room. Griffith looks up as a suited man steps in, signaling the start of the interrogation. He reminds her that even top-class PS psychers must follow rules. Calling her reckless, he says her solo actions always end badly. Ma Kwang-ho, the Lampa's branch manager and top-class psyker, asks why she went through with the stunt despite knowing better. Griffith pointedly asks if that is why he shot her. She then demands to know whether he acted on higher UPS orders or of his own free will. Ma only smirks, avoiding a direct answer. He dismisses her questions and tells her to worry about her own uncertain future instead. Griffith replies that she will handle her own problems and sarcastically notes that, as a top-class psyker, he should mind his own business. Ma warns that after she returns to America she may no longer retain that top-class status. Griffith says he seems overly interested in others' affairs, and he retorts that they are not strangers, being peers at the top level. She agrees to treat him as a non-stranger and prepares to ask something serious. Griffith directly asks if he was the sniper who shot Cashin, the top-class psyker, in the past. Ma's expression tightens, revealing the question hits a nerve. He refuses to answer, instead mocking her obsession with uncovering what happened to that supposed traitor and offering unsolicited advice. He suggests that if she were indeed the shooter, she would not be able to escape the consequences forever. Griffith responds that whoever shot Cashin will one day have to pay for it. Ma only smiles thinly in response. He ends the conversation by saying he will look forward to how events unfold. That night, the scene shifts to the La Vie en Rose building under a starry sky. Inside, a black-haired woman calmly drinks tea in her robe. Two excitable girls burst in, proudly showing off a frilly maid outfit they have bought. They explain they purchased it for themselves because it was too cute to pass up. One girl asks the other to try it on, but Sella judges that the bust area is too small. The woman quietly recalls Cashin and Crow, her mind drifting to them as the girls play. She flatly says the outfit does not suit either of them, though the girls think it is wonderful and suggest she try it too. Called away to visit their friend Garnet, the twins dash out, leaving the robe-clad woman alone and slightly irritated. She eyes the discarded maid dress on the floor, conflicted. Picking it up, she grumbles about how vulgar it is that she is even considering wearing it. Despite her complaints, she puts the outfit on and finds it surprisingly fitting. The narrative returns to rainy Gatam zone, where preparations for Cashin's match continue. Online forums buzz with threads predicting Cashin's loss and mocking him, which frustrates his allies. The goggle-wearing support psyker laments that it is hard to find positive comments, noting that most people underestimate Cashin. He complains that his efforts to improve Gatam zone's image seem overshadowed by their boss's poor reputation. He pauses, mulling over something as he scans more data. A hooded hacker notes that the user Thorny Fish is spamming comments, and also posting under the name BC King. He explains he traced the multiple IDs because the negative posts about Cashin all come from the same IP address. They remark that this person spends all day insulting Cashin, clearly harboring a deep grudge. Cashin's ally pictures the sneering face of a dreadlocked fighter as the likely hater behind those IDs. He wonders why that particular man is the only person he can imagine. The hooded figure concludes that Cashin must now silence the critics by decisively beating Money King. Jokingly, the support psyker suggests sending Money King laxative-laced fruit as a fan gift to give Cashin an advantage. He then suddenly remembers something important. He realizes Crow has been absent lately and hears she is away on a task he himself requested. The narrative cuts to Crow on a dark mission, confirming it is indeed an important secret job. With a sly smile, the hacker hints that this secret mission is underway. Back at Lavion Rose, rain falls as the day of Cashin's duel draws nearer. Inside, someone recaps that the Cashin vs. Money King fight is scheduled for 1 week later. Winterbell's executives sit around the table asking how Cashin is preparing, and here he spends nearly all his time training. One offers to be Cashin's sparring partner but wonders whether he even needs their help. A cup is set down as someone considers how best to support him. The Winterbell leader remarks that with so many strong people gathered in Gatam Zone, they can back Cashin in indirect ways. Another executive asks if she intends to interfere directly in the upcoming fight, and she replies that Winterbell must get involved because the battle could shift the power balance. A skeptic questions whether Cashin can realistically defeat Money King. The leader explains that Money King is an evil monarch whose power far surpasses Cashin's current level despite his age. Others argue that Cashin has already defeated Rosetail and a top-class psyker, proving he might have a chance. They also note Griffith's top-class status. The Winterbell head states she believes Cashin does have a real shot. She emphasizes that Cashin's growth rate is so extreme that most people find it unbelievable, meaning he can surpass expectations. Even acknowledging the limited time before the match, she notes that he has repeatedly overcome the impossible. She concludes that their role is to handle outside threats so Cashin can focus solely on fighting Money King. Another executive concedes Money King's subordinates are troublesome but points out that the group has weakened after losing Rosetail. The leader warns that the true strategist commanding those subordinates is not Rosetail but someone else entirely. She identifies that unseen commander as Prince. She predicts that Prince will soon reveal himself. The scene moves to Neo Sentry's Green Factory building, another powerful organization's base. Inside its dark hallway, tension builds as someone approaches. The dreadlocked fighter storms in, demanding to see the president. Director O and a blue-haired subordinate inform him that the president is not present. He asks Director O to pass on a message in his stead. He wants the president told that he intends to fill one of the vacant intendant positions before the upcoming major event. He adds that because of Cashin, the president is in a difficult situation, and he is willing to eliminate Cashin himself. Director O listens in silence, assessing the brash request. He replies that becoming an intendant requires true qualifications, implicitly criticizing the man. When the dreadlocked fighter furiously asks if he is being called unqualified, Director O bluntly answers yes. The insult enrages the fighter, his eyes blazing. He shouts that Director O is looking down on him just because of his proximity to the president, which O calmly denies. Director O coldly states he is merely speaking the truth. The furious fighter charges, powering his mechanical arm with crackling electricity. His electrified punch hurtles toward Director O with lethal speed. Before it lands, the blue-haired subordinate effortlessly intercepts the attack and asks him to stop. She reminds him that blood ties to the president do not justify overstepping his position or acting out of line. Realizing he is outmatched and restrained, the dreadlocked fighter clicks his tongue in frustration as the confrontation stalls. The defeated robber storms off, vowing to return and challenge their confidence later. Cashin and Griffith quietly watch him leave, unfazed. The scene shifts to Gatam City. Walking through the city with his shadow companion, Cashin heads home early because he feels unwell. The shadow remarks that Cashin has been unusually distracted and asks why. Cashin admits he has a lot on his mind, mainly about Griffith's recent advice. He recalls Griffith repeatedly criticizing him for fighting with too much idealism. He explains that she scolded him for using tactics that were brave but not smart. The shadow concludes he was reprimanded for charging enemies head-on, which Cashin confirms while bystanders think he is talking to himself. The shadow warns him not to confront Money King directly, and urges him to become shrewder. Cashin wonders if becoming shrewder will make people hate him even more, recalling that even his driver said he is disliked. He tells the shadow people already hate him, which surprises it. As people nearby panic, the shadow notes that being hated did not bother Cashin before and asks why it does now, while Cashin wonders why citizens support the villain Money King. Cashin's thought is cut off mid-question. An explosion or shock wave suddenly blasts through the crowd near Cashin and his shadow. People scream that a villain has appeared and flee while Cashin turns toward the disturbance. The shadow infers that some accident or attack has just happened close by as the crowd scatters. Despite being maligned and compared unfavorably to Money King, Cashin decides he will still help the victims of the incident. He thinks that refusing to help when one has the power to do so is what truly makes someone a villain. Fired up by that conviction, he sprints toward the scene with his shadow trailing behind. Debris flies among tall buildings as the shock wave spreads through the city. Someone shouts for others to hurry amid the chaos. Masked robbers inside a building brandish guns and rush with bags of money. Stepping outside, they notice police or psychers in the distance and tense up. One robber threatens onlookers and declares they are villains from Gatam zone. A mechanical, clawed arm suddenly grabs the robber's gun as someone notes they are from Gatam. The robber is shocked as his weapon is restrained. Cashin, now in his combat suit, disarms the robber and states there are no robbers allowed in his territory, astonishing witnesses. He realizes the guns are only toys and questions who these robbers really are. Cashin demands to know who they are while holding the fake gun with his glowing arm. Recognizing Cashin, one robber panics and tries to flee. Cashin intercepts the fleeing robber and questions why he is abandoning his partner. Cashin moves in close with blinding speed. The fleeing robber launches a named spear kick attack at Cashin. Cashin dodges and comments that the robber is actually quite skilled. He counters with a swift strike, overwhelming the man. Cashin follows up with another powerful blow. The robber is knocked helplessly through the air. Cashin slams him into the ground, ending the fight. Pinning the robber, Cashin decides to unmask him since he claimed to be from Gatam. He rips off the mask and studies the robber's face. Seeing the revealed face, he remarks that the man does indeed look familiar. The scene jumps to the Lampa's South Korean branch headquarters. Inside, staff watch blurred footage of Cashin's intervention and angrily blame the psyker robber Cha In-byum. One officer feels embarrassed that a psyker robbed a bank while a villain acted like the police, and another clarifies that the robber is not actually a registered psyker. A female superior explains Cha In-byum was expelled from training school for illegal gambling and taking a shady loan. The purple-haired officer realizes that debt explains why In-byum tried to rob the bank. Watching the news broadcast, he complains that the blurred footage still clearly shows Cashin's face and argues that In-byum should have been obscured instead. His colleague coldly replies that criminals do not deserve anonymity, a harshness that makes him laugh awkwardly. She grumbles that because of Cashin she now has to work overtime before the weekend and asks if he contacted Wuchan. The officer says Wuchan messaged that he has been caught, puzzling her. He admits he told Wuchan to use the back entrance but guesses reporters ambushed him anyway. Outside the building, reporters surround Wuchan, grilling him about Cha In-byum's failed bank robbery and asking for his opinion. Wuchan downplays their connection, saying they only attended the same school and refusing further questions. A reporter counters that rumors claim Cha In-byum was framed and that the real culprit is the villain Cashin. The media speculate that Cashin framed In-byum to hide his own robbery attempt. Wuchan questions their source, but the reporter hides behind protecting informant anonymity. Wuchan insists this is the first he has heard of any framing and says the Cashin he knows would not resort to such dirty tricks. A reporter asks if he is defending Cashin, and Wuchan answers that he is only stating the truth. When they start to object, he cuts in to add more context. Wuchan recalls a past hostage crisis in Gatam where a mother and child were strapped with explosives by a mad villain called Blaster. He explains that Blaster, known for his love of explosives, was the mastermind of that incident. Wuchan reminds them that it was actually Cashin who subdued Blaster and rescued the hostages. Another reporter chimes in, extending the story. She brings up the notorious serial killer Blood Rain. Wuchan notes that people think he personally captured Blood Rain. He clarifies that while the official Lampa's report names him, in truth he only delivered the final capture. He reveals that Gatam Zone's boss Cashin is the one who truly defeated Blood Rain. The narrative returns to Gatam Zone. Time passes to the next day under clear skies. Cashin in his base reads something on a tablet and asks his shadow companion what it is. His tech ally projects a holographic article asking if Cashin is actually the guardian of Gatam rather than a villain. Handing him the device, the ally suggests Cashin read the article himself. Cashin reads the headline dubbing him Gatam's Dark Knight and looks puzzled. The ally summarizes that Cashin saved Blaster's hostages and defeated Blood Rain, feats Lampa's failed to accomplish. He adds that Cashin also stopped the bank robbery, yet the public still labels him an evil villain, which is why the media now cast him as a misunderstood Dark Knight. The ally notes that the Vilzone community boards are erupting with posts suddenly supporting Cashin instead of slandering him. He says the tide of opinion has shifted in just one day, which Cashin considers good news. The ally reminds Cashin that Wuchan, the red masked psyker, publicly took his side. Cashin and his shadow silently react, surprised that Wuchan defended him. The ally explains that Wuchan, once known for vilifying villains, was the one who revealed Cashin's heroic deeds. Cashin pretends it is troublesome that Wuchan helped without being asked, but the shadow notices he is secretly pleased. The shadow concludes that all that remains now is for Cashin to defeat Money King. The ally admits that is a heavy expectation but sincerely hopes Cashin will win. Cashin teases him about placing a big bet on him, and the ally sheepishly admits he did. Cashin senses something and glances out the window. He and the ally notice people outside hanging something, and the ally says they are putting up banners. Huge banners praising Cashin as Gatam's hero and Dark Knight are unfurled atop the building to be clearly seen. The scene shifts to Boxen Vilzone on the eve of the match. Narration notes that tomorrow is the day of the big fight. Reporters gather in Boxen Vilzone preparing coverage. Inside, a red-haired woman scoffs that mere civilian reporters have boldly entered the dangerous Vilzone. She asks her ally who he thinks will win the fight, and he immediately answers Cashin. She presses him for an objective, logical reason, but he still confidently says Cashin. She stares at him in exasperated silence. He assumes she wants his reasoning and recalls she asked whether Cashin can beat Money King. He explains that if Cashin lost he would become Money King's subordinate, but Cashin flatly said that will never happen. She is shocked that his entire rationale is just Cashin's own words, but he insists that is enough. He argues that Cashin may be reckless but he never bluffs. She retorts that no fighter expects to lose beforehand, while he seems genuinely unconcerned. She eventually says they should just trust Cashin to handle his own job and focus on their support roles. Elsewhere, someone calls out to the driver. A group of quirky subordinates with masks and weapons enter, asking if the driver summoned them. He welcomes them, saying their timing is perfect. He announces he will teach them to use metal detectors, which confuses them. He clarifies the detectors are to search the area for bombs, prompting their leader to think of that danger. The driver says he wants to be extra cautious by sweeping for explosives. Cashin later asks from a rooftop how things are at Lampa's headquarters. The visiting Lampa's guards say there have been no new orders and it is quiet, treating Cashin's impending fight as if the outcome is obvious. One guard adds that public opinion also assumes a predictable result. Cashin is irritated that everyone thinks the victor is obvious and resolves he now has to win. He asks the guards for their honest view, and they admit they support him but are unsure he can win. Their assessment echoes Griffith's warning that he cannot prevail in a straight head-on fight. Cashin agrees that a frontal clash would be difficult, surprising the guards. He notes that few people believe he will win, acknowledging their objective judgment. Cashin crosses his arms, steeling himself. He tells them he will not stubbornly rush Money King this time and will instead follow Griffith's advice to use strategy. When they ask if he actually has such a plan, he says it is impossible to devise a miracle strategy in just a few days and brushes off the suggestion of help from the spirit Moros. The guards anxiously ask what he intends to do in the fight then. Cashin says that after battling Money King once, he learned something important. He admits he is not certain he can win outright, but he is sure he will not lose a rematch against the same opponent. The Shadow interprets this as Cashin relying mainly on confidence, calling the approach reckless. One guard points out that even victory would create problems for Cashin. He explains that defeating Money King would elevate Cashin to the level of an evil monarch, one of the strongest villains, drawing constant scrutiny. Cashin replies that regardless of consequences he must defeat Money King to obtain what he wants. A guard asks if he means the mysterious platinum disc. Cashin remembers a slain ally and says the disc is his only clue. He adds that gaining the disc is the only way to resolve both his and Jeff's lingering resentment. In another part of the city, a maid-clad girl wonders how the disc ended up with the four monarchs and notes that Moros refuses to answer her questions. She suddenly senses something and looks up, eyes brightening. She spots Cashin on a rooftop and waves enthusiastically. Surrounded by flowers in her mind's eye, the girl smiles and waves warmly at him. On the roof, Cashin tells his companions that she is waving at him, and when they demand to know their relationship he only says they are acquainted. A guard notes she does not look like a normal civilian and asks who she is, learning her name is Song Haeyeon. Cashin inwardly recalls that her villain alias is Rosetail. He describes her to the guards as someone they should pay attention to. The story shifts to Songnam's city that night. Inside an elegant building, an older man wonders aloud how a certain child is doing. Dining with him, another man asks if he means Rosetail and comments that, having lost her memories, she is likely living a very different life now. He observes that his companion seems deeply concerned about her. The older man answers that she served him for a long time, so it is natural to be curious about how she is living. His companion listens in silence, studying his expression. The younger man warns that with an important match tomorrow he should stop drinking, but the older man dismisses the concern. The older man insists he does not underestimate Cashin and admits the upcoming battle excites him. Confidently, he says it does not matter who his opponent is because he is such a seasoned veteran. A server pours more wine, noting there are still people who think that way. The older man says many spectators are curious how a man over 70 will fight, while others pity him and believe he should retire. He adds that some think he ought to relinquish his powerful position. He resolves to treat those doubts as a warning and prove that the world should still fear the evil monarch known as Money King. The day of Cashin and Money King's decisive battle arrives at Boksen Zone. Cars arrive and park near the battleground. More vehicles pull in, indicating many participants and observers gathering. The red-haired woman notes there are no cameramen and is told the fight will occur without being broadcast. Someone recalls how the previous filmed battle nearly cost the cameramen their lives. Realizing this, the red-haired fighter nervously concludes today's fight will be far more dangerous. Another asks about the few reporters present, and hears they even wrote wills beforehand. Worried, the red-haired woman wonders if their own side should be cautious too, but is told the veterans know what to do, just as Cashin appears. Reporters in the crowd turn, surprised to see Cashin's arrival. Villains in the audience also react tensely to his appearance. Cashin steps onto the field, signaling the start of the confrontation. Cashin and his shadowy teammates stand ready in the street. A commentator notes that Cashin has arrived exactly on time. Money King's group emerges from a glowing portal, and Money King declares it is their crucial golden time. Cashin's team faces Money King's group, both sides prepared for battle. Money King stands proudly with his powerful subordinates behind him. The observers fear both factions might start an all-out brawl, but dismiss it as too disastrous to imagine. An unseen arbiter internally vows that no one will be allowed to ruin this divine fight. The red-haired woman widens her eyes, sensing this determination. The arbiter threatens that anyone who breaks the rules or fights cheaply will be personally executed, while some fighters welcome the idea of battle. Cashin's goggle-wearing ally casually greets the arriving arbiters and is told they are right on time. The red-hatted arbiter privately explains they were delayed because they deployed Winterbell executioners around the area as backup. The goggled ally quietly processes this explanation. On surrounding rooftops, black seekers from Winterbell are spotted. Observers note that Winterbell's most elite hunters have been brought to this event. The arbiter says such heavy security is expected when an evil monarch is involved. A masked ally scolds the arbiter for sharing confidential information, but she replies that their driver can be trusted. Someone counts that Money King's side has only 4 main fighters, which seems few. A black seeker interprets Money King's small entourage as a sign of supreme confidence and feels slighted on behalf of their teacher. His comrade argues that only important people are present, since more bystanders would cause chaos, though he still feels uneasy. Their leader reminds them not to get distracted, saying they are here to watch their teacher fight an evil monarch and promising to carry out his mission properly. The subordinate begins to voice a concern. He points out Cashin and the blue-haired girl, drawing attention to those two specifically. The other black seeker admits those two bother him, and his instincts say they are no ordinary villains. Cashin's suited ally locks eyes with the rooftop watchers, making them wonder if their presence has been detected despite their stealth. Money King proposes that they start the match and wishes Cashin an entertaining time. Smirking, Money King says whether the match proves fun or infuriatingly dull depends entirely on Cashin. Cashin thinks that if events unfold like last time, this rematch will turn out very differently. Cashin warns Money King in advance to use full power from the start, or he will regret holding back. Money King replies that Cashin always talks big but mere words will not provoke him. Cashin welcomes that attitude and tells him not to blame later defeat on carelessness. Money King promises he will not make excuses when the fight ends. A dark voice signals that the real battle is about to begin. Money King unleashes his aura and asks if they should finally start. Cashin rockets forward wreathed in blue energy to launch the first attack. Money King's ally wonders if Cashin is foolishly charging into another head-on clash. Seeing Money King rush to meet him, the ally questions whether this is confidence or something else. Cashin's explosive punch smashes into Money King's fiery blow. The two trade an explosive, high-speed exchange of punches as they clash midair. Cashin's eyes flare with power as he presses the assault. He lands a massive kick that sends Money King crashing back, shattering the ground. Money King immediately retaliates with another devastating punch at Cashin's armored form. Cashin surges in again with relentless flurries of enhanced blows. Money King narrows his eyes, focusing seriously. Their strikes erupt in a huge shockwave of color as they collide repeatedly. The two fighters continue exchanging high-speed blows, the battle spreading across the rooftop. Money King launches himself upward with a gigantic pillar of energy, forcing Cashin away. Cashin darts around in a blur of blue light to evade the follow-up assault. Money King's eyes widen as he tracks Cashin's sudden movement. They crash together once more in a blinding explosion of power. The red-haired woman exclaims that Cashin has chosen to fight Money King head-on from the start. The masked arbiter speculates that Cashin might actually be using a hit-and-run strategy. Cashin's allies question if this bold fighter is really the Cashin they know, even wondering if he might secretly be the infamous Black Ghost. A black seeker worries what will happen if Money King manages to get close to Cashin. Money King hangs in the sky while Cashin prepares another attack from below. Cashin unleashes a sweeping range technique named Shadow Knives. Massive blade-like shadows cascade toward Money King as he braces himself. Money King punches and weaves through the incoming shadow blades to close the distance. Observers notice Cashin repeatedly retreating as part of his plan. Cashin's eyes flash, signaling that he is waiting for the right moment. When the conditions align, he activates Shadow Acceleration and dramatically increases his speed. Moving like a blue comet, Cashin drives a powerful kick into Money King. Money King answers with a ferocious, aura-clad punch. Cashin darts behind him with another rapid assault. Startled, Money King begins to shout at Cashin. Cashin immediately dives in again, striking fast before Money King can regroup. The Black Seekers excitedly note that their teacher's strategy of mobile hit and run attacks is working as planned. One explains that while hit and run is a basic tactic, it becomes deadly when executed by a fighter like Cashin. He reflects that Cashin used to charge straight and like a stubborn bullet train, so this new style will surely shock Money King. Their leader, however, senses a looming problem despite the apparent success. Money King wipes blood from his mouth, signaling his serious intent to escalate. With bloodied hand covering a grin, Money King's eyes turn cold, showing he is finally getting serious. The Black Seekers observe that Money King's gaze has changed and conclude this initial strategy will not work much longer. Money King admits the fight has become enjoyable, while Cashin asks if that remark counts as a compliment, and receives a quiet yes from his inner voice. Money King taunts Cashin that dancing around like this does not suit him, and questions how long he can keep it up. Cashin tells him not to get impatient or bored yet. Empowered again, Cashin says he still has many more dance moves to show and surges with crackling blue power. The narrative jumps back to the day before the match. The scene shifts to the same cityscape under a clear sky. Using Morals' eye of insight, they pull up Money King's profile, listing his awakening trigger, main skills including King's Punch and Draconic Mountain Split, and his hidden ability Surpassing Evolution, which shocks the viewer. On a rooftop, Cashin's group confirms this is Morals' overpowered ability to reveal such data while he brags about it. A Black Seeker explains that knowing an opponent's abilities and stats in advance gives Cashin a chance even against Money King, especially when combined with Cashin's prior battle experience. Morals warns that the real problem is Money King's hidden skill. Surpassing Evolution. The Black Seekers ask if Surpassing Evolution relates to Money King's awakening state. Cashin clarifies that Surpassing Evolution is essentially an upgraded form beyond normal awakened villains. They recall how brutal Rosetail's own awakening was during the previous incident. One Seeker is amazed that the charming maid Rosetail was once a berserk villain whose eyes turned red. From above, they still struggle to reconcile her present cuteness and age with that terrifying past, while doubting victory even before Surpassing Evolution. They decide they need countermeasures and suggest winning before Money King can activate Surpassing Evolution. The idea is to leave him no time to awaken, attacking during any opening, though Morals interrupts that this plan will not work. Morals explains that Surpassing Evolution activates instantly at Money King's will, without a long transformation sequence. The Black Seekers conclude they must instead plan for the worst-case scenario. That worst case is preparing to fight Money King after he has already undergone Surpassing Evolution. Their leader states bluntly that such a confrontation will be extremely difficult. He asks Morals to reveal more of Money King's stats and skills. Morals replies he can only show Money King's current state. Surpassing Evolution's form and numbers remain unreadable. Thus they accept they cannot know what abilities Money King gains after evolving, nor does the Lampas database possess that information. Cashin, however, says ignorance can make things more exciting and that the uncertainty fuels his eagerness for tomorrow's battle. Returning to the present, Cashin and Money King clash again in a violent mid-air exchange. Money King dives down with another crushing attack as Cashin counters from below. Cashin focuses intensely, bracing himself. Money King's blow slams into him, driving Cashin back hard. Cashin's eyes widen in alarm at the force of the strike. Money King follows up ruthlessly, hammering Cashin again. He raises a glowing arm to unleash an even more devastating technique. Cashin senses the impending danger with wide-eyed shock. Money King unleashes Draconic Mountain Split, a colossal vertical strike of blazing power. The attack tears through a building, obliterating the structure and showing its terrifying destructive force. Morals reminds Cashin that he already knows the brutal power of King's Punch. Morals then warns that Draconic Mountain Split is a skill strong enough to literally cleave a mountain. He further explains that the move has virtually no telegraphed wind-up, making it especially difficult to anticipate. In the present, Cashin narrowly evades the falling Draconic Mountain Split, astonishing Money King. Money King compliments Cashin's dodge, saying it almost seems like Cashin can see the paths of his attacks. Cashin says he prepared in advance, and hints that his knowledge did not come from Screwdriver. Money King wonders who informed Cashin if not Screwdriver. Cashin dismisses the question as unimportant and charges downward cloaked in intense blue energy. He launches a massive area attack called Hellfire, engulfing the battlefield in blue flames. Cashin then prepares an even stronger follow-up, channeling power into a double Hellfire. Morals suddenly screams at Cashin to dodge. Cashin's eyes snap open as he senses a deadly counter incoming. Money King fires off King's Punch, a massive fiery fist of energy. The blast rips through nearby buildings, forcing onlookers to shield themselves as debris flies. Arbitrating villains protect themselves from the shockwave and quietly remark on the display's impressiveness. An observer analyzes that in the brief instant before the blast, Money King erected a mana barrier and simultaneously counterattacked with King's Punch. Another acknowledges that despite being an enemy, Money King's skill is undeniable. Money King taunts Cashin for being quick at escaping. Cashin is seen high in the sky after dodging the lethal blow. Money King admits Cashin's evasiveness is annoying him. He says, however, that fleeing into the air was a mistake. Money King reasons that in the sky Cashin's movement is more restricted. He surges upward, declaring Cashin will be sacrificed to his King's Punch. Cashin tells him not to delude himself. Using Shadowbind, Cashin snares Money King's body with dark tendrils as he tries the same approach again. Cashin states that Money King, not he, will be the true sacrifice. Money King is stunned to realize Cashin has slipped into, and is using the shadows themselves. Cashin emerges from the Shadow Realm and declares it is now his turn to attack. He sends a gigantic wave of shadow power down at Money King, shouting for him to take the hit. Money King's eyes widen in fear as the attack bears down. The torrent of shadow energy intensifies to its maximum level. Cashin's allies look on in awe at the escalating clash. Money King's elite companions also watch tensely, gauging how far Cashin's power will go. Cashin is shocked that his last attack, which should have been lethal, failed. Seeing his opponent unscathed, he realizes the strike did not work. Cashin regrets not at least crippling his foe, but is told not to feel bad. Money King walks out of the smoke praising how much stronger Cashin has become since their first battle. Money King recalls Cashin's previous fights, says he now deserves respect, and addresses him by name. Money King follows up this praise by unleashing another devastating attack. An onlooker with red hair looks on in alarm. Allies rush forward, one pulling another along as chaos erupts. A visor-wearing observer reflects that the old man ultimately chose to intervene. Money King activates his hidden S+ rank ability as the Money King, vowing to kill sincerely. Spectators are stunned that he revealed this hidden skill, sensing magic power far beyond expectations. They note he used the move surprisingly quickly and that Cashin should have lost an arm from the teacher's earlier skill. A watcher is shocked to see Wuchan arrive despite saying he had important business elsewhere. Wuchan stands on a rooftop, silently joining the scene. Flashback narration explains that 5 years ago many psychers died because Money King avoided fighting Red Death. Cashin reveals his father died in that incident, and holds Money King partly responsible alongside Red Death. Wuchan inwardly urges Cashin that he must win this fight. Cashin mocks Money King's evolved form as just making him a bulky pig. Cashin taunts that if Money King loses in this enhanced state he will have no excuses and invites him to show his true power. Money King is impressed that Cashin is not afraid of his transformed form and says Cashin has exceeded his expectations. Money King prepares another massive attack. He challenges Cashin to enjoy the battle as they clash head-on. Money King swings his huge golden weapon with full force. The impact obliterates the area in a colossal explosion. Cashin uses his speed to rush back in, fists crackling with power, aiming for Money King. Their punches collide in midair. Money King strains, reacting to the force of Cashin's blow. Money King is driven down the building by Cashin's attack. He tells Cashin to be nervous as he charges up again. Money King launches a technique called Mine Earthquake, demanding an exciting battle. Cashin continues to blitz around Money King at high speed. Money King counters with a heavy strike, calling Cashin a foolish boy. He complains about Cashin repeatedly attacking his back and hammers him away. Cashin is blasted across the battlefield amid another explosion. Cashin notes that Money King has not only become stronger but also faster, while an ally warns him that Money King is preparing something below. Money King hurls another ferocious attack and asks if Cashin can dodge that as well. He warns that failure to evade the next blow will mean Cashin's death, as he fires a spinning projectile called Battle Hit. The projectile tears through nearby buildings, causing more destruction. Observers panic that everything is collapsing again from the onslaught. Cashin's allies frantically search, asking where he is. The masked ally with red eyes confirms that Cashin is still alive. Cashin is shown plummeting amid debris but still conscious. Money King glares intensely, tracking Cashin. Cashin activates a speed technique named Shadow Acceleration, his movements becoming blurs of blue light. Rushing behind Money King, Cashin privately admits he covets that technique. Money King criticizes Cashin for using the skill recklessly as he counters. He overwhelms Cashin with a flurry of blows, mocking how easy he is to read. Cashin is battered and bloody by the assault. Money King smashes him down from the sky once more. Two bystanders assume the fight is over. One of them silently reassesses the situation, not entirely convinced. Cashin lies on the ground thinking that he expected a better fight from himself, and may have been mistaken. Money King clicks his tongue, saying he expected too much from Cashin. He fires another blast from his weapon toward Cashin. Money King laments that the fight is boring after all as he continues his offensive. He narrows his eyes, sensing something is off. Money King asks Cashin if he still wants to fight, and Cashin calmly answers that he does. Cashin, though injured, insists he never loses battles he commits to and sees no reason to give up. Money King scoffs that after being thoroughly beaten Cashin still claims he can win. Money King questions Cashin's confidence despite the huge skill gap, and Cashin acknowledges Money King is the strongest opponent he has ever faced. Cashin then asks why someone this strong avoided fighting Red Death 5 years ago. The visor-wearing ally remarks that Cashin is ruthlessly rubbing salt into an old wound. Money King admits the question hits a painful nerve and dredges up bad memories. He says that if Cashin wanted to provoke him, he should have done it earlier, and Cashin self-deprecatingly agrees. Money King calls Cashin not only dumb but also half-baked as he raises his weapon. Enraged, Money King vows that Cashin will pay with his life. He unleashes a massive attack named Heavenly Roar. Cashin's eyes widen as the blinding attack descends. Wuchan watches carefully through his visor. The red-eyed ally also focuses intensely on the incoming blast. A surge of purple-blue energy erupts against the golden beam. Money King is stunned that Cashin managed to block Heavenly Roar. Cashin reminds him he never starts fights he expects to lose. Cloaked in blue lightning and darkness, Cashin declares he will be the victor. Money King asks if Cashin is relying on his shield and prepares to test it. He announces his intention to shatter that shield with his next strike. Cashin's power gathers into a blinding vortex. Cashin tells Money King he should speak only facts as he charges. Cashin declares that the one overestimating himself is Money King as he presses the assault. Cashin's allies cheer that he broke through and urge him to finish Money King. Cashin, eyes blazing, says it is time for Money King to learn his lesson. Cashin cuts him off mid-speech, telling him to shut up. Money King taunts that Cashin's actions do not match his boasts. Cashin endures a direct hit, insisting it is nothing. Cashin internally feels he is truly about to reach his limit. Money King winds up for a return blow. He calls his gift back to Cashin. He fires an ultimate move named King's Punch. The punch crashes into the building, causing another massive explosion. Allies wonder anxiously if Cashin was hit. Money King looks up at the damaged tower and asks why Cashin did not use his shield this time. He realizes Cashin could not use the shield again because such an overpowered skill has a limited number of uses. Money King concludes the fight turned boring and that Cashin served only to confirm he is still in good condition. Hearing himself reduced to an object, Cashin clenches his weapon in anger. Someone comments that Cashin has a special knack for enraging others. Money King admits Cashin reminded him of a humiliating defeat he once suffered. Money King senses the surrounding mana thickening and grows wary. He wonders if Cashin is awakening as more power builds. Money King prepares another battle hit as the energy spikes. His massive weapon rockets forward once more. Cashin intercepts the attack, stopping it with his own power. Money King is shocked that Cashin actually caught the blow. The clash is shown, Cashin firmly holding the huge weapon. Cashin warns Money King to pay close attention from here on. He promises to demonstrate how vicious someone blinded by revenge can be as his SS rank villain form, Shadow Avenger Cashin, fully manifests. In flashback, an instructor had explained that surpassing evolution might let Cashin defeat this enemy. That instructor also warned that even if Cashin can do it, there is more he needs to hear. Cashin admits the surpassing evolution power is incomplete, difficult to control, and dangerous to himself. He explains that if it backfires he could go berserk and rampage, alarming his listeners. Cashin considers the ideal outcome defeating Money King without using it, keeping surpassing evolution as a last resort trump card. His shadow companion adds that if used, the fight must end quickly. The companion notes that the longer the battle drags on under that power, the more likely Cashin is to go insane. When asked what happens if Cashin loses control, they say he would become a catastrophe-level villain capable of destroying the world. The companion bluntly states this is simply the truth, unsettling the others. Cashin therefore asks his comrades for a favor. He tells them that if he activates that power, they must monitor everything and stop him with all their strength at the first sign of madness. They clarify he wants them to restrain him before he goes crazy. They worry whether the three of them can possibly stop him once berserk, and Cashin insists he included their driver in that count. Wuchan is described as always smiling but reliably capable. Observers notice in the present that Cashin's appearance has drastically changed. Another ally wonders if Cashin awakened, then suspects instead that it is surpassing evolution. Wuchan confirms that Cashin has activated surpassing evolution. Using his analytical vision, Wuchan notes, he briefly saw something like horns appear on Cashin's head before vanishing. He keeps watching but remarks that the strange protrusion is gone now. Money King laughs, saying Cashin's power-up is surprising. He praises Cashin for being able to use surpassing evolution as well, finding it impressive. Other high-ranking onlookers realize in disbelief that Money King has also activated surpassing evolution. Another ally, unfamiliar with the term, asks what surpassing evolution even is. Money King concedes Cashin had something planned from the start but asks how long he intends to stand there impressing him. Cashin answers that if Money King is scared, he will simply attack first and charges and wreathed in blue flames. Cashin engulfs Money King in a massive blue aura as he closes the distance. He then unleashes a powerful technique called Flame Vortex. The red-haired ally screams as the violent flames spread across the area. Wuchan, watching from above, realizes the swirling blue inferno is actually a fire-type skill. Wuchan tracks Money King's position with his visor while others ask where the enemy is. He reports that Money King evaded by escaping high into the air. Streams of blue power shoot upward as Money King flees. Cashin pursues him through the sky like a dark comet. Closing in behind Money King, Cashin asks if he still thinks of him as a mere toy. Money King calls Cashin arrogant as he turns to counterattack. Cashin declares resistance pointless and activates Three-Footed Crow's resolve, promising that everyone will hear Money King's screams. Cashin slams down a colossal purple-blue strike toward Money King. The attack detonates, shattering the ground into floating violet fragments. Spectators recognize it as the same skill Cashin's teacher once used to defeat Rosetail. Allies anxiously asked if Cashin has won, but one clarifies that Money King managed to block the attack. Wuchan smiles slightly, focused through his glowing visor. Money King reflects that in a split second he defended himself from that devastating blow. Wuchan comments that the old man's reactions are still as sharp as ever. Cashin, now fully transformed with heterochromatic eyes and dark power, readies himself for the next exchange. He dives back down like a dark projectile toward Money King amid swirling shadows and debris. Money King's hand reaches upward from the rubble, showing he is still fighting. The Money King roars and charges forward, his body bursting with violent power. Cashin focuses and hurls a crackling blue energy attack. The Money King powers up his fist with blazing energy, ready to counter. He grabs Cashin midair and slams him downward with overwhelming strength. Their clash explodes in a blinding shockwave that shakes the surroundings. The Money King dives down, fist first, trying to crush Cashin. Cashin meets the descending blow with another surging energy strike. The Money King grits his teeth in pain, realizing the exchange hurt him. An observer notes that although the Money King blocked the attack, he took heavy damage. The two combatants hurl themselves back into a furious head-on collision. Cashin closes in with a precise attack that slices across the Money King. His follow-up blow smashes the elder villain backward in a burst of energy. Smirking, Cashin taunts that a few more hits like that will make the old man cry. The Money King, bruised and enraged, responds with a murderous glare and twisted grin. Outside the arena, a masked spectator points out that the Money King is currently being overpowered. Another helmeted watcher begins to explain that in close combat. A flashback voiceover states that Cashin's teacher is unmatched in close quarters fighting and cannot be rivaled. In the present, the furious Money King ignites his arm in flames and curses at Cashin. Cashin calmly remarks that the old man is losing his cool over nothing and calls it disappointing. A narration frames this as pathetic behavior for someone titled an evil monarch. Cashin drives the Money King straight down from the sky in a devastating vertical strike. The named technique destruction is invoked as part of Cashin's onslaught. Cashin coldly judges that it is pathetic for an evil monarch to be reduced to this state. The Money King is hammered again, his body engulfed by Cashin's descending power. A huge column of destruction tears the battlefield apart, blowing debris everywhere. The story cuts to 5 years earlier at the Green Factory building of Neo's Sentry on a rainy night. Inside, someone sets down a glass of liquor and invites conversation. A younger Money King, calm and serious, asks if he is really supposed to just watch events unfold. Seo Hyunsung, head of the Evil Sword family, assures him he will take responsibility and handle the situation himself. The Money King leans back, studying Hyunsung with a skeptical expression. Hyunsung confirms he intends to fight Red Death, while the Money King calls that reckless and asks why. Hyunsung explains that a clash between him and Red Death will worsen public opinion of villains, which is exactly what Lampas wants. He adds that Lampas intends to exploit their fight, something he cannot allow as Winterbell's monarch. The Money King questions if that is Hyunsung's only reason, prompting Hyunsung to ask if another motive is expected. The Money King suggests the unspoken possibility that Hyunsung believes he would lose to Red Death. Hyunsung admits that for now that might be true, but clarifies that he is not betting on Red Death to win. He implies the Money King has enough influence and resources to place his own bets on the outcome. Hyunsung answers that he has no intention of betting in that way. Hyunsung then asks the Money King to become an unmoving mountain that stands against Red Death despite any storm. He frames this request as a favor between alumni, appealing to their shared past. The Money King tightens his grip on the glass and asks if Hyunsung is really asking him to stake his life. After a pause he agrees, saying that in that case he will comply. Back in the present, energy pillars erupt skyward as the duel reaches another peak. The Money King bellows that he would never lose to a mere kid like Cashin, and charges again. Onlookers marvel in shock at how insane the Money King's endurance is. Another silent observer watches the battle intently from a distance. Cashin internally praises the Money King's endurance, noting he can still stand after taking 2 destruction hits, but is clearly damaged. Cashin calculates that landing just one more ultimate move should finish the fight. His shadow spirit partner warns him not to lower his guard because a wounded beast is most dangerous. Cashin agrees he cannot relax, aware his own body is also nearing its limit. He admits he is in trouble too, feeling a growing, dangerous urge to destroy everything. The Money King slams his burning hand down, preparing yet another technique. He summons a towering flaming Jangsung totem to aid him in battle. Cashin launches himself forward again, declaring that this next strike will end things. The Money King scoffs at the idea that it is already over. Calling Cashin ridiculous, he orders the ceiling pillars to release his true weapon. A legendary blade known as the ruling Grand General's sword emerges from the totems. The Money King warns that his execution sword is beyond anything Cashin can handle as he brandishes it. Cashin surges upward in a blur of blue power to meet the sword head-on. The fighters face off at a distance, the Money King below with his flaming sword and Cashin above with his dark energy blade. Cashin reveals he has also prepared a trump card and begins gathering more power. He manifests a colossal gigantic doom blade, vastly enlarging his dark weapon. With the titanic blade in hand, Cashin cries out that it is time to finish the battle. The Money King's sword carves through the sky as both ultimate attacks race toward each other. He dashes forward, body wrapped in crackling red aura, ready to clash with Cashin's descent. The two ultimate techniques collide, creating a vast dark and light explosion between them. Cashin pushes through the shockwave, grimly determined. The Money King unleashes his special move Dragon-Killing Slice with the ruling Grand General's sword. He grips the hilt tightly, pouring everything he has into the decisive swing. Their blades meet again in a massive arc, either side holding anything back. Cashin is grazed across the face, blood marking the intensity of the exchange. He drives his doom blade straight into the Money King's torso amid a spray of shattered force. Cashin follows up with rapid, overwhelming slashes that batter the Money King from all sides. The battlefield is engulfed in another enormous explosion as both powers detonate. A pink beam of energy shoots into the sky, signaling the culmination of their duel. Cashin's dark aura looms over the staggering Money King, who is barely managing to remain upright. Cashin realizes that his mana is draining fast, and the size of his giant sword is shrinking. His companion warns that prolonging the battle is dangerous, and Cashin acknowledges the risk. The battered Money King gives a sinister chuckle despite his wounds. Cashin notes that it does not matter, because the Money King himself is now committing to end this fight. The Money King charges once more, remarking that the battle has been truly enjoyable. He declares that he will be the one to end it now and swings his sword in another finishing blow. Spectators comment that his stance looks cool as they watch with tense admiration. A relative of Seo Hyun-sung is shocked, recognizing that Cashin is using their family's long-lost secret technique. Cashin announces he is going all out and dives with full power. The Money King roars for him to come, accepting the final confrontation. He activates his ultimate limitless heaven-shattering sword, vowing to cut through heaven and earth. Onlookers panic at the terrifying technique, fearing even Cashin will be caught up in it. Cashin steels himself, raising his arm and gathering maximum destructive power. He unleashes a high-power version of gigantic Doom Blade to contest the heavenly sword. Another observer realizes Cashin plans to counterattack head-on with that same move. The blue Doom Blade streaks upward to meet the Money King's descending heaven-shattering sword. A commentator notes that both swords are disintegrating into mana fragments as they clash, and that Cashin chose to fight fire with fire. The collision shatters the weapons completely in a blinding burst. The Money King cries out in disbelief at the impossible outcome. Cashin's dark blade surges through the remaining energy and bears down on the Money King. The shadowy slash pierces his chest, sending his sword flying and ending his resistance. Cashin lands grim but composed, as his attack finishes driving through the Money King. The old monarch, having punched with everything he had, admits the move was insane but still struggles on. Claiming he will be the last one standing, he throws a final named punch, Big Dipper King Punch. Cashin's quiet voice cuts through, asking if the Money King really believes he has already won. Cashin activates Shadow Illusion, stating that the moment an opponent makes that assumption, they lose. The Money King finds himself trapped in a distorted dark space and panics at the sudden change. Cashin attacks within the illusion, ordering the old monarch to be swallowed by darkness and disappear. He then triggers another finishing skill, Dark Nova, engulfing the area in a cataclysmic burst. Outside, the watching villains stare in stunned silence at the aftermath. The analyst with the visor focuses, ready to announce the result. Everyone sees Cashin still standing on a rooftop amid fading energy. Various fighters, including other powerful figures, look on in awe at what he accomplished. The Money King lies defeated in a crater, Cashin standing over him as the dust settles. The Money King reflects internally, surprised to still be alive after such a battle. He tells Cashin not to claim mercy, asking if the younger man held back at the end. Cashin replies that he simply lacked enough strength left to kill him outright. Cashin frankly admits that if the Money King had used his last skill while still in perfect condition, he would have lost. Smiling ruefully, the Money King concedes that the defeat is entirely his. Raising a fist, he says he has no regrets, because he fought his hardest and enjoyed a great battle. He adds that now there is no longer any reason to call him an evil monarch. He notes that though it took 5 years, the outcome has finally been decided. A masked figure silently watches, clearly connected to the larger schemes around Cashin. The Money King jokes that this crushing defeat makes for a spectacular retirement celebration. At Lampa's South Korean branch, staff react in shock to news that Cashin defeated the Money King. Two workers discuss how this upends the villain power structure that once centered on the Money King. The woman at the computer says they are swamped, since Cashin has become the top name on their blacklist, and needs a full report. Her colleague nervously wonders if Cashin is about to become the new evil monarch. She answers that it is still too early to say. She elaborates that if the other evil monarchs accept Cashin, he will gain the title. But she warns that if even one monarch objects, it could trigger a war among them. She predicts such a war would be a brutal struggle where each monarch tries to devour the others. She further suggests that opportunists may be waiting to seize the throne once the strongest all wear each other down. Elsewhere, a pink-haired man in a suit ends a call, calmly agreeing to carry out the instructions he received. He reiterates that he will obey and hangs up, face unreadable. The man pockets his phone and looks ahead with a calculating expression. With a quiet smile, he utters Cashin's name, clearly setting his sights on him. Back at Heaven Pub, a banner proudly celebrates Cashin as the staff's beloved boss. Inside, they toast to Cashin, calling him Gatam's strongest and cheering his victory. Patrons excitedly praise him for defeating the Money King and brag that they always believed he would win. One friend protests that serving only grapefruit ade on such a historic day is unfair. The bartender scolds them that giving real alcohol to such troublemakers would be criminal and refuses. He explains that alcohol for them would be dangerous, insisting they stick to the special non-alcoholic drink. The rowdy patron yells that this is prejudice, while the bartender blandly agrees and continues serving. Later that night, the pub's maid notices someone leaving abruptly and looks after them, puzzled. Outside, a small folded note or item is placed gently into her hand. She stares at it, visibly moved and surprised by whatever message or meaning it carries. The scene shifts to a quiet city block under the night sky. The maid walks alone through a dim alleyway, heading toward a prearranged meeting. A dark, looming figure appears, silently watching her approach. Her steps stop as tension rises, heels clicking on the pavement. Facing a group of shadowy figures, she calmly says she knew they would come. One of the men steps forward, thinking to himself that his suspicion was correct. The maid, now serious, tells him that she knows he has regained his memories, signaling a new phase in Cashin's story. A woman with a glowing eye asks why Director O has come. The S+ rank Chaos Mage villain Prince appears as she recognizes him. Prince faces the maid and declares he came to take her back while she refuses to leave. When asked why, the maid answers that she simply wants to stay here. She reflects that she had once been worthless. She recalls how working with her current companions changed her life. The maid concludes that she has become someone with value because of them. Prince acknowledges her reason. He says that if that is truly her reason, he will stop trying to bring her back. The maid is told to cut ties with her boss, and the speaker clarifies he actually annulled their contract. He narrates that his former loyalty had been pledged to the evil monarch Money King. Since Money King is no longer an evil monarch, he says he has no reason to remain loyal. The maid asks if loyalty must be to an evil monarch, and wonders how that applies to Cashin. The man replies that Cashin and he are incompatible, which he already knows. The night sky glitters as the scene changes. At a city tower, someone checks that everything is fine. Cashin walks outside on the phone, insisting safety is his top priority. His sister says she worried after hearing of an incident in Gatam, but he claims it had nothing to do with him. She feels relieved upon hearing that. Cashin lies that he is only out grocery shopping and is reminded to buy healthy food. His eye companion notes his lies are increasing, but Cashin says he cannot tell his sister the truth. The eye laments many problems while Cashin insists he must just keep doing his work. Cashin thinks that things should be peaceful in America where his sister is. The eye teases him for calling her his sister, and he tersely tells it to be quiet. Cashin notes that at least buying groceries was partially true. Looking up at a tall building, he confirms that this is where Money King is. Inside the same building, someone states that the promised item has arrived. A box containing the item is handed over. In a luxurious office, the buyer asks to check the contents, and is allowed to as part of the deal. A gloved hand opens the box, revealing a shining object. The masked man examines the object and is certain it is a genuine platinum disc. He thanks Money King for the business and prepares to leave, saying there is nothing more to gain by staying. Money King drinks and says that while there may be nothing more for the visitor, there is something in it for him. Money King asks how the visitor knew he possessed the platinum disc and why he wanted it. The visitor answers that such questions require compensation and suggests a rematch instead. Money King refuses, saying his injuries from the previous day are still healing. Instead, Money King decides to offer the visitor a warning as a form of nagging caution. He explains that possessing the platinum disc signifies belonging to a certain powerful group. He adds that anyone with a platinum disc is counted among the world-class powerhouses. Money King thinks of Cashin as he speaks. He says he is eager to see which path Cashin will choose. Bright daylight and clouds mark another scene transition. The narration shifts to Gatam Zone, a rundown but currently famous area. A futuristic aircraft lands there. A flamboyant woman steps out, loudly announcing her return. She affectionately praises the exhausted courier who came a long way to see her, and he basks in the compliment. The courier cheerfully gives her a box containing the present she requested, plus an additional item he received from the evil monarch Dr. Ruthless. He reaches into the box to show what is inside. His visor glows as he reacts to what he finds. He pulls out a platinum disc, amazed. The woman asks if he fought Ruthless for it, and he says Ruthless simply gave it to him. Questioned whether they had planned this, he explains that Ruthless only said he had something to give him, and he had not known it was the platinum disc. The courier wonders aloud if something happened to Ruthless, recalling he had not looked well. The woman, holding the disc and envelope, says she will examine the rest of the contents later. The courier asks why she is investigating this matter at all. He slides the disc against the envelope to reveal what is inside. An ID card for Cashin Lee marked as a top-class psyker is revealed, and the woman reflects that reality and appearances can differ. She adds that uncovering the real truth behind appearances is her favorite pastime. Meanwhile, a live streamer excitedly introduces Gatam Zone to his audience as today's hot location. He tells his viewers he will now head inside while chat messages react nervously and encourage him. During the stream, someone with the handle Kitty Bear donates 10,000 magic stones, greatly surprising the streamer. The two agree on a deal that he will receive 30,000 stones for each villain he encounters, with Kitty Bear eagerly willing to spend. As he explores, the streamer spots a distant figure and chat frantically warns him to run while some viewers cruelly urge him to die. He moves closer, asking his viewers if they can see what he is seeing as they scream that danger is behind him. Another large magic stone donation alert pops up. Kitty Bear, shown surrounded by money, blissfully enjoys spending. An illustration page showcases Cashin's allies and maids, hinting at their importance. The story jumps to Delaware, USA, on the outskirts of Washington. A convoy escorting a villain proceeds through an intersection while HQ tracks its location. Dispatch reports that nothing seems wrong. An instant later, the convoy is struck by a massive explosion that flips vehicles and scatters debris. Injured officers realize they have been ambushed and shout to report to headquarters. Amid the chaos, they ready their weapons. One furious officer, empowered by energy, aims his gun at the attackers. A mage surrounded by swirling ice and wind steps forward, revealing himself as the assailant. Civilians tremble together as a huge object looms before them. Someone off-panel angrily curses Ralph for causing this mess. A masked clown widens his eyes in shock. The attacker is introduced as S+ rank ice mage villain clown Olaf, who calls out to his brother. Onlookers exclaim in disbelief at Olaf's sudden appearance. The captured clown asks if his big brother knows he was arrested, and Olaf says he was sent specifically to rescue him. Olaf urges his brother to leave before the police surround them, but the younger clown fears being beaten later. Olaf retorts that such punishment is deserved, while the clown begs for a chance and hints at a new scheme. The clown dreams of giving his brother a grand present he has been eyeing nearby. Back at Green Factory, Neo Sentry's headquarters, sunset colors the building. Inside, Money King pours himself another drink. From above, we see him at his desk with an aide standing opposite. The courier's earlier warning echoes, telling Money King not to cross them or disobey their instructions. Money King drinks and admits to his driver that the warning was correct. The aide reflects that there must be a reason Cashin, who looks like a child, was chosen as boss and questions whether his own instincts are dulling. He then tells Money King he is drinking too much. Money King replies that it is a good day to drink, while the aide advises him to slow down for his health. The aide adds that he also has something important to tell him. Money King immediately guesses it concerns the attendants and realizes he already knew. He is told that Geichi, Bulgy, and Radel are involved. The aide explains that these attendants returned their badges and chose to follow Prince instead. Money King infers that the lens-using girl likely joined them as well, leaving only Geniki and Iron Beast loyal to him. Asked if they approached him too, the aide admits they did but says he declined their offer. Money King reasons that Prince must still consider him useful and muses that Prince is probably enjoying his newfound freedom. He invites Prince, in his thoughts, to go wild and surprise him. Night falls over Cashion's apartment building. Inside, convenience store food and a sealed container sit on a table as his eye companion asks if he is alright. While cooking an egg, the eye notes that surpassing evolution must have strained his body, but Cashin says he just has to overcome it. The eye points out that his fight with Money King gave him invaluable experience and data for future hardships. Cashin asks if those hardships refer to the world-class powerhouses seeking the platinum disc, and the eye confirms it. Cashin states that he should actually thank those powerhouses for coming after the disc, since it saves him from chasing them. As he prepares side dishes, he compares the situation to having ingredients placed in a bibimbap bowl, saying his job is simply to mix and consume them. He presents the finished bibimbap, which the eye admits finally looks like real food. Cashin plans to photograph the dish and send it to his sister, which the eye realizes is why he cooked so late. Elsewhere at the restaurant Vesperna, the scene shifts again. Cashin's sister receives the photo and jokingly asks if it is delivery, prompting him to insist he cooked it. Smiling at her phone, she praises him as a good boy. Pleased, she says she wants to taste his bibimbap too. Suddenly an explosion tears through the restaurant. The blast sends her phone flying. Clown Ralph and his henchmen burst in, announcing they are taking over the place. Olaf steps in and scolds his brother for being unbelievably stupid. Olaf complains about raiding a restaurant he likes, saying the food is good and he had wanted to keep it for his own kingdom. Ralph declares that he will kidnap the chef and manager to build his brother a grand restaurant. The narrative shows the now quiet corridor of the establishment. In a distant room, Cashin's unconscious sister is seated in a chair before a window. Someone in the dark examines a phone, implying they recovered hers. Ralph yells through the halls demanding the manager come out, saying he knows who he is. Entering the room, Ralph realizes the manager has been there all along and taunts him for being speechless with fear. Olaf tells Ralph to stop making a scene and says a proper villain should escort the target out politely, then notices something in Ralph's hands. A quiet male voice, half hidden in shadow, refers to Cashin's sister as this woman. The woman stirs and begins to regain consciousness. A long-haired man rises from the chair in front of the window. Ralph complains about the darkness and asks for the lights to be turned on, approaching the man. The shadowed man calmly addresses him by name, Clown Ralph. Ralph's eye widens in alarm. Both clowns recoil in disbelief, stammering that this cannot be real. Olaf, sweating, demands to know why someone like this is here. The man they fear stands bathed in eerie aura as Ralph asks why he has appeared. Morning comes at another grand building. 3 figures, including the white-haired man, arrive at its entrance. Inside, a subordinate apologizes to them for what happened while he was away, but they postpone the discussion. The long-haired leader instead asks more importantly where a certain person is. The scene shifts deeper into the opulent interior. Cashin's sister lies asleep in a bed, safely relocated. 2 men watch her from the room, one by the window. Broken glass and a clown's body underfoot show that the clowns have been subdued. 2 high-ranking allies quietly observe the aftermath. Their black-haired leader adjusts his tie, preparing to address their superior. The group formally greets the white-haired man as their honorary president. He smiles faintly in acknowledgement. The man is revealed by name and title as Vincent, the honorary president of Lampas. The focus returns to Green Factory, Neo Sentry's headquarters. Money King sits thoughtfully, waiting for visitors. He remarks to the gathered S-class villains that he expected them to come see him sooner, and that they are a little late. A masked swordsman unleashes the lost secret technique of the Malice Sword family. The masked man demands that his stolen technique be returned. Money King agrees to return it only if the masked man proves his skills. When asked if he is unqualified, Money King mocks them for wanting it back without being able to defeat him. The armored ally angrily moves to protest but is told not to interfere. The masked man calmly asks how he can prove he is qualified. Money King answers that the man must become far stronger than he is now. He adds that the man must grow strong enough to surprise him. Picking up his drink, Money King offers a tempting option. He proposes to personally train the masked man. 3 months later in Gatam Zone, someone shouts Cashion's name. A villain called Devilman appears, boasting he will conquer Gatam. Observing from above, Cashion's group notes Devilman is the 20th challenger. Cashion's men complain about the cold and about constantly fending off intruders, saying they are not gatekeepers. Devilman charges, furious that weak nobodies dare look down on an A-rank like him. A lightning-charged punch from Black Hand smashes into Devilman. Black Hand declares that Devilman is the one who does not know his place, as he blasts him away. Watching the easy victory, Double Blade and Crush joke that if Devilman is A-rank then everyone must be, saying Cashin could beat such foes alone. Black Hand scolds Devilman, asking where he is looking. Introducing himself as A-rank villain Black Hand, he mocks Devilman for gambling on such odds instead of buying lottery tickets. Black Ghost appears behind and remarks that Black Hand finished the fight quickly, startling him. Black Ghost praises Black Hand's growth from diligent training and states he has become stronger. He warns Black Hand not to get arrogant because, as an S-rank, he still finds him weak, and Black Hand grumbles at the show-off. Alone, Black Ghost fumes that doubting his liege's strength is an insult and reflects on why this is happening. He concludes the constant invasions occur because his comrades are too weak, shocking Black Hand. Black Ghost explains that if they were stronger, idiots would not keep barging in, while bystanders worry the two will fight. With eyes gleaming, Black Ghost announces they are resuming brutal special training to make Black Hand insanely strong. The scene shifts to Heaven Pub, a notorious villain bar. Outside, someone menacingly approaches the pub, purple energy trailing behind. Inside, a table of villains complains that everyone is flocking here to challenge Cashin and that a wave of challengers just left. They discuss how villains see Cashin as a potential stepping stone to instant fame yet are blind to their own limits. One is relieved that so far only random small fry have shown up. Cashin and a woman in a wide hat note that soon top-tier villains from around the world will converge on Gatam, making it chaotic. Another warns not to dismiss Mujin's intel, saying movements in China look ominous. Cashin guesses the threat might be the group called Red Death. The explanation confirms Red Death has long-eyed Korean territory and appears ready to act on their plans. Cashin reasons that, given the timing, their true target is probably him rather than Korea itself, and his ally agrees. Cashin says he personally wants that to be true, which amuses his subordinate who praises his boldness. Mujin advises Cashin to prepare carefully, but Cashin replies that he is always ready. Another comrade asks about Cashin's training under Money King and how he arranged such expensive tuition, while Cashin notes how quickly news spreads. Cashin explains he originally visited Money King to retrieve something, but the man instead offered to train him personally, keeping Mujin busy. Hearing that Money King waived his famous tuition fee, the others infer Cashin must already be much stronger. Cashin admits he is stronger yet still not ready to face someone like Red Death, leading into a deeper topic. The masked driver tells Cashin that training for a solo fight against Red Death is insufficient because the coming conflict will be a full-scale war, not a duel. The woman in the hat argues there is no need to worry so much since Cashin is not the only powerhouse in Gatam. A techie villain excitedly says his beloved device has arrived. The woman flirtatiously adds that she too is present and ready to help. A maid approaches their table, announcing the spaghetti order. The food is served, and the techie casually includes the maid as another ally. Cashin claims the spaghetti Alfredo, admitting he is the one who ordered it. As he looks up from the meal, Cashin notices something about the maid. The maid points out Cashin has cream on his face. She shyly reveals a bit of cream on her own cheek. Leaning toward him, she says she should not ask this of a customer. Smiling sweetly, she asks if Cashin could wipe the cream off her face for her. Cashin's comrades watch, wondering if he will follow through, while he insists the task is easy. Cashin reaches out to gently wipe the cream away, making the maid blush. A stern voice from the driver cuts in, saying that is enough. The driver steps between them, blocking Cashin from touching the maid. He hands her a floral handkerchief and tells her to clean her face with that instead. The maid smiles knowingly as she backs away. Cashin's friends realize the driver intervened because of his own feelings, and the woman in the hat coquettishly claims she has cream on her face too. The maid walks off looking ominously displeased while Cashin and the driver watch from behind. Mujin awkwardly comments that the cream incident derailed their discussion and steers the topic back to surpassing evolution. Cashin asks for detailed advice on how to transcend evolution so everyone can grow, surprising Mujin. Mujin says it is actually not that difficult, which shocks the others. Cashin listens intently, intrigued by Mujin's confidence. Later, the techie trains alone at night, saying that after much practice he can now perform a difficult ability. That night, at Incheon Port, an eerie wind blows over the water. A cargo ship sits at the docks under the moonlight. Police cars and sirens gather among the containers. Officers complain about the unusual cold as they patrol the dark port. They discuss how they were only ordered to scout, and wonder if psychers really need to be involved. One jokingly asks their psycher leader whether he is secretly a villain. The psycher reassures them the operation is just a formality. The officers relax, saying they feel safe with him there. One notes that if a true villain appeared, ordinary police like them would stand no chance. A mysterious figure silently watches them from above in the shadows. The scene shifts to a bright cityscape the next day. At the Vesperna building, a new setting is introduced. Inside Vesperna, a woman carrying yellow flowers walks down a hallway. She pauses, sensing someone nearby. A long-haired director greets her pleasantly. They exchange morning greetings as she explains she bought the marigolds because they looked pretty. The director studies the marigolds thoughtfully. She cheerfully offers one of the flowers to him. He quietly thanks her. She walks away smiling, unaware the director watches her leave. Holding the marigold, he remarks that he is glad she seems happy. His aide asks if he completely erased her memories of a certain day, and he confirms she will not recall it unless someone tampers with her mind. Looking at the flower, he says she has a kind heart, and he does not want her hurt. The aide reports finishing a background check on Kwan Yuri, including her residence in Gatam, which the director praises. Reading the file, the director notes, Yuri has a younger brother who is about to graduate high school and prepare for college. He reflects that the brother appears dependable. He hopes the boy avoids any dangerous incidents. The aide watches the director, sensing his concern. Elsewhere at dawn, Cashin resumes early morning training, surprised at himself. His spirit companion remarks that Cashin has not trained at this hour for some time and wonders if yesterday's events spurred him, while Cashin straps on 5 kg weights and says doing nothing would be stranger. Cashin runs, thinking how hard it was for him to master a certain feat, while another did it easily, which frustrates him. His spirit reminds him that Driver is an ally and that having such a strong ally should be reassuring. Cashin admits it is risky to trust Driver completely because he cannot read the man's thoughts. The spirit observes that despite his words, Cashin clearly trusts Driver quite a bit. It adds that Driver has intelligence Cashin lacks and would serve better as a good-willed rival than an enemy, which Cashin reacts to in disbelief. Cashin brushes it off, saying he is not interested, and keeps running. His weighted feet pound the pavement as he pushes himself harder. Cashin pants but keeps jogging, determined. A girl wearing similar training weights jogs nearby, drawing his attention. They bump into each other again while running and awkwardly remark on the coincidence. He asks if she usually jogs at this time. She confirms and returns the question. She mentions she enjoys light jogging, showing her own 5 kg wrist weight. Cashin hesitates, trying to say something more. The girl shyly asks if he would like to run together, if he is okay with it. He readily agrees and tells her they should go. Twins spying from behind a wall celebrate this small romantic progress. The story cuts to Lampa's South Korean branch headquarters. A stern woman in a black and gold uniform strides purposefully down a hallway. The scene shifts to an office shelf filled with documents and files. She opens a door to a conference room where several agents are waiting. Sitting down wearily, she asks why she was urgently summoned so early. She informs them that an incident occurred at Incheon port. One agent nervously asks what kind of event could be so urgent. She reveals that 2 policemen and 1 psycher who went to the port last night have vanished. She explains that they cannot contact or track the missing via GPS and that searches have found no trace, so it must be treated as a deliberate abduction. Another asks why psychers are involved at all, prompting her to reference the broader situation. She says worrisome movements in China and intel about Chinese villains entering Korea justify psycher involvement. They note that psychers are supposed to work in pairs, but the missing psycher's partner skipped the mission for his girlfriend's birthday, leaving the junior alone. She states that riot police and elite villain subjugation forces are being mobilized for a large-scale search and orders her team to remain on standby. One subordinate wonders if they too should stay on standby, but another declines, saying they have different orders. That man explains they received an urgent mission directly from head office. The scene moves to a scaffold building, indicating their next destination. A pair of high-heeled boots approaches as someone addresses unseen others. The woman in heels confronts silhouettes ahead, accusing them of lacking manners. Vice Leader Tang Yan and her companion from Tianxian Garden complain that being received in a shabby place after crossing the sea is rude. Black Tortoise, another member of the same faction, calls the situation ridiculous. Cashin's allied group apologizes but asks the visitors to understand their circumstances. The blue-haired woman explains they must first determine whether these visitors will be allies or enemies. The silver-haired man adds that if they prove hostile, there will be consequences. Power surges around him as he declares this hideout will serve as their grave. He nevertheless says he hopes the visitors truly are valued guests. Meanwhile, a monstrous eye in darkness sneers that the problem with people from small countries is their arrogance. White Tiger of the 4 evil monarchs mocks those who try to regain their honor despite being lowly. Sensing betrayal, the silver-haired man remarks that there appears to be a traitor among them. He launches a blinding attack, warning enemies to flee if they do not want to be devoured. White Tiger counters with his technique Mountain King Blood Claw in a furious assault. Shocked that his strike missed, White Tiger prepares to attack again. He vows not to miss a second time and swings with renewed ferocity. The silver-haired man emerges with his clothes torn but unharmed. Smirking, he says the intruder is not a rat but a cat. White Tiger snarls that regardless of the label, His foe is merely uninteresting prey. The silver-haired man activates his technique Abyss Sting, telling White Tiger not to waste his time. The White Tiger warrior unleashes a massive energy strike that shatters the surroundings. The Tiger Man snarls in frustration as his attack is unleashed. His violent blast sends shockwaves through the area, knocking bodies away. The impact finishes, leaving motion lines and debris. Gritting his teeth, the tiger prepares to continue the fight. He thinks to himself that he will finally bear his claws fully in this land. A new voice orders him to halt. A woman in red reminds her allies of their leader's mission and says they came to negotiate. She tells the furious tiger they cannot kill their opponent now, and that he will have other chances to fight while they stay in Korea. Cashin praises her calm choice, saying self-control is essential for negotiation. He admits such restraint is difficult for villains, and she dryly calls him eloquent. The tiger grudgingly backs down with a snort. The woman notes with surprise that Cashin has already hidden his killing intent. Cashin and his blue-haired ally silently acknowledge that he should never be underestimated. Cashin proposes that they now begin a proper and meaningful discussion. The scene shifts to a peaceful city street in front of a toast shop. At a park fountain, people relax and walk around. Kang Woo hands toast to Mujin, who thanks him. Mujin feels indebted that he even bought her toast, while he tells her to enjoy it with cola. She cheerfully decides she will repay him with a nice lunch someday, while he says it is unnecessary since he has an appointment. Remembering Cashin's earlier question, Mujin asks Kang Woo if his appointment is important. He explains that the meeting was suddenly arranged when three suited men arrive calling out to their teacher. The newcomers greet Kang Woo, ask if he has eaten, and react to hearing him called teacher. They curiously glance at Mujin and ask who she is. Flustered, Mujin says she will leave so she is not in the way, while one of the men blushes at how pretty she is. Mujin is momentarily taken aback. She waves goodbye and suggests they go running together again if he is free, and he casually agrees. The blue-haired man is shocked to hear that they have already run together before. He notes that Kang Woo seems very close to her and demands to know who she is. Off-screen voices marvel that this girl is actually the Winterbell monarch and say they cannot believe it. Later, Kang Woo and the two Lampa's agents sit at a table as they question how he knew the girl's true identity, while he says he could simply tell. Morals mentally notes he told Kang Woo, and the others conclude he used his scanning ability, calling him overpowered. They then ask if Mujin also knows Kang Woo's villain identity. Morals answers that Winterbell approached Cashin knowingly, prompting them to worry about what to do. Kang Woo explains there are twin Winterbell members with an annoying power who likely informed her. One agent observes that Kang Woo and Mujin acted as if unaware of each other's identities, and Kang Woo admits they are both pretending not to know. The blue-haired agent's eyes sparkle with excitement at the romantic tension. He internally gushes about how thrilling the situation is, while Kang Woo flatly insists it is not what they think. Kang Woo cuts the topic short and asks why they wanted to meet him so suddenly. The two agents exchange uneasy glances. They reveal that Lampa's head office has given them a mission that involves Kang Woo. Kang Woo reasons Lampa's would be interested since he defeated the Money King, but they clarify that the target is not Cashin the villain. He looks puzzled at this distinction. They explain that the order they received is to watch local resident Kwan Kang Woo and protect him if necessary. Kang Woo considers this unexpected directive. He wonders if Lampa suspects Cashin is actually Kang Woo, while the agents admit they are unsure but agree the mission implies suspicion. They say they are still trying to find out the reason and ask him to wait. Kang Woo accepts the possibility that Lampa's knows who he is but questions why they would want to protect him. The agents note that it looks odd for elite Lampa's members to be guarding a mere commoner. They agree that this aspect is suspicious and ask Kang Woo if he can think of any explanation. Moros thinks Kang Woo is hiding something, but Kang Woo claims he has no idea either. One agent adds that they have another, unannounced piece of information. He reveals that Chinese villains are sneaking into the country through Incheon, and Lampa suspects they belong to Tianxiang Garden tied to Red Death. Kang Woo concludes these invaders are probably targeting Cashin the villain. Narration explains that while Red Death's own arrival is unconfirmed, their objective lies in Gatam. On a rooftop, a masked youth is observed through a scope as he prepares spray cans. The watcher with ornate goggles confirms they have identified the main target. The observer relaxes on a tower, saying the advance party is likely already hiding in Gatam, and wondering if it is time for fun, identifying himself as the evil monarch Taopai of Tianxiang Garden. Back in the city, someone hearing the name Tianxiang Garden wonders if it is some sort of botanical garden. Cashin's group explains from their hideout that Tianxiang Garden is actually the name of Red Death's villain organization. One of Cashin's allies nervously asks if he intends to join that group. Cashin says the news will be shocking as he starts to pour wine. He calmly reveals that Gatam's villains have already formed a strategic alliance with Tianxiang Garden. His subordinates react that while it sounds fun, they question whether such an alliance is truly necessary. Cashin explains that Tianxiang Garden's goal is to destroy both Gatam Vilzone and Winterbell, which coincides perfectly with their own aims. Smiling, he concludes that their objectives are aligned. The others excitedly remark that an assault on Gatam and Winterbell will be a grand event that exceeds expectations. Someone asks if Red Death himself will participate. Cashin answers that Red Death must be present, or the event cannot even begin. An ally reasons that a big shot like Red Death would never travel alone and wonders if all his elites will accompany him. Cashion's blue-haired associate confirms that Red Death's 4 great black stars and 4 misfortunes, his most elite followers, will all be coming to Korea. A dark illustration introduces the group known as the 4 great black stars. It is explained that these 4 are Red Death's all-rounder personal guards, each a powerful villain. A second illustration describes the 4 misfortunes, Red Death's personal assassins specializing in killing. One of Cashion's lieutenants says he has heard of the 4 misfortunes. They recount that Lampas's northern China branch once put a bounty on Red Death due to his atrocities. The narration states that this bounty enraged Red Death. In response, Red Death ordered his elite to massacre the Lampas branch. The elites carried out the slaughter flawlessly, cementing their reputation as the 4 misfortunes. Cashion's subordinate is stunned that a single organization destroyed a Lampas branch, while Cashin says it is believable since Red Death effectively rules China. The eye-patched man nervously suggests reconsidering the alliance, likening it to entering a lion's den to catch a cat. Cashin reassures him that Lampas cannot actually harm them. He says the real issue is not Red Death's entry into Korea but the consequences of that arrival. Cashin predicts that psychers worldwide will flock to Korea to fight Red Death and Tianxiang Garden, and Lampas will consider Korea a favorable battlefield. However, he notes that the truth is different from that optimistic view. He explains that with no retreat routes in Korea, Lampas's elite squads will actually struggle against Red Death, a point his ally reluctantly agrees with. Cashin states that their trump card is Lens Girl's portal ability, which will let their side retreat home with minimal casualties if things go poorly. His crew recognizes that Tianxiang Garden allied with them mainly for that safety guarantee and praised Lens Girl enthusiastically. The eye-patched man understands Red Death's benefits from the alliance but asks what they themselves gain. Cashin reveals the plan to use Tianxiang Garden to eliminate Cashin and Driver, who are thorns in their side. Internally he adds that amidst this chaos he intends to steal the platinum disc. The story returns to Gatam Vilzone's worn buildings. Inside the complex, Tao Tai walks briskly down a service corridor. He reaches a keypad and begins infiltrating the secured area. Discovering something unexpected, he murmurs that it is interesting. Another villain suddenly asks Tao Tai how he managed to bypass the security system. The goggle-wearing tech villain, Driver, says he did not expect anyone to breach his own security network. Driver retorts that Tao Tai stole his line. Tao Tai admits he had intended to sneak up and scare Driver but is impressed Driver noticed him. Driver identifies him as Tao Tai of the 4 misfortunes. Tao Tai is amused that Driver already knows his name. Driver says their talk will be short because he is there with orders from his highly respected leader of Tianxiang Garden. Tao Tai casually confirms that he means Red Death. Tao Tai angrily lectures Driver that he should address Red Death more respectfully with the title. Driver comments that he heard Red Death was building something strange with Tianxiang Garden but thinks he is just playing king, then asks why Tao Tai has come. Tao Tai pulls out his brush and prepares to answer. He proclaims that he came only to deliver a message from his esteemed leader. The imagined message is Red Death's arrogant demand that Driver kneel before him and obey without question. Red Death adds that if Driver submits, his life will be spared as repayment for entertaining him once before. Driver calmly tells Tao Tai to carry back a reply. Tao Tai perks up, ready to record the words with his brush. Driver begins by saying he really hates something. He declares that what he hates is bowing down to other people as his weapon gathers crackling energy. Driver instead vows to show Red Death something even more exciting than before and tells Tao Tai to look forward to it, prompting Tao Tai to ask him to repeat the dramatic ending. Driver repeats the promise to show Red Death something truly good and worth looking forward to. Tao Tai notes that he has written the response down in his notebook. He worries aloud that his revered leader will be disappointed, theatrically fretting over what to do. A blinding flash of energy erupts in the corridor. Tao Tai responds coldly that perhaps he should simply bring Driver's severed head to Red Death as a gift. Driver replies that Tao Tai will need his permission first, and Tao Tai answers that he understands. Driver agrees and quietly accepts the condition. Tao Tai decides he will leave now, emphasizing that he only follows his leader's commands, while Driver stops him with another question. Driver asks if Tao Tai is responsible for setting up the strange space manipulation in the area. Tao Tai smugly confirms that he is. Activating his skill space lock, he says that nothing from this fight will leak outside unless he allows it. Driver acknowledges this limitation with a simple OK. Tao Tai snaps his fingers and prepares to deactivate the lock so he can depart. Before he can finish, Dr. Plague suddenly appears, asking if he is done as she restrains him. Driver tells her to let Tao Tai go this time and warns him that such leniency will not happen again. As Driver and Dr. Plague leave talking casually about lunch plans, Tao Tai is left behind, rattled. He thinks in shock that she masked her presence completely yet still sensed him, realizing he cannot underestimate her. Tao Tai admits that her strength makes things more interesting. Dr. Plague, however, seethes at the idea that someone dared to threaten her. Tao Tai is hurled out through a roaring spatial vortex, vowing that next time he meets her, he finishes the thought by promising she had better be ready. Cashin appears above, calmly remarking that it must be tough acting as someone else's errand boy. Tao Tai's eye widens in shock at Cashin's sudden presence. Cashin tells him that next time he should use the front door instead of sneaking in and out, adding he has something else to say. While the swirling portal dumps Taotai outside, Cashin scolds that leaving trash around Gatam will get him in trouble. Cashin finishes by reminding Taotai to take his trash with him, finally recognizing him as Cashin and reacting with alarm. Cashin, now in full combat gear with Morals floating beside him, asserts his authority over Gatam. The sun sets over the city, bathing the Ville Zone in ominous light. Evening deepens as the buildings glow under the red sky. Back in their base, Driver, Cashin, and Dr. Plague review the encounter. Driver identifies Taotai as one of Red Death's personal assassins, and Dr. Plague vows to rip his head off next time. Cashin asks how Taotai slipped past the security system, and Driver says he is currently investigating. Driver explains that the security network stores facial and physical data of all Gatam residents and villains. The system is designed to trigger an alert whenever an outsider is captured on any camera. Cashin wonders if Taotai simply avoided being filmed, but Driver says that should be impossible. Driver notes that beyond constant drone surveillance, numerous fixed cameras cover every infiltration route. Dr. Plague adds that any invader not literally tunneling underground would be seen, so perhaps Taotai had disguised himself like the shapeshifter Black Ghost. Cashin considers it possible that Taotai changed his appearance, acknowledging the tactic as he thinks back on his own disguises. Driver silently studies data on his visor, focused on the recent intrusion. They note that Black Ghost's perfect impersonation ability is extremely rare. Driver adds that Taotia's power is totally different, so that theory is unlikely. The team wonders if the strange incident could just be a simple system malfunction. The scientist angrily insists there is nothing wrong with the system she created. Driver, puzzled, looks back toward the monitors. They review footage showing the intruder clearly on camera, yet not flagged as an outsider. Driver decides to recheck what the security system actually recorded during that time. As he types, Driver discovers something in the logs that greatly interests him. He explains that the system's records label the intruder as Crush, though his appearance differs from Taotai. After checking, Driver concludes the anomaly is not due to any system error. He explains it was spoofing, where special gears sent false signals to trick the cameras. Shadow clarifies that fake data deceived the real-time recognition system. Megatroll asks if there is a traitor, but Driver says he suspects another explanation. Driver describes a tech-obsessed insider who knows Ville Zone members well and can build custom devices. He hints that there's one person who perfectly matches those two conditions. The scene shifts to a different house at dusk, introducing another group. A woman questions Taotai about faithfully delivering their leader's message and what response he got. Taotai reports that Driver refused, and the woman coolly suggests killing him might be simpler. Taotai admits he also considered killing Driver but says he would need all four misfortunes involved. She is surprised he rates Driver so highly, and he confirms there are other strong allies there, and that he met Cashin. Taotai confirms Cashin really beat Money King and says he saw firsthand how formidable Cashin is. The woman accepts his judgment, and concludes Gatam's Ville Zone truly houses many powerful fighters. Megatroll asks if his equipment helped, and Taotai happily says it was very useful. Taotai explains Megatroll's device let him slip into Ville Zone easily and even left Driver stunned. Amused, Megatroll laughs that he wishes he had seen Driver's dumbfounded face, revealing his own villain profile. Taotai says he plans to reuse the device at Gatam, but Megatroll immediately forbids it. Megatroll explains Driver will update security by tomorrow, which will render his spoofing gadget obsolete. Taotai complains that the device's effective period is far too short. The woman asks if he was tailed coming back, and Taotai casually answers that he was. Taotai recalls highly skilled pursuers tracking him through the alleys. The story returns to Gatam Ville Zone, showing its dilapidated complex. Taotia's two pursuers kneel before Cashin, apologizing for failing their mission and asking to be punished. Cashin tells them the failure is not their fault. He takes responsibility, saying they still do not understand Taotia's abilities and must admit Taotai is very skilled. Horrified that their leader is blaming himself, the two vow to atone by dying, but Cashin forbids it. They beg for at least some minor punishment to ease their guilt. Cashin instead orders them to patrol Ville Zone's perimeter in rotating pairs every 2 hours. After assigning them, he calls the rest of the members over. The main fighters complain about being summoned at night, and Cashin orders them to form pairs and join the patrols. One member asks why patrols are suddenly necessary when they never did them before. Cashin explains there is a problem with the security system, so until it is fixed they must patrol in case of trouble. Some members are excited to finally work, while others doubt anything serious like Red Death barging in will happen. Another pair laments that standing guard will be unbearably boring. Cashin agrees simple standing watch would be dull and hints at another plan. He unveils heavy training packs, announcing special training for night shifts as the members protest. The next day, the scene shifts to a busy international airport. Reporters swarm the arrival hall, preparing for someone important. 3 Chinese psychers stride through the crowd as cameras flash around them. Korea's psychers wonder who tipped off reporters, since they never publicized this arrival. Their teammate answers that China must have informed the media, claiming they are sending heroes to Korea to capture Red Death. Korea's side notes that only 3 psychers were dispatched, but learns that these 3 are actually China's strongest aces. They mention that the US and Japan will send psychers as well, though those deployments are classified. Someone shouts that the Chinese team is arriving, drawing everyone's attention. The three powerful visitors appear, flanked by guards and radiating prestige. The narration identifies Zhang Bao and Lin Mei as S-rank psychers with light and water specialties. Long Xian thinks to himself that he has finally arrived in Korea as reporters bombard him with flashes. He recalls wielding the legendary Fire Dragon Sword, a national treasure forged from dragon's breath, and vows to stake his country's honor. Long Xian declares he will personally defeat Red Death using that sword. Back at Gatam Zone, exhausted members groan about their harsh new regimen. One of the trainees pants heavily from carrying the oversized pack. Several members collapsed under their packs, complain about aching shoulders and question how this counts as special training. Another pair trudges along, calling it unpaid labor and asking if it is already time to switch shifts. A maid arrives to tell them they can stop patrolling now because the security issue has been resolved. She also passes out drinks, saying the boss praised their hard work from the night before. When asked what the drink is, she explains it is Heaven Pub's special protein shake. One member reacts strongly, sending his heavy pack crashing as he rushes over. He dashes up to the maid, desperately demanding a bottle. The others clamor for flavors while chugging the shakes as fast as they can. Drinking quietly, one fighter studies the maid and feels he has seen her somewhere before. The maid turns toward him and calls out. She innocently asks the suspicious fighter whether they have met before. With a charming smile, she denies knowing him and claims this is their first meeting. Despite her words, the man is unsettled. He wonders to himself why he suddenly feels so uneasy about her. The scene changes to a construction site with a large crane towering over half-built structures. Cashin reads a news article announcing that China's 3 strongest psychers have arrived in South Korea. Cashin thinks their arrival makes no sense if they truly intend to capture Red Death, since such a mission should be covert. His subordinates suspect China also wants to use the operation to promote Long Xian as a national star. They remind Cashin that Long Xian has the same poison attribute he does, and was once compared to him as China's Cashin. The agents explain that Long Xian has changed dramatically after receiving powerful elixirs from the Chinese government. They say China developed an elixir, akin to mana stones for villains, that can massively boost a psyker's mana. Cashin muses that Lampas would be interested and wonders if that elixir is already in circulation. His agents answer that the potion exists but is far too expensive for its modest effect. They add that compared to mana stones it has only about a tenth of the power, essentially making it overpriced trash. Cashin concludes that even so, China has risked a lot by investing everything into Long Xian, not just with elixirs. He learns they also armed Long Xian with the world-tier Fire Dragon Sword. The agents comment that China clearly pins huge hopes on Long Xian and is desperate to retain top-tier psychers. Cashin acknowledges that desperation. He recalls that China previously lost 5 top-class psychers to Red Death. Cashin reveals he personally knew one of those fallen psychers. He explains this person served as his instructor at the academy, teaching him spear and sword techniques. When asked who it was, Cashin says his companions would not recognize the name. The story cuts to a luxurious hotel where Zhang Bao sits alone reading. Zhang Bao continues reading calmly, unaware Long Xian and Lin Mei are approaching. In a flashback, a woman named Lilin appears, showing the style of Zhang Bao's memories. Long Xian and Lin Mei scold Zhang Bao for not answering his phone, and say they were searching for him. Zhang Bao apologizes, admitting he left his phone on silent mode. Other patrons notice Zhang Bao and whisper that he looks like the guy they saw on TV while Long Xian urges him to sit. Zhang Bao asks why they were looking for him. Long Xian explains Lampas contacted them to attend an upcoming joint mission briefing with Korea's branch manager. Zhang Bao deduces that means Korea's sole top-class psyker, Ma Kwangho, will participate. Long Xian says he has only heard rumors of Ma Kwangho's strength, and that the Korean ace specializes in marksmanship. Zhang Bao agrees, saying Ma Kwangho is unrivaled in marksmanship. He adds that Ma Kwangho is also terrifying in close combat, a great ally but a horrible enemy. Zhang Bao mentions there used to be another Korean top-class psyker besides Ma Kwangho. He recalls that this other man, Kim Kwangho, shared the same first name and died fighting Red Death 5 years earlier. Long Xian grumbles that Red Death again lies at the center of these tragedies, and wonders how many psychers that monster has killed. Zhang Bao says the true number of psychers slain, or injured by Red Death, is likely beyond counting. He explains that the upcoming cleanup mission is an international operation centered on avenging Red Death, with China, Korea, Japan and the US participating. Zhang Bao tells Long Xian that he will be the central figure of this operation, and that his actions will shape their country's future. Long Xian solemnly accepts this responsibility. Elsewhere at another construction site, someone arrives and recognizes it as the same place Cashin often uses. The villainous woman from before complains about the gloomy building, while her ally remarks it suits her secretive nature. Another subordinate says the area feels like rats could crawl out any time, and the masked woman promises to choose a nicer meeting place next time. Tao Pai informs her that the media is going wild because Chinese psychers have entered Korea. She dismisses their arrival, saying Tianxian Garden's elites will eliminate them soon. Tao Pai smiles that he is eager to see how that confrontation turns out. The woman shifts the call to a new topic. She requests that her leader arrange a duel for her against Winterbell's monarch, the evil sword Mu Jin. She asks her masked ally to set up the duel as quickly as possible, and he agrees. She adds that she will contact him again in 2 days and that she has another matter to discuss. Another subordinate asks if they may use the portal freely, and is assured that it will always be available on request. Pleased with that answer, the woman says she will report it to her leader right away before resuming negotiations. The narrative moves to Tianxiang Garden, headquarters of Red Death sect. In the garden, a refined hand caresses blooming peonies. Inside an ornate hall, a robed woman admires the blossom's exquisite color and scent. She muses that peonies deserve their title as the king of flowers. An attendant enters to announce that Vice Leader Tang Yan has sent a message. The sect leader reacts with intrigued delight. Revealed as Red Death, she exclaims that she has finally received the results she has long awaited. The scene shifts back to Lampas's Korean branch headquarters. Party poppers go off, showering the room with confetti. A red-haired trainee, Wuchan, looks surprised as he walks into the celebration. His seniors congratulate him on officially becoming a psyker, and he thanks them. Wuchan notes the ceremony seems tiny, and Daewon explains only he and Jiho passed the exam this time. Daewon adds that many recent psyker school graduates have been failures, which is why their success is special. Another teammate happily says that is exactly why they are celebrating Wuchan. Wuchan reminds Daewon of his promise to grant him one wish if he became an official psyker. Wuchan uses that wish to ask permission to join the Red Death cleanup operation, but Daewon flatly refuses. Wuchan questions why, and Daewon says the mission is too dangerous for a rookie despite his new status. Daewon hesitates, thinking more carefully about Wuchan's request. Remembering a funeral in the rain, he empathizes with Wuchan's determination. He still insists it would be reckless to place a brand new licensee on such a perilous mission and says Lampas would never allow it. Wuchan keeps his feelings hidden behind a tense expression. Out loud he says he understands, surprising Daewon. Wuchan calmly repeats that he accepts their reasoning and will not act stubborn about it. His friends suspect he is secretly planning something despite appearing obedient. The story then returns to Gatam Zone, setting up events there again. Cashin thinks about Megatroll, admitting that even the name is something he would rather forget. Driver explains that the masked man on the hologram used to be the boss of Gatam Zone 5 years ago. Jaiwa asks if that man is why the intruders bypassed their security, and Driver confirms. Driver details that the former boss is an expert in broadcasting and communications, highly intelligent, stealthy, and prone to betrayal. Driver adds that this man, alongside Toymaker, was a main culprit in turning Gatam into a lawless zone. They conclude the ex-boss and Toymaker were close allies and also had ties with Barracuda. Driver says the man disappeared after he himself became Gatam's boss and has only recently resurfaced by joining Red Death's squad. Jaiwa asks why the man joined Red Death, and Driver speculates it is out of resentment for being driven out of the Ville Zone. Then Jaiwa asks who expelled him. Driver proudly reveals that he is the one who kicked the former boss out. Jaiwa says that if Driver beat him once then he is not worried, assuming the enemy is weaker than Driver. Driver admits he is more worried about other powerful people who have joined Red Death. Jaiwa asks if Prince is among them. Driver confirms that he just received intel that Prince has allied with Red Death. Jaiwa wonders where that information came from, but Driver coyly keeps the source secret. Driver worries that many villains like Megatroll and Prince may have joined forces with Red Death. Jaiwa's shadow companion agrees, thinking there may be additional foreign villains working with Red Death. Driver notes that the woman's current movements differ greatly from when she came to Korea 5 years earlier. He reasons that she is acting more cautiously now, trying not to repeat her past mistakes. Jaiwa argues that if he were their only target they would not need such a large plan, and could approach him directly. Driver agrees Jaiwa would never shy from a head-on confrontation and offers to make contact if Jaiwa needs to face someone. Jaiwa agrees they should strike first while the enemy is unprepared, seeing it as the correct strategy. Driver says the real uncertainty is Lampas, whose unclear motives will also restrain Red Death's movements, when his visor suddenly alerts him. Noticing the alert, Jaiwa asks what is wrong, and Driver announces that one of the masked men has appeared. Jaiwa asks Driver which masked man he means. The scene shifts to Nakong Villezone, where someone marvels at the size and grandeur of Mujin's estate. The visiting trio are amazed such a mansion exists in a Villezone, and are told it reflects Mujin's tastes. A woman guarding the estate remarks that the visitors seem very capable. Mujin's sword-wielding subordinate confronts them, demanding to know how they entered. Prince calmly agrees with her that they are indeed very talented, and then asks who she is. Mujin's subordinate is surprised and confused by what she hears. The scholarly subordinate realizes from his reputation that the visitor is the powerful villain Prince. Mujin's sword user mocks Prince's villain name as embarrassing, but Prince calmly answers that he is not ashamed. Prince says the title suits him because he will soon claim a position worthy of the name. Mujin's subordinate finds Prince amusing. Someone then directly asks Prince why he has come. Prince states he came only to talk with Mujin, surprising someone who expected a fight. Mujin's subordinate scolds him for coming without permission, and Prince replies that asking her now is exactly what he is doing. She refuses his request outright, saying she will not grant permission. Prince responds that while he does not recommend a battle, he will not back down from one. Mujin's sword user gladly accepts the challenge and prepares to attack. She rushes Prince with a powerful sword strike, eager to test his skill. Mujin's subordinate reacts with shock when Prince withstands the attack. Elsewhere inside the estate, Mujin herself appears with her own masked aide, asking if Prince has come specifically to meet her. The masked aide says they have not met before. Prince introduces himself to Mujin's aide as Prince. Mujin's aide says his client requested a meeting with Mujin and wants to arrange it, prompting Mujin to ask who the client is. The aide identifies his client as Tang Yen, vice leader of the villain association Tianxiang Garden. Prince relays that Tang Yen wishes to meet Mujin. Mujin explains to her subordinate that Tianxiang Garden is the villain organization led by Red Death. The masked aide confirms he knows who Mujin is, recognizing her as Namkang's boss and Winterbell's monarch. He adds that since he knows her status, he also understands her relationship with Red Death. Mujin interprets his willingness to ask anyway as meaning he is ready to risk his life. The masked aide draws his sword and tells her that asking despite that risk shows he is prepared to die. The mansion's exterior trembles as their combat begins. The masked aide launches a massive sword attack straight at Prince and his companions. Prince remarks that Nakan has a unique way of greeting guests and says he should respond courteously in kind. He proposes a test where he will stand still and, if he blocks 3 attacks, Mujin must hear his offer. Mujin's aide calls the proposal interesting but thinks it should be declined. The masked swordsman arrogantly replies he only needs a single strike. Mujin's scholarly subordinate is nervous but excited by the dangerous situation. Prince halts the start of the duel to say he has something to clarify first. He reveals his ability by drawing swirling darkness that absorbs his opponent's attack. Prince explains that his skill can absorb an enemy's attacks. He elaborates that he can store the attack's energy and convert it into a dark attribute counterstrike. The masked aide asks why Prince is revealing this, and Prince says it is so no one can claim he tricked them afterward. The mask retorts that Prince is being arrogant because he believes he has a safety net, then unleashes a deadly slash. One of Prince's allies recognizes the formidable stance the masked man is taking. The masked swordsman challenges Prince to show the real worth of that absorbing power. He charges with a high-speed cutting attack toward Prince. He unleashes his named technique, Limitless Heaven-Shattering Sword. Prince responds with his own named counter, Eclipse Haze, channeling the absorbed energy into a dark sphere. The two techniques collide violently in midair between them. Prince's onlookers gasp at the overwhelming clash of power. Mujin and her aide also react in shock as the shockwave reaches them. When the dust settles, the masked swordsman stands with his blade out while Prince remains unharmed. Mujin's scholar exclaims that Prince actually blocked the attack. The masked swordsman realizes Prince's boasting was not simple arrogance. Accepting the outcome, Mujin's aide tells Prince to await the meeting details once they are set, and Prince thanks him. Prince's large ally is surprised the duel ends there, calling the abrupt resolution anticlimactic. Prince quietly looks at the blood on his wounded hand, acknowledging the opponent's strength. He wonders whether Mujin's side is deliberately leaving themselves room to back out. The scene shifts to the lobby on Rose Building, where someone shouts in surprise inside. Driver lounges at a table, causing a flustered outburst from a blonde ally who wonders why he is there. At a formal team meeting, Driver casually explains he arrived by plane while the monarch says she personally invited him. The monarch confirms she summoned Driver because she needs his opinion. Another ally complains that facing Driver without their villain disguises makes them feel exposed. One woman asks if this is Driver's first time seeing the monarch in her civilian form. The monarch notes that Driver has known her true identity for quite some time. Mujin's ally is shocked to learn Driver has known for so long. Bored, Driver asks how much longer they will discuss such dry matters while snacking on cookies. The blonde complains about Driver's rudeness toward their monarch, and she informs everyone that Tianxiang Garden's people wish to meet her. Driver immediately associates the meeting with Red Death. The monarch clarifies that the one requesting the meeting is Red Death's vice leader Tang Yen. She says the meeting is scheduled to happen in 3 days. She adds that the exact time and location will only be sent to them on the morning of the meeting. Driver judges the whole arrangement to be an obvious trap, though the monarch says she had to accept. The group discusses who will accompany the monarch to the meeting, and she says she is deciding now and will certainly attend. Driver bluntly refuses the blonde's desire to go along. Driver argues that because they do not know what will happen there, bringing someone emotional would be like adding fuel to the fire. The dark-haired ally sides with Driver, saying he agrees with that judgment. Another member privately thinks this bluntness is exactly why the monarch invited Driver. The monarch then mentions that she met Prince earlier that day. The scene returns to Gatam Villezone's skyline. On a rooftop, Red Mask declares he wants to fight Red Death as a Gatam villain. Jaiwa stands with his shadow companion, listening silently. Jaiwa questions whether Red Mask is drunk for making such a declaration. He tells Red Mask that Piskers will fight Red Death as a common enemy anyway, so Red Mask does not need to become a villain for that purpose. Jaiwa then asks whether Red Mask has lost his identity as a psyker. Red Mask sheepishly admits the Villezone will not let him join because he is a newcomer. Jaiwa flatly says they do not accept newbies either, wanting experienced people only. Jaiwa asks if Red Mask's motive is avenging his father. Red Mask is startled and asks how Jaiwa knows, and Jaiwa explains they keep track of everyone who passes through the Villezone. Jaiwa warns that if Red Mask is driven by revenge, Lampas will bar him from the operation because personal feelings are a liability. Jaiwoo's shadow companion points out that the same criticism applies to Jaiwoo, who is also using the Vil Zone for his own vendetta. Red Mask thinks quietly about this remark. Jaiwoo insists he will not be controlled by his emotions and offers to prove his composure if necessary. Red Mask says he is willing to undergo any test Jaiwoo wants. Jaiwoo calls that the right attitude and prepares to give him a simple assignment. The narrative flashes to a memory of Red Mask's smiling sister. Jaiwoo sets the condition that Red Mask must first gain his sister's permission. The scene cuts to the outside of Red Mask's apartment building. Inside, his sister demands to know if he is serious about what he just told her. She asks incredulously if he plans to fight alongside Gatam's villains, and he admits that he does. She reminds him that he became a psyker specifically to avenge their father. Red Mask says Lampus refuses to even give him a chance. He concludes sadly that he has no other option left. She asks if the Vil Zone really agreed to take him in, and he explains they did under one extreme condition. He tells her that condition is obtaining her permission, which surprises her. Jaiwoo's stern face is briefly shown, emphasizing the seriousness of that requirement. The sister guesses that Jaiwoo must have been the one who imposed that condition. Red Mask explains that Red Death's arrival in Korea is his only chance at revenge. He thinks that if he misses this opportunity he may never get another chance. He reiterates that he might never again have a chance like this. She asks whether he intends to pursue Red Death even if it means fighting alone, and he answers that he will, regardless of her answer. When she asks if he would still go even if she tried to stop him, he apologizes, implying yes. She stares at him silently, conflicted. Red Mask meets her gaze, equally tense. At last she closes her eyes and tells him she gives her permission. She explains that she is saying yes only because stopping him would be pointless. Red Mask replies that he agrees but wants to attach his own condition. She smiles enigmatically as she prepares to state that condition. The story shifts to a jet flying over the Pacific Ocean, carrying new arrivals. Inside the plane, several psychers sit scattered among the seats. One bearded psycher checks his watch. He asks when they will arrive and is told they will land in about an hour, grumbling about a 30-minute delay. Another psycher, Ethan Harper, cheerfully wonders if a crowd will greet them when they land. Trey McKenzie says they will land at an Air Force base, so he should not expect fanfare. Jamal Williams notes they are on a secret mission, so of course there will be no welcome party. Ethan complains that 3 top-class psychers coming without a welcome is disappointing, and Trey tells him not to take it too hard. Jamal proposes instead that they place bets on which of them will kill Red Death. Ethan eagerly accepts the wager, boasting that his flawless aim makes the outcome obvious, while Trey laughs at their shared confidence. A psycher named Ethan, preparing for a difficult mission tied to Lampus's reputation, puts on his headphones. Confident, Ethan vows to complete this important mission successfully. The scene shifts to a busy city building full of shops and offices. Focus narrows to a coin karaoke practice room inside that building. Kangwoo, rubbing his forehead in annoyance, tells his eye spirit to wait. Kangwoo asks why they chose such a place to meet, and the 2 suited psychers explain it is safer to vary locations. Kangwoo suspects they just wanted to visit the popular karaoke, but they flatly deny it. He asks why they wanted this meeting, and they say it concerns a surveillance mission on him from headquarters. One of the men adds they heard the order came from a VIP, which surprises Kangwoo. Kangwoo thinks VIPs are normally world leaders, then says those people and someone else are classified that way. A pale, long-haired man with ominous eyes is shown, hinting at that other powerful VIP. The dark-skinned psyker clarifies that this mysterious figure is known simply as the head. Kangwoo recaps that the head personally ordered them to protect and monitor him, which even they find odd. Kangwoo wonders if his true identity has been exposed and internally questions the reason. He reasons that if he were exposed it would justify surveillance but not protection, and that the impatient head he knows would not usually make such a careful move. His eye spirit advises him to think through the situation cautiously. The spirit reminds him they already faced the dangerous enemy Red Death, and warns that mishandling this could create another foe. Kangwoo admits he will one day have to fight Lampus but feels that time has not come yet. The spirit says events must unfold at the right moment, or risks will multiply, while Kangwoo complains the spirit overcomplicates things. One of the Lampus agents apologetically signals it is time for them to leave. They conclude the meeting and prepare to head out. Kangwoo suggests they at least sing one song since they came to karaoke, but they refuse because of work. The blue-haired psycher explains that 3 top-class psychers are arriving on assignment today. Kangwoo realizes those newcomers will join the upcoming operation against Red Death, and asks who they are. He is told the arriving veterans are Jamal, Trey, and Ethan. Hearing that Ethan is now a top-class psycher, Kangwoo is incredulous, and the spirit explains Ethan filled the rank Kangwoo vacated. The blue-haired agent sighs, wanting to sing at least one song before leaving. Kangwoo says he and his spirit will stay longer as the others say goodbye and depart. Outside, the blue-haired agent laments not getting to enjoy coin karaoke, and his partner says they can always come back. A small girl bundled in winter clothes bumps into the blue-haired agent, startling him. Both apologize repeatedly for the accidental collision. The girl then scurries away while the 2 Lampus agents watch her go. The dark-skinned agent comments on the girl, prompting his partner to ask if he recognizes her. He silently stares after her, clearly unsettled. He then claims he must have mistaken her for someone else, though he internally doubts that. The girl nervously grabs a door handle, about to enter another karaoke room. She bursts inside announcing her arrival to a companion who is singing enthusiastically. The singer, revealed as S-rank striker Saihara Takeo, loudly scolds her for being late. She apologizes, explaining she got lost finding the place. An internal monologue insists there is no way the famed genius psyker called the eye switch could really be here. The girl, I am Yuki, proudly shows off a sweet potato mozzarella corn dog she bought, while Takeo loudly praises her, establishing her as an S++ ice mage. The scene shifts outdoors to another building under a clear sky. Within, villain Guang Ji greets a woman he calls vice leader, saying fate has brought them together abroad. The vice leader, Tang Yen, thanks him for coming while her horned companion jokes about her cold demeanor. Tang Yen invites Guang Ji's group to sit and have snacks, but he insists on skipping pleasantries and discussing the mission. Guang Ji, complaining he has not shed blood in days and feels ashamed as one of the four misfortunes, shows how eager he is for violence. Tang Yen smiles, saying the timing is actually perfect. She tells him there is a job she wants him to do, which clearly excites him. Grinning, Guang Ji asks whom she wants him to kill. The story returns to the karaoke building exterior. Kangwoo's eye spirit stares blankly, still thinking about the earlier singing. As Kangwoo walks down the hallway, the spirit bluntly says he is terrible at singing, and Kangwoo snaps back defensively. Kangwoo insists it is fine as long as the singer is having fun. He notices I am being approached by two sleazy young men. The men ask if she is alone and suggest she join them instead of singing by herself. I am politely declines, saying she is fine and not bored. They press on, claiming they are not scary and telling her to relax. Kangwoo suddenly appears, draping an arm over one guy and saying he cannot relax around them, startling both. He harshly remarks he cannot relax while breathing the same air as those punks, leaving them flustered and I am confused. Intimidated, the two punks quickly apologize and flee. I am turns to Kangwoo and asks if he just helped her. She thanks him warmly, but he says there is no need, joking that the punks were actually the ones in danger from her. I am laughs, assuming he is joking about her being dangerous, while Kangwoo seriously thinks otherwise. Kangwoo mentally recalls the title Steel Witch Tuppence as he evaluates her. He internally lists Steel Witch Tuppence, White Witch Griffith, and Ice Witch I am Yuki as Lampas's three legendary witches that villains fear, and notes the punks might have been doomed if he had not intervened. Just then Takeo calls out to Yuki from down the hall. Takeo looks shocked as he sees Kangwoo standing near her. Misreading the situation, he angrily demands to know what Kangwoo is doing with Yuki. Yuki quickly explains Kangwoo helped her, calming Takeo, who is surprised. Realizing the misunderstanding, Takeo laughs loudly and apologizes to Kangwoo. Kangwoo checks his phone, the encounter already behind him. Takeo, still wanting to make amends, offers Kangwoo his autograph, bragging about his fame, but Kangwoo declines. Kangwoo and his spirit leave the building, watched curiously by Yuki and Takeo. Yuki comments that Korean men seem cool, while Takeo silently studies Kangwoo. Takeo thinks about how Kangwoo did not flinch when confronted and wonders who he really is. The scene shifts to Lampas's South Korean branch headquarters. On a balcony there, two psychers reminisce about last seeing each other 3 years ago in New York during a joint operation. One remarks how time has flown and asks about the comrades who traveled with the other. Ethan answers they are resting at the Air Force Base, exhausted from jet lag. The branch manager says that makes sense and suggests Ethan should have taken a day off, but Ethan rushed over to meet his future allies. The manager chides Ethan for sounding ominous, and says Ethan knows why he was really sent here. Ethan replies that his duty is to support the branch manager, and that he will follow the manager's decisions. The branch manager smiles slightly, his mood unreadable. He says he hopes Ethan truly means what he says. The manager then stresses that this is his jurisdiction and he will not tolerate needless chaos, and Ethan promises not to disappoint him. Since they have reunited after a long time, the manager suggests they go out for Korean food together. Ethan says he likes dishes like bulgogi and japchae, so the manager agrees and suggests they leave. Before going, Ethan says there is one question he needs answered. He asks bluntly whether Red Death is currently in Korea. The manager says Red Death is not, but confirms that some of Red Death's subordinates have entered the country and are being watched by his trained trackers. He reiterates that Red Death herself has not yet set foot in Korea. Over images of masked operatives, he explains this is actually preferable, as prey is most easily captured by a hunter waiting in ambush. He gestures with a gloved hand as he elaborates. Smirking, the manager predicts the moment Red Death's head is blown off will arrive soon. The setting jumps to Gatam Zone, a dilapidated urban area. We see its cramped alleys and rooftops from above, emphasizing its maze-like structure. There, Kangwoo and his team confront a masked broker, asking if he truly arranged a meeting with Red Death. The tense group stands in the empty courtyard surrounded by tall buildings. The broker repeats the name Red Death, amused that their message reached the right ears. Red-clad monarch clarifies that the contact is actually Tang Yen, vice leader of Tianxian Garden, not Red Death herself. Kangwoo asks when the meeting will be, and his teammate says it is scheduled for 3 days from now, enough time to prepare an attack. The teammate suggests they sit somewhere and discuss the plan further, as a shady shop owner nervously closes up nearby. The shop owner, a tired-looking man, peeks out then retreats. He flips his sign to close the instant he sees them. Kang-woo notes the owner shut his doors as soon as they appeared, wondering if he is choosing his customers. The visor-wearing strategist suddenly senses something and says someone has returned. He clarifies that the masked duo they have encountered before has shown up again. He points out their location, drawing everyone's attention. Kang-woo and his spirit look over curiously at the indicated spot. The familiar pair of helmeted figures, one in black and one in pink, makes a dramatic entrance. The camera briefly shows the grimy city around them again. Kang-woo asks the masked pair if they obtained permission for what they are doing. He then demands to know why they agreed to the dangerous meeting request. The red-masked man sheepishly wonders if he should have refused, while his pink-masked partner stays silent. The strategist asks about the newcomer in the pink mask, and the broker admits it is his first time seeing her too. Kang-woo says he does not break his word and implies he will honor their earlier deal. He tells the pair that since they met his condition, he will keep his promise, delighting the pink-masked one. Turning away, Kang-woo calls on his shadow subordinate and says he has a favor to request, which the servant eagerly accepts. Kang-woo gestures toward the masked duo, and his servant casually asks if he should kill them, alarming the pink-masked woman, while Kang-woo says that is not the request. Instead, Kang-woo orders the servant to act as their guide and escort them safely around the Ville zone. The servant happily interprets this as protecting valuable future recruits, while Kang-woo indifferently says he can do as he likes. Elsewhere, Kang-woo and his core team discuss how being told the exact time and place only on the day of the meeting makes it feel like a trap. Someone asks who will accompany Kang-woo, and he replies that he will decide that now. In a conference room, Kang-woo asks the broker how many allies he is allowed to bring, but the broker says the enemy gave no limits. The strategist suggests the enemy probably expects Kang-woo to come alone. Monarch immediately declares she will go even if it means going alone, prompting her leader to shout her name in worry. The masked leader says he will not rush into danger without proper planning. When asked if there is a plan, Kang-woo's strategist points at him and declares that Kang-woo himself is the plan. The masked leader agrees with that assessment. He explains that because Kang-woo has the darkness attribute, he can hide and observe events closely. The masked leader says this makes Kang-woo ideal for surveilling the meeting without being detected. The strategist concludes Kang-woo will also be a reliable ally if things go badly, and the masked leader affirms he trusts Cashin. Kang-woo realizes they had intended to rely on him like this from the start, while his spirit smugly says it is simply because he is that capable. The strategist adds one more point as his visor flares with data. He reports that he investigated Tang Yen and found she is an outer with rare traits and a reputation as a skilled strategist. Another voice notes that multiple factions, not just them, are pursuing Red Death. Lampas's psychers are likewise treating this as a chance and are preparing their own move. The strategist explains that in a three-way conflict someone like Tang Yen would likely adopt a divide-and-conquer strategy. He reasons that her side wants the villains and Lampas to clash directly. He predicts their first move will target Lampas, picking off easier psychers among the international reinforcements. Kang-woo adds that they will then shift blame onto his group, which the strategist confirms before asking when they might act. The strategist answers they will probably strike before Tang Yen meets Lampa's executive Mu Jin so they can choose terrain that favors them. Kang-woo abruptly announces he is leaving first, surprising the strategist, who asks where he is going. Monarch and the masked leader look after him as he departs. Kang-woo thinks he cannot allow the enemy to seize the initiative. Resolute, he declares he will be the one to take control of the coming battle. The scene changes to sunset over the city skyline. The two Lampa's agents from earlier walk through the streets, seemingly on patrol. The dark-skinned agent narrows his eyes, sensing something or someone nearby. Kang-woo suddenly appears in the street, his spirit at his side, as someone off-panel calls out to him as teacher. Cashin meets his allies, who say they came quickly because he called them urgently. He apologizes for the sudden summons but says he had no choice since it is an emergency. Cashin asks if they know where the Chinese psychers are staying, and they confirm they do. He tells them to head there and says he will explain the situation on the way. The scene shifts to the tall hotel where the Chinese psychers are lodged. Inside the hotel, a staff member pushes a room service cart down the corridor. The staff member approaches a VIP suite door. Two Chinese psychers sit inside the suite discussing something as one studies a tablet. The older psycher introduces Cashin, explaining he rose in a year to become Korea's strongest villain. He recalls that even the aging powerhouse Money King was still formidable, yet Cashin beat him. The old man notes that although Money King was past his prime, Cashin's victory cannot be dismissed. His young partner comments that some say Cashin only won through luck, which the elder rejects. The elder adds that Cashin also defeated Rosetail, another top-tier villain, proving his skill. The younger man notes that rumors depict Cashin as cruel and vicious. Because of those rumors, he had expected Cashin to fight Money King while keeping collateral damage minimal, and the elder says Cashin might have enough self-control for that. Their conversation is interrupted by a knock and announcement of room service. The younger psycher goes to open the door. The disguised assassin wheels in the cart, calling it complimentary VIP room service. The psycher is surprised it is free, and the server confirms it. The assassin explains the wine is a luxury Bordeaux paired with goat cheese. He praises the wine's aroma and taste while pouring it. The old psyker is invited to drink and raises the glass. He sips the wine. He thinks to himself that the wine indeed tastes as magnificent as described. Examining the diffuser, he asks if its fragrance is a scent called nocturne. He reveals that when mixed with wine the scent turns into a poppy odor meant to induce eternal sleep, but says it is useless because he has a detoxification skill. The assassin silently realizes his attempt may have been discovered. He wonders if he has been caught as his eyes glow, and he prepares to reveal himself. A blue shadowy barrier erupts around the room, startling both Chinese psychers. The assassin steps out of the distorted space, amused that his identity was exposed so quickly. Revealing himself as Guang Jia of the Four Misfortunes, he admits he underestimated the old man. The younger Chinese psyker recognizes him in shock as one of the Four Misfortunes. Guang Jia asks if they had predicted his arrival, and says he is surprised they came personally. Learning they had expected an attack, he concludes he has fallen into their trap. The old man says fighting an assassin unarmed is dangerous, and that Guang Jiai's plan would fail unless he could foresee the future. He recalls a female enemy and vows to defeat Guang Jia this time. He also swears to avenge his dead comrades. He orders Long Xian to prepare for battle, but Long Xian panics because his fire dragon sword is missing. Tao Tai, a childlike villain, appears holding the sword and taunts them. Tao Tai tells Long Xian he should have guarded something so important instead of regretting it after it was stolen. The old psyker is horrified that Tao Tai is present as well. Tao Tai declares that he has sealed the space so no one can enter or leave. Guang Jia adds that this means. Guang Jia finishes that the two Chinese psychers must now fight them, and claims they are the ones trapped. Outside, the narrative cuts back to the hotel exterior marked Kuma. A wider city view shows the hotel among other buildings. Cashin and his allies arrive by car and look up at the hotel. They confirm this is where the Chinese psychers are staying, and Cashin asks which floor. His contact is unsure of the floor but assumes they are in VIP rooms. Cashin and his shadow familiar deduce they are likely on the top floor, possibly having rented an entire level. Cashin says he will go up alone to check while the others wait nearby on standby. His friends ask if they should go with him, but he says he is only checking whether the psychers are safe. They accept, telling him not to overdo it, and to call if anything happens. The view returns to the upper floors of the hotel as night deepens. Inside the sealed room, Guang Jia unleashes his shadow claw whirlwind toward the Chinese psychers. Long Xian narrowly dodges the deadly attack. Zhang Bao also evades but is grazed, showing how lethal the blow was. Guang Jia licks the blood and says their dodges saved them from being beheaded. Tao Tai asks if Guang Jia plans to kill the two alone and offers to step aside if so. Tao Tai admits he had wanted to kill the old psyker with the firefly-like power but yields the kills to Guang Jia. Tao Tai casually notes he will consider this favor to Guang Jia as something that will be repaid later. Long Xian angrily charges, shouting at Tao Tai not to be arrogant. Tao Tai activates a swirling green vortex around him. Long Xian senses the strange energy and tenses. He finds himself engulfed in that green aura and struggling. Tao Tai announces the technique's shadow death barrier. He explains that no one can enter this barrier, and that it will inevitably lead to Long Xian's death. Tao Tai warns Long Xian that he should have been more careful if he wanted his weapon back. Long Xian yells at him not to touch the fire dragon's sword with filthy hands. Tao Tai ignites the sword with fiery power and threatens that Long Xian will pay with his life for such carelessness. As Tao Tai raises the flaming blade to sever Long Xian's arm, Zhang Bao rushes in shouting for him to stop. Zhang Bao focuses his power for a counterstrike. Guang Jia forces Zhang Bao to focus on him by swooping down aggressively. Zhang Bao charges lightning through his hand. He uses lightning punch and blasts Guang Jia with electrified strikes. Zhang Bao follows up with a powerful lightning-charged punch that smashes Guang Jia. The impact sends Guang Jia crashing across the room, cracking the floor. Picking himself up, Guang Jia admits the old man's electrifying punches are impressive. Zhang Bao says the assassin's skill looks oddly familiar. He racks his brain trying to remember where he saw that technique before. He decides to think about it later. Guang Jia instantly counters with another powerful move called Anomalous Suppression, intent on killing Zhang Bao first. A massive energy beam slams toward Zhang Bao, blasting the area. Guang Jia laughs madly as he dives for another attack. He drives Zhang Bao hard into the floor from above in a devastating strike. The resulting shockwave leaves the ground shattered and Zhang Bao badly beaten. Watching, Tao Tai remarks that Guang Jia is getting really worked up. Tao Tai says he also wants to join the fun but promised Guang Jia the two psychers, so he cannot kill them himself. Long Xian, trembling, asks if Guang Jia would mind if Tao Tai only cuts off one of his arms. Tao Tai grins and says he will slice it cleanly so there will be no pain as he swings the sword down. A voice thinks they arrived just in time. Cashin suddenly appears, grabbing Tao Tai and halting the killing blow. A huge slashing force tears through the barrier and room, disrupting Tao Tai's technique. Tao Tai is stunned as the overwhelming power closes in on him. He is violently struck and sent flying, screaming in pain. Guang Jia looks on in shock at this unexpected reversal. Cashin steps forward, declaring that this is as far as Guang Jia goes. Fully transformed, Cashin warns them once that if they have had their fun they should leave. Tao Tai retaliates with a massive sword slash that rips up the floor toward Cashin. Tao Tai is shocked when Cashin easily withstands it. Long Xian recognizes Cashin's transformed appearance in surprise. Tao Tai demands to know how Cashin broke through his space lock, the secret technique behind the barrier. Cashin dismissively says it is a secret and internally notes that the technique was sloppy. His eyes glow as he assesses the battlefield. Long Xian, freed from the barrier, wonders what Cashin's new power is. Cashin's familiar explains that the immobilizing construct can be destroyed by simply poking it. Long Xian surges with new energy, acting on that hint. Realizing he can move again, Long Xian exclaims that his body is free. He asks Cashin if he helped, and Cashin vaguely agrees, receiving a grateful thanks. Tao Tai panics that Cashin destroyed his shadow death barrier and wonders if Cashin is some kind of monster. Cashin's ominous presence makes Tao Tai think something is terribly wrong with this man. Guang Ji addresses Cashin, saying the rumors of his arrogance seem true since he barged in and made a scene. He mocks Cashin for acting high and mighty after defeating Money King. Cashin confirms Guang Ji's identity and says he also knows about him. Long Xian, supporting injured Zhang Bao, mutters that Guang Ji looks ridiculous but is clearly evil and uptight. Cashin calls Guang Ji hypocritical for claiming the area as his while attacking in someone else's hotel and asserts that they are not on the same level. Cashin says he has earned the right to be arrogant because he defeated an evil monarch. The two stare each other down, tension rising. Cashin bluntly admits he is provoking Guang Ji because the latter talks too much. Guang Ji, enraged, asks if Cashin is ready to die and charges, but is halted by Tao Tai's warning. Tao Tai tells Guang Ji to control his emotions and not fall for Cashin's taunts. Tao Tai concludes that their assassination plan has failed. He notes that their strategy never accounted for Cashin's intervention. Cashin internally acknowledges that Tao Tai is smart for realizing the situation has grown complicated. Guang Ji begrudgingly admits Cashin has a point but still nurses his pride. He then asks why a villain like Cashin is interfering in a fight between psychers and villains. Cashin replies that if it truly were such a fight he would indeed be interfering, but he can see through both Guang Ji and Tao Tai. Cashin accuses them of planning to assassinate the Chinese psychers and frame him and his group for it. Guang Ji protests that framing them would be impossible and claims he actually suspected Cashin would frame them. Tao Tai is startled when Guang Ji suddenly calls his name. Cashin recalls Tao Tai visiting their villain zone earlier and realizes he stole something from them. Cashin points out that Tao Tai still carries the stolen item. Tao Tai admits with a grin that he has been caught. He asks how Cashin figured it out and wonders if the item conceals special equipment. Cashin says he simply bluffed because Tao Tai likes tricks, implying there is nothing special inside. Cashin deduces that the stolen cube was the driver villain's favorite toy, an item its owner would instantly notice missing. He concludes that Tao Tai intended to kill the Chinese psychers and leave that toy at the crime scene to implicate them. Long Xian is furious to learn they were to be assassinated and Cashin framed, inwardly raging at the insult. Tao Tai accepts that his plan failed and complains that events spiraled beyond his predictions. He tosses the cube back to Cashin, who tells him that is the least he should do and again orders them to get lost. Guang Ji and Tao Tai exchange tense glances as they decide their next move. Guang Ji says they will leave as told and warns Cashin not to chase them. Guang Ji smashes through the window and flees the hotel. Tao Tai leaps out after him through the shattered glass. While escaping, Tao Tai cheerfully says the battle was fun and hopes they meet again if fate allows. Long Xian, frustrated, shouts for them to at least leave the fire dragon sword behind. He curses that he cannot pursue because Zhang Bao is injured. Looking at Cashin, Long Xian repeats his concern about the stolen fire dragon sword. He confirms aloud that the weapon Tao Tai left with is indeed the fire dragon sword. Cashin stands amid the wrecked suite with his familiar, calmly contemplating what has just happened. A quiet city night is suddenly disturbed as something powerful rushes through the air between the buildings. Two masked figures hurtle down the side of a skyscraper, descending at high speed. While flying, the blue-skinned villain laments their failure, expecting Tang Yan to scold them, and blames Cashin's unforeseen interference. The villain admits his pride is wounded and hates returning from the mission with nothing to show. They land on a rooftop, coming to a stop from their rapid descent. When his partner asks why he halted, the villain answers that he cannot simply leave yet. Looking down at a crowded plaza, they note how many people are out and explain it is normal on a weekend. The villain, still angry about the failed mission, resents seeing ordinary people enjoying themselves. Deciding on revenge, he declares he will slaughter all the civilians below. Cashin appears in a flash of energy, calling the villain insane as he intercepts. The white-haired partner recognizes Cashin in shock. Cashin powers up, telling the villain to die. He unleashes a massive blast, ordering the villain to perish alone in the explosion. The impact shatters the area, hurling debris everywhere. As the dust settles, Cashin demands that the white-haired villain hand over the fire dragon sword. The swordsman stares back defiantly, saying that if Cashin wants the fire dragon sword, he must take it by force. Brandishing the flaming blade, the villain challenges Cashin to try and seize it from him. The two clash in midair, Cashin's energy claws meeting the fiery sword. The swordsman spins, sending waves of flame and force at multiple Cashin clones. He lunges in for a decisive strike, but Cashin blocks the flaming blade with one glowing hand. Cashin mocks him, asking if this weak attack is all he has after telling Cashin to take the sword. The swordsman is stunned that Cashin can grasp the fire dragon sword, even while it burns with dragon's breath. Cashin follows up with a brutal kick that sends the swordsman flying, saying he is only getting started. The young villain hangs in the air, overwhelmed and terrified. Cashin moves in, saying he will teach the villain a lesson through pain as he swings the stolen fire dragon sword. The strike detonates against the ground, carving a huge crater and scattering rubble. Cashin examines his crackling hand, and his shadow-eye companion wonders if he has activated yet another strange ability. Cashin notes that the fire dragon sword he just wielded has vanished from his grasp. He reveals his technique Phantom Circle, a domain where he and his clones can freely merge or separate. Within this circle he explains there is more than one clone of himself. He adds that although many Cashins appear, they function as a single being, making it pointless for the enemy to distinguish real from fake. Grinning, the swordsman vows that from now on Cashin will experience true fear. Cashin orders his shadow companion to eliminate the clones, calling them annoying. The shadow familiar's eye opens wide in preparation. Dark vortices swirl around, and the shadow begins tearing through the Phantom Circle field. The swordsman reels in disbelief as his Phantom Circle technique is suddenly broken. Shaken, he demands to know who Cashin really is, but Cashin just repeats his demand for the fire dragon's sword. A scream of agony erupts amid the chaos. The blue-skinned assassin dives toward Cashin, shouting his name. Cashin turns calmly, remarking that the assassin recovered consciousness quickly. The assassin rages that someone dared ambush the master of assassinations. Swearing retribution, he launches his named skill Shadow Claw Whirlwind and charges Cashin. The assassin swoops down with a manic grin. He slams Cashin with another named move, Anomalous Suppression, trying to crush him into the ground. At the same time, the swordsman swoops in with the flaming sword, declaring that Cashin is finished. Cashin evades and counters, leaping above the arc of flame. The swordsman snarls that the fight is not over yet, and clashes again. The assassin also dives in from above, joining the close-quarters assault. Cashin meets him head-on, their blows colliding in an explosive exchange. Cashin punches through the attack, blasting the assassin backward. The assassin admits Cashin's combat prowess is impressive and worth acknowledging. As they trade blows, Cashin retorts that the assassin tried to kill him and now flatters him, while the assassin says judging an opponent's skill is basic for an assassin. He adds that Cashin still fights too tensely, like an inexperienced rookie. Cashin rushes in again, irritated, and the assassin dives, taunting that Cashin talks too much. Grinning, the assassin tells Cashin to watch closely. He announces his ultimate secret assassination technique, Swirling Needle, and fires a high-speed drilling strike. The attack erupts with enormous force, pulverizing the area it hits. Energy shards scatter as Cashin withstands the blast. Cashin emerges unscathed, sarcastically asking if that was really the assassin's great secret technique. The assassin is horrified that Cashin caught Swirling Needle barehanded despite it being powerful enough to pierce tank armor. Cashin responds by conjuring spectral chains that surge forward. He binds the assassin with his skill Shadow Chains, leaving the man stunned and immobilized. Cashin yanks on the chains, hoisting the assassin into the air. Smirking, he says the assassin should have properly assessed Cashin's powers. Cashin then slams the chained assassin down with overwhelming force, calling him a rookie. The assassin crashes into the ground in a violent impact, rubble exploding around him. Cashin stands amid the settling debris, calmly radiating power with his shadow familiar beside him. The swordsman admits he is impressed and acknowledges that neither traps nor skills seem effective against Cashin, making capture impossible. Cashin again orders him to surrender the fire dragon sword, saying giving it up is not difficult. Cashin's companion asks whether the villains attack solely for the fire dragon sword, and Cashin answers that they also tried to kill civilians. The swordsman is incredulous that Cashin is fighting over what he dismisses as insignificant insects, meaning ordinary people. The assassin mocks Cashin as a villain who worries about such insects, laughing at the idea. Cashin's expression hardens as he notes internally that the assassin recovered quickly from a direct hit. The assassin cackles that Cashin seems unsettled by his recovery and boasts he can see through Cashin's feelings. He tells Cashin to watch carefully. The assassin demonstrates that his body can stretch and contract, granting extreme flexibility and resistance to physical impacts. The swordsman concludes that in close combat, this makes the assassin an ultimate weapon. Cashin dryly says the ability looks disgusting but admits he is slightly jealous, while the assassin replies that this is not what matters. Cashin states that he has discovered the assassin's weakness. The assassin ridicules a villain who cares about insect lives, asking if Cashin is cosplaying as a dark knight. Becoming manic, he declares that the massacre of insects will now begin. The scene shifts back to the city under the moonlit sky. Unaware citizens walk and chat happily in the street. One woman suddenly notices something alarming above. Cashin appears between the falling attack and the crowd, intercepting the deadly strike with his arm. Standing atop a smashed car before frightened onlookers, he remarks wryly at the spectacle. The assassin admits he thought Cashin was joking but is surprised he actually stepped in to protect the civilians. Onlookers panic as they realize a villain is present. The crowd erupts into chaos, screaming and fleeing for their lives. Cashin observes coldly that wherever you go, insects act the same. He thinks that if you scare people a bit they scream, cry, and faint, finding them pathetic yet irritating. The swordsman says he respects Cashin's strength but warns that acting as a shield for these insects will make fighting them difficult. Cashin silences him and issues a final warning not to touch the civilians. The assassin scoffs, asking what is wrong with hunting insects. As he launches himself again, he justifies his cruelty as natural selection where the strong prey on the weak. Cashin blitzes forward faster than the assassin can react. The assassin's cloak whips through the air as Cashin closes in. Cashin meets the new technique pressure killer palm head-on with his armored hand. The force of the clash surges around Cashin, his body wrapped in energy. The assassin's attack detonates against the building, causing another tremendous explosion. Over the roar, the swordsman vows to finish the battle as he sends a massive flaming slash. The fiery wave tears through the air toward Cashin. Cashin counters with a blazing energy swing of his own. Both villains stare in shock at what Cashin does next. Cashin answers their talk of the strong preying on the weak by saying that if that is true, they must accept being prey themselves as he charges with the fire dragon sword. Elsewhere, a government hero team rides in a van, excited that they finally have a new dispatch mission. Inside, the team complains about the long lull and late-night call, wondering if it has been 3 months since their last job. Their silver-haired leader takes a call from headquarters, identifying herself as the deputy head. Over the line she reports they are 5 minutes from the site near Seoul Station as an aide relays new intel. Another officer explains she believes Chinese villains are behind the Indiscriminate terror attack and says she will head to the scene herself. The deputy head is instructed to focus on countermeasures and stalling tactics rather than direct combat, and she agrees. Back at the battle, Cashin's energy strike slams into the assassin's face. He drives the assassin into the ground in a crushing blow, rocks flying. The swordsman dives toward Cashin, trying to exploit the opening. Cashin raises a huge blade of energy to meet his descending foe. He impales the swordsman with a devastating thrust, lightning bursting from the impact. The swordsman screams in disbelief and pain. Seeing his ally skewered, the assassin howls in rage and charges Cashin. The two villains then swarm Cashin together, fighting him in a furious melee. Watching, the swordsman realizes Cashin is overwhelmingly strong and thinks this must be what surpassing evolution looks like. He reflects that Cashin's power and speed are now incomparable to his former self, and fears he may be as dangerous as a catastrophe-class being. Yet, he also consoles himself that he has not used his full strength yet. The assassin, panting and battered, faces Cashin again. Cashin comments that the assassin is tenacious to still be standing, while his shadow companion deduces that the man's flexibility is dispersing the force of Cashin's strikes. The assassin begins laughing ominously. When Cashin asks what is so funny, the assassin says he despises Cashin's hypocrisy. He lectures that a villain is bound by guilty pleasures and destructive emotions, especially the urge to destroy. He rants that hitting, breaking, destroying, ripping, and killing are natural urges for villains. Pointing at Cashin, he notes that with such power Cashin could easily kill him many times yet refuses to do so. He accuses Cashin of saving insects by suppressing his instincts, and sparing the villains despite their attempt at mass murder. The assassin bursts into mocking laughter, calling Cashin's stance hilarious. Cashin's shadow eye concedes that this reasoning suits a villain. Cashin answers that before being a villain he is human. In a quiet flashback, he remembers his goal and explains that he avoids killing because he is human, not a true villain. His gaze turns deadly as he adds that if necessary he can kill the assassin at any time. The assassin repeats Cashin's words mockingly, but says he will not live long enough to witness that. Cashin narrows his eye, bracing for what comes next. The assassin thanks him for the time to charge his ultimate attack and summons 2 gigantic crescent blades overhead. He then launches Twin Moon's Annihilating Slice, a homing killing move aimed straight at Cashin. Cashin watches the incoming attack, light reflecting in his eyes. The assassin acknowledges the move takes long to prepare but boasts that its destructive homing power ensures Cashin cannot escape. The twin crescents explode in a colossal blast that engulfs the area. The approaching hero team hears the explosion from their vehicle and reacts in alarm. After the smoke clears, the swordsman drops down, saying it has been a while since he had such a hard fight but that he ultimately won because Cashin grew careless. He checks on the assassin, who says he is fine. The assassin urges that they leave before flying heroes arrive, while the swordsman suddenly realizes the fire dragon sword is missing. Cashin's faint voice remarks that the sword will be difficult for them to find. Both villains turn in shock, realizing Cashin is still alive. Cashin reappears surrounded by lightning, revealing that he cleverly hid the fire dragon sword. Under the bright full moon, someone exclaims in amazement at what has just transpired. A live broadcast shows villains suddenly battling each other in the middle of the city. A masked onlooker excitedly films the chaotic live fight, amazed by seeing it in person. A female streamer notes that many other YouTubers are also recording the villain battle nearby. Explosions from the fight send the filming YouTubers flying and panicking. Online chat reacts, with one viewer wondering if someone just died. Another commenter warns that they only live once, and should not risk their lives. One horned villain, shocked, says the situation makes no sense. The horned villain is stunned that his deadly secret technique was blocked by the dark-clad man. He confirms with his blue ally that the powerful twin moon's attack hit directly yet was still blocked. The dark man internally notes this is no time for chatting. He declares that it is time to beat them up and rushes the two villains. The dark fighter lunges at the blue villain with overwhelming speed and power. He smashes into the blue villain, launching him away. The combo continues as he blasts the horned villain back as well. He delivers another heavy blow, driving the horned villain further away. The horned villain is slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The assault keeps raining down on the horned villain, leaving him reeling. The dark man hurls him skyward with another attack. The blue villain watches helplessly as his partner plummets back toward him. The horned villain crashes into his ally and the rebel, both badly battered. The dark man prepares a finishing move, saying he will end the fight with a big attack. A glowing projectile of energy forms in the sky above him. Blinding streams of ice power surge downward as he unleashes the attack. He stands at the center of a swirling ice storm, fully releasing his power. Observing the ice, he realizes someone else using ice magic has joined the battle. He begins forming another spell, focusing power at his fingertips. A mysterious woman, Black Tortoise, appears within a huge ice barrier above the city. The horned and blue villains recognize Black Tortoise and learn she came on the vice-head's orders. One of them is surprised to hear the vice-head personally sent her. Overcome, she orders them to withdraw immediately. The dark man senses they are trying to escape and refuses to let them go. Black Tortoise prepares a large-scale ice spell with floating crystals around her. She launches her named domain attack, Frost Glass Orb, saturating the area with deadly ice orbs. One ice crystal lands near a civilian filming with his phone, who looks at it curiously. The crystal begins to radiate power, about to explode. The dark man counters by charging up and unleashing his own Infernal Strike attack. A bystander realizes this massive indiscriminate attack is meant to buy the villains time to flee. The unleashed energies create a huge vortex that sucks in screaming civilians. Amid the devastation, another mysterious armored figure appears and strikes. The dark man spots and recognizes this arriving group with a confident smile. Helmeted allies give him a thumbs up, backing his actions. A female psyker complains the scene is a mess and criticizes YouTubers who film instead of evacuating. She decides their priority is to stop the falling ice chunks threatening people. The horned villain grumbles about the annoying psychers and tells his partner they should flee. The blue villain broods that as the strongest assassin he failed to kill his target and feels humiliated. He vows he cannot retreat after such an insult. A streamer excitedly tells viewers that psychers have arrived, turning the fight into a three-way battle. The YouTubers shamelessly continue asking viewers to like and subscribe even amid the chaos. The dark man notices the reckless streamers in his peripheral vision. A psyker girl yells at the YouTubers to run, while one insists everything is fine. Refusing to retreat, the blue assassin dives down intending to kill at least one person. The blue-haired psyker rushes forward to shield the filming trio. The assassin barrels toward them, eyes crazed. She intercepts him with a powerful blow, shouting at him to get lost. Enraged, he lunges directly at the YouTubers, calling them insects and promising their deaths. A sudden barrier of electricity or energy forms, intercepting the attack. The assassin is skewered and bisected by a single devastating strike. The blue-haired psyker stares in shock at the sudden death. The horned villain is horrified by his comrade's brutal defeat. The dark man stands ominously, radiating killing intent in the rain of debris. The YouTubers, terrified, realize the blue villain has been killed. A frost glass orb crystal plummets toward them from above. The blue psyker screams at them to look out. The dark man shatters the descending ice spikes with a sweeping attack. The YouTubers are blown back but spared by his intervention. He calmly surveys the aftermath as the ice fragments settle around him. He sees that the villains escaped through the giant frozen spike structure left behind. His shadow companion notes that the enemies got away and quietly calls his name, Cashin. The shadow eye regards Cashin thoughtfully. It remarks that Cashin has finally unleashed true killing intent. Night falls over the city, the moon shining above the skyscrapers. Police secure the ruined area with barricades and riot shields. The blue psyker stands aside, arms crossed, brooding about what happened. She looks over and questions what her senior is doing there. She calls out to him, accusing him of slacking off as he approaches with drinks. She replies she was only lost in thought. When he asks what about, she admits she is doubting whether she is doing the right thing. Her senior suggests she is getting a reality check, and she agrees it feels that way. She suddenly points a gun at Cashin, declaring him under arrest for murder and aggravated assault. Cashin insists he acted in self-defense to protect innocent citizens. She rejects that as a flimsy excuse while he keeps insisting it was self-defense and the truth. A crowd of civilians and police shout that Cashin saved them and question what the psychers actually did. Cashin offers to cooperate with any investigation, remaining composed. He tells the psychers they can come find him anytime at the Gatam zone. The blue psycher, shaken, wonders how the public can side with a villain. Her senior says their reaction is understandable under those circumstances, annoying her. She maintains that regardless of motives, killing is still murder. He agrees but notes there is another perspective. He explains that because Cashin's actions clearly saved people, many will see it as self-defense. Another officer arrives with a rap sword saying Cashin just gave it to her, surprising Ham Jisoo. The officer adds Cashin asks that the weapon be passed on to the Chinese psychers. Night sky passes, transitioning the scene. Elsewhere, the villain's leaders stand over a covered corpse, assessing the loss. The woman in red coolly calls the outcome tragic. She reminds Black Tortoise that she had ordered a retreat, and Black Tortoise admits the assassin disobeyed. Black Tortoise blames herself for not stopping Guang Ji, whose pride was hurt. The red-clad woman says it is Guang Ji's fault for ignoring her orders, not Black Tortoise's. She analyzes that Cashin was strong enough to overpower 2 of the 4 misfortune assassins and wants to know how he anticipated their ambush. She suspects there may be an information leak from within their organization. Another masked villain hastily denies being the traitor. He panics that he expected this suspicion, while the horned villain notes Cashin seemed to know their motives. The woman doubts Cashin is smart enough to predict their plan and thinks only one person in Gatam could have helped. She concludes that the likely culprit behind the leak is someone called Driver. The masked villain eagerly agrees, claiming Driver is always scheming, while the horned one comments on his excitement. The red woman decides to report this bad news to their head and also inform Chaos, their captain. She confirms she must, since Chaos is leader of the 4 misfortunes and captain of the Soul Killers. The horned villain silently sweats, intimidated by this reminder. The narrative shifts to Gatam Zone, a dense district that serves as Cashin's base. Inside, Cashin tests a mana stone but feels little increase in strength and questions if it was genuine. His shadow partner explains that because he is already strong, mana stones now give diminishing returns. Cashin notes this stone came from a world-class artifact, while the shadow says it is real but weaker than the blood mana stone he once consumed. The shadow adds the stone is better for enhancing skills, and Cashin sees his fire resistance stat improve. Cashin wonders where such resistance will be useful, while the shadow says it helps against fire-type enemies and he brushes it off, saying he can dodge. The shadow chides his complaining and reveals he gained a new range skill called Fire Dragon Sword Breath. It explains the skill is powerful but mana-hungry, though it will complement Cashin's close combat style. Cashin wants to test it immediately, but the shadow says the room is too small. Cashin agrees to try it later and shifts attention to another locked skill. He asks if the locked 3-footed crow's anger skill will ever open, and the shadow replies it requires a transcendent state. Shocked, Cashin learns such skills only activate when he reaches that evolved state. Before he chases that goal, the shadow says there is something important it must discuss. It points out today was Cashin's first kill since becoming a villain, and asks how he feels about it. Cashin admits he has killed before as a psyker, slaying someone who deserved countless deaths. He recalls disliking that act too and still not feeling good about killing now. He says claiming to feel nothing would be abnormal, acknowledging lingering emotion. The shadow deems that reaction acceptable while Cashin complains at how dull the conversation is. The shadow muses that if a person can still make humane decisions and act accordingly. The scene shifts to a brutal cult ritual where captured people beg for their lives before masked executioners. One terrified prisoner is scolded for begging and told to go away. A subordinate yells that the captain is currently eating, swinging a blade menacingly near the victim. We see the captain calmly cutting into bloody meat, described as a captured elite government soldier. The captain coldly claims salvation suits insects like this prisoner. A subordinate interrupts with an urgent message for the captain. The messenger reports that Guang Ji has been murdered. The blindfolded leader repeats the name and finds the news amusing. She mockingly calls it unfortunate, while eagerly wondering who killed him. The story jumps to the Lampa's Korea branch headquarters building the next day. Inside, psychers finish hearing a report on the previous night's terrorist attack. One member confirms he personally verified Guang Ji's death. Another remarks how shocking it is that a high-ranking Celestial Fragrance Garden member died to someone else. The meeting notes that media widely covered the event and public opinion of Cashin is unexpectedly positive, treating a villain like a hero. A female member argues that since Cashin saved civilians, it makes sense he is viewed heroically and questions if that means acknowledging him. She adds that not all villains are insane and suggests Cashin may be one of the more rational types. Another warns that glorifying a villain is dangerous since villains are inherently potential criminals. A voice over the speaker tells them not to be so negative, calling the situation a good opportunity. Their superior says this incident hastens the day the villain Moran comes to Korea and believes Moran must be furious over losing a close subordinate. He asserts Moran will never give up pursuing Cashin. Some members insist they must handle Moran themselves and even joke about betting on who kills him. The orange-haired leader cautions them not to underestimate Moran. He stresses Moran is no ordinary villain but the strongest and worst demon, requiring thorough preparation. Another psyker mocks that this is obvious, taunting his colleagues for being ambushed by their own trap and implying they truly might not understand the threat. Idan is scolded in a meeting for his harsh words, insists he only stated facts, and the leader cuts him off. The leader warns that sowing division in the organization is intolerable and tells the troublemaker to go home if he only plans to cause noise. The rebuked man falls silent, sweating nervously. The chairperson reminds everyone that psychers must act with discipline to stay ahead of villains and that they represent their nations. A female psycher says the Moran subjugation mission is a chance to prove psychers are essential for national stability. The leader declares they must seize this opportunity and vows that the mission will succeed without fail. The scene shifts to the rundown district of Gatam Zone. Villains loiter in the streets, one of them sensing something odd. Another masked villain wonders if his unease is just his imagination. Masked gang members note an unusually tense atmosphere, likely due to yesterday's incident, and speculate Moran's group might retaliate. One villain agrees Moran's people could strike back at any time. They resolve to fight beside their lord if a major battle breaks out, which impresses one of them. The hooded lieutenant says they must defend their home and families but hesitates with another concern. He worries that the homeless living in the Ville zone might be caught in the coming fight. Asked about evacuation, he explains most vagrants have nowhere else to go and might think they are being driven out. He adds that the vagrants are hardened by rough lives and would be stubborn about leaving. A pink-helmeted villain suddenly reacts to something. They notice a maid-dressed girl cheerfully handing out kimbap to the vagrants. The pink-helmeted one identifies her as Miss Heian from Heaven Pub, calls her kind and beautiful, and asks if she is a civilian. The masked lieutenant confirms she is currently just a civilian, and the pink-helmeted villain worries that rough vagrants could endanger her. The lieutenant, not following, asks who they are talking about as the girl looks over curiously. The pink-helmeted villain sees Heian waving and excitedly wants to talk to her, but the lieutenant shouts for them not to. When asked why, the lieutenant hastily says villains should avoid contact with civilians, and the pink-helmeted one sheepishly remembers they are posing as a villain. Watching Heian, the pink-helmeted villain feels she looks strangely familiar. An alarm sounds, prompting them to ask what is happening, and the lieutenant identifies it as an emergency siren. The lieutenant concludes an intruder has appeared outside. Elsewhere, someone mentions classified intel about the Celestial Fragrance Garden. Cashin is told that a man wants to meet and hand over this intel. Cashin and his teammate enter a conference room where several others wait. A suited man introduces himself as Kim Kon-sik and politely asks for some of their time. Cashin notes that anyone offering valuable intel for free deserves to be heard but wants to confirm some details first. He asks the visitors to state their affiliation, privately recognizing them as outers. The two men claim they are only employees of a small contract service firm, just errand runners. Cashin's teammate finds it amusing that supposed errand runners are handling intel on the Celestial Fragrance Garden while examining their documents and drive. Cashin doubts their story, questioning since when outers act as simple errand boys. Kim Kon-sik stays silent, tense. Cashin's allies are shocked to learn the men are outers and reason that only someone risking their life would carry intel this important. The analyst's eye device activates as he digs deeper into the data. He realizes the intel is so dangerous that even 10 lives would not be enough to cover the risk and demands to know its source. Cashin dismisses their excuses and accuses them of acting amateurish for presenting such intel while expecting blind trust. Kim Kon-sik softens, admitting he sounded rude earlier. He then concedes they are low-ranking outers delivering intel supplied by their employer solely to aid Gatam Ville zone, insisting they have no ulterior motive. The meeting ends and the two men walk away down an industrial corridor. One of Cashin's comrades remarks that those visitors clearly are not ordinary, needing nerves of steel to stroll into Ville zone so calmly. Cashin asks about the intel's value, and his analyst says that from a preliminary look it is astounding, essentially top-tier information. Wondering who the men truly are, the analyst says only national intelligence, or a group like Lampas should possess such data. Cashin notes that the intel did not come through any official channel, implying a different powerful organization is backing them. He concludes the source is an underground betting syndicate. The analyst reasons that any syndicate handling such intel must be enormous. Cashin rules out Don King and suggests a more likely mastermind. The intel identifies the group as the largest underground betting syndicate in Europe, Nocturnal Arena. It hints that Nocturnal Arena is ruled by a specific figure. That ruler is revealed as Elmago, one of the four calamities and leader of the villain group Savizzi that dominates Europe's underworld. The scene shifts back to Gatam Ville zone, to a building called La Vie en Rose. Someone there reports that villains from Prince's faction just visited. A woman relaxes in a parlor, confirming that Prince did not come himself and instead sent Lens Girl and Fire Dog, who delivered information. On the phone, another person explains those villains gave him the confidential time and place for tomorrow's meeting, which only the inner circle should know. He asks how many attendants are permitted. Two horned girls listen to the report and acknowledge the answer. One praises the work, orders security to be tightened, and asks how many people may attend. Hearing that only one person is allowed, the sisters immediately suspect it is a trap. Their superior notes it is not entirely terrible since the attendee will not be completely alone. One girl realizes this means Lucky Jean will be involved and reacts loudly. Their leader calmly reflects that she had anticipated such a development. She thinks the real problem is deciding whom to take along as her single escort. She wonders to herself who she should choose. She sits poised in a black dress, contemplating the coming meeting. The scene shifts to the Neo Century Green Factory building. Inside, Don King reads through the intel dossier he received. Amused, he finds the Celestial Fragrance Garden secret quite intriguing. Cashin visits him, and Don King asks why this intel is being given to him. Cashin calls it a simple gift. Don King suspects Cashin is trying to pull him into a war with Moran. Cashin replies he is not cruel enough to push an old man onto the battlefield, though his shadow companion notes compassion can be a weakness. Don King drinks and warns that sentimentality is dangerous before a major battle. He predicts that Cashin's soft heart will one day hold him back. Cashin responds that, in that case, he will speak without mercy. He bluntly asks Don King to side with him, but Don King flatly refuses. Don King reminds him he is a businessman who will not join a fight where he has nothing to gain. Cashin smiles subtly, unfazed. Don King offers to hear any further requests, but Cashin declines and prepares to leave. As Cashin departs, he asks Don King to train Wuchan properly, hinting she may soon need to demonstrate her abilities. Don King confirms that this need will arise as soon as tomorrow. Cashin reveals that the deputy master of the Celestial Fragrance Garden has requested a meeting with Wuchan. Don King worries because they do not know what might happen there and only one escort is permitted. He warns that a deadly battle could erupt and urges Cashin to pass any trump card techniques to Wuchan without reservation. The meeting ends and the door closes behind Cashin. Don King ponders the fact that the confrontation is coming as soon as tomorrow. The story cuts to the Lampas Korea branch skyscraper. Inside, Prince broods over Cashin, noting that Cashin defeated Don King and now commands all of Moran's attention. Prince reflects in surprise at how strong Cashin has become. He now views Cashin as an unpredictable variable in his plans. Thinking of Cashin's name and history, Prince admits the man has many irritating similarities to someone from his past. Prince muses that it would be convenient if Moran simply killed Cashin, but he prepares for what to do if Cashin survives. He resolves that, should Cashin live, he will personally eliminate him. Prince is interrupted by a phone call and checks his device. He answers, asking what is happening. Hearing the report, he listens intently. Whatever he is told makes him smirk, saying it is the news he has been waiting for. Prince believes the stage for his plans is finally being set properly. Rain falls outside as the scene transitions toward the aftermath of yesterday's incident. A reporter broadcasts live from the rainy street where the incident occurred. An older masked man watches the report at home, hearing that villains fought here and some attacked civilians. The old warrior, No, returns to his base and announces he is back. Two psychers greet him, asking how he is feeling after the battle. He replies that he can move around now, which his comrade finds reassuring. They ask about the condition of the fire dragon blade. No explains he has checked repeatedly, and the sword seems to have completely lost its original power. His comrade frowns in troubled silence. The younger psyker asks what really happened, and No says he can only guess. He believes the holy flame of the fire dragon blade was corrupted when a villain handled it. The blue-haired girl doubts such corruption is even possible. No says that even brief contact with wicked men was enough to taint the blade. Feeling responsible, his comrade blames his own carelessness and worries about reporting this to headquarters. But No says there is another matter first. The younger man recalls that they owe both kindness and grudges twice over and suddenly realizes something. No reminds him that, villain or not, Cashin saved their lives and deserves earnest thanks if not full repayment. The girl questions whether they really need to go that far, while the younger psyker agrees with No in principle but hesitates. He suggests postponing any action given the current tense situation. No insists it will not take long and sees no reason to delay. He declares he will go alone to settle their debt. The next morning dawns over a partially constructed high-rise. Representatives from both sides arrive at the construction site for the planned meeting. A woman in red notes that their counterpart is late. A masked figure suddenly appears, calmly stating he is right on time. The same masked man, accompanied by Don King behind him, reiterates he arrived precisely when he meant to. The woman in red studies him silently. Her subordinates recognize the newcomers and react in surprise, asking who he is. The masked envoy grouses that he cannot even enjoy tea here. Don King joins him, teasing the others for being so stiff. Elsewhere, Cashin watches from a distance, surprised that the old man agreed to act as bait so readily. Cashin explains that a teacher will always move to protect a cherished disciple who has learned their signature technique. He concludes that no master would calmly watch a student march into certain death. Back at base, the analyst remarks that Don King is showing a surprising compassionate side, which makes the situation more interesting. Cashin tests the analyst's augmented reality vision gear, confirming he can see interface elements through it. The system displays an arrow to the meeting point and numbers indicating distance in meters. The analyst says Cashin can tap any number to receive a live video feed from corresponding mini-drones, which Cashin finds intriguing. Cashin asks for a status update on the meeting, and the analyst says the parties are just starting substantive discussions and that he will alert Cashin via the gear if anything goes wrong. Cashin prepares to move, saying it is time. Empowered, he leaps across the city, declaring he will scout the hunting grounds. At the site, Don King and his masked ally dramatically confront Prince's group. Prince admits he did not expect to face Don King of the Four Calamities here. Don King replies that surprises give no warning and concedes he was also somewhat surprised. He introduces himself formally as Tang Yen, Vice Master of the Celestial Fragrance Garden, and comments on the unusual venue. Prince says he also dislikes the setting. One of his followers concludes that Director O, known as Prince, must have chosen this location. Don King jokes that he is clearly not receiving a warm welcome but insists he values first meetings. Prince remarks that he especially values meetings with someone who has brought a hidden weapon. He corrects that his blade is not hidden at all and that he is always ready to draw it. Another of Prince's subordinates comments that everyone seems overly tense and warns that staying wound up will only exhaust them. Prince's silver-haired lieutenant proposes they skip to the main point, saying the meeting is meant for mutual understanding. The chapter ends with a view over the city buildings, setting the stage for the confrontation to come. A sniper operative reports that the target is in sight and asks Command for permission to fire. Command tells the sniper team to hold until 01 confirms the target, so they wait instead of shooting. Through the scope they focus on a masked man in a suit, frustrated that they cannot take such an easy shot. Before the snipers can act, a blue-armored psyker blitzes in and smashes one of them. One operative scrambles up and tries to shoot the intruder with a handgun. The blue psyker closes in and shatters the handgun with a powerful strike. Another enemy draws a knife and swings down at the psyker. The psyker flips through the air, evading the slash and knocking the knife man away. He then unleashes a crushing blow that sends rubble and snipers flying. The force of his attack pulverizes the sniping position, leaving weapons and bodies scattered. Assessing them, he realizes the attackers are trained psychers. He wonders how they discovered the meeting point, and deduces there must have been an internal leak, since they even secured the best sniper spot. He notes that trying a sniper operation under such conditions is reckless, which irritates him even more. Their support hacker Black Duck reports over comms that he has eliminated the Night Owl sniper at position A, surprising others who recognize Night Owl as part of Celestial Fragrance Garden. They explain that Night Owl are elite sniper psychers, shocking the listener. The blue psycher concludes that more snipers are likely and asks for visual scans of other potential sniper positions. Black Duck agrees and begins transmitting the requested visuals. Elsewhere on a rooftop, another team reports they have lost contact with their allied units. Their commander warns that unidentified enemies are probably nearby and orders them to advance carefully and kill on sight. The heavily armed squad moves in formation toward the target building. The unit leader codenamed Hound radios that they have reached the location and are beginning their entry. The narrative shifts focus to another tall glass building where this operation is occurring. A group of Lampus troopers advances under a hexagonal barrier as they infiltrate the interior. Through a scanning field, they see silhouettes of people moving inside the building. Using life sign detection, they confirm that only their allied sniper team is present on the 8th floor. When asked about that team's condition, the psychic sensor says there is no movement and they are probably unconscious. The squad leader prioritizes checking on their allies and orders everyone to head to the 8th floor via the stairs. As the Lampus squad climbs an escalator under their barrier, the blue psyker approaches stealthily from behind. He internally criticizes their poorly guarded rear defense. He then rushes them from behind, startling the rearmost soldiers. The ambush erupts. Some soldiers are hit and blood sprays as they try to return fire. The psyker's barrage sends the entire squad tumbling through the air, their weapons knocked away. He continues the assault, carving through them with energy-charged strikes. The fight becomes a blur of blows as he smashes multiple enemies across the hall. 2 riot shield troopers charge at him in a last attempt to stop his advance. He jokingly tells them they are in serious trouble as he realizes the back door to the area has been left open. Activating his Hellfire ability, he dives through them with overwhelming flames, calling them slow idiots. The resulting explosion shatters windows and erupts outward from the building. After the blast, glowing embers and fragments drift through the smoke. The psyker lands atop a fallen armored soldier amid the debris. Wreathed in blue energy, he stands over the defeated troopers, clearly victorious. A surviving Lampus soldier cowers and stammers in terror, calling him a monster. The psyker coldly warns the man not to act rashly, and orders him to drop his gun if he values his life. Meanwhile, a vehicle speeds down a city road toward the incident site. Inside the car, a phone begins vibrating with an incoming call. A pink-haired man in the back seat asks if the situation has been handled. He listens to the report, while his companion with dreadlocks watches him closely. Hearing bad news, the pink-haired man grips his phone tensely. He lowers the phone, his expression dark, as his companion waits for his reaction. The dreadlocked man offers to contact his own team to assist. The pink-haired man reconsiders and tells him to forget calling them. With a sinister smile, he declares that he will deal with the matter personally. The story momentarily flashes back to a partly constructed high-rise where these factions met 5 years earlier. Narration recalls a delicate yet fearless girl from that time, whose calm courage in a desperate situation left a strong impression. Now, the masked mediator notes that she currently hides behind a strange mask and altered voice, and he urges her to get to the point. The narrator explains that their honorable master admired the girl's unyielding spirit, likening her to the king of flowers, the peony. The woman curtly warns that she will not repeat herself. Revealing her title as Sword Fiend Mujin, she demands that the opposing leaders kneel before the honorable master and pledge loyalty. One stern man listens in silence, his eyes narrowing. The masked negotiator's red eyes also narrow in response, tension rising. Outside, someone exclaims in shock over comms that notorious villain Cashin is present at the scene. Hearing that a single man neutralized their entire special team, the pink-haired branch chief is incredulous. A Lampus officer confirms in a subdued voice that the report is accurate. The officer clarifies that this Cashin is the same one who defeated Don King, leaving the branch chief wondering why such a figure would attack them. He reviews that today's targets included villains from Celestial Fragrance Garden and Sword Fiend Mujin of Namgang's Villezone, both known to be associated with Cashin. His dreadlocked subordinate, knowing Mujin's ties to Cashin, wants to call for backup, but the chief says there is no time. The chief insists they must capture at least one of the villains before they escape, as it is their only way to recoup their losses. The subordinate argues that Cashin is probably still nearby. The chief responds by ordering him to be the one to track Cashin down. The chief flatters him as the best hunter for flushing out hidden targets. The subordinate modestly accepts the praise but points out the risk given Cashin's reputation. He recalls that Cashin was the one who toppled Don King of the Four Calamities, even if Don King was past his prime. When the chief asks if he is admitting he cannot face Cashin alone, the subordinate bluntly answers yes. He explains that you do not need to touch fire to know it burns, so he can judge Cashin's danger without fighting him. The chief cuts off debate, issuing a direct order for him to obey, saying the hunt will not take long. Smirking confidently, the branch chief vows to finish everything with a single shot. Back with Cashin's group, Black Duck watches the branch chief through binoculars. He informs Cashin that the branch chief has arrived with another formidable-looking man beside him. When Cashin asks who the companion is, Black Duck prepares to stream the visual data to his visor. Seeing the image, Cashin recognizes the man as Jamal and reacts with surprise. Black Duck confirms Jamal's identity, describing him as a top-tier psyker and close-quarters urban warfare specialist. Cashin judges that he could defeat Jamal one-on-one, but Ma Kwang-ho would still manage to fire several shots in the meantime, meaning they cannot prevent a snipe even if they flee. He therefore orders Black Duck to tell Mujin to retreat from the meeting site. Black Duck urgently transmits an emergency message to Mujin, warning that Night Owl is setting up a new sniping attempt and telling her to withdraw immediately. Before they get a response, a high-velocity shot streaks through the air toward the construction site, shocking them. Realizing a round was just fired, they worry whether Cashin should have intervened personally and demand a status update. Black Duck calls out to Mujin over comms, anxiously asking if she is alright. A powerful aura flares at the distant site, and Black Duck reports that apparently Mujin's side is unharmed. Still, he and Cashin wonder what just happened over there. Cashin looks up, puzzled and concerned by the unexpected development. The scene cuts back to moments earlier at the construction site, showing the skeletal tower where the sniper is positioned. The older man in ornate clothes mutters that the situation is ridiculous. Facing Mujin's group, he scoffs at the demand for obedience, and tells them they are in no position to negotiate. Seething, he asks if they really expect him to bow before the person who killed his father. The masked mediator responds that he talks too freely and wonders if he is expressing a death wish as he draws his blade. Two of Mujin's allies comment that a fight is inevitable after all. Cashin, still in disguise, interjects that there is a misunderstanding. A visual of peony flowers hints at memories tied to the earlier incident and the true killer. Mujin calmly reveals that the one who killed the man's father was not their honorable master. Cashin, taken aback, demands to know what she means as she teasingly asks if he is not curious. She offers to reveal the identity of the real killer, but only if he cooperates with her. Outraged, Cashin lashes out, accusing her of mocking him. His eyes glow menacingly as he prepares to act. Suddenly another voice shouts a warning about a sniper and orders everyone to take cover. Cashin's silver-haired ally reacts sharply, realizing the threat. The large beastly ally echoes the warning, shocked that a sniper is targeting them. A bullet races from the distant tower toward the meeting. The round hurtles through the steel framework, locked onto its target. Mujin notices the incoming attack, her eyes narrowing as she focuses. She raises her hand and uses her power to intercept the shot midair with a swirl of telekinetic energy. Examining it, she identifies the projectile as a high-caliber special explosive round. She notes that few marksmen can infuse mana into such a bullet and fire it, and she did not expect to witness this technique again in Korea. She then sends the captured bullet back along its path, returning the favor to the sniper. Cashin's observing allies watch in astonishment as the redirected round streaks away. The older man realizes the phenomenon is telekinesis. The bullet slams into the distant tower, detonating in a huge telekinetically guided blast. As debris and smoke drift, Cashin reflects that the outcome is regrettable in several respects. Mujin ends the meeting, saying her stance should now be clear to both sides. The grieving man concedes without objection but asks her one last question. He presses her, wanting absolute assurance that their master Moran was not the one who killed his father. Cashin's red eyes glow as he listens, deeply affected by the line of questioning. Back at the sniper nest, shattered glass frames the distant construction site, showing the effect of Mujin's counterattack. Inside, Ma Kwang-ho kneels wounded amid the wrecked floor, his heavy sniper rifle lying ruined beside him. Bleeding yet exhilarated, he declares that this is what he calls a true hunt. Mujin watches from afar with a knowing smile, having turned his attack against him. Ma Kwang-ho, grinning manically, proclaims Cashin to be the finest prey he has ever hunted. The scene shifts to the luxurious La Vie en Rose building where another faction is based. Around a round table, Cashin's villain allies rage about Lampas's actions, one vowing to purge them, while another urges calm despite feeling sickened by the situation. A calm strategist explains that although Lampas behaved despicably, the circumstances are too murky to justify openly attacking them, since the clash involved nationally wanted villains outside of Vilzone. She points out that even if she had been shot, Lampas could claim it was a stray bullet intended for another villain, making the incident politically deniable. Black Duck remarks that they only survived because their driver intervened at the right time. A loud ally yells at him for acting smug, but Black Duck says Cashin deserves the real credit. He explains that Cashin located the snipers, subdued them, and then even gave the Lampas Special Task Force a light thrashing when they arrived. Another ally, impressed that he handled Lampas's elite unit as well, speculates that Cashin must have formal military training. The flamboyant ally guesses Cashin might have trained in his true body and notes that his speech is very disciplined, but another brushes it off as simple cold-heartedness. The strategist counters, saying Cashin actually panicked when Ma Kuang-ho fired, which others find hard to believe. She recalls that he repeatedly asked if Mujin was safe after the shot. Flustered, she insists that such concern is only natural between allies, even as she blushes. The others admit they did not know Cashin could show such emotion and wonder if he charged into Lampas out of anger. She clarifies that Cashin returned to the Ville Zone because he had a guest to meet. As she awkwardly eats cake, someone points out that she is holding her fork upside down. Embarrassed, she claims cutting cake with an inverted fork is part of her training. She then insists she is merely contemplating the way of the sword, not acting that way because she is flustered. Her subordinates excitedly ask if she gained some insight, praising her as their amazing monarch, while one jokes about copying her upside-down fork technique. The narrative briefly notes a quiet acknowledgement of understanding. Black Duck, now alone, realizes what her behavior implies and murmurs that he understands the situation. The story moves to Gatam Ville Zone, an older high-rise district under Cashin's control. There, an elderly man introduces himself as Zhang Bao from China, arriving with a basket in hand. Cashin asks Zhang Bao why he wanted to meet him. Before answering, Zhang Bao says there is something he must do first. He offers the fruit basket as a courtesy gift for not coming empty-handed, delighting Cashin's masked companion, while Cashin watches with folded arms. Someone states they have come to show their gratitude. The masked man questions that reason, but the black-haired villain says gratitude is reason enough. The old psyker admits he can never repay the many lives the villain saved but insists on thanking him. The villain says he cannot properly accept thanks in the current situation and asks if there is another motive. The old man denies ulterior motives but admits he has a small request, which the villain calls a motive. The old man finally asks him to defeat an enemy called Red Death. The villain scoffs that such a big favor is being asked in exchange for just a fruit basket. He asks whether the request is driven by personal grudge or a higher cause, and the old man says it is both, prompting the villain to note psychers normally should not ask villains this. The old man answers that in ordinary cases it would be improper, but not all villains are evil like this one. He explains he does not hate villains in general. He clarifies that he only hates truly inhuman evil. The villain silently considers this. He reveals he already intended to defeat Red Death because they are targeting him, so he would not stay idle anyway. Curious, he asks if Red Death killed one of the old man's relatives. The old man's trembling fist shows it has been 6 or 7 years since the incident. He laments that he can no longer see his beloved, once proud daughter. The old man says his daughter had been a top-class psyker. The scene shifts to a quiet roadside park. A van arrives late, prompting an angry voice to complain about the delay. A masked villain with feathered armor yells that 20 minutes have already passed. 2 henchmen deliver a bound blonde prisoner, telling him to be quiet while he laughs and asks where they are. They hand the prisoner over as promised and ask the feathered villain about the fate of the Chinese psychers. From the henchman's viewpoint, the feathered villain studies the prisoner. Reading the prisoner's face, he thinks to himself that the mission must have failed. He internally curses the psychers for wasting the information his group risked their lives to provide. Remembering, he thinks if the psychers had not suspected him he would not have needed such extremes, though he had planned to betray them eventually. Recognizing the captive's voice as Megatroll, he snaps at him to shut up. Just as he says they will leave after their allied Barracuda arrives, an explosion of flames erupts nearby. Startled, he panics while Megatroll demands to be freed because he cannot see. The villain wonders if psychers have attacked and frantically asks who is out there. A new, eerie figure comments on Megatroll's cute mask while grabbing it. This newcomer reveals they know he is the traitor mentioned by the vice head. The newcomer violently attacks, blasting Megatroll with power. The newcomer picks up Megatroll's broken red mask from the ground. Putting it on, the killer claims the pretty mask as their own. Another villain approaches, smells blood, and wonders if Megatroll has died. The bloody mask slams into someone's face. The newcomer places the mask on that person, saying it suits them, while the frightened captive wonders if he will die next. The killer gazes upward in silence. They decide to spare the captive simply because they like his laugh, and he celebrates hysterically. The killer then tells their group to return. A hidden observer watches them leave in silence. This observer bitterly thinks Megatroll died for nothing and that he nearly exposed himself as well. As he considers fleeing, the killer suddenly calls out to the sneaky onlooker. The killer appears above him, saying he would look good in a mask and reaching toward him with the bloodied red mask. Elsewhere, armed agents report that an enemy estate has been found completely empty. Their commander orders the search ended even though teams are still looking for recordings and communication devices. Other psychers report they have searched the surrounding area but found no trace of the enemy. The branch manager wonders if the enemy had always planned to flee, while another suggests they anticipated Megatroll's betrayal. A psyker remarks that Megatroll was never trustworthy and asks where the enemy might be hiding. Two teammates speculate that the villains are likely in an abandoned factory, or even the sewers. Another psyker rejects that, thinking the woman leading them could not stand such filth. The branch manager explains that this woman detests dirty things and therefore would not hide in sewers. He identifies her as Tang Yen, the realm's slayer and second in command of Tianxing Garden. One teammate, intrigued, considers her a challenging target for his arrows. The branch manager explains Tang Yen's ability to sense and counter incoming projectiles and even reflect magic bullets back at the shooter. He concludes she is the worst possible opponent for a long-range sniper. When asked if that worries him, he answers that he is not scared and has long considered her his prey. Just then a soldier rushes in with urgent news. They are informed that all dispatched agents, including Megatroll, have been found dead. The soldier explains they had lost contact and later discovered both Megatroll's pursuers and their targets dead. When asked about the killer, he says the crime scene is remote, leaving few clues and many blind spots on CCTV. The branch manager silently contemplates this troubling report. The scene returns to a training gym with weights and racks. A student is violently smashed into the floor during staff training. The attacker is a woman in white wielding a staff, standing dominant before the fallen student, while classmates watch. Other students comment that she is overwhelmingly strong and far beyond any student's level. The battered student asks for another round, but she notes he has already challenged her 4 times. Introducing herself as S-rank psyker Zhang Liling, she advises him to let others spar as well. He stubbornly refuses to use a staff, saying he prefers fighting with his bare hands. She narrows her eyes, reminding him that the weapon is called a staff. She firmly says weapon training is the point of this class and that if he wants to keep learning, he must pick up the staff. He insists his fists are his true weapons. He charges her again while she sighs that he is hopeless. Zhang Liling prepares her counterattack with a confident smile. She demonstrates that having a longer reach with the staff gives a decisive advantage, striking him hard. Her blow connects solidly with his body. She emphasizes that superior reach is a crucial factor in winning as she drives him down. The student crashes to the ground, clutching his side. She lectures that if someone fights with short reach, their techniques or speed must be overwhelmingly strong instead. She then adds that he lacks both. She looks down at him, stating bluntly that his power and speed are insufficient. Continuing her lesson, she says that knowing yourself and your enemy keeps you from losing easily, and asks if he understands. He admits she is right. He confesses he had been short-sighted and careless, and she says she is glad he can at least listen. She smiles and offers him a hand, telling him to get up. He accepts her hand, allowing her to pull him to his feet. He recalls how she once caught him and reassured him in a past spar. In that flashback, she slammed him with the staff while teaching that a fight ends only when someone falls. The watching students had been shocked by that demonstration. The story returns to the present, showing a peaceful outdoor plaza. The protagonist drinks from a water bottle. His floating eye companion notes he is off his game, and he explains he is distracted. He says his mind is on the past, remembering his days at a psyker prospect school in the United States, and the eye assumes he was a troublemaker. He admits he was, even kicking his teacher once. The eye guesses this has to do with Zhang Bao. The protagonist agrees and jokingly calls the eye a dust ghost. The protagonist thinks about Zhang Bao's mention of a top-class psyker, realizing that person is someone he knows well. He reveals that this top-class psyker was also his teacher. The eye asks if she is the one he kicked, and he confirms it. The eye wonders if he now plans to avenge his teacher, but he says calling it revenge feels exaggerated. He muses that if he feels nothing, it might mean his emotions have dulled. He walks on with the eye spirit hovering behind him. The eye dryly remarks that he is very good at saying nonsense. He asks the eye to repeat itself, pretending not to have heard. A girl jogs up, commenting that he arrived earlier than usual. She asks who he was talking to, and he lies that he was just talking to himself, which she happily notes down. Watching her scribble notes about his habits, he wonders why she is doing that. He says there is something he wants to ask her. She cautiously asks if he ever gets flustered, especially in shocking or desperate situations. When she presses the question, he answers that her asking it is what is making him flustered. They stumble close together, faces inches apart. She realizes he truly looks flustered and teases him about it. Suddenly they sense something above them. Their attention shifts as footsteps race nearby. The crazed villain Toy Maker charges through the park, laughing maniacally. The protagonist recognizes him as Toy Maker. Elsewhere, a student hears that his friend is joining the special task force. The new recruit explains that Kong Saiwa recommended him, saying his restore skill turned out to be quite useful. A panel shows Kong Saiwa in action with a gun. The red-haired student reverently recalls Kong Saiwa's reputation as the legendary leader who subdued Busan. He congratulates his friend on joining the task force, who clarifies he is assigned to Squad 2 instead of the Elite Squad 1. The friend reassures him that with his talent he will be promoted quickly. His phone rings with a call from his senior Daewoo. Answering cheerfully, he is urgently asked where he is. He replies that he is standing in front of Gatam Park. Daewoo, driving frantically, says he is already on the way there and demands to know what is wrong. Daewoo explains that Toy Maker has broken out of prison and is currently rampaging at Gatam Park. The student says he will capture Toy Maker immediately, but Daewon warns him not to confront the villain alone. The student reveals he is with his skilled friend Jiho, which surprises Daewon. Confidently, he says he and Jiho can handle it while Daewon panics. Back at the park, Toy Maker powers up, his body crackling with sinister energy. His ability spreads, putting twisted gift box helmets on numerous civilians. More and more people in the area appear with Toy Maker's grinning box masks. The protagonist and the girl hide nearby and observe that Toy Maker's victims have multiplied since the initial report. The eye suggests reducing risk and perhaps revealing their true identities to each other, but the protagonist refuses. He thinks keeping things simple is best and hopes to stall until official psychers arrive. When Toy Maker suddenly notices them, Toy Maker jumps down toward them with a shout, holding an electrified present. The protagonist and his companion look up and call out Toy Maker's name. Toy Maker happily says he is thrilled to be recognized and wants to give them a gift. The protagonist declines and calmly asks how he escaped prison, which makes Toy Maker realize they know his history. The protagonist claims he only saw the news. Toy Maker answers that a friend helped him escape. The protagonist immediately asks if that friend was Barracuda. Toy Maker says it was not, explaining Barracuda is currently imprisoned by a terrifying woman and that Megatroll was actually the one who freed him. With a sinister grin, Toy Maker adds that Megatroll is now dead. The protagonist is shocked that Megatroll died despite supposedly being under Tianxian Garden's protection. Toy Maker, puzzled by their calmness, asks who they are since everyone else just runs away from him. He then eyes the girl, calling her suspicious as well. The protagonist downplays them both as ordinary citizens while Toy Maker muses about giving them his gifts, and the protagonist prepares another question. He coldly asks Toy Maker who killed Megatroll. The narration introduces a terrifying woman. Someone, asked for the woman's name, admits they do not know it but insists she was extremely frightening. The striped villain excitedly recalls that this woman temporarily amplified his powers to an unprecedented level. Empowered, he leaps down toward the two students, promising to finally give them a long-awaited gift. Before he can land, the girl springs up with a flying kick aimed at him. Her kick smashes him into the ground with enough force to shatter the pavement. Landing from the attack, she reacts in surprise at what she just did. She explains to the boy that she has practiced taekwondo since childhood and holds a black belt, leaving him speechless. The shadow creature writhes in pain from the impact of the battle. Bruised and stunned, the striped man demands to know who she is and wonders if she is a psyker because of her power. The boy calmly claims he is just an ordinary citizen, which the villain immediately calls a lie. The villain refuses to believe that explanation and prepares to escalate the fight. He summons a crowd of masked followers who materialize around him. Pointing at the two youths, he orders all his minions to gang up and beat them together. The shadow partner asks if the boy will be alright, and he answers that he can still fight in his current condition. The villain's summoned followers react tensely and begin to move in. Watching this, the girl wonders what is suddenly wrong with their enemy. The striped man unleashes another ability, accompanied by colorful energy and confetti. His power manifests as an army of animated toys and mascots charging toward the heroes. Seeing the toy army, the boy awkwardly comments that it actually looks cute, leaving the girl silent. The swarm of toys rushes the two of them as the battlefield fills with colorful projectiles. The boy raises a glowing hand as he activates one of his own powers. His ability, labeled Restore, washes over the toys and begins reversing their transformation. He watches intently as the effect takes hold. The toy maker stares in shock, realizing something has gone wrong. Two psychers with fire and wind powers arrive on the scene to reinforce the students. The red-haired one recognizes the boy and identifies him as Quan Kongwu. The blue-haired ally remembers that he has seen Kongwu before and blurts out that he is Nian's boyfriend, shocking himself. The striped villain recognizes the newcomers as the ones who imprisoned him. The two psychers tell him to surrender, reminding him that his powers do not work on them. Gritting his teeth, the villain admits he is at a disadvantage. He adds that he also prepared throughout the night for this confrontation. More of his gift box-headed followers appear, revealing how many he has gathered. Confident in his numbers, he declares that the disadvantage does not matter and urges his followers to have fun attacking together. The blue-haired psyker panics, saying there are far too many enemies. Another presence arrives, criticizing how annoying this all is and saying the villain should have stayed in prison. The toy maker recognizes the newcomer with shock and anger. The newcomer, Toy Maker, appears wielding a huge glowing weapon and announces that it is time to put the villain's toys away. A title label identifies this newcomer by the codename Toy Maker. The story jumps back 4 years earlier to Gatam Villezone. In the past, the local Villezone boss Megatroll lies injured, accusing Toy Maker of ambushing him from behind. Toy Maker questions whether such underhanded tactics are fitting behavior for a Villezone boss. He adjusts his goggles, focusing on his opponent. Toy Maker complains that Megatroll scratched his goggles and demands compensation. With Megatroll already defeated, Toy Maker is disappointed the fight ended so quickly despite the villain's earlier talk about having fun. As Megatroll staggers toward him, Toy Maker reacts with confused surprise. The Toy Maker who will later fight the students watches Toy Maker with an entranced expression. She blushes and touches her cheek, already fascinated by him. In a chibi outburst, she gushes over Toy Maker's clear, sparkling eyes and begs him to play with her. The scene shifts as someone off-screen asks if the other person has heard the latest news. A masked Vilzone member reports there's a new recruit in the Vilzone named Driver. He tells a coworker that Driver apparently destroyed Megatroll, which the other person confirms they witnessed. They explain that Megatroll attacked Driver first by going for his back. The listener reacts that Megatroll was the petty one for launching a back attack and that it was not a fair fight. The pair mock Megatroll as a trollish villain, remarking that the troll actually trolled. One of them adds that although Megatroll did troll, he was easily destroyed, which they find pathetic. They conclude that Megatroll being beaten so easily proves that Driver is the real deal. Another Vilzone member comments that Megatroll had planned to ambush Driver together with Toymaker. However, Toymaker arrived late and missed the actual fight. The two subordinates wonder if Driver will become the new boss now that Megatroll has lost, and decide that Crow will make that decision. Somewhere above the city, an unseen person laughs nervously and apologizes repeatedly. Back in a cell or infirmary, Megatroll yells at this person to shut up, saying he would not have been beaten if they had shown up on time. Toymaker casually replies that she thought Megatroll could handle it alone, which only makes him angrier. She then asks why he hates Driver so much, and Megatroll rants that Driver is unbearably arrogant. He remembers proudly showing Driver one of his creations only to be bluntly told it was terrible, leaving him feeling humiliated. Toymaker gets an idea and grins to herself. She suggests recruiting Barracuda to help deal with Driver, an idea Megatroll immediately rejects as crazy. Megatroll imagines Barracuda mocking him forever if he asked for help, saying he has to preserve his pride. Toymaker argues that if things go on like this, Driver will become boss, but Megatroll tells her not to jump to conclusions. A shadowy figure identified as Crow is shown as the one who has not yet decided the next boss. Toymaker warns Megatroll that there is no guarantee Crow will side with him. Megatroll wonders aloud what will happen if Crow decides to hold a formal trial. He resolves that before any trial he must drive Driver out of the Vilzone at all costs. Toymaker gleefully praises this decision. She exclaims that she has waited to hear those words because Driver's clear eyes make him perfect material for one of her toys, baffling Megatroll. Megatroll declares that he does not even need to think about it, since Vilzone rules say retaliation must be 10 times harsher than the original offense. Fired up, he orders all his underlings to gather immediately. The narration identifies their location as Gatam Vilzone, Area B. In the present, a girl named Gaung furiously deletes negative comments on her video, raging at the commenters. Driver asks Gaung if she is listening, and she screams back that she is while panicking over yet another negative comment. Driver remarks that he expected the Vilzone to be different but finds it feels just like being at home. Gaung snaps that people live there too and asks if he thought everyone in the Vilzone would act insane. She explains that most outsiders do think that way, which Driver admits is a biased assumption. Putting on a mask, she tells him not to call her Gaung or Big Sister, insisting he use her codename Rampage. Driver replies that it will take him some time to get used to calling her that. Rampage tells him to hurry up and adapt, then formally welcomes him to the Vilzone. Driver fidgets slightly, preparing to speak more seriously. Sitting with snacks and a drink, he says Megatroll ambushed him so he simply beat him up a bit. Rampage incredulously clarifies that he is claiming to have beaten Megatroll, and he answers that it can be interpreted that way. She recalls that Driver was weak as a child and cannot believe this story. Remembering that Megatroll is officially the Vilzone boss, she nervously asks if Driver is truly that strong. Rampage then understands that Megatroll struck first and Driver still overpowered him, realizing this is a serious issue. Driver notices the oddly shaped dark cookies on the plate and asks what they are, learning that Rampage's friend baked them. He asks if he can try one, but Rampage warns that eating one would kill him, making him wonder if they are poisoned. She explains they are not poisoned but insists their flavor should not exist in the world. Driver says they may look ugly but he can feel the baker's sincerity in them. Someone knocks at the door while calling out affectionately. A flamboyant woman enters carrying more cookies, happily announcing her arrival before noticing that Rampage has a guest. Rampage introduces her as her friend Crow, and Crow cheerfully greets Driver. Rampage then introduces Driver in turn while he holds up one of the cookies and confirms that Crow is the one who baked them. The masked woman eagerly asks if she can taste the cookies. She happily offers the cookies, calling them delicious, while one of the others reacts nervously. As explosions erupt nearby, she cheerfully asks if the cookies taste good while the man laughs awkwardly. They notice a timed explosive device counting down and react in shock. Realizing it is a bomb, the group panics as it sits in front of them. The bomb detonates in a massive fiery blast. A gas-masked attacker jumps into the gas cloud, boasting about his special gas bomb. He furiously calls out Driver and declares that Driver is finished. Laughing, he revels in how horrible his tear gas is for the victims. He tells Driver to prepare to be destroyed as he swings a huge weapon. Someone calls out the name Megatroll, recognizing the attacker. Hearing the familiar voice, the attacker is stunned, thinking it cannot be who he imagines. A powerful purple blast slams into him, sending him flying with a scream. The beaked mage focuses power, pushing back the gas with a radiant, swirling aura. Protected by Crow's barrier, Driver and the hooded ally stand behind her as she advances. The attacker recognizes the newcomer in disbelief and calls her Crow. Crow dryly mocks him for acting weird over cookies, says their boss is trolling, and admits it makes her want to stab him to death. The attacker nervously insists he did not mean to offend her just as another ally arrives, relieved to have reached the scene. The newcomer apologizes for being late, saying he was preparing a special present, then notices the situation has changed. The wrench wielder complains that Crow's presence is unexpected, thinking their target was only Driver. Driver, surprised he is the main target, says he now understands the situation. Crow tells Megatroll she does not care about his schemes in general. She adds that things change when her precious friend is dragged into danger. Megatroll starts sweating as she reminds him she already warned him what would happen. Driver awkwardly wonders if he is actually that precious friend, while the hooded ally coughs to deflect. Crow declares Megatroll guilty, and vows to judge him in her own deadly style. Megatroll panics, protesting that he waited excitedly for this day and even lost sleep over it. He complains that being judged like this is boring. Going manic, he threatens to rip out Driver's beautiful eyes and make toys from them, alarming Driver and the ally. Crow's feather-like energy slashes through the air in a fast, bright attack. Crow rushes Megatroll, casually saying he will share the same fate. Her clawed strike tears through him at blinding speed as the scene blurs with motion. Driver attacks as well, saying Megatroll should have stayed in jail instead of causing more trouble. Megatroll laughs that the world is dull without him and compares that boredom to being imprisoned. Two students see Driver arrive and wonder how he knew to come here. Megatroll smiles darkly, thrilled that Driver came all this way just to meet him. Ecstatic, he calls it his lucky day, glad he did not have to search for Driver himself. He reveals countless animated gift box dolls he made overnight so they can play together without getting bored. Driver asks if the dolls were meant to invade the Gatamville zone, while Megatroll gleefully says they are exciting. Driver calmly states that Crow will hate the dolls. He warns Megatroll that Crow will never let him go now. Driver points out that even though Megatroll fears Crow, he still stirs up chaos, which Megatroll angrily denies. Driver notes that Megatroll's expression exposes his fear and deduces he must have a strong backer supporting his actions. Cornered, Megatroll demands to know who Driver thinks that supporter is. Watching from afar, the black-haired boy remarks on how effectively Driver applies pressure, while his spirit companion tells him to observe and not charge in. Driver reminds Megatroll he asked the question but has received no answer. Empowering himself with pink energy, Driver decides he will beat Megatroll until he talks. Driver asks the two male students to handle the gift box mobs, and one readily agrees while the other is shocked. Driver also orders the nearby boy and girl civilians to stay out of the way and move far from the fight. The chibi girl sarcastically pretends to be terrified of the villain, while the boy stands silently beside her. Driver steels himself as his eye device activates. He charges in, declaring it is time to punish his opponent. The toy-themed villain laughs maniacally while charging power. The villain presents a massive cube weapon as a twisted gift for Driver. Driver screams as the cube unleashes a horde of creepy toy minions at him. The villain orders the summoned toys to tear out Driver's eyes. Driver clashes with the swarm, reminding the villain he had already warned him. While attacking, Driver comments that such obsession is frightening. He advises the villain to give up for his own good as the battle rages. The villain replies he will only stop if Driver hands over his eyes. Driver lands a powerful blow on the villain with his hammer. Narration begins, saying that if the enemy will not quit, Driver lifts his hammer skyward to continue the assault. He declares the villain will be forced to learn the lesson the hard way. Elsewhere, allies discuss whether the fight has ended, but are warned to stay focused on their own battle. A blue-haired ally concentrates and activates a barrier or psychic ability. A masked enemy charges through that barrier toward the ally. The ally panics, wondering why his skill is not affecting the intruder. Toy Maker, badly injured, groans after being struck. Driver asks why Toy Maker is so fixated on his eyes, calling it disgusting. Toy Maker says Driver's eyes are beautiful and worth risking his life for. Driver calls him insane and demands to know who is backing him. Toy Maker weakly refers to being supported by a terrifying woman. Driver presses Toy Maker to identify this scary woman as another enemy dives toward them. Driver's targeting eye locks on, assessing the new attacker. Toy Maker suddenly leaps in front of Driver, taking the incoming stab meant for him. Toy Maker is impaled and collapses in Driver's arms, mortally wounded. As he dies, he smiles faintly, having intentionally taken the blow. Driver stares down at Toy Maker's body in shock and silence. The enemy attacker is blasted away from them by Driver's counter. The attacker's body falls from the battlefield, trailing energy. Driver, still holding Toy Maker, demands to know why he sacrificed himself. Toy Maker calls Driver's eyes his treasured possession and says they should meet again. Toy Maker dies quietly against Driver's chest. Driver stands in the rain, silently processing Toy Maker's death. The scene shifts to the city, showing peace returning after the battle. Authorities and emergency crews surround the now secured plaza. A psyker leader hears the report that Toy Maker was killed by an unknown villain. The red-haired hero explains that Driver, not Toy Maker, was actually the target. He adds that they still do not know the villain's motive. Images recall Toy Maker throwing himself in front of the lethal blow. The red-haired hero explains Toy Maker sacrificed himself to shield Driver. The purple-haired official is surprised, learning Toy Maker and Driver were on bad terms and that Driver left on urgent business. They worry it will be hard to question Driver and ask if anything else stood out. A dark-haired civilian and his companion try to excuse themselves, claiming other appointments. The red-haired hero bluntly refuses to let them leave, while another ally questions if this is allowed. The scene shifts to the Green Factory, headquarters of Neo Sentry. Inside, Money King greets Cashin, noting how often they have been meeting. Cashin says he came to deliver a message. He informs Money King that Barracuda has been captured by Chinese villains. Money King reacts quietly, assessing Cashin. He says Cashin wasted his time if he came only about Barracuda and suspects an ulterior motive. Cashin's shadow familiar thinks Money King is trouble, while Cashin insults Barracuda as a habitual nuisance. Cashin admits he is only there because Driver asked him to, not out of concern. Money King is surprised to hear Barracuda personally requested this. Cashin reveals Barracuda is being held by a villain known as Chaos. Money King smiles ominously at that name. He asks Cashin what he knows about Chaos, and calls her the leader of the Four Misfortunes. Money King explains that in the Tianxiang Garden there are 3 monsters, not counting Red Death, who rival the 4 monarchs. He first names Tang Yen, the barrier breaker, as the vice head. Next he describes the Blue Dragon, commander of the 4 divine beasts who guard Red Death. Finally he identifies Chaos as leader of the 4 misfortunes and master of the soul killers. He says Chaos is special even among these 3 monsters. Money King elaborates that Chaos freely assassinates both psychers and villains without distinction. He grimly notes that if Barracuda is in Chaos's hands, his survival cannot be guaranteed. Curious, he asks whether Cashin himself is afraid of Chaos. Cashin responds by bluntly asking if Money King is the one who fears her. The shadow familiar watches silently, gauging Money King's reaction. Money King's secretary looks nervous at the tense exchange. Money King admits he is amused by Cashin's provocation and prepares to speak plainly. He states he never fights unless there is personal profit, especially not against a deranged beast like Chaos. He warns Cashin to remember that Chaos is an uncontrollable monster. The scene cuts to Chongai Mountain, where a secluded residence serves as another base. Inside, the camera pans across the interior of the mountain house. A small girl in red greets the gathered Chinese villains cheerfully after a long time apart. The 3 visiting leaders are welcomed, and one casually insults the girl, who angrily threatens them in return. They ask where the soul killer's master is, and the girl says their leader is busy with a new toy. She reveals that the toy is someone named Barracuda, captured while executing the traitor troll. The woman in red coat repeats Barracuda's name, and questions what is special about him. The girl explains Barracuda is Money King's nephew and that Chaos has always been strangely obsessed with Money King. The woman in red says she respects personal tastes but urges that they focus on the mission. The girl casually agrees to relay the message to her master word for word. A ram-horn subordinate nervously asks what to do and is told to stay behind. The girl adds that Chaos is furious over Guang Jiai's death and likely still angry. She warns the horn subordinate to avoid appearing before Chaos if he wants to live. The subordinate is terrified by the warning. The story shifts to a ruined district where rats scurry around sleeping vagrants. The camera moves toward a heavily damaged building. Inside that building a spiral stairway descends into a dark underground chamber. Barracuda is shown bound to a chair in that underground cell. He wakes in pain and confusion, hearing someone ask if he is awake. Chaos appears with a knife, mocks his smell, and threatens to wash him in her own way. Panicking, Barracuda begs her to spare him. Chaos asks if Money King would compensate her for releasing him, pressing the knife to his throat. Barracuda reasons that she must want something since she has not killed him yet, and she agrees. Chaos smiles wickedly while caressing the blade. She demands Money King's head as the price for Barracuda's life. She raves about her love for handsome middle-aged men and calls Money King an attractive silver fox, horrifying Barracuda. When he calls her crazy, she slashes his face in retaliation. She leans close, asking if he really just called her crazy. Chaos begins a chilling monologue, asking if he knows a certain truth. She says the world only appears orderly, but is actually full of filthy desires. She declares her role is to destroy that false order. Laughing, she claims that in such a world, being crazy is normal and even she does not know what she will do next. Barracuda curses her in rage despite his injuries. Chaos notes that since he is fully awake again, the torment can resume. She tells him he is about to taste hell once more and raises her knife. The scene shifts back to the city, specifically the Gatam Villezone complex. In a control room there, a hacker complains about the flood of negative comments on his latest upload. A woman monitoring the net suddenly notices a disturbing new video. The uploaded clip shows Barracuda's torture, labeled as an interrogation scene too horrifying for viewers to sleep. Shocked, the hacker demands to know who posted that video. The story cuts to a secured facility with a heavy gate. We glimpse the interior architecture of that secure complex. Cashin stands inside, accessing digital files with his shadow companion. He pulls up Chaos's status window, noting that her listed mana is surprisingly low. The shadow warns him not to underestimate her, saying the number is merely a baseline. It adds that Chaos likely has abilities similar to Cashin's own. Cashin wonders if her gluttony skill lets her steal mana from opponents. The shadow replies that his eye of insight cannot reveal everything and that such a power would be troublesome. Cashin speculates about her hidden carnivorous ego skill and whether her personality changes when she awakens. The shadow explains that multiple egos inside Chaos constantly clash. It says those clashes will cause yet another ego to emerge each time. Using Rosetail as an example, it says Chaos will awaken repeatedly, growing stronger. Cashin realizes she is a monster comparable to the 4 evil monarchs, and a very difficult enemy. The shadow concludes that Chaos might actually be more dangerous than Money King. Cashin muses that Money King would not like hearing such an evaluation. Cashin's phone rings, and he tells the shadow that Driver is calling him, likely about something urgent. The scene returns to the sky above the city. Driver looks up at the sky as he receives the situation report. A hologram of Barracuda's torture video appears before Cashin and Driver. Driver shows Cashin the footage, explaining that someone uploaded Barracuda's interrogation. He notes the video has already spread everywhere despite being deleted. Driver adds there is even a teaser that the next session will be live streamed on the dark web, making it obvious Chaos is behind it. Cashin recalls Money King calling Chaos an uncontrollable psychopath, and realizes that description fits. He reasons that Chaos must be using Barracuda as bait, and that Money King is the only likely target. Cashin thinks of Money King and considers this possibility. Driver points out that Money King claimed not to care about Barracuda, though his actions often contradict his words. The shadow suggests the video might indeed be a trap to draw Money King in. They speculate Money King will at least pretend to rescue Barracuda by sending subordinates. Driver says it is hard to imagine Money King staying completely uninvolved, especially once he realizes the video targets him. They conclude Tianxiang Garden sees Money King as an uncontrollable variable, and would gladly eliminate him before the real conflict begins. Cashin summarizes that the enemy will seize any chance to remove Money King. He decides they cannot just sit still in this situation, startling Driver, who asks if they are really going to save Barracuda. Cashin confirms, saying rescuing Barracuda from Chaos will force Money King to take them seriously. The shadow clarifies that Cashin intends to turn the unruly old man into an ally. Cashin asks Driver to locate Barracuda's prison based on the video. Using his analytical eye, Driver cross-references the room's structure and materials to narrow down potential locations. Their search points to the La Vie en Rose Hotel as the likely site. Inside that hotel, 2 silver-haired girls chat casually, saying they heard something ridiculous happen to someone that morning. The girls relax on the bed sharing snacks while one explains that Driver arrived in time so nothing serious happened. The girl in pink says Driver is a meddler rather than a fixer this time, puzzling the black-haired woman. One twin argues that if Driver had not shown up, the black-haired woman and Cashin would have solved things themselves. She clarifies that she meant Quan Kongwu and the black-haired woman, making the woman quietly flustered. The black-haired woman silently sips her drink, clearly affected by hearing Quan Kangwu's name with hers. The twins excitedly notice a blush on her face, and tease that she is reacting just from that one remark. One of them suddenly remembers something important. She asks if the others know who Nian is, but none of them recognize the name. When asked why she is so curious, she hesitates and claims it is nothing. The black-haired woman admits she heard something about Nian that bothers her but convinces herself she probably misheard it. One twin privately thinks it cannot be nothing, given how talkative the other usually is. The scene shifts to Lampa's South Korean branch building. Inside, someone questions if the newly uploaded video is a trap targeting Money King. 2 men discuss that the captive in the video is Barracuda, Money King's nephew. The red-haired man notes Tianxing Garden's recklessness in publicly uploading such a video. His companion warns that if the video is real, Money King will not sit still about it. He adds that Cashin and especially Driver are sure to act because of this opportunity. They conclude this situation lets Driver ally with Money King before confronting Tianxing Garden. The red-haired man confidently says Driver will definitely seize this chance. They also recognize Tianxing Garden will learn of the video as well. The dark-haired man originally planned to stay uninvolved, hoping to profit later with little effort. The red-haired man says that plan will be hard to keep, hinting at new orders from headquarters. He reveals he received a rare 0 order from the organization an hour ago. His partner is shocked since such an order is a direct command from their leader and asks what it entails. The red-haired man explains that head office is uneasy about the situation in Korea. He reveals that an elite relief member has been dispatched. That operative is Senior Mercer, who just flew from Los Angeles to South Korea. Mercer is introduced as Judge Clay Mercer, a Grand Master level among the top 3 psychers. The narrative cuts to another part of the city. We see the exterior of a building identified as Rampage Room. Inside, a witchy woman proudly serves a latte made with a coffee machine Driver bought her. Driver inspects the latte art, guessing it is a bear while she insists it is a heart. He suddenly reacts to an alert on his monitors. His team learns that the predicted torture video of Barracuda has in fact been uploaded. Driver orders them to play the newly uploaded video. Horrific screams from the video fill the room as Barracuda begs for his life. One teammate is horrified that such brutality was openly posted online. Driver notes the improved production quality and that the footage intentionally shows the room's interior. He spots numbers in the video that might be a phone number, prompting debate about whether to call it. Driver concludes the whole setup is an obvious trap intended to lure them. The witch likens it to a taunting challenge and says the villains are trying to bait them. Another teammate wonders how they should report this to their boss, thinking he might appreciate knowing it is a trap. Someone off-screen warns that saying that will only enrage their boss, not please him. Driver predicts how Cashin will respond to this provocation. Cashin interprets the bait as an invitation. He decides they should accept the bait and prepares to move, power gathering in his hand. The scene shifts again to another urban district. Cashin and his group stand atop the Viscen building. Holding his phone, Cashin states this development is exactly what he feared. He notes another torture video of Barracuda has been posted, which ironically proves Barracuda is still alive. His two allies ask what they should do next. Cashin says they must locate the kidnapper, and Pink Mask recognizes the man in the video. She identifies him as the mastermind behind her past kidnapping. She clarifies that she only saw him through stored video footage, not in person. Pink Mask explains the image is from a recording in her memory. Cashin apologizes for bringing up her trauma, while their masked ally is stunned to learn she was kidnapped. Pink Mask worries about revealing her dangerous ability in front of others, but Cashin assures her these two can be trusted. Her drone companion reacts by calling the other stupid, then reconsiders. The two trusted allies feel insulted by the implication. Cashin stresses they must execute their plan carefully. He explains that while finding Barracuda matters, Chaos, who holds him hostage, will be a formidable enemy. Cashin orders them that protecting Pink Mask takes absolute priority over everything else, and they pledge to obey. Cashin then says he has detected a villain nearby. Using her detection device, Pink Mask confirms a villain's presence not far away. She pinpoints the target moving north of their current location. She adds that scanning is automatic for her, so she already knows everything within range. She further reports that the villain is accompanied by men in black suits, and that this information is about a minute old. In response to Cashin's questions, she says none of them appear restrained or injured and they all carry swords. Cashin concludes therefore the detected person is not Barracuda and considers sending his phantom assassin to scout. He decides instead to investigate personally, communicating with the team through Pink Mask. He assigns Dark Star to secure the surroundings with Phantom Assassin and Black Ghost to focus on guarding Pink Mask. Cashin then travels rapidly across the city using his powers. The camera shows another district, foreshadowing his approach. Elsewhere, a hungry girl is fixated on getting spicy tornado potatoes. She and her companion discover another restaurant closed, leaving her distraught. She refuses to give up and drags her senpai to keep searching despite the early hour. She remembers a place that serves her favorite bulldog tornado potato. At that moment Cashin surges past overhead, startling her. She notices his passing and declares she has found what she was really looking for, confusing her senpai. She excitedly rushes off after him using ice powers, with her senpai yelling after her. He pants in shock at how suddenly she darted away. The story shifts to Tianxian Garden, an ornate compound. There, leaders discuss having received a call from Chaos about the uploaded torture video. They describe Chaos' tactic of instilling fear by forcing impatient choices. Their flower-loving leader wonders when she will finally be able to go to Korea. Blue Dragon tells her she needs no permission and could go immediately if she wished. She asks if he really means right now. He replies that Vice Head Tang Yen wants to prepare a stage worthy of her first. She agrees to wait so as not to waste Tang Yen's efforts, likening the situation to not breaking flower stems too early. Vermilion Bird arrives with another message from the Vice Head. She reports that Tang Yen has already made contact with a certain child in Korea. The leader listens thoughtfully, surrounded by peonies. Her eyes sharpen, showing keen interest. Vermilion Bird explains that the child declined the leader's previous offer, astonishing the subordinates. An inner voice notes they expected that refusal. The leader muses that such a beautiful and elegant child, like a peony, would not be easy to claim. Yet she still thinks about that stubborn flower. She concludes that a flower she cannot control is meaningless, and that anything meaningless is fine to make disappear. Back in the city, a cat walks along a rooftop. The cat peers down into a courtyard between tall buildings. Nearby, eerie laughter is written in blood, signaling a menacing presence. Money King's group encounters the bloody writing and one of them calls it some kind of welcome message. Golden Chain worries it might be a deliberate trap and suggests they should leave. Money King retorts that he brought Golden Chain precisely to assess if it is a trap. A taunting voice greets them with playful meows, saying they have finally arrived. Money King and Golden Chain react tensely to the voice. The unseen speaker cheerfully says it is nice to meet them all. Doll, an S+ rank Chaos Summoner, appears and says she has been lonely while waiting to meet them. She gleefully introduces herself as Doll, one of the four misfortunes, and laughs maniacally. Golden Chain panics about what to do while Money King judges that fighting Doll is feasible compared to facing Chaos herself. Doll takes offense at being underestimated and angrily asks if they are looking down on her. Cashin suddenly reveals himself, challenging whether they trust a person hiding nearby instead. Cashin steps out fully, and his presence shocks the criminals. Money King and Golden Chain recognize him, blurting out Cashin's name. Cashin quietly asks his shadow companion which people here registered as villains. He then calls out to the hidden pair, asking them to step out as well. Yuki and Takeo sheepishly reveal themselves, apologizing for intruding. Yuki casually greets Geniki, saying it has been a long time. Money King identifies Yuki and Takeo as top-class psychers, surprising Golden Chain. Doll complains about having so many top-class psychers show up and demands to know why they are all here. Cashin answers plainly that he only wants to know where Barracuda is being held. Doll replies that revealing the location would get her killed anyway, and Cashin warns she will die regardless of her choice. She protests at the serious tone, and claims she only came to deliver a message. Doll relays Chaos' ultimatum that if Barracuda is not found by midnight, his arm will be cut off, then his legs the next night. She adds that if they still fail another day later, the consequences will only get worse. Her crazed expression makes it obvious that Barracuda will likely be killed then. Cashin waits until she finishes and then declares it is time for her to be beaten. Doll admits she would destroy anyone else for saying that but holds back only because it is him. Cashin coolly suggests she sounds scared and notes that his boss does not want them to fight. Yuki asks the psychers not to interfere in her duel, and Cashin agrees as long as no civilians are harmed. Doll happily takes this as confirmation that no one will interrupt Cashin's beating. She powers up, deciding she will have to play seriously after all. Doll reveals her prized weapon, the 5-tone bell, which grants 5 different abilities. Cashin's companion warns him to focus because that bell is exceptionally dangerous. Doll tosses the bell and prepares to activate its power. A sudden psychic wave shocks Yuki and Takeo as the bell rings. Yuki realizes they are under a psychic attack. Cashin explains this is the spirit sound bell skill, causing hallucinations for everyone except Yuki. Doll is impressed that psychic attacks do not affect Cashin and says she had only heard rumors of this. Cashin's ally notes that the technique once devastated both psychers and villains and that Doll and her partner used it to slaughter many. He now understands how they accomplished those massacres. Doll says Cashin therefore has another reason to be beaten and theatrically threatens to flee. Cashin invites her to try escaping as he lunges forward with electrified speed. Doll is shocked by his ambush but boasts about her cat-like reflexes as she dodges. Cashin's lightning-charged kick closes in. Doll's eyes widen as she recognizes the attack's speed. Cashin lands a powerful strike that sends her flying. Enraged and embarrassed, Doll yells at him for where he just kicked her. Cashin's shadow calmly reminds her that Cashin is actually a man, which surprises her. Doll recovers midair and unleashes another of the bell's powers, striking Sound Bell, hurling a massive sonic attack at him. The masked protagonist unleashes a powerful lightning-charged attack. The impact erupts into a massive explosion, shattering the surroundings. Doll complains about the annoying situation and decides to retreat amid the destruction. The protagonist relentlessly pursues Doll, diving after her with crackling energy. Startled, Doll calls the pursuing protagonist insane. He taunts her, demanding to know where she thinks she is escaping to. Their chase rips open the sky as they move at extreme speed. The protagonist repeatedly blitzes Doll from different angles with high-speed strikes. Their clash spills back to the plaza, drawing the attention of Prince and his ally. The protagonist confronts them, demanding Prince's identity. Prince notes it is the first time the protagonist has seen his current form. Prince says rumors claim he betrayed Money King for Red Death, but he insists he merely left when his contract ended. When his explanation is doubted, Prince politely asks to leave, while the other side wonders what if they refuse. The protagonist warns that if they do not let Prince go, the nearby civilians will die. He silently weighs this threat, clearly troubled. Prince also reflects seriously, gauging the situation. Elsewhere, at Gatam Zone, allies deduce Barracuda was used as bait to lure out Money King. A drink is served as they talk over the plan. Cashin and Jean discuss Lampas's unexpected involvement, surprised they moved sooner than expected. Jean speculates Lampas must have hidden motives. Jean asks Cashin's opinion of Prince, and Cashin grumbles that Prince ruined his chance to capture Doll. Cashin admits Prince is very handsome but says that is separate from evaluating him. Cashin concludes Prince has unreliable backing and thus is not someone he wants as an ally. Another teammate notes that with Doll's appearance, all for misfortune seem to be in Korea. Cashin analyzes Prince's formidable crowd control skill that even top psychers struggled against. They compare this to Taotia's spatial crowd control, agreeing Taotai is even more versatile and powerful overall. Jean recalls similar intelligence given by supposed service company employees, reinforcing their assessment. Jean asks why Prince's control skill did not affect Cashin, and Cashin smugly replies that it is simply because it is him. Jean admits that if Prince and Doll had ambushed them without Cashin present, defending would have been hard, so he needs countermeasures. Cashin asks if they have any villain allies with crowd control, and Jean mentions Binder and another candidate. The narrative explains this other person's crowd control is omnidirectional and wide-ranged, causing panic in everyone, ally and enemy alike. At Green Factory, Neo Sentry's building, events shift to a new locale. Money King greets an old acquaintance with dry sarcasm, unsure if he should be pleased. Clay Mercer, an SS-rank psycher and famed gunner, notes it has been 30 years, so such awkwardness is expected. Clay says he came to see Money King before visiting Lampas's Korean branch, implying urgency. Money King knows why Clay is in Korea but does not understand why Clay chose to visit him first. Clay's cold tone prompts Money King to remark that they are not close enough for comfortable conversation. Money King also recognizes that Clay's subordinates are highly unusual. Money King wonders if Clay is here to repay an old 30-year debt. Clay acknowledges the debt with interest would be heavy but clarifies that is not his purpose. Clay asks to pose 2 questions, and Money King agrees to answer after hearing them. Clay's first question is whether Money King will join the upcoming battle against Red Death. Money King considers, then signals his answer. He agrees to participate as long as he can benefit from doing so. Relaxed that Clay has not changed, Money King invites the second question. Clay asks about the villain Cashin. Clay wants to know if, had Money King fought Cashin in his prime, the result would have been different. Money King calls that a foolish, hypothetical question unworthy of answer, though he politely brushes it off. He says pondering, if, is meaningless and only used as an excuse by failures. Money King instead praises Cashin as someone living more fiercely than anyone now, claiming even his own past or present self cannot compare. Clay is impressed that Cashin has Money King's acknowledgement, and starts viewing the villain differently. Clay privately recalls another top-class psyker he once knew named Cashin and muses how unfortunate it is that a villain shares that name. Money King suggests Clay meet this Cashin if he is so curious. But Clay prioritizes dealing with Red Death first. Money King teases Clay for working so hard at retirement age, and Clay replies this mission will be his last, after which he plans to rest regardless of success or failure. Money King warns that this is a huge challenge for a final mission. He points out that Red Death and his subordinates are all formidable, and Clay could lose his life if things go wrong. Money King assumes Clay understands this risk. Clay confirms but remains committed. Clay reiterates firmly that this is his last mission. Money King wishes Clay an honorable retirement as a psyker. The scene shifts to a supermarket called the Big Mart. We see the market exterior, signaling a mundane news setting. Cashin, back in civilian guise, shops while checking his phone, accompanied by his shadowy eye companion. He grumbles that his friends Raoul and Rick are not answering his messages. The eye tells him to just call, but Cashin says they asked not to be disturbed in the afternoon. The eye notes they are cautious and asks why he is trying to contact them. Cashin wants to ask about Lampas's interest in Barracuda and more. Cashin cheerfully adds he also wants to celebrate with them because he was accepted into his desired university. His phone finally pings with a reply, exciting him. Cashin reads their responses carefully, considering his next move. The story jumps to Lampas's South Korean branch building. A group of elite psychers led by a pink-haired man gather, ready to receive visitors. Clay arrives with his two subordinates, including Minwo and Winter. Lampas's leader welcomes Clay, asking about his flight, and Clay mentions his struggle with jet lag. The leader brings up Clay's earlier visit to Money King, which Clay sheepishly asks him to overlook. Minwo and Winter are introduced as high-rank psychers in Clay's team. Several Lampas members focus on Minwo with interest. Minwo recognizes Raoul and Rick among them and is shocked to see them there. Raoul and Rick greet Minwo, remarking it has been a while and that they did not expect to reunite in Korea. The narrative flashes back to HC Orphanage, where Minwo once lived. Young Minwo walks through the ornate hall there. Someone calls out to him by name, grabbing his attention. A cheerful boy welcomes him to Sirentia, the nickname for the orphanage. The boy introduces himself as Cashin and says he is also Korean. Young Cashin extends his hand with a big smile, admitting he barely remembers Korea. Minwo comments that Cashin's name is unique. Cashin confidently declares his name will belong to the world's strongest psyker someday. He gives Minwo an enthusiastic thumbs up. Minwo silently takes in Cashin's bold ambition. Cashin tells Minwo to remember him because one day everyone will be shouting his name. The scene returns to present-day city streets at sunset. Party poppers burst, marking a small celebration. Raoul and Rick throw Cashin a congratulatory party for passing his university entrance. Over a feast, they assume his sister is happy, but Cashin says he has not told her yet. He explains he was accepted into physical education even though his sister wanted him to study law. His friends reassure him she will understand and marvel that he cooked the entire celebratory meal himself. Cashin presents a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne, saying they should fully enjoy the day. During the meal, they mention Minwo being in Korea, and Cashin is sure Minwo is not here for vacation. Cashin reasons that if Minwo had come because of the mission, he would be with Clay Mercer. Raoul confirms their intel that Tianxiang Garden is the current target, ordered directly by their leader. Rick says their leader decided this because local forces alone cannot overpower Tianxiang Garden. Cashin notes there are 6 top-class psychers on their side, but Tianxiang's strength likely exceeds that, making the mission dangerous. He considers whether they should exploit Red Death's absence, but concludes the enemy still has overpowered skills that could flip the battle. The eye asks about those OP skills. Cashin details Tianxiang's crowd control abilities like mind manipulation and paralysis, explaining that is why sending Mercer's team was the optimal choice. Raoul adds that Minwo and Vinta's abilities are perfect counters to such debuffs. The narration highlights Vinta's wide area paralysis debuff and ally buffing skills, making him a unique top-class support psyker. Rick recalls that as a chaser, Minwo can negate enemy debuffs and is hard to ambush. Cashin notes Clay Mercer's overwhelming firepower on top of that, saying no one would want to face such a team composition. Raoul then teasingly asks if Cashin's caution is really because he had a huge falling out with Minwo and wants to avoid him. Cashin admits it is hard to clear things up with Minwo now. His friends suggest Minwo would understand if Cashin revealed his true identity as he did with them, since they used to be close. Cashin insists they were not best friends and predicts Minwo, being extreme, would try to kill him on sight. Raoul asks why they even fought in the first place. Cashin sheepishly explains they argued over who is the basketball GOAT, choosing MJ and clashing with Manhwa's opinion. The story shifts to another evening cityscape, signaling the passage of time. At a quiet interior location, the next scene prepares to introduce a new meeting. Clay's subordinate Doll cheerfully welcomes a visitor at a study cafe. Rick arrives, surprised by the choice of a study cafe, while Doll says it is a private, quiet place. Rick, clearly exhausted, tells her to get to the point because he is busy. Doll pouts that he is being mean when it has been so long since he saw his pretty older sister, and he tells her to lower her voice. Rick warns that revealing their sibling relationship publicly would only cause trouble and grumbles about her calling herself pretty. Doll slides an envelope toward him, telling him to take it. She explains it contains highly confidential information on Tianxiang Garden, shocking him. She says since he is currently fighting Tianxiang Garden, knowing the enemy will help him fight properly. Recalling her humiliating defeat by Doll the previous day, she vows never to experience that again. Rick asks if he can look through the intel now, and she says that is exactly why she gave it. She notes it was very hard to obtain, while Rick is stunned by what he reads. Night falls with a full moon overhead. A secluded, multi-level wooden lodge is shown under the moonlight. Outside the lodge, two villains sit on a bench. One reassures the other that an illusion cloaks the area so they will not be noticed. The masked psyker remarks that Taopai must be sustaining the illusion and asks why their cutie ally is absent. The red-coated woman says their cutie refused to come, claiming to be afraid of seeing the masked psyker. The masked psyker gleefully admits it is quite possible he would kill the boy if his mood shifted. The woman cuts the banter and states the main issue is that Clay Mercer is now in Korea. Delighted, the masked psyker exclaims that means he can hunt a big fish. She confirms this is what he wanted, though Clay's early arrival surprised her. He offers to go capture Clay immediately but warns he cannot guarantee bringing him back alive. She says there is no rush. They are still fine-tuning their plans and wants him to continue his current operations. The masked psyker thinks back to his violent work and asks what exactly she means by what he is currently doing. He decides he can instead amuse himself by targeting another, spiny fish, for now. She muses with curiosity about how their overall scheme will play out. She explains confidently that their plan to deceive the enemy is already in motion, which excites him. She adds that their foes will end up betrayed and destroyed by their own convictions, like biting the hand that feeds them. She narrates that the beginning of this finale takes place at Na Kong Villezone, another key location. A horned figure surveys Na Kong Villezone's rooftop from the shadows. We see this sniper-like figure perched high in a tree, eyes glowing as he watches. He smiles with fanged anticipation, thinking that what is about to happen will be very interesting. Back at Na Kong Villezone, the eerie mansion stands under the starry sky. Two more villains, a masked man and his tall blue-haired partner, stride into the building. Inside, another villain lounging on a sofa greets them, remarking they arrived sooner than expected. His bespectacled associate reacts tensely, sensing the gravity of the gathering. A masked man in a suit with glowing red eyes appears, radiating menace. Someone asks if the others had been searching for him. He arrives before the captors and demands they release his ally, while they explain they only restrained the group because they resisted. The horned captor says releasing the prisoners now would provoke another fight, so they will let them go after the negotiations. They ask if he came alone, and he answers that his partner is waiting outside. He warns that his outside comrade controls ice and can annihilate the estate if negotiations fail. The horned man is suddenly shocked by a blade appearing at his throat. The masked man threatens to decapitate him if he does anything reckless. The horned man, realizing this opponent is far stronger than expected, promises to be careful to protect his own head. The masked man calmly asks what the proposed deal is. One captor says their vice head has a message and invites him to listen. They relay that their leader wants Winterbell to stay neutral in the coming war, which the horned man mocks as a terrible proposal, adding that there is compensation involved. As the real incentive, they offer to reveal who actually killed Musung. The blue-haired woman wonders if Musung refers to Mujin's father. Another captive is stunned at the mention of a different true killer. Mujin brushes off the need for time, saying everyone believes Red Death killed his father, so he doubts such a claim would sway him. The messenger says Mujin's doubts are irrelevant, and only his answer to the offer matters. The horned man remembers another detail he wants to tell Mujin. He reveals that they possess Musung's severed right arm from the battle. He adds that the ring on that right hand is the key to the sealed crow's coffin, and they will surrender it if Mujin accepts the deal. The scene shifts to Gatam Villezone, a crowded urban district. Mujin later tells his companions he intends to reject Tianxiang Garden's offer. One ally notes this was a hard but characteristic decision for Mujin. Another ally still questions Tianxiang Garden's motives in making such a sudden proposal. They reason that either Tianxiang planned this from the start or an unforeseen variable has appeared. Mujin reveals that a powerful new ally has joined Lampas, prompting the others to ask who. He identifies this new force as Lord Clay Mercer. Another teammate describes Clay as a knighted grandmaster and one of the world's 3 strongest psychers. Mujin notes that Clay and 8 others rank among Korea's top psychers. He explains there are 9 top-class psychers active in Korea at present. Mujin understands why Tianxiang wants Winterbell out of the conflict, since facing Clay's group would be dangerous for them. He still finds their claim that Red Death did not kill his father suspicious, since they would have said so earlier if it were true. Handling a glowing syringe, his ally calls their promises dubious cards. That ally doubts Winterbell's neutrality is the real goal and suggests Tianxiang might be baiting them, though either answer benefits their own side. He adds that Tianxiang probably expected them to debate the offer for days. Mujin concludes Tianxiang is instead buying time, possibly to stage an ambush. His ally says he would actually welcome a direct attack on Gatam more than economic sabotage, hoping their cleaner returns before then. Another suggests Tianxiang is targeting someone else entirely, though they do not know who. They wonder how Lampas will respond to the larger situation, agreeing they will find out soon. Mujin, encasing his arm in ice, predicts that Clay Mercer will not sit still and is already preparing his own move. We shift to the South Korean Lampas branch headquarters building. Inside, a white-haired subordinate walks through the hallway. A colleague with clippers says he is heading to Clay Mercer, who requested them. The white-haired subordinate reacts in dread on hearing Mercer wants clippers again. The elevator area stands quietly as tension builds. A flamboyantly dressed man notices commotion in the lobby. He sees a crowd forming and anxiously asks who the gathered people are. He learns that the crowd consists of reporters from a broadcasting station. On TV, breaking news announces a Lampas-related story. The report covers Clay Mercer's first press conference in Korea, where he declares he will no longer tolerate Tianxiang Garden. It explains that Mercer publicly vowed to take a hard line against Tianxiang Garden, confirming his flair for attention. Watching from another office, an older man scoffs as the broadcast accuses those who committed crimes and killed Korean civilians. At the conference, Mercer denounces killers who laugh while murdering and those who destroy cities with impunity. He proclaims he will no longer overlook Tianxiang Garden's atrocities. Mercer dramatically promises that he and Lampas will defeat Tianxiang Garden's villains who endanger Korean citizens. Elsewhere, someone with a wide grin laughs maniacally at the speech. In a garden, a subordinate plays the clip and laughs that Mercer called Tianxiang Garden evil villains, warning his master will be unhappy. The elegant woman in red dismisses Mercer's theatrics as a cliched good versus evil narrative and a third-rate story. Her subordinate excitedly calls it a declaration of war, but she says that is not the important part. She muses that if citizens gain hope from Mercer's speech, it could shift public sentiment. She resolves that Tianxiang Garden will respond by doing the opposite and plunging people into despair. As Mercer's image flickers, she vows to crush humanity's hope and replace it with dread. The masked subordinate grins in anticipation of the coming chaos. A camera records Mercer's press conference for the world. Reporters fill the room, snapping photos as Mercer speaks at the podium. One journalist asks whether Mercer's mission focuses solely on Tianxiang Garden. Mercer stresses that Tianxiang Garden is the top priority threat. Another reporter points out that Money King and the rising villain Cashin are also major threats. The mention of Cashin startles someone listening. Mercer downplays Cashin, saying he is hiding in Gatam zone pretending to be king. He continues that Cashin is merely a frog in a small well who has not seen the wider world. Outside, the city street is calm as people hear these words via broadcast. Cashin, watching Mercer on his phone, bristles at being called a frog in a well. In a car, allies remark that Mercer's insult was a harsh but performative jab for the reporters. Cashin's companion remarks that such provocations are typical of Mercer. Cashin notes, Mercer frequently uses the public to provoke villains and feels any psyker who praises a villain is a joke. Another ally admits that makes sense and assumes the Lampas branch must now be on high alert while they handle guard duty. Cashin then finds it odd that Lampas is so eager for direct frontline combat. He observes that Lampas has often been manipulated by Tianxiang Garden before. His blue-haired ally explains that Lampas originally hoped Tianxiang Garden would handle Korea's villains. However, that plan failed as psychers faltered and Korean villains instead gained public approval for defending the country. Cashin's shadowy companion notes that Cashin himself is the villain who earned that positive reputation. The ally assumes this outcome irritated Lampas' leadership. Cashin concludes Lampas now seeks to restore its reputation with a decisive show of strength. He notes that repeated failures against local villains would tarnish Lampas' name and authority. The driver speculates Tianxiang Garden may have overreached, forcing Lampas into such extremes. Cashin wonders if Tianxiang Garden actually orchestrated everything to reach this point. The story returns to Gatam zone, the district Cashin rules. Cashin receives a sealed envelope, surprised to hear it came from Money King. He gathers his group and tells them the envelope supposedly contains high-grade intel on Tianxiang Garden. Cashin explains that although the intel matches what they already have, its source is different, originating from Lampas' psychers. His ally repeats in shock that Lampas also received the same information. The scene cuts briefly to a quiet corner of the building. Someone comments that the visitor who delivered the intel is extremely antisocial. They note that this man dropped the intel off and left without even saying goodbye. After reviewing the documents, the analyst remarks that nothing in Money King's intel is new. Another wonders aloud if Money King got his information from the criminal group Savage. The analyst says that is likely since the intel matches, though that fact is itself suspicious. They question why such a dangerous group would pass valuable intel to Lampas at all. The archer reasons that had Lampas known the intel came from Savage, they would have distrusted it from the outset. He concludes Lampas must have received the same intel from a different intermediary. The analyst deduces that because the content is almost identical, The original source must be the same and someone is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The archer says they now need to uncover that hidden player's intentions, finding the manipulation infuriating. The analyst infers that Money King already uncovered this plot, which is why he forwarded the intel. The archer interprets this as Money King challenging them to reach the same conclusion. Despite calling Money King annoying, the analyst admits it is hard to truly dislike the old man. The narrative shifts to a remote field in Chowan, Gangwon province. Cashin and his team arrive there to train freely, impressed again by his evolved form. The driver asks what specific skill Cashin came all this way to practice. Cashin answers that in this transformed state he can use a technique called Inferno, a city-destroying skill. His allies react in alarm, calling Inferno a strategic weapon that must not be used in populated areas. Cashin explains he wants to test its power and learn to adjust it to different situations. His shadow companion warns that changing a skill's form or strength is painstaking and risky. The companion adds that such limited type skills are even harder to modify, but Cashin insists he will at least try. As an eagle flies overhead, his allies nervously suggest clearing wildlife from the area. Cashin begins channeling immense dark energy to activate Inferno. His allies admit they are more nervous than he is as the power builds. The shadowy spirit opens its eye wide as night seems to fall. Cashin's allies notice the sudden darkness and the disappearance of natural light. They look up to see Cashin floating high above, surrounded by swirling energy. Cashin rises through the darkened sky, fully enveloped in the growing storm of mana. Energy gathers behind him as he prepares the massive spell. One ally realizes in horror what technique Cashin is forming. Cashin condenses a brilliant core of energy in his hand. The core stabilizes into a shining crystal-like seed of destruction. That crystal becomes the eye of a vast three-legged crow-shaped black sun overhead. The shadow spirit privately reflects on how unbelievable it is to witness this power again. Cashin stands beneath the completed Inferno, with the colossal crow emblem blazing above him. The spirit identifies the phenomenon as the three-footed crow's black sun. The scene jumps back to the peaceful Tianxiang estate. The woman in red lounges outside with tea, unaware of the nearing catastrophe. She calmly sips from her cup. Suddenly she senses something in the sky and looks up sharply. She recognizes the distant surge as that same terrifying power. Inferno unleashes a pillar of light that tears through the heavens. The blast collides with a protective barrier, shattering energy and rock in all directions. Even from afar, Cashin's allies are nearly overwhelmed by the shockwave that they struggle to contain. When the dust clears, Cashin lies at the center of a massive cratered impact zone. His students race toward him, calling out in concern. They find him conscious but admit he is not okay. They remark that the skill itself is a disaster, and would have obliterated the whole area if aimed downward. Cashin notes a fatal flaw. He reveals that using Inferno completely drains his mana. His allies realize he can barely walk after one use. The shadow spirit says power adjustment is impossible with this kind of spell. It explains that Inferno always consumes extreme amounts of mana, forcibly emptying the caster even if they have far more than necessary. Therefore the technique can only be used once per battle, leaving the caster helpless afterward. Cashin's allies admit it is incredibly strong but too dangerous to rely on in real combat. Cashin insists he can still learn to control it, believing effort will make anything possible. The shadow spirit calls Inferno a legendary forbidden skill that ignores human effort, but Cashin responds that if that is true, he will simply find another path. Cashin decides to use the Black Sun's power to invent a new skill. His excited student wants to start training immediately, startling another. The students urge Cashin to rest and not overdo it, but he insists he is prepared with a magic crystal. He shows them a high-grade magic crystal and explains that as a villain he can restore mana by consuming it. The students protest that using such an expensive crystal just to replenish mana is wasteful compared to crafting a weapon. The shadow entity thinks the crystal is useless for someone who has surpassed evolution and says it barely helps his mana unless it is a true magic crystal. The entity sharply calls Cashin's name to get his attention. It seriously asks Cashin to promise never to use the Black Sun's power for personal revenge. The entity's eye glows intensely as it awaits his answer. Two onlookers silently watch, worried. Cashin clarifies he just cannot use the Black Sun only for personal grudges and says he will remember that condition. The scene shifts to Lampas's South Korean branch headquarters. Inside, a briefing is being emphasized once again. A woman notes that regulations say the local branch manager Ma Kwang-ho should command the coming mission. She argues that since the operation is in Korea, the branch manager best understands the situation. Another participant raises an objection and is allowed to speak. He agrees regulations matter but says this mission requires coordination between international branches and headquarters. The woman responds that headquarters backs Lord Mercer's judgment and asks if that means he will act independently. He clarifies they should cooperate more effectively while respecting headquarters' authority. Privately, he dislikes the word cooperation. The red-haired leader warns that weakening the command structure will only cause chaos. He reminds them to argue with that concern in mind. An older operative counters that the crisis has already begun and says flexibility matters more than regulations. The red-haired man begins to respond that while he respects that experience, he sees things differently. He claims he better understands ground conditions and that unifying command is necessary to avoid needless conflict. Two younger members whisper they cannot even join this high-level argument and are told to stay quiet. The older operative stresses that battlefield conditions change rapidly and require quick decisions. He adds that Lampa's headquarters authorized him to make his own calls in the field, so he intends to operate at the front lines. Another mediator says both sides are partly right and suggests a compromise. He proposes a dual command system where Lord Mercer controls battle tactics. Under that system, Ma Kuangho would handle overall strategic planning. The meeting is interrupted when a staffer rushes in with an urgent report. He relays that a recon task force has likely found Tianxiang Garden's safe house. The branch manager hears the location is an L Enterprise factory on Seoul's outskirts previously considered suspicious. The messenger worries the recon team may have engaged despite his order to avoid combat. Another member notes Ethan is with that team, saying Ethan's arrogance is problematic but his skills should prevent the worst. Believing the time for discussion is over, several operatives stand to move out as the leader asks where they are going. One of them retorts that the destination should be obvious. The veteran announces it is time to hunt down the Tianxiang Garden members. Near the suspected factory, someone confirms this is definitely the place. Through a scope, they observe an unfamiliar man who clearly is not a normal factory worker, and note the area is empty. The observing team reports that headquarters told them to avoid rash actions and just watch, which one member sarcastically praises. A teammate teases another for shaking with nerves and tells him to relax. They reassure him that nervousness is natural, promise he will have a heroic story if he survives, and radio in that watch point A1 sees nothing unusual. Another lookout at C4 reports no visible enemies or surveillance, and is asked whether Ethan is nearby, replying he is operating separately. That group remarks that the eerie quiet and sloppy enemy surveillance feel intentionally suspicious. One member begs the others to stop making him more anxious. Another tells him it is natural to be tense as the group trudges forward, complaining they hate this kind of mission. Elsewhere, a terrifying red-haired, shadowy figure awakens, radiating murderous power. The forest around the C4 team suddenly stirs. A massive gravity shockwave descends on the area. A long-haired enemy steps out of the blast, empowered by blue energy. His eyes glow red as he fully activates his ability. He slams his power into the ground, building up an overwhelming field. Using a move called gravity press, he crushes the group under enormous force. The C4 team reels in shock and radios that they have been ambushed. The gravity user glares intensely at them through his energy field. The red shadow figure recognizes him, urgently trying to stop what is about to happen. The red figure unleashes a colossal fiery scream, detonating energy outward. The gravity user is blasted away, shouting in pain as the explosion rocks the forest. The red figure then rushes toward them, wreathed in roaring flames. A shield-using ally throws up an iron shield to protect against the attack. The red figure cocks a blazing fist. The flaming punch slams into the shield bearer with overwhelming force. A comrade with glasses is bloodied by the collateral impact. Another teammate, enraged, calls the situation insane. She explodes with fury, vowing to kill the attacker as fire whirls around her. The gravity user declares that the fight is already decided and activates another ability, while she shouts back in confusion. The observers watch in horror as the red figure's flames form a towering inferno. They identify this terrifying state by its title Red Death. One of them internally concludes they are all doomed. The narrative jumps back to Lampa's Seoul branch headquarters. Inside the command and control center, activity intensifies. A staffer rushes to report that villains have appeared in both Boksan and Xinhua districts. The commander reacts with surprise, asking who and how many, and learns that Tianxiang Garden's White Tiger and Doll are involved. He worries the simultaneous incidents may be a distraction strategy. Another update says fighting has broken out at L Factory, and a civilian in Xinhua is being held hostage. As teams drive out, an internal briefing reviews the escalating situation. The veteran notes Tianxiang is deliberately trying to deceive them and seems eager for a showdown. A small girl in winter clothing points out they cannot ignore a hostage, but sending normal troops would be suicide. Another operative says he is cautious because splitting forces may spring the villain's trap. The branch manager argues against dividing their power and suggests calling in outside help, which the headquarters officer rejects as absurd. He insists the mission exists to restore Lampas's reputation and that asking for aid would damage the head office's image. He concludes that Lampas must resolve this crisis alone regardless of cost. He tells Mercer over comms that L Factory will be left to his command. Mercer replies that this is exactly what he wanted, seeing the enemy splitting up as a chance to kill them one by one. Orders go out that Team A will rescue the Xinhua hostage and is authorized to kill the villain if necessary. Team B is tasked with defeating the Boksen villain, which they accept energetically. The commander instructs both teams to meet at L Factory afterwards so they can finish off Tianxiang Garden together. Back with Cashin, he remarks that his mana now recovers far faster than when he pushes beyond evolution. When asked, he says about 70% of his mana is back after only 30 minutes, astonishing his student. Another student asks if other villains are like this, and the shadow entity answers that Cashin is a unique anomaly. Cashin reflects that Inferno is effectively a one-use, all-or-nothing move and, treated like a weapon, leaves him helpless afterward. The entity explains that Inferno is legendary because amidst it annihilated armies and its name alone inspired terror. Cashin asks about the three-legged crow's black sun that fuels Inferno and wonders if he can alter that power's form to fit different battles. He imagines, for instance, converting that energy into rocket-like propulsion. His thoughts are interrupted by his phone buzzing. He decides to postpone his theorizing for later and looks at the message, puzzling his student. In Seoul's Boksan district, a villain notes with excitement that the game he has awaited has finally begun. From a rooftop, the villain pair White Tiger and Doll look down upon the arriving Lampus team. Doll silently observes them. White Tiger grins menacingly and acknowledges the hero's arrival. The heroes remark that the area is surprisingly calm instead of being filled with panicked citizens. They look for the hostage as White Tiger dismisses civilians, saying they always hide when frightened. White Tiger declares he only fights strong opponents and judges the two in front to be worthy. He belittles the two standing behind as weaklings, angering them. The team leader calmly assigns those two to check the area for additional threats and move onlookers to safety. The frontline pair then decide who will fight which enemy, with the man choosing the stronger opponent and the girl taking White Tiger. Hearing her call him a cat, White Tiger bristles in anger. He asks if they meant him, insists he is actually stronger, and is mocked for his bristling tail. He charges aggressively, saying the hero talks too much. He roars that he will beat the hero up as he launches a powerful rush attack. White Tiger lands a bloody blow on the hero's face. The hero is slashed and knocked back but survives the strike. Wiping the blood, he mocks the attack as barely more than a mosquito bite. He prepares a counterpunch while taunting that he thought White Tiger was a cat. He drives a fierce blow into White Tiger, calling him an insect instead. The story then flashes back 2 days to Lampus's branch, where preparations for this operation began. The winter-clad girl reads a top-secret report on Tianxiang Garden and questions its reliability. An official says cross-analysis supports the intel's accuracy but refuses to reveal the source. The meeting participants find it suspicious that a Chinese company is secretly experimenting on villains, calling it a national-level crime. The girl asks Long Xian if he already knew this, and he admits he did. Someone wonders if Chinese authorities tried to cover it up and is emphatically told no. Long Xian clarifies that the authorities only understood the situation after it happened and moved in once things were already out of control. He explains that one of China's top corporations conspired with criminals, planning to seize power by hiring villains. However, those villains ultimately overpowered their corporate backers, and the company targeted villains instead of psychers to avoid Lampus's scrutiny. Another participant adds that similar collusion exists with the North American firm and the mafia and with Japanese groups as well. They note that what actually constrained those ambitions was not Lampus's branches. Rather, it was the transnational villain organization known as Winterbell. When asked about Winterbell's presence in China, Long Xian says there is a branch, but it failed to fulfill its role. The presenter steers the meeting back to the main topic, Tianxiang Garden's combat styles and abilities. They learn Tianxiang includes villains with dangerous crowd control and lethal skills, information that would have been disastrous to lack. The Winter Girl recalls from experience that one such skill rendered even a top-ranked psyker like her nearly helpless. She asserts that now that they know what to expect, they will not be caught off guard again. She vows that when they next face Tianxiang, she will exact tenfold repayment. Back in the present battle, White Tiger and the Mohawked hero collide again in a violent clash of blue and red power. The hero gains the upper hand, smashing White Tiger with a combination strike. Both combatants glare as they exchange rapid blows. The hero drives a devastating kick into White Tiger's torso. White Tiger's head snaps from another impact. He is then slammed into the ground as the hero follows through. The hero mocks his opponent's duckbill-shaped hair, saying it annoys him. White Tiger retorts that he will give the hero a haircut, and dives down in another attack. The hero anticipates his move and calls out the skill Mountain King Blood Claw. Closing the distance, he knows that ability is ineffective at close range. White Tiger curses him furiously. The hero smashes another heavy attack into White Tiger's face, shouting for him to take it. He then launches the villain into the air and spins him around. Using a move called Osaka Giant Swing, he whirls White Tiger wildly. The technique ends with White Tiger being slammed into the ground in a massive impact that shatters the surroundings. Takeo enthusiastically announces that he will now use his Osaka finishing technique. Someone off-panel urgently warns Takeo to be careful. A massive clash of energy erupts, shattering the surroundings. The masked ice user traps Takeo inside a towering crystal formation called Frozen Seal. The girl in winter clothing streaks past the frozen Takeo, apologizing that her attack missed. She rapidly circles the ice pillar, gathering a huge blizzard around herself while the masked enemy watches. Determined not to miss again, she charges another powerful ice strike. She unleashes a gigantic frost explosion, hurling herself back from the blast. The masked foe darts away from the explosion as icy winds swirl through the cityscape. The masked foe lands lightly, unfazed, while icy energy swirls around. The masked foe creates numerous floating ice orbs in a technique called Frost Glass Orb. The Winter Girl proudly declares she did not miss this time as her attack streaks toward the foe. She proclaims that she has already finished analyzing the opponent's skill. The masked foe responds by activating another large-scale technique named Ice Prison. The Winter Girl boasts that she has sealed off the main fire and ice skills and tells her enemy to give up. The masked foe only smiles faintly in the cold glow, undeterred. Annoyed, the foe complains that the girl is trying to run away again. The foe draws a glowing ice dagger, preparing to attack. The dagger flashes past the Winter Girl, narrowly missing her. The masked foe dives down at high speed, twin blades ready. The Winter Girl's eyes widen as she realizes something. The two women whirl around the city, clashing repeatedly in midair. The Winter Girl, confused, notices the enemy's movements are not those of a typical magic user. The foe releases a devastating arc attack called Ice Dragon Slice. The Winter Girl hastily creates an ice shield to block the incoming slash. The clash produces an enormous pillar of light and debris. Takeo shouts an alarm for Yuki-senpai as the shock wave hits. A sinister voice tells him this is no time to worry about others, mockingly calling him Birdbeak. A huge armored figure smashes someone into a wall, scattering rubble. The monstrous warrior looms over his fallen opponent and ominously declares that it is now their turn. Takeo, shocked that the monster appears unharmed, wonders if it regenerated that quickly. The monster explains that his power is not just super-fast regeneration. He roars and powers up into a berserk state, radiating violent energy. In a rage, he promises to slowly tear his enemy apart and completely destroy them. Someone calmly remarks that the beast says frightening things for a mere cat. Takeo is relieved to see Yuki-senpai alive and realizes their prior intel about the enemy was completely wrong. A limp Yuki is shown being held by another person. The long-haired woman holding Yuki says that following that faulty information would have ensured their defeat. She resolves from now on not to be swayed by misleading information. She states that the real fight is only beginning now. Elsewhere, a rain of arrows streaks down toward a fiery figure on the ground. The red warrior easily dodges as arrows spear into the hill around him. An archer unleashes a technique called Tornado Arrow, creating a massive spiraling storm. The archer yells for his allies to run instead of standing there as the tornado surges forward. The fire user prepares a powerful flaming punch. He smashes the ground, releasing a massive shock wave that shatters the terrain. The archer is stunned that his tornado was blown away so easily and realizes he underestimated the foe. He thinks the enemy is a crazy monster and decides he must use everything he has to kill him. A strategist orders the archer to buy time and stop the enemy from reaching the gravity field, despite the archer's doubts. Another fighter activates a technique called gravity press to crush the battlefield. The fiery enemy fights against the overwhelming force as the ground erupts around him. The fire user launches a burning attack, commanding his flames to consume everything. His flames slam into Red Death, engulfing the opponent in light. The fire user generates a towering flaming vortex that scorches the sky. Red Death plummets through the inferno while a scientist ally drags someone away from the blast. The archer declares that his preparations are complete and that his opponent is finished as he charges another shot. He decides that this next arrow will carry everything he has left. Leaping high, he fires a final ultimate technique called Hurricane Arrow. Red Death counters with an intense blast of energy from his hand. The two attacks collide in a brilliant explosion that rocks the entire area. Red Death pushes through the clash, his body surrounded by a storm of multicolored energy. The explosion peaks in blinding light and shock waves. Watching the blast from afar, someone laughs and exclaims how incredibly fun the battle is. The spectator muses that without the archer the fight would have been boring, though it was still a one-sided slaughter. While eating steak, the speaker impatiently wishes an old man would hurry and arrive. He hungrily says he wants the old man to show up so he can have some fun in the battle as well. At headquarters, the scene shifts to a command control room. A staff member reports that all communication has been lost with the special task force sent to L Factory. Leaders worry that the team might have been wiped out but note they had contact just before fighting began. One suggests the signal might have been cut off by strong shock waves from the battlefield. They confirm that the hostages in Shinhua's school gym were rescued and the planted bombs detonated safely. Another officer reports there were apparently no villains present at Shinhua during the operation. Realizing Shinhua may have been a decoy to split their attention, the commander curses. He asks about the situation in Baksan and hears that a fierce battle is underway there. A subordinate suggests sending reinforcements, but the commander refuses. Instead, he orders Jamal and all available regular psychers to head to L Factory. The older strategist thinks privately that he cannot allow the old man to take all the credit. The commander insists that whatever the risk to HQ, the decisive point of this war will be at L Factory. The strategist agrees that they must end the fight at that location. The story shifts to the Gatam zone, another district of the city. Inside an office there, someone remarks that another person has arrived a bit late. A group of Vilzone officers explain they needed time to prepare countermeasures and are still waiting for their boss. Some worry he is absent at such a critical moment, but another calmly says he will arrive soon. They say the boss went to Chorwan in Kangwon province for intense training. One asks what they will do. Another wants to fight but says they must wait unless Lampas asks for help. Others agree that at this rate something terrible could happen if they remain passive. One member nervously says the worst case would be all the psychers being wiped out. They also fear that Tianxiang Garden might seize control of the Lampas South Korea branch. Someone calls that idea extreme but admits it is possible if Red Death fights personally. They wonder what Cashin would do, predicting he would charge in alone claiming he will defeat all Tianxiang members. Another replies that Cashin might not act so predictably this time. The tech specialist explains that their boss holds serious grudges against Lampas but is hard to predict. The specialist's visor lights up as he receives new data. He says they should ask the man himself as he starts contacting Cashin. The scene cuts to Cashion's hideout in the Gatam zone. Cashin asks two masked subordinates if they are fine staying with him, while others battle Tianxiang. They affirm their mission is to observe and guard him and ask what he plans to do. Cashin broods silently, remembering his history with Lampas. He reflects that Lampas drove both Jeff and him to their deaths and that his goal now is not to help them but to destroy them. His men remind him that Tianxiang Garden is also their common enemy. Cashin coldly says he might reconsider if Lampas were to beg him for help. Suddenly, a small costumed girl sprints toward them, panting. She reaches them, relieved to have found Cashin and his group. Cashin asks her what is wrong. She grabs his collar in desperation. Begging for help, she explains something urgent has happened. In tears, she says her brother has gone to L Factory to rescue his friend. The narrative briefly reaffirms the setting in the Gatam zone. Cashin later tells the Vilzone Council he intends to go to L Factory alone, prompting their alarm. He argues that although the trap team are psychers, they belong to the Gatam Vilzone and are therefore his allies. Others struggle with the idea that psychers could be part of their Vilzone, but one supporter insists Cashin is right. A golden armored member protests that accepting psychers as Vilzone members is risky and worries about betrayal. Cashin and another ally vouch for Red Mask's character, saying he has fought alongside them. The Winterbell monarch concedes this makes refusal difficult but says he must verify something first. He asks Cashin to reveal Red Mask's true identity for safety, noting he has trained with him. Cashin hesitates while his tech ally wonders aloud if they should reveal the truth. The ally finally explains that Red Mask is actually the Lampas' regular psyker Kim Wuchan. Cashin confirms this, stating that they refer to Kim Wuchan as Red Mask. The Golden Warrior mocks the villain name, while another repeats Kim Wuchan's name in surprise. The tech ally adds that Kim Wuchan's father died fighting Tianxiang 5 years earlier, fueling his intense hatred for them. The Winterbell monarch says he now understands the situation. He formally acknowledges Red Mask as a member of their Vilzone, though others are shocked by how quickly he accepted. However, he refuses to allow Cashin to head to L Factory alone. Other members volunteer to accompany Cashin, insisting it is too dangerous for him to go by himself. The monarch says their driver must stay behind as second in command to keep order while the boss is away. He then declares that he himself will go with Cashin to L Factory, stunning the others. One subordinate cries out in disbelief at the monarch's decision. Back at the battlefield, the archer despairs that his ultimate move failed completely. He is shocked by how monstrous their opponent is and tells his allies to flee while he holds the enemy back. The scientist says he will do whatever he can to delay the foe. The archer refuses to abandon his comrade, but the scientist insists at least one of them must survive. A fiery-haired ally suddenly notices something off. She sees the red enemy standing in a swirling vortex, seemingly spacing out. She notes that while they are arguing tactics, the enemy just stands there, wondering if he is holding back. The archer dives in again as debris rains down. A squad of Tianxiang assassins appears and ambushes the psyker team, surrounding them. The blue-haired leader shouts that they must escape immediately. As a new figure rushes in, someone wonders who it is. Another warns the captain that the approaching figure is Red Death himself. Red Death unleashes an overwhelming red blast toward the charging psychers. The captain is stunned by the immense mana Red Death is releasing and questions if this can really be him. A fleeing teammate warns that the other pursuers are incredibly strong as well. Assassins leap down at the two boys, weapons drawn. The assassins and the archer clash in a blur of wind and steel. The archer draws another glowing arrow, preparing to fire again. He shoots multiple arrows to hold off the attackers as they close in. He realizes the assassins are not only strong but also extremely fast. The archer whirls his bow and slices through an attacker in close combat. He yells that he will open a path and orders the others to ignore Red Death and run. As the boys try to escape, Red Death descends on them with killing intent, and they scream that it is already too late. Ethan unleashes a powerful arrow attack. The arrow's impact causes a massive, chaotic explosion. Ethan is shocked, wondering if the new arrivals are allies. A man steps in, remarking that they arrived just in time. The veteran says a grave disaster would have occurred if they had been any later. The new team assembles around the enemy soldiers, preparing to fight. The veteran starts to say he will handle something. The white-haired psyker declares he will deal with the minor enemies and rushes them. The psyker exhales, focusing his power. He surges forward wrapped in intense lightning. He unleashes his thunder tempest, obliterating the enemy grunts. Observers marvel that he wiped out all the foes with one attack and realize this is the power of a top-class psyker. Their leader warns the younger teammates not to relax because the real battle begins now. The veteran agrees, saying the true show is about to start. Their main opponent, Red Death Peony, rises through dust and rubble. Red Death Peony stands up fully, radiating menacing red power. The newcomers are stunned that he is unharmed after Ethan's earlier devastating strike. Ethan realizes in disbelief that Red Death is fine even after being hit. Red Death Peony recognizes the veteran as the famed Red Death Peony and notes the coincidence. Red Death smiles and agrees to fight seriously. The veteran suggests they finally get the main battle underway. He narrates that what follows will be a brutal fight rather than a glorious one. The veteran tells everyone they need overwhelming courage and ruthless determination, and orders them to do whatever it takes to defeat their foe. He instructs Kalia to keep Red Death at range and wear him down while he and Manhwa hunt him. He assigns Ethan to support from a distance with Kalia, which Ethan confidently accepts. Kalia asks what her group should do, and is told to watch his jacket from a safe distance and just observe. Feeling sidelined, Kalia complains that the veterans are treating them like useless bottom feeders. Red Death rockets down with ferocious speed to attack. He rushes the veteran, who notes how impatient his opponent is. They clash at close range, trading high-speed blows. Red Death knocks the veteran's gun away in a surprise move. The veteran immediately counters with another weapon and exchange of strikes. Red Death overpowers him in a flurry, shattering the gun. The veteran laments losing a gun he liked. Red Death menacingly asks how the veteran plans to compensate him. Red Death lunges forward with a devastating fist attack. Their punches collide in a violent shockwave. Red Death smashes the veteran into the ground with overwhelming force. Ethan and Manhwa shout that it is now their turn to attack. Ethan fires his wind arrow technique from above. Manhwa launches his electric shock pin orbs toward Red Death. Their combined barrage engulfs the battlefield in explosions of light and lightning. Red Death acknowledges that their speed and mobility are impressive. The veteran orders a pincer assault from both sides, which Manhwa agrees to. Manhwa activates Excel Burst, amplifying his speed. The three close in rapidly on Red Death through the blinding light. Manhwa mentally explains Shock Pin as a paralysis debuff that can disrupt even resistant foes if it reaches the brain. He then fires Stun Wave, aiming to disorient Red Death and leave him open. As Manhwa charges, he vows to end this battle with their combined assault. Red Death narrows his eyes, sensing danger. The veteran and Manhwa focus intently on the wounded Red Death. The veteran drives a massive attack into Red Death in midair. The impact explodes with blinding force, blasting both of them away. Ethan curses, realizing Red Death had been waiting to counter this moment. Someone remarks in awe that Red Death's counterattack was incredible. The veteran's Imperial Aegis shield absorbs the blow, and he notes the strike was strong but still too weak to penetrate his defense. He explains that his ability lets him manipulate metal microscopically, creating bullets and firing them without a gun. He now channels that metal and lightning through his arm to prepare another attack. He releases a concentrated torrent of energy downward. His ultimate magnum strike crashes onto Red Death with overwhelming lightning power. The explosion engulfs the area, obscuring everything. The spectators cheer, wondering if they finally won. The veteran admits they used everything to beat Red Death, yet he senses something is wrong. He questions whether the legendary Red Death could really be this weak. He and Manhwa suddenly sense a new threat behind them. They realize too late that something is happening out of sight. Kalia also spots the danger and gasps in panic. A hidden assassin girl steps from behind Manhwa and drives a blade into his abdomen. Minwo's eyes widen in shock as he starts to bleed. The assassin taunts them for falling for the bait and boasts that she eliminated their most troublesome member first. Red Death laughs excitedly, saying they cannot imagine how long he has waited for his turn to join the carnage. The assassin group prepares to begin a massacre of the weakened heroes. Elsewhere in the city, a calm day over skyscrapers contrasts with the coming disaster. In a convo, villains discuss how their diversionary attacks drew all the top psychers to the L factory. Inside a van, two conspirators remark that the earlier distractions at Baksan and Shinhwa were key to their plan. They confirm that events at the factory are going smoothly and that a disposable replica has already served the role planned for one of them. Another pair of villains in the van say it is now their turn to take an active part. At the Lampas South Korean branch building, peace is about to be shattered. A mysterious man inside complains that he dislikes raiding empty buildings. He adds that this time is an exception and notes it has been a while since he could cut loose fully. A leader in red tells him it is not yet their moment to fight. She then begins using floating spheres of power inside the Lampas lobby. Security guards confront her, confused by the strange energy. She chides them that they should greet people more politely. Her spheres suddenly launch forward in a deadly barrage. The building exterior shatters as her attack tears through the facade. She marches in with a squad of villains, declaring their incursion has begun. An internal announcement reports that the first floor lobby has fallen. In the control room, staff shout that communication with security has been cut and all guards are presumed captured. They realize with horror that the Tianxiang Garden villains have allied with Prince. Their commander warns that the enemy is rapidly advancing to the upper floors. He orders every available person to form a defensive line to halt the advance. Others protest that the villains' firepower is overwhelming and their limited numbers cannot hold for long. A tactician argues calling the regular police would be useless against such foes and would only send officers to their deaths. The commander then demands they bring in the military. He yells for the order to be executed immediately. One subordinate wonders aloud if they should recall everyone deployed on outside missions. Another is stunned by that implication. The deputy head suddenly drags this subordinate away from the control room. The deputy is determined, holding the man by the collar as tension rises. He orders the subordinate to evacuate immediately. He explains there is an emergency parachute on the roof exit and essentially tells the subordinate to escape the building that way. The deputy says this is a special mission and insists the subordinate listen carefully. Sometime earlier, three teammates reminisce about how long it has been since they sat together like this. Minwo recalls joining Lord Mercer's team about 3 years ago, and another says he joined at the same time. The woman remembers how happy Minwo was when he fulfilled his dream of joining Mercer's unit. Minwo laughs, saying working alongside someone he admired was the greatest feeling. In flashback, a young Minwo recalls Mercer saving his life amid ruins. He remembers thinking Mercer was amazing and deciding he wanted to become like him. In the present, Minwo reflects sadly that this is Mercer's final mission and he had hoped to work with him longer. Jokingly, Minwo wonders if he should retire as a psyker too and maybe run a cafe. His friends promise to visit if he does, and he makes them swear to come. Minwo smiles warmly at the memory. Minwo's friend privately admits that while Minwo idolizes Mercer, the one he personally admires most is Minwo himself. He concludes internally that Minwo is the person he looks up to. Back in the present battle, Minwo lies bleeding, blood dripping from his mouth. His friend looks down from the crater's rim at Minwo's body, aghast. He screams in agony as the reality of Minwo's sacrifice hits him. Enraged, he charges the assassin trio vowing to kill them, while Mercer yells for him to stop. Overcome with grief, he insists this cannot be happening and laments that Minwo, of all people, was the one to fall. He promises he will never forgive the assassins for killing Minwo. He swears he will slaughter them all as he dashes toward the enemy. He gathers his power, preparing a desperate attack. Mercer slams into him, shouting for him to get a grip and not lose control. The assassins dart around in the sky, readying for another coordinated strike as Mercer intercepts. Mercer powers up with crackling electricity to block them. He fights furiously, clashing with multiple assassins at once. Their leader mockingly praises Mercer for saving his comrade in that instant, and calls him a true Grand Master. The leader points out that Mercer was cut by a venom-coated blade. Minwo's friend cries out to Mercer, but Mercer tells him not to panic and insists a wound like this will not defeat him. Mercer hardens his body with steelification, stopping the poison from spreading. The assassin muses that this steelification ability is how Mercer halted the venom and finds the skill fascinating. Mercer admits he thought his junior was distant and cold but now sees he can burn with anger for his comrades. He urges the junior to stay calm because this is the time composure matters most, and the younger man apologizes, resolving not to lose control again. The junior reassures himself that Minwo will not die so easily and vows to defeat the enemies quickly and then save her. The assassin suddenly appears behind him, mockingly calling him obedient for listening to the adults. The junior reaches for a glowing device at his chest, sweating nervously. Mercer yells for him to get away. The junior instead lunges forward to protect Mercer from another assassin. He is fatally stabbed through the chest as he shields his comrade. Their younger allies watch in horror, screaming at the sight. The assassin chides the fallen junior, saying he should have dodged by rolling and would have survived. Mercer orders everyone to retreat and focus solely on staying alive. One of the villains laughs at the idea of retreat and says they will not allow the heroes to escape. Red Death lunges again toward Mercer, intent on finishing him. Another villain comments proudly that Minwo fought his hardest and stubbornly stood up, signaling he will not let the enemies go. Red Death declares that all of them are as good as dead. Back in the city's Gatam zone, someone curses, realizing trouble is erupting. A brief narration states that the overall situation is dire. In a separate base, a new group watches a holographic globe and realizes Lampas is not just being pushed back but facing complete defeat. The visor-wearing strategist coldly predicts that their enemies will soon be defeated. Watching Lampas crumble, the tech user explains that Tianxiang's strike was deadly because most of Lampas's forces were away. The analyst admits the situation is unexpected and blames Ma Kuangho, while a masked ally teases them for looking cute when flustered. When asked if Cashin has been informed, the analyst says he has been contacted and is constantly receiving updates. They note that Cashin is reading the messages but not replying, assuming he still holds a deep grudge against Lampas. The analyst reports that one psyker jumped off the roof with a parachute, suggesting he is on a different mission rather than fleeing. Concern rises because a villain is chasing that psyker, and the masked woman is asked whether they should intervene. The masked woman reveals she personally knows the pursuing villain, which unsettles her colleagues. She identifies the pursuer as Tao Tai, one of the four misfortunes, someone the team has already faced before. The analyst volunteers to go, deciding to handle the situation himself. The masked woman powers up, confirming she just needs to go and rescue the targeted psyker. Down in the city, the fleeing psyker runs through the streets, gasping for breath. Panicked, he tells himself he must escape no matter what. Tao Pai mockingly offers to let him go if he can get away before a 10 count, turning the chase into a cruel game. As the psyker runs, the surroundings distort strangely, making him realize something is wrong. He suddenly feels his steps halt and stammers in confusion. Stricken with fear, he realizes his body will not move at all. Tao Pai appears behind him, calling him pitiful for wasting the chance to escape and demanding to know what he experienced. Tao Pai explains that the immobility is caused by his binding array, a skill that freezes anyone entering its area. Satisfied that the trap worked, Tao Tai prepares to fulfill his promise and kill the helpless psyker. He sadistically announces that he plans to cut off the psyker's arms one by one, maximizing the pain. Suddenly, a massive dark slash tears across the street between hunter and prey. Shocked, Tao Tai looks around, wondering what just attacked. A heel lands amidst fluttering black feathers and a sultry greeting echoes. The masked woman appears before Tao Tai, cheerfully noting that they have met again. She reminds him of their previous encounter, implying she only spared him once out of luck. Her disembodied voice reiterates that he survived last time merely because of fortunate circumstances. Recognizing her transformed presence, Tao Tai stammers in disbelief about the form she is taking. Revealing a dark, winged battle form, she asks Tao Tai if he agrees it is a good day for him to die. Elsewhere, another psyker, Yuki, charges through the air wreathed in icy power. Yuki smashes into the battlefield with an exploding glacier punch, shattering the ground in ice. Her icy shockwaves hurl several enemies, including a tiger-like foe, across the street. The blast continues, driving the enemies back as she presses the attack. She closes in with another frost-wreathed punch, chaining her assault. Yuki drives a final blow downward, slamming her opponent brutally into the pavement. The ice-enhanced strike lands, sending blood and debris flying while the enemy cries out. The battered foe groans in pain, barely holding onto his weapon. Yuki soars again, preparing yet another heavy follow-up attack. She streaks past her disoriented opponent from behind, attacking in a blur. Another crushing kick sends the enemy flying and explodes against a distant building. The enemy is launched through the cityscape, leaving a trail of destruction behind. A massive explosion rocks the building he hits, scattering rubble everywhere. Yuki calmly states that her earlier blow was only a small sample of her strength, and that the real battle is just beginning. Her comrade calls out to her as Yuki turns, still surrounded by swirling ice. Another ally shouts for her to watch out as a fresh attack rushes toward her. Yuki whirls around, forming ice in her hands to defend. She raises an ice shield to intercept a furious clawed assault called a berserk rampage. The tiger-like attacker is stunned that his powerful claws were blocked so easily. Yuki mocks him for using sneak attacks and declares that it is now her turn to strike back. She unleashes a towering wave of ice power that crashes down toward the beast. The attack becomes a slashing ice kick that carves through the battlefield. Takeo shouts Yuki's name, worried for her after the fierce exchange. Takeo apologizes for having taken a direct hit, but Yuki assures him she has already defeated both of their opponents. Takeo inwardly marvels at how incredible Yuki becomes when she gets serious, like a completely different person. Elsewhere, a mysterious bell power called Puretone Bell is activated. Yuki gathers power again, forming another swirling sphere of ice magic at her fingertip. She uses Ice Prison to seal the bell in a massive block of enchanted ice. Cat-themed villain Niang Niang praises Yuki's block and asks if she anticipated the bell, while Yuki admits she would have been hit otherwise. Yuki says she is glad to meet this foe again so she can settle the debt from their previous encounter. Niang Niang replies that now is not the time for fun and reveals she has prepared a special present behind her. She explains that the Puretone Bell has trapped two people in a dreamlike state, and that she has rigged them to explode with a bomb once an alarm goes off. She adds that the bomb will actually detonate in 30 seconds. Determined, Takeo vows to save the trapped victims and dashes toward the danger. As Yuki calls after him, she realizes she forgot to mention something important. At the same time, Niang Niang gleefully announces that her group has already taken over Lampus's headquarters. The bomb detonates early, blowing apart the building where the trapped targets are held. Niang Niang laughs that they believe the 30-second timer when in fact it was set for only 15 seconds. Horrified, Yuki screams Takeo's name as the explosion rages. She then spots Takeo leaping from the blasted building, carrying the two unconscious victims in his arms. Takeo crashes to the ground with them and confirms through comms that the extraction is complete. Burned and exhausted, he jokes weakly that things are a little hot. Yuki races toward the fallen trio, calling out to Takeo again. Wind whips through a forest elsewhere, scattering leaves as another group moves. Cashin tells his companions they must avoid combat, and only locate and rescue Red before leaving, though one of them says he has a question. Red Mask's allies confirm they are actually villains, not psychers like Red Mask, and protest being mistaken for heroes. Cashin dryly echoes their statement, while his shadowy-eye companion praises his acting skill. Cashin's eyes sharpen as he senses something ominous. When asked what is wrong, he says he can feel killing intent ahead and believes a battle is underway. Another teammate tries to sense it but feels nothing, surprised by his perception. Cashin decides they should go investigate the source of that killing intent. Meanwhile, Red appears, his expression intense as he launches into combat. He clashes with masked foes in midair, trading powerful blows. Red then uses gravity press, slamming multiple enemies to the ground with overwhelming force. Jiho's ally Sungcho rushes to the fallen caster and cries out his name. The exhausted mage admits he has no mana left and cannot continue fighting. Sungcho laments that more enemies will arrive, but Red insists he can still fight, though Sungcho says he should never have come here. Red hesitates, starting to respond with a half-hearted excuse. Sungcho guesses Red came to save Jiho but warns that the situation is beyond what Red can handle. Before they can argue more, a fresh wave of enemies swoops down from above. A surge of violet energy slices through the sky, heralding a new attack. The new slash tears through the incoming foes, cutting down several at once. Sungcho stares in shock at the unfamiliar technique, realizing he recognizes the skill. One enemy closes in on the grounded mage, ready to finish him. But a masked swordsman intervenes with a swift, lethal strike. Red Mask himself appears, cutting down the attackers with red-tinged blows. His attacks continue in arcs that send enemies and debris flying. Cashin then descends clad in his dark armor, radiating blue energy as he confronts another foe. He smashes the assailant with a devastating kick, instantly turning the tide. Sungchul and Red gape, realizing Cashin has arrived specifically to save them. Cashin reminds them that they owe their lives to him, and his eye familiar notes how casually he now kills without hesitation. The exhausted mage, stunned, asks if Cashin really came to save them. Cashin curtly says they should not misunderstand, claiming he is not there to help them personally. Red walks up to Cashin, clearly wanting to say more. Cashin suddenly slaps him across the face. Red blushes with shock and confusion after being struck. Cashin's villain allies watch the scene in awkward silence. Cashin tells Red he can live however he wants but should not make his family worry by acting recklessly. He then says his team will hold the enemies back while Red and Sungchul must retreat. Cashin asks the mage whether Jiho is still alive, but the man answers uncertainly that Jiho is probably dead. Red reacts in disbelief to the suggestion that Jiho is dead, while the mage reiterates that it is likely. Sungchul solemnly adds that all the top-class psychers who came with Lord Mercer have already died. Hearing Mercer's name, Cashin is surprised that this powerful figure is present here. A flashback begins with someone asking Cashin if he will join Lord Mercer's team. In a gym, Cashin's friend notes that joining Mercer would put him on the same squad as Senior Kalia. The friend then bluntly asks Cashin when he plans to confess his feelings. Flustered and blushing, Cashin protests, but his friend laughs that his reaction proves he was caught. The friend concludes that Cashin really does like Kalia, while Cashin weakly denies it. The friend tries to recruit Cashin to his own team, urging him to join their squad. Cashin refuses, saying he prefers to work alone and dislikes serving under others. As the friend accepts this, Cashin asks him instead to look after Kalia while he lives as a lone wolf. The friend's face flushes crimson as he processes this request. Frustrated by his own emotions, he mentally exclaims in exasperation. Back in the present, Cashin kneels beside what appears to be Kalia's lifeless body, looking down sadly. His expression darkens as he steels himself to act. He reaches out with his armored hand toward Kalia's face, preparing some unknown intervention. Later he walks away from the scene, while his masked mentor silently watches from behind. The mentor says nothing, merely observing in heavy silence. Elsewhere on the slope, Sungchul comments on the horrific corpse before them and notes that neither Jiho nor Lord Mercer can be seen. A subordinate rushes up to Cashin's mentor, saying he has urgent news to report. He delivers the startling message that Senior Kalia is actually still alive. Cashin turns in shock, unable to believe that Kalia survived. A brief image shows Kalia lying on the ground, wounded but breathing. Meanwhile, damage to a skyscraper reveals a huge blast hole punched through its side. Smoke and debris surround the Lampa's headquarters building after the attack. Inside, someone lounging comments crudely that the chair in the leader's office is incredibly comfortable. Villains lounging in the office joke that the seat of the Lampa's head is on another level, one demanding a turn to sit there. A bound Lampa's leader screams that he would rather die than live humiliated like this, but his captor tells him not to mistake their motives. The woman in red says she spared him because he fought stubbornly despite overwhelming odds, and she respects that resolve. Another subordinate reports that the spatial movement suppressors around the area have been removed and all obstacles cleared, so it is time to greet their master. Two of the villains watch with anticipation, waiting for their master's arrival. The blue-haired mage prepares to open a portal, channeling intense energy through her hands. Her comrades confirm that she is summoning Red Death, though the hulking villain insists he is the true master here. The portal energy swirls into being, filling the room with blue light. The mage announces that the portal connection is complete as the glowing gateway stabilizes. The woman in red orders everyone to pay their respects because their honorable leader has arrived. Suddenly, two villains are slammed violently to the ground by an unseen force, leaving their allies shocked. Another villain feels overwhelming pressure forcing him down, wondering if the newcomer was always this strong. The red-coated woman likewise notes that the oppressive aura is so intense it knocked her subordinate to his knees and questions the leader's true power. A shoe decorated with intricate patterns steps through the swirling light of the portal. The leader's arrival is punctuated as that shoe punches through a surface, shattering it and signaling a dramatic entrance. A powerful figure in a sleek suit begins to manifest intense mana. As a woman returns to familiar ground with strong emotions, she faces a group of enemies and greets them after a long absence. Two tied-up men are shocked that a mere human can possess such an enormous amount of mana. An observer struggles to breathe under the pressure of this mana and realizes this man truly is the strongest and most wicked of the four monarchs. A woman opens her eyes with a cold, dangerous gaze. She introduces herself as Red Death while appearing in full regalia with her entourage. The scene shifts to Gatam Zone, a crowded high-rise district. A visor-wearing man notes that his visitors arrived quickly. He adds that something is off about them, while their leader explains he brought along a useful underling he had planned to kill. The horned underling pants nervously, unable to speak. Asked what he wants, the guest demands to see Cashin but is told to speak to the visor-wearing man instead. The purple-braided man reaches into his coat. He presents an official badge and requests help from the Zone and Winterbell on behalf of Lampa's South Korean branch. One companion is appalled that Lampas would ask the Vilzone for help and questions their pride. The masked woman silences him with a threat, forcing him to quickly comply. The visor-wearing man, intrigued, asks who authorized this request. Upon hearing it was Director Ham Jisuin, he confirms the name with a smirk. The visitor explains that emergency authority lets the second-in-command issue external requests in the branch manager's absence. He stresses that every second counts and wants all 4 major Seoul Vilzones plus Winterbell to cooperate. The visor-wearing man says all key decision-makers are away on a rescue mission, so they cannot respond immediately. He clarifies that they are saving a vital Vilzone member known as Red Mask. Elsewhere, narration recalls the moment before someone lost consciousness. A floating eye explains that a girl placed herself in a bioelectric stasis, leaving her alive but comatose and barely clinging to life. Cashion's group notes, she is alive but in critical condition and that they must treat her and handle the corpses around them. A red-haired youth protests retreating before confirming if Jiho is alive, but Cashin curtly orders him to be quiet. Cashin states his objective is getting them home safely and insists they leave since there is already a critical casualty. Another ally tries to reassure the redhead that other survivors may have escaped. Others speculate Jiho might be with Lord Mercer and complain that jamming blocked their communications. Now that the jammer is down, Cashin says the situation is still bad. News arrives that the Lampas branch has been seized by Tianxian Garden. The red-haired youth reacts in shocked silence. Cashin orders everyone to move immediately, while a subordinate doubts Lampas could really have fallen. Cashin silently processes this new threat. A new group arrives at the battlefield, commenting that they are very late. One of them surveys the area, seeing the bodies of allies and enemies and noting they cannot reach Lord Mercer. Cashin narrows his eyes, suspicious. The newcomer insists he had nothing to do with the Lampas takeover, and is told he would have been shot already if they suspected him. Cashin accepts this explanation and asks if they brought a healer. A bright healing spell begins to descend from the sky. Healers surround the comatose girl, pouring blue energy into her body. They report she has just passed the critical stage, prompting Cashin to confirm she will be alright. One man calls out to Cashin. He thanks Cashin for saving the comrades who nearly died, finally acknowledging the favor. Cashin listens silently, accompanied by his floating eye. A Lampas psyker kneels in gratitude to the villain Cashin, justifying that it is natural to thank someone for their kindness. A Winterbell subordinate rushes over with a phone, saying there is a video Lampas must see. They explain that Tianxian Garden is broadcasting live on the dark web and YouTube, and that over 1 million viewers are watching. On screen, a woman calmly announces that Tianxian Garden has completely conquered Lampas' South Korean branch and declares resistance hopeless. She states their next targets are Seoul's 4 Vilzones and offers mercy to any who surrender. She then promises a special video to convince doubters. A live feed shows the crazed villain Chaos grinning into the camera. Chaos greets the audience, boasting that many missed her and that she has prepared a special gift. She reveals a battered captive and taunts viewers to recognize him. She declares he is the hero who vowed to eliminate Tianxian Garden and symbolized hope for humanity. The camera focuses on the terrified Grand Master Mercer as a blade nears his face. Text emphasizes his status as the top-class psyker Lord Mercer. Kates brutally strikes at Mercer with her weapon. Blood splashes across the live feed, leaving Mercer's fate grimly implied. She mockingly laments the mess she has made. Laughing hysterically, she proclaims that humanity's hope has just been extinguished. After the execution, she seems confused by the horrified reactions, claiming she thought it was entertaining. Anticipating their anger, she reveals she has prepared another surprise. She drags out a new captive, Jiho, and calls him fresh meat meant to whet the viewer's appetite. On the live feed, she announces that in an hour she will cut off the pretty boy's limbs. Watching the stream, Cashin and his allies conclude she is insane. Cashin realizes Chaos was the one who stabbed Minwo during the earlier incident. The red-haired youth struggles to dash off to rescue Jiho, needing his comrades to restrain him. Jamal grimly confirms that Mercer has just been killed and that Lampas' South Korean branch has fallen. The remaining leaders worry about their weakened position and what they can do with so few people. Jamal asserts that their involvement could still change the outcome. Cashin clarifies that the alliance proposal comes from Lampas, who asked both Winterbell and the Vilzones for help. Jamal angrily demands to know which fool made such an offer. The purple-haired director proudly admits it was him. Cashin plays the director's video message, formally stating that Lampas South Korea requests the Vilzones and Winterbell's aid against Tianxian Garden. Hearing it is an official request, the red-haired youth is stunned. Cashin vows to reverse the tide of battle. Proclaiming himself the unified boss of the Vilzones, Cashin declares they will accept Lampas' request. The scene cuts to L Factory on Seoul's outskirts, where hostages are held. Inside the dim factory interior, the stage is set for an assault. Several captured psychers lie on the floor, bound by magic-restricting cuffs and fearing for their lives. A shoe shifts on the floor, hinting at hidden equipment. A small device is ejected from the shoe's sole. One captive reveals it is a lock breaker and begins freeing their cuffs while telling the others to watch for guards. Another captive agrees to keep lookout, though he notes he cannot see anyone yet. He suddenly spots a slumped, injured stranger in the corner. He alerts the others that someone else is imprisoned nearby. The stranger rasps, asking who they are. The battered prisoner steadies his breathing and starts to gather himself. Back in the forest, wind rises around Cashin as he reaffirms accepting Lampa's request as boss of the Vilzones. He repeats his declaration to accept Lampa's plea while leaves swirl around him. Jamal objects that Cashin is agreeing too quickly to such a dangerous request. Winterbell's masked monarch states that if Cashin accepts, Winterbell will join as well. He formally declares, as Winterbell's monarch, that he too accepts Lampa's request. The foreign Grand Master realizes the masked man is Winterbell's ruler. Cashin then sets their top priority as rescuing the hostages at the factory and asks for any objections, getting agreement. Lampa's remaining leaders agree they must cooperate because their own members are among the hostages. The purple-haired man presses the seniors to help, pointing out that Ethan is probably captured too. Jamal argues that their branch answer came from South Korea and that, as head office affiliates, they are not bound to follow it. He says with their current strength they cannot save the hostages and should wait for head office reinforcements. Cashin challenges him, asking if letting comrades die while they wait is really the better choice. Jamal warns that both Red Death and Chaos are at the factory, each as strong as Grand Masters. Cashin reveals that the Red Death at the factory is only a fake. He explains that the real Red Death is at Lampa's South Korean branch, information he just received from his analyst. When asked if he is certain, Cashin calmly confirms it despite the fake looking identical to the real one. Cashin says it does not matter if the enemy is real or fake, because he plans to simply beat them down. Jamal protests that such brute resolve is not a real plan. Cashin argues that striking now while the enemy forces are split will both cripple Tianxiang by killing Chaos and save the hostages. Someone calls Jamal's name, pressing him for a decision. Cashin points out that Jamal now has a chance to both rescue his comrade and atone for earlier failures. Another psyker reminds Jamal that risking oneself to save others is supposed to be the core of being a psyker. The red-haired rookie is praised for his reckless but proud attempt to save a friend. Cashin turns the question on Jamal, asking if he lacks that same kind of pride. Jamal and the other Grand Masters look conflicted but swayed. The narrative jumps back to Gatam Vilzone HQ. The visor-wearing man confronts Ma Kuangho, realizing the high-quality intel on Tianxiang was partially fabricated by him. Ma Kuangho explains that only half the information was false, and that he spread it to confuse their enemies. The masked woman notes that Lampa's suffered heavily from that confusion but that Vilzones remained unscathed because Ma Kuangho took the blame. The visor-wearing man then asks about the fake Red Death, learning it was a biologically engineered clone. Pressed further, Ma Kuangho hesitates, saying he is not really allowed to talk about it. Under his leader's glare, he blurts out that they actually cloned the leader's twin brother. The visor-wearing man is surprised to hear that Red Death had a twin whose DNA was used for the clone. Ma Kuangho says he only knows fragments of the story. He recounts that the twin was a villain with extraordinarily perfect genes, making him ideal for cloning. Someone asks where this brother is now. Ma Kuangho somberly answers that the twin died long ago. The others quietly absorb the revelation. The visor-wearing man muses that even a dead man's DNA is still causing havoc in the present. Intrigued, he leans forward and calls the situation very interesting. The focus returns to L Factory, where the coming confrontation will take place. Chaos clone at the factory decides to ignore the leader's orders and remain, eager to defy them. Relaxing among machinery, she says she worked hard to obtain her hostages and intends to enjoy destroying them, especially the cutest one. A subordinate rushes in, reporting that their enemies have arrived at the factory. Chaos calls someone to say the heroes have invaded her lair and asks for instructions. The person on the other end abruptly ends the call. That superior orders other subordinates to have blue and red remove and destroy the replica. Chaos laughs that she expected the enemies to run away but they have come to save their comrades instead. She nervously toys with a dagger, wondering if their approach could be a trick. She reasons that the outside attack may be a diversion meant to let an elite team infiltrate the interior. As she rants about her theory, Cashin suddenly smashes into the factory with a massive, electrified strike. His entrance shatters the wall and drives his blade into the floor. Blue lightning and dark energy explode around the impact point as his attack continues. Cashin appears wreathed in lightning, rating Chaos deduction only 50 points out of 100. Chaos, recognizing Cashin, complains playfully that he is being too stingy with his score. Cashin answers that she only got half the answer right and demands she guess the rest. He reveals the missing half, that he is here specifically to kill her. Back outside, he instructs his allies to distract the outside forces while he personally goes after Chaos. His floating eye warns that his plan sounds like another dangerous solo ambush. Others confirm he intends to infiltrate alone, calling his approach reckless and more provocative than strategic. Cashin shrugs off concerns, saying their individual abilities will compensate for any strategic flaws. Lampa's commander concedes Cashin's strength but questions if he can truly handle Chaos, underscoring the magnitude of the coming duel. A smug man says Money King warned him. Cashin recalls the warning about a dangerous subordinate of Red Death named Chaos. The scientist explains there is a good reason for the warning, since Chaos beat Mercer and rivals the 4 evil monarchs. Cashin's ally notes he is still entering alone, and Cashin replies that he has a secret technique. Cashin calls his floating eye spirit a useful but nagging fluffball, which indignantly protests. Someone off-screen admonishes that this mission is serious and not a game. Cashion's team confirms they heard his plan and that he will create the opening. Masked operatives say everyone must reach their assigned positions for the operation. A close-up shows one fighter focusing intensely. That fighter vows to overturn their situation through the coming battle. The scene shifts to L Factory, the target location. 2 masked agents scale the factory exterior to infiltrate. Cashion's allies assemble, ready to support his operation from outside. Watching the factory, they trust that Cashin, a skilled infiltrator, is already inside. Cashin suddenly senses something and turns sharply. Outside the factory, they spot Red Death appearing with her followers. Red Death advances dramatically, flanked by masked subordinates. Cashin's outside support note Chaos is missing and jokes she is on a date with Cashin. The allies react tensely as the threat level rises. A masked leader activates a device and orders the team to move. He declares it is time for his squad to take center stage. Inside the factory, Cashin confronts someone and asks if they killed Ha Minwo. Chaos feigns ignorance of the name until Cashin identifies Ha Minwo as Mercer's psyker ally. Recognizing which victim he means, Chaos contemptuously calls Minwo an idiot. She recalls mocking how Minwo misread the situation and died pathetically. Cashin confirms she was the killer and asks why she is boasting about it. Excited by his reaction, Chaos lunges at Cashin at high speed. Cashin counters by smashing Chaos in the face with his empowered fist. As Chaos screams in pain, Cashin coldly tells her not to shove her foul face at him. Bloodied but thrilled, Chaos exclaims in crazed delight at his insult. She raves that his rude comment was incredibly cool and that no one has ever treated her that way. Brandishing a knife, she says she wants to keep him for a long time and starts by planning to gut him. She elaborates that she will butcher and preserve him so his body will not rot. Chaos dives in, clashing blades and blows with Cashin in a vicious exchange. Cashin catches and overpowers her, slamming her down with his weapon. Chaos is slashed and cries out in pain. Thrown across the room, Chaos jokes she might have wet herself from the impact while Cashin presses the attack. She grins madly, saying the hit really hurt but laughs hysterically. Cashin says she should be suffering more and vows to kill her in the most agonizing way. Chaos fixates on his mention of pain as she claws at the ground. Smiling darkly, she begins channeling Crimson power. She asks if he truly understands what real pain is as she faces him. Cashin's spirit companion warns that Chaos is mentally unstable, and Cashin remarks that she always was. Their eyes meet as Chaos's aura flares, signaling a drastic escalation. Chaos summons a colossal fiery serpent-like entity beside her. Cashin rushes toward her as the blazing creature towers above them. Chaos notes Cashin's speed with a smirk. She proudly introduces the summoned soul-eating beast, explaining it devours souls so victims die without fear or pain. Cashin and his companion are shocked it eats souls, and the spirit recognizes the move as a forbidden technique, warning him it is genuine. Chaos orders the soul-eating beast to feast on Cashin as today's meal. The beast lunges with gaping jaws to swallow Cashin. Cashin's spirit shouts that the attack is lethal and urges him to dodge. Cashin powers up, lightning crackling as he charges in to strike. He meets the soul-eating beast head-on, grappling its maw with his empowered arm. The impact wounds Chaos, shown bleeding from the mouth. Cashin, cloaked in blue energy, calmly asks if she really intends to eat his soul. He scorns the summoning, questioning how a beast that has never died can consume his soul. Cashin forces his energy into the creature, overwhelming it with his own power. He unleashes a named technique that blasts the beast away in a torrent of blue flames. The narrative cuts to Lampa's headquarters, showing their symbol on a skyscraper. A voice muses that the city seems peaceful despite underlying ruin, as a shattered window hints at prior conflict. On a rooftop, Red Death and an ally admire the city's beauty while noting it will soon be reduced to ash. The ally says the city will be prettier burning, a sentiment Red Death approvingly enjoys. Asked about Chaos, Red Death replies that Chaos is finishing off the remaining psychers before rejoining them and urges haste. Elsewhere, Lampa's leaders discuss preparations, unsure if their enemies will risk deploying their strongest forces. Red Death admits she is uneasy about confronting the mysterious immortal among their foes. Her ally vows to settle matters before that confrontation becomes necessary. The ally asks why Red Death spared Ma Guangho, and Red Death says she found his hopeful struggling cute. Red Death reacts with amused delight at being called mischievous for that mercy. The scene shifts to old, worn apartment towers as someone brings up the name Blackbird. A tech-clad man recalls that Blackbird was the one who destroyed the research facility and incidentally freed them 7 years ago. A horned fighter clarifies that Blackbird did not rescue them directly but destroyed the facility, allowing their escape. The horned fighter eyes Crow suspiciously, recalling that event. Someone suddenly remembers more details about that day. Crow says she once went to China on an errand and found the trip to another country troublesome. She explains that the favor was requested by the previous Winterbell monarch. Someone recalls the name Winterbell monarch, Xiao Hyunsung. The tech man wonders how that monarch acquired secret intel on the facility that even the Chinese government lacked. He concludes that, in effect, Crow saved Tianxiang Garden and that the clan now owes her a debt. The horned fighter agrees but insists Crow is still their nemesis whom they cannot tolerate living under the same sky. Confused, the tech man questions how a nemesis could have helped them. The horned fighter asks if Crow once encountered an unconscious berserker. Crow vaguely remembers being attacked by someone annoying. The Horned Fighter reveals that Berserker was the twin brother of their clan head, horrifying the Tech Man. A flashback shows the brother losing to the Immortal, becoming dependent on medicine, then addicted and eventually transforming into a Berserker. The Tech Man focuses on the mention of the Immortal, trying to piece it together. The Horned Fighter narrates that their clan head, enraged by her brother's death, ravaged nearby regions in search of Black Bird to exact revenge. Crow reacts nonchalantly to learning her actions caused only casualties. She lightly claims she merely kicked the Berserker and that he must have just fallen, though others recall he was stabbed. Asked who the Immortal was, the Horned Fighter admits they only know the title, leaving the Tech Man with more questions. The Tech Man shifts focus, confirming Cashin is currently fighting inside L Factory, prompting concern that help might already be too late. The Horned Fighter warns that Cashin is actually ill-suited to face chaos. The Tech Man asks why, noting how certain the Horned Fighter sounds. The Horned Fighter explains that Chaos became monstrously strong by surviving extreme torture, growing stronger the more pain she feels. He adds that she also possesses an overpowered ability. Back in the factory, Chaos screams in anguish as she senses her summoned creatures being destroyed. Her body becomes engulfed in violent, transformative energy. Cashin's partner detects her mana skyrocketing and deduces she is entering a new, awakened state. The spirit narrates that normal villains push beyond limits when awakening at the cost of sanity, but Chaos already has a perfect, insane body and thus does not need to transcend. Chaos fully awakens, power exploding around her in a massive, wing-like surge. Her transformed form is revealed, radiating terrifying energy as she prepares to continue the fight. The crazed woman unleashes a technique called Demonic Hands of Destruction and vows to take revenge. Cashin notes that her skill cannot be analyzed even with his eye of insight, and warns himself to stay on guard. She launches a massive punch, promising to kill him in an elegant way as Cashin braces for combat. Cashin counters with a powerful charge that smashes through her colossal demonic arm. Smirking, she admits he is fast but boasts that her vision lets her perceive all his movements. Cashin clashes with her again, saying appearances are deceiving as he strikes. Their high-speed exchange continues, both streaking through the air trading blows. Her demonic hand coils around Cashin, trapping him in a crushing grip. Cashin forces his way out, blasting apart her arm in an explosive counterattack. She recovers quickly, catching him with her demonic hand and re-engaging in close combat. Screaming for him to die, she slams another overwhelming blow toward Cashin. Watching the aftermath, she wonders smugly if Cashin has finally been killed. As she grins, a dark, dragon-like shadow presence looms behind her, hinting Cashin still lives. Cashin responds by activating his technique Shadow Blades, sending cutting arcs toward her. She narrowly evades the initial attack, hair whipping as the blades slice past. Cashin augments Shadow Blades with a homing attribute so the pursuing projectiles track her. The homing blades relentlessly converge on her, surrounding her in a storm of strikes. After enduring them, she laughs, calling his technique delicious and praising how impressive it looked. Cashin's eye spirit is horrified, realizing something unbelievable about her. The spirit screams for Cashin to stop using Shadow Blades as the attack continues. She activates a power named Strength Consumption, eyes glowing with voracious symbols. Cashin is shocked when his own blades curve around and encircle him unexpectedly. She now wields Shadow Blades herself, showing she has copied his technique. She further demonstrates Shadow Blades with homing, sending numerous red arcs that chase Cashin through the area. Delighted, she laughs wildly and declares his technique truly delicious to consume. Cashin stares at the shattered remnants, stunned that his Shadow Blades have been taken from him. The spirit identifies her ability as Forced Gluttony. Cashin realizes that Forced Gluttony lets her steal the skills of opponents. The environment distorts with red patterns as her stolen power saturates the surroundings. Cashin admits he now understands how Mercer lost, while she casually remarks that Mercer's stolen skill was surprisingly tasty. She wonders why Cashin remains so calm instead of going insane from having his skills devoured. Cashin replies he is indeed shocked but only mildly, then says he has one question for her. He asks her directly if there is any method for him to recover the skills she has stolen. She answers that regaining them is actually easy. Grinning maniacally, she explains that all he needs to do is kill her. Cashin concludes her arrogance comes from never experiencing defeat, while she claims none in this world can beat her, except perhaps one person. Cashin suggests testing whether her confidence is justified. She eagerly accepts his challenge with a twisted smile. Elsewhere outside, debris rains down as the wider battle spills into the city. A team of heroes charges into combat against numerous masked enemies in the streets. Their commander assigns Trey to lead the vanguard, and Trey affirms the order. Trey rockets forward, cloaked in blue energy as he charges the foes. The enemy fighters rush to intercept him with drawn blades. Trey smiles ferociously, saying these enemies will serve as his warm-up. He activates Blitz Charge, plowing through opponents and sending them flying with explosive impact. Observers on the sidelines marvel at Trey's overwhelming power. Trey and a long-haired enemy clash in midair, both rushing for a decisive blow. Trey shouts that he is coming as he hurls himself at the opponent. The enemy howls in pain as Trey's attack connects. Trey follows up with a devastating kick that drives his foe toward the ground. The impact creates a huge blast zone, shaking the battlefield. Though Trey acknowledges his opponent's strength, he vows not to be overpowered. The enemy counters, grabbing Trey and flipping him overhead during the struggle. Another ally, wielding a whip-like blade, dives in to strike from above. Trey's comrade with glasses watches tensely as the whip user attacks. The whip fighter lashes upward, targeting the same long-haired enemy Trey is battling. The commander grits his teeth, worried Trey may still be injured from his previous fight with Lord Mercer. He orders Trey to finish it now, insisting this is the moment to end the enemy. Trey answers and charges again, fists raised for another crushing strike. He unleashes Earthquake Strike, smashing the enemy into the ground and cracking the terrain. Trey looks shocked as the foe suddenly surges back toward him. The long-haired enemy erupts with fiery power and rushes Trey in a furious counterattack. Trey roars for him to shut up as he slams the attacker back down with brute force. Watching, the commander realizes Trey not only matches but now has the upper hand against this monster. He speculates the enemy might still carry wounds from the fight with Mercer, yet believes they will win if this continues. A warning comes that new enemies are approaching from the rear. A red-eyed swordswoman volunteers to handle the opponent wielding a blade. She focuses intensely, preparing to duel the swordsman head-on. She launches herself at the blade-wielding foe as he braces for her attack. Soon multiple sword-wielding fighters clash in a chaotic melee of slashes and sparks. Another blue-themed swordsman dives down toward a different masked enemy. He declares himself that enemy's opponent and engages with sweeping strikes. The two exchange powerful sword techniques, their energies colliding in midair. One masked fighter barely dodges a massive icy or energy-charged slash, eyes wide. Cashion's allies comment that if the dodge had been any later, the foe would have been hit by that devastating attack. Someone teases, asking if it feels unfair to face two enemies at once. Two armored fighters explain that they always operate together as a team. Back in Cashion's battle, her demonic hand violently hammers against his defenses once more. She dives after him to press the assault while he maneuvers around her strikes. A blade spins toward Cashin, forcing him into evasive motion. She believes she has him cornered and cries checkmate as her enormous fist closes in. Her crazed eyes widen in anticipation, convinced victory is at hand. Instead, Cashin turns the tables and sends her and her demonic arm crashing away. She is thrown back, startled as Cashin lunges straight toward her. Cashin channels massive energy into his fist and drives it forward with lethal intent. She desperately tries to retreat or block as the energy wave bears down on her. Cashin's attack smashes into her, shattering part of her body or armor. Determined, Cashin sharpens his focus, eyes glowing with resolve. She flips acrobatically, attempting another aggressive approach against him. Cashin coolly asks if she really intends to rely only on combat techniques rather than skills. She taunts that he must be afraid she will steal any skills he uses. Unfazed, Cashin instead activates a new ability called Shadow Chains. She laughs, thinking she has caught him again as she prepares to trigger her consumption power. However, his armored form suddenly changes, gleaming as if protected from her ability. She is stunned when her attempt to consume him backfires and she is impaled or bound instead. Screaming, she plummets amid blood and rain, clearly overwhelmed. Cashin powers up another blazing punch, eyes shining coldly. He drives that blow through her, landing a clean, devastating hit. Cashin continues the assault, battering her repeatedly in a relentless combo. Looking down at her struggling form gripping his armored arm, Cashin remarks that she is becoming a nuisance. Cashin is blasted through the building by Rosetta's overwhelming strike. Rosetta, newly transformed, declares she will stop playing around. In her horned awakened form, she orders Cashin to die. The building's ceiling cracks and debris falls from her attack. Cashin lies battered against the wall, struggling to move. From below, Cashin looks up at Rosetta standing amid the ruined floor. Cashin notices her horns, realizing her personality and wounds have completely changed. His shadow companion explains that the horns prove Rosetta is fully awakened, a state once feared as demonic. The shadow reminds him of Rosetail almost losing herself when she opened the Gate of Awakening, like Chaos would have. Cashin decides he has to fight seriously now. Rosetta mocks him for only now realizing that, and rushes into attack. She hurls another massive blast that sends Cashin flying. Cashin dodges at high speed, impressed by how fast she is. Rosetta presses the assault with relentless martial attacks. She slams Cashin into the ground with a devastating drop attack. Rosetta boasts that every aspect of her ability surpasses his and that his chances of victory are nearly zero. She unleashes a huge multi-fisted bombardment, commanding him to drown in despair. The colossal fists rocket toward Cashin. The impact carves a deep crater into the floor. At the center, Cashin withstands the blow by crossing two gigantic shadow blades. His dark blade grows, cleaving through the attack. Cashin reveals and names his ultimate weapon, the gigantic Doom Blade. Rosetta is shocked, recognizing that he has surpassed normal evolution. Cashin powers up further, activating a technique called Shadow Acceleration. With that speed, he rushes Rosetta, his slash tearing through the arena. Rosetta counters by activating power consumption, preparing to steal his energy. She copies his Shadow Acceleration and chases him with the same burst of speed. Their accelerated movements clash violently across the battlefield. Cashin braces himself, blocking as she closes in. Rosetta manifests her own red gigantic doom blade to match his. Their titanic blades collide, shaking the entire hall. Rosetta comments that he dodges better than expected while the blades whirl past her. The shadow warns Cashin he cannot afford to lose any more skills and suggests retreating after crippling her. Cashin rejects that idea, starting to speak defiantly. He finishes, declaring that words of retreat do not exist for him. He steadies himself, one eye glowing red, fully resolved to fight on. Rosetta calls him an idiot for repeating the same tactic and dives in to steal more power. She thanks him in advance as she triggers power consumption again to absorb his skills. A hooded ally appears, leaping with a long weapon to intervene from above. The newcomer's strike clashes with Rosetta's, scattering light and shockwaves. The masked fighter drives in with another powerful swing. He suddenly senses something strange as the surroundings darken. Outside, subordinates notice the sudden darkness and wonder if their teacher is using a special move. Inside, Rosetta rises into the air as dark smoke spreads, filling the building. Above her forms a massive, serpentine emblem of power. Rosetta's eyes blaze as she prepares to unleash this ominous technique. Cashin, unharmed, responds coldly and orders her to die. A gigantic explosion erupts, its shockwave ripping through the structure. The blast reaches outside, sending debris over nearby students who react in shock. Cashin's allies scream his name in terror as the explosion engulfs the area. The dust settles, revealing the building shattered to an incredible extent. Onlookers remark they have never seen such a destructive skill before. Rosetta staggers, blue energy enveloping her as she feels something wrong with her body. Cashin asks if she feels dizzy. He explains she must have drained her mana completely. Rosetta is stunned, demanding to know how he is still standing. Cashin appears in restored shadow armor, declaring she is finished. He coldly announces that it is time to execute her. Outside, the view shifts back to the quiet exterior of the ruined building. A door bursts open, light flooding out. A rescue party bursts in and declares they have found the captive. The prisoner rejoices as the rescuers note the empty corridor and move to remove her restraints. Her shackles are unlocked and fall away. One rescuer urges them to escape, then realizes their captain has vanished. Outside, they call to Barracuda, confused about the captain's disappearance. She anxiously explains he vanished when she glanced away and is scolded for freeing him. The archer leader says they cannot worry about the missing man and must escape this hellhole first. The group sprints down the corridor toward freedom. As they run, someone wonders why the prison is deserted, and the archer retorts not to complain. Spying a stairway, they see a possible path to the surface. They rush up the stairs toward the light. Suddenly, chunks of stones start falling around them, making them look up in alarm. The archer yells in shock as more debris cascades down. The scene cuts to obscured chaos as the ceiling collapses with violent force. A calm voice declares that their turn is over. Cashin, clad in shadow armor, repeats that he will execute Rosetta now. Rosetta screams in disbelief, asking how he survived the explosion, and he explains she stole an incomplete skill. He adds that she never understood the technique and her attributes are incompatible, so her failure was inevitable. His shadow notes that even so, her stolen move was strong enough to destroy his armor, and Cashin brusquely tells it to be quiet. Rosetta smirks, seeming to grasp his hesitation. She laughs, finding it ironic he lectures her even though her mana is gone. Taunting him, she dares Cashin to kill her and questions why he hesitates. She accuses him of secretly fearing that her death might erase the skills she stole from him. Cashin denies it and rushes in, punching her brutally. Rosetta screams in agony as the blow lands. Cashin continues to pummel her, sending her body flying. He thinks that he does not care if he never recovers the stolen skills. Even as she is impaled or struck again, Rosetta swears she will still kill him. The beating leaves her coughing blood and groaning. She writhes, complaining loudly about how intense the pain is. In darkness, she cries that she cannot endure it and that it hurts too much. Remembering a lesson, she recalls that pain depends on one's mindset. A past experimenter had told her that if she found the pain blissful, she could withstand it. In that memory, ominous researchers insisted she must overcome pain despite her protests. They injected her with a strange serum so she could survive their experiments. Back in the present, she laughs maniacally, claiming the pain feels so extreme that it has become pleasurable. Lying broken before Cashin, she calls him disgusting for forcing her to expend a mana-draining skill. Cashin casually replies that he does not care. Holding his weapon, he reflects that his maneuver was not reckless but an intentional high-risk play. Nearby rubble shifts, hinting that the battle aftermath is still unfolding. The scene opens with rocks exploding outward from a powerful impact. A gloved hand slams into the cracked ground as someone groans in pain. Cashin appears above the crater, shocking the nearby fighters who stare up in disbelief. The blue-haired girl urges her comrade to move quickly while he nervously protests that their current situation is strange. Recognizing Cashin standing over her, the girl cries out his name in surprise. Cashin confirms the two survivors are alive and asks if Co Jiho is with them, learning Jiho is in their party. A grinning enemy secretly retrieves a glowing red drug capsule. Cashin, watched by his shadowy eye familiar, realizes this is exactly what he anticipated. The enemy gulps down the red capsule. The drug tears through the enemy's body, warping her with violent energy. Laughing, she taunts Cashin and asks if he understands what she just ingested. She explains the pill is a drug that massively amplifies her potential despite severe side effects, which she ignores for its overwhelming power. Cashin's allies panic and demand to know what Chaos is doing as sinister energy swirls around her. Chaos exults that her pain is converting into mana and rapidly increasing her strength. Cashin and his eye familiar are stunned that someone with no mana could use the drug to become stronger, suspecting this is her final trump card. Chaos declares a survival of the fittest creed, promising to devour all nearby life and leave nothing behind. Cashin abruptly charges in and lands a decisive strike on her torso. Chaos reels in agony as Cashin's blow pierces through her from behind. Cashin's wounded ally glares at Chaos and proclaims this strike as his promised payback. Chaos furiously insults him as an insect while shouting vengeance for Megatroll. Empowered, Cashin unleashes a brutal combo assault on Chaos. While attacking, Cashin coldly tells Chaos she is beneath humanity, calling her the lowest form of trash. Cashin activates his ultimate ability, named True Combustion of Darkness. Chaos screams as the dark flames consume her, stripping her down to a burning skeleton. Cashin follows up with another named technique, Gluttony of Destruction, finishing the annihilation. As he attacks, he yells for his foe to go to hell. A torrent of blue destructive energy rains down, obliterating what remains. Cashin stands amidst the fading energy, his arm sheathed in crystalline armor from the unleashed power. His eye familiar calmly states that the battle is finished. Elsewhere, someone notes that many comrades were injured in the fighting. Ground forces review the battlefield, relieved that despite heavy injuries they suffered no deaths and consider themselves fortunate. A healer evaluates Trey's serious wounds but notes he is still capable of fighting. An observer reflects that the rearguard fighters contributed greatly to the operation's success. The same observer thinks that while Mujin's strength was expected, the performances of the other two fighters surpassed expectations. He adds that their combat styles felt strangely familiar and recounts how, despite fierce resistance from the retreating enemy, they managed to capture one opponent. That captured enemy, Seo Jiho's replica, now sits bound and trembling while someone asks what to do with him. The observer still struggles to accept that this frightened boy is in fact a replica of Red Death. Cashin arrives and curtly announces that he will take custody of the captive. The observer objects, arguing the prisoner is their important asset and suggesting a joint interrogation with another captured high-ranking Tianqiang member. After considering the idea of a joint questioning to extract secrets, the observer agrees to Cashin's proposal. He sets one condition, demanding that any information gained from the interrogation be shared with his side. Cashin accepts the condition, stating that they are allies working on the same side. The purple-haired leader then adds a request to hold a broadcast or press conference about the recent battle. When asked to clarify, he explains they will publicly reveal the outcome of the L Factory fight to the world. Cashin is told he must be the one to make this announcement because testimony from a top-class psyker will be most convincing. The story shifts to Green Factory, the Neo-Sentry headquarters. Inside, Tianqiang envoys formally address the factory president, saying tradition demands respect for elders but that they must nevertheless speak frankly. The blue-skinned envoy calmly demands the president's surrender and requests the platinum disc as a keepsake. The president, taken aback, thinks their demand for the platinum disc is outrageously bold, especially since Cashin currently holds it. He slams his cane, remarking that their tone sounds patronizing rather than sympathetic. He then pointedly asks whether Tianqiang's manners truly condone such arrogance. The envoy claims his demand is meant to preserve the president's honor as an evil monarch, a sentiment the president casually dismisses. The president declares he is no longer an evil monarch, and now considers himself a nobody with no honor left to protect. The envoy falls silent, clearly frustrated by the response. The red-haired envoy reminds the president that his nephew's life is supposedly in their hands. The president dryly asks if that statement is a threat, accusing them of finally revealing their true nature. He says they should have tried bribing him with money instead and jokes that $10 billion might have made him think twice. Receiving a call, his secretary interrupts with urgent news for the president. The secretary whispers the report into his ear, shocking him. The president's expression shifts to a sly smile at the news. He announces that things have just become interesting and that the envoys failed to offer anything truly tempting. Revealing the message, he says his nephew Barracuda has returned alive. He concludes that this renders their hostage threat completely meaningless. The red-haired envoy explodes in anger, accusing him of playing games. The president clarifies that with Chaos dead, their leverage vanished and allowed his nephew's survival. He reiterates that Chaos's death is precisely why Barracuda could come back alive. The blue envoy is stunned that the Soul Killer's leader has been killed, while his partner protests in disbelief and he orders her to be quiet. Trying to regain control, the envoy asks if the president's claim is really true. The president taunts that even if he were lying, all they could do is wave their sword uselessly. He lectures that real negotiations hinge on power, not words, and tells them to leave despite their predicament. As they turn to go, he commands them to figure out how they will raise $10 billion if they want his cooperation. The scene shifts to the Lampa's South Korean branch building, scarred from the recent conflict. During a live broadcast, the purple-haired leader proclaims that Chaos, leader of evil, has been judged and that this is only the beginning of their resistance. He vows on air to reclaim Lampas's South Korean branch and drive Tianxian Garden forces off Korean soil. Elsewhere, a woman in a red coat watches this stream on her phone. She scoffs at the broadcast as pathetic, thinking they should have followed her advice earlier. News of an urgent meeting spreads among Lampas members. In a side room, two elites wonder if something major has happened, since all higher UPS have been summoned. Another elite gestures toward their tied-up captives and asks what they should do with them. They reason the prisoners cannot escape but agree that someone nearby still needs to watch over them. In the captives' room, a loud explosion is heard outside. The female captive hopes the blast favors their side, while the male captive sees it as their chance to act. He looks to the clock and tells her to listen carefully to his plan. He reveals he planted numerous bombs on the building's second basement level that will detonate in 30 minutes. The woman realizes this is his grand plan to wipe out Tianxiang, suspecting he intentionally let enemies in for that purpose. She protests that their captured allies will also die, but he coldly calls them necessary sacrifices for the greater good. He adds that he never meant for her to die and vows to buy time so she can escape. Leaving the room, he shouts that she must get out alive. Suddenly a mocking voice comments on the melodramatic scene, startling both captives. The woman in red enters, saying their just-revealed plan is already useless. She bluntly informs the male captive that all the bombs he planted have already been removed. She explains that her father taught her to be suspicious whenever something is obtained too easily. She says Lampas's South Korean branch fell to them with suspicious ease, so she always doubted the situation. Walking away, she tells him that even if the bombs had gone off, his plan would have failed because his true target, their VIP, is not in the building. She looks out a window and reflects that, in her view, circumstances are now turning in their favor. The narrative briefly shows the surrounding city skyline under a calm sky. People in downtown Seoul go about their day, unaware of the deeper struggle. A woman in a patterned dress senses something and looks up toward the sky as others film with their phones. The view shifts to the worn high-rise district of Gatam Zone. Inside Gatam Zone, a startled character wakes up screaming in terror. The masked man returns alive, shocking his former captors who wonder if he is a ghost while another asks if they starved the crazed prisoner. The ally explains the prisoner once boasted Chaos would win but he killed her despite her strength, leaving the horned boy stunned that Chaos is dead. Disbelieving Chaos's death, the horned boy protests, as the masked man orders him to follow so he can prove it. They arrive at a cell area with industrial fans and cables humming. The horned boy looks up in horror at what he sees inside. Inside the cell, a filthy, shackled woman ravenously devours food. The horned boy stands above the imprisoned woman, recognizing her with shock. The masked man asks if the horned boy knows who the deranged prisoner is, leaving him speechless. The prisoner glares at the horned boy and calls him Little Demon. The ally clarifies Little Demon is what they called the horned boy and, seeing him here, accepts that Chaos really is dead. Little Demon narrates that he used to fear Chaos deeply. He recalls how Chaos's purposeless killing and cruel goals defined pure evil to him. Yet he also pitied her, remembering she was tortured more than anyone at their facility before the masked man cuts him off. The masked man dismisses Little Demon's feelings, saying killers cannot be forgiven regardless of their past. The shadow spirit tells the masked man that instead of dwelling on emotions he should interrogate Little Demon. Grabbing Little Demon, the masked man demands detailed intelligence on Tianxian Garden, threatening a beating if he withholds anything. Afterward, Little Demon is flung screaming through the sky, calling the masked man evil. The scene shifts to a dense urban district where the temporary HQ will be established. Other heroes arrive in the alley between buildings, regrouping after the recent events. Their liaison enthusiastically greets them, relieved everyone made it safely. He confirms this Vilzone district will serve as their joint strategic headquarters due to their alliance with its rulers. He explains they must accept this odd arrangement because it is the only workable solution. One hero notes he has already reported to US headquarters but has yet to receive a response. Spotting someone, he calls the group's attention toward another arriving team. A cheerful girl in a winter outfit and her companions join them, happy they reached the rendezvous. The liaison says most teams have assembled, with just one more group having recently arrived. The girl reports that Saihara is hospitalized from injuries, but is expected to recover by morning due to his resilience. The liaison gathers everyone and announces he has critical information to share before they move to HQ. He reminds them they are inside the Vilzone and, despite the alliance, must obey local rules. When a hero irritably asks if that means following Vilzone laws, the liaison confirms it. He outlines basic freedoms and notes they can go anywhere except restricted areas and may use the central pub and delivery apps. The winter girl gets excited learning there is a pub and immediately asks for marinated Korean fried chicken. The liaison begins listing specific rules they must heed. He emphasizes they must not litter, spit, or relieve themselves in public and warns that terrible consequences await rule breakers, which some heroes mock as just basic manners. Concluding the briefing, he assures them those are all the rules, which seem trivial to one archer. The archer casually tosses his empty can toward a trash bin but misses. As another hero comments on someone throwing trash, the archer nervously insists he is not. Suddenly a powerful, unseen force grazes past the archer while he clutches the can. He panics, sensing the terrifying gaze of an apex predator upon him. A broom appears, implying a hidden enforcer is ready to deal with litterers. The story cuts to a modern building where another scene will unfold. Inside, Wuchan apologizes, admitting he was at fault for what happened. Nian sits with arms crossed, clearly upset as she listens. Wuchan kneels and apologizes again, telling her she can hit him if that helps vent her anger. Nian indignantly refuses to hit him, telling him to stop painting her as a villain. She asks about Jiho, and Wuchan explains Jiho is fine thanks to Cashin's help. He adds that Jiho survived thanks to her as well. Wuchan reflects that the incident made him realize his impulsive personality causes many problems. Nian sighs that she has warned him about this many times, and he promises to change. She lets the matter go and changes the subject, asking if he has eaten and what he wants for food. Wuchan suggests they go out to eat something nice as his way of making it up to her, offering to pay. The scene shifts back outside into the bustling city streets. They arrive at a cafe where their meeting will take place. Inside, customers quietly enjoy drinks in a calm atmosphere. A stunning woman in a blue dress sits alone by the window, drawing attention. Other patrons whisper about how beautiful she is and wonder if she is a model. More customers are awed, their fixed gazes all directed toward her. The woman internally notes that everywhere she goes people stare at her. She thinks humans here are simple-minded, easily mesmerized by beauty. Bored with such reactions, she muses in this dull world whether anyone more beautiful than her could exist. A narration reveals that the spirit Arung has long been seeking ultimate beauty, an unsettling goal. The woman philosophizes that old things must be replaced with new and contemplates creating something new as the right path. The cafe door opens, signaling new arrivals. Cashin enters with his shadow spirit hovering beside him. The story briefly flashes back to him testing his shadow blade in a secure facility. He unleashes the shadow blade, shattering reinforced barriers with overwhelming power. The impact leaves the training wall fractured and filled with crackling energy. Cashin double-checks the damage, insisting on thoroughness so this power will not backfire on him later. The shadow remarks that despite his bravado he had been nervous during the test. Cashin silently glares at the teasing shadow in chibi form. Admitting the day was exhausting, Cashin is advised by the shadow to wash up and rest. Before he can relax, his phone starts vibrating at his waist. He looks at the call, curious about the unexpected contact. Someone suggests they step outside for some fresh air. The view returns to the traditional-style cafe building where the meeting is set. Cashin now waits inside, casually leaning near the entrance with his shadow. From his vantage, he notices the beautiful woman seated by the window. She covertly studies him over her teacup. He also glances at her, their eyes briefly locking. Cashin then walks past her without a word, taking a seat elsewhere. The woman resumes sipping tea, still intrigued. Cashin sits with his phone, noting that the people he is waiting for are running late. The shadow peers around a partition and spots the woman watching Cashin. It tells Cashin the lady by the window keeps staring at him, and he jokingly credits his own looks. The shadow disagrees, sensing something inhuman and dangerous about her presence. It urges Cashin to verify her nature with a touch, but he declines, wary of causing a misunderstanding. The woman internally recognizes Cashin as the immortal and is offended that he brushed her off after seeing her face. She wonders if his eyesight is bad or if he is seeking enlightenment to ignore someone as beautiful as her. Just as she overthinks his indifference, Nian and Wuchan arrive at the cafe. The staff greets them, and Nian happily spots Kangwoo already there. She calls their meeting a coincidence, but Cashin reminds them she was the one who invited him. Wuchan reacts in surprise that Nian called Cashin out while she sits down despite his flustered protests. Nian suggests ordering and cheerfully announces Cashin is treating them, while he tells her to sit and Wuchan fumes. Wuchan calls Cashin by name, clearly jealous and frustrated. Nian asks Wuchan to stay quiet and behave himself for today. She excitedly recommends the cafe's famous matcha latte and risotto. Cashin looks over the menu, intrigued by items like seafood kimchi risotto, while Nian praises the pasta too. She proposes perilla oil pollock roe pasta and Cashin agrees it sounds good as Wuchan watches discontentedly. Wuchan demands that Cashin look at him instead of Nian when talking, but she hurriedly hushes him. Nian pointedly tells Wuchan to hurry up and choose his order. On a cafe terrace, a pink-haired girl excitedly points out the beautiful woman by the window while the woman calmly drinks. Outside later, the pink-haired girl gushes that the woman looks like a celebrity while the red-haired boy agrees and a black-haired boy scolds them for making a fuss. The red-haired boy jokingly tells the black-haired one not to look at any woman but Nian, leaving the black-haired boy baffled. The pink-haired girl accuses Kangwoo of not caring about the pretty woman, and he dryly wonders if he should. The elegant woman continues drinking as the pink-haired girl admits the stranger is indeed very pretty. Kangwoo casually tells Nian she is prettier, which makes her elated. The red-haired boy calls Kangwoo out for lying and claims he is just flirting with his sister, shocking her. Kangwoo abruptly tells his noisy friends to quiet down and questions whether they were taught manners, drawing the woman's attention. Kangwoo silently turns away after scolding them. The mysterious woman mentally notes that Kangwoo seems very strange. Outside the cafe, a masked figure watches the building from the shadows. That cloaked watcher approaches a tall facility at night. Caption reveals the place as the villain's special detention center on Seoul's outskirts. Inside its corridor, guards lie dead amid blood and discarded rifles. Terrified researchers crouch and clutch their heads during the breakout. A muscular villain with an eye patch threatens to kill them if they make a sound while stomping one. Heavy restraints lie open, showing that dangerous inmates have been freed. A bespectacled prisoner remarks that the rescuers arrived later than he expected and says he is disappointed. A silver-haired villain explains they had much to prepare but claimed they still honored their promise to rescue him. When asked if they will free every inmate, the silver-haired man replies there is no need. He refuses to release everyone because they would not be grateful, and he dislikes doing charity. He plans to selectively free only chosen villains, noting that one ally called Madpin already joined them. His blue-haired subordinate asks if there is anyone else, and he answers he has already set loose someone very interesting. The rescued prisoner asks who that is, and the silver-haired man names the villain Blaster. The prisoner's eyes glint sharply at this revelation. Another villain is shown grinning maniacally as they discuss how uncontrollable the burning roamer Blaster will turn the city into a spectacle. The silver-haired leader compares this anticipated chaos to someone like Blood Rain. A crazed figure labeled Blood Rain is introduced amid swirling colors and blood imagery. The story returns to the traditional-style cafe exterior where Kawu and friends are dining. Inside, Kawu sits pensively while the mysterious woman quietly drinks behind him. Kawu internally notes that Nian, smiling brightly, is cute. He assesses that while the woman is beautiful, her looks alone are not enough to topple a kingdom. He recalls a different girl with unwavering eyes even before death, thinking she might have that kind of potential. Through a telepathic link, someone named Blackhorn contacts the woman with urgent news. Blackhorn reports that Chaos, the leader of the Four Misfortunes, has died. Shocked, the woman repeats that the Four Misfortunes leader is dead. She asks who killed Chaos and learns it was Cashin, boss of the Gatam Zone. She realizes this is the same kid who defeated Money King and concludes he has finally surpassed his limits. Blackhorn says their group is regrouping with the main force, and the woman agrees to inform the vice head. A sudden explosion rocks the city outside the cafe window, sending the woman's teacup flying. She stares in stunned confusion at the blast's bright shockwave. Outside, a building erupts in a towering red explosion. Civilians flee in terror in the street as fiery debris rains down. The bomb-wielding villain exults to himself that this carnage is exactly what he wanted. The A-rank burning roamer villain Blaster gleefully brandishes an explosive and tells everyone to smile as chaos spreads. The scene flashes back 10 minutes earlier to the pizza Nian and company just ordered. Nian marvels at how delicious the food looks while Kangwoo and the red-haired boy comment on its presentation and who paid. One of them decides to photograph the meal to upload it on social media. Nian's eyes suddenly widen as her detection ability senses something alarming. She goes rigid, and Kangwoo watches her carefully, spoon in hand. He asks what is wrong, suspecting something serious. Trembling, Nian says she senses someone near the building watching the cafe. The red-haired boy anxiously demands to know what they are talking about. Kangwoo tells him to stay calm and explains that Nian recently awakened as a psyker with a detection skill. He summarizes that Nian has detected a watcher targeting the cafe. Asked for details, Nian describes a figure in black wearing a conical straw-like hat, which Kangwoo says sounds familiar. Kangwoo concludes the person is likely an assassin sent by Tianxiang, and that the target is the red-haired celebrity. The red-haired boy silently processes the danger implied by Kangwoo's deduction. He questions when Kangwoo learned of Nian's awakening, but Kangwoo insists this is not the time to argue. Kangwoo instead orders him to protect Nian while he himself goes after the assassin. Kangwoo counters that if he is actually the target, Nian will be safer away from him and should be taken home. Nian suddenly senses something worse and panics. She cries out that a villain is acting, leaving the others confused about his intentions. She clarifies it is not just the Watcher but another villain who uses bombs, realizing too late the attack has begun. Through the window, the trio see the distant building explode. They react to the blast with shock and profanity as the cafe shakes. The red-haired boy orders Kangwoo to escape with Nian while he rushes out. As he runs, he reassures Nian he will quickly check the situation outside. Nian worries about him, and Kangwoo dryly tells her she can curse him later because he deserves it. She mutters that his reckless charge is typical of Wuchan while Kangwoo says they must reach safety. Kangwoo glances toward the calm woman rather than immediately fleeing. The woman stands before the window, calmly watching the explosion's smoke plume. Kangwoo notes with suspicion that the stranger remains composed despite the crisis. She continues to observe the scene outside, arms folded, unaffected by the panic. Internally she realizes the redhead who rushed out is a psyker, amused that she was sipping tea in the same space as one. She has Blackhorn report that an independent villain is attacking the city. Blackhorn confirms the bombing is not part of their organization's plan. The woman reasons her own vice head would never act without informing her and shifts focus to other matters. Watching Kangwoo and Nian run, she becomes intrigued by Nian's detection ability and decides she wants the girl as her own plaything. Nian hesitates and looks back at the woman still standing at the shattered view. Nian wonders if the woman is scared by the blast, but Kangwoo insists she is not. Nian calls out to the lady by the window, warning her the spot is dangerous if the glass breaks. Nian reaches to pull her away from the window, concerned for her safety. The woman turns back toward Nian with a questioning look. Nian assumes the woman is frightened and promises to escort her to safety. The woman regards Nian with a thoughtful, almost appraising expression. Her lips part as she prepares to respond. She softens and begins to speak politely. She thanks Nian for her concern while holding her hand. Telepathically, she orders Blackhorn to leave and join the rest of their group. Blackhorn objects that he should remain with his leader, but she overrules him. She curtly asks since when he talks back, forcing him to apologize and obey. She inwardly notes that Nian's presence allows Blackhorn to be detected whenever he is near her. Viewing Nian fondly, the woman thinks she must keep this small source of amusement from escaping.